In a world filled with mutant beasts, some lucky people will awaken random superpowers. But our main character awakened the superpower of plundering, allowing him to have countless superpowers while others only have one. He could even fuse two superpowers, Void and Death, together to become Void Death. And okay, without further ado, let's begin. The story has ended, and the admin has worked on it until the end. Enjoy watching. The opening scene shows Fai's face still lingering with surprise as she looks at the light flashing behind her. Then comes an expression of sheer terror, as if she had encountered something horrifying, her desperate scream seeming to choke in her throat. The scene gradually transitions to leave only the cold beeping of medical machines. Duong Hai stands in stunned silence looking at Fai, who is lying on a hospital bed with a breathing tube. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he reaches out to touch Fai's pale face, his tone trying to be gentle, but his words filled with bitterness. "This girl, you always like to go against my wishes. Now look at you, bullying you gets no reaction. There's no point at all. Actually, I have always hidden it from you. Our family's awakening of superpowers is not just you alone, Fai. Your brother is also a superpower user. My superpower is the ability to extract others' superpowers into ability orbs." At this moment, in front of Duong Hai appears an orb radiating a cold light. Information about it appears right before his eyes. Superpower extraction completed. Dérange superpower. Name, mental shock. Introduction will cause a slight mental shockwave to attack enemies. Evaluation. Although it is currently a bit weak, this is the younger sister's superpower, so it has special significance. Looking at the grade of the ability orb, he chokes up and mutters, "A D-rank superpower? That's true. If the ability was a bit stronger, Fai wouldn't have been unable to block, even lie, Sanduong's mistake. But was this truly a mistake? What was Fai's distance at that time? Right at this moment, the angry voice of Duong Hai's father rings out from outside the hospital room. He seems to have lost control due to the words of the person outside. He is practically committing murder. Lawyer Vong tries to defend San Duong, but he has also saved many people, hasn't he? Please restrain your grief. No one can control things like this. It just had to be such a coincidence that Miss Duong was in that convenience store. We also did not want this kind of tragedy to happen, but heroes are not gods. They have exhausted all their efforts to fight against mutant beasts and superpower criminals, and there are times when they fail. Hearing these nonsense excuses makes Duong Hai's father even more furious. He resolutely shouts and throws the documents to the ground. "I absolutely will not sign these nonsense documents. Take your dirty money and get out of here." His hot-tempered and resolute attitude leaves Lawyer Vong at a loss, his face clearly showing embarrassment. At this time, Duong Hai comes out of the hospital room and reaches out to pick up the stack of documents. Seeing him pick them up, Duong Hai's father angrily questions, "What are you doing? Do you want to use Fai's life in exchange for money?" Duong Hai clearly knows his father's mood, but Fai's current situation leaves him no choice but to put his ego down. Besides, this is something they inherently deserve. He turns around, places his hand on his father, and gently advises, "Dad, Fai is in a vegetative state now. We need a lot of money to maintain the life support machines for her." This painful reality makes Duong Hai's father almost want to collapse, his whole body trembling. After successfully calming him down, Duong Hai coldly turns his head to look straight at Lawyer Vong. "But I hope there can be one more condition." Hearing this, he is taken aback for a moment, then carefully inquires, "Please go ahead and tell me." Straightening his back, his voice leaving no room for refusal, he states his demand. "I hope the person who caused this incident, that so-called ice-brave hero, can apologize in front of my whole family." Lawyer Vong, thinking of San Duong's temperament, hesitates to reply about this. "Can I apologize on his behalf?" "Oh right, the Kunlun agency will also issue an official apology." But Duong Hai shows great determination in his demand. He repeats without any emotion, "I hope he can personally make a trip here." Seeing him so resolute, Lawyer Vong appears troubled and explains, "I am truly very sorry about this. You know, the itinerary of an A-rank hero cannot be arranged by themselves. The ice hero himself also really wants to come here and apologize, but he had to rush to a battle and couldn't come in person. We agreed to compensate an additional 100,000 Blue Star coins." Hearing this, Duong Hai sneers coldly, as if mocking San Duong's so-called busyness. He says nothing more and simply hands the signed contract to him. Here you go. I have already signed it. Lawyer Vong takes the contract, bowing and thanking him profusely. Okay. Thank you very much for your understanding. By this time, the sky has turned pitch black, the hospital lights reflecting off a yellow car. After finishing the negotiation with Duong Hai's family, Lawyer Vong immediately calls to inform San Duong. Hello, it's me. Everything is settled. It just cost an extra 100,000 Blue Star coins. Hearing the extra amount he has to spend, he merely sneers as if it's a trivial matter. Only 100,000. You did a good job this time, Lawyer Vong. I'll have my assistant transfer it over later. Hearing him casually agree to transfer another 100,000, Lawyer Vong feels both admiration and the illusion that he could one day be like that. Heroes are truly too awesome. I also want to awaken a good superpower. After signing the settlement contract, Duong Hai returns to her hospital room and mutters softly, Fi, you won't blame me for signing that contract, right? You understand our family situation, don't you? But rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate the truth of this matter. I also don't believe it was a mistake. Some superpower users truly do not deserve to be called heroes. I will correct all of these things. My name is Duong Hai, an intern reporter. The person who was accidentally injured by the ice hero is my younger sister, Duong Fi. For the convenience of my future plans, I have moved out. Manhwa. As soon as he steps into the room, he is greeted by two waiting roommates. Din Lam is the first to speak up and greet him, introducing herself and the person next to her. Hello, my name is Din Lam, and this is 2AI. There is one more roommate, but she hasn't returned yet. Hi, what is your name? He looks at the two of them, slightly raises an eyebrow, and replies briefly, Duong Hai. Din Lam pays no mind to his cold attitude, smiling brightly as she suggests, it's rare for us to get a new roommate today. How about we throw a small party to welcome the newcomer? At this point, 2AI speaks up to decline the proposal. As a junior, I have an upcoming exam. I need to go to the library. You guys go ahead and eat. Duong Hai also doesn't want to interact too much with them. He turns around and coldly declines Din Lam's good intentions. No need. I just moved in, so I'm a bit tired. I just want to rest for a bit. Returning to his room, he wearily lies down on the soft bed. Out of boredom, he picks up his phone to check, looking uncomfortably at the video playing. Are videos of superpower heroes battling mutant beasts really this popular? There are even so many videos explaining superpowers. On the screen, a black hole radiating a mysterious power appears in the sky. No one knows since when the black rift started appearing randomly and suddenly. Mutant beasts descend upon the blue star through the black rifts. The planet can only rely on professional superpower users to stop the mutant beasts' invasion. And these superpower users are called heroes. The Ability Act. To prevent superpowers from being used indiscriminately, the Ability Act stipulates only superpower users who have obtained a professional hero certificate are allowed to use superpowers. Duong Hai quickly fast-forwards to the segment featuring San Duong to check for any anomalies. This is the video of that hero's battle at the time Fi was injured. For now, he hasn't found anything suspicious. I'll study it more carefully tomorrow then. Lying for a while, he tilts his head to look at the time on the screen, then horrifiedly realizes that time has passed too quickly. Damn it, it's already 2:30. I better go wash up. I still have to go to work tomorrow. On his way to the bathroom, the loud sound of someone hitting the wall makes him stop and look up in doubt. Seeing Nai Tuet standing unsteadily against the wall, he realizes, is this the last roommate? In his eyes right now is an unbelievably beautiful face, but it bears an abnormal blush. It seems like she has drank a lot of alcohol. Duong Hai speaks up to greet her. Hello. Nai Tuet is overcome by a rising wave of nausea, making her unable to greet him normally. She hurriedly opens the door and quickly says, if you don't mind, let me use the bathroom first. After that, unable to hold it in any longer, she hugs the toilet bowl and vomits continuously. Nai Tuet's figure is truly exquisite. Her slender waist is only a handful. Her perky buttocks and long, fair legs squatting by the toilet make her stunning curves even more prominent. After vomiting, Nai Tuet immediately falls asleep right by the toilet. Seeing that she is no longer moving, Duong Hai walks over, wanting to shake her awake. Hey, are you okay? Should I help her? Forget it. After all, men and women shouldn't be overly intimate. Sister Din, sorry to bother you. Din Lam is woken up by his knocking, appearing drowsy. Little Duong, It's so late. You're still not asleep? Duong Hai points to the bathroom and explains the reason. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. There's another roommate who fell asleep drunk in the bathroom. It will be better if you help her a bit. After all, she's a girl. It's not very convenient for a young man like me. Hearing that Nai Tuet has returned, Din Lam's mood visibly worsens. She covers her mouth to yawn and replies dismissively. I think you should just leave her be. It's not her first time anyway. It's getting late, and I have work tomorrow. Little Duong, you should also go to sleep early. After saying that, she slams the door shut. Seeing this, Duong Hai can only helplessly turn back to the bathroom to look at Nai Tuet. It seems he has to do it himself. Hey, can you stand up? Pardon me then. Detected superpower, super frequency brain. As soon as he picks Nai Tuet up, his superpower immediately reacts. Detected superpower, super frequency brain. This surprises him a bit. This girl is actually a superpower user. Information about her superpower appears in Duong Hai's mind. F-rank superpower, name, super frequency brain. Introduction, can make the brain reach a hyper-divine state for a short period of time, enhancing the brain's calculation ability. Evaluation, extremely promising potential, but the owner is unaware they have a superpower. After reading the information about her superpower, he sneers. I'm afraid this girl only feels that she's a bit smart at times. If she studied well, she would definitely become a top scholar. I'll take your superpower. I will definitely compensate you later. A few seconds later, Duong Hai's superpower successfully extracts Nai Tuet's superpower. A notification sound chimes to signal completion. Successfully extracted super frequency brain. After receiving her superpower, Duong Hai thinks with some anticipation. I wonder what the effect will be if this super frequency brain superpower is combined with Phi's mental shock power. No sooner said than done. He immediately uses his extraction superpower. Super frequency brain and mental shock are both mental type superpowers. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? At this moment, the computer screen shows the scene of San Duong fighting the mutant beast. Ice power shoots out from his palms, striking the mutant beast's body. Duong Hai immediately uses the superpower he fused, activating the super brain for deduction. Pieces of the puzzle appear in his mind, and each scene seems to be multiplied until it finally focuses on a scene where San Duong raises his hand to his mouth, making some sort of gesture. This makes Duong Hai take notice twice. This gesture is too strange. It's almost as if, right at this moment, Pham Bang nudges his arm, calling out in a gossipy tone, Old Duong, let me tell you, Old Duong, flirting with girls, but refusing to take the initiative won't do, let alone a top-tier beauty like Lam Nai Tuet. If you don't make a move, I will. Hearing this, Duong Hai can only helplessly explain, we're just housemates, don't overthink it. But Pham Bang doesn't believe a word of it. He jokingly says, going from housemates to bedmates is very easy. If you don't know how, let me teach you. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrified scream from a passerby rings out outside. Mutant beast! A mutant beast has appeared. Pham Bang immediately rushes to the window to look outside. A flash of light erupts, carrying lightning that crackles in the air. A one-eyed mutant beast appears. One-eyed hunter, a B-rank one-eyed hunter. Its tentacles lash out as if possessing a life of their own, striking the ground and causing the scene to gradually descend into chaos. Seeing it, the citizens scream in panic. The mutant beast is here. Run. At this time, Duong Hai takes out 2 ability orbs. He controls them to float up into the air and mutters, Fuse. The 2 ability orbs float up, attempting to merge with one another. It is clearly visible that they are gradually fusing together. Just a few seconds later, a new ability orb appears in Duong Hai's hand. The system's voice rings out along with the information of the fused ability orb. Superpower fusion completed. D+ ranks superpower. Name, Superbrain. Introduction. Actively initiates mental shock, significantly improving the brain's calculation and deduction capabilities. Evaluation. This is a double-edged sword and must be used carefully. After reading the information about this new superpower, he says with satisfaction, if I use it to deduce the video of Phi getting injured, perhaps I will discover some clues. The scene gradually shifts to the next day. The sun appears, shining down on the high-rise buildings. In the room where Duong Hai is sleeping, a rhythmic knock on the door is heard. He gets up, opens the door, yawns loudly, and asks, Who is it? Looking at the person in front of him, the expression on his face goes slightly blank. It is Nai Tuet. It seems after a deep sleep, she has become sober again. In her hands is his neatly folded jacket. Here is your jacket back. Thank you very much for last night. My name is Lam Nai Tuet. Duong Hai takes the jacket, evaluating Nai Tuet's current bare face without any makeup. So this is the drunken girl from last night. Turns out she looks this pure. It's nothing, just a small matter. My name is Duong Hai. Right, last night, I extracted the superpower from her, even though she didn't know she ever possessed a superpower. Are you? Is your body doing okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Nai Tuet doesn't understand the deeper layer of his question. She smiles innocently and replies, I'm fine. I'm used to it. You don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, Duong Hai also feels somewhat relieved. That's good then. At this moment, Pham Bang pushes the door open and walks in. Old Duong, you live here now? His face gradually turns into astonishment when he sees Nai Tuet appearing in Duong Hai's room. As if suffering a massive betrayal, he questions him. Old Duong, you dare to go on dates behind my back? Seeing him misunderstand again, Duong Hai tries to explain. Don't speak nonsense. Her name is Lam Nai Tuet. We're just housemates renting together. But Pham Bang still doesn't believe a word he says. His whole body seems as if someone pressed the pause button, his mind turning to mush as he thinks. This matter. It seems I have too much money. Renting this entire house wouldn't be very good. Realizing he has been too impolite, he smooths back his hair and clears his throat. Pham Bang puts on what he believes is his most handsome posture to greet Nai Tuet. Hello, Miss Lam. My name is Pham Bang. I am old Duong's best friend and colleague right here. She steps forward to shake hands and greets him back awkwardly. Hello, you could just call me Nai Tuet. Getting to hold of Beauty's hand, Pham Bang excitedly replies, Hello, hello. Nai Tuet, I am a superpower user, you know. My superpower is that I could take photos and record videos barehanded. If you ever want to take a really beautiful photo, seeing him start acting crazy again, Duong Hai hurriedly steps forward and pushes him outside. Pham Bang came to pick me up for the newsroom. We'll be leaving first. Watching Nai Tuet gradually move further away, Pham Bang acts regretfully and yells, Old Duong, I still have things I haven't finished saying. Why are you in such a rush? Duong Hai helplessly holds him back and urges, All right, let's go quickly. Lokan Newsroom. Returning to the earlier scene, when the passerby screamed about a mutant beast invading, he and Pham Bang immediately stand up and cast their eyes outside. An announcement from the city loudspeakers blares, warning the present citizens. Mutant beast invasion. A mutant beast invasion. B-rank disaster. Please, city residents, quickly proceed to the shelters. Dispatching heroes. The one-eyed at this moment seems to go mad, moving its tentacles to wreak havoc everywhere. Right at this moment, a pair of powerful legs appears, crushing the ground beneath them. The smoke and dust gradually dissipate to reveal a robust figure. Spicy Sour appears with a face full of confidence, declaring, Rest assured, everyone. Spicy Sour. With me, Spicy Sour Superman, here I will absolutely not let Loksong City be destroyed. The citizens, seeing him, yell in panic. It's Spicy Sour Superman, a B-rank hero. He's here to save us. Facing the frenzied one-eyed hunter, Spicy Sour Superman showed no fear and did not retreat. Out of professional instinct, Pham Bang immediately raised his camera and pointed it downward, filming the scene. As he recorded, he added commentary. The one-eyed hunter not only has powerful defenses, but its close combat ability also has multiple forms and variations. It's 18 armored spiders combined together, making it extremely troublesome. Spicy Sour Superman may not necessarily be able to defeat it. Old Duong ran away that fast. Ordinary people really are useless. It's time for my superpower to make money again. At that moment, Flame Butterfly also appeared in an incredibly cool pose. Senior Spicy Sour Superman, do you need help? Fire Butterfly, C-rank hero, Flame Butterfly. Seeing someone arrive to assist, Spicy Sour Superman turned his head and gave an order. You came at just the right time. I'll hold it back from here. Flame Butterfly, you're in charge of attacking. Flame Butterfly answered sweetly, Okay, Senior. At this moment, in a live stream room on a social media platform, they were reporting on the mutant beast invasion. Hero Livestream Focus recommends this channel. Director Cat, Hat Emperor, please give your comments. Director Cat opened by mocking Spicy Sour Superman. Spicy Sour Superman is a close combat type hero. when he first debuted, he often took advantage of others' efforts. So usually, only after other heroes have exhausted a mutant beast will he jump out and steal the credit. Hat Emperor laughed loudly at the screen and said, as expected of Director Cat, you really can reveal some information that not everyone knows. Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Director Cat cleared his throat and tried to change the subject. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. At this moment, in the battle against the mutant beast, Spicy Sour Superman was fighting it with everything he had. Determination flashed in his eyes, and his blows became even more forceful. Flame Butterfly realized her chance had come and loudly reminded Spicy Sour Superman, Senior, get out of the way. She gathered energy into her hand and unleashed a move called Heavenly Butterfly Kill. Flames shaped like butterflies shot straight at the one-eyed hunter and began burning it. Seeing the one-eyed hunter engulfed in Flame Butterfly's fire, Hat Emperor cried out excitedly, this mutant beast's life is about to end. But Director Cat, with his years of experience, noticed something unusual and said, no, that's not certain yet. Hat Emperor did not understand. Huh? Why do you say that? Director Cat kept his eyes fixed on the screen as he analyzed the current situation. Mutant beasts also possess intelligence. This one-eyed hunter, from what I can see, isn't nervous at all. In front of Flame Butterfly and Spicy Sour Superman, the flames seemed to burn higher and higher, but then they gradually died down. The one-eyed hunter appeared before them, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Spicy Sour Superman's expression visibly darkened. This is bad. That mutant beast has a fire-resistant shell on its body. Hearing this, Flame Butterfly cursed inwardly in anger, then quickly asked him, damn it, Senior, can you hold it back a little longer? The other heroes need some time to arrive. Hearing that, Spicy Sour Superman suddenly fell silent. He did not answer Flame Butterfly. He recalled what his manager had said to him yesterday. You're entering a difficult stage in your hero career. If you want to break through and become the company's top superstar, then you can't lose again. Once you fail, your reputation will collapse, and the company will give its resources to other young talents. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and determination appeared in his eyes. I might lose my position as the company's #1. I absolutely won't allow that to happen. At this moment, Duong Hai approached the battle and secretly observed. He saw a tiny pill appear between Spicy Sour Superman's fingers. Spicy Sour Superman opened his mouth and threw it in. This sight shocked Duong Hai, who was secretly observing. I feel like I've seen that blue pill before. At that moment, Flame Butterfly seemed to have lost control of the situation. She was wrapped up by the one-eyed hunter's tentacles, and her scream of pain rang out. She cried out in agony, begging Spicy Sour Superman for help. Senior, save me. On the social media live stream, hosted by Director Cat and Hat Emperor, viewers with strange usernames began commenting. Full of 3 lives and 3 worlds. Everyone knows Spicy Sour Superman is only a real man for 15 minutes. Brother Chirp Chirp. Can some hero hurry up and save our Flame Butterfly? Mysterious Underpants. If I were still a hero, I would have crushed this thing to death long ago. At this moment, the one-eyed hunter tightened its tentacles even more, trying to crush Flame Butterfly to death. She screamed in pain, I don't want to die yet. Right then, the tentacle was shattered by something and split in 2. The one-eyed hunter felt the pain, and its pupil shrank. It stared in disbelief at the severed tentacle. Spicy Sour Superman took the opportunity to catch Flame Butterfly and land on the ground. Seeing this scene, Hat Emperor could not hold back his excitement and slammed the table hard, shouting, good! Hero Spicy Sour's combat form could originally only be maintained for 15 minutes, but this time he has broken through, and he's even stronger than before. The hero has not declined. Director Cat was also stunned by this sudden burst of power. It really is somewhat unexpected. Even I, before he could finish, Hat Emperor cut in with a commentary. This is bad. The one-eyed hunter is launching an attack on Spicy Sour Superman. Let us return the camera to the scene. It could be seen that the one-eyed hunter had been enraged to the extreme by Spicy Sour Superman shattering its tentacle. It attacked wildly with its tentacles. They gathered together and struck the spot where Spicy Sour Superman stood. But after taking that pill, Spicy Sour Superman's strength had been pushed to its limit. His pupils turned a strange green as he lightly shifted aside, dodging its tentacles. His tone was full of disdain as he taunted, is that all you've got? Spicy Sour, Reflected in the one-eyed hunter's pupil was the image of its tentacles stabbing into the ground, while streams of electricity suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Spicy Sour Superman erupted with his fastest speed, charging forward and punching straight through the one-eyed hunter. This ultimate move was called Critical Burst. Before the one-eyed hunter could do anything, its body was blown apart by the punch. Currents of electricity ran along its body, causing it to convulse repeatedly. Spicy Sour Superman stood with his back turned to it, looking majestic like a god. Then, suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of syrup. It seemed that after using the pill, his body had suffered a certain degree of damage. His entire body sank down from exhaustion. Seeing this, Flame Butterfly hurriedly ran over. Senior. Hearing her call, Spicy Sour Superman turned his head and looked at her with eyes like a wild beast. That look frightened Flame Butterfly so much that she froze stiff. Senior, what's wrong with you? Fortunately, Spicy Sour Superman's self-control was also no ordinary thing. He tightly shut his eyes and told himself, hold it back. After the drug's effect faded, he turned around and forced a smile as he explained, I'm fine. I just overexerted myself. Seeing that he had returned to normal, Flame Butterfly believed him without the slightest doubt. Senior, you scared me to death. After that, the two of them stood among the crowd, receiving praise from the people around them. Heroes really are the most reliable. That was amazing. B-Rank Spicy Sour Superman is invincible. Flame Butterfly, I love you. Thank goodness, we're saved. Duonghai looked at the noisy crowd in the distance, praising Spicy Sour Superman, then looked toward the one-eyed hunter, which only had half its body left, and muttered, looks like it's over. I should go back and edit the news a bit. I didn't expect that blue pill. Suddenly, a strange sensation appeared, drawing his attention. The one-eyed hunter's body seemed to be making some kind of sound. He narrowed his eyes and focused on one point, then saw a small one-eyed hunter appear, crawling out from the one-eyed hunter's mouth. A small one-eyed hunter, a clone. It darted its gaze around warily. Seeing it fly toward him, Duonghai merely sneered. It's aiming for me. Its physical defense and elemental defense are both so high. Maybe mental attacks are its weakness. At this moment, the one-eyed hunter still did not know that it was about to run into an iron plate. It was still joyfully thinking about the future. Once I find a host, absorb energy, and recover to my original state, I will definitely seek revenge on that Spicy Sour. The scent of this human brat isn't bad either. Then I'll choose you as my host. Seeing it rush over like mad, Duonghai's face showed no expression, but his heart was extremely excited. Coming to me on your own, that works too. I want your superpower as well. In an instant, a ray of light appeared between his brows. Mental attack. The one-eyed hunter stared in shock at the beam of light shooting toward it. After being struck by the mental attack, the one-eyed hunter fell like a kite with its string cut. Abnormal state. Flame Butterfly, though far away, had sharp senses and noticed something unusual. Someone used a superpower. Duonghai tightly grabbed its tentacle and lifted it up to examine it. Good thing you're only a weak clone. Otherwise, even if your weakness is mental attacks, my D+ mental shock still wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Without further hesitation, he used his stripping ability on it. Extract the superpower. A few seconds later, he successfully stripped away the one-eyed hunter's energy, and information about it appeared. B-Rank's superpower, named Fire-Resistant Shell. Description: immune to fire element attacks of B rank and below, greatly increases physical resistance. Evaluation: an extremely practical tanking skill. Duonghai immediately absorbed the ability orb. Feeling the flow of energy within himself, he became extremely excited. It was like an invisible shell enveloping the outside of his body. No matter how powerful a superpower is, it must have a weakness. This saying was widely circulated in the superpower world, but it seemed not to apply to him. Just then, Flame Butterfly flew over and shouted, "Who's there?" Realizing that someone had appeared, Duonghai hid in a corner and silently calculated. It's still not time for them to discover me. Seeing no one there, Flame Butterfly not only did not leave, but landed on the ground. She looked around and said strangely, "That's odd. I clearly sensed a very powerful mental force over here, and I also saw someone." At this moment, Duonghai, wearing a mask, appeared and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Seeing him appear, Flame Butterfly asked this, "May I ask, were you the one who used a superpower just now?" Duonghai walked frankly out of the corner and admitted it. "That's right, it was me." Through a puddle of water, he looked at his current disguised appearance. Sensing the abnormal energy movement on him, Flame Butterfly said with certainty, "You're also a hero, aren't you? I don't think I've ever seen you before." Duonghai tossed the dead one-eyed hunter over and replied, "No, I just conveniently helped you clean up a passerby." Looking at the mini one-eyed hunter in front of her, Flame Butterfly asked in surprise, "Is this a clone of the one-eyed mutant beast? He can easily kill such a troublesome mutant beast. He really is strong. But if he isn't a hero, then he can't use superpowers without authorization." Duonghai silently looked at her without answering. Seeing that the matter was finished, Duonghai stepped forward and said to her in a low voice, "Excuse me, let me pass." But Flame Butterfly reached out and blocked his way, refusing to let him leave. "No, you used a superpower illegally. You must come with me to the Hero Association to accept an investigation." Hearing this, Duonghai burst out laughing and mocked her. "Do you think you can stop me?" Hearing the ridicule in his tone, Flame Butterfly angrily shouted, "Your actions violate the Ability Act. I am legally permitted to take action against you. Is this the attitude a hero should have toward an ordinary person?" At this moment, Duonghai merely reached out and lightly touched the butterfly's wing, then crushed it right in front of her. Her angry expression instantly froze. Looking at Flame Butterfly's face, stiff with fear, he threatened her in satisfaction. "Next, is it my turn to attack?" Seeing the other party crush her fire butterfly in front of her, she immediately flew away in a hurry, not forgetting to apologize as she fled. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't kill me." After she left, Duonghai focused on recalling the details of Spicy Sour Superman taking the pill, as well as the image of San Duong raising his hand to his mouth. Spicy Sour Superman's blue pill. The thing Ice Hero San Duong took that day was the same, wasn't it? I'll investigate all of this clearly. On the rapidly moving train, a gentle attendant's voice sounded. "Welcome aboard the Locked Song Railway." Sitting in his seat, Duonghai thought about the situation before him. "For now, I won't collect any new superpowers. I have to fully develop Superbrain first. The clues about the blue pill also need to be carefully organized." At this moment, a purple-haired man walked past and said quietly, "Hello, excuse me." After he left, Duonghai reached beside himself, only to feel empty space. He was shocked to realize that his belongings had been stolen. "Where's my bag? Someone stole my things. Not good. The turkey suit is inside the bag. It was that guy in a jacket just now. Why can't I see him anymore? The train hasn't reached the station yet, so there's no way he could have disappeared that quickly. Could it be someone with an invisibility superpower? Then what about the smell? Superbrain, enhance my senses." The scent of the bag was on that person. Immediately, a man who looked like an office worker caught his attention. The scent of the bag was coming from him. Seeing this, Duonghai could almost immediately confirm that he was the thief. Their aura and clothing styles are completely different. Could it be not invisibility, but some kind of instant transformation? This type of superpower coming straight to my door is very practical for me. After getting off the train, Duonghai slowly followed the thief into a small alley. The thief seemed not to have realized that he was being followed yet, and he hummed a little tune. "Today is another fruitful day. Why do I feel a sense of panic in my heart?" Then he turned around and looked behind him warily. Seeing Duonghai waving at him, he cried out in terror, "That guy. When did he start seeing through me and following me?" Seeing him try to run, Duonghai hurriedly shouted, "Don't run." Seeing that Duonghai really was following him, the thief panicked and cursed inwardly. "I'm done for. Today I ran into a stumbling block." He quickly ran into the nearest public restroom. Duonghai kicked the door open and shouted in a somewhat irritated tone, "You want me to play a little elementary school game with you, where you hide in the bathroom when you can't win? Get out here." But the only answer he received was silence. He instinctively looked up at the sign for the women's restroom and wondered, did that guy go into the women's restroom? Duonghai did not hesitate and walked into the women's section. He knocked on the first stall door. "Come out. I know it's you." Seeing him enter the women's restroom, the thief became even more frightened and tried to disguise his voice as a woman's as he shouted, "Pervert, what do you want?" Seeing that he refused to come out, Duonghai impatiently kicked the door, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. After that came a barrage of women's items being thrown at him, along with the thief's shrill scream. "There's a pervert." Duonghai had toilet paper thrown all over him and commented helplessly, "Your ability really is special. You can even change your voice." wearing a skimpy outfit that could be described as painful to look at. The thief begged Duong Hai for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. This is my first time." Looking at the thief's square, sleazy face, which still had not changed, Duong Hai felt somewhat disappointed. But unfortunately, you can't change your body's shape or appearance. Seeing that he could not escape, the thief said somewhat aggrievedly, "What rotten luck. I can freely switch my outer appearance. Here's your backpack. I'm giving your things back." After receiving the backpack, Duong Hai immediately opened it to check. "The things are still here. Did you open what was inside?" Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, the thief trembled in fear and answered, "Big brother, I swear, I absolutely didn't open it." Hearing his affirmative answer, Duong Hai lightly pushed up his glasses and spoke earnestly. "Then that's good. In the future, find a proper job and be a good person." The thief thought Duong Hai was letting him go and quickly smiled fawningly. Yes. From now on, I won't steal anymore. Thank you, big brother, for sparing me this time." But how could Duong Hai possibly let him off? Duong Hai said coldly, "Did I say I was letting you go?" The thief's entire body instantly stiffened. Duong Hai used his stripping ability on him. Strip the superpower. Looking at the ability orb in his hand, Duong Hai chuckled. "I just said I wouldn't collect any more superpowers, but I still can't escape the law of getting slapped in the face." Information about the thief's superpower appeared before his eyes. F-rank superpower called freely switching outer appearance. Brief description. With just a thought, one can easily switch appearances. At the same time, it also serves as a storage space. Without further hesitation, Duong Hai immediately used it. The sneakers on his feet visibly transformed into a pair of office workers' leather shoes. The clothes on his body changed into a well-fitted suit, and his glasses also disappeared, revealing Duong Hai's handsome and pleasant face. Looking at the clothes on his body that seemed completely real, he thought to himself, a convenient and practical superpower. At this moment, the local police also arrived and questioned him about the situation. "Hello, sir. We received a report from a citizen that someone was shouting 'pervert' in the women's restroom. Did you hear anything?" He immediately pointed to the restroom and reported, "I heard it. Furthermore, I even saw a pervert in women's clothing sneaking around over there." Hearing this, the police officer hurriedly said to his teammate, "This is bad. Let's hurry over there." Seeing the thief arrested by the police, he watched, his heart even more determined to eradicate all evil superpower users. "There are some superpower users who are not worthy of possessing superpowers. I will set things right." 1 week later, Duong Hai stepped out of the taxi and looked at the building in front of him. Pham Bang stood not far away, waving at him. "Brother, you're finally here." Duong Hai helplessly asked him, "What's the matter that you absolutely had to call me out to talk?" Pham Bang put his arm around his shoulder and mysteriously said, "Guess who I just met while partying at the bar?" Duong Hai rolled his eyes in exhaustion and asked who. He smiled meaningfully and revealed shocking news. "Your girlfriend Lam Nai Tuet. She is working as a hostess." Seeing him continually calling her his girlfriend, he helplessly corrected, "She's not my girlfriend. Why are you telling me this?" Pham Bang seemed to naturally filter out his words and forcefully pulled him into the club. "Old Duong, in front of me. You don't need to pretend. Seeing is believing. Just go take a look and you'll know." "Old Duong, let's sit over there." As soon as he entered, directly in his line of sight was Nai Tuet in a sexy bunny outfit, twisting and dancing in a golden cage. Her small waist and curved bottom swayed gracefully. Nai Tuet also saw Duong Hai at this moment. She exclaimed in surprise, "Why is he here?" After letting him witness Nai Tuet working as a hostess, Pham Bang acted sympathetic and consoled. "Old Duong, don't be too heartbroken. There's plenty of young grass in the world. Today you've come to your brother's playground. Just follow my arrangements. We'll have a proper feast. Come here." 3 hostesses approached following the order, and the 3 girls greeted the 2 of them in unison. "Hello, brothers." Pham Bang, looking like a regular customer here, reached out and introduced each of them. "Tay, DM, Bao Bao. These 3 are all my younger sisters. This is my closest brother, Duong Hai Handsome, right?" Bao Bao immediately came forward, sat next to him, smiled gently, and praised, "Brother Hai looks really handsome." Not to be outdone, DM picked up a glass of wine and cooed seductively in his ear, "Brother Hai, let's drink a toast together." In the adjacent karaoke room, Loon Nguyen, sitting between 2 girls, muttered angrily, Damn it, today is really unlucky. If my brother hadn't driven the McLaren away, there's no way I would have lost to that tall kid. Blazing Flame, sitting opposite him, sneered upon hearing this. Losing a race is just losing. Don't blame it on the Blazing Flame car. Loon Gwyn laughed out loud at this and mocked him sarcastically. You aren't allowed to stay by my father's side and can only be my bodyguard. Loon Gwyn, is it because you don't know how to speak properly? Seeing him dare to touch his sore spot, Loon Gwyn angrily narrowed his eyes, glaring at him dangerously. Because he was a superpower user, Loon Gwyn didn't want to touch him. So he went over and slapped Nai Tuet, cursing the mulberry to scold the ash. Bitch, do you only know how to eat and not how to work? Is garbage alcohol like this worthy of me drinking? After speaking, he poured the bottle of wine straight onto the head of Nai Tuet, who was sitting slumped on the floor. Duong Hai was about to step forward when he was pulled back by Fan Bang. Let go of me. He recognized Loon Gwyn's identity and hurriedly advised, Old Duong, don't be impulsive. That young master is Loon Gwyn, the second son of the A-rank hero mechanical war hero from Column Company. That bodyguard is a C-rank hero, the Blazing Flame Boxer. You are just an ordinary person. You are no match for him. Duong Hai tried to suppress the anger in his heart and said to Fan Bang, I know, I'm just going to the restroom. Nai Tuet, having been beaten and had alcohol poured over her, could only sit on the floor and endure everything. Tears of humiliation seemed ready to fall from those beautiful eyes. Loon Gwyn, after venting the anger in his heart, returned to his seat and said to Nai Tuet with an arrogant look, In this place, you understand the rules of apologizing. Drink all of this, and I will let you off. Amidst the cheers of the women, Nai Tuet was forced to drink continuously by the bodyguard who poured the alcohol in her mouth. Right at this moment, Duong Hai appeared in the identity of the rooster and sent the bodyguard flying. Nai Tuet knelt on the ground, vomiting alcohol endlessly. Duong Hai, seeing this scene, became even more angry and looked towards Loon Gwyn. I heard there's a young master here who is the son of the mechanical war hero. Blazing Flame realized he was a superpower user and became alert. Who is your excellency? Loon Gwyn ignored him and said to him, Surely it's another person tired of living, coming to seek death. Duong Hai sat down on a chair and casually said, I'm just someone who wants to discuss a transaction with Brother Loon Gwyn. Loon Gwyn heard this, looked at him sluggishly, and asked, Transaction? What transaction? Blazing Flame didn't want to cause trouble here, so he spoke up to advise Loon Gwyn, Young Master Lu, I see it's getting late. The party is about to end. That's enough. Seeing him overstep his authority again, Loon Gwyn used his drunkenness to throw a wine bottle straight at his head and cursed, You piece of trash! Get out of my sight. Step aside. Can't you see someone wants to discuss a transaction with me? Being hit in the head with a wine bottle, Blazing Flame glared angrily at Loon Gwyn. He didn't care about his glare, stepping forward and asking him, You there? What transaction do you want to make with this young master? Blazing Flame noticed something unusual and once again wanted to stop him. You're drunk. Sit down and rest a bit. Let me handle this guy who is pretending to be a ghost. Duong Hai looked at his murderous gaze, shook the wine glass in his hand, and coldly laughed. What, you want to get physical? Actually, I don't like violence. But if you stop me from discussing business with your master, then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Blazing Flame stood in the dark and said coldly, Come on, let's see who will teach you a lesson. Flames appeared on both of his fists. Blazing Flame looked at Duong Hai with utmost confidence, angering me. The Blazing Flame Boxer, consider yourself unlucky. Looking at the energy fluctuating on his body, Duong Hai immediately guessed the rank, C-rank fire element attack. The people in the club also came over to watch the drama, and whispering voices arose. He has real guts, daring to touch the disciple of an A-rank hero. Sister Tian walked over to help her up and asked softly, Nai Tuet, let me help you sober up. She borrowed strength to stand up and replied gratefully, Thank you, Sister Tian. Someone couldn't contain their curiosity and asked, Do you know why they're fighting? His mask looks like a chicken. He seems very mysterious. But can he beat the Blazing Flame Boxer? At this time, Blazing Flame took the initiative to attack first, swinging his fists and rushing forward. Seeing Duong Hai standing still without dodging made him extremely surprised. Why isn't he dodging? Could it be a trap? It was seen that at this moment, he tilted his body slightly and was able to dodge effortlessly. Just like that. Even so, Blazing Flame was not deterred by his words, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning high. Naive. Ever since I became a hero, no mutant, beast, or enemy has been able to withstand this move of mine. After speaking, he swung his arm to strike a punch that shot out fire. The onlookers cried out in panic, "Oh my God, someone's going to be burned to death," only to see Duong Hai's body submerged in the flames. His hand gently reached out from the fire, then gently clenched tight. The flames instantly vanished into thin air. Blazing Flame, hit by the shockwave, exclaimed in surprise, "What, he's not hurt at all?" Not giving him a chance to resist, he used a mental attack. Blazing Flame's eyes rolled back, and he stood frozen in place. Duong Hai stepped forward and chopped him on the neck, knocking him unconscious. Blazing Flame lay unconscious on the ground just like that. Lung Nguyen was shocked by his ability. So strong, Blazing Flame was defeated by a barehanded guy. He squatted down beside him and used his stripping superpower. Stripping, C-rank superpower, name, Blazing Flame Punch. Summary: the fist can generate fire to attack enemies. Evaluation: a must-have for the kitchen god. Seeing him approaching, Lung Nguyen cowered in fear. Seeing the bodyguards had fled, he was both angry and terrified. Damn it, those unloyal bastards, running away so fast. Just now, what transaction did you want to discuss? How much money do you need? I'll transfer it to you right now. Don't use force. Do you know who my father is? Duong Hai was amused by this childish dialogue and replied, "Your father is the mechanical war hero. But so what?" Lung Nguyen, being choked, "Try to threaten you. If you kill me, my father definitely won't let you off." Duong Hai naturally wouldn't really strangle him to death. He stepped forward and whispered in Lun Nguyen's ear, "I won't kill you. Do you want to know what transaction I want to make with you?" Hearing this, he hastily said, "You speak." Seeing that he had become obedient, he asked, "Lung Nguyen, do you want to possess superpowers?" This question instantly stunned Lung Nguyen. Superpowers? The hand choking Lung Nguyen gently let go. He slumped down, clutching his throat, and questioned, "Do you think you are a god? Is that something you can just give just by saying so?" Duong Hai didn't care about his questioning, turned around, threw down a piece of paper, and said, "If you want it, go alone to the address on the paper." 7 days later. After leaving the club, he received a phone call from Pham Bang. "Hello." His somewhat worried voice came through. "Old Duong, you weren't answering your phone. I thought you fell into a ditch." He acted as if nothing had happened and lied. "It was too noisy in the bar, so I went out to get some fresh air." "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Pham Bang didn't suspect anything and eagerly wanted to tell the story. "You missed a great show." All right. I'll come out right now and tell you." "Do you want to eat barbecue?" "Let's eat. I'll pay for everything." After hanging up the phone, he looked up at the starry sky, feeling even more confident in his heart. The first step of the plan went very smoothly. Now he just needed to wait for Lung Nguyen to fall into the trap. Starting the investigation from within the Kalon Hero Management Company would probably be much faster. Fi. I will find out the truth very soon. At this moment, the scene shifted to the Mechanical War Heroes headquarters. On the screen at the end of the meeting room, the image of Duong Hai fighting with Blazing Flame was being projected. The scene stopped at him chopping Blazing Flame's neck. After letting everyone watch, the Mechanical War Hero asked, "Now that you've finished watching, does anyone have any opinions, Mechanical War Hero?" San Duong was the first to speak. The masked man used a hand chop to kill the Blazing Flame boxer in an instant. His strength must be above B rank. Glacier Warrior, Akan, after watching the video, offered a different perspective. That's not right. What defeated Blazing Flame wasn't the hand chop. Vagabond Swordsman. By the time the masked man raised his hand, Blazing Flame was already defeated. Demon Dragon, after hearing him finish, pushed forward a stack of documents. This is the analysis report of the Blazing Flame boxer's injuries from last night. Everyone take a look. Demon Dragon. Under his cold gaze, the voices of the other three cried out in disbelief. The Blazing Flame boxer's superpowers are gone? After reading the document, the image of Duong Hai's face covered by the mask appeared in Mechanical War Hero's mind. His face turned ashen as he muttered, "It seems we've run into big trouble." Akan's face also changed color. He furrowed his brows tightly and asked everyone in the room, What exactly is this guy's background? How can he eliminate other people's superpowers? Demon Dragon thought for a moment and then spoke up. As far as I know, only the S-rank hero Ferryman possesses this ability. Hearing this, Mechanical War Hero asked Demon Dragon in a serious tone, "You think he's Ferryman?" San Duong stood up excitedly to refute this idea. "Impossible. Ferryman is an old man with one foot in the grave. How could he appear here?" Demon Dragon also realized that this matter had exceeded their control. Our Kalon company cannot control this matter. It's better to report it to the Hero Association. Akin felt that this would only make things more chaotic, and he calmly analyzed. People with this special superpower, no matter which company they belong to, will be hunted down like a weapon of mass destruction, rather than reported to superiors. Mechanical War Hero was swayed by his words. He thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Do not reveal this matter for the time being. Classify it as a top-secret company matter. All of you may leave. Let me think. Hearing this, everyone helplessly followed the order. Yes, Lunwen's villa. After yesterday's incident, he tossed and turned constantly. Superpower. Can I really possess a superpower? That guy called it a transaction. What does he want from me? Whatever. Anyway, in a few days I will have a superpower. I don't need to care about anything. At the museum, Pham Bang asked him curiously, "Old Duong, why did you suddenly call me to the museum?" Duong Hai had already thought of an explanation and replied, "I suddenly wanted to learn a bit about mutant beasts, so that if I encounter one in the future, I'll know how to run." In his heart, he was plotting to snatch superpowers. I wonder if the superpowers of the level 9 mutant beast here can be stripped? Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of them, Pham Bang misunderstood again and teased, "I think you don't want to learn about mutant beasts, but rather you want to pick up girls." Everyone knows beautiful girls love coming to the museum. Duong Hai helplessly pointed at the mutant beast and explained, "I came for it. 5 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and 27 rank. 6 people died." Looking at the mutant beast in front of him, he said without changing his expression, "I plan to write an article about mutant beast invasions." In Duong Hai's eyes at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast seemed to be alive, the scene of it shooting out destructive blasts of power materializing in his eyes. Pham Bang looked up at it and asked in amazement, "Is it that powerful?" Seeing the power displayed before him, the urge to strip it made Duong Hai reach out to touch it. If I can strip the superpower of this dinosaur, then... Right at this moment, the museum security guard appeared and shouted loudly to stop his action. "Visitor, what are you trying to do?" Duong Hai, without panic, handed his press card for him to see. "Hello, I am a reporter. I want to write an article about mutant beasts." The security guard took the press card, saw it was real, and gently reminded, "Reporter, if you're writing an article, just write it. You can only look here, no touching." Duong Hai glanced at Pham Bang. Receiving the signal from his brother, he nodded slightly, then stepped forward to walk beside the guard, using his words to distract him. All right. No touching means no touching. Comrade police officer, let me ask, where are the beautiful female mutant beasts in this museum?" The guard was amused by his question and said, "What beautiful female mutant beasts? You must be crazy." Pham Bang wasn't angry at being scolded and even laughed. Exactly that kind, very special, unusual. Seeing the guard had been led away, he reached out near the Tyrannosaurus beast and used the stripping superpower. Activate stripping superpower. Being unable to strip it for a long time made Duong Hai feel doubtful. "I can feel the superpower, but why does it take so much effort to strip it?" After a while, the stripping process was finally complete. Strip. The power from the Tyrannosaurus beast gradually gathered in his hand. Looking at the information before his eyes, he was so shocked his eyes widened. Strangely, the information about the Tyrannosaurus beast superpower was left blank. Rank, name, summary, evaluation. Looking at the superpower information before his eyes, he almost froze in place. This E-rank superpower, name, plasma, summary, can generate plasma, evaluation. Perhaps you can use it to charge your phone battery. Duong Hai almost couldn't believe his eyes. From the body of an S-rank mutant beast, I only stripped an E-rank superpower? Is it because the time of death has been too long and the superpower in its body has gradually weakened? Could it be that last time I was able to strip the superpower from the mutant beast clone because of the heat resistance connection? It seems there won't be any big harvest at the museum today but I can't just come for nothing. Let's continue to touch other corpses. Finally, after he went around touching other corpses for the whole afternoon, the sky outside gradually darkened. Dusk fell upon the museum building, adding a sense of mystery to it. Looking at the number of ability orbs placed on the table, he sighed in disappointment. Touching for a whole day at the museum, and I only got 3 low-level ability orbs. Under his control, the 3 ability orbs emitted a strange light. The information of each orb from left to right was displayed. F-rank superpower, name, clone, summary. Can generate a clone that exists for 1 minute evaluation. Maybe you can ask the clone to help turn on the light. E-rank superpower, name, plasma, summary. Can generate plasma evaluation. Perhaps you can use it to charge your phone battery. F-rank superpower, name, human control, summary. Can make others feel favorable towards you, evaluation. You aren't going to use it to do something immoral, are you? After reading each of the picked-up superpowers, he let out a weary sigh. The power of these superpowers is so weak it makes one furious. If ability orbs can be fused, then can they be separated? Let's use Blazing Flame's C-rank ability orb to try. Separate. A mechanical light appeared, surrounding the ability orb. His superpower was trying to strip it. But after a while, it still didn't work, making Duong Hai feel curious. No movement. Let's try again. This time, after more effort, the ability orb finally showed some movement. Its outer shell developed spiderweb-like cracks. It seems I succeeded this time. The notification sound confirmed his guess. The superpower separated. The perfectly round golden ability orb, after being successfully separated, turned into strange black cubes. At this time, the information about the thing on the table appeared. Rank, level 1. Name, dark energy. Overview, basic matter. Evaluation, perfect cube, indestructible. Looking at the ability orb's information, he was amazed and picked up the cube. Dark energy? Could it be that the essence of superpowers is composed of individual dark energy particles? It turns out that superpowers can really be separated into energy. If superpowers can be separated into the lowest level of dark energy, then conversely, can this dark energy be utilized to enhance an existing superpower? After having this thought, he immediately took action to prove his hypothesis. Duong Hai controlled the remaining ability orb and the cube, helping them dissolve into each other. After a few seconds, the notification sound from the system rang. Superpower upgraded. Irank superpower. Name, human control. Overview. Can use the subconscious to create suggestions for the target. Evaluation. A fraudulent divine technique. You can go by a walking stick now. Duong Hai originally just intended to try, but when he saw that it really worked, he was extremely surprised. It really upgraded. If this is the case, couldn't I create an S-rank superpower user? Right at this moment, an angry and choked scream from Nai Tuet came from outside the door. Get out, don't touch me. Duong Hai, who was in the room, heard this and a thought popped into his mind. Lung Nguyen has come looking for Lam Nai Tuet. At this moment, outside in the living room, Nai Tuet's father looked at Nai Tuet, who was crying, with a face full of disgust. He smoked and scolded. Cry, cry, cry. All you know is crying. We didn't intentionally lie to you. When Duong Hai walked out, he only saw Nai Tuet crying profusely, her fragile body almost unable to stand firmly. At this moment, Nai Tuet's father continued his brazen words. If it wasn't like this, would you have willingly transferred the money? Nai Tuet's mother didn't feel there was any problem with her husband's words at all. Instead, she felt this was Nai Tuet's duty. She tried to list the family's hardships. Your younger brother needs money to buy a house and a car, and needs it to get married. It adds up to more than $1 million. Where are us old folks supposed to get so much money? Hearing her complain with the sole purpose of getting her brother a wife while not caring about her at all, Nai Tuet felt extremely heartbroken. So that's why you lied to me, telling me that father had a terminal illness and needed an urgent transfer? Do you know how desperate I felt when I heard that father had a terminal illness? To quickly earn the transfer money for the family, I left early and came home late every day, working 4 jobs. Nai Tuet's father exhaled a puff of smoke and casually said shameless words. Originally, I was just going to see how much you could give and take that much, and I would gather the rest. The lineage of our Lam family cannot be broken. Hearing these righteous-sounding words from him, Nai Tuet couldn't believe it and questioned questioned. By gather, you mean calling me back and selling me to a man I've never met? Seeing her so agitated, Naituet's mother stepped forward, hypocritically trying to persuade her. Tuet, although that man doesn't have a high education, he is an honest and straightforward person. He won't let you suffer. Seeing her colluding with him, Naituet painfully shook her hand off and said resentfully, "Suffer? Where do you think I got the 50,000 I sent back in just 1 week? It's money from drinking with clients. I'm drinking with clients for people. Do you know that?" These words were like a thunderbolt, striking the two parents with traditional mindsets. Naituet's father furiously pointed his finger at her face and cursed, "You shameless thing. Our Lamb family has been shamed by you. I'll beat you to death, you stupid creature with no self-respect." Seeing him raise his hand, Naituet didn't care and screamed, "Hit me. Anyway, those clients hit me much worse than you do." At this time, Duong Hai saw that the situation was bad and stepped forward to block the hand that Naituet's father was about to strike down. "If you have something to say it slowly. She is your daughter." Being blocked, he looked at him in surprise. Seeing that he was just an ordinary young man, he spat with contempt. "What the hell are you? I'm teaching my daughter a lesson. Is it the turn of a street vagabond like you to interfere?" Thanks to his strong spiritual power, Duong Hai noticed the true nature of Naituet's father. Her father actually had no remorse at all, but her mother seemed to be very regretful. "Let's give her a suggestion and see if I can help Lamb Naituet." Thinking so, he immediately activated his skill on her, randomly activating a C-rank control. After being controlled by the skill, Naituet's mother couldn't hold back anymore, slapped his face and shouted, "Enough! Our daughter has done everything, even drinking with clients out of worry for you. Is your heart made of stone? Tuet, I'm sorry. No matter what, you will always be my good daughter." Seeing her standing on her side, Naituet cried silently out of grievance, hugging her and choking out a call, "Mom." At this moment, Naituet's father seemed to be awakened by the slap and the words of Naituet's mother. He stood up with a resigned expression and said, "Fine, let your brother fend for himself." Looking at this scene, Duong Hai remembered Fai, who had to rely on medical equipment to survive. He couldn't help but feel a bit sour in his heart. Timely awakening is a good thing. In this world, who doesn't cherish their relatives? Early the next morning at the train station, Naituet looked at the moving train, waving her hand somewhat reluctantly. "Take care on your way back, Mom and Dad. I'll come visit you next year." Naituet's mother leaned out the window, waved back, smiled brightly, and advised, "Okay, take good care of yourself. Don't do silly things anymore." After seeing her parents off, Naituet turned around and looked at Duong Hai gratefully. "Thank you for coming with me to see them off. Let's go back." He accepted her thanks and handed her the coffee he just bought. Hopefully her younger brother will be sensible. This is more effective than how much money she sends back. Seeing him say that, Naituet liked him a bit more. She winked mischievously. "Come here for a moment. I have something to whisper to you." He looked at the delicate face acting cute towards him and involuntarily blushed. "What is it?" Naituet stepped forward and gave a light kiss on the corner of Duong's mouth, her tone somewhat shy. "Thank you twice. The room is so strict. This place contains a large number of mutant beast corpses, making it convenient for me to get various superpowers." Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center. It seems I can only use a special method to sneak in. Seeing the truck approaching him, he used his super speed to fly over, wanting to grab onto the side of the cargo box. His hands firmly gripped the iron bar on the side of the box. After successfully hanging on, he let out a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the person in front of him, he stopped in surprise. In front of him was Dada, who was also planning to sneak into the Mutant Beast Processing Center. Before he could finish his sentence, she put her finger to her mouth, gesturing him to be quiet. "You." Looking at Dada, who was trapped in his embrace, he was both confused and curious about her intentions. What's going on here? This person also wants to sneak into the Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center? This person is female. Hello, what a coincidence. Dada, pressed tightly against the truck box, was uncomfortably annoyed and yelled at Duong Hai's face. "Coincidence, my ass. So unlucky to run into you. Let's follow the rules of the underworld, compete with our own strength. I'm Tien Dada from the Fan Hai Merchant Guild, and you?" Duong Hai didn't want to reveal his identity, so he simply gave a pseudonym. Rooster. After the truck traveled for a while, Dada saw that they were close to the entrance of the center and said to Duong Hai, "We are almost at the unloading area." "Wait, how can I get down with you like this?" "You." Realizing the time had come, Duong Hai hugged Dada tightly and jumped out of the cargo box. "Hold me tight." The two rolled on the ground and then stopped. Seeing that Dada hadn't stood up yet, Duong Hai helplessly reminded her, "How long are you going to hug me?" Hearing that, Dada got angry out of embarrassment and shouted back, "If I didn't have to, who would want to hug you?" Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Area. Seeing Duong Hai seemingly a bit clumsy, Dada asked in confusion, "Why do you look like someone who hasn't experienced the world? Don't tell me you're a rookie." He didn't retort, but went along with it. "Yes, I hope Senior will give me some guidance." Hearing him say that obediently, Dada didn't suspect anything and put on a satisfied air. "Since you were so sincere, I'll reluctantly let you follow me. The boss wants to get the white fur on the chest of a werewolf. This needs to be cut very carefully." Saying that, she took out a small knife from her body, preparing to cut the mutant beast's fur. After cutting a tuft of white fur from the werewolf's chest, a bag appeared in her hand. Dada smiled like a child, showing off to Duong Hai. "This is my superpower, a storage bag. It can hold a lot of things." "Awesome, right?" He looked at her goofy, smiling face and thought to himself, what a pity for this spatial superpower. After getting what she wanted, Dada turned around, wanted to go somewhere else. "Let's hurry to the next processing room." Duong Hai didn't follow her, but approached the werewolf, using his separation ability. Separate superpower. D-rank superpower. Name, metal transformation. Summary, can freely change the external shape of metal. Evaluation, go open a car repair shop. Just as he finished separating it, the alarm bell rang, scaring him and Dada so much their hearts almost jumped out. "Oh crap, the alarm is ringing. Have we been discovered?" At this moment, someone who looked like a researcher ran to the door and shouted, "This is bad. The mutant beast has revived." Hearing this, both of them were stunned. In a flash, the researcher was entangled by something. He fearfully screamed for help from the two of them. "Help me." Dada was so terrified by this scene, she almost wet herself. She stepped close to Duong Hai and acted cute. "What is that?" "Big brother, my legs are jelly. Help me up." Right at this moment, something like a tentacle approached behind her, and Dada sensed the danger and let out a startled cry. Everything happened too fast, leaving Duong Hai no time to react. He watched helplessly as Dada was entangled and dragged away by the tentacle. Tien Dada. Instinctively, he took out a superpower, ready to attack. Blazing fire. Dragged away by the mutant beast, Dada screamed for help in fear. "Rooster, save me, brother." Duong Hai ran like crazy to chase after her, but seeing he couldn't catch up, he sighed in his heart. This tentacle is too fast. There are metal racks everywhere here, metal. He took out the bead and activated it. D-rank superpower, metal transformation. Immediately, the pile of metal, following his will, turned into arrows shooting forward. They severed the mutant beast's tentacles, preventing Dada from being dragged any further. Duong Hai hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" Tien Dada? Dada picked up the tentacle and complained dissatisfiedly. "This tentacle is full of sharp thorns. It hurts like hell." "What kind of mutant beast is this? How could it revive?" Duong Hai looked behind her and gestured. "You'll know when you look." Behind them was a mutant beast with a disgusting skull. Tentacles multiplied and reached out to grab the researchers. Their despairing and terrified screams echoed constantly. "Help! Someone save me." Dada looked at this scene, her goosebumps rising nonstop. Oh my god. The mutant beast noticed them at this time. Tentacles extended from its eye sockets and rushed swiftly toward the two of them. Duong Hai wouldn't stand still and wait for death. He activated his D-rank superpower, metal transformation. The mutant beast's tentacles, like the arms of an octopus, lunged forward at extreme speed, but were blocked by Duong Hai's metal shield. They frantically bashed against the metal shield continuously. Dada looked at the layers of shields falling off, terrified. "Brother, the shield is getting smaller. Quickly think of something." "We are dead. We are dead meat. We're going to be eaten." Duong Hai also realized his precarious situation. His mind quickly raced to find a solution. "It's not good if this continues. I think I saw some oil cans around here just now. Don't be afraid. I have a way. I will protect you." Hearing that, Dada was stunned and asked, "What way?" Duong Hai didn't reply, but controlled a metal rod to fly towards the pile of oil cans. "Go!" The metal rod knocked the oil cans into the sky. Propelled by the metal rod, the oil cans flew straight toward the mutant beast. Seeing the opportunity, Duong Hai took out the fire attribute superpower, detonate. Instantly, a gasoline explosion erupted. Duong Hai hurriedly dragged Dada away and shouted to warn the staff. Everyone, run away. Explosions echoed continuously. Highly likely that the mutant beast had been blown to a crisp. But life is not a dream. This mutant beast had extremely tenacious vitality. It controlled its tentacles to chase after the two of them. At this time, its tentacles were almost touching Dada. Fortunately, Tui-Lu appeared and used the large blade on his back to sever the tentacles, saving Dada's life. The two were stunned by his sudden appearance. Tui-Lu's expression at this time was extremely bad. His eyes were filled with such dense killing intent that as long as they admitted it, he would send them off immediately. Are you petty thieves the ones who revived the mutant beast to attack this place? Seeing Tui-Lu appear and accuse her, Dada angrily scolded. Are you kidding me, uncle? Who are you? Why are you talking nonsense as soon as you appear? Seeing that she had no respect for her elders and was cursing right at his face, he angrily shouted, "Insolent brat, when I, Don Tui-Lu, roamed the world, you were still nursing." Being scolded, Dada didn't back down and cursed back. You, relying on your age to bully the young. Duong Hai only took one look at him and guessed Tui-Lu's identity. He stepped forward and stopped Dada. Don Tui-Lu, the hero who fiercely fought the A-rank mutant beast and a violent giant ape alone 10 years ago. Senior Don, seeing him recognize him, Tui-Lu coldly snorted. Consider yourself polite, kid. After I deal with this beast, I will settle the score with you too. Seeing him here made him extremely surprised. He is an honorable A-rank hero. Why did he appear at the Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center? Tui-Lu no longer paid attention to the two of them. He leapt up, grasping his greatsword, ready to unleash a move. Big Dipper Form 1, Greedy Wolf Slash. His sword aura seemingly materialized into a wolf with sharp claws, tearing the mutant beast's tentacles apart. Duong Hai, seeing such peerless sword techniques, marveled. Worthy of the Big Dipper blade technique inheritance superpower. Every move is effortless. Even an S-rank superpower user can't compare. Dada, who had just been arguing with him, couldn't help but blurt out upon seeing this scene. So cool. Having its tentacles severed caused the mutant beast immense pain. It roared furiously and glared at Tui-Lu. Seeing the tentacles attacking, Tui-Lu retracted his body, preparing to unleash the next move. Big Dipper Form 2, Heavenly Secret. Sword aura shot out from his body like projectiles, severing the incoming tentacles. At this time, the mutant beast's tentacles had been completely severed by Tui-Lu. He tapped his foot, jumping into the air and flying over its head. His cloudy eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he unleashed the next move, Heavenly Authority. A vortex of pure water appeared around the blade, piercing down onto the mutant beast's head like the blade of judgment. The mutant beast's body exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Tui-Lu landed powerfully on the ground, his greatsword falling and stabbing into the ground beside him. After dealing with the mutant beast, he picked up the sword and pointed it at the two of them, preparing to settle the score. The beast is taken care of. Now it's your turn. Duong Hai looked at his sharp eyes and sighed emotionally. Such decisive and ruthless eyes. He sincerely explained, Senior Don, the mutant beast was really not revived by us. But Tui-Lu didn't believe it, brushing it off. Sophistry. Do you think I would believe the words of suspicious people like you? Seeing him so stubborn, Dada worriedly said, Rooster, are you confident you could defeat this crazy old man? Duong Hai, knowing his own limits, replied, I can't win. Don't tell me you want to fight. Hearing that, she hurriedly waved her hand and offered something. No. I just want to lend you this miraculous weapon. This is an armor crafted from a B-rank mutant beast. It will definitely be able to help you. Good luck. Seeing her run away immediately after handing him the armor, Duong Hai remembered his little sister. This quirky behavior is a bit like our Fi-Fi. At this moment, Tui-Lu had rushed forward and slashed down. Take this. Duong Hai was so scared that he instinctively raised his hand to block. I'm dead. Seeing that this slash didn't cut him, he was stunned. This layer of armor can actually withstand Tui-Lu's attack. How formidable. Realizing his defense wasn't bad, Duong Hai felt a bit more confident. Seeing that his slash didn't work, Tui-Lu increased his speed, forcing him to retreat continuously. Seeing things go south, he used his mental superpower to ambush him, Super Brain. After using it, Tui-Lu's movements slowed down a bit in his eyes. Despite that, he was still extremely worried since the man's strength was too overwhelming. After activating Super Brain, the speed of Tui Lu's attacks appeared slower to his eyes, but still wasn't enough to confront him. Noticing him space out, Tui Lu seized the opportunity to strike an opening. Seeing the blade tearing through the wind towards him, Duong Hai cried out in panic, "Oh no, it's too late." Instinctively, he used his mental superpower on him, Spirit Puppet Control. As soon as the superpower was released, Tui Lu's body was frozen in place. He cried out in disbelief, "You actually managed to temporarily control my movements." Thanks to these few seconds of control, Duong Hai was able to dodge a slash from Tui Lu. He retreated fiercely backward, creating a safe distance from him. Amidst heavy panting, Duong Hai choked out a reply, "If I didn't control you, I'd be beaten to a pulp." However, Tui Lu didn't mind and charged forward petty tricks. "You little thief, you only have these cheap tricks." Duong Hai triggered his D-rank superpower, creating an iron rod metal transformation. With an iron rod in hand, Duong Hai decided to block this slash from him. While struggling against Tui Lu, he recalled his narrow escape just now. Every single move is very skillful. I can only use control abilities to temporarily disrupt him. Otherwise, I would have been sliced in half. The staff members were shocked seeing that Duong Hai could survive a few moves from Tui Lu. He can fight against Tui Lu. Could he be the A-rank hero Divine Gun of the 6th sector? Hearing the staff mention someone, he silently wondered to himself, who is Divine Gun? Seeing him dare to use an iron rod to block his slash, Tui Lu stopped attacking and evaluated. "Looking at your skills, you are indeed probably not a petty thief. All of you, leave the unloading area. I have something to say to him." Hearing him say that, the researcher paused and asked, "Should we all leave?" Seeing him ask again, he looked displeased. "What? You won't even listen to the center director?" Seeing that, the staff member fearfully ran away. "I'm leaving now." Dada also didn't dare to stay. She said to Duong Hai, "Brother, I'll wait for you outside." After everyone left, he curiously asked him, "Senior, is there something you wish to instruct?" Tui Lu closed his eyes and analyzed his aura. "I know you're not Divine Gun. Your sword skills are nowhere near his, but your metal superpower is somewhat similar. But you possess multiple superpowers, so you can also be considered a strong person. Someone like you would definitely not sneak into this place just to steal some mutant beast furs. I ask you, did you come here to find the truth of this world?" Duong Hai had no idea what he meant, but for the sake of his little life, he decided to play along. The truth of this world? What's he talking about? I'll just stay put and play along. That's right, I came here to find the truth. Hearing that, Tui Lu didn't doubt him at all, but laughed heartily and praised him. Indeed, a promising youth. There's no harm in telling a talented person like you. That's right, the true purpose of establishing the Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center is to open the path to the mutant beast world, the White Void. The massive amount of information stunned Duong Hai. What? Realizing he didn't know, Tui Lu recalled the past and explained. 15 years ago, the White Void of Dung City was successfully opened. The Hero Association sent a small team of top heroes, carrying the noble mission of entering the mutant beast world. I was among them. In that operation, all the S-rank heroes died in battle. Thanks to them risking their lives to protect us, I and 2 others were able to return a blue star. In fact, every Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center is built on a weak spatial point of Blue Star. As long as mutant beast corpses are continuously incinerated at this weak point, it might open the path to the mutant beast world. Hearing this, Duong Hai seemed to understand something and turned his head to look at the mutant beast on the ground. "Then this revived mutant beast is?" Tui Lu's voice carried a hint of profoundness as he replied, "That is just an excuse for the outside world. In reality, it was caused by mutation during the collision with the White Void. Humanity on Blue Star is like livestock kept in pens by mutant beasts. Only the power of the strong can defeat them. You may go. No matter what organization you belong to, you must always remember, we are a member of humanity." In a certain room, a man who seemed to have a high position sat in a chair. Beside him was a woman with a smoking hot figure. She already knew that Tui Lu had let Duong Hai go. She dissatisfiedly told the man, "That old man Tui Lu is really acting recklessly. Can this matter be leaked?" The man, however, was more open-minded than her. He said in a deep voice, even if he didn't say anything, other organizations would eventually find out. We can't occupy that whole world by ourselves. Hearing that, the woman didn't say anything further, but reminded him the headquarters video conference has started. There are more than 25 participants, meeting the requirements to vote on an S-rank event. In front of the man, a series of blue windows appeared. After the meeting started, a hoarse voice rang out. Then, based on the situation reported by the Hero Association branch of Lockport City, let's begin the resolution. After the meeting was underway, the next piece of information made the woman's expression change. Should we announce the truth of the white void to the organization of superpowers from A rank and above? In Fai-Fai's hospital room, Duong Hai started whispering everything to her again. Fai-Fai, do you know? Last night, I learned a cruel truth. Duong Hai recounted the situation yesterday when he left the center. The people standing around there watched him come out and whispered among themselves. They were extremely curious seeing him come out alone. What exactly happened inside? He defeated Tui Lu? Why did he come out alone? Dada was shocked to see him come out completely unscathed and approach him. Rooster Jr. Boss, are you okay? Duong Hai looked at her and started calculating in his mind. I can't let outsiders know the intelligence of my superpowers. I'm Fine, Dada. Look into my eyes. Dada was confused hearing that, but still instinctively looked. What is it? When Dada looked into his eyes, he immediately used his mental power, hypnosis. His mental power instantly attacked her brain, making Dada's whole body stiffen on the spot. Duong Hai used a voice in his head to transmit an order to Dada. Forget about me using fire and metal superpowers. Remember, I already bought this armor. I owe you 10,000. After giving her the command, he snapped his fingers. Dada immediately regained consciousness, her face turning pale. Without hesitation, she turned tail and ran. It's good that you're okay, Junior. I have a curfew at home, so I'll leave first. We'll meet again next time. After finishing recounting the events of yesterday, Duong Hai chuckled and commented, that Dada is very much like you, money-grubbing but adorable. Fai-Fai, perhaps before I successfully take my revenge, I can find a way to wake you up. Night gradually fell. Duong Hai sat in his room, holding something in his hand. He used his superpower to turn it into a ring and put it on his middle finger, metal transformation. I really have no talent for naming things. A ring with an infinity symbol, yet I gave it such a weird name, the star-absorbing ring. Superpower potion, I can't let others discover my real superpowers. I have to use these two things to trick Lungwen. Also the snake. Duong Hai put on the mask. Instantly, the outfit on his body transformed. Pondering for a moment, he decided to give it a name. This outfit shall be called the Snake. His ability is different from the Rooster. It's a C-rank plasma, and he can even use fire when necessary. Belonging to the same mysterious organization as the Rooster, created by countless of my personas. I'll call it judgment. After all, my original intention was to judge those fallen heroes. As for the organization's operating funds, I'll just let young Master Lu re-emerge. On the appointed day in a small alley, Duong Hai slowly walked over and looked at Lung Gwyn sleeping soundly. He used his foot to nudge him. Hey, wake up. Being woken up made him annoyed as he yelled. But halfway through, realizing it was him, he turned pale and immediately changed his tone. Are you tired of living, daring to bother this young Master Lu? Rooster Boss, I'm sorry, I fell asleep just now. Duong Hai didn't mind that and was very satisfied with his presence here. I'm glad you came as promised. It seems you still chose to believe what I said. Lung Gwyn hugged his leg like a child and cried, Rooster Boss, as long as you give me superpowers, we can negotiate whatever you want. Wealth, women, power. Hearing that made Duong Hai annoyed. He snorted coldly and kicked him. I don't care for those things. The way to get superpowers is very simple. Look into my eyes. Under his mental skill, Lung Gwyn immediately fell for the trick, hypnosis. Seeing that he had successfully hypnotized him, he asked, tell me the intel on the blue pill. But Lung Gwyn stood as stiff as a log, not answering. Duong Hai found this strange. What's wrong? Activation failed? Lung Gwyn? Splap Josai. Could it be me? Lung Gwyn already has superpowers, and it's C rank or above, which is why controlling him has no effect. Refusing to believe it, he used his mental power on Lung Gwyn again, mental attack. Looking at Lung Gwyn unconscious on the ground, Duong Hai confusingly evaluated him. Last time when I bullied him at the bar, he couldn't even fight back. He didn't look like someone with superpowers. Let's try it. Superpower separation. Seeing the ability orb appear, Duong Hai exclaimed in shock, Mother of God, it's real? Information about Lun Wen's ability orb popped up. A-rank superpower. Name, rebirth. Summary, one-time use. After death, reborn to 1 day prior. Evaluation, a rank. Only usable after dying. Trash. He looked at the ability orb in his hand in disbelief. This guy is actually an A-rank superpower user. This superpower is absolutely a sharp weapon to turn the tables. Lung Gwyn, after taking your superpower, I'll treat you well. I'll put the superpower orb I got from the mutant beast processing center into his body first. Wake up. Lung Gwyn jolted up as if a switch had been flipped and roared. Boss, give me superpowers. Wait, why did I fall asleep? Duong Hai lied with a straight face. You were tired, so you fell asleep. It's fine. Now, do you see this ring? This is the star-absorbing ring created by the organization. Using it can steal the superpower factor from a superpower user. Lung Gwyn gasped in, all like a country bumpkin entering the city. It can even do that? What then? Seeing that he believed it, Duong Hai took out the potion he had concocted. Through a special method, the organization can turn superpower factors into superpower potions, helping ordinary people gain superpowers. Lung Gwyn took the bottle with both hands, half believing and half doubting, and asked him, is it really that magical? Boss, you're not tricking me, right? You'll know if it's real or fake once you drink the superpower potion. This isn't poison, right? But if he wanted to attack me, he wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Whatever, I'll risk it. He tilted his head back and drank the whole bottle. The bottle fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Lun Wen's pupils were now bloodshot, and he screamed tragically in pain. Seeing him like that, not only was Duong Hai not worried, but he also smiled sinisterly. You will soon discover the miracle of superpowers. That potion seemed to actually take effect. After enduring the pain, wolf fur appeared on Lun Wen's body. His face also transformed. My whole body. It's so hot. Duong Hai watched the mutation on his body and chuckled inwardly. Actually, it has nothing to do with the potion at all, but because I am controlling the superpower within him. A few seconds later, wolf ears appeared on Lun Wen's head, and fur grew at an astonishing speed. His hands also became sturdy and took the shape of a wild beast. Lun Wen's body grew tall and large, complete with an 8-pack of abs. He let out a few roars and looked at himself in shock. What is this? Seeing that he had successfully transformed, Duong Hai dragged out his voice and asked, Bloodline Transformation Superpower, Werewolf. How does it feel? He looked at his beast hands full of anticipation and asked, is this also a superpower? My older brother can also transform into a demonic dragon. Between me and him, who is stronger and who is weaker? You are only an E-rank superpower. As if not believing his ears, Lun Gwyn shouted at him, E-rank. Between A and E, there is a gap of 3 ranks. Seeing him get somewhat excited, Duong Hai chuckled and comforted him. Don't be anxious just yet. You just joined the organization. On principle, I can only give you an F-rank potion. Lun Gwyn was immediately deeply moved by these words. Looking at his current idiotic face, Duong Hai thought helplessly. This Lun Gwyn turned into a werewolf, so why does he look like a derpy husky? But it seems you and I are destined. I exchanged an E-rank superpower potion for you. Lun Gwyn foolishly believed without a doubt, and was even imagining himself becoming that strong in the future. Hearing these words, it seems their organization has superpowers of every rank. Doesn't that mean one day I can be more formidable than my father? Roar. Daddy, can you exchange an A-rank potion for me? Seeing him quickly recognize him as his father, Duong Hai panicked and shouted, don't call me random things. Seeing him refuse, Lun Gwyn cried and said, then I'll call you foster father. I have never met anyone who treated me as well as you. Duong Hai was only in his 20s, so he obviously wouldn't accept a sudden son. Foster father is also not allowed. The organization has its rules. Wait until you accumulate a certain amount of merit, then you can exchange for potions. Hearing that, Lun Gwyn didn't care either. All right then, foster father, what exactly is our organization? Seeing that he was still calling him foster father, Duong Hai ignored it and replied, listen closely. Our organization is called Judgment, founded by a formidable boss. Under the boss, it's divided into 12 Zodiac managers. And I am one of the Zodiacs, the rooster. Hearing that he was a manager, Lun Gwyn was full of admiration. Someone as formidable as you, foster father, is only a manager? Then how formidable must the boss be? Duong Hai acted mysteriously and warned, don't guess recklessly. The boss isn't someone who shows his face casually. He's extremely mysterious. By this time, Lun Gwyn had been thoroughly brainwashed by him. His dog-like face showed an expectant look as he asked, foster father, how can I quickly earn merits? Duong Hai endured his expectant gaze and replied, the organization will naturally assign tasks. Right now, there's a task assigned to you. Use your identity as the young master of the Conlon agency to investigate information related to the blue pill. Hearing this name, he looked puzzled. Blue pill? What kind of toy is that? Duong Hai also only had a little information, so he vaguely replied, it seems to be a drug that can enhance superpowers. Coming to Lockport this time is precisely to find out the force behind this drug. His eyes lit up like stars upon hearing that it could stimulate superpowers. It can enhance superpowers? It's a good item. Duong Hai smacked him on the head and warned, don't get any ideas about it. There was a hero who used it and accidentally injured innocent civilians. Reverting to his original form after being hit, Loon Gwyn held his head and asked aggrievedly, who accidentally injured civilians? Duong Hai didn't state the name directly, only answering, it's the A-rank hero of your company. Loon Gwyn affirmed it immediately upon hearing that. Lai San Duong. He usually pretends to be oppressed, but secretly he's a pill-popping piece of trash. Seeing that he knew who had the pill, Duong Hai handed over the task with peace of mind. Wait until you investigate useful information. We will meet here again. At that time, I will give you a D-rank superpower potion. Loon Gwyn patted his chest with a face full of righteousness and guaranteed, no problem. Before leaving, Duong Hai suddenly remembered something. Right, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. The potion's effect only lasts for 1 week. Time is limited. You must complete the mission within 1 week. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Loon Gwyn. He collapsed and cried out, what? The next day, Duong Hai was holding a cup of water, strolling down the street. A notice pasted on the wall caught his attention. On it was an image drawn quite similarly to his appearance as the rooster, along with a message. Missing person notice, looking for Uncle Rooster, wearing a black robe and a platinum mask when leaving. Anyone with news? Please contact Tien Dada. Phone number 184. Reading this notice, Duong Hai was so shocked that he spat out the water in his mouth. The shopkeeper, seeing him spit water onto his shop, angrily cursed, you brat, what are you doing? Seeing that he had dirted someone's shop, Duong Hai hurriedly apologized profusely. Sorry, boss. To think that the little girl Dada still has this trick. Isn't that Dada? What's wrong with her? In front of Duong Hai, Dada, in casual clothes, was led into an alley by a group of people in black. Her face showed vigilance and discomfort. He walked over and hid at the entrance of the alley, peeking inside. Dada was cornered, trying to maintain a strong appearance while looking at the group in front of her. What do you want? The man seemed very angry and shouted, you brat, obediently returned my young master's saber. Dada pretended not to know anything and retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a saber on me. Not even a single cent. Seeing that she refused to hand it over, the group became even more furious. Don't play dumb. You bullied our young master for being young and ignorant, using a fake orb to trade for the Muramesa demon sword. If you don't want to die, hand it over. Duong Hai, standing outside, paused for a beat upon hearing this. Muramesa demon sword. Isn't that a legendary S-rank mutant beast weapon? And it's actually on Dada. Dada's mouth was tough, but she felt guilty inside, so that broken saber is actually the real deal. In that case, the spatial bag she had once shown off to Duong Hai appeared in her hand. Dada was truly a terrible actress. Her face clearly showed guilt while trying to justify, what young master? Never heard of him. You got the wrong person. Duong Hai was speechless and couldn't bear to watch. This excuse was too fake. Just hearing it, he knew this greedy girl had taken the saber, but refused to admit it. Snow Woman, standing by, didn't want to waste any more time and coldly ordered, no need for more words, attack. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately swung their sabers and slashed over, military form, three-sword style. The ninja also didn't stay still and used his technique, shadow form, shadow clone. Duong Hai was surprised to see both of them having high-level superpowers. These two are actually inheritance-type superpower users, and their ranks are C rank or above. Seeing them attack, Dada also took out her palm leaf fan. I'm not easy to bully either. This is the B rank mutant beast weapon, Sickle Weasel. Blow everything away for this young lady. The two soldiers were instantly blown backwards by a strong gust of wind. Here, after blowing the two of them away, Dada waved her fan and flew up. She laughed triumphantly. Things that fall into my hands there has never been a case of returning them. Seeing that she was about to run, Snow Woman pursed her lips tightly and mobilized the superpower within her body. A burst of icy power emerged from her palm. A-rank superpower Snow Woman. A snow-white kimono appeared on her body, and her ears also turned into extremely beautiful elf ears. Dada was terrified to see snowflakes falling on her. Why is it suddenly snowing? Seeing that Snow Woman was an A-rank superpower user, Duong Hai could no longer stand by and watch this situation. He used his superpower to transform into the appearance of Rooster. Transform. After transforming, Snow Woman chased after Dada. A cold glint flashed in her pupils as she muttered the name of the technique, Snowflake Cage Fist. An icy aura was seen shooting over, ready to strike Dada's back. As for Snow Woman, she kept urging the superpower within her to increase its strength. Seeing this, Duong Hai panicked and shouted her name, Dada. At this time, reporters who had caught wind of the news arrived at the battle scene. The reporter looked into the camera and shouted loudly, Truong Ton Street, a fierce battle between superpower users is taking place. Heroes nearby, please come here for backup. Dada was also hanging by a thread right now, her face clearly showing fear and astonishment. She turned around to look at Snow Woman, but her power had already surrounded Dada. Out of sheer terror, she lost her balance, fell to the ground, and cried out loudly, "It hurts to death." Snow Woman walked over, looked down at her from above, and threatened, "Now, you can obediently hand over what doesn't belong to you, right?" Unchanging her playful nature, Dada took out 2 sabers, 1 gold and 1 silver, playing a guessing game of which one is yours. All right, then may I ask this beautiful lady, did you lose the gold saber or the silver saber? Snow Woman angrily glared at her for daring to joke around. Dada's feet were seen being frozen by the cold air. At this time, Snow Woman opened her mouth again to threaten, "I advise you to be honest, otherwise I will freeze your legs and shatter them into pieces." But this action of hers only brought out Dada's stubbornness. She took out the rusted sword and firmly said, "I respond to softness, not force. I got this item based on my own ability. Even if I throw it away, I won't give it to you. Brother Rooster, this broken saber is for you to play with, free of charge." Duong Hai took the sword and satisfyingly praised Dada. "You really saw me a long time ago, Dada, thanks." "Damn, even if you give this saber away for free, no one would want it." Dada looked at the chipped and deformed sword with an indescribable expression. "That's why I didn't think they would come knocking on my door for this broken saber." Seeing Duong Hai appear, Snow Woman hurriedly ordered her soldiers, she has an accomplice, attack together. Receiving the order, the ninjas immediately rushed over and surrounded him. One holding a hidden weapon shouted insolently, "Stinky brat, take this." Duong Hai originally thought this saber was just trash, but at this moment he sensed an anomaly. This saber, it's absorbing my mental power. My body, it's moving on its own. In the blink of an eye, a slash of the saber made the clones disappear instantly. The ninja with the clone's superpower was slashed in half by him without mercy, his eyes clearly showing shock and disbelief. A wave of soreness ran through his body, making Duong Hai cry out, "I'm doomed." At this time, the other one holding a sword rushed over, wanting to skewer him from behind. "Go to hell." Sensing the danger, Duong Hai immediately tapped his foot and jumped backward. A bizarre light suddenly appeared on the sword in his hand. Amidst the blizzard, Duong Hai, holding the chipped sword, looked down at the ants like a god. Snow Woman was stunned to see the sword erupt with energy. Demon Sword, Muramasa. Duong Hai's figure in the sky vanished in an instant, leaving only a residual streak of energy visible. Snow Woman's subordinate thus had his life cut short by a single slash of his saber. A hoarse cry for help came from his mouth. "Master, save me." At the same time as he slashed the guy, he also used the superpower separation to snatch the ability orb, acquiring the skill. Superpower rank, C rank, name, Sun and Moon 3-sword style. Description: 3-sword style swordsmanship. Can stimulate sword aura to attack enemies. Evaluation: C rank. In fact, thinking carefully, one saber wouldn't reveal any special aura vortex. Just after getting the ability orb, Duong Hai had almost all of his mental power sucked out by the demon sword. Not good. The saber absorbed too much mental power. I can't hold on anymore. Right at this moment, Snow Woman used her superpower to create a barrage of ice arrows pointing at Duong Hai. He understood his body's current condition and felt extremely gloomy. It's over. Looks like I have to use the rebirth superpower today. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed. The surrounding civilians instinctively looked up and cried out in astonishment. That blue light contained immense power, shattering all of Snow Woman's ice arrows in an instant. Duong Hai recognized it at a glance. Wallace eyes, seeing this familiar power, Dada also immediately recognized it, wandering swordsman. Snow Woman was terrified hearing that. What? Demonic Dragon appeared and asked coldly. It's enough that your Sakura group is arrogant in District 6. You even dare to come to District 1 to cause trouble. Seeing him, Snow Woman raised her guard. We only came to take back what belongs to us. You people are bullying others too much. Seeing her pin the blame for theft on her again, Dada angrily retorted. That's not right. Your master traded the saber with me. It's already my stuff. Snow Woman glanced at Dada, who was angrily glaring at her, her mind racing to think of countermeasures. 2 more A-rank superpower users have arrived. I have no chance of winning anymore. I still need a shield to protect myself. Thinking of this, she used her ability to aim an ice arrow at Dada. She used Dada as a hostage to negotiate with Demonic Dragon. Although you killed my people, as long as you return the item here, I can spare this girl and leave Loksong City immediately. Hearing this, he sneered. Who said we would let you leave Loksong City? Is District 1 a place where you can come and go as you please? Seeing that he refused to let her go, murderous intent flashed in Snow Woman's eyes. Demonic Dragon didn't waste any more words and handed the task over to a Akin standing behind him. Leave this girl to you. I'll go test that rooster's abilities. He knew what Demonic Dragon was capable of and immediately reminded, the company intends to recruit him. Don't hit too hard. Demonic Dragon jumped high and gave his assurance, I won't. Just settling the score for my little brother first. His fist swiftly struck towards the chipped blade. Duong Hai was seen, sliding backward a long distance from his punch. Dada anxiously yelled out upon seeing him get hit. Brother Rooster. Demonic Dragon was disdainful seeing him knocked back so easily. No way. Is that it? On this side, Snow Woman let out a breath of cold air, determined to fight Akin to the end. If that's the case, you die too. Absolute zero. Akin wasn't useless either. He swung his sword and slashed out a wave of sword aura, Gale Sword intent. Snow Woman didn't expect his power to be this strong. Her whole body stiffened as she watched the sword aura fly over. The light of the sword aura reflected in her terrified pupils. But unfortunately, it was only an ice puppet she created. The sword aura struck, shattering the ice puppet. Akin's expression changed upon seeing this. Damn it, didn't hit. Dada watched this scene in disbelief. No way. Didn't she shatter? Akin looked around as if searching for Snow Woman's figure. It was a fake. She ran, but she's nearby. However, at this time, thanks to Snow Woman's shedding trick, Duong Hai also took the opportunity to hide in a corner. Dada panicked when she couldn't find him. Wait, where's Brother Rooster? He sat slumped on the ground, silently cursing the demon's sword. Damn saber, drain me to the point of having no strength left. How do I turn danger into safety? Wait, if it's a mutant beast weapon, can I also separate superpower? Acting on his thoughts, he used his superpower on the demon's sword, superpower separation. In an instant, the energy of the demon's sword was successfully separated by him, acquiring 2,500 units of dark energy. Cubes containing dark energy hovered in the air. Duong Hai looked at the pile of cubes on the ground and speculated. Although I haven't separated the ability orb, obtaining so many dark energy cubes makes me think the original material of this saber must have also been taken from an S-rank mutant beast. Which superpower should I upgrade to have the strength to fight Demonic Dragon? After pondering for a moment, he decided to take out his D-rank orb. Superpower honk, D-honk. Name, Metal Transformation. He controlled the dark energy cubes to move towards the ability orb for it to absorb. Let's try this superpower. In an instant, the ability orb changed color and upgraded successfully. Superpower rank, a rank. Name, Metal Control. Summary, can control all metal in the surroundings within 1,000 meters. Maximum control weight is 1,000 tons. Evaluation, you are Iron Man. Duong Hai didn't hesitate and made it enter his body. Dazzling lights appeared around him. Snow Woman keenly sensed the energy fluctuation and turned her head to glance behind her. Over there, after receiving the A-rank ability orb, Duong-hai looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and sensed. I can feel all the metal made of reinforced concrete, cars, airplanes, buildings. Finally, I have the ability to fight against others. Right at this moment, an ice tornado advanced from behind Duong-hai. He was just seen gently raising his hand to gather the metal elements. A spinning fan blade appeared behind Duong-hai's back, blocking all of Snow Woman's ice energy. She was struck by backlash from this move of his. Her whole body flew backward and slammed hard into the wall. Feeling the pain, she became angry and wanted to rush over to continue the fight. Damn it! But all her ice arrows were shattered by the metal fan blade controlled by Duong-hai. Snow Woman couldn't believe it upon seeing this scene. How is this possible? Realizing that the opportunity to counterattack had come, Duong-hai didn't hesitate to control the energy and rush to attack her. Snow Woman was entangled by malleable metal, unable to break free, and screamed curses. Damn it, let me go. Seeing her struggle fiercely, Duong-hai reassured her. Hey, don't move. I will be a little more gentle with girls. Looking at the hand reaching out toward her chest, she panicked and screamed loudly, what do you want to do? Seeing her ability orb getting sucked out, she was too scared to speak. The ability orb obediently hovered in Duong-hai's palm. Its information quickly appeared in his eyes. Skill separation. Superpower rank. A rank. Name. Snow Woman. Summary. Summon Shikigami Snow Woman to assist in battle. Can also choose to merge with the Shikigami. Evaluation. Summer portable air conditioner. After reading its information, he was slightly surprised. I originally thought it was an elemental type. I didn't expect it to be a summoning type. This is truly the dream of all men. After losing the ability orb, she turned back into an ordinary person and collapsed onto him. At this time, Demonic Dragon Anakin had also arrived. Demonic Dragon sneered upon seeing him embracing a woman in his arms. What? Is it a passing girl you bumped into? Only it can notice the abnormality in him. Why is his aura different from before? Duong-hai placed her sitting against the wall and explained. She's not a passerby. She's Snow Woman, but I've already dealt with her. Demonic Dragon understood upon hearing this. He didn't believe him. Are you joking? Is Snow Woman someone that a non-combatant like you can defeat? If you don't believe it, try fighting. Duong-hai didn't mind and provoked him. If you don't believe it, try fighting and see. Tell me, which of you two goes first? Or come at me together. The reporter present at the scene heard his words and commented with an expression of disbelief. Are we hearing things? That guy wants to fight 1 against 2, and the opponents are 2 A-rank heroes. My demonic dragon can handle him beautifully with just 1 hand. What's the point of acting cool? Looking at his demeanor, it doesn't seem like he's just acting. I've become a fan of the man in black. He's so dominant. So, will there be an epic 1 versus 2 battle here? Demonic Dragon, of course, would not rush up with a can to fight Duong-hai. His pride did not allow him to do so. Even if the audience is adding fuel to the fire, I won't deal with you together with swordsmen. Doing so would really ruin the image of an A-rank hero. Hearing this, Duong-hai expressed his disappointment. That's a bit of pity. Otherwise, a 1 versus 2 battle would certainly be very interesting. Demonic Dragon glanced at a can and implicitly made a suggestion. To defeat an opponent, you must definitely understand him thoroughly. So, he naturally understood what he meant. I still have that bit of synergy. Demonic Dragon noticed the item with the infinity symbol on Duong-hai's hand and reminded Can. The ring on his hand is a bit strange. The secret of the disappearing superpower might be related to it. You definitely must be on guard. I can step forward very confidently and replied. Rest assured, I must see how he dealt with Snow Woman. As long as you defeat me, Demonic Dragon will naturally take action. Duong-hai didn't say anything, just raised his hand and gestured. Akin didn't hesitate anymore and slashed out a wave of sword aura like a water dragon shooting over. Duong-hai just stood still in place without budging, waiting for the sword aura to rush over. Before the sword aura hit his body, Duong-hai had created a metal wall to block it. The sword aura pierced the metal shield like water, splashing onto a wall, unable to penetrate. Duong-hai took this opportunity to appear behind a can, preparing to strike down. Immediately, Akin turned around and used his sword to block. Before his eyes was a ray of light sneaking over. It nimbly wrapped around the sword. He recognized what Duong Hai was doing at a glance and roared, "Want to control my sword? In your dreams." Akan's fierce resistance caused Duong Hai's power to rebound. He quickly retreated backward to dodge. After creating a safe distance from Akan, Duong Hai formed a metal shield and began to analyze. That sword is made of mutant beast materials. It doesn't count as metal, so it can't be controlled. Besides, he doesn't have any other metal on him. In a direct confrontation, I'm not his opponent. What should I do? I absolutely have to upgrade another A-rank superpower. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to quickly defeat Wandering Swordsman. Not to mention, there's also Demonic Dragon staring intently. A-rank superpower Snow Woman. E-rank superpower Puppet Control. The flow of power rapidly gathered into Duong Hai's fist. The three types of energy merged into one, creating a new ability. Superpower rank, A-rank. Name, Puppet Control. Summary, can use illusions to disrupt A-rank targets. Conduct brainwashing on subjects below B rank, including B rank, obtaining absolute loyalty of the target for 10 years. Additionally, the soul can operate within the puppet's body for 2 hours each day. The number of puppets cannot exceed 3, judging the skill as extremely shameless. Reading the last sentence, Duong Hai helplessly guaranteed, "I will not use it to do shameless things." Seeing him dare to be distracted while fighting him, Wandering Swordsman angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Are we still fighting or not?" Duong Hai controlled the shield, making it dissolve to reveal his face. "Don't rush." He used energy on the round glasses in front of him. Wandering Swordsman unhesitatingly fell for the trick, and his entire body began to show signs of dizziness. In front of him appeared his beloved sister, questioning him with hurt eyes. "Akan, do you want to attack me?" Her appearance made Wandering Swordsman momentarily stunned. "Sister." Her hand reached out to touch his face. But with his strong mental power, Wandering Swordsman instantly sobered up, swinging his sword and slashing at that illusion. Returning to reality, one could only see the sharp metal bar, and Duong Hai's hand had a corner slashed off by him. Because of resisting Duong Hai's mental power, Wandering Swordsman was sweating profusely, his voice carrying an affirmation. "Mental type, you indeed have dual superpowers." Duong Hai saw that he realized this, but didn't bother to care. "It's too late to know. I also didn't expect a Wandering Swordsman who has endured the wind and rain to actually have such a loophole." Being mocked, Wandering Swordsman angrily roared, "What do you know?" After dodging Duong Hai's attack, Wandering Swordsman weakly knelt on the ground and said with difficulty, "That is my deceased sister. I couldn't bear to strike." And yet he defeated Wandering Swordsman. If it were me, I'd probably be spun around by him. The reporter standing at the scene saw this and quickly commented on the situation. Wandering Swordsman was actually knocked to the ground. Could it be that the man in black used a mental attack? Wandering Swordsman has always been in his defensive state. Now Wandering Swordsman's hands are trembling. It seems the outcome is clear. Seeing Duong Hai gaining the upper hand, Dada happily cheered. "Great fight, Brother Rooster. I even thought you were defeated by Wandering Swordsman. If you die, who will pay me 10,000? Suddenly choking on his saliva made him irritably think, "Who is scolding me?" Demonic Dragon, seeing Wandering Swordsman couldn't hold on anymore, stepped forward to console him. "You've worked hard. You've forced him into a corner. Leave the rest to me." After being hypnotized by Duong Hai, he carefully reminded Demonic Dragon about his ability. "Don't look directly into his eyes. Once hit by the move, the most important person to you will appear before you." Demonic Dragon didn't say anything, but calmly stepped forward to stand opposite Duong Hai. Seeing him step forward, he said in a teasing tone, finally willing to make a move, "Demonic Dragon." Replying to Duong Hai was Demonic Dragon's silence. One could only see him mobilize the superpower on his body, causing his aura to suddenly change. The purple smoke dissipated to reveal a new appearance of Demonic Dragon. He seemed very excited to fight him. "I feel this battle will be quite meaningful. Let's make a bet." Duong Hai did not refuse at all, but asked full of interest. Interesting. What do you want to bet? Demonic Dragon pointed at the ring on his hand and replied, if you lose, you tell me the secret of the ring. How about that? Duong Hai raised the hand wearing the ring as if teasingly agreeing to the bet. All right, if you have the capability, come here and take it. Fortunately, Demonic Dragon was not stupid. I stood at the forefront just to make people pay attention to the star-absorbing ring. After saying that, Demonic Dragon quickly flew over, preparing to thrust a knee into his face. Duong Hai looked at his knee about to touch his face, inwardly amazed. So fast, actually even faster than Wandering Swordsman. Luckily, before it hit Duong Hai's face, he had used his superpower to form a metal shield to block this knee from Demonic Dragon. But this was nothing to him. His body moved extremely fast, bypassing the shield and advancing behind Duong Hai's back. He thrust his elbow forcefully into Duong Hai's back. The powerful force caught him off guard, sending his body launching into the air. The reporter at the scene saw this and cried out in horror. What? The man in black controls metal and completely doesn't need to match Demonic Dragon's speed. Duong Hai's body, after launching into the air, fell heavily to the ground in front of Demonic Dragon. Seeing him being sent flying so easily by himself, Demonic Dragon disdainfully judged. Dual superpowers, nothing more than this. In the white smoke, Duong Hai stood up with difficulty after the flying blow just now. The pain from his lower abdomen made him unable to hold back a cough. He silently looked at the opponent and assessed. This kid is fast, attacks strongly, has high full-body dragon armor defense, and also has fire-breathing skills. It's too unreasonable. I mean, it's unscientific. Seeing he could still stand up, Demonic Dragon showed interest in his eyes. Not bad, very sturdy bones. Duong Hai swung his arm, using his mental superpower to attack his mind, Chaos Control. Sensing an attacking ability, Demonic Dragon was startled and surprised. What? In front of him was Lung Guin in a painful state calling for help. Brother, I'm in so much pain. Save me. He clutched his aching head, angrily swearing. Damn it, to think you dared to turn to my adorable younger brother. It's truly disgusting. This incident was no different from a fuse triggering Demonic Dragon to go mad. One could only see the tail behind his back suddenly vibrating, a series of spikes protruding from it. He now looked exactly like a reptilian beast crawling on the ground, glaring at him with resentful eyes. Seeing signs of him going mad, Duong Hai panicked. Oh fuck, even when the illusion is broken it can still enrage him. The reporter at the scene, seeing this, hurriedly commented to those watching the live stream. To actually see Demonic Dragon transform twice today, we have to admire the masked man for provoking Demonic Dragon to transform this time. After the second transformation, Demonic Dragon rushed forward like an arrow with a furious voice. Accept your death. Duong Hai immediately swung his fist, hitting the ground, creating a metal shield layer. Seeing this, Demonic Dragon spun in the air, turning into a large drill, disdainfully mocking. Just relying on this sharp metal to stop me? Duong Hai didn't expect he could actually transform to this extent, but he wasn't afraid at all, further provoking him, turning into a drill. If you have the capability, come here and catch me. Right before he drilled into his body, he controlled the shield to turn into a metal carpet, lifting himself up high to dodge. Demonic Dragon didn't give up, chasing to the end. Do you think you can escape just by flying? Seeing him clinging like a leech, he swung his fist, shouting loudly, "Get lost." In an instant, Demonic Dragon's body was bound by 4 flexible metal bars. Despite being tied up, Demonic Dragon didn't flinch. He smirked. Could it be you have forgotten my black flame? His body suddenly burst with a massive surge of energy, bizarre tentacles with round heads, shooting towards Duong Hai. The reporter, seeing this scene, commented in astonishment. Just now, Demonic Dragon's black flame burned the metal, so the metal won't be able to hold out for much longer. Dada, standing nearby, heard him speaking nonsense. Annoyed, she landed a heavy blow on his head. Brother Rooster is not only strong, but his tactics are outstanding. Such useless moves. After a while of effort, Demonic Dragon still couldn't melt the metal on his body. He was extremely surprised by this. What? It actually won't burn through. Seeing he couldn't melt it, Duong Hai thought to himself. Although the C-rank fireproof hardshell is decent, it can only be burned once anyway, taking advantage of this moment. The metal control ability was used by him to the maximum. Nearby cars gradually left the ground because of this. Almost all metal objects were sucked into the air by him. Seeing this, Demonic Dragon was terrified. This is... In the vast sky, a metal box appeared. On top of it was Duong Hai standing like a god looking down at all living beings, only hearing him say loudly, "Metal controller. Fall down, Titan's fist." The cube under his control slowly fell onto Demonic Dragon's head. The onlookers seeing this were scared out of their wits and fled. Run away quickly. Demonic Dragon looked at the slowly falling cube, dazed, muttering, am I going to die? From a distance, one could only hear the sound of a heavy object crashing down at the battle site, along with dust rising high. The reporter at the scene, who determined to hold his ground, was coughing heavily from the smoke. Seeing the dust slowly clear, he spoke into the mic. "Now the dust has cleared a bit. Let's see if Demonic Dragon, who fell into the center, is still alive." The remaining people looked at the huge cube and speculated. Probably dead, right? It's impossible to survive. Isn't that the adorable Flame Butterfly? Flame Butterfly appeared at this time, crying and calling Demonic Dragon's name. "Brother Demonic Dragon, where are you?" Mechanism, seeing her about to go find him, kindly stopped her. "Flame Butterfly, step aside." Senior Mechanical War Bear. He silently looked down below, then used his clairvoyance to search for Demonic Dragon's whereabouts. At this time, thanks to his power, the cube gradually moved. The people present rejoiced and cheered when they saw this. "Look, it's the A-rank hero Mechanical Warbear. We're saved." The cube, with Mechanism's help, gradually split in two. In the middle was Wandering Swordsman, stabbing his sword into the ground to protect the unconscious Demonic Dragon. Seeing Mechanism appear, his face showed shame and self-blame. "I had to open the wall of size to protect our lives. I'm really sorry. I made the company lose face." Mechanism saw this and softly comforted him. "It's good that you didn't die." Flame Butterfly poked her small head out from behind him and asked carefully, do you need help?" Wandering Swordsman glanced at the unconscious Demonic Dragon and requested her, "I'll trouble you with him." The blue sky at Duong Hai's place, he squeezed the nozzle of the spray bottle to point the medicine spray at his body. The stinging sensation made him grimace in pain. It hurt so much that Demonic Dragon hit really hard. Meeting Snow Woman and Demonic Dragon last time were both unexpected events. My primary goal is still to focus on the blue pill. The clue characters at present are two people. One is Glacier Warrior. This person has been handed over to Lungwen. He remembered himself turning into Rooster to assign the task to him. His mind returned to the day Spicy Sour Noodles fought against One Eye. Second is the C-rank hero Spicy Sour Noodle Superman. He happens to have a fan meeting recently. I have to go check it out. In the future, I will bring more danger. I can't share a rental with others anymore to avoid dragging them down. At this time, Naitut entered from outside and let out a sigh of relief, finally home. Her sudden appearance scared him out of his wits. "Mommy," smelling the herbal scent, Naituet asked in confusion. "Duong Hai, the medicine smell is too strong. What are you doing in the living room?" He forced a smile and made up a lie. "Nothing, just bumped into the edge of the table, applying some medicine." Hearing this, Naituet showed suspicion. Noticing her suspicious gaze, he avoided her eyes and changed the subject. "It's just right that everyone is back. I want to tell you all something. I have to move out." Naituet and the other two felt like a lightning strike upon hearing this, crying out in horror. "What? You want to move out?" Seeing them like this, Duong Hai seriously explained, "It's really not convenient for a man like me to live with you all. I couldn't before, but now I got a promotion and a raise, so I decided to move out." QAI pointed at her and asked him, "Wait, then what about Sister Naituet?" Asked like this, Duong Hai suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean, what about Naituet? She and I have nothing going on." QAI, seeing that his mind was set, didn't say much more, just giving a few reminders. "If so, we won't stop you anymore. Anyway, we all have each other's contact information. Let's keep in touch when we're free in the future." Seeing they didn't keep him from leaving, Duong Hai smiled and said, "Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a meal as a farewell dinner." At this moment, Naituet, with a broken heart, slammed the door shut, making the three of them jump. Her expression made Duong Hai feel both guilty and confused. "Oh no, did I say something wrong?" After Naituet showed a dissatisfied attitude, Duong Hai spoke to Din Lam and Chu Ai as usual. If we're having a meal, it's still better to have everyone present. Chu Ai saw him talking like nothing happened and expressed indignation for her. Sister Naituet is so beautiful, and she treats you so well. How is she not worthy of you? Yet you treat her like this, scumbag. Being suddenly labeled a scumbag left him not knowing how to explain. In the end, this matter ended with Chu Ai and Din Lam going back to sleep. Before returning to her room, she didn't forget to remind Duong Hai, "Let's go to bed. Once you handle Sister Naituet, we will have dinner tonight." After the two returned to their rooms, Duong Hai looked towards her room with mixed feelings. To say I have no feelings for Lam Naituet is a lie, but I really don't want to drag innocent people into danger. After thinking for a while, he still went to Naituet's door and knocked, only to hear her angry voice from inside the room. "The door is unlocked. Just come in." He opened the door, looking at Naituet lying on the bed. After entering the room, he didn't know what to say, only able to dryly utter two words, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Naituet questioned even more angrily, "What are you apologizing for? Didn't you say we have nothing going on?" Seeing her angry, Duong Hai helplessly defended himself. "You know I didn't mean that." But Naituet, who was hurt, became even more out of control upon hearing this, shame appearing on her face. "Duong Hai, you look down on my background, don't you?" Duong Hai saw she misunderstood him and quickly retorted, "How could that be? It's just a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Naituet decided to step forward and ask clearly, "Then why on earth do you not like me? Is it because I'm ugly?" Seeing her shed tears, Duong Hai, although heartbroken, still had to refuse. "No, please calm down a bit. Lam Naituet, can't we just have a pure friendship?" Hearing these two words made her feel even more ridiculous. "Friendship? Then ask your own heart. Do you not like me even a little bit?" Mostly it stemmed from a loss of a sense of security, almost like when she separated from her family, she wanted to entrust her heart to another kind of affection. Coupled with the fact that I didn't reply to her, of course, she would also think the worst, thinking that her own background and experiences make others look down on her. She's a fragile girl, only recently cared for by others, easily broken at a touch. How can I bear to hurt her? Thinking like this, he spoke up wanting to explain clearly, "Actually, But Naituet suddenly turned her head away, despondently interrupting, "Maybe you are right. It's because I was too hasty, thinking that after that hug last time, we both had each other in our hearts." Duong Hai, seeing the hurt expression on her face, couldn't bear it and called softly, "Tutuet." Even though she said that, Naituet still didn't want to give up and confess to Duong Hai once more. "But even if it's not now, I also don't want you to become a stranger. Can you be my prospective boyfriend now?" Seeing her so resolute, he had to helplessly agree. "Okay, I agree with you. Somewhere else." San Duong lay on the sofa shouting, "Come on, keep drinking." Lung Nguyen looked at the dead, drunk guy, making a mess in the room, feeling endlessly annoyed. Damn it, if it weren't to complete adoptive father's mission, I wouldn't spend a large sum of money to invite him here to party like this. Phone, communicator, wallet, what is this? Right at this moment, San Duong suddenly woke up and asked, "Lung Nguyen, what are you doing?" Thanks to a quick survival instinct, he took out a cigarette and pretended to reply, "Brother Lai, I was looking for a light. I don't know where I lost my lighter." San Duong didn't suspect anything and handed over the lighter here. "Where are the girls? Why don't I see any of them anymore?" Seeing the drunkard's beastly nature acting up, Lung Nguyen followed suit and said, "The girls are waiting. Tonight, whichever girl Brother Lai fancies, I'll let her serve you attentively." He did not refuse and made a request, that one, the one wearing the string. Then, while San Duong was enjoying beautiful girls, Lung Nguyen was rummaging through his things outside. The girl's charming and coquettish voice rang out, "Don't touch." Searching for a long time, without finding it, he gradually lost patience. "Where is it kept?" "Found it. This is candy. Isn't this the flavor of chewing gum? Both strange and fragrant, making others want to eat it when they smell it. That's not right. Inside here is the blue pill." Right at this moment, the miserable scream of the maid rang out, making Lun Wen's body stiffen. Lung Nguyen didn't think much, only assuming San Duong was doing it too forcefully. "Damn, scare me to death. Is Lai San Duong that strong?" He quickly took out a pill from the box, then quickly put it in his pocket. Steal one pill, put it away quickly. "Brother Lai, are you two still okay?" Right after knocking on the door 3 times, San Duong threw the door open. On his body appeared trails of syrup that were still dripping. Lung Nguyen looked at the miserable state of the girl on the ground and turned pale. As if wanting to verify, he carefully asked San Duong, "Is that girl dead?" His expression was nonchalant as he walked over to his pile of clothes and answered curtly, "She's dead." Hearing his casual reply, Loonwin couldn't help but curse. "Fuck, it's fine. Mr. Lai, you go ahead. I will have someone from the company come and handle it." "Take care, Mr. Lai. That scared the hell out of me. If I had exposed any flaws just now, I wouldn't have been able to keep this little life of mine." San Duong quickly went down to the parking garage. Not far away was his favorite sports car. It seemed the girl from earlier had made him extremely angry. He grabbed the pillbox, his face showing a ferocious expression, and slammed it against the car window, cursing loudly. "Motherfucker, how many times has it been? Ever since I took this pill, I basically can't control my strength. No, I need to calm down." Suddenly, his eyes looked strangely at the pillbox. He checked it and saw a pill was missing. Huh, why is one pill missing? Whatever, the next transaction is only a few days away anyway. One more or one less doesn't matter. He then stepped on the gas and left the parking garage. Is your head full of water? Any normal man would never move out of that boarding house. Seeing him start having wild fantasies again, Duong Hai wearily retorted, "Those are just illusions. Do you know how inconvenient it is to live with a bunch of girls?" Pham Bang felt like he was being ungrateful while getting a good deal. Inconvenience, that is the place for the soul to reside. Looking at his sinister smile, Duong Hai got goosebumps. "Old Pham, sometimes you really are a pervert." After arriving at their destination, Pham Bang looked at the building in front of them and asked in surprise, "Comrade Duong, where did you get so much money to rent such a nice apartment?" Duong Hai smiled and replied, "My adopted son showed me some filial piety." Hearing this, Pham Bang just thought he was joking and laughed, scolding him. "Bullshit. Where would you get an adopted son? You must have won the jackpot. You absolutely must treat me to a meal tonight." Looking at the building in front of them, a hint of a smile appeared in Duong Hai's voice. "Even if I told the truth, you wouldn't believe it." After eating, Duong Hai lay on the soft bed and let out a satisfied burp. "I'm really full. Now I'm finally alone. It's both strange and quiet. Come to think of it, since my fight with Demonic Dragon, I haven't used the summoning-type superpower Snow Woman. Although last time I used it to separate a portion to upgrade puppet control, the remaining energy is only at C rank. Let's see what kind of big sister she is. Come out, Snow Woman." After he cast the spell, a mini Snow Woman appeared with big, innocent eyes. Duong Hai was startled by this sight. "Here, wait, why is it lowly?" Little Snow looked at his surprised expression and carefully looked up, calling out, "Master." When Little Snow appeared, the entire space was filled with cold air, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the window glass. Duong Hai shivered from the cold and sneezed, so cold. Seeing this, Little Snow worriedly asked, "Master, are you okay?" Seeing her about to approach him, he quickly stepped back. "Wait, don't come closer." Seeing him afraid of her, Little Snow innocently assured him, "Master, don't worry. Little Snow won't hurt Master. The temperature is just a little cold." Duong Hai, freezing until his nose ran, couldn't understand. "Little Snow, this is a little..." "Right, the superpower Blazing Fist." Little Snow looked at the fireball in his hand and cheered excitedly. "Fire, Master, can Little Snow get a little closer?" Duong Hai, seeing her like it so much, asked strangely, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" She brought both hands close to the flame and hummed in response, "Little Snow likes warm things." "So warm, Master is so amazing." Seeing her like it so much, Duong Hai didn't say anything more. Fortunately, the cold air generated by Snow Woman is just her passive effect. Otherwise, even a C-rank Blazing Fist wouldn't be able to withstand this cold. The warmth from the flame made Little Snow start to feel sleepy, her big round eyes gradually squinting. Master's body also feels warm. Duong Hai jumped from the cold radiating from her, this little brat. Warmed by the heat on his body, Little Snow smiled sweetly and called out, "Master." Looking at her adorable face, Duong Hai softened and didn't push her away. "For the sake of your cuteness, whatever." He grabbed the blanket next to him and draped it over both of them to stay warm, but it seemed not to be enough as his nose kept running. Duong Hai sneezed and muttered, "Just this once, there won't be a next time." The next day, at the city's stadium, a billboard with an image of Hot and Sour Noodles Superman appeared, along with the text, "Offline fan meeting of Hot and Sour Noodle Superman." The fans present started chanting his name, "Hot and Sour Noodle Superman. I love you, Hot and Sour Noodles." Duong Hai, hidden in the crowd, also held a sign with the words, "I love you the most." Seeing that he had smoothly infiltrated the group of rabid fans, he thought smugly, "Today I'm disguising myself as a fanatic fan to get close to Hot and Sour Noodle Superman. You're stepping on my foot, don't pull my hair." At this moment, Hot and Sour's manager appeared to calm down the crazed fans. Hot and Sour Noodle's Superman is ready. I don't know if you all are ready. Seeing her, the fans shouted enthusiastically, "We are ready." Feeling the response was a bit quiet, the manager asked again, "Can you guys scream a little louder?" Immediately, the atmosphere was stirred up and boiled over by her. The cheers of the fans rang out. "Hot and Sour Noodle Superman, I love you." Following that was the sound of fireworks popping, strips of confetti falling on everyone's heads. Hot and Sour appeared amid the sound of fireworks. He performed his classic fan greeting pose. "Everyone is safe now, because all dangers have been crushed within my fists." After this extremely cringe-worthy dialogue ended, the crowd cheered like crazy in response. Duong Hai, pushed by an overzealous fan, lost his balance. "Don't push, I'm falling." Right at this moment, a sturdy hand appeared in front of him. Hot and Sour, like a prince, caught the princess Duong Hai. He flashed a smile, showing 8 pristine white teeth, and said to him, "Be careful, I've caught you." Duong Hai immediately switched on his 10-year die-hard fan mode, his eyes radiating a look of admiration as he replied, "It was my carelessness." "Thank you. My name is Duong Hai." Hot and Sour shook his hand and replied, "Hello." The crowd below, seeing him get a shake hands with him, was endlessly jealous. Hot and Sour Noodles really pampers his fans. I'm so envious of that boy. While shaking hands, Duong Hai took the opportunity to use his superpower separation to snatch the opponent's superpower orb. Feeling the successful separation, Duong Hai flashed a sinister smile and said, "Hello, Hot and Sour Noodle Superman. I'm your fan." The time for the fan meeting experience passed quickly. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving a wide space. Hot and Sour's manager looked at him carefully and whispered, "This damn fan meeting is finally over. You've worked hard, boss." As he walked to the car, he complained to the manager, "How can it not be hard work? Shaking hands with so many people is both dirty and exhausting. Quickly sanitize and wipe them for me. You go eat first. I'll take a nap in the car. I still have to participate in filming another program tonight." Looking at his complexion, which didn't look very good, the manager asked worriedly, "Yes, sir. Can the boss's body still take it?" Hot and Sour didn't want to talk much about this. He slammed the car door shut, not forgetting to remind her, "Whether I can take it or not, I have to take it. Remember to keep my schedule clear next week. I want to celebrate my daughter's birthday." Hearing this, she could only comply. "Okay, boss, then I'll go eat." Inside the car, Hot and Sour thought about the money he still owed, his head pounding. "The debt I borrowed can't be fully repaid. I absolutely must make a huge sum of money to cover it. Could it be that I have to gamble one more time? No. I can't get involved in gambling anymore." Duong Hai, who had been inside the car since who knows when, heard this and interrupted, "Isn't it very tiring to live like that?" Hot and Sour didn't expect him to follow him here. His face clearly showed tension and wariness. "You're Dao who fought with Demonic Dragon and the others? How did you get in here?" Hearing this, Duong Hai remembered when they shook hands, thinking smugly, "You have my superpower orb in your body. Of course I can sense it and come here. Don't be afraid. I just came to ask a few questions." At first, Hot and Sour wanted to resist, but thinking about his own strength, he gave up. "He can solo rank heroes like Demonic Dragon and Wandering Swordsman. I basically have no chance of winning. It's better to just listen to him. Although Demonic Dragon and I are from the same company, it doesn't mean our stances are the same. Don't lay a hand on me." Seeing him so wary of him, Duong Hai smiled lightly and said, "You're overthinking it. This matter is probably only known to you. Look into my eyes first." Right when he looked into his eyes, he immediately activated the skill Puppet Control. Duong Hai's powerful mental wave immediately invaded Hot and Sour's mind. Duong Hai's consciousness was transmitted to a pitch-black space full of bright stars. Is this Hot and Sour Noodles Superman's mental world? Fragmented images appeared above his head at this moment, seemingly Hot and Sour's memories. After looking through them once, Duong Hai started searching for what he wanted to find. These are all his past, so where exactly are the memories of the blue pill? While scanning through Hot and Sour's memories, an image of an obscure-faced man caught his attention. Looking at the pill in his hand, he grew even more curious. That's the blue pill. Who is this person? If you take this, You can quickly enhance your superpowers, your career will reach its peak, and you can pay off all your debts and return home. Hearing this, Hot and Sour immediately wanted to snatch it. Really? Then give it to me quickly. The man raised his hand, causing him to grasp empty air. He spoke his condition in a deep voice, but it requires you to exchange intelligence for it. His entire body broke out in a cold sweat, and he asked warily, "What intelligence?" The mysterious man slowly replied, "Related to some secrets of heroes." After that day, Hot and Sour became a traitor, leaking information to the mysterious man. That hero Di Kuyan's private life is very messy, and there is also hero Kwang Fu secretly raising a child. After hearing this, Duong Hai wearily muttered, "Hero scandals are the intelligence he needs. You can exchange this for the blue pill. Are there any other transactions?" His hands lightly skimmed over each image. After examining them once, Duong Hai silently counted the number of times they met. They didn't just meet once. There was a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. He stopped at the most recent image. The voice of the mysterious man transmitted from the image. Rumor has it that a superpower user named Dao suddenly appeared recently. Hot and Sour seemed very agitated upon hearing about him. Yes, he didn't just bully our chairman's son. He also beat up Demonic Dragon and Wandering Swordsman. The man immediately asked for information about him. "Do you know the secrets regarding his superpower? Tell me everything." In the parking garage, not far away, was Hot and Sour's blue car. The man seemed very interested in Duong Hai, continuously urging Hot and Sour, "Tell me all the intelligence on Dao Ke." But unfortunately, he also didn't know much about Duong Hai because he was too mysterious. "I only know it seems he can eliminate other superpowers, but he has never revealed his face in front of many people. I don't know what he looks like." Hearing this, the man became even more interested in Duong Hai. Even without seeing his true face, how can he eliminate superpowers? Interesting. Hot and Sour's answer made him very satisfied, and he threw the bag of blue pills to Hot and Sour. For the next meeting, the man chose Hot and Sour's daughter's birthday. "Next week is your daughter's birthday. Gather more relevant intelligence and come see me." Looking at the bag of pills in his hand, Hot and Sour respectfully replied, "Understood." After finishing watching this video, Duong Hai finally drew a conclusion about the matter. It seems the faction behind this blue pill has grasped the weaknesses of the superpower users, then used the blue pill combined with corruption and control. They're controlling so many heroes in the shadows. What exactly is their purpose? Back in the present, Hot and Sour, after the mental control was removed, screamed in panic, "Good man, spare my life." Why is he gone? Somewhere, Loon Win's voice rang out, complaining, "Why isn't my adoptive father back yet? I'm about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes." Right at this moment, Duong Hai appeared like a ghost above his head, saying something. Loon Win, seeing him, rushed over like a baby bird seeing its mother. "Adoptive father, you're here. I've been waiting for you for so long." "Adoptive father, I've exhausted the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, and finally got this from Lai Sin Duong's hands." He picked up the pill to examine it. The color and texture were quite similar to those in Hot and Sour Noodle Superman's memories. It was probably the same kind of drug. Looking at this pill, he remembered the day he took Sin Duong out for girls, leading to a death, his expression somewhat fearful. Just because of this, Lai San Duong accidentally killed someone. Are the side effects of this pill really that terrifying? Duong Hai didn't directly answer his question, only replying sarcastically. In order to exchange for power, fame, and wealth, those heroes can do anything. Why would they fear this trivial side effect? Hearing this, Loon Gwyn chimed in with him and cursed. "Right, adoptive father is absolutely right. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a hero." Duong Hai remained silent for a moment and then asked a profound question. "Then what do you think a real hero should do?" He didn't expect him to ask this question, his little head starting to think wildly. Wait, could this question mean inheriting the organization's hopes for me? I feel that with great power comes great responsibility. A hero should save humanity, not betray their own beliefs for power, fame, and wealth. Just some dialogue copied from movies. You did a good job on the mission, plus the organization's capital. It could be exchanged for a D-rank superpower potion. Looking at the potion bottle thrown at him, Loon Gwyn clumsily caught it. Seeing it only increased by 1 rank, he said disappointedly, "What, only D rank?" Looking at his disappointed expression, Duong Hai said, as if reprimanding him, "Your rank will slowly increase. You can't be blinded by immediate benefits. If you don't want it, forget it." Seeing that he was unhappy, Loon Win quickly replied. I want it, of course. Thank you, adoptive father. This color is really beautiful. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the whole bottle of potion. After drinking it, he didn't forget to comment on the taste of the potion. Why does it feel like ketchup? Hearing this, Duong Hai felt a little guilty. I already removed the 2 E-rank Buffalo superpower orbs earlier. It must just be your hallucination. At this moment, 2 superpower orbs appeared in the palm of his hand. Rank D superpower. Name, Werewolf Strength Summary. Not controlled by moonlight. Can freely transform into D-rank Werewolf Strength. Seeing that he still maintained his normal human form after drinking the potion, Loon Gwyn was a little confused. Strange. I'm not transforming this time. Hearing this, Duong Hai merely laughed coldly in his heart. Without activating the superpower orb, of course you can't transform. Maybe it wasn't absorbed. It needs to be jump-started first. Hearing his eerie laughter, Loon Gwyn suddenly had a bad feeling. Adoptive father, what are you trying to do? Right after he spoke, Duong Hai's fist of justice landed on Loon Gwyn's left eye. After punching him, he said extremely calmly, endure it a little. In order for you to become stronger, your adoptive father has no choice but to be ruthless with you. Punched to the point of getting a black eye, Loon Gwyn could only cry out in pain. It hurts so much. Pain, spare my life. Adoptive father, don't hit the face. After enduring enough of Duong Hai's punches and kicks, Loon Gwyn finally transformed into a wolf, his wolf tail wagging excitedly continuously. Adoptive father, my superpower has indeed upgraded. I feel like I have more strength than last time. After using public duty to avenge a private grudge against Loon Gwyn, he kindly reminded him, you should absorb the superpower a bit. Isn't maintaining the transformation tiring? After absorbing the superpower, his body gradually shrank back. I transformed back, adoptive father. Seeing that the absorption was complete, Duong Hai assigned him a task, but didn't forget to remind him to pay attention to his own safety. Keep tracking the clues of the blue pill. Superpower users who have used the pill will have unstable emotions. You must pay attention to your safety. Loon Gwyn put his clothes back on and happily replied, okay, thank you for your concern, adoptive father. There's also a second task. You go secretly collect intelligence on those heroes with bad moral characters. Hearing this, Loon Gwyn didn't understand. Why is this? Does the organization want to recruit soldiers? Duong Hai already had a reason prepared, acting arrogant and snorting as he replied, our organization isn't something just anyone can casually join. These heroes are merely raw materials. Loon Gwyn, suddenly surprisingly smart, understood his meaning. Raw materials? Could it be that the organization only extracts superpower cores from them? Not wanting to talk more, Duong Hai created a flying metal plate and left behind a reminder. Otherwise, where do you think the superpower potions come from? Do a good job. Try to collect more materials for your own C rank. After he left, Loon Gwyn bowed dejectedly. So after being busy all day, I only managed to advance to C rank. Okay, adoptive father, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Not far away, a vast beach appeared before Duong Hai's eyes. He stood on a flying metal plate, speeding across the surface of the water. After going to an empty place, he took off his rooster mask. The late-night beach was devoid of people, making it a good place to train the Snow Woman's abilities. Acting on his thought, he activated his summoning superpower and called Tu Tuet's name, Snow Woman. Immediately, she rushed towards Duong Hai. Master, Tu Tuet missed you so much. Seeing her foot about to step on his face, he panicked and stopped her. Hey, wait, Tu Tuet. Now is the time to train abilities. You need to practice with your master. Hearing that she had to spar with Duong Hai, Tu Tuet was somewhat resistant, but Tu Tuet doesn't want to hurt master. Hearing that, Duong Hai smiled faintly and replied, you are still just a C-rank summoned beast. You can't hurt me. Seeing him say that, she didn't want to disobey. Then Tu Tuet will charge over. Duong Hai said confidently, be bold and attack me. As soon as Tu Tuet fluttered her silk ribbons, the sea surface under her feet precipitated into a large block of ice, and snowflakes also appeared in the sky. Behind her, the space gradually twisted and then opened up a rift. Duong Hai was stunned when he saw this. What is that? He only saw a frog hand appear from the rift, followed by an unexpectedly muscular frog with extremely fierce eyes. Training Beast Frogman. Introduction. A humanoid beast that super loves training muscles, possessing strong fighting abilities. D rank evaluation. Looking at its information, Duong Hai secretly sighed in relief. It was an invading beast, luckily only D rank. But it didn't stop there. Following the frog, a creature looking like a Qilin appeared. Beast Wave-Treading Dragon Horse. Introduction. A water-type beast, extremely good at running on water. D rank evaluation. Seeing the second one appear, Duong Hai hurriedly shouted a warning. Tutet, behind you. She instinctively turned around to look at the two beasts rushing over like crazy. The incident was so sudden that Chu Tuet couldn't react in time, and the frog easily sent her flying. Seeing this, Duong Hai cursed and quickly rushed over. Damn it. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Duong Hai tried to open his eyes to look into the light and cried out in astonishment. So bright this is. The sea surface suddenly froze over a large area. The Chu Tuet, who was a lowly, just now had turned into an incredibly beautiful adult form. Her originally innocent eyes now flashed with a cold light. Do you want to die? Ignoring the appearance of the two beasts, the current scenery was truly gorgeous, perfect for chilling. But the ugly frog on the ground broke this sparkling scenery. Looking at Chu Tuet in her adult true form, the frog smiled sinisterly and disgustingly. Noticing its unclean gaze, Chu Tuet was extremely angry. You lecherous frog. Duong Hai was also very surprised by this form of hers. Tutet, you've grown up. Hearing that, she gently glanced at him and explained, this is my combat form. Duong Hai's eyes at this time couldn't help but look at her massive chest, along with her smooth, long legs. After looking for a while, Duong Hai almost roused his animal instincts. He cleared his throat and muttered, still as strong as before. Chu Tuet ignored his gaze and launched an attack on the frog. Immediately, the frog, which was mesmerized by her beauty, was frozen in ice. Duong Hai asked curiously, is it dead? Chu Tuet sensed its life force was still there and replied, no, just almost. The frozen frog suddenly sprang up, shattering the layer of ice on its body. Seeing that it had escaped from the crowd control, Duong Hai didn't stand still anymore, but attacked. Earth wall. But the frog dodged this blow of his. Duong Hai didn't stop, unleashing even more superpowers, wanting to injure it, but they were all dodged by the frog. Frustrated, he told her to control it. Chu Tuet, hold it down. She immediately obeyed the order. Yes, master. For Ice Min fell, pinning its arms and legs to the ground. The pain made it scream piercingly. Seeing it under control, Duong Hai snorted in satisfaction. Checkmate. 5 streams of power scattered and shot straight at it. Where the frog lay, a large explosion immediately occurred. Duong Ilanda Zhenli. He walked up to it and used his separation superpower. Separate. Superpower rank D. Name. Training. Introduction. The physical body can continuously become stronger through training, at most exceeding 5 times the limits of species. Evaluation. Forcibly turning off the limiter makes you stronger, but you won't last long. Chu Tuet stood beside him and reminded him, Master. At this point, Duong Hai also felt something was wrong. It seemed something went wrong. Then where did the horse go? I feel like it's in the city. Hearing that, Duong Hai immediately ordered, let's chase after it. Chu Tuet, what's wrong? It seemed that inside Chu Tuet, 2 personalities were fighting each other. Chu Tuet's voice clearly showed anger. I've only been out for a while, and you snatched the control of my body again. That's not fair. Seeing her like that, he asked worriedly, hey, Chu Tuet, are you okay? The current personality, Lin Nai, hearing him call her that, was extremely displeased and corrected him. Master, my name is Lin Nai, not that country bumpkin Chu Tuet. Damn it, don't think you'll get what you want. I will definitely stand in front of you. Seeing those red lips close to him, Duong Hai was shocked stiff on the spot. Hey. Right at the most critical moment, Chu Tuet came back, startling Duong Hai. Huh? He lifted her by the armpits with both hands, then asked seriously, you're Chu Tuet, right? A silence appeared between the two of them. Chu Tuet innocently said what she had just felt. Master, it seems I was just sent flying by Chu Tuet. Duong Hai looked at her innocent eyes and asked softly, do you remember what happened? But strangely, Chu Tuet replied, I don't remember. Weren't we still practicing fighting? Hearing this, Duong Hai guessed the reason. So the snow woman in her normal form has 2 personalities? Moreover, neither has the other's memories. Chu Tuet seemed not to care about this at all, being patted on the head by him. She happily cheered, I got patted on the head by Master. Chu Tuet always wanted to be hugged in Master's arms. Duong Hai, seeing her so excited, was speechless and said, what they have in common is that they both lust lust after my body. Tutuet listened without understanding anything. Suddenly, a feeling of exhaustion hit her, draining her strength. What is Master talking about? Tutuet is so sleepy. Hearing that, Duong Hai said, "Sleepy? You should go back and rest first." Tutuet let out a long yawn and waved goodbye to him. "Goodbye, Master. Tutuet will always remember you." Tutuet's body gradually disappeared into the summoning array. After letting her go rest, he looked towards the city, feeling the fluctuation of superpowers. Bastard, sure enough, there's someone in there. At a beach near the city, Lung Nguyen was speeding down the road in his sports car, humming a song. "I am a wolf running on the prairie." Suddenly, a noise in the distance caught his attention. Lung Nguyen looked towards it strangely, wondering, what the hell is that? When he looked closely, in front of his eyes was a warhorse with a horn frantically rushing towards him. Lung Nguyen was terrified and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Damn it. Not far away, Hoa Hoa's group was playing on the sand. Seeing that they hadn't run away yet, Lung Nguyen shouted loudly, "You idiots, the beast is coming, and you're still there eating?" "Hey!" Hearing the call, Hoa looked up. Guys, look, someone on the road is waving at us." Avu looked at the car next to him and said sourly, "So what if you're good at street racing, deliberately drawing people's attention? What a show-off." Seeing him look anxious, Lo tried to strain her ears to listen. "Wait, it seems he's saying something. Behind you, there's a beast. Run away quickly." Hearing that, Avu was startled and looked at her. When looking back, the beast had already run to the beach. The whole group screamed in terror. Seeing that they couldn't run away in time, Lung Nguyen got a headache. Damn it, what do I do now? Should I go save them? I was never someone to meddle in other people's business before. Lolo was thrown into the sea and struggled to surface to cry for help. Hoa, Avu, save me. Right at this moment, a hand appeared, grabbing her wrist and pulling her up. Seeing it was her friend, Lo wept tears of joy. Chubby. He pushed a large piece of wood towards her and said, "Hug the tree." After hugging the piece of wood, Lo reached out to pull him up. "Chubby, hurry up here." Chubby immediately reached out, ready to grab her hand. "Lo, it's good that you're okay, I will." But unfortunately, the beast appeared at this moment and bit hard in his right arm. Seeing this scene, Lo screamed in terror and shock. Chubby. Because of the beast's appearance, the seawater surged up as if wanting to submerge everything into the sea. In this dangerous moment, Lung Nguyen managed to swim over in time. He reached out to Lo and shouted, "Quickly get down here, I'll take you to the shore." But she only cried and begged him to save her friend. "Chubby has been dragged into the sea. Please save him." Even though he really wanted to, in this moment Lung Nguyen could only save her first. He tried to persuade her. "After saving you, I will go save him. Get down here quickly. The beast will be there in a moment." Finally, Lo was grabbed by him, and she screamed in agony. No, carrying Lo in his arms, Lung Nguyen cursed inwardly. Damn, she looks skinny, but how can she be so heavy? While Lung Nguyen was acting chivalrously to save people, the television station's helicopter appeared. The helicopter's rotor sound roared. The female reporter appeared with a strong demeanor, reporting. The TV station received intelligence saying that a beast and huge waves appeared on the coast. So let's see what the situation of the dead and wounded is like. These two young people seem to have returned from the dead and successfully escaped danger. Look, it's young Master Lu, the famous rich kid on the internet. In order to pick up girls, he doesn't even care about his life. In the city, where the mechanical war bears building was located, Ma Long was lying on the mat, doing crunches. This glacier hero recently joined the Hero Association with my dad. Akan, hearing him mention Sen Duong, felt like teasing. "Why do I smell something sour? Do you feel that Lai San Duong has replaced your position?" Hearing that, Ma Long showed disdain. "Me jealous of him? Instead of spending time talking nonsense to help me out, I might as well quickly increase my strength. I don't want to." Suddenly, I can seem to see something and shouted, signaling to him. "Ma Long, quickly watch the live stream. A beast has appeared at the beach, and your younger brother is also at the scene." Hearing that, he couldn't believe his ears, turning his head to stare at the screen. Are you seeing it wrong? If that kid encountered a beast, he would have been scared pantsless long ago, unable to even run away in time, let alone stay at the scene. At this time, on the screen was the image of the beast chasing after Lung Nguyen and Lo. The female reporter's terrified voice echoed in the large room. How is it possible? They're being closely pursued by the beast. Hopefully the superheroes can get here quickly. Seeing him in danger, Ma Long was so worried his insides burned like fire. Why is Loon Gwyn suddenly pretending to be a good guy? Why doesn't he just quickly abandon that stupid woman and run away by himself? It's going to be too late. At this moment, the beast had rushed very close to Loon Gwyn. He calmly glanced back to observe. Akin still didn't know he had a superpower. Seeing the current situation, he felt a bit unbearable and closed his eyes. It's over. Thinking that he was about to be made into mincemeat by the beast, Ma Long cried out in pain, "Loon Gwyn, my lovely little brother." Suddenly, Akin seemed to see something and cried out, "Wait, Ma Long, so your younger brother also has a transformation-type superpower?" On the screen was the image of Loon Gwyn transformed into a werewolf, carrying Lo and running frantically forward. The image before his eyes made Ma Long continuously stunned. "My younger brother has a transformation-type superpower?" After making a long jump, Loon Gwyn landed powerfully. Lo was moved by his strength, superpowered hero. Seeing her admiring gaze, Loon Gwyn immediately looked smug. "Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend. As a man, one must deal with beasts." In the nearby mountain ranges, Duong Hai had saved Chubby and brought him to safety. "Luckily, I arrived in time to save you. Otherwise, it would have become a tragedy." Next, let's watch my adoptive son's battle. Loon Gwyn sprinted down to the sea, looking at the beast that had its back turned to him, and shouted excitedly, careful getting stabbed from behind. He charged like flying, wanting to bite its but to vent his anger. In just a moment, he caught up and firmly grabbed the beast's hind leg. "I was waiting for this exact move of yours. Watch this." With that said, he gathered strength in his wrist and slammed the beast hard into the sea. On the sea surface, Loon Gwyn held the beast's hind leg and spun it in a circle. Then he loosened his grip and threw it high into the sky. The beast's whole body flew far away and crashed heavily onto the surging sea surface. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Loon Gwyn became even more confident. "Finally, I'm no longer a normal person who panics and runs away upon encountering beasts, waiting for others to come save me. I will definitely surpass my big brother and dad to become an S-rank hero." Duong Hai was extremely satisfied seeing that he could handle that horse beast. This adoptive son really makes me look at him differently now. At this time, Avu and Hoa Hoa ran over to ask about her and Chubby's situation. "Lo, are you okay? You really scared me to death." "Lo, where's Chubby?" Mentioning him, Lo wanted to cry again. To protect me, Chubby was pushed into the sea by the beast. Hearing this, the two cried out in horror. "What?" Seeing the terrified expressions of the two, Lo remembered Loon Gwyn and pointed at him. "But that hero over there said he would help me save Chubby." Suddenly, Loon Gwyn seemed to see something and cried out in shock. "Wait, what's the situation? Damn it, I can't move anymore." The beast that seemed to have been completely dealt with had now returned. It aimed its sharp horn at Loon Gwyn's back. Because he lost his balance and fell backwards, he was pierced right through by the beast. After stabbing him, the beast tossed its head, throwing him far away. That toss made Loon Gwyn fall like an iron bomb, creating a huge explosion that terrified the bystanders, making them run in all directions. The wound on his back was continuously bleeding at this time. Capturing this moment, the female reporter commented in surprise. "Young Master Lu's back has been severely injured, plus he took a heavy attack head-on from both legs. He really suffered a disadvantage in this fight." Akin looked at Ma Long, wearing a flight support device, and hurriedly asked, "Are you going over there now?" Ma Long left without looking back and replied, "I'm worried about him. I'll leave the company's side to you." After saying that, he started up the device and flew straight to the beach where Loon Gwyn was. Feeling the pain in his lower abdomen made Loon Gwyn furious. His eyes glared fiercely at the beast. "FCK, this hurts to death." At this time, as if provoked, the beast began to charge again, wanting to gore him one more time. Seeing that it wanted to gore him again, Loon Gwyn blurted out in astonishment, "Coming again?" The beast's entire body turned into a giant whirlpool and rushed over. The female reporter up high saw this and cried out in panic. "Not good." The beast just exploded. Loon Gwyn was now dragged into the whirlpool of water. He screamed in pain. Gradually, all of his senses were infiltrated by water, draining his breath. "I can hardly breathe. This time I'll really be torn in two." That is. "Adoptive father, save me." Within the whirlpool of seawater, Loon Gwyn tried to shout loudly to call Duong Hai for help. "Adoptive father, save me." Seeing him fall into danger, the viewers said worriedly, "Young Master Lu has been dragged in there. He won't die, right?" Seeing this, Lo tearfully and heartbrokenly prayed, "Hero, please don't let anything happen to you." Duong-hai finally could no longer stand by and watch. He flew over, preparing to rescue him. Seeing this, the viewers excitedly cheered. That is, the rescue hero has arrived. It's the big boss rooster. The female reporter recognized him at a glance. An excitement appeared in her voice. Oh my God, the mysterious rooster who was on TV recently. He has appeared again? Duong-hai looked at Lung Gwyn, who was about to be submerged in water, sighed, and said, by exposing the fact that you possess a superpower, you could be considered to have helped me. Next, let's guess whether the Blue Pills organization will make a move on you or not. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, nearby, a metal bar suddenly bent, startling a person. All metal materials were sucked towards Duong-hai, gradually transforming into sharp arrows. The mutated beast sensed Duong-hai's presence, frowning as it glanced towards him. Seeing it glaring at him, he chuckled coldly and mocked it. Tiny mutated beast, how ridiculous. After he finished speaking, a volley of sharp arrows rushed toward the mutated beast at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was too fast for the beast to dodge. 3 arrows deeply pierced its body, making it shriek in agony. Thanks to this, its control over Lu Nguyen disappeared. The female reporter, seeing him easily injure it, was extremely astonished. Oh my God, the mysterious person Rooster defeated the mutated beast with just one move. Before Lu Nguyen could fall into the sea, Duong-hai flew over to catch him with his warhorse. Due to losing too much energy, Lu Nguyen had reverted to his human form. Duong-hai approached the mutated beast, preparing to use his extraction superpower. Who told you to do evil deeds? Hand over the superpower orb. In his mind, he silently muttered 3 words, plunder superpower. Information about the mutated beast's superpower appeared before his eyes. Superpower rank D. Name, Surfing Master. Description: can move freely on the water surface and control water currents to launch attacks. Evaluation: fine for washing ones, but quite convenient. After collecting a D-rank superpower orb, he looked at him with great satisfaction. Considering that you can help me attract the attention of the Blue Pill organization, I will give the credit to you, my adopted son. He slowly flew towards a shore where Lo was standing and placed both of them on the beach. Seeing that both only had a few minor injuries, Lo cheered happily. The wounds have been bandaged in time. This is great. There probably won't be any danger to their lives. Right at this moment, Lu Nguyen woke up, screaming in pain. I'm dying of pain. Where am I? Seeing him awake, Lo rushed over and hugged him tightly. Hero, this is great. You and Chubby have returned safely. Being hugged tightly by a pretty girl, Lu Nguyen was over the moon. I'm not a hero named Hung, but it was just a small matter. Little beauty, don't hug me so tightly you are pressing on my wounds. At this time, someone extremely curious about his transformation asked, Lu Nguyen, why have you changed so much? Doesn't the internet say you are a useless rich kid? Lu Nguyen immediately said smugly, that's all fake. Lu Nguyen, will be the great hero of justice, Lord Rooster, to protect mankind. Watching Duong-hai walk away, he silently felt grateful. Thank you for saving my life, adoptive father. In the future, I will definitely do my best to show my filial piety to you. An onlooker, seeing Duong-hai leaving, spoke up. That's right, that rooster is the true powerhouse. He left after killing the mutated beast. You are. Lu Nguyen looked at the person who appeared with immense surprise. Pincer Crab, Bang Jai, appeared with a cold face, his voice full of harsh accusation. Lu Nguyen, you have violated the regulations of the superpower law. Please come with me to the Hero Association. Someone who didn't recognize him asked, who is that? The person next to them, who knew clearly, carefully whispered, do you see the Hero Association insignia on his clothes? The civilians also recognized Bang Jai through the badge on his shirt. It seems some people had a grudge against his association. People from a Hero Association, they love to meddle in other people's business the most, but they do things very properly. Isn't that so? His name is Bang Jai Weirdo, always liking to use grand excuses to do disgusting things. Seeing himself being accused, Lu Nguyen tried to explain, I just wanted to save people. Bang Jai stiffly interrupted, his tone extremely steely. No matter the reason, you have no right to use your superpower in public. Using it is an illegal act. Now, please follow me immediately. Right at this moment, Ma Long's voice rang out, making his whole body stiffen on the spot. This matter will be handled by the Conlon Talent Agency. Let me see who dares to take the younger brother of me, Ma Long, away for interrogation. Everyone was extremely excited to see him appear. It's Ma Long. The A-rank hero Ma Long. Lung Wen was confused when he saw him appear. Brother, why are you here? Ma Long didn't answer his question, but immediately raised his voice to scold his recklessness. It seems the werewolf's self-healing ability is quite strong. Your wounds are no longer a big deal. Nguyen, don't act recklessly in the future. Being reprimanded in front of everyone, Lung Nguyen angrily replied, I know, you are so nagging. Bang Jai, seeing Ma Long appear, didn't dare to clash head-on and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a threat. If that's the case, I hope your esteemed company can provide a reasonable explanation to the Hero Association. Otherwise, it won't be convincing. The fact that he possessed a superpower made Ma Long extremely curious. Nguyen has never shown any superpower talent. How did he suddenly become an Esper? Time flew quickly to the next day. Duong Hai, after taking a shower, sat on the bed wearing only a towel and drying his hair. He took out the superpower orb and looked at it thoughtfully. A water element superpower. I already have a few elemental superpowers: Fierce Fire, Plasma, Metal, Control, and Surfing Master. Looking at the 4 elements in front of him, a bold idea popped into Duong Hai's mind. If I can collect all elemental superpowers and fuse them into one, it will definitely be extremely interesting when the time comes. Fi, having used so many skills, I now understand the magnitude of superpowers. Perhaps I should try to find a healing superpower. Maybe I can cure you. But where should I go to find intelligence about a healing Esper? For now, I can only try sneaking into hot and sour noodle Superman's body to scout for intelligence. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and activated the mental imprint left on Chua K. Puppet control. In a place that looked like a park's campus, Chua K strode down the street, constantly humming a song. La la la. Suddenly, his entire body froze. Duong Hai's consciousness instantly took over. Looking at Chua K's body, he muttered with great satisfaction, flexible limbs, agile senses. The spirit possession of puppet control is highly successful. Metal control, activate. It seems the superpower orb is still left in my own body, not moving along with the spirit body. Just then, from across a row of bushes, a female intern's voice rang out resolutely. Senior, I will not go with you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, don't blame me for being impolite. Huh? Hearing the noise, Duong Hai immediately hid behind a nearby tree to eavesdrop. The manager, as if hearing a great joke, loudly threatened, impolite? Don't misunderstand. Since you've joined our Divine Dragon Hero Talent Agency as an intern, you must obey the company's rules. Tell me, is there any girl who doesn't rely on her body and face to get promoted? Either you serve me, or you go serve the boss. He is an A-rank hero, the leader of the Saint Disciple organization. He is a person who can use a healing superpower and will help you stretch your muscles a bit. Duong Hai, who had originally only intended to eavesdrop, froze upon hearing the superpower mentioned. A healing superpower. Truly, even God is helping me. The manager suddenly used force to tear the skirt on her body. The female, in turn, both angry and ashamed, screamed loudly, I don't want to get lost. At this moment, Duong Hai kicked the manager away. His entire body fell into the bushes not far away. As soon as he stood up, he cursed loudly, FCK, who kicked your father flying like that? Duong Hai, relying on Chua K's face, uttered the classic hero lines, preparing to deal with the manager. I am the incarnation of justice, a god descending to punish you. The manager from the Divine Dragon side recognized him immediately. He angrily pointed at his face and yelled, Hot and sour noodle hero, who do you think you are? Is it your turn to meddle in other people's business? Duong Hai pulled the female in turn towards him, using reprimanding eyes to look at the manager, wanting to bring him back to the righteous path. If you had a younger sister or a daughter who was subjected to these unwritten rules by others, what would you think? But the manager had degenerated beyond salvation. His tone sounded as if it were a matter of course. She has been quietly working as an intern for several years in the company. Don't look at her struggling on the outside. In fact, she has long wanted to seize this opportunity in her heart. The female, in turn, hearing him dare to fabricate such things about her, angrily retorted, You're talking nonsense, I don't. Duong Hai didn't want such a sapling to abandon her original intentions due to unspoken rules, so he spoke profoundly. You must think clearly. Once this transaction begins, it cannot be stopped. Your original desire to become a hero will all be confused. These words from him seemed to awaken the female in turn, allowing her to make her decision. She said gratefully, I understand. Thank you for saving me, hot and sour noodle Superman. You're a good person. Gross, you scum. The manager was cursed to the point of choking you. Thanks to Duong Hai, the female in turn quickly left, leaving the two men silently looking at each other. The manager carefully evaluated him. Thinking of the requirement for Chua K's transformation, he sneered inwardly. It said that this guy's transformation requires eating hot and sour noodles. The transformation time is also only 15 minutes. But in this situation now, where are you going to find noodles? You country bumpkin, ruining my business, making my fortune fly away. Do you know what the outcome of meddling in others' business is? Hearing this, Duong Hai just crossed his arms and sneered, what outcome? The manager, as if having grasped his weakness, threw a punch and charged over. It's being beaten to death by me. Duong Hai looked at this novice who couldn't see Mount Tai, only chuckling faintly as he tossed an orange noodle pellet into his mouth. Instantly, he completed his transformation. Hot and sour noodle transformation. Seeing this, the manager cried out in terror. What? Awaiting him was Duong Hai's iron fist. This punch almost shattered his internal organs. The manager's body rolled backward like a ball and slammed hard against the bushes. Seeing that the man wasn't caved in by his punch, Duong Hai frowned in confusion. But I know you can only last for 15 minutes. Wait until the time passes. I will come out and beat you until you have to call me daddy. Hearing this number, he feigned curiosity. 15 minutes? Even though the superpower orbs cannot follow the spirit body, they can enhance mental strength, which is closely related to the spirit body. After collecting many superpower orbs, my mental strength has become terrifyingly robust. And a superpower is controlled by the strength or weakness of one's mental power. Thus, hot and sour noodle can only last for 15 minutes because he cannot precisely control his power. He can only exert all his strength until he's exhausted. But I can use mental strength to control the superpower, exerting full strength only during the few seconds of throwing a punch. This way, the transformation time can be doubled and continuously maintained. After thoroughly analyzing the thought, he smiled sinisterly towards the bushes. Relying on his strong mental energy, Duong Hai probed the place where the manager was hiding. After pinpointing his location, he kicked off the ground and flew over. Mice just love to scurry and hide. Being dragged out of the bushes by his collar by him, the manager yelled in disbelief, How did you manage to find me? Damn it, are you even a B-rank hero? Hearing this, he smiled, acting mysteriously, and revealed, Perhaps you don't know. In fact, I've always been hiding my true abilities. The manager looked at his current strength without any doubt at all. His face turned as pale as a banana leaf as he tried to negotiate. Today, consider my loss. Let me go, and I will have the Divine Dragon Company give you some benefits. Duong Hai naturally wouldn't believe a word he said. You say it as if you won't get in my way again after you go back. But you are reminding me of something. Catching a vicious gleam in Duong Hai's eyes, the manager screamed in terror, Wait, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you have that kind of preference? Duong Hai looked at his lower body and gave a despicable laugh. The manager, lifted high by Duong Hai, panicked to the point of madness after hearing his despicable laughter. Ah, well, brother. No, boss, let's talk things over slowly, don't do this. But how could Duong Hai spare him? He wore a sinister smile and enunciated every word. There's a good way to punish this scum, and at the same time prevent this guy from settling scores with hot and sour noodle Superman. Come here, darling. Ultimately, only the manager's screams of pleading were left in the bushes. I beg you, don't strip my clothes. Good sir, spare my life. After stripping the manager's clothes and taking photos as a threat, Duong Hai chuckled with great satisfaction. With these photos, that scum won't dare to bother the female student and hot and sour noodle Superman anymore. On the phone was an image of the manager forced to perform an extremely eye-burning pose for him to photograph. So that Chua K wouldn't delete this photo after waking up, Duong Hai carefully left a note. New photos are in the phone. Do not delete. to avoid forest rangers from coming to cause trouble. Reminding him like this, he should probably understand. All right, since I've got the information I wanted, it's time to leave this body. Puppet control deactivated. The moment Duong Hai's consciousness departed, Chua K suddenly woke up, staring at his phone screen in astonishment. Huh, where am I? I'm still in the flower garden. Could be I dozed off just now? New photos in the phone cannot be deleted to avoid forest rangers from coming to cause trouble. What the hell are these photos? When he saw what was displayed on the screen, Chua K's face flushed with an unnatural redness. He screamed furiously, "What the hell is this? Oh my god!" Loksong City Branch, Hero Association. Loksong City Branch President, Hero Association, No 2 Kentucky, sitting opposite him were Mechanical Warbear and Sanduong. Vice-President Wooduyong, Tu Kai, with a serious face, enunciated every word. The defense deployment plan for the first quarter requires all positions to provide support. This matter is very important. We cannot be careless. Duong, standing behind him, also spoke up to emphasize, through this plan, the public will establish the image of pioneers counterattacking the mutated beast world. The others, as if injected with chicken blood, excitedly shouted in response. We will definitely support the association with all our might. Bodies shattered and bones pulverized for the association and humanity. That's right, defeating mutated beasts. We heroes will absolutely not refuse. Mechanical remained silent, not saying a word. In his heart at this moment, it was truly a mess of tangled thoughts. The meaning of this council meeting is that each organization or company sends an A-rank hero to handle the corpses of mutated beasts, joining the control of white control points. Although the harm is very clear, as long as the pioneer image is established, we will definitely make a fortune. Most importantly, there is intel saying that the mutated beast world might have equipment or items that upgrade superpowers. This is the real reason that moved the great heroes. In this place, strength is what matters most to an Esper. An Esper possessing great power is the key to an organization. Sanduong didn't think as much as Mechanical. Hearing that there were items, his face couldn't contain his greed for them. Special items that upgrade superpowers. At Duong Hai's house at this moment, his magnetic voice rang out. Clone, activate. So cloning works on this principle. But looking at oneself is really weird. Wait, how do I distribute superpowers to him? Plasma, metal control. First, I must downgrade metal control and upgrade plasma to A rank. It needs B rank superpowers for support. After coordinating everything, a new superpower appeared. Superpower rank B, name, Shadow Clone. Summary, Shadow Clones, number of clones. 3. In combat, you can swap the true body and the positions of the clones. Can control weapons to launch attacks. Evaluation, just one person short of forming a basketball team. Without further hesitation, he moved the superpower orb into his clone's body. For this first clone, Duong Hai automatically gave him an arrogant persona. Rooster is an arrogant and domineering person, so you'll be ruthless, cold, and apathetic. In the blink of an eye, the clone transformed into the identity of Snake. After finishing preparing the clone, he gave it a mission. This time, the task of harvesting the Saint Disciple leader's superpower will be carried out by you, Saint Disciple Snake. District 3 of Sa Chao City. A foot appeared at the airport entrance. Duong Hai, after a long flight, had arrived in Sa Chao City. What hit his eyes was a stifling heat that was hard to bear. Before coming here, I really didn't expect it to be this hot. While standing at the airport entrance, a taxi screeched to a halt in front of him. The driver, who specialized in overcharging passengers, rolled down the window and asked with feigned hospitality, "Passenger for District 1, want a ride?" After that, he drove Duong Hai smoothly along the road to the hotel. As soon as he got in the car, he turned on his phone to read the message sent by Loon Win. Adoptive father, I have sent the document about the member of the Saint Disciple organization that you asked me to investigate to your email. I wish you success. The driver, seeing him silent and saying nothing, immediately broke the silence. The most prosperous business in Sa Chao City is gambling. I advise you to go to large casinos like Samba, Alibes. It is guaranteed that the money you win can also be safely brought back to the hotel. Young man, seeing that you are so young and handsome, I will recommend another good place for you. Hearing this, Duong Hai curiously asked him, "Where is it?" The driver smiled lewdly and handed over a picture of a girl from that place, replying, "Dreams of Paris." The girls there are extremely enthusiastic, and the price is not high either. Hearing this, Duong Hai's expression did not change at all. silently sighing in his heart. Even this profession has developed. Sachao City is indeed very chaotic. After moving for a while, they arrived at the destination, and the driver happily said, "Handsome boy, we have arrived at the Saturn Hotel. The total is 500 cerulean coins." Duong Hai looked at the number on the taximeter and uncomfortably thought, 5 times the amount? I didn't see it wrong. The other fees are referral fees. Since this is your first time here, consider it as me teaching you the first lesson in this district too, brat. I think between a few hundred cerulean coins and your little life, there's no need to hesitate anymore, right? Seeing him point the gun at him, Duong Hai was not afraid at all and gently used his superpower on him. Of course, there is no hesitation. The one who needs a lesson is you. Puppet control. A moment later, Duong Hai and the driver walked into the hotel lobby. The receptionist respectfully handed him the room key. "Sir, this is your room card. If there is anything, you can call the reception." Receiving the room card, he smiled gently and said his thanks. "Thank you." The female receptionist recognized the driver. She was very surprised when he was willing to carry the luggage for him. She really could not have imagined that the gentleman could make the savage local driver help him transport his luggage. Truly formidable. The female colleague adjusted her makeup and dreamily said, "That's right. I wonder if you would like to have dinner with me?" Duong Hai stopped at the elevator door, then turned his head and instructed the driver, "I'm going to do some work. Later, leave my luggage in my room and you can leave here. Remember to be a little more polite to people from District 1 in the future." Receiving the order, the driver replied like a mechanical puppet, "Obeying your command, master." The number on the elevator then stopped at the 37th floor. Duong Hai looked at the information on his phone and then looked at the hallway of rooms in front of him. On the phone screen was information about the masked guy, Saint Disciple Organization, C-Rank Esper, masked wrestler, currently in room 441 on the 37th floor of the Sheraton Hotel. He activated his transformation to turn into Snake, disguising himself. His figure stopped at the door of a room. Duong Hai's body turned into a shadow, easily entering the closed room. As soon as he entered the room, his figure gradually gathered together. From the bedroom came the coquettish laughter of a woman along with the hoarse, lustful voice of the mask. "Come here." The mask was truly a playboy. He had only a towel wrapped around him, while the other women only had their underwear on, swaying and waiting for him to catch them. Seeing this scene, he became even more heated. "Come here, my snacks, let me give you a hug." Suddenly, the girls seemed to have seen something and froze. Behind the mask appeared black tentacles preparing to attack. Only then did the mask feel the danger, and he shouted, "Who is it?" Duong Hai appeared behind him, controlling the tentacles on his back to lunge forward. The mask pushed the girl forward, wanting to use her as a shield for himself. "Stupid woman, why aren't you blocking it for me?" The two girls wrapped by the tentacles angrily and despairingly screamed and cursed. Damn man. In just a moment, the two girls' lives were taken by the tentacles. Their eyes rolled back in extreme horror. The mask still did not know fear. He did not run away, but stood there showing off the muscles on his body, threatening Duong Hai back. "No matter who you are, since you have given me the opportunity to absorb terrifying power, you only have one path to death. Accept your death." He was seen gently sitting down, controlling the shadow into a defensive wall. His punch hit the shadow. Seeing this, the mask quickly realized how he was able to enter his room. Shadow control ability. You used the shadow to sneak in here, right? Duong Hai still did not answer him, gently placing the two girls down on the floor. He tried to tell himself about his current persona. The cold image was really hard to act out, but he had taken playing his character very seriously. At this time, the mask also gradually became quiet. He focused on assessing Duong Hai in front of him. If it were not for these two women providing him with some power, he was afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to escape now. Truly cruel. Without giving him the chance to think more, Duong Hai actively attacked again. He quickly ducked down to dodge the attacking shadow. "Who exactly are you? Could it be that you don't know the people of our Saint Disciple Organization? Be careful. I will report to the higher-ups of the organization to have someone skin you." But Duong Hai still just stayed silent without replying. His silence made him angry. "I'm asking you, are you mute? Despicable." Duong Hai was seen not moving at all, only moving his pupils to watch this punch coming at him. This made the mask extremely surprised. He did not dodge his punch. This time he could finally hit him. But what faced him was still only Duong Hai's shadow. He was terrified when he saw himself punching into the shadow. Suddenly, the dissolving shadow gathered again and tightly bound his arm. He used all his strength to try and break free from the shadow, but could not do it at all. Seeing his hand reaching out, he was scared out of his wits. Don't kill me. Otherwise the priest will absolutely not spare you. I beg you, please spare me. Seeing him scared to the point of crying like a child, Duong Hai contemptuously mocked. What a noob. His hand placed on his head. Then he used the extraction superpower. A second later, an Esper orb appeared along with a notification. Superpower extraction complete. C-rank superpower terrifying mask. Introduction. Can absorb fear to enhance power. Retention time of terrifying power is 30 minutes. Evaluation. A horror movie theater is the best place to utilize it. Feeling his body empty, the mask was both scared and angry, shouting, "What have you done to me? Where's my superpower? Quickly return it to me, otherwise the priest will absolutely not spare you." His threat did not scare him at all, but instead raised his interest. Then let me see who this priest you keep talking about is. Activate puppet control. Puppet control. Duong Hai's spirit immediately entered the mask's memory space. He looked at the image of the past where he had been beaten half to death and became interested. The memory showed that he had also experienced a chaotic superpower battle. Was he about to die? At this moment, a man's voice came from the image. "I will make you wish you were dead, but you must swear eternal loyalty to the saint disciple. In order to live," the mask immediately replied. "I swear." As soon as his words fell, a white light appeared surrounding the mask's body. In just a moment, all the wounds were covered, making the mask shocked. "The wounds are gone. Could it be that I have really come back to life? I swear eternal loyalty to the saint disciple, loyal to Lord Light Priest." The mask was now controlled by Duong Hai's mental ability. Puppet control. The mask, or rather Duong Hai at this time, slowly approached the place where the goods were stored. He looked around searching for the cargo container he intended to go to. After searching for a while, he also saw the red cargo container he needed. After observing for a while, he confirmed that it was the red container mentioned in the memory of the masked wrestler. In the mask's memory at this time was a completely different space, an extremely majestic and magnificent scene. In the hall appeared 3 subordinates along with the priest in the mask's memory. Bloodthirsty rose. She was the first to speak. "Rumor has it that a girl named Sealing Sword knows the location where you hide the goods." The mask respectfully knelt before her and replied, "She is just a minor problem, Lord Rose. Just one order from you, and I will immediately go and deal with her." Deep Sea Army Soul. Hearing him so confident, his voice carried a hint of contempt. "Deal with? She is an A-rank hero. Can you deal with her relying solely on you?" Earth Mage. The old man did not feel there was any problem with this at all, but rather sneered. "Deep Sea is too careful. What if she is A-rank? Are we, dignified saint disciples, afraid of an A-rank hero?" The priest seemed extremely interested in this person. A lewd light flashed in his eyes as he ordered, "Truly an ignorant girl. You guys go capture her and bring her here to let her taste the flavor of an A-rank young girl." The 3 subordinates received the order and respectfully agreed in unison. "Obeying your command, Lord Priest." Seeing that the matter was over, the mask bowed his head and asked to be excused. Then this lowly one asks to withdraw first. Suddenly Deep Sea called him back. "Masked wrestler, come here." He walked over, bowing deeply with full respect, and asked, "What orders does Lord Deep Sea Army Soul have?" He paused for a moment and gave the instruction. "There's a batch of goods from District 1 that just arrived at the port in the red container. Tomorrow you go over there in my place to take a look. If there is any news about the Sealing Sword, immediately notify me." "All right, every batch of goods will have normal attrition. You just handle it. There's no need to waste the opportunity one gave you." The mask frowned and complicatedly replied, "Understood." Returning to the present, Duong Hai was standing in front of the red container, muttering, "I wonder if this disguise can succeed? What exactly are the goods?" Fingerprint lock, a minor matter, plasma. Suddenly the screen was staticky. After that, Duong Hai successfully entered the red container. In front of him was a passage leading deep underground. As he walked, he sighed, "I didn't expect the container to just be a fake. The real goods are all underground, and there's a bloody smell in the air." Duong Hai stepped down without stopping. After going down to the basement, he assessed the person sitting on the chair not far away. There's a guard. The guard quickly noticed his presence. He walked over and respectfully bowed. "Lord Mask." Duong Hai cleared his throat and asked him, "Is there anything going on today?" The guard quickly recounted the situation. "Yes, you don't know this, but a big business deal is coming soon, and these little brats won't shut their mouths for a minute. Duong Hai paused a beat upon hearing that. Little brats, could it be? Take me in there to see. As he walked, he looked around assessing the place. The guard, hearing the noise, angrily scolded the kid in the holding crate. Stop crying, making noise for Lord Mask. Do you want to get whipped? After being scolded, the children only silently looked at him with eyes full of deep-seated hatred. Duong Hai looked at the condition of the children here, cursing the priests 800 times in his heart. Despicable saint-disciple, hiding people in this place. It seems there are also children kidnapped from other districts. So small, the oldest is only 15 or 16 years old. He recalled the look Deep Sea gave the mask that day. And that look was the contempt of someone at the top looking down at the ants below. The more he thought about it, the more furious Duong Hai became. He made up his mind. These people disregard life like this. I will definitely make everyone involved pay the price. At this moment, at the end of the hallway, a furious roar echoed. I'll beat you to death, damn it. The subordinate holding the whip was clutching his bitten ear. He took his hand down to reveal an ear that was half bitten off. The pain in his ear made him angrily curse. Dare to bite your old man? Let's see if I beat you to death. Right at this moment, Duong Hai appeared to stop him. Stop. Is he the one causing trouble? The subordinate, still angry, loudly affirmed. That's right, Lord Mask. This guy sneak attacked and bit my ear. His gaze shifted to Deep Fam's face. He saw that the boy's face had no fear at all, his gaze extremely calm, without a shred of hesitation, displaying his hatred. Looking at this gaze, Duong Hai secretly praised. Not a bad gaze. What is the reason? The subordinate, hearing this, felt somewhat guilty. Right at this moment, Mantis appeared to explain. What else could it be? Of course, he had ill intentions and wanted to do something to this kid's sister. Saint Disciple Organization, Twin Blade Mantis. Duong Hai, hearing this, blurted out in surprise. What? As soon as he turned his head, what caught his eye was Deep Swang, looking like a broken doll thrown in the corner. Mantis saw this and just sneered. Too bad it didn't work out. The person was already scared half to death. Seeing Deep Swang being played by them to this state, his hatred for their cruelty increased even more within him. These beasts. Mantis still had not realized that Duong Hai had taken over the mask's body. He asked in confusion, My brother, aren't you on vacation? Why did you come to this place? Those two girls, the recommendation wasn't bad, right? He tried to hold back the urge to tear Mantis apart and replied, Your recommendation was of course great, but I came here today wanting to check the condition of the goods on behalf of Lord Deep Sea Army Soul. Put him down. If he's not missing arms or legs, he could be sold for money. Hearing that he wanted to sell the boy, Mantis felt a bit regretful. Still keeping him alive? Forget it. Even without teeth, the brat in this District 1 can also be sold for a high price. Deep Fam had his jaw tightly squeezed by him, trying to open his mouth to curse. I will kill you all. Duong Hai then spoke up. Try a little harder. You will immediately get what you wish for. Mantis, hearing this, acted confused and asked, You understand what he is saying? He activated the superpower inside his body and chuckled, replying to him, Not only do I understand, but I will also fulfill his wish. Otherwise, I came here in vain, don't you think? After speaking, he pierced his arm right through Mantis's body. Even until death, he did not understand why he died. Why? Duong Hai looked into his eyes and replied in a low voice. Perhaps it is because he and I both come from the same district. At this point, Mantis finally realized that he was not his brother. You are not the mask. But before he could finish his words, his head was taken by our MC using his superpower. The guards, hearing the commotion, hurriedly ran over to ask about the situation. What happened, Lord Mask? Seeing them appear, Duong Hai coldly declared, You all have to die. The stupid blonde guy rushed over wanting to fight him. Damn it. But he was tightly bound by his shadow, unable to move. From the shadow, high-voltage currents flowed, shocking the blonde guy until he flew back. The guard, seeing this scene, was trembling with fear. Seeing him about to run, Duong Hai controlled the shadow to lunge forward. Finally, amidst the despairing screams of the guard, warm blood spread out along with the notification. Superpower plunder complete. Deep Fam looked at this entire scene and fell into a daze. Right in front of his eyes was Duong Hai's tall back. In his hand were 3 glowing esper orbs. He introduced himself full of interest and then asked him, "My name is Deep Fam. Who are you?" Seeing him not reply, Deep Fam asked again, "Who exactly are you?" Duong Hai turned around and replied, "The person who saved you." But this answer was met with Deep Fam's suspicion. "But I saw you bullying the children in this place." Duong Hai was too lazy to explain much, only replying briefly, "You will know what exactly happened very soon." "Deep Fam, wait for me for a few minutes. I have to deal with the people outside first." After being untied, Deep Fam went over to Deep Swang in the corner. He hugged her and cried heartbreakingly. Looking at this image reminded him of his little sister who was still in a coma and had not woken up yet. Fi. At this time, the other guards had also heard the commotion and rushed over. Catch him quickly. Seeing them appear, Duong Hai immediately controlled the shadow to attack. "Die, you scumbags." The shadow, like a sharp blade, slashed and cut the nearest guy in half. The following ones could not escape the fate of their bodies being separated from their heads either. Despairing screams echoed in the dark basement. Under Duong Hai's feet at this time only remained pieces of human bodies lying on the ground. The broadcasting music hero appeared, praising him. Very formidable. "Hey, troublemaker, broadcasting music hero, you and I will fight him together to see how he runs." On the opposite side, the spear holder also appeared, replying, "Okay, you make your move first, spear holder." The broadcasting music hero did not hesitate to call out his superpower, music up. The children in the basement immediately had splitting headaches from his music. They screamed in extreme pain. Duong Hai was also affected by this eerie music. He covered his ears tightly, thinking of a countermeasure. So this is it. His music can actually stimulate the pain in people's nerves. Fortunately, my spiritual power is strong enough. But the children can't listen to it any longer. I have to deal with him quickly. I have to pretend a little bit. Thinking of this, he immediately dropped his arms and let out a groan. The broadcasting music hero, seeing this, thought he had completely controlled him. "No one can resist my music, go to hell." But when the CD flew over, it passed right through Duong Hai's body. He couldn't believe it and blurted out what. At this time, Duong Hai had appeared right above his head. He exerted force in his legs, stomping hard on his back, making him cry out in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth, and a faint cry for help came from his throat. "Save me." The spear holder, seeing him defeated, also began to attack. "Take this spear." The spear shot towards Duong Hai's back like an arrow breaking the wind. When the spear pierced through him, his body trembled slightly, then stopped. He looked down at the spear embedded in his chest. Without stopping, he swung his fist and struck the broadcasting music hero. Seeing this scene, the spear holder broke out in a cold sweat in fear. "You really beat him to death. Why did you betray the organization?" Duong Hai coughed and repeated the question. "Why?" "Of course, it's for these children, for justice." Hearing this reason, the spear holder burst into loud laughter as if he had heard a joke. "Justice? Masked wrestler, have you done few bad things in the past? Even if you can defeat me, you can't possibly leave this place. Let me tell you, Lord Deep Sea Wraith is on his way here." His threat didn't scare him at all. The light of boiling fighting will shone in his eyes right at this moment. "Rushing here to court death? Then I will grant your wish." Duong Hai turned around to face the spear holder. At this time, he didn't even know that a strange wisp of black chi had appeared on his forehead. This wisp of black chi connected directly to Duong Hai's chest. The spear holder was given goosebumps by his madman-like gaze. He couldn't take it anymore and attacked. "Damn it, lunatic, go to hell, go to hell." Duong Hai immediately raised both hands to block it, and then he swung his arms, shooting the spears right back at him. The incident was so sudden that the spear holder couldn't dodge and took the entire spear, stabbing directly into his body. Only then did Duong Hai feel the burning pain in his arm. He sighed and lamented, "It really hurts." A little boy saw this, walked over, and asked with concern, "Big brother, you're hurt." Duong Hai smiled lightly and replied, "To save everyone. What is this little injury? Hurry and go out. Everyone don't push. Line up and go out, Deep Fam." Deep Fam, carrying Deep Swang on his back, looked straight into Duong Hai's eyes and pleaded, "The pain of having no power. I don't want to feel it anymore. I want to become strong like you. Can you teach me?" His bright eyes made it impossible for Duong Hai to refuse. He agreed to him. All right, but the important thing is that you must be forever loyal to me. Can you do that? Deep Pham immediately swore loyalty. I can do it. I will become your most loyal subordinate. To be safe, Duong Hai still used his spiritual ability on him, puppet control. Then I will grant your wish. Mantis Blade. Deep Pham looked at the glowing Esper bead in front of him and exclaimed in horror, Master, what is this? Duong Hai looked at his surprised expression, smiled lightly, and explained, Esper bead can transform your front arms into mantis blades. You can temporarily use it to protect yourself. Hearing that he could have an Esper ability, Deep Pham was incredibly grateful and said, Thank you, Master. Duong Hai watched Deep Pham carrying Deep Swang out, then turned to look at the corpses on the ground. Next, I have to deal with these bodies. He used his ability on them, Loot. The golden light containing the Esper ability power of the nearest guy was sucked out. Even the broadcasting music hero couldn't escape this fate. After obtaining a bunch of Esper beads, Duong Hai looked at them with satisfaction and said, Last time it took a lot of effort to get two rank Esper abilities from the Frogman Mercenaries and the Wave-Treading Dragon Horse. Now, I've collected so many in a short while. Humans are nothing compared to mutated beasts. First, I have to upgrade Shadow Evasion to A rank. This time it will be even more stable with light sacrifice. Just a moment later, the Shadow Evasion Esper bead successfully upgraded. A rank Esper ability. Name, Shadow Evasion. Introduction, Shadow Clone quantity is 5. Can swap the main body and Shadow Clone positions in combat. Can create shadow weapons to attack. After upgrading the Esper bead, he also left the red container and went outside. Sensing a sword point aimed at his back, he glanced back in alarm. Blanche shouted warily, Who is it? Where are you planning to take these children? Speak now. Duong Hai, who had never met her, asked curiously, Who are you? She was about to say her name, but was interrupted by the children swarming around her. It's Sister Blanche, Sister Blanche. The brown-haired boy spoke up to explain to her about him. Sister Blanche, he's the one who saved us. The other children hearing this also spoke up in unison to affirm. That's right. Hero sister, this big brother got hurt to save us. Please don't misunderstand him. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Blanche apologized in embarrassment. Is that so? I'm so sorry. Duong, I didn't blame her at all. It's fine. You're the rank 3 hero, right? Seeing Sorte Blanche. Blanche, seeing that he had guessed her identity, didn't hide anything anymore. That's right. I intercepted a human trafficking gang to find this place. I didn't expect you to be one step faster than me, having already rescued them from the devil's den. I'm sorry, I arrived late. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, scaring the children. Duong Hai glanced back in alarm and shouted, What happened? Suddenly, the children were grabbed tightly by a bunch of vines around their ankles and lifted up. The little boy shouted in fear for help from the two of them. Brother, sister, save me. In the sky appeared a giant rose, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The children, tightly wrapped in vines, cried loudly in fear, Help, help, mommy. Seeing the children in danger, Deep Pham hurriedly called Duong Hai Master. He blocked in front of him and replied, Don't rush, I will save them. Facing him right now was the priest group. Rose, sweating all over, frowned and sneered, Save? Saying that makes people want to laugh their teeth off. Do you still think you're a hero? Deep Sea was also present, looking at him with cold eyes. Earth stood by silently, but a mocking look also appeared in his eyes. The priest sat beside the Rose, holding a staff, and commanded, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Wraith, Earth Mage, let these ants witness the terror of the Saint disciples a bit. Mana recovery ability. A beam of light shot straight into Rose's back, making her arch backwards. Feeling the powerful energy once again refilling her body made Rose immensely satisfied. Activating a large-scale Esper ability is very tiring, but with the mana recovery bestowed by Lord Priest, all of my remaining Esper power has been restored. After restoring Rose's power, the priest threatened Duong Hai, Sealing Sword. The property of the Saint Disciples is not something you can touch. Give up and surrender now, and I will still leave you a way out. As for the trash who betrayed the Saint Disciples, stay here forever. Hearing his arrogant words, both of them thought to themselves, it's still uncertain who will stay here forever. Blanche looked at the priest in front of her and thought to herself, if it were just 3 rank 3 espers, I could still fight back, but now with the light priest, this rank 3 esper supporting them, it's hard to make a move. Reinforcements from the Hero Association are on the way. If you guys remain stubborn, there's only one path to death. Why don't you quickly release the hostages and surrender? Hearing her threat, the priest merely snorted coldly, not caring in the slightest. He ordered his subordinates to attack, fight quickly, and win quickly. Capture her before the Hero Association arrives. Blanche immediately activated the Esper energy in her body and channeled it into the sword in her hand. Sealing power, release. Duonghai didn't expect her Esper ability to be this immense, to actually erupt with such powerful energy, worthy of being a rank 3 hero. After releasing the seal, Blanche tapped her foot and stomped hard on the ground, charging towards Rose's group. Earth calmly pointed his scepter at her and shouted his move, Earth Formation. A dirt wall rose up, blocking Blanche's path. But with just one swing of her sword, she shattered the dirt wall. Seeing this, Deep Sea hurriedly shouted his move to stop her. Seal, rushing water. 3 streams of water appeared, shooting straight towards her. Blanche didn't stop, once again swinging her sword to unleash Sword Aura, Sword Slash. But at this moment, what was happening below made her pause. Rose was using the children as shields for herself. She laughed loudly and said, "Be my meat shields, be my scapegoats." A child controlled by her rushed out to block Blanche's incoming Sword Aura. She didn't expect them to be so evil as to use children as human shields for themselves like this. Actually using children as meat shields, too despicable. Rose didn't feel that what she was doing was wrong at all. She even turned to mock Blanche. Kindness is your biggest weakness. With a few of these hostages, let's see if you still dare to fight back. Suddenly at this moment, the water pillar behind Blanche turned into Deep Sea. When he raised the blade in his hand high, Blanche also sensed the danger. By this time, the blade edge was almost slashing onto her neck. Suddenly, a clang rang out. In front of Deep Sea was Duonghai in the form of a snake spirit. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" On the ground was the mask torn in two. Duonghai touched his mask and said in annoyance, "You almost destroyed my second mask." Just as he finished speaking, he gripped the short blade and swung it up, stabbing straight into Deep Sea's neck, leaving him no time to react. Having his neck pierced, Deep Sea retreated a few steps in pain. He roared wordlessly. Seeing Blanche about to step forward, Duonghai raised his hand to stop her. Wait. Seeing his subordinate injured, the priest stood up and raised the scepter in his hand high, holy light healing. The holy beam of light gradually healed the hole in Deep Sea's neck. Seeing that he hadn't died, he burst into loud laughter. As long as Lord Priest is here, we have immortal bodies. Not stopping there, the priest used his power again. Buff! A blue beam of light enveloped Rose's group. Duonghai recognized what this light meant with just one glance. It's getting more vicious. The Light Priest has increased the buff effect. Their Esper abilities will be upgraded to A rank for a short period. After being affected by the buff, Earth suddenly dropped to one knee and muttered something. A beam of light gradually gathered above his head. Seeing this, Blanche yelled in panic. Oh no, he's accumulating power. If he successfully launches it under the buff's maintenance, the destructive power will definitely exceed an A-rank Esper ability. After hearing her explanation, Duonghai's mind quickly thought of a countermeasure. A large-scale attack will affect the children. We must save everyone before he launches it. Sealing Sword, as long as you can temporarily stall the other two now, let me handle the rest. Blanche asked back in disbelief. Can you really deal with the Earth Mage's Esper attack? What about the children? He replied with absolute certainty. Trust me, his powerful aura made her somehow believe he could do it. Why does he look so mysterious yet reliable? I feel like I can trust him. If that's the case, I'll clear the way for you. Agility Seal, release. Deep Sea, being targeted by her, quickly used his blade to block. Her terrifying strength made him start losing stamina. Damn it, stupid woman. Aren't you going to help me? Being scolded by him, Rose cursed back extremely annoyed. I've told you so many times not to call me that. City of Roses. Looking at the falling petals, Blanche cried out in alarm. What is this? Has my power vanished? Seeing this, Rose asked very smugly. My lustful fire can stimulate the desires deep within your heart. Do you feel very uncomfortable and burning hot all over your body right now? At this time, Deep Sea's figure also gradually disappeared into thin air. He approached behind Blanche and looked at her with lecherous eyes. "How about it, little girl? Do you want me to show you some love?" Blanche wouldn't stand still and be captured. A terrifying power erupted from her body. Spirit seal, release. Seeing her move being broken by her, Rose was extremely shocked. "What? I've never heard that Sealing Sword also has a mental type Esper ability." Suddenly, Blanche's figure standing opposite her disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Rose. "This is an Esper ability I recently comprehended, born after being forced into a dead end. It seems the effect is not bad. It feels like you've let my desires vent out." Just as she finished speaking, a bleeding cut appeared on Rose's face. She turned to look at Blanche in disbelief. "How could you?" By this time, Earth had also successfully gathered his power, his entire body bulging with green veins as he roared. "Come out." The moment he finished speaking, a monster emerged from the ground, roaring. The controlled children screamed in terror upon seeing it. "Save me." The monster charged at Blanche like crazy. The pressure radiating from it almost paralyzed her in place. At this time, Duong Hai appeared to block in front of her. From his hand shot out a powerful bolt of electricity, which blasted straight into the monster's mouth. Seeing that the time had come, he clenched his fist. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted from the monster. Dust and smoke billowed high, obscuring its body. In the rising white smoke, a helicopter appeared. Earth stood behind the priest, full of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Priest, for using a protective Esper ability to save me. Otherwise, I would have been caught in the explosion." Seeing that he couldn't defeat the two of them, Duong Hai's group made him furious. Truly useless trash. "Originally, we could have easily handled Sealing Sword, but you were beaten up so badly by a mysterious person. We even lost 2 B-rank members." Hearing this, Earth didn't dare say anything, only offering a word of consolation. "My lord, the Saint Disciples have lost their stronghold, and although our core strength has been damaged, the organization can still endure." Hearing this, the priest gradually calmed down. "Indeed, as long as I am alive, the status of the Saint Disciples in Sa Chao will not be shaken. This mysterious person can actually shatter a boosted B-rank Esper ability with one strike. His terrifying strength is even above mine. It's better to escape first." Just as Duong Hai was about to beat these two guys, the despicable priest used his teleportation power. Even so, Duong Hai wasn't in a hurry at all, but rather said very confidently, "Ran away? Giving you a few more minutes to live. Your Esper ability belongs to me now." He raised his hand, pointing straight at Deep Sea, and used his extraction ability. In just a moment, his Esper bead appeared in the palm of Duong Hai's hand. Plundered Esper ability. B-rank Esper ability. Name, Deep Sea Spectre. Introduction. Enhances the power of water in the body. Upgrade speed. As long as a little water exists, it can create ocean waves and water clones. Evaluation. Universal water. After taking his, he set his sights on Rose not far away. Next is Bloodthirsty Rose. Sealing Sword is really ruthless. The Esper ability extraction proceeded incredibly smoothly. Esper ability plundered. Complete. B-rank Esper ability. Name, Bloodthirsty Rose. Introduction. Uses one's own blood to summon rose vines. Roses can release aphrodisiacs to attack enemies and cause vines to explode. Evaluation. Roses always have thorns. Looking at the 2 Esper beads in his hand, he secretly calculated. Deconstruct these 2 Esper abilities to F rank. Add them to the Esper beads harvested previously, and I can upgrade another ability to A rank. Without hesitation, he used his extraction ability on the Esper beads to decompose them. Then, the Esper bead he wanted to upgrade successfully leveled up to A rank. A rank Esper ability. Name, Superbrain. Introduction. Enhances vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and the 6th sense. Enhances coordination ability. Can emit mental shockwaves to attack enemies. Evaluation. Brother, are you buying props? Duong Hai put the Esper bead back in his body and marveled. Form, sound, smell, taste, touch, so everything is this clear. At this time, Blanche also woke up from her coma. Sensing movement from her, Duong Hai glanced over and asked coldly, "You're awake?" Blanche stood up, looking at the devastated scene before her in a daze. She was amazed and wanted to know his identity. What level is your ability exactly? To be able to create such a large-scale explosion? What is your name? Duong Hai, acting according to his Cole persona, replied, Judgment Organization, Snake. Hearing the name of this organization, a look of doubt appeared in Blanche's eyes. Judgment, it seems I haven't heard of this organization in the Hero Association. Wait, where are the children? Duong Hai looked behind her, where the children were being protected by the shadow, and replied, Behind you. The children, after being released, immediately ran towards her. Sister Blanche, we were so scared. Seeing that they were all alive, Blanche was both happy and puzzled. That's great. Are you guys okay? How did you manage to escape? A brown-haired boy excitedly replied. It was the Master's Black Shadow that saved us. There were many of the Master's Black Shadows. Blanche was confused upon hearing this. The Master's Black Shadow? A blue-haired boy, seeing she didn't understand, explained in detail. He controlled the shadow first, then slowly cut all the vines trapping us. Then he let us down to the ground before the explosion happened. He then used the shadow to form a circular cover to protect us. Because of that, when we fell down, we were caught by the shadow. At this point, Blanche almost realized, so the Master is Snake? He actually thought so thoroughly? Thank you. Where is he? At this moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky, blowing away the layer of smoke below. A voice over the loudspeaker warned, This is the Hero Association. You have entered a restricted area. All unauthorized actions are strictly prohibited. After giving the warning, the helicopter landed on the ground. Everyone gathered to watch the two people stepping out of the helicopter. The person stepping down was Nai Tuet, who had just accepted the job of a field reporter, along with a cameraman. Because it was her first time as a field reporter, she awkwardly asked the cameraman, This is my first live stream scene as an intern reporter. May I ask what I should do next? Seeing that she was a newcomer again, he sighed tiredly and replied, Go interview the Sealing Sword for a bit. After receiving his guidance, Nai Tuet held the mic and walked over to Blanche. Hello, I am an intern reporter of the Hero Association named Lam Nai Tuet. May I interview you? She didn't refuse the interview, but agreed to do it with Nai Tuet. Of course, I am Blanche, Sealing Sword, an A-class hero of the Hero Association. At this moment, Blanche's beautiful face appeared on the live stream, along with introductory text. Even though it was Nai Tuet's first time, her way of asking questions was very smart. The Hero Association arrived at Sa Chao Port after receiving your news. Now the port is a mess. What exactly happened? On the live stream, Blanche gently apologized to the frantically worried citizens and explained, I'm sorry for making everyone worry. I was here to rescue the children illegally trafficked by the Saint Disciple organization in Sa Chao. Hearing about the child trafficking criminals, a look of hatred appeared on Nai Tuet's face. Regarding this criminal organization, I have also heard a little about them. They are criminals roaming free outside the law in Sa Chao. I hope the government can thoroughly investigate this case. In response to her statement, Blanche could only helplessly shake her head. Who knows how long such illegal activities have been going on? It wasn't easy for me to get the insider information, and I finally managed to save these children. The citizens hearing this were all united in their anger against these despicable human traffickers. So pitiful. It's good that they were saved. The Hero Association definitely must strictly punish the Saint Disciple. At this point, Blanche didn't dare to take all the credit for herself. She continued to say, However, if I had faced the leader of the Saint Disciple alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save these children. Fortunately, there was a mysterious person who helped. Hearing that there was someone else who helped, Nai Tuet asked in surprise, A mysterious person? Blanche's admiring face appeared on the screen. His strength is above mine, even shattering an A-class buff ability with a single strike. Do you guys see that burning crater? He wore a very strange mask with a snake pattern, said he was from the Judgment Organization, named Snake. The camera immediately pointed in the direction she indicated. A series of questions popped up about the true identity of Snake. But after looking around for a while, Nai Tuet still didn't see the person Blanche mentioned anywhere. But it seems he's not here. At this moment, she pointed in another direction and explained, The Light Priest has escaped. He chased after him in that direction. Meanwhile, the Light Priest and Earth Mage had teleported to a nearby parking garage. The expression on his face was somewhat weakened after having to use the teleportation spell. I have used my remaining ability on you. Can your Earth element magic deal with that guy? The Earth Mage calculated a bit and replied unsurely. Probably, I have arranged my abilities everywhere. If he uses plasma to attack us again, it will definitely be ineffective. The Light Priest hearing this was somewhat angry, but the current situation didn't allow him to outburst. He urged the Earth Mage to find a car. Let's find another place to hide for a while. Duong Hai, hiding behind a pillar, heard this and let out a cold laugh. Still want to run? This right here is your burial ground. Suddenly, his phone rang continuously. The other two heard the noise and shouted in panic. Who is it? Duong Hai didn't expect himself to be exposed right at this moment. His whole body broke out in a continuous sweat. Who would call me right at this moment? At this moment, the Earth Mage and the Light Priest had walked over to where Duong Hai was hiding. The closer they got, the clearer the phone ringing sounded. He took out his phone, looked at the caller's name, and was surprised. Why is it Chu Tuet? What is she calling me for at this time? The ringing still didn't stop, and by now, the Light Priest and the Earth Mage were already very close. The Earth Mage, afraid that it was the enemy, asked very carefully, "Who is it?" At this moment, Duong Hai didn't dare to act rashly either. He used his transformation ability to change his clothes. Changing clothes. After that, he answered the phone as usual and affectionately called her. "Hello, Chutuet, what's wrong?" The Earth Mage, upon seeing him, immediately asserted, "It's an ordinary person." But the Light Priest, with his suspicious nature, said very carefully, "Don't let your guard down. Observe a little more." On the other end of the phone, Nai Tuet said coquettishly, "Boyfriend, guess where I am right now?" Hearing this, Duong Hai asked in confusion, "Where? Aren't you at home?" Amidst the loud noise of the helicopter, Nai Tuet raised her voice and revealed, "I'm in Sa Chao, baby." Hearing this, Duong Hai was frightened to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. Sashul? Why is she in Sa Chao? At this moment, Duong Hai's focus entirely shifted to Nai Tuet's safety. Worry appeared his voice. "Sa Chao is so chaotic. What are you doing there?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you that recently I found a very impressive job." "What? A job?" On this side, Nai Tuet very excitedly showed off her job. "I have become an intern reporter for the Hero Association. Just now, I just finished interviewing the Sealing Sword, and now I'm preparing to go interview the mysterious person snake." Duong Hai yelled out in panic. "What? Because the Hero Association is here, Chu Tuet can find me very quickly. I must fight quickly and win quickly." "You're amazing. To celebrate your new position, I have to go prepare a big gift for you. I'll hang up first." "Duong Hai, you really know a lot. I'll wait for you." Looking at Duong Hai's figure walking away, the two guys who were preparing to scurry into hiding were stuffed with a belly full of dog food and muttered uncomfortably, "So it's just a couple talking on the phone. Jesus." Right at this moment, Duong Hai went into a dark corner and changed his clothes back. Changing clothes. The Light Priest sensitively felt the fluctuation of his power and screamed in panic. "No, we've been tricked. He's already here." As soon as his words fell, Duong Hai dashed out of the darkness like a ghost. The Earth Mage quickly reacted, waving his scepter to summon two mutant beasts. "Kill him. He's over there." But with just these mutant beasts, how could they be qualified to play with Duong Hai? When it rushed over, it only caught his shadow. The Light Priest at this time had regained his composure and very confidently ordered the Earth Mage, "Let these sharp earth element creatures act," making it hard for him to fight 1 against 10. The Earth Mage at this time was not afraid at all and even declared, "Every single creature here can challenge an A-class ability user. They will not give him time to react." But Duong Hai would trample on their confidence immediately. He was seen shooting out 2 shadows that dashed forward. They were like sharp blades slicing through the mutant beasts, cutting them in half. Not stopping there, he controlled the power of the shadow to attack the Light Priest along with the Earth Mage. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated in Duong Hai's hands just like that. How is it possible? "Aren't you an electricity element ability user?" Hearing this, Duong Hai sneered and replied, "Who told you I only know the electricity element ability? Idiot." The Earth Mage, having lived until now and rampaged for so many years, was extremely unwilling to die in such a futile way. "You are actually a rare dual-element ability user? I'm not resigned to this." The Light Priest, not wanting to die, began to play the card of begging. "Spare my life. I am willing to use the greatest sincerity to repay you." How could Duong Hai let him live? He raised his finger to make a silencing gesture. Humans living in this world are not just for benefits. Many times it is for justice. As soon as the words fell, two tentacles tightly wrapped around their mouths, forcing them to be silent. At this moment, he took the opportunity to throw 4 blue pills into his mouth. Seeing this, Duong-hai panicked and rushed over wanting to stop him. He also ate the blue pills. The light priest's power exploded violently. Because the pills were too strong, blue veins appeared all over his face, looking extremely fierce. You forced me to do this. I'm not just a nanny, I still have a final trump card. After saying that, he put his hand into his mouth, wanting to dig out something. Amidst muffled screams, something like a scepter was pulled out by him. The powerful energy that the scepter emitted made Duong-hai feel it was similar to hers. This feeling is like the sword in Blanche's hand. Finally, after pulling for a while, the light priest pulled out something like a spear. Having the divine artifact in his hand, the light priest burst into smug laughter. Didn't expect it, right? I still have the judgment spear, the strike of the false god. He didn't speak much to Duong-hai anymore, but raised the spear high, gathering power to show off his momentum with the desire to make the opponent afraid. A moment later, dozens of golden magic circles appeared in the sky. After the light priest's shout, a series of spears identical in appearance to the spear in his hand were summoned. Gather, limitless strike. Judge the sinner. As soon as the words fell, the judgment spears dashed towards Duong-hai, preparing to convict him. With his agile movements, Duong-hai easily dodged them. But after dodging a volley of spears, he realized those halos of light could track his position. These halos keep following me. At this time, because he was absorbed in his thoughts, a spear flew over and injured Duong-hai's thigh. The light priest, seeing him injured, was extremely excited. Keep jumping, you annoying nuisance. I will pierce right through the top of your head. The pain from his limbs made Duong-hai fall to his knees. A warning bell silently rang in his head. This is troublesome. Even just a slight injury, the immense destructive force will also pierce through all limbs. The light spots have already filled the entire ceiling, allowing them to capture my resting place in an instant. Then you want to compete in speed with me. The light priest seemed to hear a joke and mocked Duong-hai. Speed was faster than my speed of light. But at this moment, the image of the light priest suddenly paused in place. His whole body became transparent, turning into a 3D shape. Duong-hai muttered the name of the ability in his head and sneered. Super Brain, speed of light. At this time, the judgment spears suddenly seemed to be frozen in place. Duong-hai's shadow also quickly appeared behind the light priest. Duong-hai jumped up and continued to use the super brain on the light priest. He split into multiple figures surrounding the light priest. The time that seemed to be frozen just now returned to normal. The light priest also happened to issue his next command. For beams of light cut across his body, teleportation, heavy shadow kill. At this moment, Duong-hai had taken advantage of the halo that could track his location to use the cloning trick to stand near the light priest. Right now, all the halos were surrounding him. As for Duong-hai, he had already run to a safe place. Seeing that the time had come, he coldly spat out one word, release. The light priest, still unaware that his end had come, was still laughing excitedly. But when he saw all the judgment spears charging towards him, he began to scream like a slaughtered pig. The spears pierced through his chest, blood splattered everywhere. By this time, the light priest finally realized that Duong-hai didn't just have a dual element ability, mental ability. Are you actually a triple element ability user? Heal. Seeing that he was intending to heal himself, Duong-hai coldly warned, don't heal anymore, otherwise you will die one more time. Initiate extraction. Feeling the power leaving his body, the light priest was horrified and wanted to stop it, but the words choked in his throat. Just a few seconds later, Duong-hai had extracted the light priest's ability bead out of his body. Information about the ability bead appeared before his eyes. Ability level, a name, Heart of Light. Introduction, mana recovery, can restore the stamina of ability users below B class. Buff, can increase the ability of ability users below B class. Concealment, can conceal the body of ability users below A class. Holy Light Healing, can heal the wounds of targets below A class. Judgment Spear, uses a great holy light spear to condense and crystallize enemies. Evaluation, capable of defending and attacking, a rare inheritance type ability. He didn't hesitate to put the ability bead into his body. body, healing. While healing his own injuries, he panted and sighed. I didn't expect this guy to also have blue pills. I was almost dead for sure. After healing his injuries, he walked over to the Earth Mage's corpse. Duong Hai used his extraction ability on him. Loot ability. Earth Element ability? I can make use of this. Information about the Earth Mage's ability bead appeared. B-class skill. Name, Earth Mage. Introduction. Uses the Earth Element to change the terrain. Summons Earth Element creatures to attack. Evaluation. Can open a zoo. At this moment, a voice from outside startled him into stopping. This is the Hero Association. You have entered a restricted area. Duong Hai immediately used his transformation ability to return to normal and left. Transformation. I'll leave it to them to handle here. 2 helicopters stopped at the entrance of the garage. A group of people stepped down from the helicopters preparing to enter the scene. Nai Tuet continued her job as a reporter, broadcasting the news to the worried citizens. The echo is just like what we heard earlier. Everywhere on the scene are cracked walls and ground, looking as if a fierce battle had taken place. That is the leader, the light priest of the Saint Disciple organization in Sa Chao. At this time, someone else had also seen the Earth Mage's corpse lying on the ground with a hole in its chest. Look, there's another person over there. This is also a subordinate of the Light Priest. The scene was too bloody, making Nai Tuet, who saw it for the first time, feel a bit unbearably nauseous. I'm sorry. Seeing this, the cameraman advised her, go rest for a bit, Chulam. Nai Tuet ran into a corner and vomited violently. At this moment, a hand holding a water bottle appeared along with a familiar voice. Tuet, are you still okay? Seeing him, she cheered with immense joy. Duong Hai, why are you here? Duong Hai reached into his pocket to take out a handkerchief and gently replied, when you called, I happened to be nearby. Seeing the Hero Association with such a large formation, I knew right away that you had arrived here. Coming back to her senses, Nai Tuet was a bit embarrassed to let him see her miserable state. So annoying. Why didn't you see my energetic appearance when I was interviewing, but saw such a miserable appearance instead? It's so embarrassing. It's already like this on my first interview. Duong Hai lovingly hugged her and comforted. It's okay. You are beautiful no matter what. I was careless. If I had known earlier, it would have been better to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the cameraman also came over to ask out of concern. Chulam, are you feeling any better? But facing him were the young couple hugging each other, and an awkward silence fell. Although a bit embarrassed, the cameraman still had to remind her, what is it again? The rescue team has rescued the girl who was taken by the Saint Disciple. Do you want to go interview a little bit? Nai Tuet suddenly snapped back to reality, a bright red blush appearing on her face. Catching her eye at this moment were the parents rescuing their children from captivity. Nai Tuet let go of Duong Hai and hurried over there. I'll go over there immediately. Duong Hai, wait for me a moment. The cameraman, knowing she had a boyfriend, was extremely jealous. He gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Duong Hai. Damn it, so I really have no chance left. At this time, thanks to her beautiful face and gentle smile, she managed to calm the crying child. Duong Hai stood silently on the side, watching her shine in her work. Heart of Light, looking at the ability bead in his hand, he secretly thought to himself, I will be back to save you very soon, Fi. Now I have almost gathered all the elemental abilities, including wind, earth, fire, water, and also light, dark, wood, electricity, metal. Then it's time for the third mysterious character of the organization to enter the stage. Let's just call him Divine Dragon. Sa Chao Central Hospital. The doctor guided the imprisoned people off the ambulance and directed, everyone please get off, line up, and follow me. I will take you to get a health checkup. Deep Pham sat beside Deep Swang, sighing heavily and muttering. I've been searching for so long, but still haven't found the master. Right at this moment, a sound caught his attention. Seeing Duong Hai, he excitedly called out, Master! He put a finger to his lips, gesturing for him to be quiet. Then he used his mental ability on everyone present. Puppet control. After finishing, he sat down next to Deep Pham and said softly, Your sister, I know she is already dead. He held Deep Swang's cold hand and painfully explained, I just wanted to bring her home. I didn't want to leave her in a place like that. But at this time, Duong Hai gave him more hope. No, you should feel lucky that you always brought her with you. I can feel that she is still alive, just extremely weak. Hearing that Deep Swang could come back to life, he asked in astonishment, Is that true? Duong Hai didn't answer him, but used his ability on her. Holy light healing. After receiving the light healing, she gradually woke up and called him weakly, brother. Seeing her wake up, he was extremely overjoyed and shed tears. Deep Swan. After finishing healing her, he proceeded to heal Deep Fam. Deep Fam, you should also recover a little. Later, when you two leave this place, don't let others find out that she has recovered in such a short time. He wiped away the tears on his face and gratefully replied, yes, master. Seeing him keep calling him master, Duong Hai pouted a bit and corrected him, handing a briefcase of money to the two of them. Just call me boss. This money is given to you by the organization. Your sister is still young. Let her return to a normal life soon. And I only have one request for you. Take the exam for the hero department of Yenching University. Seeing such a large amount of money, Deep Fam did not dare to accept it, but he had to possess a powerful ability. Duong Hai immediately reassured him. You don't need to worry about this. I'll give you this plundered ability bead. Use it along with the 2 mantis blades from before. It's enough for you to get into Yenching University. The maximum limit is 10 times your own racial talent. An evaluation that can be refined 3 times is already considered outstanding. After getting the ability bead, Deep Fam became even more loyal to Duong Hai. Rest assured, boss, I definitely won't let your expectations down. Before leaving, Duong Hai didn't forget to remind him, live well, don't actively look for me, I will contact you later. The incident has passed, and today is still a beautiful sunny day. Duong Hai left the ambulance and transformed back into an ordinary person. Disguise. Nai Tuet appeared from nowhere and called him angrily. Duong Hai. He was startled by her call. Q Tuet. She approached and asked him angrily, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you all day. Duong Hai didn't dare to look straight into her eyes and hesitantly explained, just helping the doctor take care of the kids. What's wrong? Hearing that he was going to help people, she let out a sigh of relief and her expression softened. It's nothing. The kids are finally safe. The association is in charge of contacting their families. Hearing this, he curiously asked further, what about those who have nowhere to go? Nai Taet, who had received the notification, replied, they will be taken in by the orphanage. Hearing that the children without families still had a place to return to, Duong Hai felt somewhat relieved. The orphanage is also a big family. Hopefully they can grow up healthy. Suddenly, Nai Tuet kissed him, leaving him stunned in place, his face as red as a tomato. After the kiss ended, Duong Hai seemed to just wake up. Nai Tuet was too shy to look in the eye and whispered, you've worked hard these past few days, Duong Hai. At this time, people from the company waved their hands to call her back to work. Tu Tuet, come here quickly, getting ready for a meeting. Hearing someone call her, she quickly turned around. Before leaving, Nai Tuet playfully winked and said sweetly, I still have a lot of work to handle. See you in Loksong in a few days, my boyfriend. Becoming passive once again, Duong Hai hated himself for being so slow. Damn it, I got robbed of the opportunity again. After Nai Tuet left, Duong Hai also got on a plane back to the city. Sa Chao Airport. Returning to the city, he went to the hospital to see Phi Phi right away. He looked at her and prayed that the priest's ability bead would wake her up. Phi Phi, I hope the holy light healing will work on you. He didn't hesitate anymore and used his ability on her immediately. A warm white halo appeared. Holy light. It moved to Phi Phi, who was lying on a hospital bed, and emitted a powerful light. But after using the light ability for a while, Phi Phi still had no reaction. Duong Hai didn't expect this to happen. What? Fifi wouldn't the wick up? Did the healing fail? How could this be? Suddenly a spot on her body caught his attention. On Phi Phi's forehead, strange light blue rays suddenly appeared from some unknown time. Duong Hai panicked and cried out, what is this? When he wanted to reach out and touch these rays of light, they suddenly vibrated. Just touching it, Duong Hai already felt a corrosive energy. Wait, these blue lights are about to split and get stronger and devour her mental strength. It seems that relying solely on the Heart of Light ability won't be able to solve these blue lights. But if they continue to grow, Phi Phi won't be able to wake up anymore. I can't act any slower. To completely solve the problem on Phi Phi's body, I have to personally go meet the man in the fedora distributing those blue pills. Disguise, clone, metal control. Before that, I must upgrade my strength a bit. I will upgrade these 3 abilities. Right after he finished speaking, he concentrated to make the 3 ability beads level up. A burst of golden light flared up like a flame. The light dissipated, revealing a golden ability bead along with its current grade. C rank ability. Name Disguise. Introduction. Can complete changing clothes in 0.01 seconds. Enough to alter body shape, appearance, and voice. At the same time, can build specific personalities, providing acting assistance. Evaluation. Life is like a game. Everything depends on acting. Acting is the soul. C rank ability. Name. Clone. Introduction. Create a clone, possessing 1/8 the strength of the main body. Duration is half an hour. Evaluation. As long as you are brave, you can open up a new continent. For the last ability bead, Duong Hai had to clench his teeth and focus all his energy on it. Feeling the obstacle to upgrading made Duong Hai even more determined to advance. Until now, I've only accumulated abilities. I absolutely have to try breaking through to S rank and see how it is. After a period of trying, Duong Hai dropped to his knees on the ground as if drained of strength. On his face at this moment was a look of relief for having accomplished something. He looked at the ability bead, radiating powerful energy, and let out a heavy breath. Finally, the grade of the ability bead has been increased by 1 tier. S rank ability. Name. Metal Control. Introduction. Can control metals within a radius of 10,000 meters. The maximum control weight is 100,000 tons. Evaluation. You are the god of metal. Duong Hai looked at the glowing ability bead, his eyes filled with excitement. Is this an S-rank ability? I'm looking forward to meeting that man in the fedora more and more. Thinking of this, he remembered today was the meeting day between Hot and Sour and the mysterious man. He used his mental ability to seize possession of Hot and Sour and waited for the mysterious man on the rooftop. Puppet control. After a while of waiting, a tear radiating purple energy appeared in front of Duong Hai. A foot wearing shiny leather shoes appeared. The mysterious man with his hands in his pockets spoke with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Long time no see, Hot and Sour Noodle Superman. Do you have any new intel lately, sir? Duong Hai crossed his arms, looking at him coldly, and replied, Of course. Didn't you want intel on Rooster last time? I found one recently. I don't know if you have gathered enough money to buy it. The mysterious man adjusted the hat on his head and smiled lightly. If your intel is true, then it's at least worth a double-digit remuneration. Duong Hai thought for a moment and mentioned the incident in Sa Chao. Have you heard about Saint Disciple being taken care of by someone else in Sa Chao a few days ago? The mysterious man replied slowly. Of course, it was done by Blanche the Sealing Sword of the Hero Association. Seeing that he already knew, he started pretending to be mysterious and said, In that report, Blanche revealed an important piece of news. Destroying Saint Disciple along with her was someone else named Snake. I also know about this very well. Snake and Rooster are both from the Judgment Organization. Hasn't this intel been made public already? Hearing that he was beginning to look annoyed, Duong Hai continued speaking. But did you know that Rooster and Snake are dual-element ability users? Hearing about dual-element abilities, the mysterious man was extremely surprised. Dual-element abilities. Perhaps their organization's criteria for selecting members is having dual-element abilities. He sneered and asked him back, No, people with dual-element abilities are extremely rare. Is this really possible? At this time, Duong Hai brought out a blue vial and excitedly showed it off. Have you ever seen this thing, ability potion? Hearing this, the mysterious man reached out wanting to take the vial. Ability potion? But how could Duong Hai just give it to him like that? Yes, this is exactly the potion that can make people acquire an ability by drinking it. People without abilities can possess an ability, but if one already has it, they can add a little more. Hearing this, the mysterious man appeared disbelieving and shouted, Nonsense! How can you prove it's real? Knowing he wouldn't believe his words, Duong Hai pretended to act. You know, my ability is just enhancing body functions, so now I'll demonstrate for you to see. He tilted his head back and drank all the liquid in the vial. Some of the liquid flowed out of the corner of his mouth because he couldn't swallow it in time, and the vial in his hand fell down and shattered into many pieces. After that, Duong Hai performed an explosion of fire for him to see. Fire element ability. In order to prove it, he even shot a fireball into the sky for him to watch. Then he even fabricated a fake transaction story to add authenticity to his story. I've traded with Rooster before. That's why I know so much. Fortunately, thanks to their blue pill, I believed in the existence of this thing. This is hard for others to believe. So, do you know what the ingredients of this ability potion are? Duong Hai naturally wouldn't sell this information to him. He demanded remuneration right away. I don't know about this. I have so much intel. Give me my remuneration. After getting this shocking news, the mysterious man was extremely satisfied and handed over the pills. Not bad intel. Here are 15 pills. Just as he was about to leave, Duong Hai spoke up wanting to ask. Wait a minute, I have a question I want to ask you. The mysterious man very readily gestured. Speak. Based on the image he had seen on 5-Fi, Duong Hai lied. Recently, I found out that there are blue light spots appearing on my body many times. Is it caused by this blue pill? What will happen to me? Hearing this, the mysterious man acted like it was nothing and replied, That's just a little side effect, sir. You don't need to mind it. Looking forward to the next meeting, hot and sour noodle Superman. Saying that, he disappeared into the rift in front of Duong Hai. After he left, he used his transformation technique. Undo disguise. His answer made him extremely puzzled. Obviously, after expanding, it will devour all mental strength, but it's only called a side effect? What conspiracy are you guys hiding? Seeing that the time was almost up, he turned around and walked towards the exit. In a corner of the rooftop, Hot and Sour had really been knocked unconscious by his puppet technique and was sitting there. At this moment, DM's sweet voice rang out. Dad, you threw the pill at him. Then he sincerely advised, even for your daughter's sake, don't take this pill anymore. Please settle down properly on your own. At this time, DM came to the rooftop and peeked inside. Seeing Hot and Sour sitting leaning against the wall, the little girl called out to him loudly, Dad, why are you sleeping on the rooftop? Only then did Hot and Sour wake up. He held his aching head and said sincerely, Sorry, DM, it seems Dad accidentally fell asleep. Hearing this, DM indignantly accused. You lied. You said you would celebrate my birthday with me. What is this? Seeing the little girl about to touch that terrible drug, Hot and Sour's paternal instinct kicked in. He raised the pill high to stop her from touching it. Give it to Dad. That's not a toy. I did come up to the rooftop to look for the man in the fedora to exchange for the blue pill, but when did I change it? Why don't I have any impression at all? How strange. Let's go, DM. Let's go home and cut the birthday cake. Meanwhile, at the Mechanical War Hero Villa, Loon Gwyn, after lying on the bed for too long, decided to leave the room. He stretched a long stretch and said, I can't endure these damn days of recovering from injuries anymore. I can't do this. Can't do that. When will I be let out? It's so late already. What is he still doing in the study? Dad, go to rest early. No one was here. His attention at this moment was drawn to a piece of paper on the table. Loon Gwyn picked it up wanting to see what it was. What is this? Making him busy studying day and night. The title on the paper stunned him. Request to arrange the white space point plan in Loksan. Lokkan. Seeing this request, Loon Gwyn was thrilled to the bones. He cheered excitedly. Damn, to think there's such a thing. Isn't this the best opportunity for me to become a savior hero? The next day, Duong Hai showed up at the company. He stood in front of the copy machine, printing documents. From behind came Pham Bang's surprised voice. Duong Hai, you still know how to come back to work? What are you doing? He remembered Loon Gwyn coming to him for help yesterday. Little bro, aren't you a friend of Pham Bang? I'm very close to him. Please help a bit. Thinking of this, he acted annoyed and replied. Some crazy guy ran to the newspaper office, saying he wanted to post a missing person notice. On the document he printed was a huge notice title, Missing Person Notice. Looking for Cousin Lai That Da Pham Bang looked at the name on the paper, thought for a moment, and said, Cousin Lai That Da. Never heard of this character. Knowing he naturally wouldn't know about this, Duong Hai waved his hand to shoo him away. You could tell at a glance this is a code. Go away, don't block me from making copies. Right at this moment, the notification from the city speakers sounded a warning. Mutant beast detected invading. Rank a disaster. Citizens, please go to the shelters immediately. Heroes above rank B are heading to Min Noyet Street for support. Hearing this, Pham Bang was so scared he knelt on the ground. Holy shit, what's this situation? Duong Hai recalled the location the speaker announced, and an alarm bell rang in his head. Min Noyet Street. Isn't that near the apartment complex where Chiu Tuet and I used to live? Immediately, he took his phone and called Nai Tuet to ask about the situation. Hello, Chiu Tuet, where are you now? From the phone came her broken voice. My apartment, mutant beast. Then there was a long beep sound. Pham Bang looked at the panicked expression on Duong Hai's face, walked over, and asked, Little Sister Lamb won't have any accidents, right? What are you running for? You're not a hero either. What use is it going? After going up to the rooftop, Duong-hai transformed back to his rooster identity and dashed like flying towards Min Noyet Street. In his heart, he silently prayed she would be fine. Chu Tuet, I can't lose you again. On his way to Min Noyet Street, a mutant beast blocked the path he was about to cross. It was an extremely ugly giant rat. Information about it also appeared before his eyes. Rank: a mutant beast. Name: soul-devouring rat. Introduction: can emit sharp roars to attack enemies. The skin all over its body is unusually sharp. Ordinary attacks are very difficult to pierce through. Loves to eat humans. Is an extremely terrifying mutant beast. Evaluation: rats are cunning creatures, not easy to deal with. Looking at the grade of the mutant beast in front of him, Duong-hai felt even more worried. A rank A mutant beast requires at least 3 hero squads above rank A to be able to handle it. But right now, there are only rank B hero Ton Lam and rank C hero Flame Butterfly. The appearance of the two people was discovered by the rat. Its bright red pupils shifted towards them, and it opened its huge mouth, shooting out a sonic wave to knock down Flame Butterfly. Ton Lam luckily flew over and hugged her to dodge. Flame Butterfly quickly dodged. Flame Butterfly, what are you doing here? A C-class hero is just cannon fodder in front of them. Being scolded, Flame Butterfly explained somewhat embarrassedly, I was nearby and saw Senior Ton Lam alone, so I wanted to come help. Looking at her teary eyes, Ton Lam was completely helpless and could only let out a long sigh. Just as she was about to continue scolding Flame Butterfly, a cry for help interrupted her. Help! A massive hole appeared in the building that was hit by the sonic wave. Naituet was currently trying to tightly grip the guardrail, while her other hand held on to Veen Veen, who was hanging in midair. She screamed in terror, help! Seeing her hand about to slip, Naituet shouted, Veen Veen, hold tightly onto my hand. Veen Veen, realizing she was about to fall, cried and begged Naituet in fear. Save me, Sister Naituet, I don't want to die yet, don't want to die yet. Hearing this, she squeezed even tighter, not forgetting to comfort the other. Veen Veen, calm down a bit, I'll pull you up right now. By now, Veen Veen could no longer stay calm. The terror of death made her panic and cry even louder. Sister, hurry up, I don't want to die yet. But ironically, a sharp protruding rock on the ceiling above them was about to break off due to the vibrations. Then, the sharp tip of the broken rock plummeted straight towards Naituet below. Unfortunately, the sharp point pierced the arm she was using to tightly grip the railing, causing both of them to fall from the building. Veen Veen screamed loudly as she fell. Luckily, Flame Butterfly, who was nearby, safely caught her. As if unable to believe her eyes, Veen Veen asked her, am I still not dead? Flame Butterfly blinked mischievously, using teasing words to soothe her terror. Which unlucky citizen caught up in a battle wouldn't be scared? The Sakura Company's C-class hero, Flame Butterfly, is here to save you. This scene was recorded by a nearby reporter and broadcast live for everyone to see. The blonde reporter, seeing that she had only caught one person, exclaimed in surprise, wait, where's the other sister? Then she shifted her gaze towards Naituet, who was in free fall. Over there, suddenly, a black figure moving at incredible speed flashed across the camera, astonishing everyone. The reporter happened to capture this moment. She curiously narrated the situation to the viewers. Dear viewers, there really was something flying past just now. I couldn't see clearly what it was, but the sister has been taken away. At this moment, Ton Lam saw something and shouted a warning dodge. It turned out to be the rat, using a sonic wave to attack the helicopter. Ton Lam immediately used her ability to shoot forward and block the attack. Fierce Wind, activate. Fortunately, thanks to her warning, the helicopter successfully escaped the danger. Flame Butterfly hugged Veen Veen, turning her back to the explosion to protect her. Duong-hai, after catching Naituet, landed safely on the ground. He set her down on a wooden bench, feeling guilty and blaming himself. I'm sorry, Tuet, I arrived late. He then used his light ability on the wound on her arm. Heal. After healing her, he affectionately draped his cloak over her. The wound is healed. It won't hurt anymore. Naituet slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She looked in astonishment at the masked Duong Hai in front of her and blurted out, "I'm not dead." "Wait, aren't you Rooster, the one on the internet who is both righteous and evil? Did you save me?" Duong Hai didn't dare interact with her too much for fear of blowing his cover. He simply replied, just passing by, "I'm sorry, Tu Tuet, I still can't reveal my identity to you, otherwise it will bring you trouble. Rest for a bit, then head back to the shelter." Seeing him leave, Naituet wanted to say something, but it was too late. Hey, wait, how strange. It was clearly their first time meeting, but why did he feel so familiar? Meanwhile, after flying high into the sky, Duong Hai used his cloning ability. Clone. Since there was too much to do and only one of him, he decided to assign this clone another identity. These two abilities, Heart of Light and Snow Maiden, will be your powers. Since you specialize in the healing and support of ice-type abilities, you'll be set as a girl. After speaking, he immediately used his transformation ability on the clone to create a beautifully stunning girl wearing a rabbit mask. Transform. Looking at her, he thought of a fitting name. The third member of Judgment is born named Rabbit. Go and save those in distress. Don't let their casualties increase. Receiving the order, Rabbit immediately set off, understood. After giving the order to save people to Rabbit, he turned his head to look at the rat, preparing to deal with it. Next is taking care of this stinking rat. Wait, who is that? On the rooftop of a building, a person stood there, explosive, cracking her knuckles, full of confidence and arrogance. I just returned from vacation and encountered this. Security in Loksong City really makes one worry, doesn't it? From a distance, the female reporter on the helicopter also recognized the appearance of Explosive. Isn't that an A-class hero, the greatest genius of Loksong City in the last 10 years? Sensing the camera pointed at her, Explosive instinctively looked up. Explosive's crisp voice came through the live broadcast as she smiled brightly and waved to everyone. "Hello, do you still remember Explosive Fist Machine?" Duong Hai, who originally planned to deal with the rat, stopped when he saw Explosive appear. Since there's a hero to handle it, I'll see her true strength first before deciding. She pondered, looking at the rat in front of her, muttering, "Such a big rat. It must really like being beaten, so I'll hit it to my heart's content." Hearing this, the rat angrily shot out a sonic wave as a warning. Seeing that it was pulling the same old trick, Tom Lamb hastily shouted a warning. "Senior, quickly dodge. Its sonic attack has immense destructive power." Explosive, naturally arrogant and fond of challenges, was even less inclined to dodge upon hearing this. "How would I know if I can block it without trying?" The sonic wave rushed directly, striking where Explosive stood. A massive explosion echoed, accompanied by thick white smoke rising. The female reporter, witnessing this scene, was amazed and marveled at Explosive's bravery. "Oh my God, Explosive Fist Machine clearly could have easily dodged the soul-devouring rat's attack, yet she chose to meet it head-on. That's definitely her style." After the white smoke cleared, the spot where Explosive had stood was destroyed, but her figure was nowhere to be seen. Seeing its prey disappear, the rat became extremely displeased, continuously letting out sharp squeaks. At that moment, Explosive jumped up from behind it, ready to unleash her ultimate move. She clenched her fist tightly, concentrating all her strength into the muscles of her right arm. Her eyes widened intensely, and with 7 parts of her power, she punched straight into the left cheek of the soul-devouring rat. Not stopping there, moving at an incredible speed where only white streaks of light could be seen, Explosive continuously struck the body of the soul-devouring rat. After delivering nearly 100 punches, Explosive's body began to tire and sweat. She looked at it provocatively. "Keep going, big rat. Why aren't you screaming anymore?" The soul-devouring rat, beaten all over, squealed in continuous pain. After landing a punch to its face, Explosive landed confidently, as if certain she had defeated it. She rushed forward, tightly grabbed its rat tail, and then swung it forcefully to slam it down. Then, tightening her grip on the rat's tail even more, she spun it in circles. While spinning, she laughed with pure delight like a child. So fun, so fun. Feeling she had played enough, she let go, throwing the soul-devouring rat far away. Standing from a high vantage point, Tom Lamb watched the soul-devouring rat being thrown by Explosive, destroying the streets in the process, and felt endlessly weary. She's a complete lunatic. This level of destruction is on par with a mutated beast. At this time, Rabbit seemed to have noticed something unusual. It turned out that on the ground below, a man was about to be crushed by a large flying rock. She ran over and hugged the man to dodge it. "Be careful." The man embraced by Rabbit blushed bright red and bashfully thanked her. "Thank you, miss. Which company are you a hero from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Maintaining her icy persona, she replied with just 2 words, "Judgment, Rabbit." The men standing nearby looked at Rabbit's hot figure, every single one of them feeling their lust stir. Hey, who is she? Her body is so sexy. She must be a beauty. Another goddess has appeared. This Judgment organization is truly a gathering of top-tier big shots. Walking down the street, Rabbit suddenly saw Flame Butterfly and Veen leaning against each other. That's Flame Butterfly and Q Tuet's friend. A woman standing nearby noticed her hesitation and stepped forward to explain. "They fell from the sky and are heavily injured. Can you save them?" Rabbit immediately used her light ability on the two. Heal. The people present saw that in just the blink of an eye, Flame Butterfly and Veen's injuries were healed, and they admired and respected Rabbit even more. Their wounds are completely healed. What kind of ability is this? So miraculous, beautiful, and kind-hearted, and possesses such a powerful healing ability. After finishing treating the two, Rabbit turned and reminded the civilians, "Everyone, please quickly leave for the shelter to avoid getting hurt again." Suddenly, the soul-devouring rat shrieked piercingly, as if it had gone mad. Even as a B-class superhuman, Tom Lamb couldn't withstand this scream. "This roar is unlike the previous one. It feels like my head is about to explode." Because of this, Explosive was also unable to move. She glared angrily at the soul-devouring rat. "Damn it, the mutated beast is about to explode." Duong Hai also felt the intense violent surge in the soul-devouring rat's power. Damn, it's absorbing all the souls of the victims. Before him was the soul-devouring rat, its head raised to the sky as if concentrating in prayer. Surrounding it were numerous eerie green beams of light, or as Duong Hai put it, the souls of the victims. The summoned vengeful souls hovered around the soul-devouring mutated beast. Having gained power from the souls, the rat opened its huge mouth, preparing to attack Duong Hai's group. Never having seen this before, Tan Lam panicked and asked Explosive, "Senior, what is going on?" She stared coldly at the mutated beast in front of her and explained, "This stinking rat is devouring all the spirit energy of the dead." After absorbing all the souls, a crazed gleam appeared in the soul-devouring rat's eyes. The MC, witnessing the scene of the soul-devouring rat absorbing souls, was incredibly shocked. Has this rat's wounds completely healed? Facing the soul-devouring rat like this, can Senior Explosive Fist Machine ensure victory? Where are the backup heroes? Looking at the madness in its eyes and feeling the intense energy fluctuations in the air, alarm bells rang in Explosive's heart. She turned back and urged Tom Lamb, "Little sister, retreat first. I feel like this soul-devouring rat is about to explode." Tom Lamb wanted to say something, but was choked back by Explosive's glare. But at this moment, after fully healing its wounds, the soul-devouring rat began to lay waste to all the surrounding buildings. Watching this, Explosive was overwhelmed with annoyance. She swooped down, wanting to teach it a lesson. "Be quiet for a bit, you stinking rat." Her punch carried 8 parts of her true strength, the descending air current bringing destructive power. Panting heavily, Explosive looked down with expectation in her eyes. "This time I must have defeated it, right?" However, life is not a dream. The soul-devouring rat swung its tail to counterattack. Caught off guard, Explosive had her waist pierced by its tail, and blood trickled from her mouth. She stared at it in disbelief. Using a sneak attack again? Trash! The soul-devouring rat whipped its tail fiercely, tossing Explosive far away. Her body smashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth beneath her to crack and crater. By this time, civilians afar had seen this through the live stream. Watching Explosive get severely injured by the soul-devouring rat left them utterly shocked. Despite her body sustaining massive trauma, Explosive, relying on her strong will, struggled to stand up. "I cannot fall. I must hurry and finish off this mutated beast." At this moment, Tom Lamb appeared to support her. Seeing her return, Explosive scolded her in both surprise and anger. Why are you still here? Aren't you afraid of dying? Facing explosive scolding, Tan Lam shed tears and shouted resolutely, I'm also a professional superhuman hero. There are still many people behind me who need protection. How can I run away when facing a mutated beast? Her words left Explosive completely speechless. The MC on the helicopter had also captured Tan Lam's righteous words for the people and the nation. Everyone, quickly look. These are the highly respectable, professional, superhuman heroes of Locked Song City. While the two were still having their emotional moment, the soul-devouring rat charged over, intending to trample them. Sensing the danger, Explosive hurriedly turned her body to protect Tan Lam underneath her. At this point, Duong Hai could no longer stand by and watch indifferently. He angrily shouted, insolent. As his words fell, a metal arrow shot down at an incredibly fast speed, embedding itself straight into the shoulder of the soul-devouring rat. It shrieked in agony. Standing on his flying metal board alongside Rabbit, Duong Hai looked down. Seeing him appear, the reporter screamed in absolute excitement. At the most critical moment, Rooster, the super A-class superhuman, has appeared again. What's more, beside him is another beautiful sister. The camera instantly panned to Rabbit with her hot figure, and numerous comments admiring her beauty popped up. Seeing the two appear, Explosive was confused. What are they planning to do? Tan Lam, sitting beside her, also had a bewildered expression. I don't know either, but maybe they're here to save us. As if to answer their confusion, Duong Hai summoned over 10 sharp metal rods. On each metal rod, a blazing fire appeared. He raised his voice and commanded, go. Instantly, the metal rods all pointed towards the soul-devouring rat. Following his command, they shot down at the limbs of the soul-devouring rat, pinning it in place. Watching his actions, Explosive realized, I get it now. This mutated beast possesses the self-recovery skill of devouring energy, so it's not something that can be easily handled. Therefore, the most important thing is to break its self-healing skill. Tan Lam understood a bit, but still didn't know how to deal with it. How do we break it? Gag its mouth. Hearing her ask such a silly question, Explosive helplessly knocked her on the head. What do you mean gag its mouth? On Duong Hai's side, he raised 2 fingers and pointed to the sky. Immediately, the soul-devouring rat's body was lifted into the air by him. Watching this, Explosive calmly said, its distance. The soul-devouring rat struggled, opening its huge mouth to attack with a sonic wave. The sonic wave from his mouth shot straight towards Duong Hai. He calmly created a metal shield. The sonic wave hit the metal sheet, causing a deep dent, but still unable to penetrate it. Having blocked its attack, Duong Hai ordered his subordinate, Rabbit, don't let it open its mouth. She replied softly, understood. Rabbit decided to use the Snowflower Dragon Fist. Surrounding her body, massive amounts of ice elements appeared. Freezing cold air enveloped the soul-devouring rat, and it screamed loudly in pain. Surrounding civilians yelled in astonishment upon seeing this. Look, they froze the mutated beast. Furthermore, freezing such a massive beast, what high level of ability is this? In just an instant, the soul-devouring rat was frozen into a block of ice by Rabbit. Just when it seemed to have exhausted its strength, the vengeful souls were once again summoned by it. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Explosive realized something was wrong. It's about to heal itself again. Duong Hai, of course, would not let this happen. He raised both hands high and shouted, don't even dream of absorbing energy anymore. At this high temperature, you won't be able to touch any corpses so naturally. You won't be able to absorb spirit energy. Let it end here, Metal Storm. Just as he finished speaking, a flurry of wind blades appeared, slicing through the body of the frozen soul-devouring rat. The civilians looked at the falling snowflakes, catching them in surprise. It was cut into snowflakes. Looting ability, A-class ability, named Soul Devouring. Description: can devour the spirit-body energy of the dead to heal oneself, but will cause a certain degree of mental chaos. Evaluation: use with caution. After reading its information, Duong Hai looked slightly disappointed. Soul Devouring? It's not like the Heart of Light. The healing power of Soul Devouring comes from the spiritual power of others, but it also belongs to the healing system skills. At this time, the MC on the helicopter excitedly said to the audience watching the live broadcast, Dear viewers, there's no need to rush. I will immediately fly up to the clouds to let everyone know the actual situation of a live stream. Look over there, Boss Rooster, we would like to interview you for a moment. Hearing the call, Duong Hai turned his head to look back. His image was captured perfectly, making all the citizens extremely excited. Explosive stood on the ground, looking up at Duong Hai hovering high above, and sighed, "The oppressive feeling he brings to me is even stronger than the soul-devouring rat. He must definitely be an S-class powerhouse." At this moment, Rabbit's lower body landed near the two of them. She asked in panic, "What are you trying to do?" Seeing two beams of energy shooting towards them, Tom Lamb fearfully rushed over one and blocked them. "Senior, watch out." Looking at the incoming power, Tom Lamb thought in despair, "I'm dead for sure." But as it approached her, the power suddenly dissipated and turned into a gentle beam of light. Feeling her body become light and full of vitality, Tom Lamb was extremely surprised. "Senior, my wounds have healed." Explosive looked at the rays of light touching her body and was also incredibly surprised. "It's a rare healing type ability again. Who are you?" Rabbit maintained her persona and replied, "Judgment, Rabbit." The female reporter on the helicopter captured this moment and immediately reported it to the viewers watching the live broadcast. This person appearing in front of Boss Rooster is also a member of the Judgment Organization. She has a healing type ability and is currently healing the injured heroes. The images of the two alternated and rows of comments appeared, seemingly extremely curious about them. Hearing the name of this organization, Explosive's face looked confused. Is Judgment a new hero management company? Why haven't I heard of this name before? But still, thank you everyone for resolving the aftermath. Rabbit gently comforted her. "You're welcome. You are a superhuman hero worthy of respect." At this time, the female reporter spoke up to encourage the citizens to thank the two of them. "Dear friends, the superhuman heroes have once again saved Locked Song City from the danger of the mutated beasts, and the greatest credit belongs to the Judgment Organization." Let's use the scrolling comments on the screen to thank them. The grateful citizens immediately typed out continuous thanks. Tom Lamb looked at Rabbit walking away with an admiring expression. "She's so beautiful." Explosive, with her childish personality, saw that she wasn't being noticed and sulked. Annoying, all the spotlight has been stolen. Duong Hai walked away so quickly because he had other things to do. He said in a deep voice to Rabbit, "My adopted son contacted me wanting to meet. I wonder what intelligence he's bringing me this time." Suddenly, a feeling of discomfort appeared, making him pause. Rabbit's body was gradually dissipating. She gently reminded him, "Master, the time is up." Duong Hai turned his head around, and there was only empty space behind his back. "Is the clone's time up?" The ability orb on the clone directly returned into his body. "This is really convenient. From now on, I can let the clone replace me to execute missions." Even the clone's memories returned. Being stared at with lustful eyes by those perverts, it's really disgusting. In the future, I absolutely cannot create female clones or cross-dress anymore. It's too easy to be hit on. Truly shameless and ridiculous. Down below, Loon Gwyn was picking his nose and humming some song, looking extremely delighted. The superstar smile is not as sweet as yours. Looking at his improper demeanor, Duong Hai inwardly cursed in boredom. This guy is my adopted son. Can he pay a little attention to his image? In that forest, this brat Loon Gwyn didn't even know he was being followed by others. Is there new intelligence so quickly? Seeing him, Loon Gwyn was as excited as a child and ran over to show off his merits. "Adoptive father, look whose adopted son I am." Suddenly, the sound of taking a photo rang out, making both of them freeze in place. Loon Gwyn suspiciously looked behind. "What's that dirty sound? Is there someone?" Duong Hai didn't care at all and said, "Just give the documents to your dad first. Let dad check the intelligence." It turned out that recently the Hero Association was planning to open the white cavity of Locked Song City. Dad thought it would be a long time from now. Mentioning this, Loon Gwyn immediately had his attention drawn and shouted excitedly, "Adoptive father, I heard that the mutated beast world can upgrade to A-class items or special equipment. We should go a step ahead and get these things into our hands." After obtaining the useful information, Duong Hai said in satisfaction, "This intelligence of yours is very valuable. The accumulated metals are enough for the organization to exchange for a C-class ability potion." Loon Gwyn completely trusted him, took the potion, and immediately poured it all into his mouth. "Thank you, adoptive father, for cultivating me." Adoptive father, this potion tastes like it has extra mustard tired and the bitterness of dark chocolate. Duong Hai took this opportunity to pat his back gently and comfort him. Bitter medicine cures the disease. Every time the full moon night comes, you will transform and explode, but at the same time, you will also gain double the strength. Evaluation: an exploding husky. Feeling that he had become somewhat stronger, Loon Gwyn cheered joyfully. Adoptive father, I can clearly feel the strength, and my sense of force has become even stronger. Looking at his excited face, Duong Hai chuckled and painted a rosy picture. If it goes at this speed, becoming an S-class superhuman is only a matter of time. After all, this is the ultimate goal of every superhuman, am I right? The combat machinery of heroes. Seeing him mention mechanic, Loon Gwyn looked displeased and badmouthed. What does adoptive father want to say? The old man in my house is probably out drinking and bathing with beautiful women right now. What does he have the time to care about me? Right after he finished speaking, Mechanic popped out from nowhere with a face full of anger and said, "That's right, but before the two of us talk, let me skin you unfilial son first." Time flew fast. The sky that was still bright just a moment ago had now become somewhat dark. Loon Gwyn's whimpering echoed in the quiet space. His whole body was pressed against the wall, crying out in pain. "There really isn't anything left. Please show mercy. I'll die, Dad." Hearing that, Mechanic became even more furious. He kicked him again and shouted angrily, "Unfilial son, who are you calling adoptive father? All the intelligence in the house has been sold off by you. I wish I could just kick you to death." Duong Hai was quite embarrassed by this scene of a father catching his son. "I really didn't expect you to come here personally. The transaction between me and the second young master was also because he wanted to obtain an ability. Please don't blame him." Seeing that he was still angry. Although Loon Gwyn was scared, his stubborn personality didn't allow him to beg. "Dad, you've already hit me. At worst, I won't steal intelligence from home anymore in the future. Dad, don't interfere with my adoptive father's business." Seeing Loon Gwyn still stubbornly arguing back, Mechanic growled angrily, "Shut up, kneel on the wall, and don't come down. This unfilial son, he was born without an ability. Can you easily let him have an ability?" Seeing him so resolutely affirm that he didn't have an ability, Duong Hai sighed. "No ability? It seems you don't know anything about your son. That A-class rebirth ability of his, I've always kept it hidden until the very end. It's a small matter, whether it's letting him possess one type of ability or 2 or 3 types. It's as easy as flipping my hand." Hearing these words from Duong Hai, Loon Gwyn excitedly shouted, "What? Could it be that I can get other abilities, too?" Mechanic was shocked by these astonishing words. "Anyone is fine, including an A-class hero like me?" Seeing him interested, Duong Hai smiled inwardly. The old fox finally couldn't hold it in anymore. But it's normal. As long as one has a thirst for power, they can't control the desire to become stronger. Of course, but to get an A-class ability, the price to pay is very high. Everyone is greedy for power, and Mechanic was no exception. Despite his suspicions, he couldn't resist this temptation. "Tell me more details." Duong Hai flicked over a blue pill. "Do you understand what this is?" Mechanic caught the blue pill and replied, "I have never seen this before." After observing his expression and seeing that he was telling the truth, Duong Hai revealed the fact that Lai San Duong used it. "A subordinate in your company has used this medicine, and you don't know anything about it? A superhuman who takes this pill can increase their strength by 3 times. Mechanic vigilantly questioned, "Is this also a product of your organization?" Duong Hai quickly raised his hand to deny it. "No, this belongs to another organization. I started trading with Loon Gwyn precisely because I wanted to get intelligence on this organization." Hearing that Loon Gwyn was also involved in this matter, Mechanic immediately called him over. "Come down here, clearly state the things you know." Loon Gwyn recalled every detail he had observed from Lai San Duong and recounted it to Mechanic. Lai San Duong is the glacier hero. He used the medicine to feign madness and killed many people. I saw it with my own eyes. After hearing his explanation, Mechanic became even more horrified by the thing in his hand. Just a tiny pill. How could it have such huge side effects? I was wondering how the glacier hero could cause such an incident. So the reason has finally been found. Saying all this, do you want me to help you investigate the organization behind this pill? Seeing that he understood his intention, Duong Hai was very satisfied. He said slowly, "Not only that, you also have to help me join the White Cavity Plan as remuneration." You will get an A-class ability potion, which can make you a dual-system A-class superhuman. Mechanic didn't expect his next request to be this. He kindly warned, "You want to join the White Cavity plan? Don't blame me for not reminding you first. White Cavity is a place where you can enter but cannot leave." Duong Hai raised his hand to reveal the ring on his finger and half-jokingly, half-seriously revealed, "You don't need to worry about me. I want to use this ring to get the ability of abilities." It was Mechanic's first time hearing this term, and he asked in confusion, "The ability of abilities?" The source could be superhuman criminals, or it could be weapons or materials obtained from the bodies of mutated beasts, which are endlessly slaughtered in the White Cavity. Even though he believed it up to 70, Mechanic was still not at ease. How can you prove that the ability potion will definitely be effective? Duong Hai displayed his two types of abilities with full confidence and declared, "My existence is the best proof. If your excellency feels that our judgment is untrustworthy, not cooperating is fine too." Terrified that he would really disagree, Loon Gwyn shouted from the side, "If Dad doesn't do it, then let it be. I'm afraid that if Dad comes, it will affect my upgrade space." Seeing that he only cared about himself, Mechanic was furious enough to burst a lung. What a fool at home, but smart outside. The father eats meat, but forgets to give the son some soup to drink? Fine, I agree to cooperate, and I will also deal with the Glacier Hero. Regarding his choice to cooperate with him, Duong Hai left with satisfaction. "You made a wise choice. I wish us a happy cooperation. Let's wait for our next meeting." At this time, in a hospital in the city, Nai Tuet, wearing a loose hospital uniform, sighed heavily and walked into her room. The apartment building collapsed. "I never thought I'd spend the night in a hospital." "Duong Hai, why are you here?" Seeing her, Duong Hai anxiously ran over. "I've been looking for you all day. I heard that the injured people from the shelter were all transferred here, so I came here to find you. It's good that you're okay." Seeing him care for her like that, Nai Tuet felt a warm current flowing in her heart. "It's just superficial wounds, but the apartment building is gone. I have no place to live anymore." Hearing that, Duong Hai immediately said, "What's the big deal about that? You can move into my house." Nai Tuet looked at him in disbelief. "What? Do you mean cohabiting? Isn't that too fast?" Seeing that she misunderstood his meaning, Duong Hai panicked and tried to explain, "I didn't mean it like that." Seeing him say that, Nai Tuet got upset again and walked away. "No? If not, then forget it. I don't want to live with you anyway." Seeing her expression, Duong Hai was helpless and didn't know what to do. Tuet, She walked over to the window and sighed in lament, "I should just think about Boss Rooster." Suddenly hearing her mention his secret identity, Duong Hai asked in confusion, "What did you say, Rooster?" Standing by the window, Nai Tuet held her face and said shyly, "You don't know, I almost died today, and it was that mysterious Boss Rooster who appeared and saved me. He's very handsome. I will definitely find a chance to interview him. This is a good thing for the public news." "Duong Hai, what are you trying to do?" Nai Tuet was thrown forcefully onto the bed, letting out a soft cry of surprise. Thinking he was going to do something bad to her, she looked at him with both shyness and expectation. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Seeing him approach, Nai Tuet's face turned even redder and her heart beat faster. "Duong Hai, your face looks incredibly scary right now." A voice suppressing emotion called her, Tuet. Seeing his expression, Nai Tuet shouted in panic, "We can't do that in the hospital." The next second, the hospital bed suddenly shook violently and then returned to peace as if nothing had happened. Could it be that our main character is weak? Nai Tuet, with a face full of spring bloom, looked at the main character, Duong Hai. Their eyes met, their faces flushed, and their hearts raced. Duong Hai hastily hugged her into his arms and comforted her. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow I'll help you move. From now on, you'll stay at my place." Nai Tuet hugged him back and replied, "Okay." At this moment, she felt somewhat disappointed inside and cried out, "What, is that it?" Time flew by, and the scene stopped at the airport with lines of people queuing. Duong Hai received a call from Nai Tuet. "What, a flat-bottom pan? Look for it in the kitchen cabinet." On the other side, she stood in the kitchen looking around but still couldn't find the item. Feeling slightly annoyed, she said loudly, "I've searched everywhere. There isn't even a grain of rice in the kitchen." "Oh my God, Duong Hai, why are you so sloppy?" Being scolded, Duong Hai coaxed her like a submissive husband. All right, I'm sloppy. Take the card I gave you last night and buy whatever you want." Hearing that, Nai Tuet's mood was instantly soothed. She acted coquettishly. "Fine, wait until you come back from your business trip. I'll give you a surprise. See you tomorrow." Duong Hai quickly made a kissing sound back to her through the phone. "See you tomorrow. I'll reply to your message after getting off the plane. Bye-bye." The man beside him, hearing them being so affectionate, couldn't help but tease. "Hey, young man." After that, the plane took off, soaring into the high sky. Feeling a familiar energy, Duong Hai turned his head around. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, he was surprised and thought to himself, "Tien da, I'm going to Sa Chow to trade with the Fan Hai Merchant Guild. I didn't expect to be on the same path as Tien da. But with my ordinary attire, she probably won't recognize me either." The other passengers also noticed the two of them. Today, there are two beauties on the same trip. Hugh Dung looked at the flight attendant walking over and quickly asked for an item. "I'm really sorry. May I please ask for a wool blanket?" The flight attendant heard that and immediately replied, "No problem. Please wait a moment." They saw Duong Hai staring at her and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful girl before? You pervert." The flight attendant walked over holding the item, interrupting her cursing, "Miss, this is yours." Being scolded, Duong Hai felt aggrieved and cursed inwardly. If she knew that I was the Lord Rooster she admired, she definitely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At this moment, a falling towel startled him. When he looked up, the flight attendant bringing the blanket had already been controlled by a robber holding a gun. "Help." The people in the cabin saw this and screamed in terror. "Someone wants to hijack the plane." The scar-faced robber threatened in a cold voice, "Don't move. Put both hands on your head." The other guys also wielded weapons to threaten the passengers in the cabin. The screams of the people echoed in the passenger cabin. "Hold your heads. Everyone put your hands on your heads. Don't hit me." Duong Hai looked at the structure of the robbers' guns and realized, are the guns in their hands all mutated beast weapons? The bald robber saw that he wasn't following his demands and shouted loudly, "Damn it, what are you looking at? Hurry up and hold your head." He began to analyze the situation and the strength of each robber on the plane. Every person holding a gun is at least a B-class superhuman. What kind of terrorist organization dares to rob in broad daylight like this? I can't transform in a rooster in front of so many people. I have to think of a new way. At this moment, Scarface controlled the flight attendant and forced her to open the cockpit. "Open the door for me." With a gun pressed against her, the female flight attendant had no choice but to obey. "I'll open it right now. Please spare me." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, drawing his attention. After Scarface dealt with the pilot, he had one of his own men take over. "Follow the plan." Hearing the order, his subordinate answered respectfully, "Yes, boss." When the flight attendant saw him operating the plane, she asked in horror, "Manual controls? Where are you people planning to fly the plane?" Scarface pressed the gun to her head and answered with a cold laugh, "Of course, we're flying it into the tallest tower in Sa Chow. We'll perish together with the counselors of your district too." After saying that, he fired and dealt with the flight attendant as well. Blood splattered across his expressionless face. Hearing the gunshot, the others all looked toward the cockpit. The man sitting beside Snake had, by now, fully embodied the saying that dying beneath peonies still made one a romantic ghost. He looked at Dada's beautiful face over there and smiled like an idiot as he muttered, "To be able to take the last trip of my life and even get to admire such a beautiful woman isn't a loss at all." Seeing that the man could still be this lustful at a life-or-death moment, Snake was speechless. This old man is about to die, and he's still thinking about beautiful women. Where exactly did these hijackers come from? Hearing his question, Dada immediately revealed. Just now, he said they were flying the plane into the White Tower. They must hate District 2 very much. In that case, they're definitely people from District 35. Seeing how certain she was, Snake became very curious. District 35? Why do you say that? Seeing that he truly did not know, Dada was surprised. "You don't know about that part of history?" Before Planet Azure established the 50 peaceful districts, District 35 was once invaded by the people of District 2. After the 50 peaceful districts were established at a government conference, District 35 demanded that District 2 publicly apologize and compensate them for the invasion. But the representatives of District 2 arrogantly denied and refuted it. After Dada explained the deeper cause, Snake said irritably, "No wonder they're acting so extreme. But times have changed now. Using terrorist attacks can't solve any problems." Dada agreed with his thoughts. "That's right. Doing this only hurts innocent civilians." When the bald man saw them whispering to each other, he walked over and shouted, "What are you two whispering about?" Dada immediately apologized to preserve her life. "Nothing. I'm sorry, big brother, I won't dare again." But the bald man had no intention of letting it go. He grabbed Dada's arm and dragged her away. "You won't dare? Looks to me like you do dare." If you want to die, I'll throw you down there. Seeing that she was about to be thrown out of the plane, Dada was scared out of her wits. Don't throw me. Please don't throw me. Help. Snake could no longer sit still and was ready to rush over to save Dada. These pieces of trash. Just then, a ray of light shot over and sent the bald man flying. Snow Mist Lieutenant held Dada in his arms and comforted her in a deep voice. Don't be afraid, young lady. I'll hold you firmly. Star-carved cloak. Looking at Snow Mist Lieutenant's large physique, Dada could not help thinking, what a strong uncle. A-class hero, Snow Mist Lieutenant. When everyone saw them, they recognized them at once. The crowd cheered excitedly. It's A-class hero Snow Mist Lieutenant and A-class hero Star-carved cloak. We're saved. Seeing that they were A-class ability users, Snake also felt somewhat relieved. This time we should be fine. Seeing them appear, the hijackers angrily charged forward, wanting to beat up Cloak. Damn it. But before they could get close to Cloak, a streak of light swept past and stopped them. Snake looked at the Cloak standing in front of him with its hands on its hips in smug triumph and sighed. The coat on him is the strongest soul weapon I've ever seen. Its combat power can't be underestimated either. Scarface seemed to have some grudge against Cloak. He said angrily, "It's you? Good." Seeing him appear, Cloak's face darkened as he threatened, "Only you two are left. Hurry up, put down your weapons, and surrender." The black-haired man refused to submit and even insulted him. People of District 2 really are sinister and cunning. But do you think this is the end? At that moment, Scarface's body transformed. It was the flesh bomb ability. Seeing him use his ability, Cloak cried out in panic, "This is bad." The nose of the plane suddenly exploded. With the front of the plane blown apart, the entire aircraft began shaking violently. The civilians clutched their seats tightly and screamed in fear. "Help!" Snow Mist Lieutenant realized the situation was bad and quickly ordered, "Put on your oxygen masks." "Little Cloak, do you have any way to solve this? For example, can you use your coat to fly?" Hearing his request, Cloak immediately retorted, "Do you think I'm an S-class hero? Everyone here is an ordinary person. With my coat, I can at most take a few people away. If there are too many, it won't work." When everyone heard that, they all panicked. They rushed forward in desperation, hoping he would save them. "Please take me with you. Take me too. I'll pay you, however much you want." "And me too." Snake stood still where he was. Seeing everyone gather behind him, he immediately felt something was wrong. Don't tell me they're planning to surge forward like a swarm of bees. The crowd gradually became chaotic and out of control. Everyone wanted to be saved first. "Take me. I'm begging you. Get lost. You should take me first." After Snow Mist Lieutenant put Dada down, he reminded her, "Young lady, hurry back to your seat. Remember to fasten your seatbelt." She quickly turned and returned to her previous seat, not forgetting to give him a good person card. "Uncle, you're such a good person." Seeing her return, Yurong expressed her feelings. "Dada, I'm scared." Hearing that, Dada comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Haven't I come back?" At this moment, Cloak brushed his cloak down to the floor, then called Snow Mist Lieutenant over with a mysterious expression. "Lieutenant, I've thought of a way. Come outside with me." Hearing that, Snow Mist Lieutenant looked unwilling. "What are you trying to do? We can't abandon the passengers." Seeing him dawdle, Cloak urged him anxiously, "Just trust me. Hurry up. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." After the man stood up, the flying Cloak immediately carried him out of the plane. At this moment, Snake also wanted to contribute his strength to protect the ordinary people in the cabin. "That's right. I can create a shadow clone inside the cabin. Although it only has 1/10 of my main body strength, it should still be able to save the whole plane." Once he thought of it, he immediately activated his transformation ability, Shadow Clone. The shadow slipped outside through the gap in the window. At this time, the plane could no longer hold on and exploded once more at the nose. Seeing that the situation was already bad, Cloak urged Snow Mist Lieutenant, "Lieutenant, hurry and use your ability to create a huge parachute to slow the plane's descent." Hearing that, Snow Mist Lieutenant cried out excitedly, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? You really are the smart one." Long snow mist ability. After that, he blew out a thick cloud of mist. The mist transformed into 2 huge parachutes, hanging from both ends of the plane to reduce the plane's pull toward the ground. After using his power, Snow Mist Lieutenant grew somewhat weak and knelt down on one knee. "Well done. This really is exhausting. Right now, I don't have a bit of strength left in my whole body." At this moment, Cloak rolled his cloak into a sharp arrow. A sinister look flashed across his face as he said, "You've worked hard, Lieutenant. After all, being a good person isn't easy. These strange words left Snowmist Lieutenant confused. Huh? As an ability hero, this is what I should do. Snake's clone had successfully arrived by now and saw the two of them standing on the fuselage. The plane seems to have been hit by something. Those are the two A-class heroes who came to the rescue. Cloak could no longer wait and controlled his cloak to stab through Snowmist Lieutenant's body. It's because you're so smart that you disgust me. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Snowmist Lieutenant could only choke out you. Snake froze in place at this unexpected scene. What the hell is going on? After dealing with Snowmist Lieutenant, Cloak seemed to have flipped a switch and began explaining why he had done it. I don't think I'm any worse than you, but every time we carry out a mission, you stand in front of me and steal all my glory, making my popularity drop and causing me to lose commercial sponsorships. Snowmist Lieutenant struggled to prop himself up and looked at him in disbelief. You actually want me to? Cloak snorted coldly and stated the ending he had long since prepared for Snowmist Lieutenant to explain things to the media. Since you like being a good person so much, then die in place of these lowly civilians. I'll tell the media that Snowmist Lieutenant bravely sacrificed himself while saving the plane. After saying that, he jumped down, leaving Snowmist Lieutenant there. Snake hurried over and used his healing ability on him. Hey, hold on. I can use a healing type skill to save you. Holy Light. Snowmist Lieutenant endured the pain from his wound and stopped Snake from healing him. It's no use. A wound caused by a soul weapon can't be healed. Snake cried out in shock. What? Only then did Snowmist Lieutenant feel the regret and despair of failing to guard against Cloak. I was careless. I never thought he would resent me this much. My poor son is still waiting for me to go home and play soccer with him. Snake stared blankly as Snowmist Lieutenant's life slipped away. How can this be? At this moment, without Snowmist Lieutenant's power supporting it, the plane plunged rapidly toward the ground. When everyone saw Cloak return to the cabin, they all became relieved. It's Starcarve Cloak. We're saved. Where's the other hero? At this moment, Cloak put on a sorrowful expression and explained to everyone. Snowmist Lieutenant used all his energy to slow the plane's fall, but he still couldn't stop it completely. I am sorry. I can only take a few people away first. After saying that, he controlled his cloak to grab the three closest girls. Euron was one of them. Being separated from Dada, she screamed in panic. No, I want to go with Dada. Dada was also terrified by this sudden situation. Euron. The remaining people in the cabin fell into despair when they saw Cloak simply leave like that. He's just leaving like this? We're about to become Batman, meaning falling men. It's over. We're dead for sure. Meanwhile, Snake was silently mourning Snowmist Lieutenant's passing. After his grief passed, he immediately used his stripping ability to take the man's ability bead. Ability Plunder. Snowmist Lieutenant, I'll avenge you. Ability Class, A-Class. Name, Long Snow Mist. Introduction, Long Snow Mist, materialization for absorption. As long as there is air, the mist can reach it. Evaluation, smoking is harmful to health, so it's better to smoke less. In the midst of despair, someone saw him from afar and cried out, "Look, there's someone over there. It looks like the Great Rooster. Did you come to save us?" To slow the plane down, Snake used his ability, Metal Control. He strained himself and shouted, "Stop for me." The plane that should have been plummeting at extreme speed stopped in place, because of him right before it crashed hard into the ground. After that, a thunderous explosion rang out, and smoke and dust burst high into the air from the ground. After the plane successfully landed, everyone immediately left the aircraft. Cheers rang out endlessly. I'm alive. We actually fell into the desert. Where is that A-class hero? Snowmist Lieutenant. And where is Boss Rooster? I saw him earlier. Looking at the earth beneath her feet, Dada felt grateful for life for the first time. That scared me to death. I thought I was doomed. The feeling of coming back from the brink of death is really too good. They all said Boss Rooster came. Why can't we see him? That is. At this moment, Cloak rushed over with a medical team. Hurry! The hijacked plane crashed up ahead. The injured are still waiting for us to rescue them. Reporters at the scene also arrived to bring information to everyone. We are now reporting live from the site of the hijacked plane crash. But at the scene, There don't seem to be any injured people. Hearing that, Cloak immediately retorted, how could there be no injured people? I personally witnessed the plane's accident. Why is everyone safe and sound? Hearing his shock that there were no injured people, Dada questioned him unhappily, hey blonde hero, what kind of attitude is that? Where did you take Sister Yurong and the others? When asked about the situation, everyone also explained in confusion. We don't know what happened either. Anyway, the plane landed safely. Before the plane fell, someone saw Rooster. He's the ability user who can control metal. Maybe he saved us. And Snowmist Lieutenant too. We just don't know where they are. They were carrying out the rescue mission with me. A reporter saw the expression on his face and asked curiously, Star-Carved Cloak, can you tell us exactly what happened? He covered his face with his hand and acted pained as he answered. At that time, the plane was falling. The lieutenant used all his ability to slow the plane's descent, but in the end, he died from exhaustion. And I had no choice but to rescue some of the passengers. Under those circumstances, I thought the plane's crash was already certain, so I summoned ambulances to come as quickly as possible. I didn't expect heaven to bless us and let everyone be safe and sound. Hearing these shameless words from Cloak's mouth, Snake interrupted him with contempt. Stop shedding crocodile tears. Whether heaven blessed them or not, you know best in your heart. Come and take a look at your good comrade in arms, Star-Carved Cloak. Seeing him appear, Dada already had her answer but still asked, Boss Rooster, it really is you. They all said you saved the plane, right? Snake gently placed Snowmist Lieutenant on the ground and answered, Dada, I only helped a little. The person who saved everyone wasn't me. It was Snowmist Lieutenant. Seeing the state of his death, sorrow appeared in Dada's eyes. Did Snowmist Lieutenant really die from exhausting his ability? Then why is there such a large bloody hole in his chest? When someone heard that, they leaned over to examine his body. That's right. There seems to be a hole in his body. This doesn't look like he died from exhaustion. It looks like he was killed by someone. What exactly happened? Just thinking about it is terrifying. At this moment, Snake followed the situation and pointed at Cloak. He questioned him through gritted teeth. So what exactly is the truth, Star-Carved Cloak? Feeling guilty, Cloak shouted loudly, Don't ask me. How would I know why he ended up like that? Seeing that he did not dare tell the truth, Snake said coldly, Then let me say it. I saw it with my own eyes. Star-Carved Cloak took Snowmist Lieutenant outside the plane, used saving the plane as an excuse to exhaust his strength, and finally took the chance to strike him dead from behind when he was at his weakest. The evidence is that the blood on Star-Carved Cloak's cloak is exactly the same as the lieutenant's. All we need is to invite a doctor to run a test, and we'll know immediately. At this moment, because of his words, everyone looked toward the syrup-like bloodstain on the cloak. They angrily condemned Cloak's disgusting behavior. It's true, there's blood. Don't tell me he killed his own comrade in arms. How can this person be like this? If the truth isn't what Boss Rooster said, then there's no way to explain the wound on the lieutenant's body. The television station immediately aimed its cameras at him. Please respond to the Great Rooster's accusation. The reporters pressed closer step by step, wanting him to explain. Is that what happened? Can you give the code to a doctor for testing? At this point, Cloak no longer cared about anything. He spat, then admitted it with a ferocious expression. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect that after a flawless plan, some piece of trash would appear and ruin everything. I really don't understand. In terms of looks, body, and wealth, how am I not better than him? Why was he more popular than me? At this moment, Snake once again revealed a shocking truth. The hijackers from District 35 showed an expression of having been betrayed the moment they first saw you. I'm guessing you secretly colluded with them to hijack the plane, didn't you? Cloak did not expect him to even know this. He laughed loudly and admitted all his crimes. You even discovered that? You guessed right. I'm also a refugee from District 35. I sacrificed so many brothers, and in the end, I still failed. You people of District 2 are all hypocritical scum. Go die, all of you. A sand tornado rose up and sent all the nearby ambulances flying. The living were also swept into the tornado, screaming in terror. The scene shifted to Cloak's cloak and his nostalgic voice as he spoke of the past. When I was little, I really liked the coat. It was the last gift my mother gave me before she died. She said all the superhuman heroes who protected the world had a coat like that. I was born in District 35. The water, there was always murky, and flowers were always treated as holy objects to be worshipped. It was a world without sunny days. Although we survived every day on leftovers, we were always happy. I originally thought the world was just like that, until I accidentally went to District 2. For the first time, I realized that drinking water could be so sweet that flowers could bloom everywhere, and that the sky was blue and the clouds were white. But the people in District 2 were terrifying. When they found out I was from District 35, they looked down on me and even beat me. I thought I had done something wrong. Step by step, I found out the truth, only to discover that I wasn't the one who was wrong. It was these invaders who occupied resources and bullied the weak. When I learned this, my soul weapon awakened. I used the fake identity of a District 2 resident to secretly leak information to the people of District 35, luring them to attack. Then, I would appear to save everyone from danger. Just like that, from an unknown, ordinary person, I gradually became an A-class hero admired by tens of thousands. And those stupid second-class pigs were even grateful to me. I enjoyed their worship for fun, but ever since Snow Mist Lieutenant appeared, those people's eyes no longer looked my way. I couldn't bear it. I spent all my effort killing people, and he spent all his efforts saving people. It's truly ridiculous. Damn District 2, damn pigs, damn Snow Mist Lieutenant, damn ability laws, go to hell all of you. After hearing him recount his past and his dark, twisted thoughts, Dada was extremely disgusted and criticized his crazy actions. You crazy, perverted bastard. Now that you become like this, how are you any different from the invaders you mentioned? Boss Rooster, this guy is completely insane. He plans to kill everyone here. Duong Hai silently looked up at the energy circle above. The fluctuation in its energy made him pause to analyze it. That soul weapon had been influenced by its owner, had killed so many people, and had leveled up multiple times. Now, it was an S-class soul weapon. Dada also realized that Star-Carved Cloak's soul weapon had leveled up. Her greed flared up again, but sadly, her strength didn't match her greed. She could only watch it regretfully right in front of her. S-Class, I really want to put in my bag, but in my bag, there's nothing that can resist an S-Class soul weapon. What should I do? Boss Rooster, are you confident you can beat him? Hey, boss, your hands are shaking. If even you are scared, then what am I supposed to do? Misunderstood as being afraid, Duong Hai smiled faintly and explained, Dada, in your eyes, is this Boss Rooster a coward? I'm not scared, I'm excited. Hearing that, Dada looked extremely surprised. Boss Rooster. Duong Hai controlled his essence to fly closer to the center where Star-Carved Cloak was standing. Star-Carved Cloak, talking so much, you've also killed quite a few ordinary people in District 2 to vent your anger, right? Receiving the question from him, his expression became crazy. That's right, a lot of people. Let me remember a bit. There were fans who came admiring me. There was a passerby I saved, and there was my college professor. I saved them, so their lives are under my control. Hearing this, Duong Hai lightly shook his head, feeling pity for a talent with a mental illness. An A-class hero with millions of fans, who is also a psychopath serial killer immersed in a game of destruction and rescue. But when the victim evolves into the perpetrator, all of his reasons become unforgivable and unworthy of sympathy. Towards Duong Hai's words, Star-Carved Cloak laughed loudly in contempt. You're speaking just like Snow Mist Lieutenant. Great. As a reward, I'll give you 100 seconds to run away. After 100 seconds is when you die. Faced with Star-Carved Cloak's threat, Duong Hai didn't show any expression, only activating his ability to prepare for the attack, Metal Control. At this moment, a shining golden blade emerged from the sandstorm. Star-Carved Cloak's counting suddenly stopped when he saw the thing behind him, 67. He was at the peak of his power, completely disregarding Duong Hai. I have no patience. Hurry up so I can see where you run to. Where did he go? Where did he run? Duong Hai looked down from above at Star-Carved Cloak's panicked expression below and sneered coward. After saying that, he charged straight towards Star-Carved Cloak's out-of-control soul weapon. After Duong Hai plunged straight into Star-Carved Cloak's soul weapon, the sandstorm suddenly stopped. The bus that was tossed high into the air began to fall. The unfortunate civilians caught in it fell in free fall, screaming in panic. Seeing the sandstorm he created disappear, Star-Carved Cloak was horrified. What happened? Why did it stop? What'd you do to my cloak? The dust gradually dispersed, revealing star-carved cloaks, soul weapon being controlled by Duong Hai with 4 hidden weapons. At this moment, Duong Hai had to focus all his effort to keep the S-Class soul weapon from escaping. The first time using an S-Class ability to counter an S-Class soul weapon, he didn't expect the power of this soul weapon to be so difficult to control. Dada, quickly think of a way to save the falling people. She immediately rummaged through her bag to find something. Don't worry, Boss Rooster, let me handle it. After finding what she wanted, she threw out things that looked like eggs, which suddenly expanded. Dada looked at her beloved eggs with a bleeding heart. These mutant beast eggs. One of them is 30,000 Azure coins. This is really a huge loss of money. The eggs hovering in the air suddenly cracked open, and the egg whites flowed down, dripping onto the sand like a thick layer of cream. Thanks to their fast speed, the layer of egg whites caught the innocent people. Seeing that they didn't die, Star-Carved Cloak unwillingly took out a mutant beast gun. No, they can't live. They must die. Give my cloak back to me. He shot frantically at Duong Hai, hoping to eliminate him. Duong Hai hastily ducked his head to dodge the incoming bullets. That was dangerous, but unexpectedly, it turned around and charged towards him once more. Only then did Duong Hai realize that this mutant beast gun had a hidden function, and it could track bullets. But he didn't panic, calmly using his ability to deflect the incoming trajectory. However, due to this distraction, Star-Carved Cloak regained his soul weapon. He lovingly comforted it. It's all my fault for being careless, causing you to be tied up. The soul weapon gently draped itself over his shoulders. Having regained his soul weapon, Star-Carved Cloak confidently charged towards him for a fight. Boss Rooster, Duong Hai continuously retreated backwards, dodging Star-Carved Cloak's attacks. But even so, he couldn't avoid getting injured. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his left arm and immediately applied a healing ability on it, Holy Light Healing. Seeing the wound emitting a dark aura, Duong Hai sighed inwardly. Just as Snowmist Lieutenant said, the wounds caused by this guy's soul weapon cannot be healed with healing abilities. Seeing that he couldn't heal his own wound, Star-Carved Cloak laughed joyfully. You must be wondering why you can't heal yourself, right? Because my soul weapon has a soul-type ability, it can directly attack another person's spiritual power. Therefore, you won't be able to heal it. Hearing this, Duong Hai didn't show any fear, but instead appeared extremely interested in his soul weapon. So it's indeed not a bad soul weapon. Wouldn't it be a pity not to take it and use it? Suddenly, at this moment, his soul weapon curled up, acting as if someone was controlling it, independently slipping into his pocket to search for something. In just a moment, it dug out 5 blue pills. Seeing this, Duong Hai became more certain of his guess about him. A corrupted hero is indeed related to the blue pills. This S-Class soul weapon plus the blue pills, it's really strong. I can't beat it. Being forced by the soul weapon to swallow the pills, Star-Carved Cloak tightly clutched his throat in resistance. I won't eat it, Duong Hai quietly watched the soul weapon act on its own accord, forcing Star-Carved Cloak to take the pills. It seems that with the evolution of the soul weapon, the owner lost control over it, and it's already acting according to its own consciousness. After being forced to swallow the blue pills, Star-Carved Cloak had lost control by now. He continuously blamed Duong Hai for harming him. It's all because of you. I ate your damn thing again. Damn it, damn it. Duong Hai looked at the soul weapon, which suddenly became giant and charged toward him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Oh no, this soul weapon is too big. I can't fly out. Upon catching Duong Hai, the soul weapon coiled up. He looked at the pitch-black space in front of him and cried out in panic, I'm trapped. At this time, Star-Carved Cloak's depressed voice sounded. Consider yourself unlucky. I can't control my soul weapon anymore. The rays of light from above caught Duong Hai's attention, being controlled by the soul weapon. But when he saw Duong Hai about to be shot like a sieve, Star-Carved Cloak, as if comforted, cheered excitedly. You can only let it deal with you. Die in despair. In the pitch-black space, stars fell. Duong Hai was hit by a bunch of falling stars and couldn't move. What the hell is this? Why are they sticking to my body? Suddenly, the stars that were dull just a moment ago lit up brightly. Like a chain reaction, the other stars also lit up simultaneously. The rising heat made Duong Hai feel uncomfortable. It's getting hotter and hotter. Could these all be explosives? Finally, the stars multiplied to the point of submerging him underneath. At this time, From the outside, one could only see the soul weapon suddenly emitting a loud explosion and a strong vibration. Dada outside saw this and yelled worriedly, "Boss Rooster!" Star-Carved Cloak sneered and stopped her. "Stop screaming. He has been blown to ashes." At this time, a massive cloud of smoke appeared from within the soul weapon. Hearing him say that Duong Hai had been blown to ashes, Dada couldn't hold back her tears. "No way, Boss Rooster." But then, the ensuing development made her tears, which hadn't yet fallen, choke back. In front of her was a thick, heavy metal cocoon suspended in the air. Suddenly, a small piece of metal cracked open. Star-Carved Cloak shouted in disbelief. "No way, he's not dead even after that?" Duong Hai emerged from the cocoon, muttering in fear at the thought of it. "I almost fell into the trap." The civilian saw that he was still alive and cheered with joy. "That's great. Boss Rooster isn't dead. As expected of his power, Boss Rooster is my god." Dada, just like everyone else, cheered excitedly. "Boss Rooster, I knew you definitely wouldn't die so easily." Duong Hai felt warmed by her words and whispered softly, "This girl really knows how to talk. This is the snow mist that I took from Snow Mist Lieutenant." But to prove his words, he did the familiar cigar-smoking gesture of the lieutenant. In Star-Carved Cloak's eyes at this moment, the image of the lieutenant seemed to overlap with Duong Hai. He turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Lieutenant! Lieutenant!" Seeing Star-Carved Cloak charging towards him intending to mutually perish, Duong Hai quietly said to the lieutenant's spirit, "I've helped you take revenge. Long Snow Mist." This move of his instantly froze Star-Carved Cloak in place. Ability Plunder. At this moment, streams of black liquid appeared on his face and were sucked out. In just the blink of an eye, Star-Carved Cloak's body gradually vanished into thin air. Seeing this scene, Duong Hai spoke in a deep voice. "All the trace metals in your body have been taken by me. Turn to dust." Finally, among the remaining fragments, his faint voice was transmitted, "I want to go home." After he left the mortal world, Duong Hai obtained the soul weapon, and information about it appeared before his eyes. Starry Sky Cloak. Introduction. Possesses autonomous consciousness. A soul-type soul weapon. Directly attacks the spiritual power or soul of life forms. Immune to A-class abilities. Has excellent durability. Skill. Starfall. Outer stars can self-detonate after accumulating to injure the enemy. Soul weapon evaluation. Thirst for growing stronger. Watching the colors on it change, Duong Hai chuckled softly. "You really are a sensible one. The old master died, so you immediately ran to find a new master, transforming into a shape that suits my thoughts. To tame a soul weapon like you, one can only be forever stronger than you. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be devoured by you." At this time, the civilians who fell into Dada's mutant beast eggs earlier couldn't escape and called out to him for help. "Boss Rooster, can you save me a little? We are stuck and can't move." Dada saw him looking at her, so she smiled awkwardly and explained, Well, although the egg liquid was made by me, I can't retract it." Seeing it was too troublesome, Duong Hai left. "Just stay in one place. The next rescue team will arrive soon. I'm going ahead." Dada saw him leaving so heartlessly and cried out loudly, "Don't go, Boss Rooster." The backyard of Snow Mist Lieutenant's house. At this time, a child was playing football alone in the yard. The ball rolled a long distance and was stopped by a pair of feet. Seeing Duong Hai appear, the little boy wasn't afraid, but instead invited him to play. "Do you want to play football with me?" He raised his hand, pointing behind the boy, and said, "I won't play, but look over there. There's someone who wants to play with you." The boy turned around and looked at the humanoid Aura, cheering. "He looks just like Dad. Then I'll go play with him." Long Snow Mist. Taking advantage of the boy turning his back, Duong Hai placed the lieutenant's ability bead into the boy's body. "Go ahead, he will always be with you." Then, under the golden sunlight, the little boy played football with the aura that looked exactly like the lieutenant. Inside a temple hall, Yu Rong's voice sounded, "Oh my god, Dada, I can't believe Star-Carved Cloak actually killed Snow Mist Lieutenant." In the end, everyone was saved by Boss Rooster. The fact that she couldn't witness the battle between the two with her own eyes made Dada regretful. "It's a pity you didn't witness it with your own eyes." The battle between Boss Rooster and Star-Carved Cloak could be called exceptionally magnificent. Boss Rooster moved to dodge Star-Carved Cloak's tracking bullets, then easily beat Star-Carved Cloak into thin air. Yu Rong recalled the scene of being left behind in the middle of the yellow sand sea and said sadly, "It's really a pity. Those who were taken away by him were all thrown into the desert. Fortunately, they were found by everyone later Otherwise, even if we didn't die on the plane, we would have died in this desert. Thinking about it, Dada was still scared. This made her suddenly appreciate her current life. Sister Yurong, the fact that we too can continue living is the greatest blessing. We should still cherish the present. Hearing that, she immediately agreed with Dada's thoughts. Very right. Today we are representing the Fanhai Merchant Guild to trade with the Judgment Organization. We must put on an imposing manner. This is the invitation received from the headquarters a few days ago. The Judgment Organization is Boss Rooster's organization. I didn't expect the Merchant Guild to send me to complete this mission. God is really helping me. So, can I also see the handsome and majestic Boss Rooster that you mentioned with my own eyes? At this time, Dada saw Snake walking past and hurriedly spoke up. Sister Yurong, behind you. Who are you? Duong Hai, in the identity of Snake, teased her. Surprise. Dada looked at his current special appearance and guessed. Your outfit and props look quite familiar. Are you from Judgment? Yurong heard that and hurriedly coughed twice, whispering to her, Dada, I heard from A-Class hero Sister Blanche. There's a member in Judgment named Snake. His characteristic is wearing a snake pattern mask. Being educated by Yurong, Dada immediately walked over and said proudly, Snake, right? I'm Boss Rooster's life and death friend. Seeing him only answer her with a single word, moreover, the cold aura on him made Dada feel the pressure. Why are they both people from Judgment? But this one is so cold. I'd better restrain myself a bit. We received an invitation from your noble organization to help process the spoils of war. May I ask, sir, where are the spoils of war? Yurong was suddenly grabbed by him and asked in confusion, Lord Snake, what are you doing? Dada saw Snake and Yurong standing still in place and asked doubtfully, what are you guys backing away so far for? Duong Hai grabbed the iron chain nearby and replied, Didn't you ask where the treasure is? After saying that, he pulled the string connected to the trapdoor here, making Dada step into thin air and fall down. After playing a trick on Dada, Duong Hai's eyes curve in a smile. Money grubber, just joking around with you a bit today. Yurong saw her fall into the deep pit and anxiously ran over to ask, Dada, are you okay? Where are you? Suddenly, the pit became unusually quiet. Duong Hai, as if having guessed it beforehand, softly counted 3, 2, 1. As soon as the final number was spoken, Dada's excited voice sounded, making Yurong startle and fall backwards. I'm rich. Sister Yurong, hurry down here and look. Oh my God, I've never seen this much treasure and gold before. I want to stay here for the rest of my life. After Duong Hai let her see the pile of treasures, he stopped teasing her and got down to business. These are all spoils of war from Judgment. For certain special reasons, all authority over them will be handed to your Fanhai Merchant Guild. Dada immediately took out her golden pouch and sucked all the treasures into it. Okay, we will definitely do everything we can to help your organization handle this wealth properly. Please rest assured. Sister Yurong, why do you think the Judgment Organization entrusted such a huge fortune to the Fanhai Merchant Guild? Yurong answered without much thought. No matter what, our Fanhai Merchant Guild is still a first-rate merchant guild. After this transaction, we will also establish a basic relationship of trust, which will make future cooperation smoother. Dada still did not understand and asked again, cooperation? Seeing that she still did not get it, Yurong explained seriously, if ability users want to become stronger in the future, relying only on themselves will not be enough. They will need powerful weapons to support them. Dada looked excitedly at the pigeon egg-sized diamond in front of her and asked, You mean that in our merchant guild, the Grandmaster equipment makers can craft mutant beast weapons? Yurong's expression changed. She replied with great anticipation. When he has a need for equipment and weapons in the future, that will be the time for our merchant guild to show its worth. Meanwhile, in the hospital where Fei Fei was staying, blue rays of light appeared once again. Her hand clenched the sheet beneath her tightly. Her face was covered in sweat, and her dry lips parted as she murmured, It hurts so much, brother. At the airport in Loksong City, as he was leaving the airport with the crowd, he heard Nai Shue's voice. Zhong-hee, Zhong-hee, I saw the news about the hijacking and the crash. I thought I would never see you again. When the men around saw her, every one of them was so captivated by her beauty that they could not tear their eyes away. Duong Hai hurriedly hugged her and comforted her. Little Shui, it wasn't that exaggerated. Nai Shui, having just gone through the feeling of nearly losing her lover, could not hold back her emotions and burst into tears. You scare me to death. Feeling the bullet-like gazes from the men around him, Duong Hai helplessly comforted her. It's all right, little Shui. Aren't you seeing that I'm perfectly fine? Nai Shui tried hard to stop crying. An unprecedented seriousness appeared on her face as she made Duong Hai swear. If something like this happens again, you must let me know you're safe first. He held her and softly agreed. All right, I'll take you home first. Later, I have to go meet my godson. Hearing this, Nai Shui asked in surprise, Your godson? Seeing that she was about to misunderstand again, Duong Hai quickly gave 2 dry laughs and explained, It's just a nickname between friends. When Nai Shui heard that it was not really his child, she felt relieved. Okay, then go early and come back early. At this moment, Lu Yuan was being surrounded by 2 girls who were massaging him. His face was flushed, and he looked drunk as he complained in a slurred voice, That damned old man. Ever since he met my godfather, he's been acting all mysterious and disappearing all the time. Who knows what he's up to? Looks like I'm nothing more than a tool my godfather used to get close to that old man. Now that those 2 are close, there's nothing left for me. At this moment, a fluctuation of ability energy appeared in the space. Mental waves. The 2 girls sitting beside him suddenly seemed to be frozen by something. Seeing them both faint on the spot, Lu Yuan cried out in panic. What's going on? Hey, what happened to you? Damn it, who dares mess with this young master? I'll beat them to death. Seeing that he dared say such a thing, Duong Hai shouted, Oh, you even want to beat me? Seeing that it was him, Lu Yuan visibly chickened out. He waved his hands and explained, Godfather, no, how would I dare? If anyone is getting beaten, it would be you beating me. Godfather. He placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder and asked softly, Yuan, just now you said I was using you? At the mention of this, Lu Yuan felt wronged again. Isn't that the case? Seeing that he really thought so, Duong Hai quickly comforted him. You look down on yourself too much. In my eyes, you are the person with the greatest potential. You are my trusted confidant. Having received affirmation, Lu Yuan was moved to tears. Is that true, Godfather? No one has ever acknowledged me like this before. Duong Hai chuckled and made a forehead-flicking gesture. Of course, in order to dispel your doubts, I have decided to make an exception and give you a privilege that only official members of the organization have. A mind contract. As soon as he finished speaking, a complicated formation appeared in front of Lu Yuan. His mind was immediately struck hard, and his whole body leaned backward. Lu Yuan's spirit entered a pitch-black space. A complex formation appeared before him. Upon seeing it, Lu Yuan inexplicably felt an urge to touch it. This was the forming of a contract. After the contract was successfully formed, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. His spirit was transmitted into a space filled only with white clouds. Where is this? Why do I feel like I crossed a very great distance? At this moment, Duong Hai appeared behind him and explained, Lu Yuan, you have formed a mind contract with me, transcending the distance between flesh and soul. Seeing that both of them only had upper bodies, Lu Yuan was scared out of his wits. Godfather, where did the lower halves of our bodies go? Seeing him acting like a country bumpkin, Duong Hai wearily explained, Don't be so surprised. This is the soul space, where imagined spiritual power can be materialized. Recently, I obtained many soul-type skills and soul weapons, and by taking this opportunity, I discovered the existence of the soul space. If someone signs a mind contract with me, then we can share a soul space together. After hearing his explanation, Lu Yuan still felt confused and asked, So this is the mind contract? Duong Hai guided him to sense the presence of the contract. That's right. Try sensing this gemstone. Hearing this, Lu Yuan did as he was told. Then I'll try focusing my attention. After that, a magnificent palace appeared behind him. This palace was no different from the glorious imperial palaces of emperors of the past. The scene before him left Lu Yuan stunned on the spot. Duong Hai sat high above and waved for Lu Yuan to come over. Silly boy, what are you standing there for? Come here. Only then did Lu Yuan seem to snap back to his senses and shout excitedly, Damn, the Judgment Organization is seriously awesome. This place is several times more impressive than my family's company. It's so cool. Looking at the excited expression on his face, Duong Hai chuckled and said, Didn't I say I would give you the treatment of an official member? This place is the Cloudtop Palace that our Judgment Organization uses to transmit intelligence. From now on, the 2 of us can exchange information here. Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked excitedly, Then, Godfather, what should I do now? Which seat should I take? Duong Hai raised his hand lightly, pretending to ponder. As I said, I am giving you the treatment of an official member. The rat position is currently vacant. Hearing that there was a vacant position for him, Lu Yuan hurriedly ran toward the seat. Good. Then from now on, this young master is rat. But when he got close, he was blocked by a barrier. He looked at Duong Hai in grievance. Godfather, looking at his impatient appearance, Duong Hai laughed mockingly. What are you rushing for? I don't have the authority to let you become rat. My status in the organization is on the same level as rats. Are you saying you want to be on the same level as me? Hearing this, Lu Yuan was startled. No, I thought. Godfather, you said official member. Duong Hai cleared his throat and began painting him a rosy picture. Listen to me, finish first. I said that rat's position is vacant, and you can be one of the candidates. Hearing this, Lu Yuan instinctively blurted out, one of the candidates? Everyone knows my father is. Seeing that Lu Yuan had understood on his own, Duong Hai was quite surprised. That's right, Mechanical Battle Hero is also among the candidates. The result of the selection will be decided by the leader of the judgment organization. This kid's mind is pretty quick after all. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's little head suddenly became unexpectedly sharp. Godfather, isn't this something you arranged to make me and my old man compete on the same stage? Duong Hai expressed that he was also very helpless. There's nothing I can do. Judgment is an organization where strength is supreme. If you want to sit in a high position, you must have corresponding strength and contributions. Hearing this, Lu Yuan did not dare bargain anymore. I understand, Godfather. I won't give up this opportunity. Hurry and arrange a new mission for me. At this moment, Duong Hai mentioned Goat with a helpless expression. Your father refuses to hand Glacier Hero over to me, so you'll have to think of a way to invite him to the ambush location. I will personally make a move. Hearing this, Lu Yuan revealed a sinister smile. No problem. I guarantee the mission will be completed. But Godfather, I still want to ask. Looking at that smile of his, Duong Hai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If you have something to say it quickly. With a signal, Lu Yuan immediately asked excitedly, if I become rat, can you introduce Sister Rabbit to me? Duong Hai did not expect him to want this. A young man's feelings, Ever since I saw Sister Rabbit last time, if I could marry her, Lu Yuan, would have no regrets in this life. Seeing his godson covet his own body, Duong Hai thought with a cold smile, this brat, damn it, he actually wants to flirt with my clone. In anger, he kicked him out of Cloudtop Palace to vent his spite. Dream on. Get back offline. At this moment, in Duong Hai's villa, a reporter's voice came from the TV. The Round Table Knights Management Company of District 2 has once again placed a bounty on A-Class Hero Sealed Sword Blanche. Anyone who provides effective clues may receive 500,000 Azure Coins. The reward for capturing her alive is 5 million Azure Coins. Hearing the name mentioned, Duong Hai was shocked. Blanche! Nai Shui appeared wearing a skimpy apron. The roast chicken is ready, Duong Hai. She carried the plate of roast chicken over shyly, looking extremely alluring. It could be said that her lower body was covered only by the thin apron, revealing her long, fair legs, smooth and white like fine jade. Duong Hai was made restless by her dangerous outfit today. Little Shui. Nai Shui, embarrassed by his gaze, asked, what is it? Do I look pretty? Zunghi instinkito ansua fiti. No, what I mean is, why are you? Nai Shui suppressed her shyness and said, I told you I had a surprise for you. It's not just the meal on the table. There's also nothing. Hurry and eat. Were you watching the news about Blanche just now? Suddenly having meat stuffed into his mouth nearly made Duong Hai choke. He coughed a few times and answered, that's right. She. What happened? Nai Shui also knew a little about her affairs from within the industry. I also heard some other reporters say that A-Class Hero Blanche colluded with a mysterious ability organization, injured many ability heroes in District 2, and then disappeared. Duong Hai's eyes simply could not pull away from the soft chest in front of him. Even so, he tried his best to remain calm and asked, why? Wasn't she reviewed as a pretty righteous hero? She's beautiful, and she's also an A-Class hero. Seeing him keep mentioning her, Nai Shui became jealous. I don't know. It seems like you care about her a lot. Duong Hai naturally did not dare reveal that he had fought alongside her under the identity of Snake, so he had to make up a lie. Because I once ran into her. The way she risked her life to save people didn't look like someone who would do bad things. A hero with special charisma and character like her might have some hidden circumstances. I'll go investigate news about her tomorrow. Nai Shui's expression immediately darkened. You. Duong Hai still did not know that he had stirred up a hornet's nest and very innocently praised her cooking. Little Shui, your cooking is really good. Every dish is delicious. Nai Shui slammed her chopsticks down on the bowl. She stood up abruptly, her tone turning unreasonable and aggrieved. You're right. I can't compare to her. If I also had an ability and could help others, you would care more about me, right? Her jealous attitude left Duong Hai stunned. He stepped forward, gripped her shoulders tightly, and hurriedly tried to explain. Little Shui, I'm investigating her. It's not what you think. In order to comfort Nai Shui, Duong Hai gave her a deep French kiss. When the two separated, an ambiguous silver thread even appeared between them. After being comforted by him, Nai Shui's face flushed red, and she did not dare look directly at him. Zung He, to put her at ease, Duong Hai repeatedly promised, she isn't worthy of being compared with you. In my heart, you are the most perfect. Held in his embrace, her agitated mood gradually calmed down. Just now, you said it wasn't what I thought. Duong Hai knew that if he did not explain clearly, she would feel upset, so he decided to tell the truth. I only care because of my identity as a reporter. I just want to clarify the truth. Hearing this, Nai Shui was almost moved to passion. Really? Duong Hai's face flushed red as he said with certainty, isn't that what reporters are like? I have no other thoughts about her. I only like you. Nai Shui giggled and hugged him. You're so good to me. Although he was tightly embraced by a beauty, Duong Hai still could not ease the guilt in his heart. I'm sorry, little Shui. Sooner or later, one day, I will return your ability to you and apologize properly. Huh? This fast. A notification appeared on the screen showing that a message had arrived. The contents of the letter were as follows. Dear Boss Rooster, I never thought you would take the initiative to contact me. Didn't you need intelligence from the black web at the Fanhai Merchant Guild? I'll send it to you right away. Duong Hai moved the mouse and clicked the link that had been sent. Immediately, 5 files appeared on the screen. Duong Hai had not expected his request to receive a response so quickly. As expected of the webmaster, fast and efficient, unlike certain Vietnamese YouTubers. Let's look at the intelligence on Spicy and Sour Superman first. At this moment, a QR code appeared on the screen with the words, please pay 100,000 Azure coins to view the intelligence. Looking at the amount required, Duong Hai exclaimed in shock. 100,000 Azure coins? Now I can view it. After paying, the file containing the information on Spicy and Sour opened. Participated in the incident of hunting the one-eyed mutant beast that invaded Locked Song City. Recently caused a stir on Locked Song City's commercial street, raising his popularity. Variety shows he has participated in include Run, Hero, and My Joy of Scoring Goals. It seems he also plans to participate in a movie performance. According to reliable news, the production team of Dad, Hero, Where Are We Going?, is inviting Spicy and Sour Superman and his daughter to appear as guests. Strength analysis, reserve A class. Recently, during his battle with Ranger in the forest, he seems to have developed a new ability that allows him to control the size and strength of his transformations. Because there has been no actual public combat record, the name and power of this method are still unknown. There's a high possibility that he has achieved a breakthrough, and he may be promoted to A class in the New Year's hero rankings. Even the exact time he developed his new ability is listed. Who on Earth investigated and recorded this? What about Glacier Hero? When he clicked it, only 6 words appeared on the screen. No intelligence available at this time. Seeing this, Duong Hai could not help frowning. No intelligence on him? Or is it being deliberately concealed? Then what about Blanche? There's information on her. The price is 700,000 Azure coins. After scanning the code again, the words "payment successful" appeared. Then all of Blanche's information appeared, and it was extremely detailed. Sealed Sword Blanche, the full account of her betrayal of the Round Table Knights Hero Management Company. The origin of this matter began with an A-class hero. After a series of investigations, the Round Table Knights Company finally confirmed that Blanche had colluded with a newly risen judgment organization to assassinate the Masked Grappler. In order to make Blanche surrender, the Round Table Knights Company joined forces with special agents from the Hero Association to capture Sealed Sword, but she managed to escape. The places where she has appeared include Lock Song City and Sa Chao City. There is currently news claiming that Blanche and the Judgment Organization's Snake member are lovers. Reading near the end, Duong Hai exclaimed in shock, Masked Grappler? He is still an ability hero of the Round Table Knights Management Company? Could it be that their company doesn't know he is loyal to the Saints? Or is there something strange about this company? Also, what exactly is this lover business? If little Shue sees this, she'll get angry again. Let's look at the others. At this moment, there was another piece of information below. Note, members of the Judgment Organization include Rooster, Snake, and Rabbit. This website possesses original intelligence on the organization. For only 30 million, you can learn the secrets of these powerhouses. Looking at the price required to view it, Duong Hai's eyes widened in shock. Damn, my intelligence can actually sell for 30 million? So Blanche is being hunted down now, and it's very likely because of me. At Mechanical's place, he was currently being pestered by Demon Dragon. Demon Dragon slammed the table and shouted at him, "Why? I'm clearly your son. Why did you give the opportunity to appoint White Cavity to Glacier Hero?" Being yelled at in the face by Demon Dragon, Mechanical Battle Hero appeared angry. "Are you questioning your father?" Demon Dragon, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure in his eyes, continued to criticize him loudly. "You guaranteed me before that this quota was mine. That explosive punch machine and I were both appointed to the Hero Association, and going to the White Cavity would be a precious training opportunity." Being criticized to his face by Demon Dragon, Mechanical Battle Hero exploded in anger and shouted, "I did say that, but now I've changed my mind. You are not the most suitable candidate." Hearing this, Demon Dragon remained unconvinced. Why? Is it because I lost to Boss Rooster last time? Seeing him mention him, Mechanical Battle Hero slammed his hand angrily on the table and yelled, "Don't mention Boss Rooster again. What does this have to do with him?" His sudden anger caused Demon Dragon to freeze. Mechanical Battle Hero didn't want to say anything more to him. He placed his hand on his shoulder and advised in a deep voice, "Son, I have my own considerations. You simply don't know how dangerous the White Cavity is. Not letting you go is for your own good." However, Demon Dragon did not appreciate this kindness. He forcefully threw off his hand and turned away angrily. "You always have an excuse for everything. You clearly just look down on this son of yours." When Demon Dragon left, he bumped into Lu Yuan walking in the corridor. He seemed to vent his anger as he spoke. "Speaking of this makes me so mad. Dad sent Glacier Hero to participate in the White Cavity recruitment." Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked in surprise, "What? Doesn't Dad know that going to the White Cavity is equivalent to striking it rich? He would get quite a few valuable mutant beast materials." The more Demon Dragon listened, the angrier he became, a subtle trace of resentment in his voice. "That's right. If one didn't know better, they'd think Li Sanyong was the biological son of Mechanical Battle Hero." Lu Yuan entered the restroom with a chaotic mind. Dad wants to send Li Sanyong to participate in the White Cavity's recruitment plan? What on earth is he thinking? I have to hurry to the Cloud Top Palace and report to my foster father. After entering the Cloud Top Palace, Lu Yuan inexplicably fell flat on his face. Duong Hai looked at Lu Yuan's clumsy walking and assessed in frustration. Truly pathetic. Seeing him, Lu Yuan immediately and excitedly spoke about Mechanical Battle Hero changing the candidate. "Foster father, let me tell you, my dad wants to send Glacier Hero to participate in the White Cavity plan." Hearing this, Duong Hai showed interest and asked, "What on earth does he want to do?" He recalled Demon Dragon's irritated look that prompted him to speak. "I don't know. Just now my brother even argued with him over this matter. I feel like he simply doesn't want to hand Glacier Hero over to you, Dad." Regarding this matter, Duong Hai tried to look at it from Mechanical Battle Hero's perspective to analyze. If I deal with Glacier Hero now, it might alert the enemy. After all, Glacier Hero and the man in the fedora have a very deep relationship. We don't even have to wait. If your dad and he both go to the White Cavity, then whatever happens inside the White Cavity won't be surprising. After listening to his analysis, Lu Yuan asked in astonishment, "If it's just as you say, foster father, then my old man really has a good reason for doing this?" Duong Hai did not answer his question, but gave the next instruction in a deep voice. "Your next plan is to confirm that your dad's plan doesn't go wrong. As long as your dad and Glacier Hero enter the White Cavity at the same time, the rest will be easy to handle." Lu Yuan stood at attention, saluted in military style, and shouted respectfully, "Yes, foster father." Returning to reality, Duong Hai sat on the bed and calculated his current strength. While Xiao Shui is at work, I have to upgrade my abilities a bit. To prepare for going to the White Cavity, first, I will upgrade the transformation and shadow clone abilities to B class. After saying that, he summoned the dark ability beads, then use them to upgrade the transformation and shadow clone abilities. In just a moment, the two ability beads were successfully upgraded, their level and capabilities visibly increased. B-class ability, name, transformation. Introduction. Complete dressing in 0.01 seconds. Dress anywhere, anytime, with customizable outfits, 3 nights. Can alter body shape within a range, appearance, and voice, while also setting a specific personality, providing acting support. Evaluation. Really not considering becoming a movie king? B-class ability, name, shadow clone. Introduction. Creates a clone possessing the main body strength, existing for 6 hours. Evaluation. Continuous flight capability has increased significantly. Skill 2. Control within domain range. Evaluation. You are like a flame, blazing red, burning me up. After successfully upgrading the 2 ability beads to A-class, Duonghai immediately thought of a new persona for his judgment organization. Divine Dragon. The name sounds very cool. Perhaps the personality should be set like Long Outyin. At a certain port, Blanche's voice rang out. Here you go. Thanks for the help. The informant took the bag of money and smiled sleazily. All right, thanks to the great beauty. But I'm very curious. Why would a rich person like you smuggle yourself here? Hearing this, her expression darkened as she threatened. Curiosity kills the cat. The less you know, the better. If anyone asks about me, just say you don't know. Hearing this, the guy didn't dare to ask any further. All right, I won't ask then. Blanche walked through the city, looking sadly at the starry sky, and sighed, I can't stay in Sachao City anymore. In just a few short days, I went from being a hero superstar to a wanted criminal. The people coming to arrest me are all A-class heroes, making me run time and time again. Although that masked boxer was an ability hero in name, behind the scenes, he was loyal to the holy disciples. His death is no cause for pity. Why did the company arrest me without distinguishing right from wrong? At that time, Snake appeared disguised as a clone of the masked boxer. I couldn't find his whereabouts in Sachao City, so I have no choice but to try looking in Loksong City. Just then, a bizarre laugh came from behind her. Blanche, did you think you could escape the palm of my hand? Blanche immediately leaped up and looked down below. Seeing the informant being thrown down, she blurted out in shock, What? He's dead. You're targeting me. So why kill an innocent person? Tuk Tin circled her at extreme speed, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Of course I'm targeting you. All those who help you must die. Remember when you went after me at the beginning? Now you've fallen to this state too? Seeing him playing with her like a cat with a mouse, Blanche angrily swung her sword down. If you want to fight, then fight. Come out. Seeing her angry, Tuk Tien became even more delighted and laughed out loud. Are you still angry? I will maliciously stab you to death with needles. After saying that, he shot 5 hidden weapons towards her, struck squarely in the chest. Blanche angrily cursed, despicable. After injuring her, Tuk Tien stopped his footsteps and declared, Blanche, today is the day you die. Blanche, seemingly too deeply wounded, stood bent over on the spot, unable to move. Suddenly, Naishui appeared in front of her in sportswear. Miss over here, are you all right? What happened to your chest? Seeing that she was an ordinary person, Blanche tried to endure the pain in her chest and chased her away. Hurry, leave. At this moment, Tuk Tien, seeing someone approach, also quickly shot hidden weapons, wanting to eliminate Naishui as well. Seeing herself in danger, Naishui screamed in terror. Help! A flash of light shot forward at extreme speed. The hidden weapons were shattered by a powerful force. Seeing him appear, Blanche joyfully called out, Snake. Duonghai stood blocking the front of the 2 people, reassuring them, Don't be afraid, I'm here. At this moment, Tuk Tien poked his head out from behind a tree trunk, evaluating him coldly. Snake, you're the Judgment Organization's Snake who privately destroyed the holy disciples earlier, right? Because he dared to attack Naishui, Duonghai was endlessly furious, and his words became sharp. If you already know who I am, then scram right now. Tuk Tien burst out laughing, deciding he wanted to fight him. Such big talk. I truly didn't expect you to appear in this place. Then let me test your skills. Ghost Flower True Chi. Seeing this, Duonghai immediately shot out a stream of chi, but his Ghost Flower True Chi shattered Duonghai's chi stream. Seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise. Duonghai could no longer dodge and had to use his own body to block this strike. The force radiating from it almost blew Blanche and Naishui away. Upon hearing the name of the technique, she immediately recognized the identity of her assassin, Ghost Flower True Chi. You are Vong Tuk Tien. He stepped out from the shadows and asked in surprise, "You still remember me, Vong Tuk Tien?" Blanche hadn't expected to see him here again. 2 years ago, I personally caught you and sent you to prison, sentencing you to life. How did you get out? Looking at her incredulous expression, Tuk Tien chuckled softly. Of course, I had help from a noble benefactor. I am no longer that weak Vong Tuk Tien. I am now an S-class superhuman. Upon learning his identity, Blanche, who originally wanted to flee, now decided not to hide anymore. An S-class criminal? Then even if I have to risk my life, I will send you back in there again. Duong Hai silently evaluated him. Analyzing the current situation, his strength is indeed above A-class. If we really start fighting, I'm afraid it will affect Xiao Shui. We can't fight now. I have to scare him off. You are very strong, but there are two of us. What's more, Boss Rooster, the S-class superhuman of the Judgment Organization, is also on his way here. How certain are you of winning? Tuk Tien was not the least bit afraid of his threat. What if I kill you all before he arrives? Duong Hai immediately unleashed his skill. Then you could try and see. Blanche knew his strength well, and she didn't want to implicate innocent people, so she spoke loudly. No, you guys run quickly. Let me hold him off. But Nai Shui, filled with righteousness, could not do that. We won't abandon you and run away. Hang in there. I'll call the Hero Association for help right now. Fortunately, Tuk Tien, who seemingly wasn't scared off by Duong Hai, suddenly retreated at this moment. I'll consider it that you have strength in numbers today. Some other day, I will come back for your dog lives. After saying that, he vanished into thin air. Seeing him leave, Nai Shui let out a sigh of relief. Was he really scared away by us? Duong Hai asked at this moment, as if casually, you didn't really call the Hero Association, did you? How would Nai Shui have the time to do that? She sighed and replied, just like you, I was only scaring him off. Blanche now had a special status, and calling the association would only bring more trouble. Even though Blanche was in unbearable pain, she still wanted to ask him one thing. Snake, I have something to ask you regarding the Judgment Organization. Seeing her current condition, Duong Hai also didn't want her to die right now, so he stopped her. Go back and treat your wounds first. When you're healed, I will go find you. Nai Shui watched as Duong Hai quickly flew away, exclaiming, do all of you superhuman masters come and go without a trace like this? Hearing this, Blanche joked, it's show-off behavior. Normal people wouldn't do that. Looking at her weakened state, Nai Shui made a suggestion. You've been poisoned. Let me take you to the hospital. But Blanche firmly refused. No, there are too many people at the hospital. I can't go. I need a quiet place to slowly use my ability to purify the toxins. Hearing this, Nai Shui offered to take her home, then come rest at my house. Hearing this, Blanche was stunned on the spot. Huh? At this moment, Duong Hai appeared and asked, Xiao Shui, why did it take you so long to use the restroom? Oh, isn't this the renowned Blanche? Why are you here? Blanche glanced at Nai Shui inquiringly. Who is he? Asked by her, she explained somewhat shyly, my boyfriend. We were just out jogging for exercise, and I suddenly needed to use the restroom. Then she was ambushed on the road, and now she's injured. But she has a special status. Can I let her rest at our house? Duong Hai immediately agreed and volunteered to help her back. All right, let me carry her. On the way back to the villa, Nai Shui couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Blanche, so, as soon as you arrived in Loksong City, you encountered people trying to assassinate you? She did not hide it and answered yes. Then why were you two at the port? Thinking of this coincidence, Nai Shui found it very amusing and said, you definitely wouldn't have guessed it. We were jogging in the evening, and as a result, we happened to see you being ambushed. Although very grateful for the two of them saving her, she was also extremely puzzled. Thank you both, but right now everyone knows I'm a wanted criminal. So why did you two still save me? Nai Shui smiled softly and expressed her own view of her. The Blanche I've known has always risked her life to save people. Back in Sa Chao City, you were the one who charged in first to save those children. Duong Hai and I both believe that you are not a bad person. Her words instantly touched the depths of Blanche's heart. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said, I didn't kill the masked boxer, nor did I collude with the mysterious Judgment Organization. Duong Hai at this time spoke up to criticize masked boxer's actions. I heard that masked boxer was a lapdog of the holy disciples in Sa Chao City. Even if he was actually killed, his death is no cause for pity. Her expression changed as she thought of something. How he died doesn't matter. What matters is that someone wants to use his death to eliminate me. And there's also the possibility. Duong Hai immediately finished what she was about to say. And there's also the possibility that this is all aimed at making the Judgment Organization a target of public attack. Blanche was extremely surprised to see him sharing her thoughts. You think so too? Du Wonghai naturally had to grasp matters related to himself clearly. He remembered the reports he had read and analyzed, because these rumors and reports are not only aimed at you, but they also say you colluded with the Judgment Organization. Naishua also noticed this, but the Judgment Organization's reputation is very good. That boss Rooster Master has saved Loksong City several times. And just now, it was Snake who appeared to save us. Seeing that the two of them were good people, Blanche did not hide the information she knew. Perhaps you two don't know, but recently, superhumans from various districts are very afraid when they hear of the Judgment Organization. There are even rumors that the mysterious Judgment intends to conquer District 53 and dominate the Azure Planet. Seeing someone spreading dirty rumors about him, Du Wonghai was horrified. What? Unaware of his horrified mood, Blanche continued, "It is also because of this matter that I found out the people coming to assassinate me include superhumans from various districts. Logically speaking, that meager bounty wouldn't be enough to make people start a war like this. So I guess they all came because of the news that I colluded with the Judgment Organization." Hearing this, Naishua was so shocked she almost fainted. Is it really that scary? Blanche explained softly. In District 53 of the Azure Planet, the number and strength of superhumans in the various districts need to be balanced. Only then can they avoid a situation of uneven combat power forming between the districts. This is a rule in the peace treaty, and it is also the reason why the Hero Association frequently sends superhumans from various districts to be stationed in other districts for a long time. They call it taking a vacation. After being enlightened by her, Naishua couldn't help but exclaim about the complexity of the superhuman world. So that's how it is. These inner workings are indeed things that ordinary people like us cannot understand. At this moment, Du Wonghai suddenly remembered what Explosive Punch Machine once said during the soul-devouring rat incident. So Explosive Punch Machine hadn't been in Loksong City for a long time previously. When a mutant beast invaded, he said he had just returned from vacation. It turns out he was actually dispatched away. Blanche had dropped her guard against the two of them and couldn't help but speak more about the current situation. The Judgment Organization has produced too many experts, including the S-Class superhuman boss Rooster. Such a sudden, uncontrollable emergence of a powerful entity will produce an invisible oppressive force on the superhumans of various districts. Someone rightly wants to use this opportunity to assemble superhumans to crusade against Judgment. Hearing this, Du Wonghai made a bold guess. Who could just spread a rumor and create such a terrifying mass movement on such a large scale? Could he be trying to use the pretext of eliminating Judgment to assemble a superhuman army? Hearing this, Naishua cried out in panic, "Oh my God, that's a huge matter concerning the peace of the planet." Suddenly, Du Wonghai remembered an organization. That Blue Wing Emperor organization is also adept at manipulating people's hearts. Could all of this be related to them? Superhumans have only developed on the Azure Planet for 100 years. Now there are white cavity mutant beasts eyeing us from the outside, and plots to shatter the peace brewing on the inside. And those blue dots of light flying on people still can't be resolved. It's truly frustrating. Blanche, did you also come to Loksong City to crusade against Judgment? She rebutted with a serious face. Quite the opposite. I came to clarify the truth and to help Judgment. Hearing this, Du Wonghai asked back in surprise, "Help Judgment?" Blanche's face suddenly turned red as she explained shyly, "I know Snake from the Judgment Organization. We've gone through life and death together and fought side by side. Just now, he also appeared mysteriously and saved me. I trust him, so I want to inquire about the true intentions of the Judgment Organization." Du Wonghai was called strange, tried to force a smile, and thought to himself, "Wait, in a strange way, I heard the sound of fighting," and changed his clothes in time to chase after Naishua. Naishua keenly noticed her mood and teased, "It seems the hero Blanche really likes Snake." Having her thoughts exposed, Blanche panicked and retorted, No, I don't." At the station of the Fanheim Merchant Guild, Bukue was being massaged by Dada and dreamily fantasized, "I didn't expect that outside the four great seas, a Judgment Organization that is both powerful and wealthy would be born. Dada, if you can join this organization, the status of the Qian family within the Merchant Guild will rise to a higher level in the future." Qian Bukue. Dada was not opposed to this matter at all, but rather wanted it to come true. I also want that. Even though I am very close to that boss rooster, he has never said I could join the organization, or should we give him a few top-tier treasures to give him a hint? Yurong stood behind and echoed, Dada is so smart. Bukue saw that she could think like that, smiled very satisfied, and made a decision. Good. Then let's hold a weapon exhibition and invite him to come, and give him that S-Class mutant beast weapon as a gift, to let judgment know the strength and sincerity of the Qian family. Receiving his approval, Dada excitedly hugged him and acted spoiled. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. I knew Grandpa is the best to me. Yurong stood in a corner, tightly clenching her fists with a complex mood, and muttered 2 words, judgment. At this time, in Duong Hai's villa, Nai Shui, in office attire, tied an apron around her body like a gentle wife, putting food on the table. Duong Hai hugged her from behind, feeling the warmth from her back. Her face flushed red as she explained, I just received news from the unit saying there's an early meeting, so I can't eat with everyone. Hearing this, Duong Hai gently kissed her cheek and said affectionately, I'll take you there. Although she really wanted to, Nai Shui had to refuse. No need. Hurry and go brush your teeth and wash your face, or else my preparation all morning will be for nothing. Blanche, stuffed with dog food and feeling more sour than a lemon, watched the 2 of them being affectionate. Nai Shui took off her apron and put it on the table, then put on her shoes at the entryway. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Blanche, I'm leaving first. Blanche, rest well at home and recover from your injuries. She sat at the dining table, immensely grateful for the kindness of the 2. Thank you both for taking care of me last night, but I have to leave here. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Duong Hai asked in confusion, why? Right now, there are people outside who want to hunt you down. I still have things to do and a mission to complete. No matter how dangerous it is, I can still continue. Don't worry, my wounds have healed a lot. We'll meet again if fate allows. Hearing this, Duong Hai chuckled inwardly. I secretly healed you last night, not for you to go looking for death. But then, where did she go? The scene shifted to an empty beach, where Duong Hai, in his new outfit, thought to himself, I'll just try out the divine dragon skill here. The originally calm sea surface made waves because of him. Zhonghe, divin dadagong, outfit, dadagong. Those 2 silhouettes seem a bit familiar. A large ship appeared before Duong Hai's eyes, and the cheerful laughter of traveling passengers could be heard from the ship. Dada, in a skimpy swimsuit, was shouting loudly at someone, hurry up and get lost. You are not welcome here. Cagney, as if he couldn't hear her driving him away, jokingly replied, are you sure? If it weren't for the Lafu Merchant Guild backing your Qian family, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a few S-Class weapons. Fire Dragon Scepter. Cagney, Dark Swordsman. Seeing his stubbornness and refusing to leave, Dada angrily cursed, a few years ago, you were nothing but a dog walking behind me. Do you think you are qualified to step on the head of my Qian Dada now? Hearing this, Cagney retorted sharply, if you want to blame something, blame your Qian family for declining too fast. Even if I am a dog, I can still step on your head, Qian Dada. Yurong couldn't hold back anymore, stepping forward to shield Dada and warning him, don't be so shameless. With someone backing him, Cagney wasn't afraid at all and provoked them. Then I'll show you how shameless I can be. Strip away Yurong's clothes for me. I want to see what the second most beautiful woman of the 4 Great Sea regions looks like. Dark and Fire Dragon walked up to the 2 girls, threatening them with fierce faces. Hearing the whole story, Duong Hai interrupted, 2 beauties, I want to ask for directions. How do I get to Loksong City? Looking at the somewhat familiar mask in front of her, Dada excitedly asked, looking at this outfit, are you a companion of Boss Rooster? Hearing her ask that, Duong Hai felt something was wrong, but couldn't prove it, replying, companion, why does that sound so weird? I am the divine dragon of the Judgment Organization. Those present became excited upon hearing that he was from Judgment. The Judgment Organization has revealed another Zodiac member. This will definitely be hot news this time. Hearing his voice, he's only a teenager. I wonder how strong he is. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yurong loudly wanted to use their connection to get him to help them escape from Cagney. Hello, Divine Dragon. We are friends of Boss Rooster. Please take us away from here. Can you? Duong Hai raised his hand and replied in a deep voice, I'm afraid not, because the ones who should leave are them. Hearing this, Cagney shouted angrily, Stinky brat, How dare you mess with our La Fu Merchant Guild? Beat him up for me. Following the order, the two subordinates immediately split to both sides and rushed toward Duong Hai. Dark was the first to attack, shooting 4 streaks of pitch-black gas at him. Even so, Duong Hai was not afraid at all. He sat still on the ocean waves, and strange white water bubbles appeared around his body. The commoners were stunned seeing this. Dada looked on without understanding anything. What kind of move is this? At this time, a massive sea god appeared behind his back. This move is called River God Protection. Seeing that he only needed to easily neutralize Dark's attack, Duong Hai arrogantly humiliated them. Is this the full extent of your strength? Then next, it's my turn. Dark, whose sword tip was tightly grasped by the river god to the point of being unable to move, growled in frustration. Damn it, I can't move at all. At this moment, a drop of water shot towards him and injured him. His entire body immediately leaned back. Up until now, Dark still couldn't believe that he had been defeated so simply. A single drop of water can become a sharp knife for him to injure others. With such a gap in strength, I simply don't have a chance of winning. Seeing Dark fail, Fire Dragon rushed up to fight. I knew you were a water element superhuman. Your strength on the sea will be greatly enhanced. But there are some differences that geographical advantage cannot overcome. Let my Fire Dragon scepter teach you how to behave. Seeing him dare to humiliate his strength, Duong Hai got angry. Your strength is weak, yet you talk so much. Who told you I am only a water element superhuman? He looked at the rushing Fire Dragon and thought to himself, activating Lord's consciousness can control levels not exceeding my own spark. Lord's consciousness. Thinking so, he immediately created 2 identical Fire Dragons to counterattack Fire Dragon. Today, I will let you taste it. The taste of being chased by Fire Dragons. He exclaimed in disbelief. This brat is a dual-element superhuman. Run away quickly. Seeing this scene, the commoners immediately raised their phones to record this magical sight. To be a dual-element superhuman of ice and fire at such a young age, the strength of the Judgment Organization is truly terrifying. With so many elite superhumans gathered in the Judgment Organization, could it be that there's some big move coming? After dealing with the 2 useless guys, Duong Hai set foot on the ship. He glanced around searching for his figure. That guy Cagney runs pretty fast. Just now he even said he would beat me. Taking this opportunity, Yu Rong stepped forward and thanked him loudly. Thank you so much. Dada remembered Bu Kuei's instructions and went to ask him for help passing a message. Divine Dragon, little brother, if you are also from the Judgment Organization, can you help us find Uncle Boss Rooster? We want to invite Boss Rooster to participate in a mutant beast weapon auction held by the Fanhai Merchant Guild. Seeing her looking for him, Duong Hai pretended to reply. I have a way to help you contact Brother Boss Rooster. You can tell him yourselves. Hearing that, Dada curiously asked, what way? He took out 2 pieces of contracts and proposed, signed a mind contract, and become external members of the Judgment Organization. Dada originally thought she would have to struggle a lot to join the organization, but now seeing the contract handed to her, her eyes shot out stars, and she cheered excitedly. It's that simple to become an external member of the Judgment Organization. Regarding Dada's ability to collect and protect items, Duong Hai was very satisfied. Actually, I came here this time on Boss Rooster's instructions. He hopes you can become external members to continue helping the organization process the spoils of war. This world is much bigger than I thought. I want the 4 great sea regions. The Qian family will be my most powerful ally. Dada agreed immediately without thinking. I'll join. Seeing the opportunity right in front of her, although slightly hesitant, Yu Rong also made a decision. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Merchant Guild, I also want to join. Duong Hai immediately controlled the 2 mind contracts to enter the center of the 2 girls' foreheads. At this time, the media had also started reporting on the new member of Judgment, Demon Dragon, who was lifting dumbbells, stopped lifting upon hearing this. He forcefully dropped the barbell to the ground. Fanhai Metjangu, Mutan Beats Wipon Okuten. The guests saw Duong Hai appear and all stared at him, whispering, "Oh my god, isn't this Boss Rooster? He's a very famous powerhouse lately. I heard there's an extremely powerful organization behind him, with no shortage of S-class powerhouses. Didn't they say the Qian family was ruined? How can they still contact this organization?" Upon receiving news of his arrival, Bu Kuei warmly appeared to welcome him. "Your Excellency Boss Rooster, I have heard of your reputation reputation for a long time. The same goes for me. Today I finally get to meet Elder Chien. Please sit down. The auction is about to begin. At this time, Cagney appeared with two subordinates carrying something and loudly stopped it. Wait a minute, an important guest just arrived. Why start in such a hurry? Seeing Cagney approach with bad intentions, Duong Hai raised his guard in his heart. It seems this guy came prepared today. This auction won't go so smoothly. Noticing the doubtful gazes converging on him, Cagney pulled out his invitation card and raised it high. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? I have an invitation. He closed the distance, pressing his triumphant face towards her and throwing out mocking words. It seems the current situation of the Chien family is much worse than I thought. You couldn't hold back and want to find a backer, huh? After being satisfied with Dada's expression, he leisurely turned around to face the crowd. The Chien family's mutant beast weapons must naturally be extremely high class, and the prices must be extremely high too. Considering some recent rumors, I brought a few mutant beast weapons to test the goods. That's not too much, is it? Yu Rong felt that the family's reputation was being publicly trampled on in front of everyone. He is publicly doubting our Chien family's weapons. Just as she was about to explode and teach Cagney a lesson, Bukue quickly reached out to stop her. Norus, in that tense atmosphere, Duong Hai began to take slow strides towards Cagney. Staring intently into his eyes, he leisurely probed. You are the brat of the URU family. Feeling an invisible pressure, he instinctively had to take a few steps back to maintain a safe distance. Is there a problem? He gently placed his hand affectionately on his shoulder. I have some origins with your parents. A flash of surprise mixed with joy crossed Cagney's mind. Is there such a good thing? He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Duong Hai's hand to get close to him, cautiously asking, I wonder which elder of our URU family senior boss Rooster is an old acquaintance with? The thoughts in his head spun like lightning. How would I know? Just make up a lie. Looking at your appearance, a lie will definitely be exposed. So regarding this issue, I can only ride the tiger since I'm already on its back. He decided to use a rhetorical question to throw the ball of responsibility back to him. Regarding this matter, when you return to the URU family, ask your elders. After speaking, Duong Hai decisively reached out and lifted the covering cloth, revealing the mutant beast weapon Cagney brought, then casually picked up the sword with a mysterious green hue to examine it with clear curiosity. He hurriedly followed closely, constantly asking questions. Uncle Boss Rooster, do you know my aunt? Ignoring all the rambling in his ear, he only dropped a brief compliment on the craftsmanship of these goods. The things this nephew brought are indeed good stuff. Then he turned around, leisurely walking straight to his seat. Please sit. Cagney looked on awkwardly because he didn't receive an answer. Uncle Boss Rooster? Duong Hai sat down next to Bu Kuei, waiting for the auction to begin. The sound of the gavel marked the official opening of the auction, drawing everyone's attention to the center of the hall. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Mutant Beast Weapon Auction of the Fanheim Merchant Guild. The first item is a green centipede-shaped armor that can block a powerful strike from a B-class superhuman. The starting price is $3 million. The atmosphere in the audience boiled as the price boards were continuously raised high in a race for money. 3.6 million for million, 6 million. Cagney sat cross-legged very leisurely, sipping hot tea with a disdainful face. Idiots, this suit is a loss if it exceeds 5 million. The Chin family brought this out to scare people. Don't they even have proper mutant beast weapons? After the first item officially found its owner, the staff solemnly brought out the second auction item. This item is perhaps no longer strange to everyone. One of Elder Chien's representative works, the Gloves of Light. Starting price, 200 million. The appearance of this treasure made Cagney unable to keep his calm. He jumped out of his chair. Did that old man bring out something so valuable right away? Fire Dragon slightly narrowed his eyes to observe, then commented in a low voice. This is a 2-star equipment of an S-class mutant beast. Dark also didn't miss the chance to add a sentence. An A-class physical enhancement superhuman wearing this is truly an S-class powerhouse. Pushing the price to the multi-millions couldn't help but make people sigh. The price has already risen to 300 million. Dada sighed softly with a sad face filled with reluctance. But these Gloves of Light are Grandpa's favorite collection. Now we can only. Bu Kuei leaned over slightly, suggesting with a meaningful tone, Your Excellency Boss Rooster, if you're interested in this, why not try adding to the bid a bit? Hearing this, Duong Hai secretly complained in his heart. The total capital of the Judgment Organization is only 200 million. How can I add anything? Seemingly reading the hesitation in the other party's eyes, he proactively grabbed his hand. The Fanhai Merchant Guild is determined to build a good relationship with the Judgment Organization. Please accept this token of our sincerity, he reassured in a low voice. Your Excellency Boss Rooster, feel free to bid. The Qian family's financial resources will cover it. Duonghai didn't stand on ceremony anymore. Then it's better to obey respectfully. As expected, to assert his position, Cagney boldly called out the price, 310 million. The auctioneer repeatedly called out for a final confirmation, 310 million. Anyone adding to the bid? 310 million going once, 310 million going twice, 310 million. But right before the final gavel hit to close the deal, Duonghai decisively raised his paddle, 315 million. Fire Dragon whispered hesitantly at this sudden intervention. Should we increase the bid? After a moment of calculation, Cagney smirked slightly. No, let him have it. The good show is still to come. The auctioneer declared that the gloves of light officially belong to Duonghai amidst the applause of the guests. Congratulations, Brother Boss Rooster, for winning these gloves. Right after that, the third item was brought to the stage. The third item, an S-Class mutant beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield, is made by. However, before he could finish introducing its functions, Cagney aggressively strode onto the stage and blatantly interrupted. Wait a minute. In his hand, he menacingly held the cold, sharp sword with the green hue that he had brought earlier, looking completely provocative. Before selling goods, you should also let us test the merchandise a bit. Duonghai had already foreseen everything. He stood still in place, rubbing his hands. From a professional perspective, Yuron closely observed the Black Jade Shield with rising unease. Although the Black Jade Shield is made from an S-Class mutant beast, it is only strong in elemental resistance. I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the deep green physical attack in his hands. Like her, Dada anxiously rushed towards Duonghai. Uncle Boss Rooster, can you lend me your gloves of life for a bit? I want to split that large sword in two. Faced with the little girl's excessive impatience, he gently raised his hand and stroked her hair as if to comfort her, then calmly reassured her, don't worry. Just be patient and keep watching. Back at the center of the stage, Carl was still pouring all his strength into bringing a thunderous blow down on the glossy black shield. Yet contrary to the expected sound of something shattering, not even the slightest scratch or crack appeared on the shield. This is impossible. Unwilling to suffer such humiliation, he once again straightened up, raised the sword high, and poured every ounce of his strength into his second slash. This time, the thing that shattered was Carl's supposedly top-grade sword. Emerald fragments scattered down, followed by mocking laughter that began to rise from the guests seated below. No way. The young master of the mighty Uruk family is actually using a fake? Who would have thought it was counterfeit? Bringing a fake here to show off? How embarrassing. Seeing that ridiculous scene, Dada asked in a suspicious whisper, low enough for only the two of them to hear, Uncle Rooster, you already knew that greatsword was ruined, didn't you? When he had picked up that sword to examine it earlier, he had actually activated Plunder in secret and drained all the essence inside it. Carl was still clutching his head, his face blank, unable to accept this absurd reality. How could this happen? Standing right beside him, Fire Dragon leaned in and whispered softly, Young Master. He reminded him that Yangshi had once touched their weapons. That rooster just touched our exotic beast weapons. The moment he touched them, the weapons lost their spirit. Dada immediately spoke up to refute him, scolding them for acting like thieves, crying thief, and making baseless accusations. Aren't your things S-Class exotic beast weapons? How could they break just from being touched? Fire Dragon stubbornly tried to turn public opinion around. His ability has reached S-Class. Perhaps he can already alter the internal structure of metal. Below the stage, conflicting discussions began to erupt. That makes sense. Rooster did indeed touch that exotic beast weapon earlier. If someone tampered with it, I think old Master Qian's alchemical methods are more likely to be capable of that. Anger and panic kept Carl from stopping there. To clarify the truth, he declared, since things have come to this, we'll know after testing the other two exotic beast weapons as well. Faced with that provocative demand, Yangshi merely shrugged casually and agreed. That is exactly what I want. He put on a mask, took a deep breath, and blew hard into the horn. The booming sound shook the minds of everyone present. They covered their ears in pain and shouted, My head hurts so much. That's enough. After testing the two remaining treasures in turn, Carl could only freeze on the spot. The offensive and defensive functions of the S-Class exotic beast weapons had no problems whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, Dada stepped forward, pointed straight at Carl, and shouted, "Have you caused enough trouble? First you disrupted this place, then you made things difficult for our guest, and now you still have the nerve to stand here?" Realizing that all his schemes had gone completely down the drain, Carl could only swallow his humiliation. Fire Dragon could not find even the slightest flaw to pick on either. "Young master, I think this matter is very strange. Perhaps it was done by a spy within the family." Gritting his teeth, Carl ordered his subordinates to leave the hall in disgrace. "Go!" Yangshi quietly let out a breath of relief as he recalled that fateful moment just now. Fortunately, when I was about to plunder the energy from the other exotic beast weapons, he interrupted me. Just as he was preparing to use plunder on the remaining items, Carl had come over and cut him off. "Uncle Rooster, surely you don't know my aunt, do you?" Yangshi had skillfully let go, accidentally preserving the functions of those two weapons. Yurong suddenly understood and looked at Yangshi with worshipful eyes. "So, just now, you deliberately spoke to him. Your purpose was?" Bukue slowly walked toward him and extended an invitation. "Your Excellency Rooster, this old man would also like to know whether you did anything to that green greatsword. Please come to the VIP room for a discussion." Thick night began to envelop the quiet corners of Locked Song City, and the dim streetlights cast shadows onto the ground. Blanche walked silently in an ash-gray cloak, her appearance hidden beneath the tightly drawn hood. Her footsteps suddenly came to a halt when she sensed the presence of the Elemental Five on top of a building. The only woman in the group was sitting casually on a towering tree branch, her slender legs swinging. "Little sister, didn't anyone tell you that girls shouldn't walk around at night?" Feeling that her pride had been trampled by those teasing words, Blanche clenched her teeth and answered threateningly, "No one has ever spoken to me, Blanche, like that before. You're the first." A burly bald man, his hands equipped with sharp bear claws that gleamed under the moonlight, stepped forward. "Sealed sword, running into us, the Elemental Five, means you're unlucky. Today is the day you die." Inside the luxurious and quiet meeting room, Bukue took the initiative to speak with a respectful attitude. "Your Excellency Rooster, there are no outsiders here. I hope Your Excellency can resolve my doubts." Yangshi began to break down the deeper knowledge behind the origin of power. Whether they are exotic beasts or ability users, they all possess ability cores within their bodies. By chance, I discovered that exotic beast weapons also contain ability cores. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yu Rong interrupted to confirm her own train of thought. "Ability cores? Can I understand them as being similar to activity in alchemy?" Bukue also could not hide his curiosity, voicing the doubts of a veteran expert. "However, equipment makers like us can only use spiritual power to sense activity. We have no way to refine it. I wonder how your organization does it." He gently raised his hand, which wore a strangely designed ring before them. "To be precise, we collect it. This star-absorbing ring is the tool we use to collect ability cores." After hearing this, Dada exclaimed in amazement, "As long as you have this ring, you can collect ability cores? That's too miraculous." Even though he had accumulated plenty of hard-earned experience, this was still far too absurd a concept for him. Chin Bukue can be considered somewhat experienced in the field of alchemy, but I have truly never heard of collecting ability cores. To verify the truth, he took out a brush and solemnly handed it to Yangshi. "This wolf hair brush is a D-class exotic beast piece of equipment. It has the effect of accelerating wound healing. If Your Excellency does not mind, why not use it for a demonstration?" Holding the brush in his hand, he closed his eyes to sense the power within it. Only 30 units of dark energy. It isn't even as good as leaving it in its normal form. How unlucky. After skillfully using his ability, he calmly returned the item to Bukue. "Please examine it again, Elder Qian, and see whether what I said is true." The moment Bukue touched the brush, he was utterly shocked, his whole body trembling in astonishment. The activity can be collected. In alchemy, this is absolutely a breakthrough development. Yurong quickly regained her composure and asked a more practical question. Then how will the collected abilities be handled? Yangshi smiled slightly, as if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. A new plan took shape in his mind. They finally asked about this issue. Telling the Qian family about the concept of ability potions could also help strengthen the Qian family. In the future war across the 4 Great Sea regions, I won't have to fight alone. Yangshi began to reveal shocking information about the true purpose of collecting energy, to concoct ability potions. Because of this, the zodiac positions of our judgment organization have already been arranged to possess 2 or more abilities. Dada's eyes suddenly lit up, and even her money-loving nature was plainly written all over her face. If ability cores can be applied to exotic beast weapons, then in theory, S-class or even higher exotic beast equipment could be forged. However, that unrealistic hope was quickly extinguished when he shook his head. Reality is not as simple as you imagine. Unfortunately, that cannot be done. She turned to Bukue with an attitude of seeking advice. Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask, Elder Qian. He readily agreed. Go ahead. She raised a question to which he had long wanted an answer. An exotic beast weapon only requires a small organ or tissue, so why can the core in that small part reach 1/3 of the original bodies? With the rich experience he had accumulated over decades, Bukue explained carefully to Yangshi, after an exotic beast dies, a phenomenon that alchemy calls activity convergence occurs. The activity will instinctively gather into several special organs. Without concealing anything, he shared the secret. We take those organs with activity and use alchemy together with alchemical arrays to forge them into ability weapons. Appreciative of Shi's understanding, Bukue generously suggested, if Your Excellency Rooster is interested in alchemy, this old man would be very happy to present the alchemical knowledge I have accumulated over the years. To Shi, this was no different from a gift falling from the heavens. It was exactly what he could not have asked for more. In another corner of Loksong City, a drone camera was recording and live streaming the tense confrontation below. Everyone, at this moment, nearly 10 ability users have gathered on Chang'an Street in Loksong City. The noisy whir of the propellers and the host's booming voice irritated the bald man. What is that thing saying? Why is it making so much noise? Before he could deal with the people causing the disturbance, his pupils suddenly contracted. The situation completely changed when Demon Dragon stepped forward with overwhelming momentum and issued a cold threat. My prey, are you worthy of fighting me for it? Seeing the other party, the bald man became wary. He forced himself to remain calm and negotiate. Your Excellency, Demon Dragon, the sealed sword was discovered by us, the Elemental Five. It isn't quite right for you to snatch her like this, is it? The only answer to those words was an oppressively dense killing intent emanating from Demon Dragon. He questioned him contemptuously. Blanche is indeed a traitor, but you Elemental Five are merely symbolic figures in the Hero Association. Do you think I will let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished before the bald man's stunned eyes and transformed into a streak of light. He shot forward and drove an iron fist straight into the bald man's abdomen. The host closely followed every one of his movements. Demon Dragon has defeated Metal Knuckle Duster in the blink of an eye. Can the wicked Elemental 5 escape Demon Dragon? Through the screen, the viewers watching the live stream began discussing excitedly. Demon Dragon is so cool. Demon Dragon can definitely get a 5-kill today. But I feel like Red Lotus is pretty good too. Her figure is amazing. Do you people have no principles? You like an ability user who has committed so many evil deeds? What's it to you? I like her. So what? The real battle erupted when the remaining members of the group, Ice Fong, Earth Bear, and Wood Trant, launched their attacks at the same time. Without much effort, Demon Dragon successively defeated the 4 key members of the Elemental Five. The fourth, only one woman remained. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. Realizing that the situation was hopeless and her life was hanging by a thread, she fled desperately without hesitation. The gap in ability is so obvious. I don't want to die. I just want to escape. As long as I can get away, there will still be a chance in the future. Yet just as the hope of escape had begun to arise, a sudden stabbing pain struck, paralyzing her entire body. The woman lowered her head in shock and looked at her chest, where a strong arm had pierced through from behind. Demon Dragon had made up his mind to pull up the weeds by the roots, ensuring that absolutely no one had any chance of leaving this place alive. You can't escape. After thoroughly cleaning up the 5 people who had stood in his way, he leisurely turned toward Blanche. Next, it's your turn. Elsewhere, Liao Yuan was watching the battle intently when Flame Butterfly spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, Blanche's current condition isn't good. It's almost impossible for her to defeat your brother. He concealed his tension and answered with a smile. That's right, I'm not worried about him at all. Although he pretended to be indifferent on the outside, Liao Yuan was inwardly burning with anxiety. What I'm worried about is that if that girl Blanche really is one of our Judgment Organization's people, and she gets beaten to death by my rigid brother, how am I supposed to explain it to my godfather? Seeing through the ever-changing expression on his face, Flame Butterfly did not miss the chance to tease him. Your mouth says you don't care, but your appearance has already betrayed you. You brothers really are close. Fearing that the situation might develop in the worst possible direction, Liao Yuan immediately found an excuse to leave. You keep watching. I'm going to the restroom. He was extremely anxious. No, I have to hurry and tell Godfather about this. Yang Jobless glunged indifferently at Liao Yuan. What urgent matter do you need me for? As soon as he saw Yang Shi, he hurriedly recounted the entire tense situation. That brat Demon Dragon killed Red-Eyed Violet today, and now he's trying to attack Blanche. Then he leaned closer and lowered his voice, probing curiously. Godfather, is that Blanche really one of our organization's people? I saw rumors all over the internet saying that she's the lover of the big boss Snake. Faced with his awkward and wildly speculative question, Yang Shi could not help feeling embarrassed. Don't listen to random rumors. How old is Snake? How could he possibly have that kind of relationship with her? Yang Shi's explanation inadvertently made Liao Yuan's imagination run even wilder, and he interpreted it in his own mind. An older man and a young girl. I understand now. Blanche is actually the illegitimate daughter of Big Boss Snake. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and told himself, I should just pretend I don't know about this kind of hidden secret within the organization. I can't cause trouble for Godfather. Yang Shi nodded to indicate that he understood the situation. I know about this matter now. I will send someone to reinforce her. Having completed his mission, Liao Yuan felt much more at ease. Godfather, don't worry. I'll keep a close watch. If anything happens, I'll report to you immediately. Yang Shi merely stood where he was and instructed him, go. After Liao Yuan left, Yang Shi returned to his unfinished plan to upgrade his strength, just in time to add 2 more elemental abilities to Divine Dragon. He began the bestowal ritual. Ability, Earth Song. Introduction, can sense large-scale vibrations and control the earth element when attacking. Function 1, Gravity Increasing Rock. Function 2, Force of the Earth. Evaluation, A-Class. Ability, Divine Fall. Introduction, when controlling wind, spirits under one's ownership. Function 1, Miniature Compressed Storm Orb. Function 2, Wind Riding Flight. Function 3, Drooping Scythe. Evaluation, A-Class. Immediately afterward, a short figure kicked off the ground and shot into the sky. Returning to the battlefield thick with the smell of gunpowder, Demon Dragon casually walked toward Blanche. I can give you some time to call Rooster out. You know, I don't actually want to attack you. Back when we were students, we could be considered to have had some friendship. Yet in response to that false display, she only gave him a contemptuous look. Stop talking. If you want to fight, then fight. Feeling that his pride had been insulted because his kindness had been rejected outright, Demon Dragon repeatedly charged forward. Then I'll be looking forward to it. His razor-sharp nails aimed straight for Blanche's vital points, but she skillfully dodged to the side. The instant her opponent revealed an opening after missing his grab, Blanche swung her sword like lightning. Demon Dragon slightly turned his ankle and gathered his strength. Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent that made his movements freeze. The sharp sword tip, carrying terrifying power, tore through the wind as it thrust toward him. The bone-deep pain from the wound made Demon Dragon roar in fury. He spun around and sent out an extremely powerful palm strike, knocking Blanche several meters away. The violent impact accidentally crushed the drone camera flying nearby, causing the livestream signal to suddenly cut out. Faced with the audience's astonishment, the host hurriedly managed the situation. Oh no, our livestream transmitter was unfortunately caught up in the battle, and the image has been interrupted. Everyone, don't worry. Our reporter will arrive at the scene immediately and continue the livestream for you. Blanche's ability to resist had clearly declined, leaving her completely on the defensive. Demon Dragon threatened in a harsh voice, "If you still don't call him out, you may die." She still held firm to her position despite the danger approaching. Cut the crap. Having completely lost patience with her stubbornness, he charged forward madly, intending to end her life. In that life-or-death moment, Blanche poured all her remaining strength into creating a protective barrier to block the attack. Demon Dragon did not take his opponent's death throws seriously at all. This is only the warm-up. She struggled to hold on until her face turned deathly pale, firmly refusing to ask for help. Because the drone camera had been destroyed, the television station immediately dispatched Snow to continue reporting on the clash. They have now arrived at Chongqing Road. This place is a complete mess. Demon Dragon and Blanche are currently locked in a stalemate. Blanche's protective barrier shattered, giving Demon Dragon the chance to easily close in. He cruelly gripped her neck tightly. I'll ask one more time. Are you going to call him or not? Although her breathing had become difficult, she still summoned all the strength she had left and shouted a firm refusal. No. Demon Dragon ruthlessly threw Blanche hard against the nearby brick wall with terrifying force, causing her to pass out into unconsciousness. The host based his prediction of the match's outcome on the actual situation, stating that after suffering such a beating, Blanche would likely not be able to stand up again. Explosive comments covered the live stream screen. Not stopping there, Demon Dragon slowly walked over, intending to deal Blanche a finishing blow. Witnessing the excessively brutal action, Explosion felt it was wrong and spoke up to intervene. Demon Dragon, that's enough. Agung also stood nearby and advised, Demon Dragon, hold back a little. If you continue, even if she doesn't die, she will be crippled. Being hindered while in a bloodthirsty frenzy, Demon Dragon turned around and questioned with annoyance, are you speaking up for a traitor? Suddenly, a familiar sound interrupted the argument. Hey. Blanche gradually woke up after the fatal impact. Are you done talking? Struggling to stand firm on her trembling legs, her mouth still continuously threw out provocations. If you're done talking, then keep fighting. Observing the entire development through the camera lens, Snow truly admired her integrity. Blanche, she had risked her life many times for the safety of humanity. Her strong will deserve our respect. Those words of praise were nothing short of igniting Demon Dragon's pride. He furiously rushed towards Blanche. You all heard it, right? She brought this upon herself. However, a giant entity formed from water suddenly appeared and blocked his punch. The rising water screen created a solid wall that made him look up. She had arrived in time to rescue her. He spoke with a voice full of apology. Sorry, Blanche. The organization is late. He controlled the water arm to gently lift her off the ground. Blanche looked at the person who just saved her in astonishment with a doubtful gaze and then asked back with a questioning expression. Why do you say that I am a member of your organization? She calmly threw out a question that made her stunned. If you want to continue to live, do you have any other choice? Blanche could not refute that cruel truth. The sound of footsteps pounding against the cold stone floor echoed throughout the quiet space. She slowly stepped forward, standing directly opposite Demon Dragon in a majestic posture. All right, now you can tell me why you are bullying our lovely Blanche, can't you? Ignoring the sarcastic question and the mocking attitude of the opponent, he only frowned, clearly showing his displeasure. Why isn't it the rooster who came? Faced with the opponent's impatience, his hands clasped together in a leisurely manner. What's the matter? Are you looking down on the Divine Dragon? Defeat me, and naturally, someone more formidable will come out. Out of nowhere, two giant hands formed from churning, compressed streams of water lunged to tightly grip Demon Dragon. Facing the danger of being crushed, he had to tense up and strive to resist the immense pressure. Realizing that the opponent still had fierce resistance, she changed his attack method. So that works too? Try this. The two water arms besieging Demon Dragon suddenly dissolved into thin water vapor in an instant. In the very next second, he felt a massive pressure crashing down from above his head. From the high sky, a gigantic water hand crashed down exactly where Demon Dragon was standing. The impact, carrying a tremendous force, created an earth-shattering explosion, shaking the entire surrounding space. The silent night sky, only the light from countless twinkling stars dotted the mysterious black velvet background. After concluding the interesting conversation with Bukue, she leisurely left the manor. His eyes quickly darted around to make sure no one was tailing or stalking him. Once safety was confirmed, he quickly slipped into the shadow of a nearby ancient tree to hide. From within his robe, Yangshi carefully pulled out a worn-out brown leather-bound notebook, exuding an aura of mysterious antiquity. Before leaving, Bukue himself had solemnly handed this item to him. These were some alchemy-related experiences of alchemist Ming, as well as a few pages of his diary. Not only professional knowledge, but diary entries that were considered classified materials in the alchemist world were all precious documents. The moment she flipped open the first page, a blinding light suddenly flared up. Bukue grew suspicious. "Oh, Your Excellency Rooster, if you like it, you can borrow it for a while." Accidentally touching the hidden secret inside forced him to pretend to close the notebook and find an excuse to leave early so he could study it alone. "I'm really sorry. The content above is extremely interesting, so I got immersed in it." "Thank you then." Returning to reality, Yangshi hid back under the tree. The secret recorded in this notebook was a dialogue. Only someone with spiritual power could see it. He feared that even Elder Qian wouldn't be able to see it. His slender fingers lightly glided over each line of text that appeared and disappeared as if possessing a spirit. "It is here." On the paper that seemed empty, ancient characters began to appear clearly, revealing a shocking truth. "I come from the Fa continent of the Odyssey Plain, a member of the Alfonso family. I accidentally arrived at this plane of nascent magic not long ago. The surprises in this plane, discovering the existence of the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Yang sebelases imagination suddenly soared. He envisioned an early Earth, along with the presence of a gemstone emitting a radiant halo. The Philosopher's Stone. Even a trash with no magic or talent like me can use this opportunity to become a treasure of the strong and comprehend its profound meaning." On the last pages, the writer left crucial information regarding that treasure. "After I absorbed more than half of the Philosopher's Stone, surpassing any ancestor of the Alfonso family, successfully breaking through to the general stage, becoming a minor heavenly stage expert that others revere, it will be time to return home." Next was a heartfelt message about the faction he once built before closing his eyes forever. "Before I go, I secretly helped a faction within humanity so they could discover the way to open the portal connecting to the alternate world, White Cavity. Finding fortune in this handwritten notebook, looking for the Philosopher's Stone somewhere on the Cerulean planet. This is the treasure I leave for humanity to escape enslavement." As soon as the secret information was fully received, all the words suddenly vanished into nothingness. A brilliant white light suddenly flashed in his mind. Yangshi instantly knew the identity of this mysterious power source. "This is the white light, the key used to find the Philosopher's Stone." A feeling of excitement surged in his veins. It seems the world on the alternate B-side possesses an even older civilization than the Cerulean planet. These worlds still have many secrets waiting for me to explore. With that desire, Yangshi leaped into the air, transforming into a shadow hiding in the vast night sky. At the battlefield where a fierce clash had just occurred, Snow was still enthusiastically live broadcasting the match's development. Currently, Demon Dragon is still pinned underneath, and the extent of his injuries remains unclear. The new member of this organization seems to be a good kid, yet possesses terrifying strength. The power of this organization makes others fearful. From above, She landed right in front of her, causing her to startle in fright. Noticing her panic, he smiled faintly, speaking in a warm, deep voice to reassure her. "Don't be afraid, big sister." He leisurely turned towards the hovering drone and waved gracefully to the audience. My name is Divine Dragon, also a zodiac of the Judgment Organization. Our Judgment Organization always weighs all matters. Yangshi's friendly smile appeared on the screen like a guarantee. Therefore, everyone need not be afraid. However, that harmonious atmosphere was torn apart by an earth-shattering noise coming from behind. Demon Dragon had now completely shed his human shell to transform into a terrifying creature. His face turned into a ferocious dragon head with bloodshot eyes, opening his mouth to roar furious sounds. Phase 3 Transformation. Yangshi realized that the aura from the opponent had completely changed, with no trace of humanity left. This guy's Phase 3 transformation seems to have lost all human consciousness. It's extremely dangerous. Big sister, you must stay away and pay attention to safety. Just as he finished speaking, without waiting for her to react, his body turned into a streak of light charging towards Demon Dragon. Looking at that majestic and mysterious back, Snow felt a strangely familiar sensation welling up in her heart. Chongqing Road. Yangshi stood proudly on a giant, churning water platform. He controlled the rocks to converge into a magma hand with the intention of crushing Demon Dragon. However, in his dragon form, he was no longer easily subdued, baring his sharp teeth and biting tightly onto the hand. Then, flapping his bat-like wings, he flew straight towards the Kunlun Management Company, dragging the heavy rock block along. Inside the building, Liao Yuan and Flame Butterfly were holding their breath, watching every development of the battle. That Divine Dragon, he's clearly the same age as me, yet he's so strong. Our judgment is truly formidable. Just then, Flame Butterfly shivered, feeling the atmosphere in the room suddenly drop. Do you feel it suddenly got colder in here? They both looked up at the ceiling, intending to find the cause, but were stunned to see the bright moonlight. Flame Butterfly cried out in panic. Truly worthy of being the eldest young master, he almost wiped out my regiment. Chongqing Road. Demon Dragon used both his hands and his gnashing teeth to clamp down on Yangshi's stone hand. He channeled energy into his legs and lunged, causing the stone floor beneath to shatter into 100 pieces. A large boulder from above was dislodged and fell, aiming straight for where Snow was standing. She only had time to squeeze her eyes shut, fearfully awaiting the incoming pain, but time seemed to freeze. When she opened her eyes, she saw the water entity had swiftly grabbed the boulder, saving her from the Grim Reaper by a hair's breadth. Snow looked at him, her lips slightly blooming into a relieved smile of gratitude. Thank you. Realizing that Demon Dragon's destructive power had gone beyond control, Yangshi decided not to prolong it any further. This fellow's destructive power is too strong. It seems I must quickly end this battle. Just at his most vulnerable moment, a cold, sharp sword suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. It was Agung who had secretly sneak attacked. He poured all his life force into the final move. I've waited for this opening for a long time. Ability, Yasuki. After accomplishing his goal, he smiled in satisfaction and free fell along with his sword. That's enough. During the live stream, the TV station's host continuously updated the situation. In order to break the Divine Dragon's defense, the wandering swordsman disregarded the backlash from the Gale Sword intent. Even using a move that reached S-rank power, he continued to deeply analyze the turning tide. The Divine Dragon's defense is now extremely weak. One more critical hit and it will shatter. All these openings were because the Divine Dragon was distracted to save an innocent reporter, making everyone's current mood very complex. His face clearly showed contemplation as he looked at the continuously scrolling comments on the screen. Chongqing Road. Not missing the golden opportunity, while she was dazed from the injury, Explosion immediately appeared. She unleashed a punch, carrying an explosive power aimed straight at the water body. The punch was so powerful that it completely shattered the lower half of the water body. Explosion had to lean on her knees, panting from exhaustion. I can only do this much. Demon Dragon, the rest is up to you. By this time, Snow was soaked from head to toe, but she resiliently continued her duty. Now this place has turned into a swamp. She confronted Demon Dragon seriously, activating the sickle attraction ability, creating a sharp energy current that directly attacked him. Demon Dragon could not dodge in time and took the full brunt of the attack right in the middle of his chest, causing him to completely lose his balance. His massive body free fell in midair, hurtling headfirst toward the ground at a dizzying speed. In Demon Dragon's eyes, wide with terror, reflected the image of Yang, she lunging straight down with a fatal blow. Yang Shi focused all his strength into his fist and delivered a direct strike to the center of Demon Dragon's chest. He continued to wield the power of the earth element. Stop struggling. This time will end thoroughly. A giant magma hand suddenly grabbed Demon Dragon's body tightly and slammed him hard against the ground. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the space. The moment he crashed, a massive explosion shook the entire sky. When the blinding dust and smoke gradually dissipated into the wind, Demon Dragon's body had completely reverted to a weak human form. Yang Shi calmly used spiritual energy chains to tightly bind both Demon Dragon and Agong. Looking directly into the drone's lens, he said, "Your Excellency, Mechanical Warbear, I think you probably know how to choose, right?" In the conference room, Mechanical, who was watching every heartbeat of the live broadcast, suddenly darkened with furious anger. His hand unconsciously tightened, causing the ceramic cup he was holding to shatter into 100 pieces, spilling water all over the table. Chongqing wrote. The air was thick with tension. Snow silently guessed in her heart, letting Mechanical Warbear make a choice. What does that mean? Is it choosing between Demon Dragon or the Wandering Swordsman? Or using two A-rank heroes to trade for something? While she was still engrossed in her thoughts, she suddenly caught sight of two figures in the sky. Wait, Mechanical Warbear has really appeared. He didn't say a single word. That silence was more terrifying than a storm. This situation recalled the previous secret negotiation between him and Yang Shi, saying so much. "You just want me to help you investigate the organization behind the medicinal pills?" At that time, Mechanical hesitated to agree because he had proposed an ambitious pact. Not only that, you also want to help me join the White Cavity Project. As for the reward, you'll get the A-rank ability potion, which can turn you into an A-rank dual system ability user. Returning to the present, as he roughly dropped San Yang to the ground, he coldly declared, "Then according to our initial deal." San Yang stood in the middle of the encirclement with a bewildered face. He completely did not understand what was happening. "Boss, is there some deal between us and them?" Mechanical gently patted his shoulder. "There's a deal. Previously, I thought of our past relationship and hesitated a bit, but now what is sacrificing a subordinate matter if it means exchanging for Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman?" San Yang's mind completely collapsed when he realized he had been abandoned by his own superior. To exchange for two A-rank heroes, any sacrifice is worth it. He smiled with satisfaction, praising his timely attitude. "If you think like that too, I feel much better." In San Yang's heart, the intent to resist still burned. He suddenly turned and lunged away to escape this accursed place. But in just a blink of an eye, several sharp beams of light flashed across the air, tearing through the night. The onlookers couldn't help but shiver in horror, seeing San Yang's limbs completely severed. At the Kunlun Company, Luan was observing through binoculars, smiling smugly. "Wouldn't it have been fine to do this sooner? Why dawdle for so long? I already see the new ability potion waving at me." Thinking of the precious potion soon to be his, he couldn't hold back a satisfied laugh. At this moment, San Yang was nothing but a ruined mass of a body, no longer capable of running away. "Why attack me?" Mechanical silently picked him up and threw him straight at Yang Shi. "Let's trade." In extreme pain and resentment, he looked up at him and screamed with hatred. "You and I have no enmity or grudge. Why do you want to deal with me?" Yang Shi looked at him with disdainful eyes and sternly rebutted. "Don't you even know what you've done? Not only did you use drugs, but you also slaughtered the innocent. This is a just decision for your crimes." After finishing his words, Demon Dragon and Agong were handed back to Mechanical to complete the trade. He immediately grabbed them. "I've finished cleaning up my own house. I'll leave the rest to you." As he was about to turn and leave, a groaning sound came from San Yang, making everyone freeze. His eyes suddenly turned white and drool ran down his mouth. A strange light enveloped his body. Sensing the danger, both Mechanical and Yang Shi quickly fled. San Yang appeared with a new look. His severed limbs were perfectly reconstructed with sharp blocks of ice. "Next, how should I repay you?" The surging power inside San Yang exceeded all normal limits. pushing him to an entirely new level. Today, all of you must die. Witnessing this formidable transformation, Mechanical no longer kept his aloof, arrogant demeanor, but suggested joining forces to deal with him. Immediately, Yangshi nodded decisively to confirm the alliance. That's exactly what I had in mind. Without wasting another second, he formed a seal to perform a secret technique, summoning the immortal bird. The entire spatial area erupted into a blazing sea of crimson fire. Facing that terrifying amount of heat, Sanyang, whose mind had now been invaded by evil and lost its reason, thought that as long as the power of ice was strong enough, even a monster made of fire would become a beautiful ornament trapped in ice. From his hands, sharp beams of freezing air shot out, tearing through the air. Freeze for me. The frost enveloped the firebird and turned it into an eternal block of ice in the blink of an eye. With a speed so fast and naked, I could barely follow. He used his bare hands to cleave the massive block of ice in two. Eerie cold vapors began to hover around, then quickly condensed at the tips of Sanyang's fingers. Freezing gas bullets, freeze. The freezing gas bullets, carrying devastating power, fired straight at Mechanical Warbear. He maintained a calm demeanor, activating the firepower system on his shoulders, intercepting the stream of freezing air head-on. The two hot and cold forces clashed violently in midair, creating a chain of explosions that lit up the entire sky. Mechanical Warbear smirked slightly, not forgetting to hurl a venomous mockery at the defeated opponent. It seems that even with the drug, you only enhance the quantity, not the quality. As soon as his words ended, a high-heat laser beam suddenly shot out from his eyes. It pierced straight into Sanyang's eyeball, causing him to howl in agony before collapsing onto the ground. His body convulsed a few times and then fell completely motionless, showing no further signs of resistance. Feeling that this victory had come too swiftly and easily, Yangshi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Eliminated just like that? We should still confirm it. Mechanical Warbear landed right next to his corpse for one final check, confidently asserting it was all in vain. Everything is over. Suddenly, a terrifying mutation occurred. From Sanyang's chest flowed streams of green slime. The disgusting fluid began to slither out and unexpectedly darted straight toward the two of them. With the sharp reflexes of a seasoned warrior, Yangshi hurriedly grabbed Mechanical Warbear's hand and pulled him back forcefully. Donji! That pile of slime instantly morphed into grotesque monsters with razor-sharp teeth resembling blood-sucking parasites. They quickly wrapped tightly around Mechanical Warbear's body, forcing him into a passive position. What the hell is this thing? While being heavily suppressed, Yangshi gritted his teeth and ordered him, I don't know, why don't you throw some explosives in there and blow it up? From amidst of the sticky, foul-smelling slime, Sanyang suddenly sprang up like a phantom. With an expression of excitement mixed with madness, he let out a hoarse, satisfying laugh. This feeling is so strange. Is this the legendary resurrection? Witnessing this absurd scene, Mechanical Warbear couldn't help but be utterly terrified. What on earth has this guy turned into? Yangshi frowned slightly, speculating, could this be the secret on the body of the glacier hero? In a hidden dark corner behind the ruined buildings, a man silently observed the entire sequence of events. Standing quietly in the shadows, watching the situation gradually spin out of control, the mysterious man sighed. What a pity. It was just a bit away from succeeding. Test subject number 52 is also declared a failure. However, its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Is it because of his own willpower? He leisurely reached up to adjust his hat, contemplating the nature of life. The soul is truly miraculous. The deeper I research, the more I discover my own ignorance. I will soon break through to level 3 spiritual power and reach the commander realm. I'll wait a bit before going to harvest the deep blue essence from him. Let these two humans digest him a little so I can save some effort. Engrossed in his personal calculations, he remained completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into someone else's sights. On top of a skyscraper, she was hiding in the shadows, silently tracking his every move. Greed blinds one to the danger behind. At the center of the chaotic battlefield, Snow moved to a safer location to continue her work. All aircraft are unable to approach the battlefield. We have retreated to a safe zone. Judging from the observation on the scene, the regenerative ability of these tentacles is extremely powerful. Escaping the encirclement may just be temporary. She stood before the drone's lens, her face stunned as she broadcasted the horrifying scene live to millions of viewers. The body of the glacier hero has undergone a terrifying mutation that surpasses our understanding. Rather than a transformation, it is more like parasitism. Those hideous tentacles were multiplying at a dizzying speed. Young, she tried to use his sickle to chop them off. Damn it, more and more tentacles are clinging on. But it seemed all efforts were futile as they had the ability to regenerate instantly. Even Mechanical Warbear was struggling within the encirclement without finding a way out. Amidst the dust and slime, Sanyang let out an arrogant laugh, aiming a mocking remark straight at him. "Boss, don't be so distant. Didn't you want me to continue inheriting the Kunlun Company? After I eat you, I will devour the entire Kunlun Company." His inner mind was now a chaotic mess of primal desires, bringing a strange sense of excitement. Why don't I feel the slightest bit of disgust toward eating humans like this? It seems that you are inherently the food of our Deep Blue race. Wait, what the hell is the Deep Blue race? A battle for control took place within his mind. Sanyang could no longer master his own actions. Damn it, my head hurts so much. He clutched his head and screamed in agony as if thousands of needles were piercing his brain, his mouth cursing incessantly. So uncomfortable. It's all because of you, old immortal, roasting my head and making me endure this pain. Immediately, a massive tentacle rose from behind, enveloping and swallowing his head entirely. After eating this part that makes me uncomfortable, I really feel much better. He still hasn't realized it himself. We must find his true body and deal a fatal blow. Facing a situation hanging by a thread, Mechanical Warbear immediately suggested, "I could drop a Goshen bomb to deal with this stupid monster, but you also have to help me break free from these bindings." Without hesitation, he once again summoned the immortal bird. All right, the firebird swooped down, using eternal flames to incinerate the tentacles wrapping tightly around Mechanical Warbear. The moment he was freed, he soared into the sky. Mechanical Warbear ruthlessly dropped the explosive bomb right into the center of the chaotic mess of tentacles. He revealed a despicable smile, exposing his true nature. Forgot to mention, his tone was indifferent as he pretended to kindly remind, "It blasts within a 500-meter radius. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Yangshi was shocked by this blatant betrayal. He hadn't expected Mechanical Warbear to be so sinister as to want to kill him. "Fuck you." An explosion tore through the night sky, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground violently. The blinding white light from the blast obscured the entire scene. The entire central area was blown away, creating a giant, deep crater. The tentacles were blasted into pieces of slime, scattered everywhere. Yet they continued to wriggle with vitality. Despite his efforts to dodge, Yangshi still had his legs taken off by the aftershock of the explosion. That old bastard Mechanical Warbear is truly vicious. Fortunately, I'm just a clone. That tragic sight was captured by the drone, throwing public opinion into an uproar. Are the Divine Dragon's legs gone? Is he really still a member of the Judgment Organization? To be injured to that extent by a hero for the first time. Mechanical Warbear probably wanted to tell Divine Dragon that right now, you should unite all the strength of humanity to deal with the monster. If this monster is still alive, someone needs to digest it completely. I live in Loksong City. If it goes out of control, I fear it'll be too late to run. Even that bomb couldn't kill this monster. There's no other way. At the bottom of the deep crater, the pieces of slime slowly attracted each other, accumulating into tentacles just like before. From the ruins, the giant tentacles once again rose up and thrashed wildly. Amidst that suffocating atmosphere, a resounding footstep stomped against the ground, followed by the arrogant appearance of Sour Spicy. He smiled confidently. "Fighting this kind of monster, how could it lack me? Hot and sour noodle Superman." Explosion, although exhausted from the energy-draining skirmishes since the beginning, still firmly expressed her solidarity. "Count me in." Witnessing their bravery, the low-rank heroes present at the scene didn't flinch either. "And me, I'll join too. I can also lend a hand." Before that deeply moving scene of unity, Snow stood before the television camera with tears in her eyes. This is the longest night for Loksong City. A mysterious power beyond comprehension has invaded this city. This massive power has caused us severe losses, binding our hands. She choked back her sobs as she uttered emotional words. But we have never given up hope. Countless heroes have joined this battle. I believe that dawn will surely come. The host on the other end emotionally wiped away a tear. Compared to resisting, this perhaps looks more like walking to one's death. But just as our on-site reporter said, as long as hope is immortal, we will definitely see the dawn. Streams of comments danced non-stop on the screen, blending with the thick dust covering the battlefield. Contrary to that fiery atmosphere, Yangshi looked at the gathering crowd with a gaze full of concern. Hey, are you guys planning to gather here to become nutrients for the monster? Hearing that, Explosion flew into a rage, turning to question him with a challenging look. Could it be that you have a better idea? With the demeanor of one holding the big picture, Yangshi answered decisively, of course. So please stay away a bit. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. When the situation reached a dead end, he decided to activate his ultimate move named Oppressive Storm Sphere. Fortunately, it's a clone this time. Otherwise, I really couldn't bear to be this righteous. Explosion observed from a distance with a bewildered expression, unable to guess what he was plotting. What does he want to do? Sour Spicy narrowed his eyes to analyze, his tone becoming graver than ever. From the fight just now, it's evident that area of effect damage isn't fundamentally harming the monster. Its core is hidden very well. Someone absolutely has to get close to deal a fatal blow. Get close. His explanation made her shudder in fear for Yangshi's fate. Is he planning to? However, he maintained a strangely calm demeanor. When the storm sphere reached its maximum threshold, he charged straight into the monster's most vital spot. Explosion had to squint and brace herself so as not to be blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Sour Spicy also had to raise his hand to block the pressure that seemed capable of blowing away all obstacles. Thick dust quickly enveloped the entire area, leaving behind a deathly silence. He could have retreated, but he still decided to charge at the monster, choosing mutual destruction with it. Snow couldn't hold back her feelings and sobbed aloud. Divine Dragon, thank you for bringing light to us. Crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks like a farewell to the young hero. A sparkling tear fell, marking the end of the tragic battle. Amidst that sorrowful atmosphere, a hand wearing a pitch-black glove suddenly reached out and gently caught it. On the roof of a skyscraper, Yangshi stood proudly under the first rays of dawn. From now on, you are the new Divine Dragon. The combined ability is still the A-Class Private Rain, Flame Lord, Earth Singer, and Divine Music. The man behind him, his face concealed under a mask identical to the previous Divine Dragon, bowed in submission. Yes, a new future was gradually unfolding with his appearance. Among the ashes, a mysterious, deep blue, glowing stone suddenly appeared, shimmering like the crystallization of the deep ocean. Mechanical War Bear, with his inherently greedy nature, did not hesitate to reach out his hand, intending to seize this strange item. However, just when his fingers were a few inches away from the treasure, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Ignorant human, that is not something you can touch. Before he could collect his wits from the mockery, a sharp cold blade pierced through Mechanical War Bear's abdomen from behind. The bone-deep pain struck, making him staggered, both astonished and mixed with a vague sense of dread. How could this be? My battle armor has no damage, but I'm truly injured. He's so far away from me, yet the armor's warning system didn't react at all. Faceless coldly pulled his sword out of the opponent's body, letting out an arrogantly mocking remark. As expected, the vast majority of human ability users merely rely on the luck of magic initiation. On the television broadcast, the host gaped in astonishment, unable to provide any explanation for this situation. What's going on? A blue light. Could he and the monster from earlier belong to the same faction? Mechanical War Bear leaped backward to maintain a safe distance, questioning the identity of the one who had just sneak attacked him. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? He leisurely walked towards a blue stone, intending to bend down and pick up the loot. I did not ambush you. It's just that your excellency could not detect my fair and square attack. Therefore, your excellency can only stare wide-eyed as I damage your spirit. However, a dark shadow rushed in like lightning, hovering a hand over the stone right in front of him. It was none other than Yangshi in his familiar disguise. He declared loudly in front of everyone, "Sorry, just an announcement for the two of you. This deep blue essence is the property of our judgment organization." The host seemed to find a light at the end of the tunnel, excitedly shouting his name. Rooster the Judgment has appeared. With him around, he will definitely settle this matter. Bullet comments continuously ran across the screen, expressing the audience's excited mood. Seeing his prey snatched right before his eyes, Faceless was forced to halt and negotiate. Your Excellency Rooster, our Genesis organization originally did not want to make enemies with the judgment. Return the deep blue essence, and I will act as if nothing happened. In another corner, the cameraman fumbled with his camera that had completely lost its signal. Why can't it shoot anything? Is the machine broken? Looking at the drone, lying motionless on the ground, Snow sharply assessed the machine isn't broken. All machinery has been interfered with by some kind of spiritual power. Please report the situation back to the station. Meanwhile, Yangshi secretly strung together the clues he had just gathered. So the organization behind the blue pills is called Genesis. He specifically jammed all the cameras. It seems he still doesn't want to expose himself too early. There must be a larger conspiracy behind this. Instead of yielding, he chose a direct verbal counterattack. What if I insist on becoming your enemy? The negotiation officially broke down. Faceless instantly turned hostile and lunged to attack Yangshi at wind-tearing speed. If you want to die, this lord will grant your wish. When the tip of the blade was only a few centimeters from his face, a massive wave of spiritual shockwave erupted from him, striking directly at the opponent's weapon, shattering the sword into 100 pieces, much to the attacker's astonishment. Level 3 spiritual power. He stepped back a few paces, unable to hide his shock as he blurted out, "When our commander broke through to level 3 15 years ago, he even sighed that only our deep blue race could break through the human race's defense line. To think there is actually a human capable of breaking through to level 3. Hearing that title, Yangshi immediately recalled the bizarre blue glowing spots that had once appeared on his younger sister's body. It seems the blue spots of light on Fei Fei's soul must definitely be related to the deep blue race. I absolutely cannot let this alien race off. Realizing he had fallen into a disadvantageous position and that it would be hard to turn the tide, Faceless began looking for a way to retreat. How unfortunate. Originally, I wanted to fight you, but unexpectedly, the organization has an urgent mission. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave behind an arrogant declaration to save face. This deep blue essence, I'll let you keep it for now. The next time we meet, I'll take it back with interest. For someone as meticulously calculating as him, letting prey slip right in front of his eyes was impossible. Trying to run? Obediently stay here for me. Sensing a thick murderous intent pressing in from behind, he turned his head in terror, but it was already too late. An invisible spiritual shockwave, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds from Yang, she crashed straight into his mind. Understanding that his escape route had been completely blocked off, he was forced to stop and face him in despair. His spiritual shockwave is too strong. I'm afraid even the Black Shield wouldn't be able to block a few of such shockwaves. Not giving his opponent any chance to catch his breath, Yangshi rushed in, piercing through Faceless' final layer of defense. The Black Shield shattered to pieces. Faceless only had time to force out a strangled curse from his throat, "You sinister bastard," before crashing miserably to the ground. Yangshi looked coldly at the defeated enemy beneath his feet and said with biting mockery, "My friend from the deep blue race, congratulations. You have become a prisoner of the Judgment Organization." Lying sprawled on the ground with broken, ragged breaths, Faceless still tried to act tough. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I admit defeat. Jobless slowly bend down. How did that feel just now? Want to do it a few more times?" He leaned close and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "As long as you obediently answer my questions, I'll spare your life." He went straight to the issue he cared about most. "Tell me, what exactly is going on with Glacier Hero and the blue pills?" The pain for his wounds and the overwhelming mental pressure made Faceless unable to maintain his firm attitude any longer. "It won't hurt to tell you about the Genesis seeds." Faceless began explaining from the most basic concepts. Genesis seeds exist upon the spiritual bodies of every member of the deep blue race. During the early stages of transformation, these tiny blue points of light gradually alter a creature's soul. Through his account, a chilling vision emerged. The roots of the sapling located the reserved souls of the race's members through those points of light. The stronger the soul's true body, the higher the concentration of the Genesis seed. The stronger the roots grew, the more power the true body could obtain from the sapling, such as secret arts and combat techniques. In this way, the host would grow at an astonishing speed. Faceless continued revealing top-secret information. The Deep Blue race distributes blue pills on a large scale precisely to search for individuals suitable for transformation into members of the Deep Blue race. He looked down at the hand of someone who was gradually turning into ice and commented calmly, "Of course, not every life form can withstand the impact brought about by the sapling taking root. Once they fail, they become low-grade beings." San Yang's case is a typical example of such failure, a deep blue aberration. Yangshi could no longer maintain his usual calm. He rushed forward and grabbed Faceless tightly by the collar. After being infected by a Genesis seed, is there any way to cure it? As if he had seen straight through Yangshi's mind, Faceless let out a curious, mocking chuckle. Why ask that? Could it be that among the test subjects, there's someone you care about? This provocation was like a spark burning away the last of Yangshi's patience. He immediately launched a spiritual assault, trying to force Faceless to spit out the truth. Are you going to talk or not? But the only response to his attack was a burst of eerie, mocking laughter. Immediately afterward, from Faceless' own face, a disgusting mass of green mucus suddenly shot out and quickly vanished into the night at terrifying speed to escape. Yangshi gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. He got away again. Faceless' corpse began to transform, returning to its true form. For a moment, Yangshi forgot his anger at the sight. Mechanical War Bear also gaped in stunned disbelief, utterly shaken. Seeing the woman lying motionless, he recognized the victim's identity. She's manager Ouyang Yin, the branch manager of the Hero Association in Loksong City. Yangshi realized the cruel truth. It seemed the power of the Genesis organization had already infiltrated the Hero Association. In order to ease the situation and atone for his earlier attack on Divine Dragon, Mechanical War Bear proposed a deal. Regarding the murder of the Hero Association's manager, I will help the Judgment Organization testify. Consider it repayment for the debt I owe from injuring Divine Dragon before. However, Yangshi only responded with an icy look. Do you know what it means to cultivate someone with 4 ability systems? And you think a few words from you can make this matter pass? Faced with Yangshi's firm stance, Mechanical War Bear had no choice but to soften his tone. Then what exactly do you want? Yangshi directly demanded something that struck at his core interests. Let Lu Yuan replace Demon Dragon as the heir of Kunlun Company. After weighing it for a while, Mechanical War Bear finally nodded in agreement, while also raising a practical obstacle. Letting Lu Yuan inherit the company is fine, but his strength must at least reach A rank. Otherwise, he won't convince anyone. Yangshi accepted this agreement. Then it's decided. When Lu Yuan becomes an A-rank hero, that will be the day he officially takes over Kunlun Company. As soon as the negotiation ended, Yangshi immediately sped away, because an even more important matter was waiting for him. Using the travel time, he summoned Serpent through the mental link. Yangshi did not look at him and only gave a cold order. Go settle the remaining problems. You handle Blanche's matter. I have to go to the hospital immediately. Understood. His instincts told him that something was very wrong. When Glacier Hero died, he produced a very special wave. I keep feeling that something is off. I have to confirm Fei-Fei's condition as quickly as possible. A surging unease in his heart urged Yangshi to raise his speed to the limit before everything became too late. During the day, Mechanical War Bear said, "You probably all know the identity of the deceased. She was Ouyang Yin, a manager of the Hero Association." He began recounting the full sequence of the dark conspiracy that had been exposed. At present, she was a spy from some mysterious organization, and also the one behind Glacier Hero's mutation. Mechanical War Bear solemnly reminded them. Therefore, when the Hero Association conducts its questioning, I hope all of you can answer honestly. After hearing his instructions, Hot and Sour Noodle Superman nodded calmly. Of course. In contrast to his composure, Explosion clearly showed her irritation through a series of sharp frowns. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. Just as Lu Yuan was also about to turn and follow them, Mechanical War Bear's voice stopped him in the empty corridor. Yuan, come here. Lu Yuan's expression was not very pleased, and his tone carried a hint of resentment. What is it now? Mechanical War Bear walked over and placed his rough hand on his son's shoulder, his expression suddenly more sincere than ever. Yuan, your father and Rooster made a deal. Mechanical War Bear revealed that he and Yang, she had carried out a pivotal, secret exchange. As long as I make you the heir of Kunlun, he will provide you with an A-rank ability potion. As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed Lu Yuan's head. You little brat, make sure you seize this opportunity. But Lu Yuan responded fiercely, objecting in frustration. Didn't you already say the company would be inherited by Demon Dragon? If you suddenly change your mind, won't that hurt the brotherly bond between us? He broke free from Mechanical War Bear's affectionate gesture and silently added in his heart. Besides, my goal is to become one of the zodiac positions of the Judgment Organization and inherit Divine Dragon's will. Lu Yuan pouted, clearly reproaching his biological father. My foster father arranged such a bright future for me, but you want me to take over the family cafeteria? He clenched his fists and declared passionately, Isn't this holding me back? Hearing his son's spirited words, Mechanical War Bear was not angry. Instead, a wave of emotion surged within him. Rooster, the organization you belong to, is indeed the key. It even made him overlook the bond between us as father and son. He was genuinely moved to realize that his son now had his own ideals and opinions. You little brat, you really have grown up. This sudden affectionate action made Lu Yuan shudder in fright, goosebumps rising all over him. Let go of me. How old am I already? This is disgusting. Outside, on the road, Blanche wearily leaned her entire back against the cold wall. The brutal life-and-death battle just now had drained the last of her vitality. Just as her vision was gradually blurring from exhaustion, a steady hand suddenly reached out in front of her, offering help. At the same time, Yangshi appeared with concern in his eyes and asked gently, Can you still stand? Blanche gritted her teeth, gripped the hilt of her sword for support, and struggled to stand without his help. I can do it myself. But her trembling legs betrayed her will. Seeing Blanche collapse to the ground, she sighed. Don't force yourself. She could not hold back and burst into sobs. Bitter tears rolled down her cheeks as she blamed herself. I am sorry. Because of me, Divine Dragon died in battle. She gently placed a hand on her head and patted it in comfort. In a low voice, he consoled her to soothe her pain. It had nothing to do with you. Let's go. The organization sent me to make arrangements for you. Faced with his sincerity and protection, Blanche softly reached out and held his hand as if making a promise. All right, I'll follow everyone's arrangements. At the hospital exterior, she stood on a hoverboard suspended in midair, observing the whole scene. As expected, there are abnormal energy fluctuations at the hospital. Just as he had sensed, the hospital building had been covered by a green screen of light. Inside the hospital corridor, she cautiously investigated the actual situation step by step. There isn't a single person here. Suddenly, a sinister circle shining with bright green light appeared right in the middle of the passage. A monster with a vaguely human shape, but a pair of green eyes full of savage light crawled out. Seeing this, Yangshi immediately realized that the seriousness of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. This is bad. That wave just now made the victims from the convenience store incident suddenly transform into another deep blue form. At the very moment he was focused on observing his opponent, a pale green hand abruptly landed on his shoulder from behind. The monster charged over madly, its gaping mouth constantly letting out terrifying, ravenous roars. Devour people. In the hospital corridor during the day, the air was thick with the stench of death as countless mutated entities with an eerie blue hue appeared one after another, blocking every path. Without the slightest hesitation, Yangshi grabbed the wrist of the one touching his shoulder. He exerted force and slammed it hard onto the cold stone floor. To ensure the vicious enemy had no chance to get back up, he followed up with an iron fist. The blow struck directly in the abdomen, making the mutant vanish while coughing blood. Yangshi weaved through the crazed crowd, swinging decisive sword strikes to clear away the obstacles. A faint hope still existed within him that his younger sister had retained her sanity. Fortunately, Fei isn't among them. Maybe she still hasn't mutated. As he approached his younger sister's ward, the first thing she did was swing his hand and smash the nearby security camera. After resolving the issue of protecting his identity, he reached out and pushed open the door. A horrifying scene slammed into his eyes. Fei's small body was floating in midair. She was surrounded by a green halo and was undergoing a life-and-death struggle. She did not dare rashly interfere with the process and could only stand anxiously to the side and observe. Fei has mutated, but the Genesis seeds are only condensed on one side of her body. The other side, he focused on analyzing her current condition through her external signs. Fei's has managed to preserve half of her body. Fei suddenly let out a heart-rending scream of pain. The halo dispersed, and she fell onto the hospital bed in an exhausted state. Her usual lustrous golden hair had now turned a gloomy blue-black. She rushed over and shook his younger sister, calling for her to wake up. Fei. The familiar sound made her eyelashes tremble slightly before she opened her eyes. Her eyes now had two different colors. Before she could compose himself, a sharp flash of light swept past. The reflexes of someone carrying an alien race's power made Fei immediately swing her weapon and press it close to the neck of the person before her. "Who are you?" She hurriedly reassured her in an urgent tone. "Fei, I'm your older brother." However, she only became even more vigilant. "Nonsense. My brother's voice isn't like that." Suddenly remembering that he was still in Rooster's transformed form, she immediately withdrew the energy. "I forgot to change back. Is this all right now?" The suspicion in Fei's eyes did not lessen at all. Instead, she questioned him even more sharply. My brother doesn't know how to transform at all. Who exactly are you?" Driven into a corner, she had no choice but to bring up her embarrassing childhood memories as proof. "On your 7th birthday, you wet the bed. In order not to let Mom and Dad find out, you tricked me into sleeping with you, and then you framed me as the one who wet the bed." Hearing this earth-shattering secret known only to the two siblings, Fei's attitude immediately became obedient. "Brother, why did you suddenly learn how to transform?" With no time for lengthy explanations, she took his younger sister's hand and pulled her away. "I have to get you out of here first. I'll slowly explain it to you on the way." In Yangshi's apartment complex, the warmth of peace had returned as Fei relaxed in the bathroom after her long nightmare in the hospital. Snow bustled about in the kitchen, arranging fragrant dishes on the table. She leisurely walked over, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and asked softly, "You prepared this many dishes?" Snow turned around and looped her arms around his neck, her eyes shining with choked-up joy. "Fei, being able to wake up is like a miracle. Of course we have to celebrate." But that joy quickly gave way to a contemplative silence. Snow's face suddenly fell. "Do you know, when I went out for work this time, I felt how small a person is in front of unknown power." She opened her heart about her recent experiences while reporting at the scene. Even a powerful person like Divine Dragon would. Snow understood that she needed to cherish every second by Yangshi's and Fei's side, so she would have no regrets. So we have to learn to treasure the people we love. The soft yellow light enveloped the two souls, drawing closer together, creating a deeply romantic space. The distance between Yangshi and Snow narrowed little by little with their pounding heartbeats. Just as their lips were only a breath apart, they were suddenly interrupted by a clear voice coming from the bathroom. "Is lunch ready? I'm done bathing." Snow startled and pushed Yangshi away hard to hide her embarrassment, her face flushed red with shyness. "It'll be ready right away." On the round dining table, countless delicacies were beautifully arranged, their mouth-watering aroma spreading throughout the room. After washing away all her fatigue, Fei smiled brightly like a child who had just received the gift she had always wanted. "They're all my favorite dishes. Sister Snow, I love you." She could not suppress her excitement and immediately sat down, grabbing a golden brown chicken drumstick to enjoy. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Sitting beside them, Yangshi quietly watched the lively conversation between his younger sister and his lover. An overwhelming emotion rose in his heart. Yangshi smiled and silently swore to himself, "As long as the people I love can live without worry, I can accept any price." After the warm meal ended, Fei sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and looked up at her older brother with hesitant eyes. "Brother, are we really not telling Mom and Dad that I woke up?" Yangshi's expression instantly became serious, and he shook his head firmly. "No, the Hero Association is investigating the hospital mutation incident. At this time, you should be in a state of death." Yangshi emphasized the seriousness of the matter. "The more they know, the more dangerous it will be. That includes matters concerning me. You must not tell Sister Snow either." Seeing that her older brother had been bearing too many burdens alone, Fei Fei nodded in understanding. I know, but in the future, don't endure everything by yourself anymore. Let me help you. Yang Shi's heart suddenly ached with regret. It's all my fault for not protecting you properly, causing you to become half an otherworldly being now. Right after he stopped using his ability, Yang Shi could not help panting heavily, which made Fei Fei worried. Brother, are you okay? Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. He tried hard to steady his breathing and said, the control puppet has been completed. Next, I have an important mission to give you. Immediately afterward, Snow walked in leisurely with the gentle appearance of a capable and virtuous wife. Come have some fruit. Her familiar voice drifted over like a force strong enough to blow away the discomfort in Yang Shi's body. Before long, the two of them sat facing each other at the long table. Seeing her busy, Yang Shi could not help asking in confusion, what are you doing? With her gaze still fixed on a laptop screen, Snow slowly told him, my performance last time wasn't bad, so the station gave me a new show. However, upon hearing this, Yang Shi's first reaction was worry. Will it be as dangerous as last time? Snow answered him with a bright smile, dazzling enough to rival the sunlight as she denied it. No, this time, I'm only responsible for sitting there and explaining things. Even so, Yang Shi could not sit still. He decisively walked straight behind Snow, directly lifted her hand, and successfully earned her shy reaction and cheeks as rosy as if she were drunk. But obviously, what Yang Shi was doing was a serious matter as he activated his spiritual power to inspect the green serpent chain ability belonging to Snow. Green serpent chain ability. Introduction. The chain can automatically protect its master. When its master is in danger, it can turn into a giant green snake to attack enemies, evaluated as B rank. Why is it a chain, not a necklace? At the same time, in a distant corner of the mountain forest, the hot springs gently evaporated, creating a quiet resting place. Of course, such a wonderful place would not lack people coming to soak, like Blanche's group of 3. Opposite her, Yurong smiled gently when introducing the functions of this place. Miss Blanche, this hot spring has a healing effect. It can help your wounds recover faster. Looking down to observe the warm liquid flowing through her fingers, Blanche calmly dropped 2 words. Is that so? Not long after, she suddenly stood up and didn't forget to let her 2 friends behind know. The organization has some business with me. You 2 keep soaking. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Just a short distance away on a flat surface, Blanche decisively relaxed on a mat as she questioned herself. Is it a new mission again? At the same time, Dada jumped out of the hot water and couldn't help but let out exclamations of admiration for her, as expected of a senior who joined the organization early, and at the same time perfectly completed an ambush mission. A little time passed, and not long after, Blanche appeared at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace. Without any hesitation, Yang Shi, taking on the identity of Rooster, went straight to the point. Have you heard of the 4 Great Ocean Regions? The organization is preparing to send you to the 4 Great Ocean Regions to investigate the matters of the Deep Blue race. The stern voice belonging only to him slowly echoed throughout the vast space. If you pass this trial, you will have the opportunity to become one of the 28 constellations of judgment. Without a bit of hesitation or timidity, she in her battle suit decisively responded, I agree to accept the trial and go to the 4 Great Ocean Regions. In contrast to Blanche, Yang Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief right after receiving that bold statement. He successfully tricked her. The pathfinding squad of judgment finally had a strong member. Not wanting to say more, he just waved his hand at her and coldly instructed, all right, you go back to the Qian family and take care of your body. Immediately standing up and bowing at an almost 45-degree angle, Blanche obediently let out one word. Yes. The next second, she directly turned into a beam of golden light and completely disappeared from the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace. Waiting until there was not a trace of her breath left, Rabbit then asked tentatively, Can I speak now? The response was a slight nod and a syllable of agreement from Yang Shi's vocal cords, and then shedding the state of an icy beauty, she showed obvious excitement belonging to Fei Fei. Brother, that's Blanche from the Knights of the Round Table Management Company. I really like her. Can you get her autograph for me? Successfully making him cross his arms and sigh endlessly at his sister, he said, Why didn't you say anything just now? So you met your idol? However, Yang didn't reprimand her except to emphasize the most important thing to keep in mind. Fei, from now on you will be Rabbit. You have to try to act well. Don't let others see any flaws. He was satisfied at the moment he heard each serious word pouring out of Fei's throat. That's right. From now on, Blanche and I will be colleagues. Unfortunately, this goddess-like demeanor didn't last long before she cheerfully clenched her fists and raised her voice. There will be more chances to get autographs. At this moment, the rooster mask couldn't stop the sweat from pouring down Yang's face as if it was free. No, the main point was in the latter sentence. Not dwelling on the content about Blanche for too long, Fei and the identity of Rabbit switched to another topic. Brother, what's your next plan? To this question from his sister, Yang naturally wouldn't mind answering in detail. I have arranged everything. Regarding the connection between the Knights of the Round Table Management Company and the Deep Blue race, Hot and Sour Noodle Superman and Lu Yuan will go investigate. Next, he also didn't forget to mention the ultimate idol in Fei's eyes. As for the 4 great ocean regions, Blanche will be sent to explore. Not stopping there, the stern tone belonging to Yang, she continued to echo in the space. And Yifan needs to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Hero Association and become a planted chess piece of judgment. After thoroughly explaining every detail of his plan to Fei, he slowly dropped the concluding sentence. Speaking of which, I have to go visit an old friend. Time ran faster than a dog in a field. Not long after, a starry night arrived, sitting on a chair and lightly twisting the bottle cap. Yifan's eyes at this time seemed to possess all kinds of emotions and thoughts. Right when the atmosphere sank into silence, Yang and the identity of Rooster suddenly appeared right behind him. Had he been tired lately? If you're tired, it's okay to rest a bit. Startled, but not losing composure, Yifan quickly recognized that voice and regained his calmness when turning his head. Leader, long time no see. Patting the other's shoulder lightly to close the distance. He didn't forget to ask an important question. How is your strength now? His somewhat calm face turned so depressed that he didn't even dare to look into Yang's eyes. I still can't unleash the full trained strength of my ability. I only possess a physical constitution 7 times that of an ordinary person now. Who would have expected that the situation he poured out would make even Yang? She startled to the point of exclaiming, 7 times already. A physical constitution 10 times that of an ordinary person is precisely the standard A-rank combat power. And then turning around decisively, Yang naturally couldn't lack a genuine acknowledgement. You have done very well. You will become the most highly rated freshman of the Global Ability Conference in this term. Hearing that, Yifan in the next second was brimming with vigor as he guaranteed with the most certain and serious tone, I will definitely dedicate all my strength for the organization. However, right when the last word fell was the moment he suddenly raised his hand. Following that, Yang didn't waste any extra words, but directly gave an undeniable order. There's danger near here. Now I will use the puppet control skill on you. When necessary, I will take over your body. Even though he personally heard the latter part, Yifan only calmly bowed respectfully to him and accepted. The next second, he decisively cast the puppet control technique and successfully made his mind pause for a moment. Contrary to the peace on Yang's side, another place was more chaotic as a young girl slid a long path on the ground. It turned out to be Huanjiu, who was just dragged over and harmed by an enemy with the reason poured out of Black Arrow's mouth. Wretched girl meddling in other people's business, destroying the organization's business. Our Fire Cloud Society will not spare you. Even though her eyes carried a sense of apprehension, it couldn't stop the blazing anger of seeing injustice in her. Robbing the property of ordinary people is also called doing business. The wealth code of your organization is breaking the law. However, the two of them, Black Arrow and Bullhead, who were sent here didn't come to chat, so they directly launched an attack. Her eyebrows knitted tightly. Fortunately, her body was agile enough to escape it by a hair's breadth, and she even managed to take the opportunity to jump up high and point the slender sword straight at Bullhead. The terrifying thing here was that at the moment he hadn't even reacted, his defining feature was already punctured with a hole. Feeling the change happening right above his head, Bullhead sweated more than a waterfall when he realized. You used poison? But before he could make any other counterattack, his toe accidentally stepped on something like a lid. Unfortunately, that object was a trigger that caused an earth-shattering explosion to immediately erupt and spread in all four directions. Fortunately, Black Arrow stood quite far from his companion, so he was only blown by the strong wind to the point of not being able to open his eyes. And it was precisely because of the moment of acting on instinct that made him realize the killing intent behind him too late. However, the skills forged over many years didn't fail Black Arrow. He immediately leaned back 90 degrees to avoid the killing move. By inertia, he fell heavily onto the ground, but it couldn't stop the continuous questioning mouth of Black Arrow. What kind of ability do you really have? Why do so many strange things appear on your body? Carrying a bazooka on her shoulder, Huanzhou's face only had confidence as she challengingly reversed the question. You guess. If you can guess it, I'll tell you. Facing Huanzhou's arrogant appearance, Black Arrow immediately exuded a thick killing intent at the moment he declared, I will fight you to the death. But unfortunately, before he could even stand up, an intact white shoe was already approaching him. No need for any flashy moves. Yifan only used pure physical strength, and it was enough to end Black Arrow's life. Posing and showing a face at the right cool angle, he leisurely raised the corner of his lips as he dropped each word. Beauty, if you continue causing explosions, this place will be ruined. 5 days from now, there will be the Yenjing University's selection tournament here. Although a bit startled for a moment, Huanzhou quickly regained her composure and calmly analyzed the person in front of her. He could easily crush a C-rank ability user. It seemed his strength must be at least above B rank. Carrying a genuine intention of acknowledging the other party, she decisively took off her hat and smiled, introducing herself. My name is Huanzhou. Who knows, we might meet in the selection tournament. We can cooperate a bit then. Facing this enthusiasm, Yifan also found it inconvenient to refuse, so he directly held Huanzhou's hand and agreed. Okay, if we are in the same group 5 days from now. However, an unexpected variable occurred that made him freeze for a moment. His eyes immediately filled with questioning marks of doubt. It turned out Huanzhou took advantage of this close contact opportunity to exert force and tightly grip Yifan's hand like pincers. Next, she smiled until her eyes narrowed, as if she didn't care about the fact that she didn't cause any impact on him. Handsome little brother, want to go get some midnight snacks? Leader, how should I answer her? Then he received a reassuring answer from him. Don't panic. Watch me. The very next second, Yangshi relied on the use of puppet control to manipulate his body and answered for him. I still have some things to do at home. I have to go back first. And he didn't forget to withdraw his hand from that slender, yet fair hand quickly, as if dodging evil. A moment of silence passed. It seemed Huanzhou was rejected in such a direct way that she still hadn't fully recovered. Ignoring the other party, Yifan, having just regained control of his body, left under the teaching voice from Yangshi. Learned it yet? Absolutely do not let girls cling to you. A younger sister is already troublesome enough. Where would you have the energy to deal with other girls? He immediately replied, Learned it. Thank you, leader. Who would have expected that decisiveness falling into Huanzhou's eyes would turn into an interesting thing that made her laugh without any discomfort? It seemed this selection tournament wouldn't be boring. Time gradually passed, and another morning rose with rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds and shining all over Yunhai Avenue. On the ground, the number of people gathering before the starting line gradually increased along with all kinds of vehicles, typically by foot. Of course, a competition like this wouldn't lack a commentator in the stands. Hello everyone, I am commentator Nabi. Following that, Nabi completely showed a lively appearance as she reached over to introduce the person next to her. My new partner is Snow, an MC who has very high popularity on the internet recently. In contrast to her, Yangshi's girlfriend smiled in a gentle manner. Hello everyone, I am Lin Naishue. Right after the introduction, Nabi directly led the story to the main point. Next, I will tell everyone about this Yenjing University's Hero Department Freshman Selection Tournament. A rhythmic coordination took place following the continuation from Snow. The rules are very simple. Within the specified time, you must pass the specified routes. There are no restrictions on candidates using any method. Winking playfully, she didn't forget to conveniently stir up the atmosphere to be more bustling. Is it really that simple? The answer is no. Let's see what kind of obstacles and traps the school will set up. Meanwhile, at the place where the candidates were gathering, a red-haired youth was continuously asking Yifan questions. Brother, You didn't bring any means of transportation. You're also a physical enhancement ability user, right? Why not wear wind protection goggles? Not stepping out of his personal space, he modestly answered each question for the other party. I'm not considered a physical enhancement type. My speed is okay, but not to the extent of needing wind protection goggles. Smiling until his eyes narrowed, the red-haired youth immediately let out a hearty laugh to the point of showing his pure white teeth. It's fine. Not bringing anything to the exam can also result in miracles. After that was a non-stop rambling from his throat. Have you heard? S-rank sole weapon ability user with the purple gold-coiled dragon cudgel, A-rank Luo Kwang, and Purple Wing Hero are also invited this time. But before they finished talking, someone suddenly approached and called out, "Hey, Yifan." It turned out to not be a stranger, but Huan Jiao, who was wearing a dynamic tracksuit. We meet again. It seems we're assigned to the same group. Not stopping there, she proactively closed the distance with Yi Fan and mentioned a conversation that night. Last time you promised to help each other, you can't break your word today. Not daring to look directly at the other party, his cheeks flushed slightly pink as he replied with a sound. Not letting himself be left out of the fun, the red-haired youth directly squeezed between the two of them, Yi Fan and Huan Jiao, and boasted, "Classmate, I'm a speed-type ability user. Even if I carry you running, we can easily pass the test." Unfortunately, an expert like Huan Jiao didn't even put in her eyes, so her attitude was also as cold as ice. A physical enhancement type guy on the street also wants to hit on me? Get out of the way. Just a single sentence successfully shattered the teenage youth's fragile heart into pieces, but not letting the three of them converse for too long. The exam time finally arrived when both Nabi and Snow shouted loudly, "Candidates, please get ready. Start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. At the moment the last number fell, that was the moment Yi Fan returned to a serious state. 1. The starting gunshot rang out in the very next second, signaling the start of the Yinjing University selection tournament. Right after the earth-shattering explosion sounded, a group of people possessing a pair of rockets rushed forward. One of them even didn't forget to turn his head to mock the people standing on the ground, relying on legs and wanting to fly to the sky. How naive. Unfortunately, he fell into the sights of a large goose, and only realized it too late when a chill went down his spine, thus having to receive a series of beak attacks from it and crying out, "What's going on?" Obviously, Yinjing University wasn't easygoing when deploying a series of high-energy geese to block the group of people gliding ahead. At the same time, in the observation room, Nabi calmly gave a commentary by making a comparison. If you can just travel in the air like that, everyone would go by airplanes. In the next second, she also didn't forget to smoothly shift the conversation to her partner beside her. "Nai, do you recognize this flock of geese?" How could that simple question stump Snow, who possessed profound wisdom and experience? Perhaps it's the Black Ice Goose Envoy, a B-rank summoning type hero. And this topic quickly passed at the moment a change occurred enough to draw astonishment from Nabi. The squad, after falling, has taken the lead to become the super fast running team. At this time, a dazzling red car raced at top speed, and the person inside didn't forget to express delight. So cool. If future exams are all car racing, how great would that be? The guard, upon seeing not just one but two cars racing and recklessly overtaking each other, was startled and paid attention. Meanwhile, the owner of the black vehicle didn't even look straight when deciding to strike up a conversation with his rival. "Hey, do you have a license?" The blonde guy also excitedly replied, "Yes, according to the rules, only the top 100 cars arrive. Without riding, you can't violate traffic rules." Next, the black car revved up to the point that dust billowed, polluting the air and obscuring the view behind. But the people present on this racetrack, who was ordinary, they only saw the guard blow his whistle without any panic. Sure enough, not long after, the candidates using four-wheel vehicles had to face a dense sponge wall. Wow. Not stopping there, they officially pushed their names out of the competition and had to receive a lecture from the other party. Heroes executing missions is for saving people, but you also cannot violate rules and injure others on the way of executing the mission. Now the three racers could only bow their heads dejectedly, sorry. Meanwhile, the red-haired youth who ran past all of them on his own 2 feet didn't forget to turn his head to mock. "I knew letting you guys arbitrarily use transportation tools definitely had a trap." However, at that moment of carelessness, he shortened the distance with the old man right in front of him. Unfortunately, the red-haired youth didn't have a body agile enough to dodge. So the two of them had a painful collision, and as an ability user competing for the superhero category, he actually made the person opposite him bleed. At this time, the red-haired youth was completely shocked to the point of not caring about himself and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the? How could he be so seriously injured?" Not stopping there, the orange shirt candidate hurriedly brushed past as soon as he saw this scene, as if avoiding trouble. "This kid hit him. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go quickly." Meanwhile, the black-haired guy following him hesitated a bit, but he seems to be very seriously injured. How about taking him to the hospital? After hearing what they said, the red-haired youth also sneaked away from the place without uttering a single useful word. Thus, he successfully received a harsh scolding from the old man. You bumped into an old person and still want to run away. Do you want to become a hero who runs away from responsibility? Meanwhile, at a time when everyone was running on the cement road, Yi Fan chose a path over the buildings. The moment he easily landed on the roof, his gaze was suddenly drawn by something and he looked to the left. It turned out that Huan Jiao was determined to follow Yi Fan using a different method, which was relying on a weapon that spun like a pinwheel. "Hello." Not at all surprised by this issue, he only calmly dropped his evaluating words. Yanjing University really put a lot of thought into this selection tournament to even use an illusion. And it was these judgments from Yi Fan that couldn't help but make her feel emotional. You also saw that the old man was using an illusion? Not bad. Without any arrogance upon realizing these things, he calmly reminded the other party, "Prepare well to make a move. There are two thorns rushing over from behind." Of course, what Yi Fan discovered couldn't escape the eyes and understanding belonging to Huan Jiao. "This is the final test left by the school. I'm already prepared." The thorns they mentioned were a duo, one thin and one fat, possessing a distinct, imposing aura on top of a nearby building. At the same time, Snow in the observation room also saw this scene and popped out a comment with a question. "These two look a bit familiar. Which hero are they cosplaying as?" Contrary to her, Nabi held more information, so she pretended to cough a few times before continuing. The information currently received is that these two ability users were not arranged by Yanjing University, but the school has sent teachers there. Once there is danger, they will step in to stop it. Under this premise, let's test the students a bit. Inside the high-rise building, the man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, taking the whole city into his eyes, and then spoke. "Sorry for the trouble of making you make a trip, Teacher Luo Shun." Regarding this matter, Luo Shun only calmly curled the corners of his lips and uttered a voice of assurance. "Rest assured, Director, I will protect these two well. Consider it as fulfilling my duty as a director." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Huan Jiao and Yi Fan, Flying Cat, who had just appeared, was filled with rage as he declared, "Let you two brats broaden your horizons with the strength of a B-class hero." Right after was a transformation scene with his teeth becoming sharp and the hair on his body growing more. In a moment, the original Catman officially appeared and even directly let out a loud meow. Unexpectedly, this imposing change not only failed to scare anyone, but also attracted excitement from Huan Jiao. "This cat is so cute." Meanwhile, Yi Fan could only be speechless on the side. However, his fighting nerves didn't allow them to waste too much time, so he decisively divided the tasks. "I'll deal with this one. You take charge of the other one." Without any hesitation, Yi Fan just flicked his body towards Flying Cat at an air-tearing speed. At the same time, he also received teachings by linking the actual situation through Yang Shi. See that, when controlling strength, you can also feel the movement of every piece of muscle and bone. Yi Fan sternly dropped a few words. "I'll remember that." However, the enemy wasn't an amateur, so he quickly rushed towards him and gritted out word by word, "Stinky brat, what are you muttering about?" Unfortunately, the B-class agility he was proud of meant nothing against Yi Fan's reaction speed. With just a simple physical attack punch, he officially caused Flying Cat to receive pain. Fresh syrup squirted out of his mouth. He felt pain as he remembered his comrades who had been eliminated by Huan Jiao and Yi Fan. Black Arrow, Bullhead, good brothers of my Fire Cloud society. So you guys all encountered such perverts before? Looking at Flying Cat's miserable state, Yi Fan couldn't help but sweat and brought a bit of self-blame as he felt his strength. "This employee looks like the agile type. His fighting ability isn't strong. I should have gone a bit easier just now." Possessing politeness beyond what was allowed, he even reached out his hand to ask about the enemy. "Are you okay?" "I'm really sorry. I hit a bit too hard, successfully angering him to the point of screaming loudly, as if venting any bit of anger he could. You're bullying people too much, defeating me, and you still want to humiliate me? That night, at the lonely island in the middle of the vast sea, a ray of light like a shooting star was tearing through the sky and plunging straight down there. But what was surprising was that it was like a living entity that just kept winding through the meandering cave. Before long, it had successfully entered the large area with figures completely covered by black cloaks, ruby-like glowing red eyes flashing a cold light as the other party slowly spoke. Are you still alive, Luozi? In an instant, a bunch of tentacles seemingly made of water surged up right around him, opening a circular mouth possessing 360-degree sharp teeth. Luozi went straight to the main point. Lord Commander, I have important intelligence to report. The bizarre tongues kept dancing around at the moment every word was uttered from the body. Rooster Judgment has broken through to level 3 spiritual power. And sure enough, this news successfully caused the commander to knit his brows tighter than ever before. Standing silently in the darkness with only a little light source, he slowly muttered a self-questioning sentence. Another level 3 born in this plane. The next morning, at the residence of the Yangshi siblings, a voice full of doubt suddenly rang out. Brother, I don't know either. Hugging the soft white pillow in her arms, Fei explained more clearly about what she had just experienced. Just now, the root of deep blue suddenly awakened for a few seconds. Just these few words caused him to be startled like a thunderbolt. Then did you link with someone else's vision? Nodding decisively towards her own brother, she had no hesitation when expressing herself. I saw 3 scenes in total. Maybe they're different scenes that the people of the Deep Blue race had seen. Quickly taking out the familiar laptop that was always close to him, Yangshi immediately asked the core question, where specifically? Recalling with a superior memory, Fei easily listed the name of each location in detail. First is the White Tower of Zone 2 of Rose City. Second is the club. Third is inside a villa. His right hand nimbly glided across the keyboard as he started searching for these hints. Not even a few minutes later, Yangshi officially got the answer as he hurriedly blurted out, Found it. Did you see it at the Rat Club, right? To determine more clearly, he also handed the device over, and she also had to exclaim when she clearly saw the image before her eyes. In the next second, Fei immediately confirmed with a firm tone, This is it. I saw the people of the Deep Blue race getting their hair and nails done here. From the things she listed, Yangshi immediately had a specific deduction when combining his own understanding. Daughter, a high-level executive of the Knights of the Round Table Management Company, indeed has a daughter owning 50 of the shares, but she doesn't have an ability. Not commenting further on that, she only calmly brought up the next content. In the third scene, I only saw the lawn, the fountain, and some antique decorations. I didn't see the rest. Finally, after a long stream of reporting, Fei closed her eyes and decisively leaned back on the soft mattress and let it be known, no way. Brother, I really don't remember the details clearly anymore. After that, she slightly opened her heterochromatic pupils and decisively made a proposal. Brother, how about you skim through my memories a bit? At the same time, in a large meeting room, the 3 people, Lu Yuan, Machinery, and Demonic Dragon, were immersed in a solemn atmosphere. Time just passed by. Machinery still kept that silent posture without even bothering to utter a sound. It wasn't until a while later, as if having made up his mind, that he sighed and began to lead the story. Calling you two here today, I have one thing to announce. Even though he wasn't very happy, in the end, Machinery also made an official decision for each person. Demonic Dragon, Dad decided to hand the company over to a Yuan to manage. The quota to go to the Hero Alliance is yours. However, the person mentioned, Lu Yuan, wasn't excited at all, only depressed and sweating. Meanwhile, Demonic Dragon's eyes brimmed with emotion and gentleness as he dropped his judgment with all his love. Dad, you finally saw Yuan's potential. He is much more suited to manage the company than me. Doing a 180-degree change. As soon as he talked about himself, the previous gentleness all became sharp. As for you from the past, until now, you only wanted to become the strongest hero. Mentioning this issue, Machinery also couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly as his tone gradually became solemn. Son, Dad knows you have always been brooding over losing to the people of judgment. But there's one thing Dad has always wanted to tell you. Those windows to the soul that belonged solely to him aimed straight at demonic dragon like a cold blade. Do you know why the people of the Judgment Organization are all so powerful? Relying on his own perspective, Demonic Dragon replied, neatly and decisively at the highest volume. Of course, it's because they work hard and even have more talent. Unfortunately, this short-sighted view that was only on the surface immediately received a word of denial from machinery. Wrong. And then in the next second, his answer directly caused him to freeze because they have the technology to manufacture ability potions, moreover, behind them. Not stopping there, the voice belonging to machinery suddenly became low in a heavy trend. I'm afraid there is the force of the foreign world. On Yangshi's side, he successfully entered his sister Fei-Fei's memories without encountering any obstacles. After a bout of searching through the sea of images, the sharp eyes belonging exclusively to Yangshi narrowed, found it. The words she told him were gradually supplemented with more details by the statue of the goddess Venus and the red-eyed rabbit. Right when comparing the image Fei-Fei had seen to determine the accurate location, the Yangshi siblings were immediately present in the courtyard of the blazing flame villa. Later, you stay beside me and watch. Don't make a move, successfully causing Fei-Fei, who was wearing the rabbit mask, to become angry to the point of questioning out loud. So you agreed to bring me along, just intending to treat me as a decoration? At this moment, she was already uncomfortable to the point of turning to him and gritting her teeth. Brother, not knowing since when she had changed from the identity of Rooster to the snake mask. What's wrong? Completely forgetting the previous matter, Fei-Fei directly bumped her shoulder against the other party and felt extremely emotional. Brother, I discovered that your strongest thing isn't your ability, but your acting skills. Meanwhile, the owner of this villa was also the purple shirt man who was enjoying a piping hot cup of tea in his hand. Using his sharp senses, he realized there were enemies approaching, but still calmly dropped his words. You two arrived uninvited. What's the matter? Not bothering with social pleasantries, Yang Shi, in the identity of Snake, directly controlled the black snake to go destroy Dai. Not long after, he not only destroyed the statue, but also made the table in front of the purple shirt man disappear. The tea-enjoying session was just ruined like that, yet he wasn't too angry as he easily shortened the distance with Yang Shi. Actually, I'm also curious about you guys from Judgment. I heard that behind you is the support of the Bernard family of the necromancy system. These words of the purple shirt man successfully caused Yang Shi to sink into a moment of self-questioning. Where did this rumor even come from? And it spread so fast, too. Not bothering to wait for him to reconfirm, he directly got to the main topic through a very serious proposal. So, can you guys let a soul that has been dead for many years return her body? Calmly facing the golden pupils of the other party, Yangshi slowly let out word by word. The deep blue race's achievements in the aspect of the soul are not inferior either. Why are you still asking me? After hearing this answer, a bout of depression and disappointment clearly showed on the purple shirt man's face. It seems the answer is the same then. Decisive to the point of not hesitating, he immediately pulled out his gun and fired a shot as fast as lightning. Then you no longer have any value to exploit. Go die for me. Unfortunately, the one the purple shirt man was facing was Yang, she wearing the identity of Snake, possessing Judgment's clonability. Although he had the time to create a copy, he absolutely didn't even bother to move, so that bullet successfully hit the target. What was surprising was that it just passed right through that fake Yang Shi and then made a pretty sharp turn of about 90 degrees. But clearly that didn't affect his train of thought and assessment. This lead bullet has an automatic lock-on function. Luckily, its speed isn't fast. Going back and forth can still buy a bit more time. Seeing that his initial attack didn't bring any effect, the purple shirt man resolutely fired again, attacking your shadow at the same time. You won't be able to dodge, right? Little did he expect that while his gaze fell on the 5 copy versions of Yang Shi, the main version had already appeared right behind. Not right. However, this villa was the purple shirt man's home turf, so he just calmly let out a countdown sound, 3, 2, 1. Right when the final number dropped, it was also the moment a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion erupted right where they stood. The shockwave spread terrifyingly, but couldn't cause any effect to the series of Yang's eyes wearing the snake mask. Before the purple shirt man could enjoy his victory, a series of green air currents suddenly flying over successfully forced his face to change color. What caused him to panic to the point of screaming out loud was because they also rushed to fiercely invade the purple shirt man's arm, and the source of everything was none other than Fei Fei, wearing the identity of Rabbit. Facing the two famous people in judgment, the purple shirt man clenched his fist tightly as he raised his voice. "You really give me face to deal with me. You actually mobilized both Rabbit and Snake at the same time?" Carrying a drop of sweat trailing down his cheek, he decided not to run away, but also gave an instruction to the person who just appeared. "Since it's like this, you also make a move, Helen." Without uttering a single redundant word, she directly tightened her grip on a long sword and leaped straight towards Yang Shi and Fei Fei. However, Helen's target was practical in terms of division at the moment. She spoke up to remind his sister, Fei Fei, careful. Without a bit of hesitation, she immediately summoned a block of ice that, although small, emitted an unpredictably sharp light. In just a moment, both sides had officially clashed, the collision membrane causing a sound wave to spread out from all sides. Shaken to the point of having to step back, Helen tightly knit her brows when she let out an inquisitive yet affirmative voice. "You are also from the Deep Blue race?" Even Fei Fei was forced to jump backwards, but she quickly sat on the chair as if nothing had happened. Of course, the purple shirt man also wouldn't stand still and observe, but resolutely continued to spit bullets towards Yang Shi. "Snake, go die." Meanwhile, he only stood still, then closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief, and began to proceed with planning. Luckily, Fei Fei is fine. I have to dismantle the automatic locking method of the lead bullet. Yang Shi's focus was raised to the maximum level. Even though the distance to getting injured was extremely close, it didn't cause him to worry. Suddenly, a scorching sensation from the flame mark on his foot appeared according to the ever-decreasing distance of the bullet. In the next second, his eyes opened wide, as if he made a discovery at the moment. He darted his gaze down, found it. As if knowing Yang Shi had discovered it or he had done something, that red mark directly vanished into smoke, and also thanks to that, Yang Shi easily leaned to one side in the nick of time, causing that tiny bullet to crash straight into and harm the large tree with its own firepower. At this time, the purple shirt man's face turned officially pale after every action coming from the opponent. "How is that possible? You actually dismantle my move." Of course, Yang Shi wouldn't waste his effort being long-winded in the middle of a battle and resolutely charged towards him. At the same time, the rabbit officially left her throne and charged towards the enemy. At that moment, Helen, with her agile and firm body, was constantly running towards her, and through her experience with her innate talent, she could dodge in time before being destroyed by the purple sphere, and even had enough time to summon a solid energy shield to block a sword strike from Fei Fei. Witnessing everything with his own eyes, the purple shirt man was both anxious and furious to the point of shouting out loud, "Damn it, how dare you harm my wife's body?" Without the slightest hesitation, he directly consumed an overdose of drugs without needing to drink water. In an instant, the purple shirt man's entire body began to explode as if turning into a super saiyan. Realizing the unstable situation on his side, Helen quickly forgot about the battle and turned towards her ally. "Teacher, don't do that." She didn't even hesitate when turning her back on the enemy, just to shorten the distance to the purple shirt man. A sharp piece of ice was decisively used by her to pierce right between his eyebrows, along with anxious words pouring out. "Your spirit body still can't withstand so many primordial particles. You will turn into an aberration of the deep blue." Not stopping there, to better ensure the regulation of the purple shirt man's energy, Helen also directly transferred her chi. But Yang Shi, as the one who wanted to attack them, had no intention of watching this passionate display of affection. Just as the energy sphere was about to reach Helen and the purple shirt man regained consciousness and keenly noticed it. Without any hesitation or panic, he directly used his back to shield her. After the purple shirt man lost his breath, Helen also released the energy particles of the deep blue race and decided to follow him. That was enough. Because it lost its support, the blue sphere soon bounced off the flat ground. Of course, the thing radiating that fierce power could not escape Yang Shi's hands. An originally tense battle ended simply because of love, making Fei Fei unable to help but sigh. "Brother, they are truly devoted. Will I also meet a lover like that?" After a moment of contemplation passed, he understood clearly that their future would be full of dangers, so he decisively turned his back and urged, "Let's go." In the heavy the atmosphere, the Yang siblings boarded the triangular flying saucer and left the blazing flame villa. In the vast mid-air, Fei behind him slowly raised a reasonable question. "Brother, where are we going now?" Her brain couldn't help but be suspicious when she saw the rooster mask on his face. "You transformed again." As his biological younger sister, naturally she didn't hesitate to exclaim to him, "Brother, your transformation skill is used really proficiently." Finally, after soaring high in the sky, they arrived at the sports field of Yinjing University, where a massive number of people were gathering. In the stands honoring the contestants who passed the match, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel shy with Huan Jiu beside him. Standing at a distance neither far nor close, Yang could clearly observe the scene and sighed. It seems Yi Fan has adapted quite well. He even made friends. Before long, Yi Fan and he were present in the living room of the apartment belonging to him, with Yang taking the lead in praising. "Yi Fan, you trained very well." Not giving the other party time to say a word, he, in the identity of the rooster, directly pushed the sphere into his body. "I will upgrade your ability to A class." The next second, the training ability originally belonging to Yi Fan underwent changes as introduced through the system screen. The five senses, strength, and speed could continuously grow stronger through training, with the limit being 64 times the innate talent of one's own race, evaluated as A class. No one could exploit it to the limit. After finishing upgrading his ability, Yang didn't forget to encourage his strong subordinate. "Keep trying hard for the next selection test. I have to go out for a trip." They hadn't talked for long before he wanted to leave again, making Yi Fan hurriedly ask, "Where do you want to go?" To his loyal subordinate, Yang had no intention of hiding it and solemnly spat out 4 words: "The 4 great ocean regions." At this time, in the demonic dragon office of the Koen Hero Management Company, Lu Yuan was busy hovering around the safe, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't help but voice a doubt. This password, could it be my birthday too? However, if something was too difficult, he would skip it. Lu Yuan directly ignored it and decisively pressed a few buttons on the panel. Sure enough, it succeeded as expected, and the data about the 4 great ocean regions appeared right before his eyes. Although he got a positive result, more sweat dripped down his cheeks. What is wrong with my brother? Why does he use my birthday for every password? But before he could worry for a few seconds, he already took the items and left with a joyful look. Little did he know that all his seemingly secret actions were completely exposed before the affectionate eyes belonging to the demonic dragon, although he didn't know what a Yuan needed the intelligence of the 4 great ocean regions for. The corners of his lips curled up in a gentle arc, and the surrounding atmosphere even flared up with manly pink bubbles. But since he has obtained it now, maybe he will be a little happy. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, it was no surprise that the items Lu Yuan found were now in Yang's hands. So this was the 4 great ocean regions. On the Cerulean planet, there were originally 2 continents, north and south, of the human race, clearly divided by a vast ocean strip. However, after the Great War of the Otherworld, the southern continent was colonized by the Otherworld, and a third of the people were enslaved. Experts of various ranks tried to turn the tide by building defense lines along with the islands of the 4 great ocean regions. In order to consolidate power and stand firm in this world, organizations such as the Hero Association, the Iron Blood Army, and the Merchant Alliance were also established from then on. The factions decided to divide things fairly and neatly based on the existing defense lines. In clockwise order, there was the Iron Blood Ocean region in the charge of the Iron Blood Army, the Hero Ocean region in the charge of the Hero Association, and the Free Alliance Ocean region in the charge of the Merchant Alliance. Of course, out of the 4 parts, 3 were divided by the expert organizations, so the last piece of the pie would be given to those at the bottom. The Chaotic Ocean region was occupied by various large and small factions relying on themselves. Despite bringing a sense of chaos like its name, under the coordination and overall calculation of the 3 major factions, defenses were arranged. According to the map of the 4 great ocean regions, Yang's target flag was planted right on the border of a blue area. Whether it was the Posey Merchant Guild, which was related to the Deep Blue race, or the Philosopher's Stone, both pointed to the Free Alliance Ocean region. At this moment, with the rooster mask on his face, he silently made a decision for his future plan. The Free Alliance Ocean region will be my first step. Following that, without any hesitation, he patted the shoulder of his adopted son, Lu Yuan, who was only a few years younger than himself. Your intelligence-gathering work this time was completed very well. It also shows me your growth. In the next second, the eyes belonging to him immediately flashed with an excited light. Then, adoptive father. Understanding clearly what the other party was about to say, Yang Shi, as the head of the organization, would not go back on his words. Rest assured, since you have passed your father's test, the ability potions distributed to you by the organization will not be lacking. And then, after receiving the potion he desired, Lu Yuan had to endure the agony coming from his sense of smell. Adoptive father, what rank is this ability potion? Waiting until he slumped down on the tiled floor, he calmly informed the other party, B class. Not stopping there, Yang Shi even raised his hand and emphasized every word. 2 types, dual-element B-class abilities, not just ordinary ones. The first ability Lu Yuan could receive was transforming into a werewolf. Through the system's more specific introduction, the user obtained the werewolf bloodline. After transforming, he would possess self-healing abilities and a powerful physique. The berserk skill, at the cost of losing his reason, gaining recovery ability and triple speed, evaluated as B-class, evolved from a husky. The next ability, extremely suitable for the Judgment Organization, was the Terrifying Mask. According to the system's introduction, it could absorb the fear of enemies to enhance strength. The absorbable quantity reached the number 9. The retention time of the terrifying power was 45 minutes, evaluated as B-class. Bringing a feeling of fear to people wasn't exactly terrifying. After clearly understanding these 2 new skills, Lu Yuan was immediately so ecstatic that he hugged Yang Shi tightly. Thank you, adoptive father. Thank you, organization. I will definitely dedicate my all to the organization in the future. And then, as time slowly passed, it was soon time for 2 crystal glasses containing wine to be together on the dining table of Yang Shi's apartment. Now was the moment for Nai Shui and him to have a romantic evening under the candlelight. Facing her boyfriend who had a bright future, she couldn't help but voice a sigh. No matter how you put it, having the opportunity to be sent abroad to work for a year is a good thing. Because everything was so dangerous that there were many mutations, Yang Shi couldn't be honest with Nai Shui. But for this year, I have no way to be by your side. Responding to him was a gentle smile mixed with the understanding of a woman who had her own career. I will take good care of myself. The thing you need to do is to work hard for our future. Speaking up to here, the pupils behind his glasses also became sharper at the moment Yang Shi agreed. The next second, he just grabbed the wine glass and chugged it down with high determination in his mind. Wait until the day the world is at peace. I will always be by your side. How could a meal stop here? Nai Shui, with her cheeks blushing red, directly shortened the distance between the two. Then, remember to bring back souvenirs for me. The uncomfortable feelings from before in Yang Shi instantly vanished. He also curled his lips while hugging her back. A moment of stripping away the layers of separation just took place in an endless pink atmosphere. Having his body covered over Nai Shui's, happiness clearly showed on Yang Shi's slyly smiling face. At this time, he didn't have the slightest hesitation as he bent down to kiss those pink lips and uttered, "I will miss you very much." She gently replied, "Me too." And so, a passionate yet explosive night between the two slowly unfolded to the sound of deep background music. And on the next day, someone was gently knocking on the grand door of the Qian family manor. Without waiting too long, Afu opened the door wide and enthusiastically welcomed the distinguished guests with full etiquette. "Perhaps you too are members of judgment. Please come inside." The person facing him was none other than Fei Fei and Yang Shi, who nodded in the lead. "Thank you." After the two of them entered Old Master Qian's study, Bu Kuei, sitting in the host seat, spoke up, "Welcome, you two. Judgment has already sent word in advance." Right after he finished his sentence, Didab beside him immediately happily mentioned the encounter between her and Yang Shi. "I'm impressed by you. We took the Star Condor flight together." Smiling so brightly he couldn't see the sky, he he gently responded to the other party as if he were just an ordinary person. Speaking of which, I'm embarrassed. It was that time my performance when I was on the plane and happened to encounter an incident was seen by Lord Rooster. Next, in order to clarify his current identity, Yangshi didn't spare his spit to make up a reasonable excuse. Lord Rooster, therefore, gave me an A-class ability potion, telling me to join judgment, successfully making a person who was also in the organization like Dada feel emotional and unable to restrain herself from asking a question. Just like that, and you got an A-class ability potion? What ability did you awaken? Because the question delved too deeply into personal privacy, it immediately caused Bukue to frown and scold. Dada, do not be impolite. How can you casually pry into someone else's ability? Regarding this issue, it didn't affect Yangshi, who possessed all kinds of powers. It's fine. Everyone is working together. Saying it beforehand is also fine. The ability I awakened is called the Navy Iron Plum style. That name, full of literary meaning, made you wrong voice a question and quickly get an assessment. Navy Iron Plum style. I have never heard of it before. Just as the last word fell, he on the opposite side didn't mind the trouble and explained further. Not having heard of it is normal. This is a fusion of two skills, Navy martial arts and Iron Plum 6 styles. According to what the system mentioned, the Navy Iron Plum style ability was introduced as simultaneously preparing the variables of Navy martial arts and Iron Plum 6 styles. Contending Plum was like the Plum Blossom movement technique to dodge enemy attacks. Subduing Dragon could suppress and grab flood dragons. Severing Waves could use one leg to split the ocean surface into two parts, evaluated as A-class. But not cool enough. After hearing this series of information, Dada was full of shock and didn't forget to point to Fei Fei, who had been silent since the beginning of the meeting. There's still such a way to play? What about her? And building a completely fake identity posed no obstacle at all to someone with acting skills like Yang Shi. This is the Cold Moon disciple of Lord Rabbit, also an A-class ability user. Clearly showing an imposing manner different from usual, Fei Fei directly got to the point concisely. My ability is ice control. Because the external content dragged on for too long, Yangshi decisively pulled the topic back to the old path. Lord Rooster told us to operate in the Free Alliance Ocean region in the name of the Qian family. I wonder what old Qian's opinion is. Without needing a minute to think, Bukue replied to him quickly with a firm tone. Of course, it's also time for the Qian family to return to the Free Alliance Ocean region. A period of chatting quickly passed, and before long, the night covered the entire port where Fei Fei was sitting. As her brother, Yangshi would come to her side and ask, "What are you thinking about?" Fei Fei immediately smiled when she recognized the person coming. Brother. Then, her expression suddenly dropped slightly when answering his previous question. It's nothing. We have to leave Lagong City tomorrow. Feeling a bit of regret, Yangshi's eyebrows slightly furrowed when he responded, "It's not like we're never coming back." Looking into the distance, Fei Fei couldn't help but blurt out everything that was stuck in her central processing unit. I'm just thinking, people living in Lagong City might never know of the existence of the 4 great ocean regions in their entire lives. According to the data he had collected, Yangshi could clearly understand the importance of the defense lines and the organizations. It's understandable that the 3 major factions and the federal government don't want them to know about the existence of the 4 great ocean regions. His voice gradually became heavier than ever. Once the existence of the 4 great ocean regions is exposed, and ordinary people learn the truth that humans and the other world have gone to war, it will create collective panic and fear. And of course, as an insider and the rabbit in judgment, Fei Fei understood to the point where she could only sigh deeply. Looking at the moonlight shining on the sea surface, she unconsciously uttered words full of emotion. Compared to the 4 great ocean regions, the people who are still alive are truly happy. Seeing Fei Fei's mood become sorrowful, Yangshi gently rubbed the top of her head and reminded her. The relationship of the Free Alliance Ocean region's merchant guilds is complicated. At any time, you must know how to protect yourself. Fei Fei assured him, "Rest assured, brother." Early the next morning, and right at the port where the 2 siblings were sitting last night, a whole 6-star alchemical ship appeared full of imposing momentum. At this time, Bukue stood before them and slowly gave a brief introduction to the information about the ocean cruiser in front of them. Little brother Yang Shi, the bottom of this ship uses mutated beast materials and is engraved with 3 giant alchemical arrays. Mentioning the warhorse in front of him, the joy and confidence in his own knowledge surged. Just infuse mental power into it, and it can temporarily surface, shoot out a massive pulse, open a defensive screen, and accelerate the ship. As the last word fell, it was also the moment Bu Kue lightly snapped his fingers, and Ah Fu behind him received the signal. With professional expertise, he quickly took out the items under the sound of his explanation. 3 indispensable things in the 4 great ocean regions: sea-walking footwear, light armor, and air bubbles. To ensure Yang, Shi, and Fei Fei clearly understood the tools, Bu Kue mentioned every detail and suggested, it can allow you to walk on the sea surface, breathe in the sea, and at the same time, the shape is decided by yourselves. You too try it out. After hearing the long string of information through his continuously opening and closing mouth, Fei Fei couldn't help but curl her lips and exclaim, "Really interesting." Yang Shi, on the other hand, raised a question about a different topic. "Where are the others?" Unexpectedly, right after he finished his sentence, Blanche's group appeared wearing their combat attire. With Dada speaking up, "We're here." Of course, the presence of Yuron with her red outfit and black stockings couldn't be missing. But it didn't stop at 3 people. Bukue, with his eyebrows furrowed tightly, darted his gaze toward a strange noise. Who was making noise over there? Because he was the professional butler of the Qian family, it was obvious that Ah Fu firmly grasped the data of the newcomers. Baxi Merchant Guild, the second young master of the Grimm family, Asar Grimm. Hearing the familiar name, the mind belonging to Yang, Shi immediately froze for a moment. The next second, he decisively turned his head with a flood of thoughts in his brain. The Baxi Merchant Guild actually came knocking on our door. On the 6-star alchemical ship, Bukue couldn't help but become annoyed by the gathering of Asar's group. A second son, what is he making a racket here for? And his question was answered by Ah Fu, who always grasped information well. He originally took a 4-star alchemical ship of the Baxi Merchant Guild, but hearing that we arranged a 6-star alchemical ship, he came over here. Having no interest, but to save face for the Grimm family, Bukue still gave the instruction, just arrange a room for him. However, the problem occurred according to the next report from the Qian family's versatile butler, Ah Fu. Yes, but young Master Asar wants the platinum double room 608 of Mr. Yang. Before it could be resolved, Asar shortened the distance with Yuron and praised her in an annoying tone, indeed worthy of being the top 2 beauty of the vast sea region. His granddaughter, being bothered by a beast, made Bukue so uncomfortable that he had to clear his throat. Hearing the elder cough like that, yet he didn't even turn around to greet him, he deserved to be thrown off the ship. "Old Qian, Asar greets you." He replied coldly, "Young Master Asar is a distinguished guest. Welcome." The next second, as if not wanting to chat with Asar any longer, Bukue decisively turned around and ordered Ah Fu, "Within the scope of what we can do, take good care of young Master Asar." Receiving the instruction from his boss, Ah Fu immediately understood and proceeded to raise his hand to signal to the person next to him. "Young Master Asar, Old Qian instructed his platinum double room can accommodate you." Hearing a location not to his liking, Asar's expression instantly darkened as he ordered his subordinate, "After you board the ship, investigate a bit on who rented room 608. His brows furrowed tightly. While Bukue was annoyed, he was also extremely disgusted. Just a small Qian family, yet daring to go against my will. At the same time, in the room that Asar coveted, Yang was enjoying the afternoon sunlight through the floor-to-ceiling window. Before he could sip his wine for long, extremely urgent knocks came from the door. As if not surprised at all, Yang calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped away minor traces. The next second, he leisurely walked over and turned the doorknob lock on the partition between the 2 spaces. When the door completely opened, it was no surprise that the person present in front of him was Asar with a purple face. Smiling as if holding everything in the palm of his hand, Yang didn't show the slightest annoyance. "You've arrived?" And as the young master of the Grimm family, his temper was hotter than an erupting volcano. "You brat. You knew we were coming? Then be quick. Will you move the luggage, or will my people help you move it? Unfortunately, the person opposite him was not easy to deal with. As with just one sentence she got a hold on Asar. Young Master Asar, I wonder if you're interested in the private portrait of Miss Rome? Sure enough, his level of grasping human psychology was so high that he made him forget his annoyance. Do you have it? The response to Asar was a firm affirmation through every word uttered from Yangshi's mouth. Of course, whoever I deceive, I wouldn't dare deceive the second young master of the Grimm family. Anyway, his face wasn't thick enough to yell out, so he pretended to cough and got to the main point. State your price. As the brain of the Judgment Organization, how could he easily allow things to get out of control? How about this, young Master Asar? Come in and see One Piece first, and I will quote a price. Supremely confident in himself, he directly agreed by giving an instruction to his subordinates behind him. You guys just wait at the door. After that, he followed Yangshi inside and continuously urged him to hurry so the young master could check the goods, unexpectedly falling into his trap. Before a few minutes had passed, he was officially subjected to Yangshi's puppet control ability. In just a moment, he was able to enter Asar's memories without any obstruction. With his sharp eyes, Yangshi quickly discovered a character with a special aura. Rubbing his smooth chin, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the collected information. Byron, a direct descendant, a marginal figure in the family, suddenly rose up in a short time to become a manager. Thus, a plan formed in Yangshi's mind through his assessment. Even if Byron comes prepared, facing his nephew Asar, he will still have loopholes. After casting the ability on Asar, his mind quickly vanished, and he became submissive to him, master. Yangshi's sharp, cold eyes looked straight at the other party as he issued a series of commands to this new subordinate. Pretend to be young Master Asar's original self. Have more contact with Byron. It is possible that he is a member of the Genesis organization. Without the slightest hesitation, Asar directly bowed nearly 45 degrees and guaranteed, I will try to pay attention to the situation within the family and report to the master in a timely manner. Until all matters were handed over, he decisively walked to the door and opened it. The bodyguard immediately raised the question based on the time before Asar entered the room alone with Yangshi. Young master, can we start moving the luggage now? The next minute, he played the role so perfectly that he recreated Asar's erratic, hot-tempered personality. Move your head. This place is not worthy of this young master. This young master wants to stay in old Master Qian's room for a while longer. Cold sweat poured down endlessly as if it were free, and the bodyguard hurriedly shouted, "Yes, sir," aiming to make Asar less angry. He quickly spoke words about the future prospect. Young master, the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs is ahead. You can have a little fun. As a result, he successfully earned another scolding from him. Does this young master still need you to teach him? Time passed faster than a dog running in the field. Soon the night completely covered the route the cruise ship was taking. Standing on the deck with a view wide enough to see anything ahead, Fei Fei couldn't help but cheer. Look, what is that? With his extensive knowledge, Yangshi quickly gave his sister an answer. That is the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs. Hearing this phrase was strange enough that she had to repeat it. Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs. And right when Fei Fei's last word fell, it was when the 97th ranked soul-chasing spear stepped up to greet them. Welcome to the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs. I am the person in charge here. Just this simple encounter was enough to successfully put Yangshi on high alert. So strong, when he appeared behind me, I completely couldn't sense him. Also being a person out on the deck, Bukue didn't forget to speak up upon seeing an acquaintance. Brother Soul Chasing, long time no see. The next second, the two shook hands with Soul Chasing, uttering words as if they were old friends of many years. Initially, when Brother Qian passed through the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs, I guess he would definitely return one day. Looking over at Yangshi and his sister, he didn't forget to praise and invite. It seems you also brought along young, outstanding talents from the mainland. Everyone, please move to the main hall. I will arrange a dinner party. Soon, their whole group stepped inside the brightly lit area. Before even touching the dessert plates on the table, Yangshi became the center of attention. Handsome guy. Exchange phone numbers? First time coming to the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs. Need someone to accompany you? You look a lot like the type I like. Let's make friends. Despite being the head of the organization, facing these chattering beauties, even a powerhouse couldn't escape. This scene quickly caught Dada's eyes and made her extremely annoyed, puffing her cheeks. I don't even know where these ugly people get their confidence. Sister Yurong is still here, yet they dare to come seduce big brother Yang. Hearing the person next to her mention it, Yurong's cheeks instantly flushed so red that she hurriedly denied it with an embarrassed tone. The relationship between me and Yang, she is something you clearly know, purely innocent. Stop spreading false rumors here. But right at this moment, Fei suddenly barged into the group of girls with fierce momentum. Move aside, move aside. In just a moment, she successfully pulled her useless older brother away decisively. Brother, I'm here to save you. Not stopping there. Both Yurong and Dada also couldn't escape Fei's strict tone. You guys don't just watch the fun. Quickly think of a way to drive all this annoying crowd away. As someone familiar with the 6-star alchemical ship, Yurong smiled and suggested, then let's go to the famous seashell bar of the Free Alliance Ocean Region Customs to play a bit. How about that? Dada next to her immediately chimed in with an excited tone and didn't forget to emphasize, agreed, the special activities of the seashell bar are very famous in the 4 great ocean regions. And Yang Shi, after being rescued by his sister with a whole kiss mark stamped on his face, finally spoke up, what famous special activity? But before receiving the answer, a slender finger from some woman pointed straight at that special spot, successfully making him blush red with embarrassment as he quickly wiped it off, while Blanche calmly uttered 4 words, go and you'll know. Soon they arrived at a large area resembling a dragon palace. The number of people here was no less than at the banquet earlier. The person in charge here, seeing people arrive, smiled warmly as he raised his hand in inviting posture. Welcome everyone to the seashell bar. We merfolk are very happy. It's starting immediately. Hearing the 2 special words, Yang Shi directly posed a question to Yurong, who was most knowledgeable about this place. Merfolk, are they transformation type ability users? But in response to him was still a vague, non-specific answer from her. You will know right away. While Yang Shi was still confused, Dada decisively ran off and didn't forget to remind him, big brother Yang, you sit first, we're going to change clothes. Everyone's gaze was directed to the front, and suddenly a series of water bubbles grew more and more numerous in the fish tank. Without any announcement sounding, a series of round glass suddenly burst open and poured liquid into the room like a waterfall. The surprising thing was that no one was amazed, but even became more excited than ever. However, contrary to everyone was a Yang Shi who still hadn't understood the situation unfolding before his eyes. What is happening? What accident occurred? It didn't stop there as a host appeared to elevate the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the merfolk joyfully announces the start. Are you ready to be a free merperson? And then in a split second, everyone truly had a fishtail for themselves, except for one human, him. Holding his breath amid the seawater, Yang Shi quickly regained his composure and swept his gaze toward the swaying fish, but before long, Ida, in a different outfit, glided over and caught his attention. Big brother Yang, why haven't you transformed into a merperson? In just a moment, whether Yang Shi turned left or right, there were acquaintances in special forms. Facing the seduction from a mermaid Yurong, he couldn't hold back the shameful blush on his face. Without stopping, as if based on clothes, when Yang Shi transformed, he was bare-chested and had a black fishtail. In an instant, he also integrated into the community, where there was no longer a big difference other than the tail color. With outstanding talent and swimming skills, Yang Shi easily glided along the deep-sea water currents. However, before he could experience that feeling for long, a sudden mutation occurred and caught his attention. It turned out that, since who knows when, a whale in a frenzied state had broken the partition. Initially enjoying the non-dangerous tiny fish, who would have expected a beast fierce enough to make everyone swim wildly in panic. Even the group of humans transformed with fish tails couldn't compete with the hypersonic speed coming from the killer whale. Different from everyone around, Yang Shi stood still there and sank into analysis. Is this ultimately a mutant beast or a transformation-type ability user? Without the slightest hesitation or wasting time thinking, he directly activated his dragon subduing ability. Exerting force on the killer whale's nose successfully blocked its ferocious momentum. Making it crazier than ever, even opening its mouth wide and roaring loudly. It didn't stop there. The killer whale's body, although huge, could easily swing its tail and send Yangshi flying. Just this one attack seriously injured him to the point of coughing up blood. It seems the whale's purpose is to probe the strength of me and Fei Fei, because the outward identity is Yang, she who just possesses an A-class ability of the Judgment Organization. He was forced to use his brain more. If I can't reveal too strong a strength to deal with this guy, I must think of a way to break it. Of course, other members belonging to the organization like Blanche didn't just show up here to play. Unfortunately, no matter how sudden the attack was, that whale reacted so fast that it chomped down on the sharp steel blade. Yurong nearby was so panicked that her brows furrowed tightly with sweat running down her cheeks to be able to directly bite Blanche's sword. The opponent's strength is either S-class or a top existence within A-class. While she was commenting a long string of words, Blanche was knocked flying backwards, just like Yangshi just now. Seeing her spit out blood, Yurong could only stand stunned in place and turn her head back with a look of extreme astonishment. Blanche, not stopping there, Dada, who had been silent, suddenly opened her eyes wide looking forward and unexpectedly shouted, "Sister Yurong, look quickly." It turned out Fei Fei on the other side started executing her ultimate skill, attracting the surrounding water towards herself. In an instant, the shark-whale hybrid that had caused damage to both Yangshi and Blanche was frozen by Fei Fei. Because beneath its feet was a bottomless abyss, it directly fell straight down without being able to resist. The customers coming to the seashell bar to play, like the dark green-haired guy, involuntarily raised a question. Is it over? The man next to him slowly assessed. Perhaps it's fine now. Unfortunately, things were not a dream. The killer whale was able to shatter the ice layer and catapult itself out of the abyss. The next second, it opened its giant mouth wider than a basin and charged straight towards Yangshi. Just relying on the A-class Navy Iron Plum style cannot break his defense. It seems I have no choice but to use that thing. Clenching his fist wrapped in cloth, Yangshi's eyes became more resolute than ever. At the critical moment, hanging by a thread, he easily swung a stunning blow straight at the killer whale's snout. But a mutation happened beyond prediction that made Yang-Shi involuntarily surprised for a moment. It turned out it just lay motionless there, no longer having the dangerous look from a few minutes ago, making him wonder dead. Thus, a problem arrived. Yangshi's information processing center sounded a warning siren. Oh no, if someone discovers that my one punch killed it instantly, then I'd be exposed. Without any hesitation, the killer whale that had just died had to receive a series of heavy, decisive punches from him. Take advantage while no one has discovered it to quickly deal the final blows. Due to the issues of distance and lighting, Dada and Yurong's side only heard a series of punching sounds without clearly seeing the situation. An A-class guy, not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Yurong couldn't hold back from raising a question. Should we go help Big Brother Young a bit? Before letting them run over, that killer whale returned to its human form, leaving the whole group sinking into contemplation. Not only the opponent, even Yang-Shi returned to his original form, with a trace of red lingering at the corner of his lips. No matter the situation, he didn't forget to execute his ultimate skill to take his unique ability. So the killer whale ability was in his hand as the system popped up to introduce, can transform into a killer whale, possessing strong spirit and body, a terrifying predator underwater. Slippery skin skill can make attacks slip off the exterior. Rated A-class. The black and white color-coordinated creature is indeed very cute. Waiting until her brother finished his work, Fei Fei couldn't suppress her worry and asked aloud, "Are you okay?" Looking over at her with a face that, other than a little trace on the mouth, was not pale at all, he calmly replied, "I'm fine. The water of the 4 great ocean regions is truly deep." At this moment, Yurong glided behind Yang-Shi and urged, "Let's return to the shore to treat your wound first. Your wound looks very severe." Blanche even directly lifted him up in a princess carry to bring him back quicker. Just now, you didn't need to risk your life like that. Waiting for us to strike together, you definitely wouldn't be severely injured like this. Wearing blushing cheeks from embarrassment at being cared for, Yang-Shi decided that since he had started, he had to see it through. It seems I have no choice but to continue acting out this severe injury charade. The next morning, Yang was safely lying on the bed in room 608 and being visited by Bu Kuei and the doctor. Facing his knowing face, he couldn't help but hesitate when calculating an explanation. Old Qian, actually my wound. As an elder with much experience in managing a family, naturally Bu Kuei knows that everyone has their own private secrets. No need to explain further. I know what you're thinking. If others want to investigate the truth about you, naturally we cannot let them get what they want. Hearing this guarantee, Yang was not polite and directly changed to an equally important topic. Elder Qian, then regarding the origin of the killer whale assassin, can you guess which faction sent them? Sipping on a white cigarette in his mouth, he slowly gave a tense assessment. Right now, there are too many people targeting the power of our Qian family. Anyone is possible. Taking steps toward the floor-to-ceiling window, Bu Kuei quickly revealed more specific information about where they came from. They've arrived at Lafu Island. It's controlled by the Lafu Merchant Guild, and the main holders of the Lafu Merchant Guild are the Uruk family. Receiving this answer, that familiar name successfully awakened a hidden corner in Yang's memory. The Uruk family. The kid who caused trouble at the previous auction was a member of the Uruk family. Since there was no concrete evidence anyway, they decided to put it aside, as Bu Kuei decisively decided. In a bit, the Qian family will also release news saying you are heavily injured. It will be hard on you to pretend for a few days. He knew clearly that only doing so would be good, so he did not refuse. Thank you. Time passed faster than a dog running in a field, and before long, dusk covered the entire sky. At the same time, the siblings Yang, and Fei were enjoying some quiet time after the battle last night. Unexpectedly, before she could finish enjoying it, she suddenly sat up with an urgent attitude. I saw it again, the vision of the Deep Blue tribe. Naturally, he wouldn't lie still after hearing this news. You saw it again? This is the second time. I must quickly find the Philosopher's Stone. But Fei didn't mind at all and even happily expressed, Brother, this time there's much more than before. Wait until I become a bit more proficient. Maybe I can directly help you find their lair. As an older brother, Yang directly shook his head decisively and didn't forget to emphasize, I don't hope for you to help me, as long as you are healthy and safe. But it wasn't clear if Fei accepted it. She just pounced at his side and urged him, I know, how about you read my memories again and see if there are any new discoveries. In just a moment, his skills were so proficient that he quickly pulled Fei into a state of unconsciousness. At this time, Yang once again entered the sea of memories belonging to his sister and began to examine them. His sharp pupils, like tourmaline gemstones, slowly scanned through each image to inspect deeper. Sure enough, before long, a scene of mountains and forests along with a special tower clearly appeared in his field of vision. Without stopping, what was terrifying was a person wearing a silver ring on his thumb, tightly squeezing a man's throat. After finishing the deed, he also poured a small bottle of greenish liquid into a large puddle of water. The scene quickly shifted, the front changing to rows of enslaved people locked up, everyone sweating profusely. Even though the images were few, it was still enough for Yang to make some deductions. This time, the vision Fei linked to belongs to an older male from the Deep Blue tribe. Facing the soft-boiled, egg-like sun beginning to set, Yang's mood sank with his thoughts. Him spreading the powder is exactly to infect many people. Those young boys and girls are the subordinates he's raising. Meanwhile, in another place, a man was leisurely soaking in a super large bathtub, waiting for a woman to approach. It turned out to be none other than the top 10 beauty of the 4 great ocean regions named Jima Uruk, with a face that could topple cities. Facing the brown-haired young man, with sharp and romantic features, Mandina's gentle voice rang out. Miss me? I missed you, baby. Lifting a cherry, with just one suggestion, she turned the surrounding atmosphere pink. Baby, let's play a game. The moment the two almost reached negative distance, another voice suddenly rang out. Madam, young Master Zen has come looking for you. Thus, Mandina had to give up the game. As she stepped out of the pool, she didn't forget to drop a line. Baby, wait for me a bit. Not stopping there, she also directed an ambiguous look toward the brown-haired young man. When I return, we'll play even more thrillingly. In a moment, Mandina faced a direct approach that went straight to the point. My lovely Coco, I wonder if you know a metal element ability user named Rooster? Half lying on a long sofa, Even though she didn't do it on purpose, she still displayed a bewitching charm. Maybe I do. Did he mention my name? Say, is Rooster handsome or not? Sweat trailing down his cheek, he didn't beat around the bush and straightforwardly suggested, Coco, you should ask yourself this. If you know Rooster, wouldn't it be much easier to help me reel in the judgment organization behind him? After a moment of contemplation, Mandina rested her hand on the soft cushion and sat up. In the end, without giving a concrete answer, she just casually moved forward step by step. Perhaps so. Let me think a bit. Coco made quite a few friends while traveling. Meanwhile, in the pool full of rose petals, fresh blood had begun to spread uncontrollably. By this time, even though Mandina had seen all sorts of big and small situations, she still turned pale at this sight. It turned out the source of the situation was the Rose Swordsman, who had just annihilated the brown-haired young man, but was still full of indignation. Despicable woman, you already have a marriage arrangement with me, yet dared to flirt with another guy. Not caring about her identity, his sharp blade pointed straight at her with a declaration, Today, I will destroy you. After unilaterally spewing out a torrent of words, Rose tightened his grip on his weapon at the moment of questioning. Nothing more to say? You only know how to bully us women. If you're so good, go find a man and destroy him. Then consider yourself capable. Hearing this issue, he immediately emphasized every word with disdain. Your man just died. What a pity that for a romantic and passionate person like her, the brown-haired young man was nothing. He was nothing but a sweet treat. My real lover. If I say his name, would you dare touch him? But Rose didn't care at all about these threats. He directly tightened his grip on Mandina's throat. Slut, speak. Who is that bastard man? Thus, Yang Shi, who hadn't even had time to do anything, had to take the full blame coming from her fear, Rooster of the Judgment Organization. Every time you call, he and I listen to you idiot talk together. By this time, right after hearing it, he immediately let go and seemed angry enough to spew fresh red syrup. Hatred spreading in his eyes, Rose didn't doubt Mandina in the slightest and just hissed out every word as he declared, This is too much bullying. Rooster, I swear to destroy you. Meanwhile, Yang Shi on the 6-star ship let out a sigh full of depression. At the moment of soaking in the sea breeze, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw a blurry silhouette behind the fog. What is that? The moment the warship gradually became clear was also when another voice rang out, Yang Shi. It turned out to be none other than Blanche. Hurry to the captain's cabin. The Dolphin is blocked by ability user pirates. In a flash, they stood before the captain and heard him announce with a solemn tone, The ones blocking us are the evil Fallen Star pirate crew. Their leader is an S-class ability user, the undead mage Fan Bowie. The captain's face was so heavy at this time that it showed the current situation was not good. Fan Bowie has 3 A-class generals, the charming fox woman, the giant seaweed beast, and the deep sea overlord. Next, he bowed slightly a near 45-degree angle toward Yang Shi's group as he requested. Right now, it takes 3 minutes to use the giant defense array to protect the passengers and the ship, so I'll have to trouble you all. Hearing all this information, Bu Kuei's eyebrows also furrowed tightly. This time the pirates ambush. Perhaps it is also other factions coming to probe the methods of judgment and our Qian family. We must be careful. Contrary to their worries, Yang Shi didn't mind at all and even smirked in secret delight. Never seen anyone directly come to give me experience like this. The next second, he immediately took the initiative to lead the way with Fei Fei. The leader of the Fallen Star pirate crew will temporarily be left to me and Han Yu. The others will have to trouble you all. However, Yang Shi's previous solo takedown of the killer whale made you Rong step up to stop him. No, the injuries on your body haven't healed yet. As someone who knew clearly how healthy Yang Shi actually was, Bu Kuei immediately spoke up to assure her, Rest assured, you wrong. Little brother Yang Shi's injuries are almost healed. It's not a problem. But clearly she didn't believe him in the slightest, even resolutely stating, with such heavy injuries, how could they heal so quickly? Sweat dripping down his cheeks, Yang Shi could only force a wry smile. You all should act quickly. Time is precious. The last word he dropped was the moment the alarm on this 6-star ship blared. It was so loud it deafened the sky, and especially the automatic door mechanism of the rooms was also activated. Outside, the black warship that Yang Shi had just seen behind the fog finally approached to a distance of near zero. carrying a smile overflowing with excitement. The undead mage Lonely Star 97 raised his volume as he announced, "The council wolves of the Great Ocean region. Ahead is the dolphin of the Chien family." Without stopping, his eyes flashed a dangerous light as he raised his staff high and voiced out to boost morale, "Tell me, what do you want from them the most?" Sure enough, with just a few words, Lonely Star successfully made the entire group even more bloodthirsty. "We want sparkling jewels. We will play with women. We will slaughter." The next moment, they didn't hesitate to charge straight off the ship's edge and decisively jump down to the sea surface. It turned out the whole group wasn't worried, because they all had the ability to stand firm on the water without sinking. When they thought they were the unilateral attackers, unexpectedly, before they could act, they witnessed Yang Shi lunging forward. His figure dashed faster than the wind. Yang Shi's speed was so terrifying that every one of their heads had to receive a black shoe print. After all, that group was just lowly grunts. So the charming fox woman who witnessed it all didn't panic. "Little handsome guy, do you only know how to bully these ugly little runts?" After dropping those effeminate words, she immediately lunged toward Yang Shi like a wild beast seeing prey. No matter how ordinary the Navy Iron Plum style ability was, it couldn't prevent him from utilizing it so masterfully. Just a light leap successfully made the fox woman, who was overflowing with arrogance, miss her pounce. And this failure in plain sight caused rage to surge through the wrinkles on her forehead. "You only know how to dodge. What kind of man are you?" The moment Yang Shi just stood firm, a red light carrying a pointed shape suddenly lunged over. Unfortunately, he was not ordinary. Yang Shi gently dodged the strike and leisurely looked at the opponent with a contemptuous gaze. "You're using mental system tricks against a level 3 mental power like me?" Not stopping at the roll of the attack, he finally officially counterattacked so fast that the foxwoman was stunned. However, the terror only flashed past and quickly disappeared on her arrogant face. "You blocked my mental attack again? But what a pity." Sure enough, a dry skeleton suddenly appeared, causing Fei some distance away to scream, "Watch out behind you." It was unclear if her warning reached Yang Shi's ears in time, but the skeleton behind had aggressively charged over. Right when the dry skeleton raised its weapon to sneak attack, Yang Shi had also glanced over and seen it. A perilous situation appeared before his eyes, but his inner self remained calm, the corners of his lips curling up sinisterly. The moment the blade descended was also when the foxwoman's body was pulled over as a shield. Her life ended at that very moment, and from her body separated a sparkling ability orb. Reaching out to hold the spoils of war, Yang Shi slowly spoke to the fallen, "Rest in peace. Even though your hands were definitely stained with the fresh blood of many people, hopefully, in your next life you could be a good person." As soon as the orb was taken into his hand, the system also transmitted a detailed introduction about its power. "Charming fox. Transforms into a foxwoman. Can use mental power to make enemies dizzy. Usually strengthens her own mental and physical body by absorbing men's yang energy. Skill. Charm. Uses language and actions as a medium to bewitch enemies, making them fall into a dazed state. Rating, A-class. Mental system bloodline is not bad, has many ways to play. In an area not far from the main battlefield, the deep sea overlord tightened his grip on his weapon and charged straight at the opponent in front of him. That fierce movement immediately caught Yu Rong's observation, her pupils narrowing and emitting a bright light. In the blink of an eye, she circled behind the target, causing him to panic and call his teammate for help. This little brat's speed is really fast. "Kelp head, where's your trap?" As soon as the sound stopped, the giant seaweed beast smiled calculatingly, preparing it right now. After speaking, a series of seaweed vines rose from his location and dashed toward Yurong. In just a short moment, the dark green tentacles had tightly wrapped around her body and pulled her high up. Witnessing her teammate in danger, Blanche immediately rushed over and launched a series of continuous attacks to break their constricting rings. The plant strips were continuously chopped into multiple pieces, making seaweed flare up in anger. Seaweed can't be chopped off, you know. Right after that declaration, he continued to release countless other seaweed strands crashing straight toward the two of them. At the moment, the situation became extremely tense. Fei Fei suddenly appeared with a decisive sound, freeze. Immediately, all the seaweed vines coiling in the area were sealed within a layer of hard, cold ice. While the battlefield was still chaotic with clashes, every distant movement was clearly visible through the observation binoculars. Inside the captain's cabin, the commander, after monitoring the entire battlefield, gave his assessment. Little brother Yang, she took down one of the enemy's generals. Miss Yurong and Miss Han, you can also handle the other two. Hearing those narrations, Dada blushed in shame. I really want to fight side by side with them. Too bad my strength only allows me to obediently be a spectator. The ship, covered in a protective barrier, still quietly parted the waves and moved forward. However, on the sea surface in the distance, another warship suddenly appeared, blocking the route. From the opposite deck, a figure immediately shot out. Clutching the magic staff in his hand, Lonely Star laughed smugly and threw out a challenge. Yangshi, right? I will definitely take your head and make it into a urinal. Right after, the scepter was raised high to channel the power hidden deep within the magical artifact. Streaks of heavenly lightning struck down from the deep clouds, along with dark energy surging and swirling around the skeleton. The two forces clashed violently, creating a massive explosion that sent smoke and dust billowing blindly. As the mist gradually cleared, a new form slowly appeared with a burly body carrying a heavy aura. Looking at the result he created, Lonely Star couldn't hide his smugness. This is a quasi-S-class giant ape skeleton. How long do you think you can last? A minute or 30 seconds? Facing the heavy pressure surging from the monster, Yangshi still maintained a leisurely demeanor. We'll know as soon as we try. As the sound faded, the giant ape had tightened its grip on its weapon and charged straight ahead. The dual maces swung up with momentum and crashed straight down onto Yang's position with heavy force. But the attack only hit empty space, because at that very moment he had sprung into the air. Utilizing the opening that just appeared, his figure spun and launched a kick straight into the back of the giant ape. Just as the intent formed, its long tail swept across to block it. Yangshi immediately retreated backward to keep a safe distance. While the magical artifact gloves were worn on his hands, his mind also quickly rearranged his strategy. It seems if I don't deal with the flexible tail of the giant ape, I won't be able to destroy its nape. Before that thought could fully form, the flexible appendage behind the giant ape swept over at a fierce speed. However, this time she just raised one hand and blocked the attack. And when he let go, the tail that had just collided emitted a thin plume of smoke due to the countershock force transmitting back. Not stopping there, his foot immediately stomped hard on the ground and borrowed the force to launch from his position. His figure dashed forward and a subsequent kick slammed straight into the giant ape's body. The intense pressure forced the massive frame to lose its balance and fall flat on the ground. When the situation was settled, Yangshi casually dusted his hands and broke into a smile, carrying a bit of mockery. What did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. Should you say it again? If you want to die that badly, then I will broaden your horizons a bit on what is called S-class power. Right after that declaration, Lon Star's intention changed. Seeing your expression, I've changed my mind. I want to take your bones to make a skeleton warrior to deal with your former comrades. As soon as the words fell, the scepter in his hand immediately radiated surging waves of dark energy. The gloomy flows of energy gathered in the air and quickly formed a giant magic circle. Before everyone could even understand what was happening, a man suddenly shouted in panic and pointed straight ahead. What is that? From the center of the magic circle, a giant dragon skull gradually materialized and continuously spewed out waves of poisonous smoke. The gloomy mist quickly spread throughout the space. Anyone touched by it immediately fell into panic. Death dragon breath. I don't want to die. Screams echoed all around. It hurts. But there were still people who could calmly observe and comment. What a terrifying skill. Witnessing the scene before him, Yangshi clenched his fists in excitement. Is this a summoned beast? Then let me enjoy the feeling of cross-rank combat for a bit. A young man standing nearby couldn't help but comment. This undead mage is S-class. Does Yangshi plan to fight cross-rank? This is something only the freaks on the 4 Cs ranking would dare to do. Having detected its target, the dragon skull immediately released death dragon breath towards the opponent. Thanks to his agile footwork, Yangshi leaned back and dodged in a brief moment. Not stopping there, he used his momentum to spring from his original position and circled behind its back. Power quickly converged in his fist wind accumulating to strike down. Witnessing that scene, Lawnstar curled his lips in sheer contempt. Running away is useless anyway. Right after his mocking words, the dragon skull responded by turning its body and spewing dragon breath at Yangshi. Facing that sudden change, he quickly erected an energy shield to block the attack. The poisonous gas poured down fiercely like a gloomy waterfall, successive waves of pressure weighing heavily on the shield. However, he didn't give up, but approached it step by step with his shield. After just a few short minutes, his hand reached the dragon's jaw and tightly locked the mouth that was spewing poisonous gas. That scene made Lawnstar fly up into the air with a sarcastic remark. Even if you can catch it, it's useless. Hovering high above, he began to channel his power. Let's see what you do this time. But Yangshi was not afraid at all. He smiled meaningly and turned to look at him. Right after that, his body stepped on the wind and dashed straight towards the opponent. Who knows what strange and weird things you will summon next. I might as well deal with your true body directly. The sudden approach made Lawnstar inevitably surprised. Could it be that your initial target was me? Realizing the opponent's intention, he immediately turned around to find an escape route. However, everything was too late. The hand carrying overwhelming power pierced straight through his body. The attack deeply shocked Lawnstar, terror mixed with disbelief surging. How could this be? I haven't even forced the Chinese zodiac of the Judgment Organization to act, and I've already failed? As soon as the sentence was finished, his body and the dragon skull lost their lifting force, and both fell down. Seeing this, the subordinates' faces turned pale. The boss is dead. Stop fighting everyone. Hurry and run away. Amidst the chaotic scene, Yangshi stood on the flower watching those hastily fleeing. While observing, an abnormal phenomenon suddenly caught his attention. One of them quietly dived into the sea and quickly swam away. That hurried expression made a speculation flash in Yangshi's mind. This guy runs so fast. He must have a guilty conscience. How troublesome. As the thought formed, the decision followed, and he immediately summoned Rooster. I will send a clone to go check it out. Receiving the command, Rooster plunged straight into the sea and quickly disappeared into the water. Rooster, Yangshi's clone, quietly trailed behind at a speed maintained just enough to avoid drawing attention. After tracking for a distance, an assessment gradually formed in his mind. Rather than running away, it looks like he's heading to some specific place. Upon reaching the target location, the man quickly surfaced and followed the rocky shore inland. Not long after, he casually walked into the cave ahead. Observing the whole process, Rooster immediately made a guess. Could this be the lair of the Fallen Star pirate crew? After hearing the subordinate recount the entire incident, Luo Qi immediately flew into a rage. What did you say? My adoptive father is an S-class ability user. How could he lose to an A-class mainlander? Being yanked up, the hooded man trembled in fear, but still tried to continue his report. Not just the leader, charming foxwoman, deep-sea overlord, and giant seaweed beast are all dead. No one came back. Hearing that, the people around immediately flinched. The strategic forces of our Fallen Star pirate crew are completely wiped out. Someone let out a depressed sigh. Oh God, why did the leader provoke the Qian family? Faced with the uproar spreading throughout the cave, Luo Qi swung his arm, throwing the subordinate to the ground, and shouted, "Enough, adoptive father," and the others died fighting. We will develop in secret and avenge adoptive father. Rubbing his still aching neck, the hooded man slowly suggested, if that's the case, then I propose that those of us left alive divide the loot. The bald guy standing next to him immediately chimed in. We have worked for the Fallen Star pirate crew for many years. These things should rightfully belong to us. Those words caused the fury in Luo Qi's heart to burn fiercely. You guys. Unable to contain his anger, he lunged forward and delivered a heavy blow to the man who just spoke. Adoptive father's inheritance is all mine, including you who are also my subordinates. You want to divide the loot? Are you tired of living? His hand instantly tightened around the opponent's neck, his 5 fingers closing like pincers, cutting off the breath. In front of the chaotic crowd, Luo Qi lifted the dying body high up and coldly issued a warning. If you don't want to end up like him, then obediently listen to me. I guarantee you all will have a bright future. After that, he let go, throwing the motionless body to the ground. If the vast majority of members are dead, then the luxury goods and beautiful women of those B-class powerhouses are yours yours too. The space in the cave suddenly fell silent. The corner of his lips curled up, carrying an unpredictable meaning. What are you hesitating for? As soon as the words echoed, the crowd below instantly became excited. All right, we agree to do it. Then I'll go drag a beauty over here to play with first. Deep in the dungeon of the cave, a few captive young girls huddled together in fear. The bald guy quickly rushed in and forcefully dragged a young girl out. The sudden incident made her panic and cry out, "Don't help." Terrified, she pushed him away, tears constantly streaming down. "Let me go, help." Witnessing that scene, a figure hiding behind the wall just sighed softly and then flicked 2 fingers lightly. The small stone clamp between his knuckles immediately shot out, the intense momentum sending it flying through the air and hitting them one by one. Seeing the bald guy collapse because the top of his head suffered a strong impact, the girl was startled and blurted out, "He's dead." As the subordinates fell in unison, Luo Qi was momentarily panicked. What in the world is this? While he still couldn't comprehend the situation, the hooded man suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. "It's someone from the dolphin ship who came onto the island with us." Excitement flared up in him. "Luo Qi, I never expected this. Before I die, I get to be buried with you." The insult immediately ignited his anger. Luo Qi stepped forward and grabbed his neck tightly. "Damn it, it's all because of you hateful bunch. Why didn't you just die in battle?" After the hooded man became completely motionless, Luo Qi let go and knelt on the cold ground. His body quickly bowed in a respectful manner. "I don't know which senior is visiting our fallen star island, but I send my most sincere greetings to you." Looking up, he continued to make an offer. "If my lord does not mind, this lowly one is willing to take you as an adoptive father, and for now I'll be loyal to you. I would jump into a sea of fire without refusal." However, before the sentence was finished, Luo Qi's face suddenly changed color. A cold blade from nowhere had pierced right through his chest. Rooster approached the opponent and spat out a mocking remark. "Sorry, I already have an adoptive son, so you can just die?" The piercing blow made Luo Qi surge with indignation. "Damn it, I've worked hard for so long," and was about to become a big shot of the 4 Cs. As his resentful words fell, his body tilted backwards and he logged out of the world. After Luo Qi was completely breathless under Yang Shi's feet, he showed no hesitation and used his ultimate skill to take the ability. Once equipped, it provides massive strength, 1/4 of Mach speed, strong physical resistance, and B-class elemental immunity. If the strength isn't enough, it's comprehensively average. Having read every single word on the screen, Yang Shi directly made a decision. The strength isn't enough, then let me try upgrading you. And so in the next minute, the ability originally taken from Luo Qi transformed into the flowing gold divine flame armor, and the description changed accordingly. Rumored to be an armor crafted by ancient gods. Once worn, it grants transcendent supernatural power, surpassing Mach speed, and can also provide extraordinary defense. Skill 1, Flight. Skill 2, Flowing Gold Divine Eye. S-Class rating. One can only say it's cool. Having settled everything, Yang Shi in the guise of Rooster opened the door, holding the ordinary people captive. "You will all be rescued." After that, he didn't forget to make arrangements for them with the gentlest tone. "I will leave half of the pirates' money for you to support your future lives." As soon as these words fell, everyone was so happy and overjoyed that they hugged each other tightly. "That's wonderful. We are finally saved." Under the starry night sky, with a crescent moon, a silhouette belonging exclusively to Yang, she stood silently on the mountaintop. Looking at his hand and feeling the power coursing through his veins, he couldn't help but sigh in emotion and made a decision. "After coming to the 4 Cs, I feel S-Class strength isn't enough to use. I might as well try upgrading an ability to SS Class." With absolute decisiveness, the bead deep inside his body was suddenly enveloped by a dense purple aura. In an instant, the flowing gold divine demonic armor ability belonging to Yang, she was rapidly upgraded to SS Class. The system description also updated, Ancient Demonic Divine Armor. The owner of this soul artifact will have their physical strength break through to the 3rd tier, with a top speed reaching Mach 20 and extraordinary substance. Elemental Attack. Skill 1, Flight at maximum speed. Skill 2. Destructive Golden Eye can shatter illusions, see clearly the tiniest details, trigger the destructive power of enemy attacks, and has double effectiveness against soul-type creatures. Skill 3. Weapon Condensation. Attacks absorbed by the armor can condense into weapons of the corresponding attribute. Weapon types are yet undetermined. Rating: SS Class 3rd Tier. The main weakness is mental defense. Summoning the orb representing the ability outside, he couldn't help but marvel and directly used his Plunder Ultimate skill. Not bad. After decomposing it, I'll upgrade another ability to see how it goes. The next second, Yangshi's large hand continuously channeled magic power to cover the object he was holding, and then suddenly froze. Like a bolt of lightning striking his ears, he was so completely stunned that he kept questioning himself. Why isn't it working? Could it be that the rank of the stripped ability is actually SS Class? That's not right. It can upgrade S-Class abilities to SS Class, which proves its potential is not merely SS Class. Right after that, Yangshi immediately opened the system screen and carefully examined the words clearly written on it. Condensed weapons corresponding to attributes. Weapon types are yet undetermined. Rating: SS Class 3rd Tier. Resting his hand against the rooster mask, he began to analyze more thoroughly based on his knowledge. Perhaps it's related to the 3rd Tier. Maybe 3rd Tier is a designation of the alien world used to balance powerhouses. Looking at the item continuously radiating energy before his eyes, Yangshi couldn't help but sigh in emotion. I didn't expect that after reaching the 3rd Tier, the ability orb can no longer be decomposed. Anyway, there was nothing to do right now, so he decisively focused on improving his strength. It seems I need to research the flowing gold divine demonic armor. I'll have to rely on it for the foreseeable future. Glancing at the clone standing next to him, Yangshi turned to him and informed, "I will come coordinate with you." As the last word dropped, he decisively launched himself into mid-air. Let's first try out this third skill, weapon condensation. The next second, Yangshi immediately switched from Rooster to activate the newly upgraded Flowing Gold Divine Demonic Armor ability and became Divine Monkey. Let me try using the Divine Demonic Staff to see how it is. Donning his new battle suit, he didn't hesitate to issue a series of commands to his clone: physical, mental, and elemental attacks. Fire them over here one by one. Without moving even an inch, the Real Yang, she just stood there like a mountain, regardless of how much the opponent attacked. The capability of the ancient demonic divine armor was indeed no joke, as he could even calmly remark. This physical power was absorbed by the demonic divine armor. Do it again. Next, Yangshi the Rooster quickly retreated a distance and unleashed wind energy towards Yangshi the Divine Monkey. Taking out the Divine Demonic Staff accompanied by the suit, he directly brought it to block right in front of his chest, but was still slightly affected. However, the result Yangshi got was so exceptionally good that nothing could compare. S-Class elemental attacks have also been absorbed. After the bout of combat temporarily paused, he swung the staff in his hand powerfully and coolly. So this third skill is all about weapon manifestation. The next minute, Yangshi gripped the iron staff tightly and smashed it down with a mighty, resounding roar. Let me broaden my horizons on what the concept of third-tier power is. The energy this time surpassed all the abilities he possessed, a single strike tearing the surging sea in half. At the same time, not far away, a green-haired guy who had just emptied a bottle of wine was lying drunk on his bed. Before he could sleep peacefully for long, the violent tremor caused by she startled him so much that he jumped up in a panic. What's going on? Even though the green-haired guy hurriedly took out his binoculars to look, apart from some sparkling flashes of light, he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the event, several fish had gone belly up, floating on the water's surface. After a moment of contemplation to savor the lingering sensation that had just passed, Yangshi finally uttered slowly, "Is this a third-tier powerhouse?" Following that, confidence surged in his eyes to the point where every word he poured out was full of heroism. I've really been looking forward to testing my strength a bit, to see who is strong and who is weak. In order to quickly get used to the flowing gold divine demonic armor ability, Yangshi assumed a preparatory stance. Let me try flight again. The very next second, he directly shot himself straight down into the constantly undulating sea below. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangshi decisively buried himself in the vast ocean. He was like a flash of lightning tearing through the deep fluid, pulling a fierce vortex that made bubbles churn. Not stopping there, Yangshi also activated his destructive golden eye ultimate skill like a pair of savage laser guns aimed forward, and the heat energy radiating from it was strong enough to strip clean the flesh of a few unlucky fish that fell into its sights. Especially above, the sea surface that the green-haired guy was observing with his binoculars also flared up with a brilliant golden light. As if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, he was so panicked that his drunkenness vanished completely. What is that? Have I drunk too much? Early the next morning, Bukue's group stood at the bow of the six-star ship under a sky full of white clouds. Soon, the distance between them and the mainland gradually shortened along with his introduction. Ahead is the first island, White Deer Island. Because it was situated on the defense line, Yangshi straightforwardly asked the most concerning question: which faction controls this island? As someone with diverse life experiences, this question didn't stump Bukue, White Deer Alliance. The leader is Li Yu, rank 39 of the embroidered spring blade. He didn't stop there. His tone became more serious than ever as he added, "Their strength cannot be underestimated." Not long after the Qian family collapsed, the White Deer Alliance repeatedly voiced its intention to replace the Qian family. And then, the journey that lasted several days at sea also came to an end when the six-star ship docked at the port of White Deer Island. Leading the welcome party was the very same Li Yu that Bukue had just mentioned. "I've heard of your reputation for a long time." Next to him was Li Kaiyun, carrying a youthful and highly energetic beauty. Bukue and Li Yu smiled friendlily and firmly shook hands. As the host, he expressed his welcome. "The Panhai Merchant Guild coming to White Deer Island is truly an honor for our White Deer Alliance." While the two leaders conversed, Kaiyun stared at Yangshi with unusually flushed cheeks, successfully attracting her attention and confusing him to the point of asking himself, "What is she looking at me for?" And then finally she also fell into Li Yu's line of sight when he offered, a young talent of recent years, "Can Elder Qian introduce us?" However, the response to the other party was a perfunctory but clearly humble display from Bukue. "Just some juniors. They don't deserve the title of young talents." Unfortunately, Yangshi was not only targeted by Kaiyun, but also received more attention from Li Yu than the others. "One look at this little brother, and I can tell he is young and promising. There will definitely be a place for you among the strong of the 4 C's in the future." With calculating eyes, he didn't even forget to introduce the person standing next to him. "This is my daughter Li Kaiyun, ranked 43rd on the 4 C's ranking. Young people should socialize and connect a bit." After Li Yu finished his sentence and took the initiative to have Yangshi and Kaiyun shake hands, she shyly blurted out 2 words, "Hello." As if having finished matching up the younger generation, Li Yu didn't drag out the time, standing in the middle of the port too long, but announced, "The White Deer Alliance has prepared a lavish banquet and a relaxing hotel for everyone. Please come." Then he decisively strode away and let out a hearty laugh, ignoring Yangshi and Kaiyun blushing furiously. In an instant, their whole group was present at the banquet venue with all attention focused on Yangshi. "Congratulations, little brother Yang, from rank 99 up to rank 30. We should drink a toast." "Yes, drink." But this excessive enthusiasm made even him force a sweaty smile. "Thank you for your good intentions. I really can't drink." Of course, the purple-haired guy wouldn't let Yangshi off easily. "Then you still have to drink 3 glasses before you can leave, otherwise you won't be giving us face. Come on, drink." It was unclear what time it was, but he was obviously completely exhausted and had to lean back on the bed in his private room. "This wine is really strong. So hot." However, before Yangshi could rest for a few more minutes, a knock on the door made him sit up. "Who is it?" It turned out to be no stranger, but exactly Kaiyun, who had been attracted to him since their first meeting. "Hello. The scenery on our island is not bad. Do you want to go take a look with us?" Because his head was still a bit dizzy from the alcohol, Yangshi foolishly asked back, "You're going with me?" She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, the handsome guy wasn't stupid enough to let his brain get muddled by beauty and fail to distinguish the situation. "I'm really sorry. I'm a bit tired. Let's do it another day." The next second, he decisively slammed the door shut, ignoring how anxious Kaiyun was. "Wait a minute." At the same time, in Li Yu's private study, Yi Jiqiu was so frustrated that she slammed the table and yelled, "Big brother, I watched Kaiyun grow up. This high volume clearly showed that she didn't want to let Kaiyun become a political pawn. I really don't have the heart to do this. However, as a father, Liu didn't feel any discomfort about this issue. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The Qin family already used Gui Yurong. If we don't let Kaiyun suffer a little grievance, how can we snatch Yangshi over? His ambition even surged to the point where the determination in his eyes made Jiqiu sweat. That person has already promised me. As long as we make the Qin family lose the support of the Judgment Organization, our White Deer Alliance can be transformed into the White Deer Merchant Guild. Ignoring the influence of trivial emotions, Liu's mind was now as solid as a rock as he gritted out every word. For all this, Caiyun's sacrifice is completely worth it. On Yangshi's side, he thought refusing would be the end of it, but unexpectedly Kaiyun had lost consciousness on his bed. As the one who carried her in, Yangshi hadn't even had time to process the whole situation unfolding in his brain. I remember she didn't drink that much. How could she be this drunk? Now, it was his turn to feel an uncomfortable, itching sensation continuously running through his blood vessels. What's happening? My body is getting hotter. Decisively not touching Kaiyun at all, the gentleman Yang, she decided to turn on the shower. Letting the water soak his toned, six-pack body, he only now realized the difficult situation. Taking a cold shower is useless. This is really weird. There's absolutely a problem. Just as Yangshi's mind was in turmoil, someone suddenly pushed open the slightly ajar bathroom door. Such a loud noise immediately attracted his attention, his eyebrows furrowing tightly when he clearly saw the person in front of him. The redness on Yangshi's face was now darker than ever, no matter how much water poured over him. Because standing in front of Yang, she was none other than Kaiyun in a daze, having lost consciousness. So hot, successfully causing a minor panic for someone with a high degree of self-control like him. Hey, calm down, don't randomly touch my body like that. However, as if she couldn't see anything, she arbitrarily shortened the distance between the two of them even closer. Your body is so cold. Yangshi's eyebrows finally knitted together in firm determination as he emphasized every word. All right, since things have come to this, I can only, without any tenderness for women, a decisive chop was delivered right to the back of Caiyun's neck. By the time it was all settled, the red flush on Yangshi's face also disappeared, and thanks to that, his intelligence came back online. It seems I was really drugged. This Li Kaiyun is the same. Fortunately, my third-tier mental power can dissipate the medicinal effect, but Li Kaiyun, looking at the fair body wrapped in a towel on the bed, a moment of contemplation passed. The next second, the more Yangshi thought about it, the harder it was to find a mastermind behind this. But he didn't know he had guessed it right. Drugging us is absolutely not the Dolphins' doing, nor does it look like the White Deer Alliance's style. After all, Li Kaiyun is Li Yu's biological daughter. Unexpectedly, right after that, Li Yu aggressively barged into his private room and indirectly confirmed his speculation. Good for you, Mr. Yang. But the peaceful scene before them stunned both Jiqiu and him into silence. Meanwhile, Yangshi was still so stunned that he almost fell backward if he hadn't been sitting on a chair. However, the frozen time didn't last too long. Jiqiu hurriedly untied her beloved niece. Kaiyun, wake up. Now, he truly figured out the other party's entire framing scheme and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So they drugged us. I'm afraid these two had already prepared outside early on. Good thing I'm a true gentleman, otherwise I really would have run away. At the same time, Kaiyun, who had been as dizzy as a turkey, finally gradually sobered up and opened her eyes. Memories quickly rushed into her head, enough to make a girl like her panic to the point of bursting into tears. I almost. However, Caiyun's intelligence swam upstream back to her brain along with her tears. So the next second, she immediately shrunk back with a question perfectly suited to the current situation. Aunt Yi, why are you guys here? As someone who always loved her, Jiqiu could only dodge the question, not daring to speak the truth. Right at this moment, Liu, who had been silent all this time, finally decided to jump in and take control with a patriarchal attitude. Is this how your dad taught you to talk to your elders? Understanding the whole situation without anyone saying a word, Kaiyun was now so disappointed that she questioned aloud. So that's how it is. Can an elder drug a junior? Yangshi, who was just standing quietly to the side, was also dragged into this battle when she questioned her father in disbelief. I already agreed with you guys to try getting close to him. I didn't expect you to want to use drugs to force the issue. But how could an ambitious man like Liu care about these things? He even yelled at her for talking back. Shut up. Li Kai Kaiyun, don't forget that I'm your father. Kaiyun immediately leaned on that very sentence to argue back at a higher volume than ever before. What kind of father puts his daughter into another man's bed? Finally unable to watch anymore, Jichio hugged her tightly and declared in a firm tone, "That's enough, big brother. It's our fault. Kaiyun, Auntie promises from now on, whoever wants to use you to achieve their goals will have to step over my dead body first." Being protected like this made Kaiyun choke up so much that she could only utter two words, "Aunt Yi." Finally unable to hold it in anymore, she cried bitterly in Jichio's arms, while she remained speechless. Now, the argument among the extended family ended with Li Yu feeling annoyed and deciding to turn his back and leave. After that, as the victim in this incident, he could only scratch his nose and make way. Two beauties, how about I leave this room for you two to use, and I'll go back to the ship to make do. Currently, Jichio's sadness and harshness from a few seconds ago had been replaced by a gentle smile when she turned her head. On the contrary, there's no need for that. Little brother Shi, could you go to the bathroom to avoid us for a bit? After I finish dressing Kaiyun, we'll continue talking. Time slowly passed. After tidying up her niece, she bowed 45 degrees to the other victim. Little brother Shi, regarding what happened tonight, I apologize to you on behalf of the White Deer Alliance. Making Shi so awkward that he could only force a smile and stop her. Senior, Itu doesn't need to do this. Anyway, I didn't suffer any loss. Let's consider it even. But not stopping there, Jichio earnestly squeezed his hand and solemnly pleaded, "Little brother Shi, please keep tonight's incident a secret for Tsayun's sake." In truth, she is also a victim. Regarding this issue, Shi could affirm it with a sharp and unyielding gaze. That is, of course. I will keep my mouth shut, not letting Miss Tsayun's reputation suffer any damage. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief with an obvious relaxation on her face. With this incident, you two can be considered to understand each other. If possible, Aunt Yi hopes you two can continue to develop your relationship. His mouth twitching, his mood immediately plummeted into the abyss. Well, I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Hearing this from the side, Kaiyun became so embarrassed that she hurriedly pulled Jichio's hand to leave. Aunt Yi, stop talking. Let's go quickly. At this moment, this entire horrifying scene was summarized by Shi in a few words. Tonight was really spectacular. Once again, before he could rest after the unrelated people left, the sound of knocking on the door rang out continuously. Cold sweat running down his cheeks, he couldn't help but chill down his spine. No way again. Carrying a sense of caution when opening the door, even if Shi was a strong person, he couldn't take it anymore. It turned out to be no stranger but Kaiyun, who had run far away but returned to express her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for protecting me tonight." And then after finishing her sentence, she ran away in a panic because she was so embarrassed. Now, Shi's eyes became gentler than ever as he made his evaluation. Pretty cute too. The next morning, the bright sun shone all over the White Deer Island port, where people were gathering. Even though he was the one who schemed against Shi, Liu still calmly smiled and chatted as if nothing had happened. "Little friend Shi, I really can't bear to let you go just like this. Why don't you stay and become my son-in-law?" Sweat dripping down his cheeks, he really wanted to bow in admiration at the thickness of this man's skin. This guy acts as if he's not acting, truly a role model for our generation. But facing Li Yu was someone who also possessed overflowing acting skills. Shi, Alliance leader Li, is joking. "Miss Kaiyun isn't here today. Is she perhaps unwell?" And with just that one sentence, he made the man hesitate and shift his gaze to change the subject. "I've calculated the time. The auspicious hour for departure has already passed." Finally, the conversation ended, and the group slowly strode up the stairs to board the 6-star ship. But before the ocean steed could depart from this place, a furious voice rang out. "Rooster, if you're a man, get your ass out here to face me." It was none other than Rose, Madina's fiancé, who was on his way to find the person who cuckolded him. Everyone below had their attention drawn to him and cluelessly exchanged a series of questions. "Isn't this the Rose swordsman? What does he want with the Judgment Organization's Rooster?" "I don't know. I heard there's some kind of grudge." With wavy eyebrows, Shi, who was also Rooster, was more shocked and confused than anyone else. "Do we know each other, old man?" Right at this moment, Bu Kue, who served as a living dictionary, spoke up to answer as if reading the question in his mind. This is the Rose Swordsman, ranked 72nd. Little brother Yang Shi. Do you know what grudge he has with Rooster? Regarding this topic, Yang Shi himself didn't know either. He could only utter a half-truth. I haven't spent much time with Rooster, so I don't really know. Hearing this answer, Bukue stepped forward to talk to the person aggressively seeking them out. Your Excellency Rose Swordsman, I am also considered an old acquaintance of Rooster. May I ask what business you have with him today? Of course, Rose had a legitimate reason for coming here, so he didn't hesitate to make a declaration. I originally didn't want to make an enemy of the Judgment Organization, but my fiancée was seduced by Rooster. Today I want to demand justice. As a result, the people on the deck all started discussing noisily. So Rooster cuckolded the Rose Swordsman. It's only natural that he came to seek revenge. Boss Rooster actually had an affair with a top 10 beauty of the Four Great Seas. What's wrong with the Uruk family to humiliate their own reputation like this? In contrast to the noise around him, Yang Shi really wanted to be speechless. Why wouldn't Rooster dare to come out? Not stopping there, Rose continued aggressively at a volume loud enough for everyone to hear. Unless the Judgment Organization is full of cowards who have been scared off by me. Not coming out is fine too. Thinking about it, I was a bit impulsive today. It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but it was obvious he had some reservations as he decisively turned his back. Now that I've achieved my goal, I should leave this place. However, Liu, as the ruler of this island and witnessing everything from the port, couldn't endure it. You want to bully the weak? Ask the embroidered spring blade in my hand first. At that moment, Rose was like being struck by lightning by those words full of annoyance, quickly speaking up. Hey, this is a matter between me and Rooster. Unfortunately, those words were completely meaningless in the face of Liu's anger and belligerence. Swiftly taking out his weapon to block, his mouth also hastily fired back, embroidered spring blade. Don't interfere in this. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to a single word, even declaring in the most aggressive tone, with my White Deer Alliance here today, don't even think about fighting. Please leave, Elder Qian. Sweat rolling down his cheeks, Rose knew he was forced into a fight with the other party. Since it's come to this, then I... However, before he could say anything else, Shanglu's threatening voice made his body tremble violently. Whether it's the embroidered spring blade or Elder Qian taking action, force Rooster out, otherwise you'll know the consequences. In the end, due to his low mental fortitude, the continuous pressure drove Rose to madness. What kind of world is this? I am a dignified strongman. How did I become a tool for you big shots? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small golden dragon wrapped tightly around Liu's leg. Thanks to that, it bought him time to jump directly to attack Yang Shi, who was still standing still. But he wasn't a fool who just stood there and let himself be hit. Clenching his fists, he began to gather energy. And so, two separate streams of power clashed fiercely with each other, sending sparks flying. His entire arm trembled violently from the aftershocks. Yansablases Ibros Knitet Tigvli. Damn it, the power I injected into this vest has reached its limit. It's time for him to appear. Fortunately, he had already left a monkey clone behind to deal with this sudden battle. Alright, let's see how long you guys can run wild. Later, I'll fight recklessly. Someone might die. His pupils shrank drastically. Just his sheer appearance alone was enough to make Rose realize, this is trouble now. The people from the Judgment Organization have really come. Because of the monkey clone's appearance, he decisively swung his sword and forced Yang Shi to create distance between them. Rose's sharp eyes narrowed as he stared at the monkey clone with determination in his mind. I don't care anymore. As long as I can lure the people of the Judgment Organization to envoy Shanglu, it's fine. Rose decided to ignore Yang Shi and turn entirely towards the monkey clone, speaking at length in a gentle tone. Looking at this brother's mask, you must be the monkey of the Judgment Organization, right? Let me introduce myself. I am. But he ignored his identity and clearly showed a harsh attitude through every word coming out of his mouth. Don't waste words. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. Today I will fight you. At this time, Rose Swordsman, because he still had a mission on his shoulders, could only hurriedly wave his hand to refuse. Wait, today's matter has nothing to do with you, sir. How about you call Rooster out? Of course, Yang Shi, in the identity of monkey, didn't bother to listen to those words. You insulted my big brother's innocence. and still want to see Rooster? Pass my test first. Being decisively despised like this made him not even bother to put on a pleasant face anymore. Unexpectedly, before he could act, he teleported right behind Rose Swordsman, leaving him stunned. Then, not giving Rose Swordsman a chance to counterattack, Monkey directly kicked him, forcing him to scream in his heart. How is this possible? Falling with a splash onto the water surface. Even though he didn't have time to turn around to respond, it was enough for Rose Swordsman to inwardly lament, "Damn it, not only is this guy speed fast, but his strength is also this perverted?" After all, he was still a strong individual possessing a high-level superpower, so he wasn't miserable enough to sink into the sea. Is there more? Right as Rose Swordsman's scream faded, it was the moment of brutal attack from Yang, she wearing the monkey mask. Quickly standing up straight, he directly deployed his signature ultimate skill, Rose Sword Aura. In an instant, the two different streams of power violently collided with each other. Thinking it would be an evenly matched fight, who would have thought that Rose Swordsman could only unilaterally take damage from him? Not stopping there, Yangshi continued to kick the opponent hard deep into the ocean. When reaching a certain distance, his toes bounced once more on his armor. Right after that, he directly borrowed the force to bounce up high until he completely left the sea surface, finishing everything with just one blow. Now, the monkey version of Yang, she was brimming with disappointment. Is this what you call a strong individual? It's really a joke. This strength is truly terrifying. A strong individual is kicked back and forth like a sandbag. I suspect that today's Rose Swordsman is someone impersonating him. At the same time, the person sharing the majority's expression was Li Yu, who secretly made a decision. Is this the strength of the Judgment Organization? We absolutely must not provoke this organization. At the same time, in a place not far from Yangshi's location, Envoy Shanglu rank 25th was squeezing between the clouds and evaluating. If the strength of the Judgment Organization is like this person, then we really need to treat this organization with caution. His eyes flashed with a powerful demonic aura, following the streams of thought in his mind, as he continued to observe. After all, only by sacrificing a strong individual can a situation be created. It cannot be wasted like this. Meanwhile, Yang, she wearing the monkey mask, completely unaware, continued to provoke, "Go all out and attack me. If you can beat me in combat, I might spare your life." At this time, Rose Swordsman, who was after all ranked 72nd, quickly broke free from the liquid area and began to erupt with energy. "Monkey, then I will let you broaden your horizons a bit. I hope this sword of mine can give you a bit of a surprise." When the accumulated power in his body reached its peak, he swung the weapon in his hand, creating a pillar of light that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying might seemed to tear the sky apart, and the intense heat felt like it would sweep away everything in its path. Being someone who was almost affected, Shanglu panicked to the point that sweat streamed down. "Rose Swordsman, you bastard." At this time, Rose Swordsman, standing below, looked straight up at the newcomer and sneered disdainfully. "Want me to risk my life while you stand behind reaping the benefits? Where's there such a good deal?" Since he was discovered anyway, the old man decisively landed on the water surface with movements as light as a feather. Then, he formally clasped his hands towards Yang Shi and began to state his name and reason for being there. "I am Ouyang Shanglu, passing by this place by chance." Seeing him using his seniority to bully the young, I originally wanted to step in and subdue him, but this brother beat me to it. But with such an obvious display, how could he easily make him believe it? Who are you trying to fool? Meanwhile, without waiting for Yang Shi's response, Shanglu turned his head towards Rose Swordsman, startling him. With brutal decisiveness, the old man directly issued an order to eliminate his own pawn, Shanglu number 2, Assassination Dragon. Thus, at the moment Rose Swordsman was frozen in shock, an entire ferocious dragon had almost approached him at supersonic speed. The pupils belonging to Rose Swordsman contracted so violently that they were as small as basil seeds when he turned his head. Fortunately, Rose Swordsman was rescued by the very Yang Shi he had been looking for in this critical moment. "Since when did my prey become your turn to dirty?" At this minute, Shanglu's entire body suddenly exhibited a mutation, as if he wanted to execute another move. "Brother Monkey, what do you mean by this? I just want to help you eliminate this scum." However, he paid no attention to it, but focused on the disappearance of Shanglu number 2 belonging to the old man. The next second, the place where the wild beast had gone was completely replaced by another dragon with a powerful aura. Facing a giant enemy that was several times larger than himself, Monkey Yang Shi let out a hearty laugh. Interesting. While Monkey confronted the massive dragon, Rose Swordsman pointed his sword straight at Shanglu and gritted his teeth. "You immortal geezer, you actually dared to try to kill me to silence me." With a face almost sinking into darkness, the old man nonchalantly posed a counter-question. "So what?" Thinking he could act tough for a few more seconds, unexpectedly he was intimidated by the opponent's strength to the point of decisively turning around. "I admit defeat. I guess I've also forced the people of the Judgment Organization out. I'll be leaving first." However, a mutation occurred that made Rose Swordsman's pupils contract extremely violently, and he began to scream. Despite his throat being tightly choked by Shanglu, he still forcefully squeezed out a declaration. "Don't even think about silencing me." At this moment, fresh blood also began to gush out of Rose Swordsman's mouth as if it were free. Not caring that the tip of the sword could harm himself, he decisively raised it towards his own body. "I will chop you to death." Unfortunately, everything went exactly according to Shanglu's wishes. A scene of forced suicide had to take place. The black pupils gradually dimmed with every breath escaping Rose Swordsman's body. Standing on the six-star ship and witnessing everything, Blanche couldn't help but be suspicious. "What is that thing?" Bukue, who possessed extensive knowledge, calmly explained. "It is his third summoned beast, the stealth dragon." Returning to Yang Shi in the monkey mask, he pointed his iron rod straight at Shanglu's face and declared, "You killed a ranked, strong individual, so you must be punished." Unfortunately, the Shanglu dragon was invisible, so the old man could arrogantly give his assessment with a confident attitude. "Which of your eyes saw me silence him?" He self-destructed. But unexpectedly, Yang Shi's sharp eyes noticed a special point on the enemy's hand and realized it. And Fei Fei saw the jade ring identical to the one worn by the Deep Blue race. This guy is also from the Deep Blue race. The next second, he directly advanced into the main topic of battle. At the moment, he dropped his provocative words. "I hope you know how to fight better than Rose Swordsman." Having experienced many major and minor situations, these words couldn't completely anger Shanglu. "I hope you can still be this arrogant when you're trampled under my feet." As soon as the last word fell, Yang Shi quickly realized the anomaly and darted his eyes, playing tricks with a sneak attack again. Sure enough, right in front of him was a gray dragon head with a full set of terrifyingly sharp teeth, growling. But Yang Shi, having upgraded to the monkey identity, was not playing around. Using the ultimate move-destructive golden eye, he successfully pierced through the opponent. It was even powerful enough to reduce that giant monster to ashes under the golden light. But unfortunately, it was still able to return and tell its master. Shanglu immediately offered a guarantee. "Good boy, don't be afraid. I will avenge you." Right after that, his sharp blade-like eyes narrowed once again and aimed at him. The next minute, Shanglu proceeded to deploy the ultimate skill Void Possession, causing the dragon's body to become massive. Not stopping there, the old man swung himself and entered straight into the center of its forehead. In an instant, Yang Shi had to face an enemy several times larger than himself in both length and width. At this time, Bukue on the six-star ship also broke out in a colder sweat than when Rose Swordsman appeared. The Azure Dragon Envoy is ranked 25th. Isn't Lord Monkey being a bit too arrogant? Answering him was a confident smile, as if holding everything in his hand belonging to Yang Shi. Rest assured, Elder Qian, Lord Monkey is absolutely sensitive when it comes to combat intuition. He is not someone who would lose because of underestimating the enemy out of carelessness. The battle between Monkey and the dragon controlled by Shanglu was so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up with the collisions. Finally, at the moment of high-intensity confrontation, with his sharp eyes, he quickly noticed there's an opening. At the time the Azure Dragon opened its mouth wide, unexpectedly, Monkey took advantage of this moment and shot a golden ray of light inside, successfully making Shanglu so stunned that his eyebrows furrowed tightly, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, the dragon's body gradually falling into the sea made the old man more annoyed than ever. "Monkey, you actually dared to kill my dragon number 2. Today, I will definitely destroy you." you. The following second, a green magic circle directly appeared and shone so brightly that it covered the entire vast sea surface. In an instant, an original body, several dozen times larger than Bu Kuei's six-star ship, surged straight out of the water. Puffing out thick streams of white smoke, it slowly let out words full of authority. Ouyang Shanglu, it has been 10 years since you last summoned me. Have you prepared the summoning sacrifice for this time? Hearing these words, Shanglu hastily offered a guarantee with a firm tone. Give me 10 days, I will give you another sacrifice. But unfortunately, Stat was not easygoing and directly issued an instruction. 7 days, 2 more portions. Without any hesitation, the old man decisively nodded in agreement. Good, as long as you can deal with him, 2 portions it is. Waiting only for that, after the last word from Shanglu fell, it was the moment it bounced out of the deep, wide sea. Carrying a body even larger than the old man's dragon number 2, Stat's voice was full of arrogance. Ant, do you want to self-destruct to keep this intact corpse, or be stuffed between my teeth? Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Yurong panicked so much that she couldn't help but raise her volume. This is bad. The Azure Dragon envoy summoned Stat out again. Regarding this matter, Fei Fei, who had always been inland, didn't understand the forces here very well. Is there a problem with Stat? Bu Kuei on the side explained in detail. Last time it helped humanity repel mutated beasts, but also intentionally ate dozens of superpowered people. Not stopping there, a terrifying assessment officially came out of his mouth. If Monkey loses this time, the people on the ship will also be eaten by Stat, successfully making Fei Fei more tense than ever before, with beads of sweat streaming down her cheeks. Brother, you must do your best. Meanwhile, Yang Shi in the identity of Monkey lightly spun the iron rod in his hand with a disdainful tone. Who eats who is still unknown. Right after that, he lunged straight towards Stat right in front of his eyes without the slightest hesitation. In less than a second, he successfully landed a heavy blow straight onto its forehead. The weight from Yang Shi's rod-shaped weapon easily caused not insignificant damage to Stat, making it in extreme pain, so it had to stand its body up and tilt its head to roar resoundingly. But after all, it was a great god-level powerhouse. Stat quickly regained its senses and became more maddened than ever. Damnable little ant. I will show you the consequences of hurting this great one. The 3-fingered hand of the dragon species lunged straight towards Yang Shi at supersonic speed, so fast that no one could match it. Unfortunately, the one it was facing was him, a person possessing eyes agile enough to see clearly. You came at the right time. In an instant, Yang Shi ignored the difference in body size between the two sides and swung his stick onto Stat's palm. Just such a simple blow was enough to create a violent tremor and make the entire vast sea shake. This made an always arrogant dragon like it become furious to the point of continuously huffing. I will smash you, you ant. After the two separated by a distance, Stat once again lunged over and used both hands to aim at Yang Shi. Gripping the middle of the iron rod tightly, he was so calm that he didn't care even a bit. You came at the right time. Yet another explosion erupted, and the white stream of air quickly centered around Yang Shi's body and spread out. Its eyes, like 2 yellow jade pearls, flared with a light full of astonishment at the anomaly that occurred. It turned out that the weapon in Monkey's hand had successfully blocked Stat's attack stance of trying to crush someone with its flesh. Although receiving a violent shock, he still appeared normal, as if nothing happened as he emphasized, now, in return, I will beat you. Taking advantage of the moment, it was still frozen. Yang Shi officially bounced up high to Stat's line of sight. However, it was not an easy target. It immediately regained its spirit and furiously blue-green fire towards him. But Yang Shi was someone on par with it. His combat reflexes were flexible enough to block all effects. Even his iron rod absorbed Stat's firepower upon entering a preparatory stance. Now that you're done spewing, it's my turn. Next, all energy was deployed by Yang Shi to let the weapon unleash its signature ultimate skill. Different from the first light attack, this time Stat had to receive an entire thick, huge pillar right on the head. Not stopping there, he even lashed a stunning blow onto the ridge of its tail. Of course, taking advantage of the moment Stat had not yet been able to counterattack, its hand also couldn't escape, causing it to scream, so painful. Because the strength belonging to Monkey Yang, she was too brutal. Stat finally decided to throw away its face to admit defeat. Ouyang Shanglu, I don't need the sacrifice anymore. Quickly summon me back. But obviously, he was not someone that anyone could casually fight. It's too late to leave now. Obediently stay behind. I want to taste what dragon meat tastes like. The iron rod carried seemingly endless energy, continuously lengthening and rushing straight forward, accurate without the slightest deviation. The head of Yang, Shi's weapon, just like that, slipped right into Stat's throat. What was worth mentioning here was that this one move alone made it gradually turn into ashes and dissipate in midair. Now the battle was left with only Shanglu and Yangshi. He was also not afraid to challenge. Old man, whatever tricks you still have, just use them all. It turned out that deep down he had long planned to achieve his ultimate goal. I actually want to see if he dares to use the Deep Blue Race's combat mount or not. Who would have thought that the enemy was so cowardly and perceptive of the situation that he self-dissipated, not forgetting to drop a threat? Monkey, the humiliation today, I will return it 100 times over in the future. Tilting his head slightly to one side. Yangshi was neither surprised nor panicked. Just a clone technique? Sure enough, his fiery eyes of truth had provided no small assistance in catching the enemy. I say, if you obediently beg for mercy, I won't eliminate you. How about it? This made Shanglu more panicked than ever. How did you know this is my real body? Wearing a long beard, the old man directly asked a question with an angry tone. What exactly do you want? Answering Shanglu was a stern tone coming from Yangshi's vocal cords. I not only know your real body, but I also know what your identity is. How does the flavor of being humanity's traitor taste? After just that one sentence, the old man decisively escaped his hand by reverting back to his intact human shape. Hearing Yangshi's words, Shanglu hurriedly shouted loudly, "Stop spewing blood on people. I, Ouyang Shanglu, have fought for humanity all my life. How could I be humanity's traitor?" After speaking, the old man glared, raised his hand pointing at him, and quickly shifted the blame to the opponent, saying that, "Are you trying to use an excuse to eliminate me? Monkey, oh monkey, you truly have a lot of schemes." But right at that moment, Yangshi ignored it and tightly grabbed Shanglu's neck and lifted him up. I don't believe that facing the threat of death, you can endure without using the Deep Blue Race's abilities. The old man gritted his teeth, squeezing out every word with difficulty. In order to eliminate me, you stopped at nothing, right? However, he didn't care about these words as he forcefully spat out each word, still pretending. Shanglu's face was pale from suffocation, his voice faltering. I am a member of the Ouyang family. Aren't you afraid of being killed by my nephew for doing this? Hearing those words, Fei couldn't help but wonder, is this a senior powerhouse? He can't beat others, so he relies on his nephew. Beside her, Yu Rong glanced over and explained softly, his nephew is the 5th-ranked Ouyang Guanha, the current person in charge of the Freedom Alliance Sea Defense Line, the commander-in-chief of the Freedom Navy, and the leader of the Alliance Merchant Guild. Hearing this, she coughed and looked away evasively. Pretend I didn't say anything. At this moment, having his throat tightly squeezed made Shanglu tremble violently. Right at that time, the 5th-ranked Ouyang Guanha appeared with a cold expression. His eyes were cold and full of killing intent as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to destroy him?" Meanwhile, Yangshi simply replied, casually without shifting his movement in the slightest, "Are you begging for food? My hand is placed here. Do you think I'm just playing around with him?" Hearing those arrogant words, Bukue couldn't help but sigh. His Excellency Monkey's personality is truly straightforward. The people next to him agreed. That's right, too straightforward. Seeing Guanha appear as if grasping a life-saving straw, Shanglu tremblingly reached out his hand for help. "Good nephew, save your uncle just this once. Consider it a favor I owe you." The response was an annoyed and indifferent tone from him. "Save my ass. Second uncle, when you left Tiani Island, didn't you say that from now on you wouldn't ask me for anything anymore?" Then he coldly continued, "Furthermore, you still have stat. With some more sacrifices, a 20th-ranked powerhouse can also risk their life." The old man's face turned pale as he painstakingly uttered each word. "Good nephew, stop toying with me. I already summoned stat, and it was also killed by him." A moment later, Guanha turned to Yangshi and spoke in an inviting tone. "Monkey Masked brother, are you interested in becoming my subordinate? The treatment is absolutely top-notch." Hearing this, Yangshi indifferently refused. "No thanks. Since I became the Chinese Zodiac of the Judgment Organization, I have sworn eternal loyalty to the leader." His expression remained unchanged as he continued. If there's nothing else, please step aside. Somewhat annoyed by the rejection, the emotion in his eyes was mostly interest mixed with threats. Good, but let me remind you, there is no valid reason to kill a powerhouse. You will be hunted down for it. Just as he finished speaking, the aura around Guanha suddenly flared up. Do you think you can fight me? The response was Yang Shi's extremely calm voice. Maybe not right now, but who can predict the future? Hearing those words, Guanha instantly changed his aura and laughed heartily. Interesting, so you can destroy me in the future. Now let him go. Seemingly unconcerned, Yang Shi still tightened his grip on Shanglu's neck and decisively refused. No, I obviously have a reason to destroy him. Right at this moment, the old man's hair suddenly turned blue. Then, Shanglu used an attack to knock Yang Shi into the sea. Monkey, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the situation take an unexpected turn, Guanha immediately shouted as he realized he is from the Deep Blue race. He frowned in anger and reprimanded the other party in a low voice. Ouyang Shanglu, I didn't expect you to do something that brings shame to the family. Now, Shanglu's expression was solemn as he coldly stated, the Ouyang family is controlled by you. Is there still a place for me? At this moment, Guanha kept a straight face and slowly continued. For the past few years, you have always relied on the identity of a member of the Ouyang family to conduct activities. Now drawing a line back is quite fast. Replying to him was an impassioned declaration from Shanglu. Now, the Ouyang family is no longer of any use to me. Right at this moment, a fluctuation suddenly appeared under the sea surface, and a beam of light shot up through the foam. Witnessing this scene, Shanglu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? In that instant, Yang Shi suddenly appeared and unleashed a powerful attack. Caught off guard, the heavy blow landed straight on Shanglu's face. Immediately, the old man flew straight down under the water. Afterward, Yang Shi glanced coldly and said, I told you I had a reason to destroy him. Does this count as a valid reason? Guanha calmly nodded and dropped each word as he proposed. Since it is so, let's make a deal. I will not pursue today's matter, but you must take over the 5th defense line of the 7th island chain. He agreed decisively. Deal. A moment later, Monkey gently landed on the bow of the ship in front of the people on board. The next second, he threw the mask straight to the real Yang Shi and officially handed over the position to him. Your performance today has passed the star constellation trial. The star constellation position of the moon net bird is yours. What was in Yang Shi's hand right now was a mask symbolizing a high-ranking identity. After resolving the matter, Monkey stood on the side, watching the 6-star ship drifting along the current. On the deck, Bukue and Fei Fei waved goodbye. Looking at that scene, he muttered to himself, it seems the organization scale needs to be expanded a bit to cope with the complex situation of the 4 seas. I have to figure out a way to absorb peripheral members. At this moment, at the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, Yang Shi took large strides forward. Judgment is not like the forces of other families. If the forces of other families are physical stores, then Judgment is an e-commerce platform. His eyes became serious as he calculated. Buying a little is just ability potions. The peripheral members will work for me, and I will give you a way to earn rewards. Right then, a pearl emitting a blinding light appeared in Yang Shi's hand. Then let's try leveling up the mind control ability to S rank. In that instant, the information panel for the spiritual contract ability popped up with the introduction. Can use spiritual power to interfere with enemies. Conduct spiritual communication with contracted people. Skill 1. Brand firmly. Imprint spiritual mark firmly on special items. Maintaining living beings of the items will tacitly be considered as contracted persons. Skill 2. Spiritual space. Can allow spiritual bodies to survive in a higher space for a long time. Evaluation. S rank. Hasn't he had an inspiration? Then he looked at the item in his hand and slowly spoke. As long as I firmly brand and create a mask, when peripheral members wear the mask, they will have the authority to log into the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. He stared at it intently and said, there are already 12 Chinese zodiacs and 28 star constellations. Additionally, the peripheral members of the next tier will use the 36 heavenly spirits. Immediately after, countless white masks appeared around Yang Shi. Next, I will scatter them across the regions of the 4 seas. Now, they were engraved with all sorts of patterns and shapes. Seeing this, Yang Shi curled his lips into a smile. Those major factions coveting the ability potions will probably focus on collecting the heavenly spirits' masks. Then Yang, she continued to mutter word by word. The remaining dark energy is enough to upgrade an ability to SS rank. Which one should I choose? The next moment, he used another pearl without hesitation. Then let's test the effect of the SS rank super brain ability. At this time, the information line for the super brain ability immediately appeared with the introduction. Opens the brain area, greatly enhancing the five senses. Firmly grasps the sixth sense and the seventh sense, the Alaya consciousness. Skill 1, Mind Grasp. After observing, continue to extract the target's memories. Lower the intensity of their spiritual power by 2 levels and modify it. Skill 2, Assault. Create a spiritual assault anywhere within a 2,000-mile radius in the body, attacking the enemy's soul, causing sustained spiritual damage. Skill 3, Spiritual Lockdown. Lock down spiritual power within a 1,000-meter radius, preventing spiritual bodies from fleeing or invading. Skill 4, Judgment. After knowing the target's true name, conduct a trial on the criminal. Evaluation, Tier 3 SS rank. Seeing this, Yang, she couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a Tier 3 ability. Just the skills provided are enough for 4. But then he frowned slightly in doubt. I can understand this 6th sense, but what is this 7th sense? Afterward, Yang, she closed his eyes and used energy to activate the Alaya consciousness. I'll know once I try. Instantly, his brain emitted a faint light, but it feels like it materializes the thoughts in my head, creating a new person. Just then, as he was muttering, a shadow of darkness appeared in front of him. Just don't let it be an ugly person. In that moment, a charming and seductive vermilion bird was gradually formed completely. Seeing that scene, Yangshi's face flushed slightly as he thought to himself, is this entirely the lover I imagined in my head? She gently and respectfully bowed, "Big brother." Then Yangshi hurriedly spoke, "Why address me like that? The dependent consciousness must have made a mistake." Then his voice rang out seriously, "From now on, just call me leader. Since there are many people coming here, we will have to build and expand a bit more." Next, the images of the pillars of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clearly emerged. Yangshi's calm voice rang out as he explained, "The Azure Dragon Palace is in charge of the Iron Blood Sea. The Vermilion Bird Palace is in charge of the Hero Sea. The White Tiger Palace is in charge of the Alliance Sea. The Chaotic Sea region is the Black Tortoise Palace." Then he continued, "Each of the 4 symbols palaces is overseen by 7-star constellations, temporarily allocating 9 heavenly spirits." Having just finished the introduction, he inquired, "Which position do you want in the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise?" Vermilion Bird just smiled gently and replied, "I'm a part of you. I want to be with you forever. I will be in charge of the Vermilion Bird's judgment." Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head. "Then the Vermilion Bird's styling is up to you. Hurry up and go change your clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, Vermilion Bird had transformed and nodded. Seeing this, Yangshi sighed inwardly. "What a pity she is only a part of my spirit." As expected, a perfect girl doesn't exist in this world. Then he immediately turned around to leave. "Someone is looking for me. I'll leave things here for you to handle." Vermilion Bird looked after him and softly said, "Yes, Lord Leader." On this side, Fei Fei knocked lightly on the door and called out, "Brother, the dolphins are about to set off. Elder Qian told me to call you to participate in the sea sacrifice activity." After being pulled away by her, Yangshi asked blankly, "Sea sacrifice activity?" She excitedly replied while running with him, "Yes, it sounds quite interesting. Hurry up, let's go." Upon arrival, a voice suddenly rang out, "Brother Yang Shao, we were just waiting for you." The next second, the captain, as the leader of the 6-star ship, ordered majestically, "Begin the sea sacrifice." On the cruise ship, the crowd lit incense together, the smoke spiraling up into the sky, carrying their faith and prayers. At this moment, Yangshi noticed the back, and a hint of doubt rose in his heart. Why are they here again? At the back, Liu was slowly walking over with Kaiyan. "Everyone, we specially came to see you off for a part of the journey." Bu Kuei immediately went forward and respectfully greeted Alliance Leader Li. "This old man thanks you for your righteous act." He bowed his head in reply, "I wouldn't dare. The White Deer Alliance is willing to fight against the mutated beasts. saying that. He laughed heartily and continued, "This is my only daughter. She is willing to go train with you all." Hearing that, both Yang Shi and Bu Kuei were briefly stunned. He was surprised this. Meanwhile, Yang Shi frowned, his heart full of confusion. Why is he looking at me? Wasn't she just throwing a tantrum with her father earlier? Now she's being used as a tool? Just then, Kaiyin bowed politely. "Please take care of me, everyone." Hearing this, Yang Shi observed her for a moment, his eyes showing a hint of surprise and scrutiny. Moreover, she looks quite willing. Anyway, she's already here. Therefore, he had to smile and say, "Welcome aboard." Then, the two quickly shook hands. Kaiyin said, "Thank you." A week later, Bu Kuei stood on the deck and informed Yang Shi, ahead is Funhai Island. Looking at the land gradually appearing before his eyes, a thought slowly rose in Yang Shi's mind. Finally, I can let the Four Seas see the routine of the Judgment Organization. Soon after, the ship slowly and steadily began to dock at the port. Everyone on the ship was emotional and cheered in unison. Finally, we have waited until today. Our Qian clan has been revived. The old patriarch is still the old patriarch, able to find a way to resolve even such difficult situations. Immediately after, Bu Kuei's voice slowly rang out with a reassuring tone. "You've all worked hard. Now we just need to cooperate with the Judgment Organization, and we can definitely revive the family." Beside him, Yuron was also teary-eyed, while Dada just sobbed outright. At this time, in the Qian family's modern and spacious villa, in the living room, Yang Shi was slowly conversing with Bu Kuei. "Elder Qian, a grand figure from the organization will visit Funhai Island. Our judgment will announce the preliminary plan," he asked while pouring tea. "I wonder who the grand figure visiting is, and does our Qian family need to prepare anything?" Yang Shi's eyes flashed with a surge of various emotions. The vermilion bird. Immediately after, his voice rang out steadily to explain clearly, "This grand figure status is even higher than the Chinese zodiacs, holding the position of judgment. And ability potions are her most valuable asset." Seeing Bu Kuei's extremely astonished expression, Yang Shi continued, "This time, we need the Qian family to find a few more media outlets to hold a press conference. The organization will provide the people of the Four Seas with an opportunity to become stronger." At this moment, a hint of slyness flashed in his eyes. "We will call it the Heavenly Spirit's Plan." Right after, Bu Kuei slowly raised his teacup towards Yang Shi. "Thank you for the trouble of relaying this, little brother Yang. We will definitely make this press conference a success." Time passed, and before long, an emotional voice echoed in the White Tiger Palace. "The setup is not bad. How is the mechanism?" At this time, Vermilion Bird calmly reported, "The missions here are divided into 3 types: intelligence missions, normal missions, and secret missions." Then, she paused for a beat and continued explaining, "Normal missions involve gathering resources on normal days. For example, obtaining active tissue after killing mutated beasts." Then she slowly narrated, "We'll take advantage of this time, capturing ability pearls and dark energy to convert 1/10 of the harvest into points as a reward for the tool people." Hearing this, Yang Shi sweated as he commented, "This sounds a bit like exploitation." Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up and she replied, "All my thoughts are merely a projection of your consciousness." At this point, he coughed awkwardly, clearly understanding that she was manifesting his own will. Continue. Vermilion Bird's expression didn't change as she continued, "Intelligence missions involve gathering intelligence in exchange for points. Finally, there are secret missions, such as assassinating or ambushing humans." Right then, she raised a mask and glanced at him. "These missions on the mission board will only show the time and place. Only when it truly starts will the specific content be imprinted through the mind." Looking at it, Yang Shi's eyes gradually became serious. "How is the situation with the masks? This is the best way to advertise the ability potions." Immediately after, Vermilion Bird quickly replied, "Very fast, the first tool person is about to appear." On Wall Island, in a certain livestock farm, Jorgo was crying silently in his sleep. Tears quietly slid down as he sobbed, his voice subconsciously faltering. "Sister, I will definitely become a powerhouse and save you from the demon cave." Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, carrying a terrifyingly gloomy feeling. The resounding thunder startled Jorga awake from his dream, his eyes not yet focused. Immediately after, he suddenly stopped when he noticed a mask had appeared beside him at some unknown time. Seeing it radiating a dazzling light, Jorga narrowed his eyes and blurted out, "A mask? What on earth is this?" Standing before this vast space, Jorga stood frozen in place and exclaimed in astonishment, "Where is this? Am I dead?" Right at this moment, Yangshi rubbed his eyes and slowly walked out, his voice carrying a bit of laziness. "You are the first worker." Saying that, he walked over and casually patted the boy's head. "Hey, brat, if you've become the heavenly speed spirit and still cry like this, you might die." Looking at the other's pitiful appearance, he asked softly, "What's your name, kid?" The boy replied hesitantly, "My name's Jorga." Hearing that, Yangshi nodded slightly and seriously instructed, "Remember the heavenly speed spirit mask you are wearing. In the future, if someone asks you this, don't answer." The door he had just walked through was tightly closed on the massive wall. At this moment, he started walking and spoke. "Let's go. I'll introduce you to the situation here a bit." Jorga nodded, "Thank you, big brother." An hour later, looking at Jorga's exhausted appearance, Yangshi couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, brat, you have joined the Judgment Organization after all. Could you not be so downcast?" He slightly raised his eyes and asked hesitantly, "This masked big brother, I haven't even awakened an ability yet, and I haven't even completed the simple rank monster-killing mission." Hearing this, Yangshi also pondered deeply. This was indeed a problem. "Vermilion Bird, do you have any solution?" Immediately, Vermilion Bird appeared and spoke softly. "We can provide the C-rank ability potion on a points loan basis for newcomers without abilities, but they must pay off the points within a month." So Yangshi thought for a moment and calmly said, "A newcomer possessing a C-rank ability can only start doing missions from D rank. Based on the standard cost, they would have to hunt at least one ability beast every day to meet the quota." Yangshi frowned and pointed at Vermilion Bird, "But forcing people onto the battlefield right from the start, aren't you being a bit too harsh?" Suddenly, she stepped forward, tightly grasped his hand, and softly retorted with a solid argument, "I am merely a reflection of your consciousness. Besides, it's not like they can't be flexible with resources if they don't want to fight ability beasts." Immediately, he lightly held his head and sighed. "Then the scholarship loan is decided like that." Right at this moment, a giant roulette wheel appeared. Yangshi calmly announced, "As the first lucky person, come and draw your prize." Without hesitation, Jorga quickly stepped up and spun the wheel. Finally, after all that, the needle pointed to the text Gray Fog B-rank ability. Seeing this, Yangshi nodded and exclaimed, "Not bad luck. Go back to reality and wait. Your reward will arrive very soon. Remember to sign for it." On another side, in the middle of a desolate mountainous area, there was a house echoing with the sound of a rooster crowing. A bucket of cold water was poured directly onto Jorga. It turned out to be from the slave owner, who frowned in anger and shouted, "It seems I sold your sister too cheaply, so I couldn't make you obedient. You still dare to sleep in?" Right now, suffering from the painful beatings, Jorga begged for mercy. "Please don't hit me anymore." Instantly, the leather whip lashed down mercilessly as he yelled, "You're a natural-born tough-skinned slave, just like your sister. You have to be beaten to behave." Then the slave owner snorted coldly and left a sentence before walking away. "Get up quickly and get to work." Looking at the mask in his hand, Jorga's eyes welled with tears. What judgment organization? What B-rank ability potion? It seems it was all just my imagination. Just then, the mask in his hand suddenly glowed. In that moment, Vermilion Bird appeared and spoke gently. "Heavenly Speed Spirit, your ability potion has arrived. Drink it." Seeing the item in her hand, he couldn't help but be amazed. "Is it all real? I want to drink it." Without any hesitation, Jorga snatched the potion bottle and tilted his head back, drinking it all. Inside the house, the slave owner was pressing closely against the maid as she trembled, begging, "Please let me go." Right at this moment, a loud noise caught his attention and made him turn his head. Seeing the person standing at the door, he laughed contemptuously. "Very good, Jorga. Did you think putting on a mask to cause trouble would stop me from recognizing you? Do you not want to get out of bed for half a month?" After speaking, he angrily kicked forward, but in the blink of an eye, it was blocked. He easily held the slave owner's ankle firmly. "Where did you sell my sister to?" He paused for a moment, his expression changing. "What?" Under the invisible pressure, he blurted out the truth. "Starlight Club." "So what if I tell you?" Hearing those words, Jorga kicked him squarely in the body. "It's all because of arrogant scums like you that the 4 Cs have become like this, making people feel disgusted." Flames erupted, and the house quickly sank into a sea of fire. Jorga did not look back, but quietly left. Jorga, leave me alone. Run away quickly. Jorga shook his head with determined eyes. No, I'm here to save you. The leopard man frowned, roaring uncomfortably. Stinky brat, your sister has already been sold to me. You dare to come here to snatch someone. Are you tired of living? After that, he quickly rushed forward and tightly grabbed his neck. I'll bite you into pieces. But in an instant, his expression became filled with shock. Before he could understand what was happening, the leopard man immediately collapsed on the ground. Witnessing that scene, the buzzcut man exclaimed in astonishment. That brat just beautifully took down a B-rank ability user. What is his background? This masked, mysterious person's style reminds me of a mysterious organization, Judgment. The person next to him said, with a trembling voice, could they be related? At the White Deer Palace, she was quietly observing everything through the big screen and made an assessment. It seems the advertising effect of the first person is not bad either. In the dense forest, hidden deep inside was a secluded mountain cave where a figure stood silently, a deep and profound aura enveloping the space. In front of him, bizarre blue flowers bloomed, radiating a dim light and an eerie fragrance. The commander's face was extremely gloomy as he dropped every word. Ouyang Shanglu, your death led to a serious flaw in the organization's layout in the Free Alliance Sea region. You have truly disappointed me too much. A blue flower trembled slightly, carrying Shanglu's soul as he replied, Lord Commander, you really cannot blame me for this matter. I was schemed against by the people from Judgment. His eyes instantly turned cold, and a red light struck directly at the old man. You still dare to make excuses? Shanglu trembled. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. A moment later, his voice rang out slowly, but carried a heavy pressure. Since Ouyang Shanglu, who was in charge of the camp plan, has lost his body, we must find a new manager for the matters on Moonlight Island. Furthermore, the plan's execution is also very important. We must let them see the might of the deep blue race. Another blue flower immediately replied, the plan's execution is still proceeding normally. We will definitely bring you a surprise. Hearing this, the commander smiled faintly, but his eyes remained as cold as ice. Judgment recently wants to hold a press conference. Continue to monitor them. I have a premonition that they will become a powerful enemy of our primordial organization. At the White Deer Palace, Yangshi lay back casually, drinking water, and thought to himself, I can probably ask that tool man either about the ancient castle Fei Fei saw. He closed his eyes and frowned slightly. Instantly, a notification appeared in his consciousness. Puppet control ability activated. On Posey Island, Adher stood motionless like a statue, looking at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over, and he spoke up in surprise, Leader. Yangshi's voice echoed in his head. Introduce the current situation to me. Shortly after, he replied in a deep voice, Yes, I am about to attend a family banquet. Then he continued to ask, Who is there? Adher quickly answered, My older brother Chris Green, ranked 27th on the 4Cs leaderboard, and my younger sister Victoria, a B-rank ability user, one of the top 7 beauties of the 4Cs. A moment later, Yangshi calmly spoke, Got it. You can step back for now. Look at the picture of the fortress I sent you. He nodded yes. At this moment, at the luxurious evening banquet, everyone was seated around the table as Adher softly spoke, Leader, I have no impression of that fortress, but with some effort, I can probably find it. From afar, Victoria subtly noticed him pulling his chair out. Right then, she gently spread her dress and bowed. Brother. He spoke slowly in his consciousness, not forgetting to guide. Leader, this is my younger sister. According to etiquette, you should kiss Victoria on the forehead. Hearing this, Yangshi, who was currently controlling Adher's body, frowned slightly. What? Meanwhile, she used a sweet voice as if urging him, which also left him helpless, brother. Afterwards, Yangshi had to close his eyes and reluctantly placed a light kiss on her forehead to avoid being discovered. At this time, Yangshi's voice rang out again in Adher's mind as he returned control. First, just talk to your older brother. I want to take this opportunity to use my spiritual power to probe these people a bit. He nodded yes. Invisible magic power quietly spread out, enveloping the entire banquet table. Yangshi's consciousness quickly locked onto the target and stopped on Chris. After that, he softly commented, "Could this Chris's spiritual power be above rank 3? At the same time, Chris frowned slightly, his eyes turning cold for a moment as he thought, "Someone is using spiritual power to probe me." In his consciousness, Yangshi's voice continued to ring out word by word with instructions. "Keep an eye on this brother of yours. I'll take my leave first." Adler bowed his head slightly and raised his wine glass to hide his expression. "Yes, leader." Over at the White Deer Palace, Yangshi slowly opened his eyes, stretching as if he had just woken up when Vermilion Bird approached. "You're awake." These are the documents of the newly emerged members of the White Deer Palace. He slowly took it, flipped through a few pages, and asked, "Who is coming to today's press conference?" She calmly reported proficiently. "Major media companies and video networking sites will all come. And in addition, several merchant guilds will also send representatives." She paused for a moment, then continued in the same gentle tone. "Only the Ouyang family has not sent anyone yet. On one hand, it's too far, and on the other hand, their status is somewhat transcendent." Without stopping there, Vermilion Bird announced, "The press conference is about to start. Do you need to prepare a bit?" Yangshi smirked. "It's time for my performance." Before the corridor, Yangshi stopped in front of the large doors and turned to ask, "Is everything ready?" Beside him was Monkey, who replied coldly, "Starting from today, there will be no organization in the 4 seas that can stop the rise of judgment." Immediately after, the two of them opened the doors together, and the light from outside instantly flooded in, extremely dazzling. Right at the scene of the press conference, the crowd clamored as they all looked up at the sky. After that, he landed gently and firmly on the ground. Yangshi raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire auditorium as he began to speak. "Welcome everyone to be here. Today's press conference officially begins." At that moment, all the large screens simultaneously lit up, displaying his face. In the audience rows, Kakji stared straight ahead, his face gradually turning pale and clear terror showing in his eyes. Seeing this, Mandina glanced at him with eyes full of contempt. "What's wrong, my good nephew? Is sitting next to Coco uncomfortable?" Then she continued to suggest, "Or do you want to become like Watan?" Hearing that name, Watan, the manager of the URU family, an S-rank elemental ability user, turned his head, his expression becoming ugly. Now, Kakji forced a bitter smile that looked worse than crying. "You must be joking, my lord. Being able to sit next to you is a blessing that Kakji has cultivated for a lifetime." Just then, in the sky, Vermilion Bird gently appeared, and the person in front also chimed in, looking at her attire. "She's probably from the Judgment Organization." Meanwhile, Kakji also frowned slightly, muttering, "This familiar spiritual power." The moment Vermilion Bird gently touched the ground, Yangshi immediately got into character and bowed his head, respectfully welcoming Lord Vermilion Bird. Witnessing that scene, Mandina unconsciously broke into a sweat, her eyes becoming serious. Lord Vermilion Bird, even more noble than Monkey's zodiac position. Why didn't we receive this intelligence? Meanwhile, on the stage, Vermilion Bird smiled faintly, her voice gentle but full of authority. "By Yuan Diao, you have done very well during this period. This is the promotion reward that the organization prepared for you." Taking that potion vial, Yangshi thought to himself, ability potions and digital products are not the same. You can't just list a bunch of data to reason with them. I can only use a practical approach to demonstrate it. As he thought this, he didn't hesitate to drink it down in gulps. "Then let me show it to you all. Seems very potent." The person next to him was doubtful. "I wonder what the taste of this ability potion is like. If you look at it from the outside, it looks like fruit juice." Right at this moment, a miraculous light radiated from Yangshi's body, and he silently underwent an upgrade. Immediately after, the notification panel for the Navy Plum Blossom 6 Styles ability appeared, along with an all-encompassing introduction to the sharp martial skills of the Navy 6 Styles. Plum Blossom Phantom Steps, as light as plum blossoms, can neutralize most charging movement techniques. Dragon Subduing Demon Catching Claw can easily suppress the opponent's exaggerated body size and weight. Interacting with flood dragons is just a small matter. Wave-breaking sea-splitting kick, even faster than Jeppo, possesses strong kick techniques, extremely sharp, capable of splitting the sea surface, evaluated as S-rank. At this moment, Yangshi stood in the middle of the stage, his calm eyes sweeping across the entire grandstand. Everyone, Our judgment organization is very clear about humanity's current situation. Under this encirclement and suppression, can it all be eradicated? He paused, then continued with a clear and decisive voice. Therefore, the organization sent me to introduce the Heavenly Spirit's plan to everyone. Right at this moment, Yangshi immediately made an announcement that made the eyes of the crowd below light up. The organization will open quotas for a total of 36 Heavenly Spirits members in the Four Seas region. After a long stream of words scrolled by under the brightly lit sky, he concluded his presentation. The above is the entire content of the Heavenly Spirits plan. Immediately after, comments continuously appeared on the screen. The Judgment Organization is truly generous, even willing to share ability potions. They're the most favorable ability organization in the Four Seas this year. I will definitely cast a vote for the Judgment Organization. In just a short time, the news immediately climbed to the top of the hot search rankings. Number 1, ability potions. Number 2, the Heavenly Spirits plan. Number 3, ordinary people can also become heroes. And only at number 4 was the press conference itself. Without stopping there, Yangshi held the mask high, his calm voice echoing. The Heavenly Leader Star mask is the only one remaining. The other 35 Heavenly Spirits masks before today have already been distributed all over the Four Seas. Pausing for a beat, his gaze swept across the entire grandstand. This mask is today's prize. As long as anyone on this stage can win consecutively, they can take it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately stood up. It was none other than Ji Ning, ranked 20th, belonging to the Qinghua Island Merchant Guild, the 4th on the Four Seas leaderboard. I disagree. How can we young people compete with our seniors? Unwavering and unpanicked, Yangshi immediately and calmly replied, "Young friends, don't be in a hurry. We have also prepared gifts for everyone." His voice became clear and carried weight. If the younger generation can defeat the people below, they can take charge of this B-rank ability potion. Below the stage, Kakji smiled faintly and glanced to the side. "Miss Tantai, between the two of us, who will go up first? How about ladies first?" Tantai Jiao, ranked 16th, belonging to the Fengyuan Island Merchant Guild, the 5th on the Four Seas leaderboard, stepped forward powerfully. "Then you just stay below the stage and watch." Instantly, she stepped onto the fighting arena and drew a sharp longsword, Rainflower Sword, Tantai Jiao. In the blink of an eye, countless sword afterimages appeared, targeting Yangshi in their sight. Unfortunately, in the face of this storm-like attack, Yangshi only casually dodged it using the Plum Blossom Phantom Steps. In a flash, he used the Dragon Subduing Demon Catching Claw, closing his fingers and tightly pinching the tip of Tantai Jiao's sword. Witnessing that scene, the crowd below cheered. "So handsome." The effect of this upgraded ability is so terrifying. Don't be noisy, keep watching. Tantai Jiao hasn't unleashed her full power yet. At this moment, Tantai Jiao's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. She wasn't panicked at all. On the contrary, she became even more confident. In an instant, streams of light burst forth from her body, surging straight toward Yangshi. Realizing the attack from the opponent was about to strike, he decisively launched himself out of range. His eyes gradually grew serious, glancing to find the precise timing to counterattack. Sure enough, not long after, while Tantai Jiao was still stunned, he spread his legs wide to bring down an attack on her. Facing the attack, Tantai Jiao's heart slightly trembled. This guy clearly has the strength of the top 30 on the Four Seas leaderboard. After using that ability potion, his strength has become so terrifying. Right after, as she swung her sword up, she thought, "Right now, I can only block this fatal strike by taking the backlash of the power." The next second, the attacks of the two clashed, creating a fierce shockwave. For a moment, the entire hall had to cover their ears due to the sudden appearance of a piercing sound echoing throughout the space. Amidst that chaotic atmosphere, Yangshi agilely kept his balance, standing on one foot on the tip of Tantai Jiao's sword. From his high position, he slightly lowered his head to look at his opponent, his tone still maintaining politeness. "I yield, Miss Tantai." When a match was temporarily halted because she had lost, another teammate immediately stepped up to take her place. Speaking up at the same time, Yangshi, beating a woman isn't considered having any real skills. That voice carried an obvious arrogance. And the person who had just spoken was Ji Ning. "It's still better to let the young men of our Four Seas come and fight you." That arrogant attitude caused Tantai Jiao, standing nearby, to show a displeased expression. However, as soon as he stepped onto the arena, Ji Ning didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his move. "Try this, my flying fire thunder god halberd." After saying that, he concentrated all his power into one arm, then powerfully charged straight forward. The power radiating from that move immediately made the surrounding onlookers gasp in amazement. Someone quickly recognized it and cried out, "That is Ji Ning's killing move, the lightning heart-digging claw." Back then, he used it to rip out the heart of an S-rank exotic beast. How can the force of this lightning be so powerful? It's practically impossible to keep one's eyes open. Meanwhile, the moment he blocked one of Ji Ning's attacks, Divine Dragon remained calm as he calculated inwardly. His strength is very powerful. I need to use dark energy to upgrade the ability or belittle. By contrast, Ji Ning burst into loud laughter, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Can't hold on anymore." Ji Ning appeared extremely confident, his voice full of arrogance. "The dark energy filling my body amounts to several thousand units. Defeating you is only a matter of time." Yet in complete contrast to those boastful words, his flying fire thunder god halberd still could not pierce through Divine Dragon's palm. Realizing that something was wrong, Ji Ning's face gradually turned pale. In the end, he could not help crying out in shock. "You are hiding your strength. How sinister of you." No longer wanting to waste time with this loudmouth, Divine Dragon frowned slightly and gently twisted Ji Ning's hand, his movement decisive and clean. After dealing with his opponent, he calmly withdrew his hand, looked toward the stands, and invited the next person. "Brother Green, why don't you come up and get a try as well?" On the other side, hearing that challenge, Chris tilted his head slightly toward his younger sister and said in a tone that seemed meant to reassure her, "Victoria, we want to experience the feeling of flying too. Your brother will definitely help you win." As the two stared directly into each other's eyes, Divine Dragon also secretly probed his opponent. After a moment of thought, he gradually reached a conclusion. This guy's spiritual power is above the 3rd rank. There is definitely something wrong with him. I have to take advantage of this exchange and place a sealed ability orb inside his body as a locator. Meanwhile, Chris slowly left his seat and lightly jumped onto the arena, his movements so calm that they revealed almost no openings. Seeing his opponent already standing before him, Divine Dragon connected this with his earlier deductions and quickly summarized the information he had obtained. Chris's ability was the Bloodline-type Bloody Viscount, and its weaknesses were Garlic and Holy Light. As soon as that thought formed, Divine Dragon immediately decided to carry out his plan. In his mind, he swiftly determined that the right moment was now. Stuff an F-rank ability orb in. Seeming to have noticed Divine Dragon's unusual intention as well, Chris immediately took a step back to keep his distance. Right after that, the two of them almost simultaneously began moving back and forth through the air. While Chris kept dodging and changing positions, Divine Dragon repeatedly tried to close in on him. A while later, the moment his feet touched the ground, Divine Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly in observation and inwardly commented, "He keeps dodging but refuses to attack." As expected, a guilty conscience makes one jumpy. The instant that thought flashed through his mind, he immediately decided to launch a sudden attack to break the stalemate. He activated his ability, Wave-Breaking Sea-Splitting Kick. The kick was unleashed in an instant, so sharp that it seemed like an invisible blade. It cut through everything in its path. Even the old man's hair could not escape that kick. As a result of the collision, a pile of smoking leftover flesh suddenly appeared on the arena floor. That strange thing gradually dissolved right before Chris's eyes, making the scene turn eerie for a moment. It was precisely during the instant when Chris was slightly distracted by that sight that Divine Dragon seized the opportunity and quickly threw a sudden punch. His pill finally entered Chris's body. After the first step of his plan succeeded, Divine Dragon wanted even more to expose his opponent's true ability. A thought immediately arose in his mind. This guy has spiritual power above the 3rd rank, yet he chooses to endure in secret. I will not let you continue feeling so pleased with yourself. As he prepared to throw the next punch, he silently declared in his heart, "When it comes to acting, I, Divine Dragon, have never lost to anyone. Knowing that he could no longer continue dodging this time, Chris was finally forced to raise his hand in defense. Yet just that single defense sent Divine Dragon rebounding backward. After stabilizing himself, he not only showed no displeasure, but instead smiled faintly and praised him aloud. Brother Chris truly lives up to being an outstanding figure of the Four Seas. I concede, your strength is far greater than that of the two friends before you. Not stopping there, Divine Dragon even appeared extremely generous as he voluntarily took out a vial of potion and handed it toward his opponent. If you play, you accept the result. This is the potion for Devouring Wind. Hurry and use it. Faced with this unexpected action, Chris revealed a hint of surprise. Even so, he still slowly reached out and accepted the vial from him. After taking the vial in hand, Chris immediately turned toward the people below and called out to his younger sister. Then let Victoria try it. His action made Divine Dragon, standing on the other side, narrow his eyes slightly in observation, and another thought silently arose in his heart. Very soon, Judgment's technology will gain widespread recognition. She will not be the first person outside the Judgment organization to use an ability potion. At the same time, on the other side, after receiving the potion from her brother, Victoria did not hesitate at all. She immediately opened it and drank it all in one breath. Right after she finished drinking the potion, its effect quickly took hold. The new energy appearing inside her body made Victoria unable to hide her joy. I know the move now. That obvious change immediately threw the entire hall into an uproar, because the sight before them was far too unbelievable. Many spectators began discussing it with one another in astonishment. She really can become an ability user, and a B-rank weapon manipulation ability user at that. Between an upgrade type ability potion and an ordinary ability potion, which one should I choose? I'm so torn. While the stands were still noisy, Divine Dragon stood on the arena and calmly observed everyone's reactions. Only then did he slowly announce, "You have all seen the potion's effects with your own eyes. Next will be the contest for the Heavenly Chief Mask." At this point, he paused briefly, then continued speaking his prediction with his usual confidence. "I think Senior Nye Xiaowan of the Campbell family will likely be the first to step onto the stage." Sure enough, as soon as Divine Dragon finished speaking, a figure immediately shot up from below the stands and landed on the arena. Nye Xiaowan of the Campbell family rushed forward and declared without hesitation, "This Heavenly Chief Mask is mine today." The match seemed as though it was about to begin at once, but just then, another voice suddenly rang out to stop it. "Wait a moment. Wonton of the Luofu Merchant Guild will come to deal with your cloud-parting palm first. Didn't they say those people even had to kneel and lick the boots of the Rose Swordsman, ranked 72nd? How do they have the courage to act so arrogantly toward Nye Xiaowan? An ordinary S-rank powerhouse is nothing but an amateur in front of a true powerhouse." Amid the discussions, even Divine Dragon, standing on the stage, narrowed his eyes slightly as a bad premonition gradually appeared in his heart. This guy's a little strange. Sure enough, when everyone's gazes gathered on Wonton, his expression was so stiff that he seemed almost completely lifeless. With her experienced eyes, Mandina recognized the problem with just one glance. Soul consumption, and a defective one at that. With such a stiff expression, it's obvious at first glance that he is a puppet. She even added with absolute certainty, "But it doesn't matter. He will soon die in battle anyway." On the other side, seeing someone dare to stand in his way, Nye Xiaowan of the Campbell family immediately lost patience and directly attacked. "Then let me have you try my cloud-parting palm." The powerful palm force instantly struck straight toward Wonton. The terrifying power of that blow made him close his eyes tightly in pain. With just one strike, his body was sent flying several meters away. Standing off to the side and watching the entire scene, Kakji could not help being startled. How miserable! That palm strike probably would have smashed even my head to pieces. On the other side, seeing that his opponent had been knocked to the ground, Campbell withdrew his hand and cupped his fists according to etiquette. "You let me win." Yet not long after those words left his mouth, he immediately froze and cried out in shock. How is that possible? Because right before his eyes, Wonton, who had clearly been knocked down, slowly stood firm again. Then he calmly looked at Campbell and said lightly, "Is it not over yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the two hammers in his hands and charged straight forward to attack. Not expecting his opponent to survive one of his strikes, Campbell failed to react in time for a moment and was nearly hit by that attack. Realizing that he had just exposed an opening, he lightly touched his chin and cursed in irritation. Damn it. Not wanting to let Wonton gain the upper hand, Campbell immediately shot forward. Right after that, he unleashed a rapid chain of palm strikes against Wonton, each palm landing without missing a single hit. Under that second powerful barrage, Wonton once again fell to the ground. Yet just like before, the moment his body touched the ground, he slowly stood up again. Not only that, his aura even became fiercer than before. A furious roar rang out from Wonton's mouth, the sound so violent that the surrounding earth and stone began to crack. At the same time, the head that had originally been on his neck seemed to disappear, replaced only by a mass of sticky blue liquid moving in a bizarre way. After the transformation was fully complete, Wonton suddenly leaped into the air and vanished from Campbell's sight. Immediately afterward, his body, now completely turned blue, reappeared and threw a punch straight into his opponent's abdomen. Faced with that terrifying sight, Campbell could not help shouting in panic. He is a deep blue aberration. In the stands, those who witnessed it immediately fell into chaos. "Run! Don't shove me!" After striking Campbell, Wonton did not pause for even a second before immediately shifting his target to Vermilion Bird, who was standing nearby. However, even though she was targeted by such a terrifying monster, Vermilion Bird still stood motionless in place. That was because Divine Dragon had arrived in time and transformed into his monkey form to block Wonton's attack. Immediately afterward, he used only one hand to stop the force of his opponent's assault, then followed through with the momentum and threw him far away. As soon as the distance between them widened, the Rui staff appeared in Divine Dragon's hand, radiating a dazzling golden light. Without the slightest hesitation, aiming directly at the target ahead, Monkey poured all his strength into his arm and hurled the staff with force. The Rui staff shot through the air, then pierced straight through Wonton's body and nailed him to the ground. It was also at that moment that Mandina's figure slowly appeared. Looking at the scene before her, she chuckled softly and praised, "A Zodiac member of the Judgment Organization. Your strength is indeed extraordinary." But after her smile gradually faded, Mandina only said two more words softly. "What a pity." Sure enough, immediately after those words, the situation on the field changed at once. Wonton, in his deep blue aberration form, who had been pinned beneath the Rui staff, was actually able to break free. Right after that, he transformed a giant blue hand in midair and quickly grabbed Divine Dragon's monkey form. In the very next instant, Wonton pulled hard, dragging Divine Dragon's entire body downward, straight toward the ground that had already cracked apart earlier. As soon as Monkey was dragged to the ground, he was struck by a massive explosion. After dealing with the opponent on this side, Mandina immediately shifted her gaze to the remaining target and coldly said, "Vermilion Bird, don't just stand there watching the excitement. Come and experience my night crow dreamscape." As soon as she finished speaking, a dense stream of black energy immediately shot out from her eyes. That dark energy rapidly spread out and covered Vermilion Bird's entire body, like deadly ink swallowing her figure whole. After realizing that her opponent had completely fallen into the dreamlike state she had created, Mandina slowly spoke. "Sink into the spiritual world I have arranged for you." Immediately afterward, within the dreamscape she had constructed, white skulls began emerging one after another from the darkness. The moment they saw Vermilion Bird, they immediately lunged forward to bite and tear at her. Yet at the very moment Vermilion Bird awakened within the dreamscape, a radiance burst from her body. That light forced the vicious skulls to hurriedly retreat. Seeing that such power was still not enough to control her opponent, Mandina immediately increased the pressure of the dreamscape and resolved to create a new trial. Even a third-rank powerhouse can only struggle after falling into the night crow dreamscape. Before long, the next dreamscape had formed. In this new scene, Vermilion Bird seemed to be sleeping soundly in the middle of a vast flower field that stretched endlessly into the distance. Around her, there were only brilliant flowers swaying in the wind, and above her was a broad sky filled with layers of clouds drifting slowly. Yet this seemingly peaceful beauty soon became dangerous. The flowers that had looked harmless began to move, then rushed toward Vermilion Bird in waves. They clung to her motionless body in increasing numbers, layer upon layer, covering her completely as if trying to devour all her vitality. Seeing that the other party still had not awakened, Mandina said smugly, "I knew it. No one can escape the Night Crow dreamscape." But she had underestimated Vermilion Bird's ability, because only moments later, the demonic flowers clinging around her body were burned clean by flames that suddenly erupted. Although Mandina was utterly shocked by that result, she had no intention of stopping. "Impossible. Keep falling for me." As soon as those words rang out, the surrounding scene changed once again, and Vermilion Bird was instantly pulled down into a vast open sea. The third layer of the dreamscape. It did not stop there. The dreamscape continued to transform. This time, she was thrown into a roaring sea of raging flames. The fourth layer of the dreamscape. After that layer passed, the surrounding space changed again into a frigid world of ice, where Vermilion Bird was frozen solid within a thick layer of ice. The fifth layer of the dreamscape. Seeing that her opponent's body now showed almost no movement, Mandina immediately revealed joy that was difficult to conceal. She finally can't endure it anymore. Yet before that joy could last for long, the situation changed, because Vermilion Bird awakened from the dreamscape once again. Witnessing this scene, Mandina instantly shouted in anger, "Impossible! I have already approached the limit of the third rank." When she realized that the number of dreamscapes Mandina could create had been exhausted, Vermilion Bird no longer remained passive and began to counterattack. At the moment when the final dream world was gradually collapsing, Mandina only had time to cry out one last sentence in terror. "What kind of monster are you?" Immediately afterward, the entire dreamscape was shattered. The fragments of the broken dream scattered and gradually vanished into the void. When everything returned to reality, Mandina was already kneeling before Vermilion Bird. Standing in front of her opponent, Vermilion Bird asked calmly, "Lost Lamb, tell me your true name." Under that pressure, Mandina was almost unable to resist and obediently answered, "Mandina Passy." After learning her opponent's true name, Vermilion Bird began to pass judgment. "Then, Mandina Passy, I shall judge you. You are guilty of arrogance." She then pronounced the final verdict. "I sentence you to the punishment of fire." As soon as the judgment fell, fierce flames immediately burst out and engulfed Mandina. The terrifying heat made her scream in agony. "It hurts." Unable to withstand the burning, Mandina immediately tried to escape and fled. "I have to run. In any case, the commander is here. Even if the mission fails, it won't be counted against me." But from the very beginning, Divine Dragon had already predicted this action, so when he saw Mandina trying to flee, he muttered softly, "Trying to run again?" Fortunately, the surroundings have already been sealed off with spiritual power. At that exact moment, Chris also suddenly made a move and said, "Don't let the enemy escape again." While he was still reaching out, trying to grab Mandina as she searched for a way to escape, a piece of red cloth flew over from somewhere at extreme speed and seized her. Although Chris saw that Mandina had already been trapped inside that cloth, he still instinctively reached out, wanting to catch her. However, the red cloth immediately shifted to the side and very quickly moved out of his reach. Seeing that he could no longer touch the target, Chris could only withdraw his hand and praise him aloud. "Brother Divine Dragon, what excellent skill. You captured the fleeing enemy in an instant. I admire you." At this moment, Divine Dragon had already completely subdued Mandina, clearly one step ahead of him. Yet it was precisely Chris's reaction just now that made suspicion arise in Divine Dragon's heart. This guy really does have a guilty conscience. If he had not tried to use vampire energy to silence her, perhaps I could have asked even more. Temporarily putting his thoughts about Chris aside, Divine Dragon's gaze slowly shifted to Mandina, who was tightly bound in the red cloth bag. At the same time, a new thought popped into his head. What would happen if he tried to strip the ability of the Deep Blue tribe? As soon as that thought appeared, a familiar blue panel immediately appeared before Divine Dragon's eyes. Ability stripping. From Mandina, Divine Dragon obtained 6 skills. Ability, Deep Blue Bloodline. Description, originating from the bloodline of the Deep Blue Mother Tree, possessing various combat methods. Skill 1, Initial Blade. Skill 2, Pure Black. Skill 3, Soul Eater, turning the target into a puppet like a soulless corpse. Skill 4, using a large amount of primordial particles to rapidly generate aberrations. Skill 5, Light Shield, enveloping the spiritual body and returning to the sapling at extremely fast speed. Skill 6, Nightcrow Dreamscape, Level 5, S-Rank Evaluation. Facing this harvest that exceeded expectations, he couldn't help but feel somewhat satisfied, and his emotions quickly stabilized. Not bad. The harvest this time is quite plentiful. Once everything was completed, Vermilion Bird didn't stay long and took the initiative to say goodbye. The matter here has been resolved. See you next time. As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body vanished with the wind. At the same time, down on the ground, Monkey also leaped out of the deep pit with decisive movements. But right after that, he couldn't hide his annoyance. As soon as he got out, he immediately started complaining. This sticky glue is sickening. After complaining, Monkey didn't linger long. He just casually patted Divine Dragon's shoulder, entrusting the remaining work to him. Good kid, I'll leave the rest to you. On the other side, although Campbell had escaped danger, his body had suffered heavy damage, making it difficult to even stand firmly. Right at this moment, Divine Dragon also took the initiative to complete his previous promise, stepping forward to hand the mask back to the other party. Senior Nya, this mask is yours now. I hope you can use it properly. After taking the item, Campbell didn't react immediately, but fell into deep thought, as if considering how to use it. After leaving the arena, Divine Dragon finally began to summarize the situation, turning to ask Vermilion Bird, how many people have obtained the Heavenly Chief Mask now? To that question, she quickly provided specific data for each region. Free Alliance Sea region, 6 people. Hero Sea region, 3 people. Iron Sea region, 2 people. And Chaotic Sea region, 2 people. During the report, Vermilion Bird's tone paused for a beat, as if wanting to emphasize, among the Heavenly Chief members of the Hero Sea region, there is an acquaintance, Demonic Dragon. As soon as this information was mentioned, it caught Divine Dragon's attention, and his train of thought was pulled in another direction. When did this guy come to the 4 Great Seas? However, facing this question, Vermilion Bird didn't explain directly, but chose to ask in return. Do we need to think of a way to swap him out? Facing this probing suggestion, he still maintained an indifferent attitude, not appearing to care too much. No need. As long as he works well for me and creates enough benefits for the organization, that's enough. I still have this bit of tolerance. After the story about Demonic Dragon was simply concluded, his thoughts also quickly changed direction. The harvest this time is enough to upgrade the Void Realm Cube from S rank to SS rank. Sure enough, exactly as initially predicted, the result was quickly confirmed. The treasure had been upgraded. Ability, Void Realm Cube. Description, can store and transport items through the Void Realm. Skill 1, Transportation Door, transports items to you through the Void Realm Vortex. Can sense the location. Life forms cannot pass through the Void Realm Vortex. Skill 2, can transport life forms with the help of a spatial anchor. Level 3, Evaluation, Assess. The fast delivery of the myriad worlds needs you. While reading through the description, Divine Dragon's gaze suddenly stopped on a key detail. Life forms cannot pass through the Void Realm means that only dead life forms can enter the Void Realm. Any life form that enters the Void Realm will die. The thought of verifying it immediately appeared. He did not hesitate and acted directly. Still holding a fish in his hand, he activated the skill, Transportation Door. As soon as the dark purple vortex opened before his eyes, the scene that unfolded was almost unsurprising. He threw the poor fish right in. Only after a very short time, the result was quickly returned. The fish returned to Divine Dragon's hand in a dead state. From that intuitive phenomenon, he quickly drew an initial deduction. I can feel that the Void Realm seems to be absorbing the life force of living beings. No wonder it can't transport living beings. However, instead of stopping, his thoughts continued to expand in another direction, and a new hypothesis gradually formed. Another completely alive fish was pulled out. What if it's used as an attack method? This time, the operation was changed a bit to serve the experimental purpose. The skill was activated directly on the fish, Transportation Door. The Void Realm Vortex is an offensive ability of the space element. The Void Realm Vortex can also be used to absorb the enemy's attacks. This new realization quickly led to the next step of reasoning, and he began to think more carefully. The pig avatar will use this SS rank Void Realm Cube. This can be considered a decent combat power. Then, let's start setting up the pig avatar. Almost immediately, as soon as the thought ended, the action followed suit. Divine Dragon's clothing changed instantly. Right after that, another transformation took place and a clone appeared, Pig. However, before he had the chance to continue delving into testing the ability, Vermilion Bird had sought out Pig to report, having received new intelligence. The Hero Association is capturing Otherworlders exactly because of the thoughts on the Otherworlders' bodies. Hearing this news, Divine Dragon immediately fell in a deep thought, then asked Vermilion Bird, "The Deep Blue Tribe are also Otherworlders, right? But it seems I don't need thoughts, could it be?" While his train of thought was still unclear, Pig continued to raise doubts. The Deep Blue Tribe and the Otherworlders of the Osai Plane are not the same group. After all, the way they handle the inheritance of abilities is different. Right after that, Vermilion Bird added another piece of information. There's one more thing. Yang Fei Fei, Ji Yurong, Qian Duo, and Blanche have arrived at the Qilin Palace. Hearing this, he immediately reacted and shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The scene then slowly shifted, bringing everything back to the Qilin Palace, where the atmosphere inside the main hall remained quiet. Inside the hall, Duo and Blanche were standing next to each other, conversing. So many missions, and there is also a catalog for exchanging ability potions. Exchanging for an upgrade-type ability potion requires 4,500 accumulated points. Duo tried to calculate. Based on the accumulated points that Sister Yurong gained from hunting mutant beasts, she has to kill 18 mutant beasts to exchange for an S-rank ability potion. After calculating for a long time, the more she calculated, the more pressured she felt. Finally, unable to hide her frustration, she sighed, "It really isn't easy at all." However, contrary to that heaviness, Fei disagreed. Her voice carried a bit of confidence mixed with calculation, not necessarily. There are also intelligence gathering, rescue, and assassination missions here. The rewards are not bad, and they are much simpler than killing mutant beasts. Before the conversation among the three could last any longer, suddenly a shout rang out, "Quiet." Right after that, Rooster appeared in front of the girls, exuding a calm yet majestic aura, and directly announced the purpose. Summoning you here this time is to discuss a plan with the Zodiac seats, lending accumulated points, which can also be considered a benefit for you. Upon hearing those words, Blanche and Yurong almost simultaneously looked at each other, a hint of surprise and anticipation flashing in their eyes. Unable to contain her emotions, she joyfully exclaimed, "Does this mean we can get the ability potion in advance?" A blue panel appeared, ability panel. Rooster raised his hand, pointing at the panel, his voice remaining calm, but carrying a sense of urging. "Quickly choose the ability you like the most." Behind that seemingly generous decision was actually a carefully considered calculation step. The stronger the core members were, the faster the speed of gathering resources would be, and the higher the chances of winning against the Otherworlders. Because he had matters to attend to, Divine Dragon personally went to the port of Banana Island, which was considered an important stopover. Right here, Uncle Fu stepped forward to introduce to him, "Young Master Divine Dragon, this is Banana Island, the last island where repairs can be made before reaching the boss defense line." While observing his surroundings, Divine Dragon's gaze was quickly drawn to the river in front of him, making him exclaim, "This river is really beautiful." And following that exclamation-like statement, Uncle Fu naturally recounted its origin. This is the Moon River, the largest source of fresh water on Banana Island. It is said that drinking the water from the Moon River can make a person lucky. Upon hearing this, he seemed somewhat interested, so he bent down and scooped up a handful of water. Does it really have this effect? Then I'll give it a try too. However, just as the water settled in the palm of his hand, a few sparkling blue particles unexpectedly appeared in it, causing him to immediately realize something unusual. There's actually a small amount of primordial particles in here. Did the third scene in Fei-Fei's dream occur on this island? This very discovery caused doubts to quickly arise in his mind, leading him to think, what is the purpose of the people from the Deep Blue Tribe dumping blue powder into the Moon River? Wanting to clarify its origin, Divine Dragon then turned to ask for information. "Uncle Fu, where is the source of the Moon River?" Only to receive a clear answer. It's on Mount Jitong in the center of Banana Island. Without further hesitation, in order to track down the clue of the blue powder, Divine Dragon immediately moved to Mount Jitong. At the source of the Moon River, while standing and observing the flowing water, he watched and silently evaluated. Based on this concentration, even if an ordinary human drank it for more than half a year, they wouldn't reach the level of transformation or mutation. This made him feel even more puzzled. Even someone as smart as Divine Dragon had to admit, I truly cannot see through the thoughts of the Deep Blue Tribe, because this matter was too suspicious. After a moment of consideration, he made a decision. I might as well create a secret base on Mount Jitong, which would also be convenient for monitoring their movements. Right after that, Divine Dragon directly gave an order. Snake, I leave this place for you to monitor, and received Snake's reply. Understood. As time passed, dusk gradually descended upon the 7th island chain of the Boss defense line. Meanwhile, work at the port was still quite busy, preventing the porters from resting yet. And in that context, Divine Dragon stood in front of Libong, listening to him ask, is the Zodiac accompanying your esteemed organization, His Excellency Monkey or His Excellency Rooster? You three are the Libong group, the Flame Fighter and the Gem Seeker, right? Facing the probing question, Divine Dragon merely replied calmly, the organization is temporarily having a star like me stationed at the Boss defense line. However, this information made Libong quite surprised. No Zodiac powerhouse, just you alone? In the face of that doubt, Divine Dragon couldn't conveniently explain too much. He couldn't say that Monkey was him, Rooster was also him, and if needed, even Rabbit could appear. Therefore, he simply introduced his lineup. Besides me, the three behind me have all reached S rank in strength. However, those words seemingly weren't convincing enough, making Libong continue to doubt. Here, Brother Yang, whether you are at rank 5 or not, it doesn't count just because you say so. At that moment, standing to the side, the Flame Fighter revealed an interested look and chimed in. Whether it's S rank or not, you'll know once you test it. In the future, everyone will still have to fight shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield, so we should get to know each other a bit. Meanwhile, the Gem Seeker expressed his unwillingness to participate. I won't make a move against these girls. They have thin and frail limbs. If I break them, I won't be able to pay for the damages. Seeing that a fight was inevitable, Divine Dragon had to take the initiative to propose. You can challenge any one of these three as you please. If anyone can successfully challenge them, I will gift the light gloves to that person. As soon as the words fell, the Flame Fighter immediately chose Blanche as his target. If that's the case, then I'll try fighting you. He fixed his gaze straight at her, while not forgetting to utter belittling words. If I were you, I'd choose to concede right away. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you get hurt later. Before his words had completely finished, he seemed to keep showing off. While rambling, he casually created a stone vortex, his tone maintaining a hypocritical facade. But don't worry, I won't hit you in the face. Who told me to be a gentleman? At that exact moment, the stone vortex rapidly took shape. In the blink of an eye, the pile of gemstones hurtled towards her like a massive wheel. Facing the incoming attack, Blanche maintained her composure. Gripping her sword firmly without wavering, she replied decisively, if you had experienced the things I've been through, you would know that these words have absolutely no effect on me. As her words fell, the surrounding air tightened accordingly. Right after that, as the timing ripened, her gaze suddenly became sharp. In a single, seamless movement, Blanche exerted force, followed by a loud shout. The sword in her hand swung out head-on, slashing straight into the center of the vortex. After resolving the stone vortex, Blanche did not stop, but immediately changed her stance, continuing to advance straight towards the opponent. To stop her from advancing further, the Flame Fighter was forced to hastily react, quickly creating a shield between the two of them. However, under the unrelenting pressure of the blade, that defensive layer could not hold up, completely shattering the supposedly solid defense. Witnessing this entire process happen right before his eyes, the Flame Fighter finally couldn't hide his shock. His whole body seemingly froze, unable to budge. When the battle ended, Libong immediately stepped forward and changed his attitude, speaking towards Divine Dragon's team. Let's stop today's match here. Why don't we go see the commanding officer's villa first? As he spoke, he spread his arms wide. Please. As for Divine Dragon, after observing the entire sequence of events, he secretly drew a conclusion in his heart. In this world, in the end, one still has to rely on strength to speak. In the treacherous mountain terrain, a man was still tenaciously simultaneously engaging in combat with a mountain ape. Meanwhile, in a completely different area, Demonic Dragon was diving deep underwater, silently searching for the target's whereabouts. In his mind, he constantly calculated, if the intelligence is not wrong, then the Otherworlder is hiding at the bottom of the sea. Returning with an Otherworlder will probably be exchanged for quite a few accumulated points. The mutant beasts are truly stupid. They clearly possess immense strength, yet they're being played in circles by a group of weak natives. The more she spoke, the more her disappointed emotions were clearly revealed. If it weren't for the major city-state powers sending explorers like us to command, they would have been plotted against and wiped out by humans long ago. To cheer its master up, the clam spirit hastily chimed in. Right. You'll stop being angry if you think about the magic crystal mine. And sure enough, when she heard the mention of something she cared about, Anasta's expression immediately softened. That's true. As long as I have extremely high-purity magic crystals, they can assist me in breaking through to rank 2. If the magic crystal mine here can be brought back to Odyssey and sold, it would be an unimaginable wealth. However, the joy did not last long. Upon realizing that an aura was approaching, her expression suddenly changed, and her voice became urgent. Someone is coming. Damn it, run quickly. Meanwhile, Demonic Dragon rapidly closed in from a distance, having absolutely no intention of letting the other party escape. Trying to run? Too late. Due to the clam's massive size, evasion became impossible. Demonic Dragon's spiritual energy beam immediately hit, causing it to freeze. Seeing the situation turn bad, Anasta had to jump out, while simultaneously drawing her bow and aiming straight ahead, coldly shouting, "Despicable native!" The arrow carrying green light instantly shot forward, but Demonic Dragon easily dodged it. Just when it seemed he had escaped the attack, the arrow, after flying past, unexpectedly circled back from behind, catching him off guard and piercing his back. The incident happened so fast that Demonic Dragon couldn't help but be shocked. What? Seeing the opponent fall into a passive state, Anasta could not hide her smug look. Did you think a speed-changing arrow was that easy to dodge? Then, right after, 2 words escaped from her mouth. Grow. And following that command, from the position where the arrow was embedded, a tree quickly sprouted, growing vigorously right on Demonic Dragon's body, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Not lingering any longer, Anasta immediately jumped back into the clam while uttering words of contempt. Stupid native who doesn't even know what magic power is, yet wants to fight with me under the same level conditions. You don't know your own limits. Then the two of them retreated along the water flow, disappearing from the area. When the video clip ended, the scene returned to the present, and Vermilion Burr reported, "This is all the footage that Demonic Dragon transmitted back." Witnessing Anasta's ability with his own eyes, she had to admit, it seems humans still have a long way to go if they want to fight against the colonists from Odyssey. His brows furrowed as he commented on the strength of both sides. Not only in terms of energy usage, but also in the development of abilities, they are far ahead of humans. Hearing this, Vermilion Bird chose some comforting words. Fortunately, with the huge population base of humanity, mighty geniuses will still emerge. Putting Anasta's matter aside, she asked about another issue. How is the Heavenly Dipper plan going? Have the people who needed to get the masks acquired all of them? Based on the collected information, Vermilion Bird gave a detailed report. The 3 major forces have basically collected the Heavenly Dipper masks, and also, Nie Xiaowan's mask was snatched by the people of the Ouyang family. Just as she said, currently in the Ouyang family, Guanhe was entrusting an important task, ignoring the messy battle records on the floor. Jingzhu, I leave this mass matter to you. Remember, do not provoke the limits of the Judgment Organization. Looking at the mask in her hand, Jingzhu couldn't help but wonder, but they hold the technique to manufacture ability potions. Even if we don't compete, the other 2 families will definitely take action. But he immediately reassured her, it's fine, the Judgment Organization won't be easily dealt with by the Iron Blood Army or the Hero Association. Then, she asked one last question. So after exchanging for the ability potion, do I need to bring it to you? He refused. No need. At my realm, what I need to care about is something else. Another person surnamed Ouyang, named Ouyang Xian, was meditating. He ranked 3rd on the 4 Seas board. Noticing some movement, Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes. He saw Jingzhu holding the mask and instructing him, Eldest nephew, your father said to let you handle it as you see fit. I am handing it over to you. Go find someone to verify the authenticity of the ability potion. Yang Xian looked at the mask on the floor silently while listening to her reminder. You must not take the risk to test it yourself. You are the heir of the Merchant Guild Alliance. Your body is very precious. At the Iron Blood Army headquarters, a person was also assigning tasks related to the Judgment Organization. Let Heavenly Sun handle it. The man with a scar over his I named Heavenly Sun immediately obeyed. Understood, Lord Commander. The scene shifted to a place with a high mountain piercing through the clouds. On the mountain peak was the Hero Association, and while playing chess, Explosive Blast took the opportunity to complain, there are more and more otherworlders, and humans with abilities are decreasing every year. The situation is not very optimistic. He also proposed a solution himself. Perhaps it is truly as that person said. Only by finding the unique method of meditation can humanity be saved. The biggest crux was raised by Explosive Blast. Unfortunately, although the two of us know meditation, we can't teach it to others. How exactly do the otherworlders do it? Heaven-Reaching's eyes were still focused on the chessboard, but he calmly mentioned an item. Have you heard of the ability potion? I think it might become an alternative to meditation. Although he knew about it, Explosive Blast was still skeptical. I've heard of it, but I just don't know if it can create powerhouses of the same level as us. In the face of his doubts, Heaven-Reaching suddenly laughed heartily. It would be best if someone could just raise their hand and hang me up to beat me. Then the burden on me would be a bit lighter. Hearing this, Explosive Blast quickly arranged. Then let's leave the Judgment Organization's matter to that kid Yubei. He decided not to interfere. I have no objections. He is your disciple after all. Thanks to eavesdropping, She learned the secret. It seems that besides looking for the Philosopher's Stone, obtaining the Otherworlders meditation method must also be put on the schedule. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Yang Xian asked, have you finished exchanging the ability? Overjoyed, Ouyang Lang excitedly showed off, I have chosen the ability. It's my old man's Azure Dragon envoy. Knowing that Yang Xian had helped him, he enthusiastically thanked him. I really didn't expect you to give such a good opportunity to me. But then the sudden appearance of Vermilion Bird surprised the two young men. Her shoes hit the brick floor with a dry sound as she gradually approached. Yang Xian's face was still bewildered, and I didn't even sense her appearance. Without paying attention to him, Vermilion Bird directly reminded Yang Lang, Star of Heavenly Chief, get ready to take the ability potion. A colored vial was thrown out, and he quickly caught it. Holding in his hand, Yang Lang hesitated and looked at Yang Xian, then I will drink it. The liquid in the vial quickly went into his stomach. Eager for the potion's effect, Yang Lang immediately used his power. Next, I want to try summoning the Azure Dragon. From a large blue circle, a dragon indeed appeared. That majestic spirit beast made Yang Lang overjoyed. This is the dragon separated from my old man, and I really summoned it. When Vermilion Bird was about to leave, someone called out, please hold on, I have a matter to ask. It turned out to be Yang Xian. He immediately raised his doubt. The daily task of the Heavenly Dipper members is to hunt mutant beasts, so it can be seen that the mutant beast corpses are the main ingredient to create ability potions. But he was also surprised when he realized the truth. Could this be the activity that alchemy talks about? Without hiding anything, Vermilion Bird answered calmly. Do you guys call it activity? Internally within the Judgment Organization, this thing is called the ability element. That term was repeated by Yang Xian, ability element. It turned out that Vermilion Bird was impersonated by Yang Shi, which was how he discovered the boy's potential. This kid is interesting. I really want to take him as a subordinate. Not long after, in a damp stone cave, located on Mount Jitong, inside the Judgment Organization's secret base, Snake was resting. Seeing his friend so relaxed, Yang Shi cheerfully commented, you're living quite comfortably. This SS rank plasma is for you. The small round pill in his hand was plasma, used to control plasma to attack enemies. Skill 1 is Plasma Rain. Skill 2 is Plasma Swarm, which creates plasma insects with simple intelligence used for self-destructive attacks to deal massive damage. And Skill 3 is Plasma Destruction, rated as a 3rd tier SS rank. Suddenly, Yang Shi's eyes narrowed vigilantly. There's a fluctuation. Based on the collected information, he knew where the anomaly was. The F-rank ability particle in Chris's body is highly active near Banana Island. Let me go take a look. To participate remotely, Yangshi infiltrated Ether using his puppet control skill. Here, there were many people attending the Green family's internal meeting. In front of the entire audience, Chris grandly declared, after destroying the Chen family with extremely high combat power last time, the second opportunity for the organization to create a third-tier powerhouse has arrived. With a firm voice, he shouted loudly, "As people of the Green family, I hope you can survive and become powerhouses of the Deep Blue clan." Chris even used grand words to achieve his goal. Only by sacrificing oneself can we use more advanced ways to pass on the fire of human civilization. Those words sickened Ether. If you're betraying humanity, just say you're betraying humanity. Is it necessary to make it sound so noble? Only one boy dared to stand up and object. "I'm never going to be a monster. Let me go home immediately." Chris immediately glared and asked back, "Who did you call monster?" Although sweating profusely, the boy still bravely retorted, "My cousin Chris, I'm not afraid of you." Then, he dragged the boy away while expressing disappointment. "I knew it. Not everyone in the Green family can agree with my ambition." The grabbed boy struggled. "Brother, are you going to beat me in front of so many acquaintances?" Holding the opponent's chin firmly with one hand, Chris coldly delivered a chilling judgment. In order to continue the fire of human civilization, any sacrifice is worth it. Then he ruthlessly squeezed that tender neck, causing blood to spill from the corners of the boy's mouth. Standing next to the corpse, Chris turned to the others. "Ether, what do you guys think?" To avoid revealing his identity, he had to play along. "I will follow in your footsteps, dedicating my strength to preserve the fire of civilization." The person next to him agreed, "Me too." That made Chris smile broadly in satisfaction. "Very good. Then we will head to Banana Island and start harvesting the fruits this time." At Banana Island, specifically the presidential suite of some hotel, Ether stood in a dark corner, quietly planning. The possession time is less than 3 hours, and I still don't know what the people of the Deep Blue clan are up to. The person tied and kneeling on the floor was the number 68 eight-armed martial artist, Naipong Peisilin, despicable villain. "What do you want by kidnapping me?" Sitting comfortably on a chair that wasn't his, Chris calmly explained, "I invited you here simply because I don't want you ruining things later." Then he stood up and turned toward the window for Seelan to look. "It's convenient for you to watch a good show." Just seeing the scene outside, he hastily cried out, "What?" On the street, a collision had just occurred between a truck and a car. A guy got out of the car angrily. "Hey, it was you who swerved and hit us. You have to take full responsibility. Get down here honestly." In front of him was the truck driver with his head bowed and one leg deformed. The overly bizarre scene panicked the guy. "Damn it, your leg is broken." Seeing the truck driver approaching, he quickly waved him off. "I'm warning you, if you come any closer, I'll call the police." But when that guy looked up, that face was no longer human. The whole incident terrified Seelan. "Have you released a virus on Banana Island?" Contrary to him, Chris's face was full of malice. "Our methods aren't that lowly. We merely released 3 deep blue mutants with teleportation traits." Step-by-step of the plan was revealed by him. The residents of Banana Island have been drinking water containing primitive particles for months. Although the amount is small, but Chris's eyes flashed with a vicious glint along with a gloating voice. "There are hundreds of thousands of residents on Banana Island, enough for these 3 deep blue mutants with teleportation traits to evolve to Tier 3. Watch." Just as he said, the deep blue mutant just now had evolved another tier by killing someone. Because of the critical situation, Yang Shi, in Ether's body, quickly made a decision. "I have to find a way to stop them." Faced with such an inhumane act, Seelan cursed relentlessly. "Do you have any humanity left, using the lives of a whole island to create a Tier 3 powerhouse?" He struggled free from the ropes with his strength and declared, "Go to hell. Even if I have to bet everything of me, Naipong Peisilin, I won't let this kind of thing happen." But the punch Seelan threw didn't touch Chris. He formed a technique in his hand and immediately threw it at his opponent. That blue light directly hit Seelan's right arm. Feeling his arm go limp, he gritted his teeth and endured. How is this possible? Opposite him, Chris swung out 3 more blue lights and demanded, "Starting from now, behave yourself." Unable to dodge, all 3 attacks hit Seelan. Looking at his fallen opponent, he glared and threatened, "The mental connection between your limbs and your brain has been severed by me. Stay here obediently and be the final nutrient for the deep blue mutant." Believing the matter here was resolved, Chris turned and instructed, "Uncle Byron, I leave this place to you. I'm going to see how those 3 are eating." Try to move, but failing, Seelan could only utter Damn it. Once Chris was gone, Ether decided to act. I have to help this 8-armed martial artist heal the wound caused by the creator first, restoring the mental connection with his limbs. So he approached and started a conversation. Uncle Byron, this Nippon guy is a famous powerhouse. Is there no need to tie him up? Hearing this, Byron affirmed firmly, it's fine. He was injured by your creator brother. Only a tier 3 spiritual power could dispel this state for him. But Ether still took it upon himself. It's still safer to tie him up. Hearing this, Seelan started shouting, are you guys even human? Just watching those aliens slaughter our own kind? Ether's mouth was full of very unethical words. What are you talking about? A nutrient should have the awareness of a nutrient. But he secretly used his power to reconnect the mental link between the limbs and the brain for Seelan. After achieving his goal, Ether flashed a triumphant smile. Indeed, all the damaged areas on him had healed. Even Seelan was stunned to realize you. Then Ether continued acting while keeping him quiet. Uncle Byron, I'm done tying him up. Come over here and see how I tied it. Byron admired and praised. I didn't expect it. Your tying isn't bad. Unexpectedly, a cold word sounded behind him, Die. Thanks to their connection, Chris was horrified to realize his uncle was dead. Damn it. Looking up at the presidential suite, he asked himself in disbelief, Byron is dead? Then he hurriedly transformed into a flock of bats and shattered the glass to rush in. Then about 10 pitch-black bats gathered together to reform into Chris's human shape. Seeing Byron's corpse, he couldn't help but be surprised. These are Nippong's marks, but I clearly severed the connection between his limbs and brain. The sharp intuition of a cold-blooded killer made Chris sense danger. Although he didn't see the opponent, he instinctively ducked low to dodge the attack. Seelan's figure flashed by while he was busy probing. Who is hiding in the dark corner? He threw a powerful punch, Die, but Chris managed to split into bats just in time. Realizing Ether was standing still in the corner of the room, he finally discovered the unexpected truth. So I was mistaken, and you still pretended not to know. What are you talking about, brother? However, Chris was smart enough not to be fooled again. Vermilion Bird, this is the 3rd time I've sensed your spiritual power. Having been played so hard, he angrily cursed. I'm afraid when Ether arrived on the mainland, he was already completely controlled by you guys, right? With a sword in hand, Chris prepared to deal with his opponent. Just perfectly, the commander wants to deal with your judgment organization. Handling you is also a great achievement. Done talking nonsense, he aggressively charged forward. Meanwhile, Ether calmly calculated, Snake has gone to kill the 3 deep blue mutants with teleportation traits. What I have to do is hold Chris back. While dodging the attack, he reminded him, if you attack me, your brother is definitely dead too. Unexpectedly, Chris replied very coldly, then that is his honor as well. Just as he finished speaking, 2 streams of black aura shot out from his eyes. Yet, just one hand of Vermilion Bird was enough to protect Ether. Knowing she was trustworthy, Seelan asked before leaving, Vermilion Bird, Your Excellency, I leave this place to you. I'm going to deal with those troublemakers. Fearing that the plan would collapse, Chris hurriedly shouted, trying to leave? He tried to stop Seelan. It won't be that easy. Ether himself also knew his role clearly. Right now, the only person on Banana Island who can eliminate the deep blue mutants, besides me, is this powerhouse Seelan. That reason alone was enough for him to draw his sword and assist Seelan's escape. The swords of both sides clashed, so why was there bloodshed? The one stabbed was Ether. Chris smiled sadistically. You fell for the trap. This was just a feint. You were the target. Meanwhile, the deep blue mutants were wreaking havoc on Banana Island's commercial street. Candy was hiding behind a wall while live streaming. Hello everyone, it's your Candy here. As you can see, a blue monster has appeared on Banana Island, killing anyone it meets. On his phone screen appeared the image of the monster facing off against a small figure. Although terrified, Candy was still able to narrate the battle. My big brother, Cowboy Ferrero, is fighting it to the death. Hero 8-arm martial artist, please come quickly. The man named Ferrero was firing a barrage of shots while thinking, as long as I can stall until the 8-arm martial artist arrives, it can be handled. Despite its massive body, the deep blue mutant agilely dodged all the bullets fired. Its terrifying speed made Ferrero exclaim. What? Candy was horrified to see that he could no longer hide. Damn it. His phone screen clearly revealed the pale green face of the monster. A desperate scream burst out before the screen went black. No, Seeing the monster charging straight toward her with terrifying momentum, Candy was so frightened that she screamed, "Help!" But at that critical instant, three black objects were suddenly controlled from an unknown direction and shot over at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, three iron rods pierced straight into the monster's body. The penetrating force was so powerful that it instantly collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this happen right before her eyes, Candy still could not quite believe it. She stammered, I'm not dead." Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Candy. Snake raised the purple sphere in his hand, within which flickering bolts of lightning kept bursting out, then said coldly, "Disappear." Right after those words, streams of lightning struck down one after another, instantly charring the monster's body, which had already been pinned in place. When everything settled, he slowly reached out and picked up the sphere floating before him. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, "Ability obtained." Immediately afterward, information about the black sphere was provided to Snake one item at a time. Ability: Deep Blue Combat Mutant Bloodline. Introduction: a seed type of the Deep Blue Bloodline. Skill 1, Berserk. Skill 2, Teleportation. Absorb primordial particles to refine and strengthen teleportation. Evaluation: S rank. As these lines of information appeared, deep inside Snake, Yangshi began silently calculating. I wonder if this can be used to teleport the spiritual body inside the deep blue bloodline. But roots have already grown inside her spiritual body, so the situation will be more complicated. Holding the sphere firmly in his hand, he continued thinking about the next step. That expert named Qian Buke, who is unconscious at the Qian family, seems to be in the same situation. When the time comes, I'll use him as the first test subject. But just then, Candy suddenly rushed over and clung tightly to Snake's leg, crying as she begged, "Big shot, who are you? Did you save me? I want to follow you." With her clinging tightly to his leg like that, Snake was momentarily a little flustered. "You let go of me first." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yangshi gritted his teeth and broke free from Ether's body. Facing that body, Chris suddenly felt an indescribable discomfort rising in his heart. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Why do I feel so unhappy?" But while Chris was still lost in thought, another voice suddenly rang out inside the room. The sound came so unexpectedly that he was immediately startled. "I shall judge you, Chris Green." Hearing that declaration, Chris instantly looked around the spacious room, but aside from himself, there seemed to be no one else there. "Who is it?" Just then, Vermilion Bird slowly appeared in midair, her cold gaze looking down as she questioned him. "You have committed the sin of greed. Do you acknowledge your guilt?" Being condemned so suddenly made Chris break out in a cold sweat. Under that invisible pressure, he could only tremble and admit, "I do." Receiving his confession, she raised her hand and cast her technique. Judgment, lightning punishment. Immediately afterward, a current of high-voltage electricity struck Chris directly. The violent current made him scream in agony. "It hurts." While enduring the torture of the lightning, Chris saw Vermilion Bird turn her face away. He could not help but curse. "Damn it. If this continues, I'll have to give up this body." In the next second, she flew out of the room through the hole in the glass window. Before leaving, she coldly dropped one final line. "Chris, repent in the lightning." Only after the other party had completely left did Chris struggle over to where Ether was lying. Looking at the motionless body on the floor, he bent down slightly and murmured, "My foolish little brother," hugging the other person's body tightly. The pain in his heart grew even stronger. This really is an unpleasant feeling. After a moment of silence, Chris's body gradually transformed, turning into bats that shot away, leaving Ether lying behind. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the residents were screaming in fear at the scene before them. The entire street had fallen into chaos. Amid the panicked crowd, a gigantic monster stood towering in the middle of the road. As soon as it saw the people, it stuck out its tongue and roared ferociously. Just as the situation became critical, behind the monster, Seelan had already raised his fist and charged forward at extreme speed. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove his fist straight into the crown of the monster's head. Seelan's powerful blow caused its enormous body to instantly lose balance and crash heavily to the ground under the astonished gazes of the surrounding residents. But even after being knocked down, the monster still forced itself to try to stand again. Seeing that the situation was beginning to slip out of control, Seelan immediately turned and warned everyone, "This is bad. I'm almost unable to hold it back. Hurry and run." Sure enough, in the next second, the monster furiously jerked its head up and roared. The violent rebound force instantly sent Seelan flying into the sky. It did not stop there. It angrily swung its arm and retaliated against his earlier attack. Seelan was immediately sent flying far away by that blow, his body crashing straight into an office in a nearby building. Down on the street below, the monster continued roaring aggressively, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Inside the office that had just been smashed open, Seelan struggled to stand after the attack, his body still aching from the violent impact. Looks like I have to use that move. One strike to kill it. At that moment, a large hole had been blasted through the hospital rooftop, and a figure appeared standing motionless, his entire body burning fiercely like a torch. Standing amid the wreckage, Seelan clenched his fists and circulated the inner power within his body. His aura gradually surged with tremendous force, and then he gathered all his strength and shouted loudly. The instant his eyes locked onto the monster outside, his body shot upward, piercing straight through the hole in the ceiling at extreme speed. With his fist wrapped in blazing flames, Seelan unleashed a decisive blow, directly punching through the monster's body. Down on the street below, a plump resident raised his head and looked up. Seeing that scene, he could not help but exclaim, "That is the 8-armed martial artist counterattack technique, Critical Strike." The man standing beside him also let out a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with hope. "Great, we're saved." Meanwhile, after delivering the finishing blow, Seelan remained suspended in midair, silently looking down at the battlefield below from high above. But in the next second, his gaze suddenly turned alert. There seemed to be something abnormal behind him, so he immediately turned his head. Unfortunately, that reaction was still half a beat too slow, because a cold blade had unexpectedly pierced straight through Seelan's head. After being ambushed by the blonde-haired knife wielder, Seelan only had time to utter one short word. Immediately afterward, the strength in his body vanished, and his body fell from the air, collapsing before the residents below. Seeing Seelan's corpse fall to the ground, his eyes still open in death, the people around him were instantly horrified. Chris, by contrast, merely coldly dragged his body up and threw it toward the monster, his voice carrying icy reproach. "Idiot, it's been so long, and you still haven't reached Tier 3. Right at that moment, the monster that had already been knocked down suddenly struggled back up, opened its mouth wide, and began absorbing the spiritual power permeating the air. Seeing that scene, Chris simply folded his arms and watched from afar, a contemptuous smile appearing on his lips. "Useless trash. Luckily, I can just absorb you too. Then I won't have to waste effort healing you." As if sensing the provocation in those words, the monster immediately roared in anger, its entire body trembling with fury. But before it could react, its head was pierced through in an instant. Looking at the monster he had destroyed with his own hands, Chris could not help revealing an excited expression. This feeling of my energy surging, how satisfying. The new power pouring into his body made it impossible for him to hide the arrogance in his eyes. I wonder how much distance remains between me and the commander now. Just as Chris was still immersed in the sensation of his power increasing, another voice suddenly rang out from nearby, drawing his attention. Am I one step too late? Hearing that voice, Chris immediately turned his head and quickly spotted Snake standing in the distance. His tone carried a hint of interest. "A Zodiac Seat member of the Judgment Organization, is it? Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly gained strength." Seeing that Snake was still standing motionless, he looked puzzled and asked, "Snake, why aren't you making a move?" "I'm waiting for myself to digest this power." "What are you waiting for?" Facing that provocation, Snake merely looked at him calmly for a while before replying indifferently, "I'm waiting for you to finish digesting it. It's boring if the enemy is too weak." Provoked so bluntly, Chris immediately raised 3 fingers in anger and said coldly, "Interesting. To thank you, I've decided to cut you into 3 pieces. How does that sound?" As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the sword from its sheath and pointed it straight at Snake, his voice filled with killing intent. "I now have Tier 3 power. D." Immediately afterward, Chris charged forward without hesitation, the sharp blade stabbing straight into Snake's body. But at the very instant the blade touched him, Snake's body suddenly turned into countless black arrows and scattered in every direction, leaving Chris stunned. He actually turned into a shadow. Without giving him time to recover, those black arrows turned around and all shot straight toward Chris at once. Attacked from multiple directions simultaneously, Chris panicked and immediately created a shield in front of himself to block them. The relentless assault forced him to widen his eyes and carefully observe every movement around him. In Chris's mind, he suddenly recalled the moment just now. When he had swung his sword down, Snake had already managed to evade it, so he could not help feeling suspicious. Did he predict my position? At this moment, lightning was also gathering around Snake. Seeing that scene, Chris immediately became wary and thought to himself, "Looks like I can only protect myself, and buy a little time." But before he could finish preparing, balls of lightning struck down one after another onto Chris. Being pressured like this, he could not help but curse loudly. Damn it! Knowing that if he continued taking hits, it would become even more dangerous, Chris transformed into countless bats in the next second and scattered everywhere. But even though the bats flew high to evade, they still could not escape the electric spheres striking down one after another. Hit by those attacks, he was immediately severely injured and forced to return to his original form. Only then did Chris admit with a dark expression, "As expected, although the strength of an ability user has a huge influence. In battle, if an ability is used correctly, it isn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong." Even so, he still refused to give up. Instead, he confidently summoned 3 blades from his own body. With a cold smile on his lips, he spoke provocatively. "But a big move of this level, how many times can you use it?" However, before Chris could counterattack, a staff suddenly appeared behind him and smashed down hard. After being ambushed like that, Chris immediately looked up at the sky with bloodshot eyes, where 2 figures were hovering high above. Damn it, now there's another Zodiac seat and a 4 symbols member. How am I supposed to fight this? Immediately afterward, the soul portion of his being instantly separated from his body and shot into the air, leaving the physical body lying motionless on the ground. Watching him escape, Monkey said in displeasure, he actually managed to run from within the spiritual lockdown. But Vermilion Bird, standing beside him, noticed another issue. But he also had to pay a heavy price. The large amount of condensed primordial particles he spat out corroded the spiritual lockdown. After saying this, she did not continue pursuing him, but quickly left together with Monkey. Save people first. Elsewhere, Vermilion Bird began discussing the recent situation with Yangshi again. After the incident on Banana Island, the Judgment Organization could be considered known to everyone in the Four Seas region. Thinking of this, she softly explained, "More people want to join the Judgment Organization. Unfortunately, the 36 constellation seat names are limited, so some people have set their sights on the Chien family." Standing in front of him, Vermilion Bird slowly stated her judgment. Among the ability users pouring into the Chien family, there are surely no few spies with ulterior motives. After hearing her analysis, Yangshi understood what she meant and affirmed, "I believe the Chien family has its own ways to handle it." Once the two finished their exchange, Yangshi turned and left. It's time to return to Deerport City and take a look. On the rooftop of a building in Deerport City, Rooster was standing alone in the morning sunlight. The breath of a city I haven't seen in so long. Thinking of his plan, Rooster could not help feeling a little excited. He lowered his head, looked at the glowing jade in his hand, and said to himself, "I'll take this opportunity to upgrade my S-rank metal control ability to SS rank. Now that I have 36 workers, the dark energy units really are extremely abundant." Immediately afterward, the SS rank energy sphere in his hand began emitting streams of aura, then gradually turned gray. At the same time, the system quickly displayed all information related to the newly upgraded ability. Ability, Metal Control. Introduction, Control Range, 30,000 meters. Weight, 100 tons. Skill, Divine Metal Creation. Highly compressed metal possessing terrifying power. Evaluation, SS rank, 3rd tier. It appears to be related to profound rules. After reading all the information, Rooster could not help saying with interest, Divine Metal Creation. That name sounds pretty stylish. But just as he was still thinking, a terrified scream suddenly rang out from the distance. Help! Hearing the cry for help, Rooster immediately looked ahead. Before his eyes, a monster beast was crazily smashing through the glass of the building opposite. Not only that, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a maw full of fangs, roaring ferociously while causing the residents inside to flee in terror. That monster beast was an S-rank exotic beast, the Black Knight Demon Fox. Immediately afterward, it knocked a person out of the building and then jumped straight down toward the street below. Almost at the same time, the city's aerial system also issued an emergency signal. The warning voice sounded repeatedly. Warning, warning. An S-rank disaster has appeared. Heroes of A rank and above, please proceed to Orchid Street for support. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man who had just been knocked outside by the Black Knight Demon Fox was unexpectedly caught safely. I'm actually not dead. Down on the road, at that exact moment, a red car was speeding toward the scene. Lu Yuan stepped out from inside the car, and in the next second, he immediately called out loudly, reminding everyone to prepare for action. Get ready. As soon as the car stopped, Agung was already holding his blade in hand. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward the Black Knight Demon Fox to block the exotic beast. Behind him, Lu Yuan also quickly transformed into a werewolf and roared to provide support. Elsewhere, in the live stream room, Director Ge was continuously updating the viewers on the battle situation. Every time an S-rank exotic beast appears, it signifies an enormous disaster. The nearest S-rank hero, Berserk Arhut, will need at least 2 hours to arrive here. Can they hold out until the S-rank heroes arrive? On Orchid Street, at this moment, the Black Knight Demon Fox opened its mouth wide and launched an energy sphere filled with toxins forward. Facing that sudden attack, Agung immediately reacted, leaning his body aside and just barely dodging the poisonous energy sphere flying toward him. However, before Agung could steady himself after evading it, an urgent voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Careful! It startled him, making him turn his head. Right in front of Agung, Lu Yuan had arrived in time and stretched out his hand to block the fist the Black Knight Demon Fox was smashing down. After receiving that attack, he turned to Agung and said, "Hurry, this is a good chance." That was exactly what Agung had been waiting for. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, then swung a straight slash directly at the Black Knight Demon Fox. Facing the blade, cutting straight toward it, the monster beast's eyes immediately widened, staring intently at the incoming attack. But almost immediately, the Black Knight Demon Fox swung the tail behind it with great force, both separating itself from Lu Yuan and avoiding the attack pressing in on it. After breaking free, it roared angrily right in front of Agung. However, before the monster beast could continue moving, an arrow suddenly shot in from somewhere and stabbed straight into the Black Knight Demon Fox's eye. That unexpected fatal blow instantly caused the monster beast to collapse to the ground. The person who had shot that arrow was none other than Tian, who was standing in the distance at that moment, holding a bow in her hand. While the battle below had just ended, on the rooftop of a nearby building, she was still silently observing the entire matter. This little girl, Tian, has a secret. Her ability has already reached S rank. She broke through by 2 whole ranks. After observing for only a short while, he could no longer hide the interest in his heart. Judging from the results of his mental power scan, her strength had increased to this level in such a short time. Interesting. Very interesting. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Director Ge had also just received the latest information from the scene. At present, there were no casualties on Orchid Street. Based on the population information we were provided, it seems a mysterious person used metal flying discs to help them leave the scene. Looking at the footage being sent back, he was slightly shocked. A big shot skilled in using metal? Could it be that Rooster has returned? The moment those words were spoken during the live stream, the citizens' comments section instantly exploded. "Rooster, we missed you so much. Rooster, Rooster, is it really Rooster? Has Rooster returned?" However, just as the atmosphere became so heated, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above the city, causing Lu Yuan, who was standing below, to raise his head and observe it. He then cried out in astonishment, "What is that?" At the same time, the body of the Black Knight Demon Fox, which had already fallen to the ground, suddenly released a surge of demonic energy. Then it roared in fury and activated its ability, Black Knight Crushing Pressure. When the ability was triggered, the Black Knight Demon Fox immediately raised its head and let out a howl that echoed through the entire space. In the distance, Tian still held her position. Her eyes were full of worry, but she did not waver as she raised her burning bow and arrow toward it. However, Relying on its naturally agile movements, the Black Knight Demon Fox easily leaped into the air, using the open space to dodge. Down below, the citizens in the city kept cheering and shouting encouragement. Iceberg Arrow Goddess, keep it up. Brave Goddess Li Zition, shoot that exotic beast again. We're cheering you on with everything we've got. Don't hesitate. Kill it. At the same time, in a live stream room, Director Good gently rubbed his chin and slowly gave his assessment. The Black Knight Demon Fox excels at hiding in the darkness. At the same time, it can borrow the advantage of darkness to evade any attack. This time, I'm afraid it will make it difficult for Li Zition to aim accurately. Sure enough, using its advantage, the Black Knight Demon Fox quickly descended from high above and landed lightly, as if it had completely avoided danger. But in the instant it touched the ground, two furry hands suddenly reached up from below and firmly grabbed both of its legs. Knowing that the opportunity had arrived, Lu Yuan immediately tightened his grip around the Black Knight Demon Fox's legs and shouted with all his strength, "Hurry! Aim at it now!" Not missing the chance, Zition instantly released her hand, letting the arrow carrying spiritual fire shoot out, piercing through the air at extreme speed. The arrow carrying spiritual fire aimed precisely at the Black Knight Demon Fox's eye. The scorching flames immediately burned it, making it howl in pain. Its whole body lost control and struggled violently. During this, Lu Yuan, who was below, had no time to dodge and was trampled by the Black Knight Demon Fox. The heavy impact made him almost unable to endure it. Waves of pain came crashing over him, and in that instant, Lu Yuan could not help but say sorrowfully, "Godfather, I'm sorry. Even before I die, I still can't let the two of us, father and son, acknowledge each other." However, before he could finish speaking, a cold shout suddenly rang out and cut him off. "Evil beast!" The familiar voice made Lu Yuan freeze. Struggling to get up through the pain, he raised his head and looked over, his voice filled with doubt. "Who's scolding me?" At that moment, a black object fell from high above and smashed straight onto Lu Yuan's head. From the air, Rooster slowly descended, his cold gaze looking over the scene below. His bearing was calm, yet filled with pressure. Seeing the person who had just appeared, Lu Yuan immediately became emotional, tears rising at the corners of his eyes. "Godfather, no, my biological father has come to save me." It was not just him. Even the people watching online all erupted at once. "Lord Rooster is here. Big boss, we missed you so much." Ignoring the reactions around him, Rooster walked up to her. His gaze showed a hint of appraisal, and then he softly praised her. "You're Li Zition, correct? You're quite good." Under her contemplative gaze, he said nothing more. He only slowly flew upward, his figure gradually leaving the ground and returning to his position in the sky. In the live stream room, Director Good turned and patted Nai Shui on the shoulder, unable to hide his satisfaction. "Little Lin, today you brought in extremely important information about metal flying boards rescuing people." Faced with that praise, she was slightly flustered and hurriedly took a small step back to keep some distance. "Thank you for the praise, Team Leader Ge. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first." But before Nai Shui could turn and leave, Director Ge raised his hand and called out loudly, "Wait, Nai Shui." He spoke with absolute certainty. "Little Lin, you've been performing very well recently. I believe you'll be able to become a commentator for a key program soon." Receiving Director G's recognition, Nai Shui also smiled and replied, "Thank you, Team Leader Ge." However, he did not stop there and frankly suggested, "A verbal thank you won't do. How about we have a meal together?" Receiving such a sudden invitation made her a little flustered. "I am sorry." Before she could answer, an arm reached from behind and wrapped around her. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. "I'm afraid today won't work. My girlfriend and I already have plans." Hearing that voice, Nai Shui immediately turned around, her face flushing red. "Why are you here?" "Yang," she answered gently. "I came to pick you up after work. Let's go." Hearing those words, emotions surged up, and Nai Shui could not hold back the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Still, she quickly followed him and left. As they walked, she could not hide her curiosity. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" He smiled faintly, his tone calm. "I wanted to give you a surprise." With eyes full of longing, Nai Shui tilted her head and asked Yang Shi, "How long can you stay with me this time?" Hearing Yang Shi's certain answer, Nai Shui immediately became excited. "That's great. Then let's go eat at the newly opened Japanese restaurant. I've always wanted to take you there." However, high above, a figure was still standing there silently, quietly watching everything that had just happened. Looking down from above, Rooster silently watched it all, a trace of guilt rising in his heart. Nice shui. I'll have to let this clone stay with you. Meanwhile, at the office, Lu Yuan had just pushed the door open when he immediately saw a familiar figure. Seeing Rooster sitting in the chair, he joyfully cried out, "Godfather, I've missed you so much I almost died." But Rooster unexpectedly changed the subject, his tone steady. "Hey Yuan, do you want to go explore the West Sea?" Hearing of an unfamiliar place, Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. The West Sea, doubt was clear in his voice, while Rooster slowly walked up to him and calmly explained, "That's right, the West Sea region. That is where true experts should live." At this point, he turned and asked again, his tone unhurried, "Hey Yuan, what do you think?" It was as if he were waiting for an answer from the bottom of the other party's heart. Faced with the kindness and guidance he had received for so long, Lu Yuan could not hold back his emotions and directly dropped to his knees. "Thank you, Godfather, for raising me." Seeing this, Rooster helped him stand up, gently patted his shoulder, and spoke in a courteous tone that also carried a bit of closeness. "Is there any need to say such things between us? But with your current ability rank, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to bring out your full potential." As if he had already thought through the solution, Rooster made a proposal. "How about this? I'll transfer a part of my loan quota to you, enough for you to exchange for 1 bottle of S-rank ability potion." Not long after, the scene shifted to Qilin Hall, where the two of them stood facing each other. Rooster took the lead and asked, "Hey Yuan, which S-rank ability do you want to exchange for?" Unable to hide his excitement, Lu Yuan blurted out, "S-rank werewolf bloodline. I've thought it through. Rather than casting a wide net, it's better to dig one deep well. I want to develop my werewolf bloodline to the absolute peak." Hearing Lu Yuan's decision, Rooster gently patted his shoulder and praised him. "Very good. I think highly of you. Besides giving you the ability potion, do you still remember the promise I made to you before?" Being praised like this made Lu Yuan even more hopeful. Could it be that Godfather finally wants to acknowledge me? After that, Rooster took out the mask in his hand and handed it to Lu Yuan. "That's right. The constellation seat of the Wood Wolf of Legs is yours." Although he had obtained the ability he wanted, Lu Yuan still could not help worrying in his heart. "It seems only when I completely control the Judgment Organization will it be time for us, father and son, to truly meet face to face." Glancing at the person before him, Lu Yuan spoke gratefully. "Thank you, Godfather, for raising me." His eyes were filled with certainty as he tightly gripped Rooster's hand and affirmed, "Father, don't worry. That day won't be too far away." Even Rooster himself found those words interesting when he heard them. "I'm really curious what exactly is inside this kid's head." In the end, Rooster lightly rubbed his hands and instructed Lu Yuan, "The Wood Wolf of Legs belongs under White Tiger Hall. You will soon be going with the Moon Crow of Net to battle in the seas of the Western Alliance." Afterward, he did not forget to remind him, "Once you finish handling matters here, follow me to the West Sea." Lu Yuan was left looking around in surprise. Where did Godfather go? Since Rooster had already left, Lu Yuan gained even more courage and put on a mask. "It seems it is time for me, Lu Yuan, to begin a new campaign." Pouring all his determination into his fist, he raised it high and declared, "Godfather, don't worry. In the end, the Judgment Organization will become something in the pockets of us father and son." As for Rooster, who was flying away, he suddenly sneezed suspiciously. "Who is missing me?" That night, on a rooftop, Yi Fan was doing push-ups while counting. 5,554, 5,555. Suddenly sensing someone beside him, he glanced over nervously. The aura on this person's body is very similar to the leader's. After confirming that Rooster was standing before him, Yi Fan knelt on one knee and clasped his hands. "Greetings, leader." Rooster did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "I heard you ranked first at the ability conference. Have you received the Hero Association's campaign invitation?" Yi Fan also told Rooster what he knew. Li Zitian, Luo Su, Ao Chao, and Huang Jiu have all received campaign invitations from the Hero Association. Then Rooster suddenly asked, "Do you know Li Zitian well?" Based on what he knew, Yi Fan also answered honestly, "We've eaten together before. We're not very familiar." Beneath the cold mask, Rooster only asked softly, "Does she have any special habits?" Opposite him, Yi Fan also answered truthfully, "Senior sister likes to sit in meditation and contemplate." Hearing this made Rooster curious. contemplate. As if thinking of something, he made a decision in his heart. Could it be that Li Zitian fought randomly and just happened to comprehend some meditation method? I have to investigate this girl. Immediately afterward, Rooster mounted his weapon and left. I still have things to do, so I'll go first. Continue training. Receiving his encouragement, Yi Fan clenched his fist with confidence. One day, I will become the strongest tool in a leader's hands. Meanwhile, high above, Rooster sneezed again, and this time he could not help feeling puzzled. What's going on today? Am I catching a cold? Inside the forest park of Deerport City, Zitian silently sat meditating on a rock. On a tree branch in the distance, Rooster observed silently and understood. It really is a contemplation method. No wonder she was able to rise to S rank in such a short time. As if sensing something, her eyes glanced over slightly. Who's there? Without any unnecessary words, Zitian immediately raised her bow and arrow. Come out. Seeing how decisive she was, Rooster raised both hands and explained, don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I only want to make a deal with you. Facing the mysterious person before her, she asked with a serious expression, what deal? Without wasting words with her, he got straight to the point. Naturally, the secret that allowed you to grow stronger so quickly. Hearing Rooster's words, Zitian's expression became slightly blank. So I really was found out? After that, Rooster also stated his conditions. In exchange, I can make you an SS rank expert. I can also allow you to enjoy lifelong protection from the Judgment Organization. Or I can give you wealth that you will never be able to spend in your entire life. Hearing those concepts for the first time, she was somewhat doubtful. Above S rank is SS rank. Rooster gave Zitian a simple summary. It can also be called Tier 3. This made her even more confused. If your organization has a method to help people become SS rank ability users, why do you still want to know the secret that made me stronger? Rooster slowly turned around and stated his reason. Ability potion technology can only help a small number of people grow stronger. But increasing humanity's overall strength is our organization's ultimate goal. Hearing his explanation, Zitian hesitantly asked, are you telling the truth? Rooster tilted his head and affirmed, of course. After thinking it through, she also revealed her secret. All right, I accidentally discovered that within my soul weapon type ability, there is a skill, meditation. It can increase my ability rank in a short period of time. Finally, Zitian did not forget to remind him. However, the demon-slaying meditation method I created is not universal. It can only be used in coordination with my ability. The firepower from the fired arrow pierced through the resistance of the air and shot forward, like the speed of sound. It pierced through the atmosphere and the demonic creature. Before the arrow, a phoenix spread its wings and cried out. Inside Chilan Hall, Yangshi was drenched in cold sweat after the scene just now. So this is the meditation method? I didn't expect it to break through from F rank to D rank so quickly. Looking at his hand, which kept giving off black smoke, he fell into thought. I'm already used to digesting large amounts of dark energy. For me, the effect of this meditation method is far too low. Then, standing before Zitian, he asked again, you mean it can only strengthen one specific ability? She also confirmed that's right. After asking what needed to be asked, Rooster gently rubbed his head. There's no major problem. In his heart, he was already certain of his next steps. As long as I have the demon-slaying meditation method and copy Li Zitian's ability as well, I can completely create a powerful army. Suddenly, Zitian waved her hand to attract Rooster's attention. Do the conditions you just mentioned still count? I choose the protection of this judgment organization. Returning to the main point, he also took out a mask and gave it to her. Of course. Take it. This is the Constellation Guard of Vermilion Bird Hall, the Moon Deer of Extended Net. Lady Vermilion Bird will come to save you in time. After receiving the item Rooster handed her, Zitian did not forget to repeat once more, right, I'll make this clear in advance. This meditation method of mine is very likely only effective for me. After that, he briefly explained it to her. As long as enough of your ability elements are collected to make an ability potion, and the ability potion grants people the demon-slaying bow ability, the problem will be solved. As soon as she heard this, Zitian became timid and unconsciously stepped back. Collecting ability elements. Will that affect my body? Understanding what she was thinking, Rooster raised his hand to reassure her. Of course not. It only takes 2 to 3 minutes. After having Zitian lie down on the rock, he placed his hand on her and instructed her, remember, don't think about resisting me. After receiving the other party's agreement, Rooster also responded softly, "All right." In what seemed like only a moment later, Tian sat up in surprise. "It's done? That fast?" Seeing the doubtful look in her eyes, he inwardly gritted his teeth in anger. "Hey, what you said sounds really strange." Inside Qilin Hall, Yang Shi held a glowing scroll in his hand. Energy, chi, activity, and magic power are merely differences in naming. In essence, they're all the same. Suddenly, an image of a person shooting a bow appeared on the paper, making him unable to believe it. This works too. Early the next morning in the Four Seas region, Lu Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the sea and sighing. There are so many powerful people. Beside him, Rooster explained, "This is the Four Seas. This place is defense line B05 of the 7th island chain in the Free Alliance Sea. It is territory where the organization only recently began stationing forces." On the flying disc, Rooster comforted the pale-faced Lu Yuan beside him. "Adjust your condition a little. Follow me to meet the members of the organization." A while later, at the port area of Defense Line B06 of the 7th Island chain, a masked clone spoke in greeting. "Greetings, Lord Rooster." Pulling Lu Yuan, who was still dazed, behind him, Rooster introduced him to everyone. "I came this time to bring the Wood Wolf of Legs here. From now on, I'll have to ask all of you to take care of this good-for-nothing adopted son of mine." Standing before the crowd, Lu Yuan greeted them awkwardly. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yuan. I hope you'll look after me." In response to his greeting, the masked clone politely replied, "Welcome to the Four Seas, Brother Lu Yuan." Being called directly by name for the first time made Lu Yuan hesitate and turn his head. "Godfather, is it okay for him to say my name like that?" Understanding his concern, Rooster gently placed a hand on his shoulder and comforted him in a low voice. "Don't worry. The Moon Crow of Net was promoted by me personally. Before you arrived, I already told the Moon Crow of Net all your intelligence wants." Behind him, Rooster continued to state the reason. At the same time, Defense Line B05 is under the Moon Crow of Net's responsibility. That is also the organization's intention. Since I brought you here, I naturally had to discuss it with him. As if hearing earth-shattering news, another thought popped into Lu Yuan's mind. It seemed the relationship between his adoptive father and Moon Crow of Net was not too harmonious. Could it be that this brat Moon Crow of Net had grown his wings and no longer wanted his adoptive father's control? Especially upon seeing that attitude, he became even more certain. It must be so. No wonder his adoptive father hurriedly brought him here. It turned out the chess piece in his adoptive father's hand was about to slip out of control, to the point that Lu Yuan couldn't hide his confidence and smirked. As expected, the only person his adoptive father could trust was himself. Then, he cautiously turned his head to assure Rooster, "Adoptive father, rest assured. Our Rooster lineage will surely regain control. I understand." Looking at Lu Yuan hugging Moon Crow of Net made him hesitate and wonder, does this guy really understand? Can I truly be at ease? After exchanging greetings, Rooster went up to Bu Kuei and spoke. "Elder Qian, let's talk for a bit." A moment later in the command room's reception area, he sat opposite him and proposed, "Elder Qian, our organization has decided to conduct an experiment this time. I wonder if the Qian family is interested in participating?" Hearing such an interesting proposition, he lowered his head and whispered, "Go ahead and speak." Then, unexpectedly, Rooster asked Bu Kuei in return, "Have you ever heard of a meditation method?" Which made him widen his eyes in shock as soon as he heard it. "Does your organization actually have a meditation method?" Seeing Bu Kuei's reaction, he also softly asked back, "It seems you also have some understanding of meditation methods." Holding a glass of water, he slowly recounted, "What I know about meditation methods all came from my son Qian UK. It's something only the peak powerhouses of humanity can comprehend." Taking a sip of water, Bu Kuei explained with a cold voice, "But the meditation method possessed by human powerhouses is completely different from the meditation method possessed by people from other worlds. The ones from before couldn't be fully systematized at all." Then, the next second, Rooster said something else surprising. "Currently, our organization has a demon-slaying meditation, which can help ordinary people cultivate abilities." Not stopping there, he continued, "To enhance the cultivation efficiency, we also plan to provide a batch of low-level ability potions." Hearing what Rooster intended to do, Bukue immediately made an offer. Your organization's action is actually a blessing for humanity. How can this old man, Chien, help your organization? Receiving Bukue's offer to help, he also stated his request. For the first experimental batch, we need 100 young men and women. It's best to have people with resilient personalities who can endure hardship. Hearing that simple request, he stroked his beard and replied confidently, "Rest assured, I gained experience when selecting apprentices for equipment forging. 1 week is enough." Bukue didn't forget to ask further. Then, where's the location? Wasting no time, Rooster announced the gathering place. "Let's do it at Banana Island. We will meet there in a week." On the side of the Cloud Pavilion Heavenly Palace, Vermilion Bird reported back to Yang. The bird shooting painting you gave me to study yielded some clues." Hearing that, he put both hands behind his back and replied, "Speak." Based on her research, she carefully explained, "I found that when you visualize the bird shooting painting, the mental frequency changes accordingly. This change causes dark energy to be drawn into the body." Vermilion Bird also gave 2 examples of the energy source inside the body. Through visualizing the painting, dark energy is absorbed, and the dark energy mass gains some different attributes. After explaining the examples, she continued, "Let's temporarily call it demon-slaying energy. After demon-slaying energy enters the body, it circulates according to a predetermined path. After enhancing the ability, the majority disperses outside the body, reverting to non-attribute dark energy." Vermilion Bird's eyes glinted sharply as she continued. "The bird shooting painting can make the mind adjust the frequency of absorbing dark energy, and it can also convert this dark energy inside the body into a special energy corresponding to the required ability." Through what she said, Yang also concluded for himself. So, visualizing the painting has an irreplaceable effect, but Li Zitian's mental power can draw a diagram based on the visualization painting, I'm afraid. As if fearing something, he closed his eyes and concentrated his mental power. "I still better simulate a new one myself." At this time, the scenery in the bird shooting painting showed additional surrounding mountains. Afterward, Yang looked up and made a suggestion. "Wouldn't it be better to directly pull the test subjects into the Cloud Pavilion space to comprehend this visualization painting? A vision of the chosen ones, cultivating and comprehending mental power radiating from the painting." To the extent that thinking of that scene made Yang chuckle, "This feels a bit like a dojo from ancient legends." From behind, Vermilion Bird also added, "This group of people will be under the command of the Qilin Hall, named." His face full of confidence, he named the upcoming test group, Demon Slaying Squad. Walking through the crowd on the island, Demon Dragon spoke up and asked, "Are you guys here to register for ability elements?" A young man with freckles on his face looked at him with some apprehension. The killing intent on this heavenly hero star was too heavy. He probably just came from the battlefield. From a distance, 2 slow footsteps approached. With a sharp and cold gaze, Yang Xian stepped forward and asked the crowd, "Are you all from the Judgment Organization?" Hearing his question made everyone wonder, who exactly is this guy? But a slightly muscular man seemed to recognize something. His subordinate wearing that heavenly leader star mask, causing the squinty-eyed youth next to him to also panic. Isn't that the mask snatched by the sequence expert Ye Xiaoguan? From behind everyone, Rooster suddenly appeared on a flying saucer. "Is everyone here?" Upon seeing him, Demon Dragon asked directly, "Rooster, did the Judgment Organization send you to collect ability elements?" As if recognizing the other party, Rooster also politely greeted, "So it's an old acquaintance." Demon Dragon, long time no see. But in response to that greeting, he shouted, "I currently possess the same foundation as you. One day I will surpass you." Hearing such arrogant words made Yang laugh heartily inwardly. Do robots also have this kind of enlightenment? Even so, outwardly he calmly replied, "I'll wait for you to surpass me." Suddenly, Rooster patted Demon Dragon's shoulder and decided, "Then let's start collecting ability elements from you." That action directly made him tense up. Seeing Demon Dragon sweating like that, Rooster softened his voice to reassure, "Relax your muscles. Don't let your mental power resist me." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yang Xian widened his eyes looking at his hand grabbing Demon Dragon's hand. "I must figure out what the principle behind this ability element collection is." However, the very next second, Rooster let go, "Done," causing him to exclaim in shock, "Is it done already?" As if understanding what the other party was thinking, he turned and asked back, "Did you think collecting a little ability element would require skinning you and pulling your tendons?" Rooster's question made Yang Xian's heart full of doubt. What is going on? Isn't he collecting ability elements? I didn't feel a damn thing. Therefore, he decided in his heart, the next person will definitely feel it. Under Yang Xian's highly concentrated gaze, Rooster merely said gently next. It wasn't until late that afternoon that a voice rang out. All right, this collection mission is complete. After finishing the work, Rooster also boarded the flying saucer. Before leaving, he announced, after the organization finishes manufacturing the upgrade type ability potions, they will be delivered via the Void Vortex. The others also turned to leave afterward. Only Yang Xian collapsed on the ground, almost powerless. He could only raise his hand. Your Excellency Rooster, please wait a moment. With an unyielding gaze and a face full of exhaustion, Yang Xian directly stated his question. Part of my intrusion, I want to ask about some research data regarding ability elements. Turning his head slightly, Rooster replied without courtesy. So, it's the young master of the Wind God. Very sorry, but ability elements are related to the manufacturing technique of ability potions, so I cannot tell you. Unable to stay calm, he jumped up and stated his request. I guarantee with the reputation of the Ouyang family that after I read it, I will absolutely not reveal it to a second person. Then, Yang Xian cautiously stepped closer to him and lowered his voice. Your Excellency Rooster, my side has high-level confidential intel that could be fairly exchanged with you. Seeing the other party so sincere, Rooster asked further, then, what does little brother Ouyang want the research data of ability elements for? Suddenly, Yang Xian smiled and asked him back, Rooster, do you know what the sequence big shots have in common? Based on what he knew, he explained, they have all comprehended something similar to a meditation method. To the point that as he spoke, Yang Xian's eyes shone brightly, and he lifted his head high, that is called Tao among peak powerhouses. At the same time, the Tao forged by each powerhouse is completely different. Realizing his goal, Rooster asked softly, so, you want to discover your own Tao through our organization's research data on ability elements? Faced with Yang Xian's bewildered look, he directly proposed, if you just want to make a breakthrough in meditation methods, I can help you a little. Then, acting like two close friends, Rooster put his arm around his shoulder and spoke. These days, the organization will conduct a meditation method experiment on Banana Island. We named it Demon Slaying Meditation. Receiving help from him, Yang Xian happily cupped his hands together. Thank you, Big Brother Rooster. What kind of intel does your organization want to know? I will tell everything I know, hiding absolutely nothing. As if they had decided on a common goal, Rooster led him away. All right, little brother Ouyang, let's find a place to chat while drinking tea. Joining in the cheerful atmosphere, Yang Xian also added, since my elder brother invited me, how could I dare to disobey? Meanwhile, from behind, Yang Lang turned almost pale and hurriedly reached out. I say, how could I only helplessly watch those two walk away? You too, aren't you bringing me along? That evening, as soon as the boat docked at Banana Island, opening her eyes, Chiyu frowned and reminded, hey, wake up, we have arrived at Banana Island. Following behind her step by step, Wei Chun called out, wait for me. Even though Chiyu didn't reply, Wei Chun still walked behind and started a conversation. My name is Qian Wei Chun, and you? We've been on the boat together for so long, and I still don't know your name. That made her even more annoyed, and she asked back. We've been traveling together for so many days, and only when we are about to get off the boat do you remember to ask my name? Right after that, she stood in front of him, crossed her arms, and introduced. This big sister is named Yang Chiyu. Who knows, I might even be blood related to that famous big brother Yang Shi. But hearing the joke, Wei Chun leaned in and whispered to her, you must be big brother Yang Shi's distant great aunt, right? Hearing him say that, Chiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter and joined in the fun. But you call him big brother Yang Shi, and I am his great aunt, so what should you call me? Good grandson. Hurry up and call me grandma. Seeing her in such a good mood, Wei Chun also smiled and played along. Fine, I'll call you that, but my grandma usually loves giving me money when we meet. Give me some money too, grandma. Suddenly, while the two were joking with each other, a gaze stared straight at both of them. Directing his gaze towards Rooster, who was looking at him from behind, he panicked and thought, no way. He can hear us from that far away. But then he didn't do anything and just turned his head to talk to the person in front of him, making Chiyu startle and fright. I thought he heard us. Wei Chun beside her calmly reassured. Even if he heard, there's nothing to fear. We were just joking about Big Brother Yang. What does it have to do with Rooster? However, in the distance, Rooster wanted to go crazy internally. I'll remember your faces, my great aunt, and a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A moment later, standing in front of of everyone, he asked aloud, "Do you all want to become powerhouses?" Hearing that, the young man in green clothes shouted loudly, "Yes." Following that, the chubby boy next to him chimed in, "Lord Rooster, please instruct us. As long as I can become a powerhouse, I am willing to do anything." Even the brown-haired girl answered with determination, "Yes." Receiving such responses, Rooster secretly smiled and praised. "Very good." Then the next second, he released a mental shockwave spreading everywhere, making everyone around dizzy. Even Wei Chun couldn't stand steadily. "What's going on?" Seeing Chi Yu collapse in the distance, he hurriedly reached out, "Yang Chi Yu." But then he also couldn't resist and collapsed. Even Yang Xian himself trembled, trying to resist. Unexpectedly, the judgment organization used such a brutal method to conduct a test. When he collapsed, Rooster also issued an order. "Write down the names of the last 18 people who fell." The next day, at the Tao Comprehension Peak of the Cloud Pavilion Heavenly Palace, a leader spoke up. "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing yesterday's test. Here is the Tao Comprehension Peak of the Judgment Organization." Rooster stood in front of everyone and introduced, "You are about to participate in the greatest experiment related to the future of humanity." Under everyone's attentive gaze, his voice rang out steadily. "You all know that the awakening of abilities in Azure Planet humans has no pattern at all." Raising his hand, Rooster's voice became even more determined as he shouted loudly, "But now, the Judgment Organization has a meditation method that can cultivate abilities, and the meditation method you need to cultivate is called the Demon Slaying Meditation." Hearing that, Wei Chen couldn't hide his excitement. "Does that mean ordinary people can also cultivate abilities?" Answering that question, he took out the vials and explained, "That's right, but to understand the efficiency of the meditation method under different conditions, you will be divided into 2 groups." Rooster's voice rang out steadily, stating the purpose of the division. 9 people will directly possess an F-rank ability, Demon Slaying Bow. The other 9 people will cultivate abilities from nothing. Amidst everyone's discussion, his voice continued to ring out. Whether one can cultivate an ability from nothing is truly unknown. Whoever agrees to cultivate the demon-slaying meditation, step forward 1 pace. The very next second, Rooster activated his mind control skill, making everyone unconsciously step out. They all spoke in unison. "I agree for the future of humanity," choosing to solely cultivate the meditation method. Receiving the crowd's reaction, he praised in satisfaction, "Very good." Then everyone start practicing. A moment later, everyone sat cross-legged to practice. Standing in front of the people practicing, Rooster thought to himself, "The universality of the demon-slaying meditation is too low. If we can get many people to cultivate the meditation method, changing this current situation will yield results." In his heart, Yang, she had already thought of another plan. It seemed going to the occupied island chain, and even the southern continent, was an imperative situation to undertake. Then suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, a delivery guy has brought it to the door." On the sea, a group of people was facing 4 giant monsters. Right at this moment, Yang, she suddenly shouted an order. "Everyone listen to my command. Follow the commander's order to deploy." Instantly, the 2 sides engaged in battle, and the sound of explosions occurred continuously. On one side, Lu Yuan was suddenly punched in the stomach by a mutant beast in immense pain, but the very next second, he reacted and quickly caught its hand. The next moment, Lu Yuan forcefully slammed the monster into the water. "You dare punch me? Do you think your daddy is easy to bully?" Watching everything from behind, Yang Shi thought to himself with peace of mind. It seemed the battle situation was quite stable. "I have to choose a suitable mutant beast." Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him and launched an attack. In an instant, Yang Shi was punched flying, yet he just calmly took it and shouted, "You dare sneak attack?" Right as Yang Shi fell deep to the bottom of the sea, he caught sight of another mutant beast. Instantly, he exclaimed in joy upon seeing its appearance clearly, "It's you." A moment later, Anasta suddenly appeared under the sea and relied on her wings to accelerate. She was seen walking up to that crocodile and starting to scold it. "Do you want to hide here or be lazy?" Looking at Anasta, Yang Shi was extremely happy. Originally, he had intended to disguise himself as an alien beast and sneak into the back, but now someone from another world had arrived. His luck was indeed not bad. Immediately, he quickly made a decision. First, turn her into his puppet, then go to the southern continent to study the meditation method for a bit. In an instant, a system notification popped up. Puppet controllability. Introduction. Can cast disturbance illusions on SS rank targets and brainwash targets below S rank, including S rank, gaining the target's absolute loyalty for 50 years. At the same time, every day, the soul can be sent into the puppet's body to operate for 9 hours. Number of puppets, 3 out of 9. Rating, SS rank, 3rd tier. Reaching this level, even forcibly picking green melons will be extremely sweet. On the other side, Anasta was stepping on Yang Shi and scolding him continuously. What's wrong with this battle-axe crocodile? There are no wounds on its body, yet it dares to lie here playing dumb? Seeing him staring intently at her, she became annoyed and quickly criticized. What are you looking at me for? At this very moment, he activated the puppet control skill and successfully caused Anasta to freeze. For a moment, Yang Shi looked at a series of images. Let me see if there are any memories related to the meditation method. After a few minutes, he finally saw the light of hope. Found it. Yang Shi touched the image without hesitation, but it caused it to crack. The next second, a mark suddenly appeared on Anasta's forehead, and the situation at this time terrified him extremely. What's going on? Outside, Yang Shi, sweating profusely, made a judgment. When I touched the memory related to the meditation method, it seems to have activated some kind of curse mark. He was horrified inside. In order to protect the memories related to the meditation method, the original will of this person from another world was directly burned to ashes. Then Yang Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. At this time on the sea, mankind had won, so they cheered happily one after another. We won. Let's see if you still dare to come again. And on the alien B side, Yang Shi was already sitting on a monster and leaving with them. While following the monsters, he thought to himself leisurely, goodbye for a short time, everyone. At the 9th island chain, Crimson Bone Island, the space looked extremely quiet and desolate. Suddenly, someone set foot on this land. Yang Shi, in Anasta's body, was seen walking and looking around. Is this the condition of an occupied island? It was so tragic that it made people breathless. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. It seemed that the otherworldly forces had not rebuilt the occupied island. The area outside the city had become a paradise for alien beasts. In Yang Shi's mind, a series of thoughts quickly flashed by. The Mercenary Guild, the Alien Beast Management Bureau. The military court built in the city center is nothing more than a microcosm of the colonial forces on the new free continent. A moment later, he arrived at the Mercenary Guild on Crimson Bone Island. Inside, a friendly red-haired young woman inquired, "Lady Anasta, are you sure you want to settle the quest?" Yang Shi's expression was calm, and he replied affirmatively, "I'm sure." Immediately, she offered the reward. "Here are 10 gamma-grade magic crystals. Please accept them." Looking at the number of magic crystals, he calculated slightly. It contains about 100 units of dark energy, but I can't find a way to release it. How exactly are these magic crystals used? Whatever is too difficult, let it go. Finally, Yang Shi decisively walked out. Forget it. I'll go find the Philosopher's Stone first. I can already sense its existence. Right after that, he quickly flew in a direction using the pair of wings that originally belonged to Anasta. A while later, Yang Shi and Anasta's body landed in front of a cave entrance. Suddenly, a giant snake above stuck out its long tongue, but he was not afraid and only coldly uttered one word, "Scram." Immediately, the snake obeyed and quickly slithered away because it clearly understood the disparity between the two sides. Seeing this, Yang Shi muttered softly, "If there's a chance to figure out the reason why the Odyssey people can make the alien beasts obey, the alien beast army might defeat themselves without a fight." Following that, he slowly but steadily walked into the cave. As he walked, Yang Shi pondered deeply. Sure enough, someone had lived here for a period of time. Why would Lord Damon live in a mountain cave? A few seconds later, he arrived in front of the only door here and carefully opened it to check. Confirming that it was safe inside, Yang Shi slowly walked into this unpopulated place. Suddenly, from his forehead, or more accurately, Anasta's body, a ray of light flashed out and shone onto a picture. What was this situation? At the same time, an image also appeared on the wall in front of him. It didn't stop there. The moment the lines of the two sides approached each other, it created a perfect combination. In an instant, the wall moved, opening up to reveal a wooden box. Seeing this scene, he cautiously approached to observe the object inside. Suddenly, from inside the box, Damon directly appeared like a genie and praised. "So it was you who discovered the small gift in my card? Little fellow, you're lucky." Without waiting for She to react, Damon continuously threw out questions. "Are you a member of the Sesson family? Could it be that the colonists of the Odyssey Plain have broken through the island chain's defense line and obtained the alchemy card?" Afterwards, he sighed in a depressing manner, chattering endlessly. "What a pity. I thought the thought left behind as an afterimage could create a miracle." Hearing this, Shi immediately transformed back to his original form and formally replied, "Grandmaster Damon, actually, the card you left behind was found by me. I am a human from the Azure Planet." Seeing this, instead of being startled, he laughed happily and inquired, "What an interesting ability. What is your name?" With a very natural look, he lied, "Lu Yuan." As soon as he finished speaking, the real Lu Yuan far away suddenly sneezed. "Who's mentioning me?" Over here, Damon calmly made a request. "Little fellow, before going to get the Philosopher's Stone, chat with me for a bit." Hearing this, Shi thought to himself speechlessly, "Are you kidding me? You're nothing more than a projection. Why do you still need a chatting service?" Even so, he still agreed with him while pressing for an answer. "What do you want to talk about?" Damon, full of nostalgia, spoke up. "Tell me about the changes in the human race of the Azure Planet over the years." As time passed for up to an hour, Shi was completely exhausted and could only utter word by word, "Grandmaster, the Philosopher's Stone." He calmly spoke to reassure him, "Don't be in a hurry. The Philosopher's Stone is the crystallization of a miracle in a plane. My main body has left behind a few kinds of trials." Afterwards, Damon delightfully praised, "But I feel that you are very excellent." The next second, he became serious again as he announced, "Then, prepare yourself to witness the miracle of the largest plane." Immediately, the wooden box suddenly cracked open, revealing a blinding light. Right after, Damon solemnly introduced, "It is a stone full of miracles, possessing life. It will constantly change its position without any rules." Only a stone like a beautiful ruby was seen in the wooden box. Looking at it, Shi leaned closer but carefully reached out his hand without daring to act decisively. However, the next second, his hand passed right through the stone. On one side, Damon seemed not to notice and urged, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up." He ignored his words and pondered deeply. "Too strange. I can't touch it at all." After that, Shi reached out again, but still couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Damon laughed mischievously and provoked. "In this unseeable, untouchable state, could it be that the Philosopher's Stone is not pleasing to your eyes?" Suddenly, Shi yelled in panic, "Someone is coming. You hide first." Hearing this, he strongly objected. "No. Having endured being stifled for so many years, I won't hide anymore. Absolutely not." But he didn't listen and decisively went out to close the wall. Through the crack, he could still see Damon yelling angrily, "Hey, you can't do that." On the other side, Shi hurriedly transformed back into Anasta. As soon as he finished, he heard the newcomer inquiring, "Lady Anasta, what are you doing here?" Down the corridor, Duran Cates, the son of the city lord of Light City on the new free continent, was seen walking over while curiously inquiring, "Lady Anasta, what are you doing here?" Seeing that it was him, Shi immediately recalled the relevant information. He is one of Anasta's suitors. Because of the noble Sesson bloodline in Anasta, he insists on marrying her as his wife. Immediately, his face became cold as he replied like the real Anasta, "What does it have to do with you?" Hearing this, Duran immediately raised his hand to block the way and unhappily scolded, "Anasta, I've given you enough face. How long are you going to pretend in front of me?" The next second, his voice was filled with malice as he yelled, "Do you think I would come empty-handed? Be obedient and become the one to bear my children." Then, Duran instantly transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form, deciding to force the other party with violence. Seeing this, Shi hurriedly flew up and shot out a withered arrow to lead the attack. Damn it! Facing him, Duran quickly opened his mouth and spewed out a massive amount of dragon breath. Instantly, the arrows were completely incinerated by his move. Not stopping there, the dragon breath also fell to the ground, creating a lava pit. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Duran immediately lowered his voice and threatened, "You'd better think it over carefully. If you obediently let yourself be tied up, I will treat you gently." Who would have expected that the next second, Shi decisively jumped into the lava pit and shouted, Anasta, even if I lose my life, I will not let you achieve your goal." Seeing this scene, he blurted out in disbelief. What? Duran was terrified and cursed continuously. What's going on? Is her brain broken? Isn't jumping in there committing suicide? Finally, he had to jump down after her to fish Yang-shi up. "I have to go save her." A moment later, Duran returned, but only by himself. This cheap slut burned to the point where nothing is left. Hearing this, the guy named Stuth hurriedly consoled. Her jumping in there was completely seeking her own death. The Ma Chiao guy next to him also flatteringly chimed in. "Young master, we can still go find this kind of declined noble in other places on this new free continent." The two of them could never have expected that Duran right now was Yang-shi in disguise. Arriving early is not as good as arriving right on time. Disguising as Duran is more convenient than disguising as Anasta. Immediately after, he feigned disgust and complained, "Let's go." What a waste of time. Suddenly, from the darkness, a figure appeared and sneered at the same time. I really didn't expect that the young master of the Kates family would fail to court a lady, and even forced Lady Anasta to commit suicide. Seeing this, Yang-shi secretly remained vigilant and coldly questioned, "Who are you? What the hell does what I do have to do with you?" Hearing this, the newcomer leisurely answered calmly, "Who am I? I'm nothing more than an ordinary mercenary." When he saw the person's face clearly, he immediately recognized his identity. According to Duran's memory, this guy was a wanted criminal of Light City, the assassin Dual Blades, who had lost an arm due to Duran's father. On the opposite side, Dual Blades walked over slowly with a tone filled with resentment. "I had to pay a very heavy price in exchange for this arm. I once swore that I would make you father and son pay back double this pain." Seeing that it was him, the Ma Chiao guy urgently warned young master when he was pursued by the patriarch he was about to reach the 3rd tier. Now he's likely already at the 3rd tier. As soon as the words ended, Dual Blades instantly disappeared from his spot as if using teleportation. The next second, he launched an attack at Yang-shi's head, but he managed to dodge in time. Seeing this, Dual Blades was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. "You saw my movement." Replying to him was his calm tone, "Judgment, do you know it?" Right at this moment, the entire space suddenly shook to the point where everyone had to pause their actions. Instantly, Yang-shi turned his head to look in a direction. Not good. In the distance, Damon was seen breaking through the wall and rushing out with a hearty laugh. This alchemy matrix really can still be used. The next moment, he flew right in front of Yang-shi and winked. Over there, when Dual Blades saw the scene before him, he excitedly announced, "Excellent. There's even the Philosopher's Stone. Then I absolutely cannot spare your lives." Hearing that, the guy named Stuth hurriedly advised, "Young master, I will stay behind to stop him later. You two charge out and take the intelligence back to the patriarch." But the Ma Chiao guy quickly stood in front of both of them and said, "You take the young master away. I'm alone, so I'm not afraid of losing my life. Sister-in-law is still at home waiting for your return." Seeing them like this, Yang-shi, in Duran's body, couldn't help but secretly sympathize and pity them. The colonists of the Odyssey Plain also have their own joys and sorrows. In this world, there is no division between justice and evil, only the difference between the strong and the weak. And Damon was silently evaluating their combat power on the side. Not enough. Only 2 3rd tier and 2 2nd tier. They simply can't make me escape. He laughed excitedly inside and secretly encouraged, "Fight a little more intensely. Only by letting the Matrix absorb enough energy can I create a bigger commotion." At this time, Dual Blades had already run to the wooden box at some point. "This Philosopher's Stone will belong to me." But when he reached out his hand, he couldn't grasp the stone, just like the situation that had happened to Yang-shi. Instantly, Dual Blades' expression turned to horror as he hurriedly cried out, "What is this about?" Yang-shi turned his head back and smugly declared, "It proves you are not destined for it. This Philosopher's Stone belongs to our Kate's family. Attack!" At the same time, the two subordinates transformed and rushed over, but Stuth was heavily injured by a wave of Dual Blades' hand as soon as he got close. Seeing him fall down, the Ma Chiao guy immediately called out worriedly, "Stuth." Opposite them, Dual Blades' strength grew more and more immense, causing his hand to gradually tremble. Sensing this, he urgently shouted, "It's right now, young master. Use the dragon breath to burn him to ashes." Instantly, Yang-shi quickly spewed out a pillar of scorching fire without any hesitation. The attack shot towards Dual Blades like lightning, making him grit his teeth. Damn it. He had to stop his hands and hurriedly jump to the side to dodge. Right at this moment, the space shook again, making Yang Shi's group even more tense. Not far away, Damon was vigorously absorbing the surrounding energy. Right after, he raised a finger to point to the sky. Instantly, a blinding pillar of light broke through the mountain peak and shot high up. Inside, Damon looked at the gap and sighed with deep nostalgia. Really, a blue color that hasn't been seen for a long time. Then, his face full of profound meaning, he muttered softly, "Come quickly, greedy, strong humans. The more the better." Somewhere, a bird with its entire body covered in lightning was flying over rapidly. Its figure flew past a series of other silhouettes. Seeing this, a purple-haired person was extremely curious as he expressed, "Damn it, what is that pink pillar of light?" It actually attracted so many terrifying alien beasts. The brown-haired guy next to him judged with certainty. With such powerful magic, there must be an extraordinary treasure. Those alien beasts are much more sensitive to magic than we are. On the cave side, Damon whispered into Yang Shi's ear, "Hey, human boy, obediently listen to me. Otherwise, I will expose your identity." Hearing those words, he immediately confirmed, "Sure enough, you're playing tricks, Philosopher's Stone." He was extremely surprised as he questioned back, "Human, since when did you discover my identity?" But Yang Shi didn't answer and asked instead, "I can cooperate with you. Be straight. What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Damon decisively and straightforwardly stated his request. Very simple. Just make them fight. The more who die, the happier I am. After hearing it, he instantly guessed his intention. The purpose of this damn stone is definitely to allow itself to escape, but it also just happens to match my needs. At this time, Stuth suddenly approached by dragging his heavily injured body to reveal, "Young Master, when Lord Whitesnake arrives, the assassin Dual Blades is definitely dead." Lord Whitesnake is a powerhouse close to the 4th tier. These words also reached Dual Blades' ears, causing him to retreat. "Consider yourself lucky this time. But as long as I don't die, I will absolutely not spare you." Immediately after, he decisively fled. "I'll take a step first." But Dual Blades had just run a short distance before he was attacked so hard that he was stunned. The next second, he fell to the ground with his hair bursting into flames and his body motionless. Seeing this scene, the Ma Chiao guy carefully asked, "He's dead, young master. Do we need to go over there and give him a kick?" Yang Shi was puzzled and thought to himself, "Strange, why did this stone obliterate him? It would make more sense to let him be a tool." Following that, he replied with utmost vigilance, "Something is very strange. Wait a minute." Suddenly, another pillar of light struck Dual Blades. The next second, he suddenly sprang up and laughed loudly. Infinite healing ability. Instantly, Yang Shi looked over at Damon and saw him wink, while on the other side, Dual Blades was extremely excitedly boasting, "I now have the infinite healing ability. I fear nothing. Duran, today will be your death anniversary." Facing this scene, he just calmly pulled out the knife from Stuth's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch! Right after that, Yang Shi forcefully threw it up into the sky in a very decisive manner. The knife hit the flying, mutated beast, and in the next second, the weapon flew back to Dual Blades' hand as if pulled by some gravitational force. In the blink of an eye, a fierce lightning bolt appeared and struck down on him, instantly lighting up the entire space. Seeing this, Stuth cautiously asked, "Can he still survive that?" Beside him, Yang Shi calmly replied, "It's hard to tell. Let's see." After a few seconds of being electrocuted, Dual Blades could still speak. "I'm so sorry. I am invincible here." At this moment, Lord Whitesnake flew down from above. "Isn't this my eldest nephew, Duran?" Then his expression suddenly turned cold as he asked, "Who is the blind fool who dares to bully my nephew Duran?" Looking at Whitesnake, Yang Shi instantly exploded with acting skills as he ran closer to the other party and tattled, "Uncle Whitesnake, this assassin Dual Blades didn't dare to go look for my father, so he came to me to make a move." Hearing that, he patted his shoulder and assured him gently, "Duran, rest assured, with your uncle here, no one can touch even a single hair on you." Opposite them, Dual Blades was full of confidence as he provoked, You, and you too, come at me together. Today I will take on 10 of you." His face was full of arrogance as he declared, "I will let you know what it means to be a powerhouse." As soon as the words came out, everyone present was instantly infuriated. Meanwhile, Whitesnake saw this, drew his sword, and coldly instructed, "You guys don't need to make a move. I will turn this brat into food to nourish my Whitesnake sword." Right after the cold declaration, Whitesnake decisively held the sword horizontally in front of his face and mockingly ridiculed, "Let's see how long you could be arrogant in front of my Whitesnake sword." The next second, his sword suddenly erupted with a blinding light, from within which a snake appeared and became so massive that it was enough to spray poisonous gas toward Dual Blades. He couldn't defend in time and was hit by the move. Oh no, this purple mist has the effect of confusing people's minds. Immediately, Dual Blades raised his knife and attacked his own leg to keep himself awake. However, he was terrified to find that this move was ineffective. How is this possible? Even pain can't keep me awake? In the blink of an eye, Dual Blades was tightly wrapped up by the snake, creating a firm binding. After dealing with him, Whitesnake turned to ask Yang Shi, who was wearing Duran's appearance, "Good nephew, could this pink pillar of light be the legendary Philosopher's Stone?" His expression was slightly wary as he replied, "I don't know, but no matter what treasure it is, it will definitely be an item in Uncle Whitesnake's hands." Instantly, he laughed out loud so happily that he lost track of his surroundings. "Don't worry. When your uncle eats meat, he won't forget to share a bowl of soup with you." Yang Shi pretended to be joyful and expressed, "Thank you, uncle." In a hidden corner, Damon saw the scene on the other side and thought in disgust, "This assassin Dual Blades is too useless. I already gave him infinite healing, yet he couldn't even bear to stab himself a few more times." Right after that, he quickly made a decision. "Honestly, I gave you a chance and you didn't use it well. It's better if I take action personally." In an instant, a pink beam of light shot decisively into Dual Blades' eyes. Just a second later, he turned to look at the snake and shouted loudly, as if being controlled, "Go to hell." Then, in a split second, Dual Blades exploded with terrifying power, so much that he tore it into pieces. As soon as he escaped the binding, he proudly laughed out loud in a frantic state. "Is that all?" Seeing that scene, Whitesnake immediately declared gloomily, "Consider yourself lucky. Today I will let you broaden your horizons and know what an ultimate move is." Right after that, he threw his sword high up while shouting loudly, "Whitesnake Waterfall." As soon as the words fell, hundreds of snakes appeared and rushed toward Dual Blades. Moreover, they also crawled around, making the dogman scream in panic. Lord Whitesnake's ultimate move is out of range. "Big boss, please pay a little attention." Not far away, the crowd that came here to snatch the Philosopher's Stone was also terrified and hastily fled. "The big boss's white snakes are spreading everywhere. It will cost us our young lives." Not stopping there, the snakes also wrapped around a whale-like mutated beast and forced it to cry out. But in the next second, that made it angry, and it quickly used a sonic pulse wave to obliterate the swarm of snakes. Unfortunately, Ma Qiao was also within the range of the move. In just a blink of an eye, he lost half of his body. Seeing this scene, Stuth shouted out in disbelief, "Ma Qiao." Even Yang, she was extremely terrified. Damn it. Instantly, he transformed and wanted to rush up to take revenge. "I must take your life, you beast." Seeing this, he hurriedly voiced out to stop him, "Stop. Do you want to go find your ancestors? I guarantee you, today I will definitely eliminate that blue whale to avenge him." Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out, catching the attention of both Yang Shi and the others. "Look quickly. The people who lost their lives are disappearing." In a moment, an alchemy matrix appeared and enveloped everyone. Right after that, the lifeless bodies gradually turned into pink molecules. Suddenly, a brown-haired guy exclaimed in disbelief, "But this thing seems to be able to increase one's strength." Another black-haired guy cheered joyfully, "I just broke through to the second tier." Seeing this, Yang Shi immediately guessed the whole story. The deaths of the powerhouses are causing the strength of the others to increase. This place has clearly been turned into a goo-rearing ground by the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, Whitesnake approached him and said kindly, "Good nephew, come closer. The current situation is a bit complicated." Following that, he seriously explained the situation for him to understand. The powerhouses who lost their lives produced energy that causes every living person to receive a fixed increase. Therefore, the growth of low-tier powerhouses like the first or second tier is very obvious. Then Whitesnake's expression became stern as he warned, "But for a third-tier powerhouse, the level of increase is insignificant. That is to say, if we let those third-tier people continue to strengthen, the gap in strength between them and us will become smaller and smaller. Afterward, his voice was filled with wariness as he pointed out, at that time, it'll be hard to tell who will fall by whose hands. In a hidden corner, Damon observed the outside, while muttering with amusement. In this way, you no longer have any reason not to attack each other, right? His heart gradually grew excited with the encouraging voice that couldn't help but rise in his brain. Fight. The more the better. At the time when everyone was enjoying the sudden benefits they obtained, the guy with horns on his head suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Right after that, his body fell heavily to the ground and remained motionless at White Snake's feet. This scene caught everyone's eyes, causing the whole crowd to flee in panic. Run quickly. Meanwhile, White Snake took someone's life and then turned around to carefully instruct Duran, stay by your uncle's side. Your uncle guarantees to take you out of here alive. Hearing that, Yang tried to stay calm as he replied, Uncle White Snake must have a reason for doing this. Moreover, you didn't really want to take his life. I only pray that you can eliminate that beast for me. Seeing this, he was extremely satisfied and praised. I really didn't expect this nephew Duran of mine to be so righteous. The Cates family finally has a successor for the next generation. Just then, Dual Blades suddenly instigated loudly. I say, are you guys idiots? If we grasp the opportunity to eliminate all those at the first and second tiers now, we can increase our strength to get closer to him. Then he glanced slightly at White Snake and tried hard to provoke everyone. Otherwise, when he beats us until we only have a last breath left, even begging for death will be impossible. After speaking, Dual Blades quickly absorbed the power he had just earned. Seeing this scene, a brown-haired guy immediately shouted in panic, Quick, run away. They want to take our lives to turn us into nutrients to help them increase their strength. But suddenly a wall rose up, blocking all the exits, causing everyone to be in endless panic. Help. Let me go. At this time, Combo Spiny and Lord Taro walked over, with the female leader smiling charmingly and asking, Where do you want to run? Right after that, Spiny jumped high up and launched a series of attacks without any hesitation. Looking at that scene, White Snake immediately ran over to block the move. I knew you despicable villains would make a move on everyone. Everyone, don't be afraid. With me here, don't even think about taking the lives of innocent people. Seeing this, Taro coldly mocked, If you were in our situation today, you might go on a killing spree even more terrifying than ours. This scene also caught Damon's eyes, making him laugh continuously with joy. A bunch of fools helping me obliterate people. The more deaths, the better. On the other side, many more people fell down, and their bodies directly disappeared because they turned into energy. Seizing the opportunity, Taro absorbed the power vigorously. White Snake, this is an inevitable trend. Wait until I also reach the limit of the third tier. We will rely on our own abilities. Opposite them, White Snake suddenly released a large amount of purple smoke. Then he smiled lightly in a very evil manner, his mouth whispering softly, Explode. Not stopping there, White Snake forcefully swung his sword and struck the smoke with a decisive blow. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, and it was so powerful that even the outer shell of the mountain was affected. Having a gap, the air inside immediately circulated and blew away the smoke. The scene revealed that Spiny and the other had become extremely miserable. Taro couldn't hold back and cursed loudly, Bastard. Are you crazy? What are you messing around for? Hearing that, White Snake, although equally battered, had enough strength to answer, Of course I have my own calculations. Suddenly, Dual Blades rushed over and raised his knife to attack him. Pay with your life. But White Snake reacted in time, holding his sword to counterattack with a thrust piercing through the middle of his body. Despite being fatally wounded, he wasn't afraid at all and even laughed loudly. Did you forget something? I have infinite healing. Hearing that, he just narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly replied, Is that so? The next second, Dual Blades realized something abnormal to the point of screaming in terror. How is this possible? My wound won't heal. At this time, White Snake slowly announced, I'm so sorry. It seems the Philosopher's Stone has chosen me. Seeing that scene, Dual Blades couldn't accept it and murmured, No, the one the Philosopher's Stone chose is me. Right after that, he was kicked far away by him like an expired toy being thrown away. After dealing with it, White Snake looked over at Spiny's group and issued a warning. Even if our strengths are similar, I possess infinite healing. You won't be able to fight against me either. Instantly, Taro decisively gave an instruction: capture the young master of the Cates family. Lord White Snake has a good relationship with the current patriarch of the Cates family. We will take Duran as a hostage. Hearing that, the crowd instantly surrounded Yang Shi. Seeing this, he leisurely spoke without any panic. So stupid. This young master won't pretend anymore. Right after that, Yang Shi boastfully declared at the moment his whole body flared up with a red color. I'm showing my hand. In just a moment, he had transformed into a tall azure wood flame dragon with a size 3 times that of the people at his feet. Seeing this scene, Taro found it hard to believe, to the point that sweat was dripping down as he murmured this. This is 3rd-tier strength. After transforming, Yang Shi immediately opened his mouth and bit an enemy. Right after that, he swung his claws and sent another one flying. The next second, Yang Shi used his tail to heavily whip the fireman. Finally, among the group surrounding him, only a blue-haired young girl remained. Looking at his achievements, Yang Shi arrogantly revealed, "Even trash is upgraded to the 3rd tier. How could someone possessing a noble bloodline like me be stuck at the 2nd tier?" Over there, the guys who had lost their lives were turning into molecules, providing him with energy. After Yang Shi finished slaughtering the enemies, he turned around and proposed, "Uncle White Snake, if you and I join forces, it's enough to slaughter all 5 of them." Hearing that, White Snake's eyes were somewhat complicated as he thought to himself, if that kid can instantly kill 3 guys who just advanced to the 3rd tier, he definitely has the strength to capture them. Then he pondered and guessed his intentions. Could it be that the kid doesn't even know that losing 3rd-tier combat power is the most advantageous for him? Unless he also wants to obliterate more powerhouses to enhance his own strength. Instantly, White Snake laughed out loud happily. "All right, my good nephew Duran, the 2 of us will join forces. We can definitely slaughter all of them." In the corner, Damon saw everything and commented with interest, "This kid Yang, she is quite interesting." Once he made a move, he immediately took the lives of 3 3rd-tier guys. On the other side, Taro suddenly swung his hand and used a skill. Spiny was caught off guard and had his hands and limbs tightly bound. He instantly cursed angrily. "You sneaked attack me again? What are you doing?" But he just silently used force to take Spiny's life. Right after that, Taro continued to attack the others. Seeing this scene, White Snake was terrified and criticized. "Well done, Lord Taro. Your moves are even more vicious than mine." Then he turned to seriously say, "Duran, let's join forces and subdue Lord Taro first before doing anything else." Yang Shi didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. "All right, Uncle White Snake." He was wary and secretly analyzed. Lord Taro acts decisively. He is a tyrannical guy with ambitions. If we let him continue to develop, it's really hard to say who will lose their life by whose hands. The vassal forces of the new free continent on Crimson Bone Island are currently less than 9 parts. But there are 5 more extreme 3rd-tier powerhouses. Opposite them, Taro had finished upgrading. Then he approached the 2 of them and proposed, "White Snake, Duran, currently it's us against the mutated beasts 3-on-3. How about the 3 of us join forces and eliminate those 3 remaining bugs first?" Hearing these words, Yang Shi couldn't help but curse loudly in his heart. This Lord Taro is truly a genius, thick-skinned and shameless, with a vicious heart. The fact that he could live until now is definitely not due to luck. Even beside him, White Snake was extremely guarded and shouted loudly, "Good nephew, don't be fooled by him. Obliterate him first." Seeing this, Taro immediately jumped high up while speaking. "Think about it yourselves. I don't have spare time to waste." In midair, the mutated beasts looked at him and quickly launched an attack. But right at this moment, White Snake suddenly shouted loudly, "4th tier? A 4th tier has arrived." Instantly, both of them ceased fighting and turned around to check, only to see a second later, a figure flew toward this place like a lightning bolt. The person who arrived was the light-devouring saint, carrying formidable power. Seeing that it was him, Taro exclaimed in terror, "It's the 4th-tier powerhouse of the Alfonso family." Even White Snake cried out in disbelief, "Light-devouring saint." Immediately, the 2 of them bowed to greet simultaneously, with Taro respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Opposite them, Alfonso didn't answer, but muttered softly, "Damon really didn't lie to me. He actually found the Philosopher's Stone in this local plane." He laughed and cried at the same time as he shouted and declared, "I will resurrect you right away, my good daughter." After that, Alfonso calmed his emotions and whispered softly, "Although Damon really likes this plane, in order to save my daughter, everything is worth it, even if the price is making this world completely lose hope." The next second, he decisively reached his hand out toward the pink wall. In the corner, Damon suddenly smelled something and wondered suspiciously, why does this guy have a smell that makes people as disgusted as Damon? A second later, he was terrified as he figured out the answer. That's right, the profound truth law on his body has the same origin as Damon. The profound truth law of the same origin will be even easier to shake the seal that Damon set up. When Damon saw Alfonso touch the wall, he instantly laughed triumphantly. "Heaven is helping me. If I can force that guy to fully use his profound truth law, I might be able to take the opportunity to escape." Over there, he had completely passed through the barrier layer and entered inside. Looking at this scene, Yang was extremely wary and thought to himself, "Is this the strength of the fourth tier?" Everyone else couldn't break the screen, yet he entered so easily. Right at this moment, the remaining crowd suddenly heard a request from the Philosopher's Stone in the shape of Damon. "Listen here, I will help heal each person's injuries 3 times. Let's deal with the fourth tier powerhouse, the light-devouring saint, together. Otherwise, I will take back the abruptly increased energy you received." Now the current situation is Alfonso facing off against Yang, Shi's group of 3. Looking at the man before him, White Snake spoke coldly. "Lord Light-Devouring Saint, you want the Philosopher's Stone?" In the next second, he flew up and pointed his sword at him as he declared, "Then you'll have to ask whether the sword in my hand agrees first." Seeing this, Alfonso also floated into the air and mocked him contemptuously. "You think you alone dare to stop me?" After that, he glanced down at the 2 people below with a face full of killing intent and questioned them. "What about you two? Are you the same as him?" Hearing this, Yang silently calculated. In any case, he still had a trump card. He might as well take this chance to experience the power of a 4th-tier powerhouse. Right after that, he flew to White Snake's side and shouted firmly, "Uncle White Snake, I'll risk my life and fight shoulder to shoulder with you." Seeing this scene, Taro also answered decisively, "Then I too must try asking a 4th-tier powerhouse for some pointers." Seeing this, Alfonso announced with a cold smile, "Very interesting. Then I'll play with you a little, as a warm-up exercise." Opposite him, White Snake's hand suddenly trembled. In the next second, a giant snake appeared and roared viciously, causing the aura around him to surge. But Alfonso laughed mockingly. "You do not even understand the essence of your own ability, yet you dare attack me?" Immediately afterward, he raised his hand to create a ball of light and sneered, "To me, your move is truly crude to the point of being irritating." Then Alfonso casually flicked out the ball, as if he were merely playing marbles. It quickly flew into the wide-open, ferocious mouth of the snake. In the next second, White Snake closed the snake's mouth around the ball of light and swallowed it. Seeing this scene, Alfonso immediately uttered a single word: "Annihilate." Instantly, the entire snake turned into particles and gradually disappeared before it could do anything. At the same time, White Snake's arm also disintegrated, leaving him horrified. How is this possible? Why is this happening? He hurriedly regenerated his arm and anxiously cursed under his breath. Damn it. Over there, Alfonso had already launched another attack with calm composure. "Go!" In an instant, Taro was split in 2, truly experiencing the opponent's power firsthand. She shouted in terror and regret, "I should never have joined these insects in opposing the 4th-tier light-devouring saint." Elsewhere, Yang fled in a panic while anxiously thinking, "Damn it, what kind of move is this ball of light? Why is its pressure so terrifying?" But in the end, he still could not dodge in time. His body was gradually destroyed by the ball. With that, it had already been able to wipe them all out. It seemed that only a true 4th tier could battle the light-devouring saint, thereby causing a collision of profound laws and creating a flaw in the seal. Outside, White Snake shouted with a face full of unwillingness, "I refuse to believe in this evil." Immediately afterward, he transformed into a half-man, half-snake form. In the next second, White Snake struck the ball with all his strength, using his ultimate move, the Deathly Serpent Pillar. Seeing this, Alfonso evaluated him with great interest. "Very interesting. You actually haven't been purified." Meanwhile, Damon pondered and made a judgment. That fellow is about to break through. All of a sudden, White Snake became motionless in space. Again, right after that, he murmured in intoxication, "This mysterious feeling is truly too wonderful." In the next second, White Snake completed his breakthrough and successfully summoned a series of enormous snakes. At the same time, Damon also shouted excitedly, "More, a little stronger. I can break through the seal now." Seeing this scene, Alfonso was greatly shocked. Not good. This fellow is about to break through. Below, Yang Shi, in Duran's body, had changed back into human form and was intently watching the situation above. Lord White Snake was about to break through. The fluctuations around him had vaguely allowed Yang Shi to touch upon it, the profound laws contained within the scale-shedding ability. Yang Shi felt a little lost as he thought, "Then what will my path be?" Yang Shi slowly listed them one by one. Decomposition, fusion, or energy. Facing a situation where enemies surrounded him on all sides, Alfonso shouted with extreme resolve, "I will definitely seize the Philosopher's Stone and revive my daughter. I am sorry to the generations that come after, but if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck." In the corner, Damon murmured unwillingly, "Damn it, just a tiny bit more effort." That phenomenon just now was clearly about to shake the seal. It was only missing a little. Suddenly, he noticed Alfonso's other action. His brows immediately furrowed in slight surprise, and then he affirmed, "That light-devouring saint wants to launch a sneak attack. I won't let you get your way." On the other side, Alfonso had already controlled his weapons to shoot rapidly toward White Snake. Just then, a pink curtain intensified, suddenly appearing to block the move. When Damon saw his technique shattering one after another, he could not hold back and laughed loudly. "My curtain has already worn down 70 to 80% of the light arrows. This final barrier is enough to stop them." Over there, Alfonso mocked arrogantly. "A stone is only a stone. How naive." Immediately afterward, he strengthened the light arrows with the aim of destroying the final curtain. In the next second, White Snake was struck. In an instant, he screamed miserably, "It hurts so much. I'm about to die from the pain." Suddenly, he raised his hand and murmured joyfully, "I can see the path. So that's how it is." In the next second, White Snake's entire body erupted with dazzling light. When the scene settled, he had completely become a fourth-tier powerhouse. Seeing this, Alfonso spoke each word in great displeasure. "I acted a little too late. I actually let you advance successfully." White Snake looked at him and calmly replied, "That's right. Without the pressure and humiliation you gave me, I would never have been able to break through to the fourth tier." Then he rubbed his chin and revealed a contemplative expression. "How should I repay you now? You made me suffer so much pain, so I'll return it to you doubled." Suddenly, White Snake glanced toward a corner and spoke coldly. "But before that, I have something to take care of." Noticing this, Taro immediately sensed danger. "Not good. This White Snake wants to attack me." But she was already too late to escape. A snake appeared and swallowed Taro whole. After dealing with her, White Snake turned around and spoke gently and refinedly to Duran. "Good child, watch carefully. Once I defeat the light-devouring saint, you will also have share of this Philosopher's Stone." Hearing this, Alfonso did not panic. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. "No need to hurry. Feel it for yourself. 2 guests are about to arrive." Instantly, White Snake became extremely shocked when he also realized that 2 powerful auras were approaching. A few seconds later, 2 people flew over from afar. They were the Deep Blue Commander and the Wind God, Ouyang Guanha, ranked 003. Looking at the stone, Guanha cried out joyfully, "There really is a Philosopher's Stone. As long as I possess the Philosopher's Stone, I can become an honored purple crystal noble." At this moment, Alfonso immediately took out a pile of purple gemstones and proposed, "I fear the 2 of you have also come for the Philosopher's Stone, but this is, after all, something belonging to our Alfonso family. How about this? Hand the Philosopher's Stone to me, and these things will belong to you too. What do you think?" Hearing this, the Deep Blue Commander questioned him with a half-smile. "Your Excellency, stop joking. Alfonso, as a famous noble house of the Odyssey Plain, is actually trying to seize a treasure of the native plane." In an instant, Alfonso's face darkened as he cursed. "Is our Alfonso family something you greedy insects can stick your noses into? At the side, Guanha also joined the conversation and declared, "You too, why say so much? This philosopher's stone definitely belongs to the humans of our Azure planet." Seeing the three of them dragging things out endlessly, Damon grew extremely anxious. These four fourth-tier powerhouses sure are taking a long time arguing. Why aren't they fighting yet? Immediately afterward, he appeared beside Guanha and whispered encouragement. "Human brat, this fellow is from the Odyssey plane. He must want to cause enormous harm to the humans of Azure planet. Why aren't you attacking already?" As soon as Guanha heard this, he immediately made a decision. "Then I must use my clear wind fist to eliminate this hidden danger." In the next second, Guanha moved as fast as lightning and charged directly at White Snake, just as he was preparing to throw a punch. In an instant, White Snake's upper body was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Alfonso gave a soft, cold snort. Immediately afterward, he released his skill, Holy Light Cluster Shield. Thanks to this move, White Snake's body recovered. He blurted out in great shock. They canceled each other out. These two types of energy can actually cancel each other out. Then he clasped his hands in deep gratitude and expressed, "Brother Light Devourer, let's write off the grudge between us just now. I, White Snake, owe you a favor." All of a sudden, before he could finish being happy, another attack pierced through White Snake's chest. He fell, revealing the figure of the deep blue commander behind him. This scene reflected in the eyes of Yang Shi, who was in Duran's body, leaving him utterly shocked. "What?" Over there, White Snake forced out the last of his strength to urge him, "Run." Seeing this, Yangshi could not bear it and silently swore, "Damn it, you and I could be considered uncle and nephew for half a day. In the future, I will definitely take the Deep Blue Commander's life and avenge you." Just then, the Philosopher's Stone suddenly burst out with delighted laughter as the entire place shook violently. The Philosopher's Stone emitted pink light and repeatedly let out hearty laughter. Over there, Yang Shi, in Duran's body, suddenly became both surprised and stunned. This is because in that instant, he had sensed Damon's handwritten letter. As for the Philosopher's Stone, after shaking for a few seconds, it shot up into the sky. "I have finally escaped my restraints." Seeing this, Alfonso immediately chased after it. "It is mine." The Deep Blue Commander retorted without showing weakness. "Whoever gets it owns it." Guanha also declared coldly, "This belongs to Azure Planet. Don't force me to act." Just then, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of all three. "Everyone, our judgment organization will be taking this Philosopher's Stone." Immediately afterward, Yang Shi, wearing the pig mask, calmly ordered, "Philosopher's Stone, hurry and come into my hand." Instantly, the stone was forced to fly down toward him. "Damn you, Damon. You schemed against me again." In the next second, the Philosopher's Stone was completely bound and could no longer escape. Seeing this scene, the three powerhouses quickly surrounded Yang Shi. Alfonso's expression was extremely cold as he questioned him. "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Beside him, the Deep Blue Commander asked suspiciously, "Are you a Zodiac member of the Judgment Organization?" As for Guanha, he offered in a friendly manner, "I have a cooperative relationship with the Judgment Organization. If you agree to share the Philosopher's Stone with me, I will get you out of here. How about it?" Hearing this, Yangshi pretended to regretfully refuse. "I'm sorry, Lord Wind God. I'm afraid that won't work. This Philosopher's Stone is very useful to our organization." Guanha frowned in confusion and probed, "What exactly does your judgment organization want this Philosopher's Stone for?" Toward Guanha, Yangshi did not hesitate and spoke frankly. "Lord Wind God should know about the matter of the Divine Dragon, right? We are searching for the Philosopher's Stone in order to resurrect the Divine Dragon." As soon as those words fell, Guanha immediately blurted out in shock, "This broken stone can really resurrect the dead?" The one who answered Guanha was the commander's solemn voice. "The Philosopher's Stone is profoundly mysterious. It is the miracle stone of a plane. Naturally, it can resurrect a life." On the other side, Alfonso had already lost patience and interrupted the three people's conversation. "Enough nonsense. If you want to live, obediently hand over the Philosopher's Stone now. Otherwise, I will even destroy your organization by the roots. Instantly, the commander also slyly declared along with him, our Deep Blue clan is willing to help the Alfonso family. After all, the Judgment Organization has a grudge against our Deep Blue clan. Being able to eliminate a Zodiac member would actually be quite worthwhile. Hearing this, Guanha threatened coldly. This Philosopher's Stone originally belongs to us humans. How dare you make a move? Noticing Guanha's hand, Yangshi lightly dodged and calmly replied, I appreciate Lord Wind God's kindness, but two young fourth-tier fellows cannot do anything to me. Shock appeared on Guanha's face, and he slowly repeated, two young fourth-tier fellows. Immediately afterward, he instantly moved far away and said, since Brother Pig already has a plan in mind, then it seems I was meddling unnecessarily. You two do as you please. Seeing this, Alfonso and the commander immediately looked at each other, as if exchanging a signal. Seeing that, Yangshi spoke unhurriedly. Gentlemen, if you still do not act, I will be leaving first. In the next instant, Alfonso quickly attacked with his familiar light energy ultimate move. The attack struck Yangshi's left chest without the slightest error. But when the technique disappeared, Yangshi was not injured at all. The profound laws you have comprehended can be considered decent, but unfortunately, they cannot cause me any harm whatsoever. Immediately afterward, he used his teleportation skill to leave. Our Judgment Organization awaits your visit. In an instant, Yangshi disappeared before the three of them. At this moment, Guanha murmured doubtfully, this fellow, does he even have mortality? Even the commander asked warily, are all Zodiac members this strong? Or is only this pig like this? Not far away, Yangshi heard those words through Duran and trembled nonstop. Don't laugh. Hold it in. At the same time, in the B-05 commander's residence, he, in his identity as Pig, had fallen face first out of the cube. The Philosopher's Stone had already been placed into his Void Realm cube. On this side, the final incident had at last ended, making Yangshi completely relieved. After going through so many things and the deaths of so many powerhouses, the Philosopher's Stone had finally fallen into his hands. He smiled faintly and thought happily, next, I have to make good use of this Philosopher's Stone. Seeing that the matter had ended, Guanha immediately took his leave. Since the Philosopher's Stone has fallen into the hands of the Judgment Organization, then you too, farewell. As Guanha flew away, Alfonso's determination was stronger than ever. The only hope of reviving my daughter is the Philosopher's Stone. I absolutely will not give up. Suddenly, the Deep Blue commander turned around and revealed a friendly expression. If you want to go to the Western Sea to make trouble for Judgment, I can lend you a hand. Hearing this, Alfonso instantly turned and left. Compared to Judgment, I find you insects of Azure Planet even more unpleasant to look at. Immediately afterward, Alfonso's figure gradually disappeared on the spot beneath layer after layer of white light. Seeing this, the commander shook his head in disdain, the corners of his lips rising in a contemptuous arc. What a narrow vision. All of a sudden, he turned his head to look toward Yangshi and successfully startled him. Noticing this, Yangshi became secretly vigilant. Could this fellow have seen through me? He thought he had been exposed, but who would have expected the commander to order, Brat, properly collect your elder's remains. As a fourth-tier powerhouse, you should at least have this final bit of dignity. Then a hint of regret appeared in his expression as he murmured, across countless planes, among the lives that can comprehend profound laws and ultimately become fourth tier, there are only a few. In the next second, the Deep Blue commander shot into the sky and left this place like the others. A while later, at the Black Tortoise Hall, the clear sky shone over the entire residence. Inside the room, Yangshi calmly said, Old man, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and answer my question. However, the Philosopher's Stone remained silent and motionless. Seeing this, he smiled wickedly and murmured, pretending to have no life in front of me. Instantly, the rope tightened, making the Philosopher's Stone unable to endure it, and it had to speak and beg, Don't. I admit defeat. Hurry and loosen it. You're squeezing this stone ancestor to death. Immediately afterward, Damon appeared to answer Yangshi's question. Most of the energy I absorbed was used to repair your bodies. Only a small portion was converted into origin power. Hearing this, Yangshi asked suspiciously, Origin power? What is that? Damon's expression was extremely gloomy as he replied, "Let me catch my breath first, and then I'll tell you." After that, Damon slowly explained clearly, "The reason I can become a miracle stone is precisely because I absorb all kinds of energy and then convert it into origin power. Simply put, origin power can realize one's wishes to a certain extent." He leaned close to Yang Shi and quietly proposed a deal. "That brat Damon used up 1/3 of my origin power and obtained a heaven-defying magic talent. I can also give you 1/3 of my origin power to realize your wish. How about you let me go?" After hearing this, Yang Shi rubbed his chin with great interest and agreed, "Fine. Stone, I'll make a small wish first." Instantly, Damon laughed joyfully. "Go ahead. Whether you want to enhance your magic talent or improve your comprehension, I can help you." Yang Shi was not polite at all as he made his wish. "I want to become the strongest powerhouse across countless planes." In an instant, Damon became speechless and could not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Shi then made another request with a smile, so delighted it seemed he could no longer see heaven or earth. "Then change it to this. The colonists of the seaplane can never step foot onto the Azure Planet plane." This time, Damon instantly turned to stone on the spot. And that was not all. Yang Shi kept changing his wishes one after another, as if he were tormenting him one-sidedly. "Then let the world be at peace. Or make the Azure Planet plane become the strongest." Just like that, several hours passed before he finally returned to normal and said, "All right, I was just messing with you earlier. Next, I'm going to have you work seriously. If anything goes wrong," his face turned cold as he threatened, "I'll grind you into powder and brew you into tea." Immediately afterward, Yang Shi calmly made his wish. "Turn my younger sister back into an ordinary human." Hearing this, Damon immediately raised his thumb and agreed. Wish accepted. In the next second, a halo appeared around Fei Fei, startling her. "Big brother." Seeing her panic, Yang Shi softened his voice and comforted her. "Don't worry. Very soon, you'll completely become a normal human again." Just like that, that stream of power gradually lifted Fei Fei into the air and restored her body. He stared at the entire process, silently swearing in his heart that this time, absolutely no mistakes could occur. After a while, Damon's treatment of Fei Fei finally ended, and she slowly landed on the ground. Now, her appearance had returned to how it had been at the beginning, and her heterochromatic pupils were gone. Fei Fei looked more relaxed than she had at any other time. Suddenly, she fainted, startling Yang Shi. "No, what happened to her?" Seeing this, Damon hurriedly spoke to reassure him. "Don't worry. Removing the deep blue root simply took too much out of her. She'll be fine after sleeping for a while." Only after hearing this did Yang Shi relax and reveal his joy. "Fei Fei, the wish I had when I first stepped into the ability world has finally come true." Immediately afterward, Yang Shi's tone suddenly became firm as he set his next goal. "But I still have a very long road ahead. The Deep Blue Clan and the people of the Odyssey Plane. If they aren't eliminated, humanity will never have a day of peace." After he finished speaking, Damon said with a hint of expectation, "Kid Yang, I used up 1/3 of my power to help your sister become a normal person. It's time to let me go, right?" Yang Shi looked at him and asked suspiciously, "Did you really use up 1/3 of your origin power? You have to understand that Deep Blue Root is extremely difficult to remove. It was only thanks to my miraculous origin power that." All of a sudden, his expression abruptly changed, his pupils widening. Yang Shi suddenly grabbed the Philosopher's Stone that represented the other party's body and squeezed it tightly. Watching streams of light emerge and merge into his body, he spoke with interest. "Let me comprehend the innate ability and profound laws of stripping." Sensing the power inside the stone, Yang Shi laughed joyfully. "As expected, just as I guessed. You can't resist our wishes." His actions made Damon so furious that he cursed. "You bastard. You're no different from Damon. Both of you are greedy dogs." Despite the constant shouting, Yang Shi remained focused on sensing the ability. As time passed, he continuously deployed power, decomposing profundities, fusing profundities, and profound energy. Yang Shi lowered his voice, each word filled with astonishment. "I can feel it. With the support of origin power, my comprehension of these three paths is increasing from 0% to 5%. In other words, with just one path alone, I'm already a 4th-tier powerhouse." Suddenly, he muttered with some dissatisfaction, "But this isn't what I want." Immediately afterward, Yang Shi forcefully absorbed the powers around him. Following his actions, the stone gradually became transparent. He stretched out his hand and successfully used energy decomposition, then exclaimed in delight, "I've comprehended it." So the path of the stripping ability is the profundity of control. In the very next instant, light erupted and enveloped his entire body. Back in the outside world, Fei Fei was taking care of Yang Shi and waiting for him while he remained unconscious. Seeing him slowly open his eyes, Fei Fei cried out joyfully, "Big brother!" Hearing her voice, Yang Shi asked in confusion, "Fei Fei, why are you by my bed? Did Mom finish making dinner?" Both moved and amused. She reminded him, "Big brother, we haven't gone home yet." Those words woke Yang Shi back to reality. He sank into silence and muttered gloomily to himself, "That's right. I'm no longer that shut-in salted fish who loves sleeping until mealtime. I'm the leader of the Judgment Organization, the fourth-tier powerhouse Yang Shi." After calming his emotions, he raised his hand and rubbed Fei Fei's head to comfort her. "Silly girl, why are you crying? I just fell asleep earlier. How are you feeling? What does it feel like to become an ordinary person?" With a mischievous look, she deliberately put on a depressed expression and sighed. "I feel like after I returned to normal, my looks seem to have dropped a lot." Hearing this, he immediately flicked Fei Fei's forehead and scolded her affectionately. "You really have no conscience. Do you know that the thing that turned you back into a normal person is a treasure even fourth-tier powerhouses would fight over?" When the conversation shifted in this direction, Fei Fei immediately became excited. "Then does that mean you're a fourth-tier powerhouse now, too?" Yang Shi coughed softly and explained seriously, "Strictly speaking, I'm still not. The stripping ability doesn't have an ability bead. I have to cultivate the ability to the fourth tier myself first." At this explanation, Fei Fei asked curiously, "What's the difference between a fourth-tier powerhouse and powerhouses from the first to third tiers?" Facing his younger sister, he explained very patiently, "An ability is like software. Ability users from the first to third tiers only understand how to use that software. But fourth-tier ability users begin to study the compiler behind the software." Worried she would not understand, Yang Shi hurriedly gave another example. "Developing techniques is equivalent to using your own comprehension of profundities to create a cheat. A third-tier player only understands how to release skills step by step. Naturally, they can't beat a fourth-tier powerhouse who uses cheats." After fully taking in his analysis, Fei Fei immediately understood everything. "Put that way, I get it." Suddenly, she raised her hand, pointed downward, and reminded him, "Big brother, that stone has turned transparent." At that signal, Yang Shi hurriedly shifted his attention over. At that very moment, a weak voice suddenly came from within the Philosopher's Stone. "Yang Shi, you bastard, I have something important to discuss with you in private." After Fei Fei went outside, Yang Shi looked down at the stone and said, "It's just the two of us now. Say it." In an instant, Damon's soul emerged with a face full of rage. "Yang Jobless, you damned bastard. You sucked me dry and didn't leave a single drop. I want to bite you." However, Yang Shi merely pointed at his forehead very calmly and ordered, "Old man, if you don't want to disappear, hurry up and have your consciousness follow the trace to my cloud-top space. From now on, as long as I don't die, you won't lose your life either." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light emerged from Yang Shi's fingertip. In the span of a single breath, Damon's consciousness was guided and drawn into the space. The stone fell to the floor, immediately cracking and completely shattering. From this moment onward, the legendary philosopher's stone disappeared. A while later, inside the cloud-top space, Yang Shi looked at the person opposite him and calmly said, "All right, old man, I absorbed all of your origin power, so I'll compensate you with a free life." With a mixture of confusion and vigilance, Damon observed his surroundings while replying, "How will you compensate me?" Raising his hand and pointing directly at the towering pillars, Yang Shi smiled and listed them out. "You can choose one of the positions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, or Qilin. I'll think of a way to make you a real body so you can go adventuring across different planes." Faced with these words, Damon was so shaken that his breathing became unsteady, and he asked doubtfully, "What? Is that true?" Seeing the other party's reaction, Yangshi raised his brows and declared clearly, right now, I'm speaking to you as the leader of judgment. I'm absolutely not joking. When this identity was revealed without the slightest concealment, Damon froze, unable to believe his own ears. The leader of judgment. In an instant, Yangshi's image in his eyes became incomparably towering. Because of this, Damon was somewhat tempted and began considering Yangshi's proposal. With his kid's scheming, cunning personality, and endless methods, his future will definitely be extremely bright. If I live alongside him, I'll only profit and lose nothing. After convincing himself, he sighed sorrowfully. Let's set aside all our previous grudges. From now on, there will be no philosopher's stone in this world. In the next second, Damon decisively gave his answer. I choose to become the northern black tortoise. Yangshi immediately raised his hand in greeting, carrying a hint of satisfied amusement. Congratulations, esteemed black tortoise. As soon as he finished speaking, Damon's new appearance completely merged into his body. He instantly burst into delighted laughter. I'll be going first. Watching the figure gradually disappear from the space, Yangshi relaxed and muttered, "At last, I can finally get down to business." As soon as his words ended, the body of Lord White Snake, whose functions had already stopped, appeared on the spot. Yangshi knelt beside him and said with a slight trace of guilt, "White Snake Sword Master, I'm going to use your body for scientific research. You won't mind, right?" After thinking for another moment, he still felt he needed to make it sound more reasonable. So he continued, adding with great goodwill, "This is an excellent thing that will benefit humanity. Oh, I forgot you from the Odyssey plane. But I believe that with your selfless spirit, you'll definitely agree." Afterward, he shamelessly made the decision on Lord Whitesnake's behalf. "If you don't speak up to object, I'll take it as your agreement." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and used the stripping ability. After just a few short seconds, Yangshi looked at the sphere floating in his hand and could not hide his astonishment. So this is the ability bead of the 4th tier? It really is different from ordinary ones. Seeing the streams of energy inside the sphere separate, he instantly cried out in shock. This thing, could it be the profound laws that Lord White Snake comprehended? The 4th tier stripping ability can even separate profound laws. Observing their movements, Yangshi boldly made a decision. It looks like a genetic chain, so let's call it a profundity chain. I'll try absorbing it and see. In the next second, he acted without the slightest hesitation. When he comprehended profundities himself, all knowledge came naturally, like water flowing into a completed channel. But injecting a profundity chain meant forcing himself to accept experience that surpassed his understanding. After trying to forcibly absorb it for a while, Yangshi clutched his chest and sighed. As expected, creating a 4th-tier powerhouse isn't simple. After that, he eagerly used another substitute method. How about I try seeing whether it can be decomposed? Instantly, the genetic chain before him rapidly decomposed. Yangshi noticed something strange and cried out in astonishment. The profundity chain didn't decompose into dark energy. Instead, it became law fragments. Not letting the opportunity slip by, he immediately seized the moment and absorbed all those fragments. After a sufficiently long silence for all the changes to settle, Yangshi slowly opened his eyes. Realizing that the ability inside his body was operating on an entirely different level, excitement immediately surged up in him. This feeling of infinitely approaching the world of rules really is indescribably amazing. After that, he reached out and took hold of the Void Realm Cube ability bead. I've been using the identity of Pig to show off. Now, I need to raise that identity to the 4th tier. Seeing the cube bead suddenly burst with light, Yangshi was surprised. I've comprehended the Void Realm profundity too. Faced with this unexpected change, he immediately made a bold decision. Then it seems I can try modifying the Void Realm. His gaze stopped on the ability bead floating before him, and Yangshi muttered in a low voice, "Then let me see the limits of the Void Realm space." Immediately afterward, his figure directly entered it and discovered something different. I can sense that there's some kind of power here. In the very next moment, Yangshi's expression changed when he discovered the abnormality of the space. It's tearing at my body, and, at the same time, it's crazily absorbing my life force. Is this the reason no life can exist in the void realm. Floating in the endless void while still maintaining a stable state, he felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I have the protection of the void realm profundity. Otherwise, I would lose my life before long, too. After reaching a certain range, he stopped, propped his chin in his hand, and looked around. But this place is way too empty. I keep feeling like something is missing. Immediately afterward, Yangshi quickly moved back and forth, transporting stone and cement inside. After a period of work long enough to finish everything, he finally dusted off his hands and said with satisfaction, "It's finally built." In the originally empty void, a small floating island with a sturdy structure had now appeared. Yangshi directly flew up to the house he had just built on the island and lay down with enjoyment. Now this is an absolutely safe base. However, that relaxed state did not last long. After only a few minutes, he felt bored. Unfortunately, I can only survive here by relying on the void realm profundity. Ordinary people can't even breathe here. It's so lonely. After complaining for a while, a good idea suddenly occurred to him. Wait, I can directly exile powerhouses into the void realm. This is truly a supreme killing move. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, a delighted smile appeared on Yangshi's face. I need to find an enemy to test it on. At the same time, on a small island in the chaotic sea, an A-class mutated beast, the North Sea wave toad, was spraying a pillar of water into the sky above the sea. In the blink of an eye, the attack shot straight toward Heavenly Majesty Star Wong, painting at extreme speed. The moment the attack came crashing down with heavy pressure, she quickly raised a shield to block the technique. However, the force of the impact transmitted downward, forcing her entire body to tense up and endure it. Her energy was being consumed so quickly that it was hard to maintain. This mutated beast is truly hard to deal with. If this continues, my power will be completely exhausted. Without hesitating any longer, she decided to charge forward and attack it. I have to end this quickly. Her fist erupted with all her strength and slammed directly into the mutated beast's body. But at that very moment, the North Sea wave toad also shot out its long tongue, wrapping straight toward her. Unable to shift into a defensive stance in time, Painting was instantly bound tightly. Damn it! The mutated beast did not leave any opening at all. It immediately swung its tongue and spun violently. The repeated attacks caused Painting to suffer heavy damage, and her condition quickly fell to the brink of exhaustion. Am I about to die? As her will gradually weakened, only one thought of giving up remained in her heart. That's fine too. I just don't know who will pick up my Heavenly Majesty star mask. Just then, a void vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. From within it, Pig, Yangshi's clone, stepped out and praised her gently. You did very well. Leave the rest to me. Hearing the familiar voice, Painting immediately turned back in delight. Lord Pig, without any unnecessary reply, Yangshi merely snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a void vortex appeared on the mutated beast's tongue. In the blink of an eye, the part responsible for its sense of taste was separated from its body. This sudden change caused Painting to lose her support and fall, so she hurriedly cried out, "My lord, save me!" In an instant, Yangshi flew over and became the hero, rescuing the beauty. That action made her blush shyly as she murmured, "Thank you, Lord Pig." However, Pig, who was Yangshi, did not respond. He simply brought her directly down to the ground. As soon as Painting stood firm, she hesitantly began, "Lord Pig, I..." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a calm sentence. "All right, before anyone else discovers you, hurry up, put on your mask, and leave. You've never wanted your true identity to be known throughout the four seas, have you?" Hearing this, she hastily gathered her emotions and quickly replied, "Yes, I'll leave immediately." Her figure quickly left the area, and before disappearing, she still left behind a reluctant sentence. "Lord Pig, until we meet again." Its temper has also become more violent. It looks like it really wants to pounce over and tear me apart, as if it's being controlled by something. While he was still thinking, the beast suddenly spat out a water ball that shot toward him. Seeing this, Yangshi smiled, then rotated his palm outward several times. Instantly, a void realm vortex was summoned and absorbed the attack. As soon as it swallowed the attack whole, it shifted positions and appeared behind the mutated beast, firing the water ball back at it. In an instant, the wave toad was struck by its own reflected attack. After several rounds of fighting, enough to verify his current abilities, Shi muttered in a low voice, "I've tested all the basic skills. It's time to try the final move." At the same time, the mutated beast also lost patience and sprang forward, charging straight at him with a ferocious momentum. Facing this situation, Pig, who was Shi, opened a passage to the Void Realm while sighing regretfully. "You're not the same species as me." In the very next instant, its body was swept into the darkness. In the gloomy, oppressive space, the mutated beast thrashed madly, searching for a way out. On the island, he still watched the entire process with a leisurely air. After only a short while, the North Sea wave toad was foaming at the mouth and then died. Shi immediately raised his hand to look at his watch and calculate the time. It had survived for 3 minutes. The Void Realm only needed 3 minutes to deal with an A-class mutated beast. After confirming the result, he stood up and stretched to relax. At the same time, he made up his mind. Being alone really was too boring. He had to think of a way to renovate the temple. At the very least, there should be air, so it would be convenient for others to come as guests. Suddenly, he remembered something and blurted out in alarm, "Looks like I forgot the main matter." After that, Shi lowered his voice and reminded himself, "I promised Black Tortoise I'd help him obtain a real body. It's time to get moving." Time gradually passed into night. A figure suddenly appeared in the corridor, moving sneakily. That figure came forward and stopped in front of Shi, as if they had made an appointment to wait for each other. Immediately afterward, the young man bowed respectfully. "Leader." Looking straight at him, Shi smiled and asked, "Have you gotten used to living in the 4 seas?" Hearing this, Yifan scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It's been all right. Huang Jio and I plan to live here." Seeing that he had adapted fairly smoothly, Shi felt relieved and went straight to the point. "I roughly understand the matter between you two. Where's your girlfriend? Lend her to me for a bit." Faced with those words, Yifan froze, his head full of question marks. Noticing his expression, Shi also realized his wording was misleading, so he hurriedly explained, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, I need your girlfriend so I can obtain her ability factor." At this point, Shi coughed lightly, then maintained a serious expression and guaranteed, "Don't worry. This process definitely won't cause any harm to your girlfriend." Hearing this, Yifan understood somewhat and quickly did as he said. "Yes, I'll go call her over." A short while later, Huang Jiu walked up to the rooftop with a curious look. "Yifan, were you looking for me?" When she saw the stranger standing beside him, she became suspicious and asked, "And this is?" She looked her over for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Hello, I am Yifan's leader. It's a pleasure to meet you, Huang Jiu." As soon as she heard that identity, Huang Jiu could not help freezing and exclaiming, "Leader? He's the president of the association." Faced with her flustered reaction, Yifan could only reveal an apologetic look. "No, I still couldn't tell you about that." Seeing the atmosphere begin to stall, Shi spoke up to smooth things over. "It's fine. Go ahead and say it. Shall we move somewhere quieter to talk?" When he passed by Huang Jiu, he suddenly stopped and said solemnly, "I think that, as Yifan's girlfriend, you are also qualified to know some secrets related to him." His words left her completely puzzled. Yifan's secrets? A moment later, all 3 of them entered the Void Realm, a place that had gained a bit more vitality thanks to Shi's construction. Looking at the 2 young men in front of her, Huang Jiu asked seriously, "So, what is Yifan's secret?" Yifan's expression was somewhat uneasy as he said, "I'm sorry, Huang Jiu. There's something I've been hiding all along." But before he could finish speaking, she cried out in shock, "No way. My Yifan, could it be?" Immediately afterward, she fell into a daze, looking at the 2 of them as if they were a couple and murmuring, "I understand now." The moment Yifan saw that expression, he immediately guessed where her thoughts had gone. Could this silly girl have misunderstood something again? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a voice suddenly rang beside Huang Jiu's ear. "Welcome to the Void Realm." When she turned her head and saw Shi's appearance, she froze and cried out, "You are Lord Rooster?" Facing that reaction, he remained calm and went straight to the point. "The secret related to Yifan that I want to tell you is that he is also a member of our judgment organization." After hearing this, Huang Jiu could hardly believe it and repeated in astonishment, "So, Yifan, you're a member of judgment?" Thinking she wanted to blame him, Yifan hurriedly spoke in a nervous voice. "I am Sore Huan. I shouldn't have hidden it from you." But contrary to expectations, Huang Jiu was extremely excited. "It's that thrilling? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I'm a diehard fan of the Judgment Organization. With the atmosphere completely shifting, Yangshi spoke up and drew her attention. I came to find you today because there's something I'd like to ask of you. She immediately looked at him and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Without hesitating any further, Yangshi stated his request directly, his rhythm decisive yet still gentle. "Because your ability is very outstanding, the organization wants to obtain a small amount of ability factor from your body for research." After that, his tone became solemn as he added, "Of course, we will not take your ability factor for free. As compensation, the organization will give you an upgrade type ability potion, enough to raise your ability to S-class." However, faced with this seemingly irresistible offer, Huang Jiu shook her head without hesitation. Seeing this unexpected reaction, Yangshi frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Is an S-class upgrade type ability potion not enough?" At the same time, he felt a little disappointed inside. If Yifan's girlfriend was this kind of greedy person, then things really would be rather difficult. What kind of condition would she propose? Unexpectedly, Huang Jiu's answer was beyond his expectations. "Big shot rooster, I don't want any ability potion. I want to join the Judgment Organization." Then she hugged Yifan's arm with a happy expression and said, "After that, I'll carry out missions together with Yifan." Faced with this atmosphere overflowing with affection, Yangshi could not help cursing softly. After the two of them left, Yangshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally sent away that little couple who kept shamelessly showing off their love. Now it's time for me to study the new ability I obtained. After that, he materialized various items while murmuring its effect. Huang Jiu's ability is concrete shaping. As long as she understands the structure of an object, she can shape it. In the very next moment, he directly created a rather improper book. As soon as he clearly saw what had appeared in his hand, he immediately froze and hurriedly destroyed it. "Oh damn, wrong one." Putting away his awkwardness, Yangshi quickly suppressed his emotions and focused all his attention on mobilizing his power. But after some time passed, the results still did not meet his expectations. The shaping process kept failing. Faced with this situation, he slowly analyzed. It seems that the more complex an object is, and the more powerful it is, the harder it is to shape. In that case, I'll have to try upgrading the ability to the 3rd tier. Once the idea was established, Yangshi immediately poured all his energy into his palm. This time, let's try creating this. A mass of pitch-black matter gradually condensed before his eyes. As he observed it, he made a judgment. It looks like the shaping ability is like a 3D printer. Its precision and exquisiteness are entirely determined by the purity and quantity of energy. Immediately afterward, strands of light began spreading from within the black streaks as the synthesis process unfolded. In the blink of an eye, a strong body with solid muscles fully appeared. Gazing at the result before him, Yangshi could not hide his satisfaction and praised it. "Not bad. This body definitely fits Black Tortoise's taste." Next, he pointed at the forehead of the newly created body to complete the final step. "Next, I'll stabilize the mental mark, then let Black Tortoise's spirit body descend into this body through the spiritual contract." When everything had stabilized, Yangshi withdrew his hand and murmured with satisfaction, "All that's left is to wait for Black Tortoise to try out this body." After a short while, two figures gradually appeared inside Cloudtop space. Looking ahead, Damon spoke with an eager expression. "Then let me try it." Yangshi replied calmly, "Go ahead." After receiving permission, he immediately rushed toward the prepared body with a delighted laugh. In the next second, Damon's consciousness fused into the body. After a while, the process finally ended. He slowly opened his eyes, joy bursting out uncontrollably. He rushed straight toward Yangshi with a jubilant expression. "I finally have my own body. Hurry up and give me a hug." Seeing this, Yangshi quickly raised his hand to block the other party's forehead and pushed him away. "Don't come over here." Then he covered his eyes with a look of disgust and reminded him, "Please put on some clothes first." Hearing this, Damon finally restrained his excitement and quickly tidied himself up. After everything had settled, Yangshi looked at the person before him and slowly asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this body's appearance?" In response, Damon's expression was trembling and choked with emotion. He raised a hand and lightly touched his face, deeply moved. "So, this is what it feels like to shed tears. My nose even stings." After waiting for the other party's emotions to stabilize, Yangshi finally began to explain, "The ability I'm matched for you is a water-type ability. It can also be combined with the fused version of the Black Flame, giant dragon bloodline ability. It can both fight up close and suit your identity. After hearing this, Damon immediately switched to a flattering expression and said with a smile, "Based on the fact that you recreated and rebuilt a body for me, it wouldn't be too much to call you father, right?" Faced with these affectionate words, Yangshi could only fall speechless, so he decisively shifted to the main matter. "Don't be happy too soon. The organization still has other arrangements for you." As soon as he heard this, Damon put away his joking look and answered seriously, "If the organization has any arrangements, just say it." Yangshi did not waste words and directly stated his own intention. "I also have some understanding of the people of the Odyssey Plain. They are not united internally at all. I want to split them apart from within." At this point, Yangshi took out a mask and continued announcing, "The organization is also taking this opportunity to prepare its entry into the 72 earthly fiends." Then he tossed over a black cloak and began assigning Damon his mission. "Spend some time as the earthly chief star in the chaotic sea, and promote the earthly chief plan while you're at it." Imagining the scene that would soon unfold, the corners of Yang's lips curved slightly. An earthly chief star stirring up storms in the chaotic sea, and a third-tier powerhouse at that. It will be enough to make the outside world even more suspicious about Judgment's division of strength. Facing this arrangement, Damon flipped through the guide to Stirring Up Storms in the Four Seas while opening his mouth to confirm. "You mean you want me to go make trouble in the sea region?" Hearing this, Yangshi was a little surprised by the doubtful question. "Is there a problem?" Not only did Damon not hesitate, he even became excited. "No problem. I guarantee the mission will be completed. I heard the women over there are all very open-minded." At the same time, somewhere else, someone's neck was being squeezed so tightly that his voice came out in broken gasps. "Let me go." In the Free Alliance Sea, Alfonso coldly lifted the man before him and spoke with contempt. "A small fry who doesn't know his own limits. Go to hell." After that, he casually threw the other party's body aside, no different from discarding a worthless object. The scent of blood spread, immediately drawing over packs of mutated beasts that had been lying in wait. Their hungry gazes fell on them one after another. Inside the conference room of the Free Army headquarters, this scene was transmitted directly onto the screen, making the man furious. "I didn't expect it to be this guy." Behind him, Jingzhu also became worried and spoke up to remind him, "Battlefront A22 has already been occupied. Once the mutated beast army is allowed to enter the living district, it will definitely cause massive civilian casualties." However, Guanha did not show the slightest hesitation. A fourth-tier elemental powerhouse, the light-devouring saint. Ordinary ability users simply cannot stop him. As it happens, I roughly know his purpose and the direction he wants to go. Hearing this, she looked puzzled and immediately pressed. "Isn't his target the living district of Battlefront A22? He turned to look at Jingzhu and calmly answered, "His target is Defense Line B05, the Judgment Organization." Meanwhile, in Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere remained quiet, completely cut off from the storms of the outside world. At this moment inside, Yangshi was leisurely lying down and resting while listening to Vermilion Bird's report. Regarding the Rebirth Service Plan, it is as follows. Before a member is about to lose their life, they can activate rescue, but requires 100,000 points. He was very satisfied with this proposal and casually praised, "Not bad. Are there any more affordable options?" She maintained her calm demeanor and slowly explained, "Members can choose to have their spirit body directly transmitted to Cloudtop space. That only requires 90,000 points. After that, she brought up an image of a physical body and reminded him, however, if they want to be reincarnated into a new body like Black Tortoise, their spiritual power must at least reach the second tier. But Yangshi did not mind at all. The corners of his lips curved slightly, carrying a bit of interest. "That's fine. Members below the second tier don't need to worry either. They can obediently stay behind as little spirits, act cute, clean up, and do things like that for Cloudtop space." As he spoke, he had already outlined the scene in his mind, one person after another bustling about as servants for him. That scene delighted Yangshi. Let the little spirits slowly reflect on themselves. Before long, I should be able to find a way to directly strengthen spirit bodies. Hearing these words, Vermilion Bird could only maintain a calm expression while hiding her helplessness. "Then, are there any additions to the Rebirth service?" As soon as the question ended, Yangshi stood up with a resolute look. There is still the most important activation program, resurrecting the divine dragon identity. High in the sky, Lord Rooster, Yangshi, flew along while sinking into thought. To resurrect divine dragon, we still need to build momentum as before. As for this matter of building momentum, leaving it to the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce is absolutely the right choice. As soon as the idea took shape, his figure stretched into a streak of light and flew off at high speed. On Banana Island, at the Demon Hunt Squad Training Center, a group of people were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Among them, Wei Chun and Chu Yu had also entered the rhythm of cultivation. Floating high above, Yangshi silently observed the entire process and assessed. These two have improved a lot. Before long, even those youths who use ability seeds will be surpassed by them. Thinking this, he could not help sighing. This must be the importance of talent. Elsewhere, Bukue was leisurely watering flowers when he suddenly heard a familiar voice ring out. It's been a long time since we last met, old Master Qian. In that instant, he turned around abruptly and exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Rooster, please come this way." After the two of them were seated in the room, he asked suspiciously, "May I ask what brings Lord Rooster here today?" Taking the cup of water the other party poured for him, Lord Rooster, Yangshi, spoke. "Elder Qian, I've come today to trouble you, to help make arrangements again." Hearing this, he smiled until his eyes narrowed and replied, "What trouble is there? Lord Rooster only needs to directly tell me what I must do for judgment." Receiving this agreement, Yangshi stated his intention. The organization plans to resurrect one of the zodiac positions, namely Divine Dragon. As soon as he heard this, Bukue instantly spat out the tea he had just drunk in shock. Resurrect Divine Dragon. Unable to believe his ears, he leaned toward Yangshi, full of questions. "Lord Rooster, you aren't joking, are you? How can someone who has already died be resurrected?" Faced with the other party's reaction, Yangshi only calmly explained, "Resurrecting Divine Dragon has been the organization's core mission during these days. He has already been designated as the successor." Seeing that he did not look like he was joking, Bukue asked in a trembling voice, "Is that true? In this world, is there really a possibility of resurrecting the dead?" Looking at Bukue like this, Yangshi sighed softly and explained, "I understand what you are thinking, but the item being used to resurrect Divine Dragon this time is a consumable treasure. There is only one on the entire Azure planet." Hearing this, a troubled look immediately covered his face, and he sighed softly. "I was too greedy. Only someone who gathers immense fortune can defy the heavens." After a bout of shock, he solemnly guaranteed, "Lord Rooster, please rest assured. For this wave of momentum building, I will definitely do my utmost as well." Yangshi nodded in thanks. "Then I'll have to trouble you." A few days later, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared online. Divine Dragon resurrected. The origin of Judgment. 17-year-old super powerhouse about to return. How to join Judgment. Everyone who saw it was both shocked and doubtful about its contents. Resurrecting the dead? Is that for real? Hearing this, a black-haired youth loudly refuted it. "That's got to be nonsense, right? How could that be possible?" The buzz-cut man beside him was also surprised and called his friends over to take a look. "Have you heard? Judgment is about to resurrect Divine Dragon." Elsewhere, Bebe was currently busy carrying water and serving customers. "This is the miraculous milk coffee you ordered. Please enjoy." Alfonso took a sip, then calmly praised, "The taste is very miraculous." Just then, a young man rushed over from somewhere and shouted in panic, "Mutated beasts! The mutated beasts are here. Hurry and run." Behind the terrified crowd, fleeing for their lives, Watermelon Blade Taro was holding a weapon and roaring, "Watermelon! Smash an enormous watermelon." The scene that met her eyes instantly threw Bebe into panic, and a despairing thought flashed through her mind. "It's over. I just drank the transformation potion. With this mare-like body, there's no way I can escape." Even so, she still turned to remind Alfonso, "Sir, you should hurry and run too." Yet he remained seated where he was, showing no intention of dodging at all. As for Bebe, after staggering a few more steps, she tripped and fell, losing her balance and crashing down. Seeing that she could not get up, she immediately took out her phone and typed on the app, "This is Bebe's last will. Dalter Island has been attacked by mutated beasts, and no one has come to save me." Crying as she spoke in despair, she shouted with desperate hope, "Please, everyone, if the Judgment Organization really resurrects Divine Dragon in 5 days, please resurrect poor Bebe too." At that very moment, the mutated beast appeared right beside Bebe. But in the next second, Alfonso moved like lightning and stood between them, asking, "Did you just mention the Judgment Organization?" Seeing that the other party dared to stand before it and even ignore it, the mutated beast instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Watermelon! Smash an enormous watermelon!" Faced with the scene about to unfold, Bebe hurriedly answered Alfonso's question in terror. On the live stream, you can see, seeing that she had only managed to speak halfway, he immediately became displeased. Too noisy. Then he turned around and waved his hand, releasing an attack. All of a sudden, Bebe's attitude changed. She was no longer afraid. Instead, she was stunned. In an instant, Watermelon Blade Taro was melted away by Alfonso's attack. After dealing with the obstruction, he turned back to look at Bebe and said, "Now, continue what we were talking about." Over on Yangshi's side, there was still one day until the press conference, so he was leisurely lying down to rest. Suddenly, Yangshi opened his eyes in surprise when he keenly sensed something unusual. Why are there two fourth-tier auras approaching? Ouyang Guanha and another person, whose aura is even stronger. A short while later, he and his two avatars appeared in the outside world. Then Yang Shi, wearing the Lord Rooster mask, calmly greeted them. "Welcome, honored guests." Opposite him, Guanha cupped his fists in return and apologized. "We have taken the liberty of coming to the ceremony early this time. I hope your esteemed organization will not take offense." The person beside him was none other than Heaven Piercer. Hearing Guanha's words, Yangshi replied in a friendly manner, "Lord Wind God, you are too polite. It is our Judgment Organization's honor to have sequence powerhouses grace us with your presence." Down on the ground, Yifan looked at this scene and could not help sighing with emotion. What a grand scene. I wonder what Lord Heaven Piercer, Lord Wind God, and the Lords of Judgment are talking about. Immediately after, Wanjio, standing beside him, guessed very casually, they're probably reminiscing about old times. Behind the two of them, Demon Dragon thought suspiciously to himself, that Lord Rooster can actually chat and laugh so easily with Lord Heaven Piercer. Could his strength be? At this moment, Explosive walked over to his side and grumbled unhappily, "The Judgment Organization is clearly so terrifyingly powerful, yet they kept pretending back in Deer Harbor City." Then her attitude shifted to one of unwilling admiration as she praised, "Still, Divine Dragon was the cutest. To save Deer Harbor City, he actually chose to sacrifice himself." Thinking of the recent news, Explosive revealed her anticipation. "Fortunately, Judgment will resurrect him tomorrow. Although it sounds a little absurd, I really hope it succeeds." Up in the sky, Yangshi asked Guanha in confusion, "There is still one day before the resurrection ritual. Since the two lords have come a day early, is there something you need?" His expression turned solemn as he replied, "There is indeed something I wish to discuss. Your Excellency Lord Pig should also know about that fourth-tier light-devouring saint on Red Frost Island." Hearing this, Yangshi asked very calmly, "What about him?" Guanha immediately explained his intention with a grave expression. In order to seize back the Philosopher's Stone, that man has risked sneaking deep into the four seas. We can take this opportunity to join forces and take his life. Suddenly, Heaven Piercer cut into the conversation in an arrogant tone, demanding, "I can lend you a hand, but let me say this first. You must lend me the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Yangshi's whole group was speechless and cursed inwardly. Did this guy come here to throw his weight around? Is Heaven Piercer's brain broken? Did the two of them not discuss this before coming here? Immediately after, Yangshi flatly refused him to his face. "Our Judgment Organization has great need of this Philosopher's Stone. Forgive us, but it is very difficult for us to agree to that condition." Hearing this, Heaven Piercer decisively turned and left without bothering to say much. "I hope you will not regret it." On Moonlight Island, at the Deep Blue base, a group of people had gathered. The one leading them was the Deep Blue commander, and he said solemnly, "The base's plan is a method by which the Deep Blue clan strengthens the human race. During this period, we have continuously stimulated your souls to make your willpower even stronger." In the next second, his expression turned cold as he announced, "Today is the moment to test you. You will fight for possession against humans who have lost their original host bodies. If you fail, your spiritual bodies will be devoured and become nourishment. Feeling that these words were enough of a threat, the commander immediately smiled and presented the tempting benefits. Conversely, if you succeed, you will become deep blue humans with extraordinarily powerful potential. Then he looked toward the three jellyfish-like creatures floating in midair and instructed, Crit, Oyang, Songlu, and Raz, the three of you, choose your bodies. The next instant, the commander shouted loudly, and the three who had been named rushed forward. Begin! Instantly, they flew straight into the foreheads of the three chosen young men. In the next second, dazzling light suddenly burst from Crit's eyes, nose, and mouth, accompanied by a resounding scream. After a while, they returned to normal. He was the first to report, I am Crit. I have not failed the mission. My strength has reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Next, Songlu spoke. I am Oyang Songlu. My strength has also improved greatly. Finally, the red-haired man introduced himself with a name completely different from the original Raz. I am Bruno. As soon as she heard this, Songlu was stunned and cursed with contempt. That Raz actually lost. He really is useless. But the Deep Blue commander paid no attention to their conflict. He only ordered coldly, I will give you 1 day to get used to your bodies. Tomorrow, we head straight for Defense Line B05 and give the Judgment Organization a beating. Elsewhere, Alfonso was taking Bebe to the place he needed to find. As for her, she looked at her phone while guiding him. Wait a moment. Fly a little to the right. The Judgment Press Conference is almost here. Following Bebe's directions, Alfonso shot into the sky like lightning, so fast that he tore through the clouds. At the resurrection venue, the field was now almost packed with people standing in neat lines. At this moment, Dada, transformed into a female host, began to guide the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the popularity of the Heavenly Stems plan in the 4 Seas, Judgment has decided to introduce the 72 Earthly Fiends plan. Her tone grew impassioned as she moved on to the specific introduction for today's program. Today, Judgment will give away 5 Earthly Fiend masks. The champions of the B rank, A rank, 4 Cs ranking, and sequence level battles will each receive a mask. Nor did Dada stop there. She put on a mysterious air as she rummaged through a wooden box. In addition, there is 1 extra mask. For that one, there is no need to fight. You only need to be drawn in the lottery. In the next second, she raised a piece of paper with a number written on it and happily announced, then the lucky person to receive an Earthly Fiend mask is number 4396. Instantly, a girl named Euphemia sprang to her feet and shouted with all the excitement surging through her body, Me, I'm number 4396. At this moment, she was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she cried out joyfully, Brother Jiang, Enta, I won. On the stage, Dada continued enthusiastically explaining the rules for the next event. Next is the B-rank contest. As long as one wins 3 consecutive matches, or if no one dares to challenge them anymore, they will automatically receive the mask. As soon as she finished speaking, Victoria immediately stepped out with an imposing air that lost to no one. Let me be the first challenger. Seeing that it was her, a brown-haired man blurted out in shock. Even the eldest young lady of the Green family has stepped onto the stage. The person beside him was also extremely astonished and shouted, I remember she was only able to become an ability user thanks to the ability potion. Elsewhere on the field, Songlu curled her lips with interest as she asked her companion, Crit, do you think your little sister can win? Hearing this, Bruno was also curious enough to glance to the side and ask, that person is the younger sister of the original senior Crit? At this time, Victoria's battle was gradually reaching its conclusion. A man confidently concluded, Eldest young lady, you have lost. Opposite him, she looked extremely battered, to the point that she clenched her bright white teeth. Don't cry. Absolutely don't cry. Victoria, you no longer have your big brother to protect you. You must be strong. Below, Crit merely watched everything silently without saying a single word. Meanwhile, on the A-rank contest battlefield, Kaiyun easily won. You have let me win. Seeing the result, Yangshi immediately went up to present the mask. You did very well. Hearing this, she immediately withdrew all her sharp aura before replying shyly, Thank you. Then she shook hands with Kaiyun and welcomed her warmly. Welcome to the Judgment Organization. Kaiyun also responded openly, promising, I will work hard. Seeing this scene, Liu, who was nearby, could not help sighing with emotion. Perhaps the thing I should do most is quietly support that girl from behind. Guanha expressed his wholehearted agreement. The future belongs to young people like them. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turn his head. That guy really came. At the same time, Heaven Piercer flew over and made his demand. If you people of judgment agree to give me the Philosopher's Stone, I will step in and help you. Hearing this, Yang Shi, wearing the Lord Rooster mask, replied coldly, "There is no need for Lord Heaven Piercer to trouble himself. Our judgment organization can handle a mere fourth-tier small fry." It turned out that Alfonso's figure had appeared in the sky above the so-called resurrection venue. Immediately after, he flew down onto the arena and issued a challenge. "Lord Pig, do you dare fight me?" Yang Shi turned to look at Guanha and his own avatars, then announced calmly, "Everyone, I have been called out by name. I will deal with him first." But Guanha did not agree. Instead, he was also brimming with fighting spirit as he issued a challenge. "Your Excellency Lord Pig, why don't we compare and see who gets there first?" In the next second, the two of them appeared in front of Alfonso at the same time, their auras surging. Yang Shi looked at him and asked in a solemn tone, "The battle for the Philosopher's Stone already had a result on Red Frost Island. You chased us all the way to the Four Seas. Aren't you afraid of being buried here?" Alfonso answered him with a voice full of resolve. "To resurrect my daughter, everything is worth it, no matter the reason." They stood on opposite sides, so Guanha directly erupted with power and shouted, "You want to fight? Then let's go. Today, there will be the blood of a fourth tier to comfort the souls of my compatriots." "The big shots are fighting. We're doomed," someone cried. The person beside him also shouted in terror, "What kind of energy is this? Just the aftershock alone makes me dizzy, like I'm about to faint." However, at this very moment, Heaven Piercer suddenly let out a soft breath and clasped his hands together. In an instant, a gigantic sword appeared in the sky. This is the immortal severing sword. Its transformations are endless. It is very convenient for taking lives, but today I will use it to save people for the time being. In the next second, he turned his wrists in two directions, pointing toward both heaven and earth. Instantly, sword phantoms scattered and spread across the sky like the most dazzling meteor shower. Seeing this, Alfonso sighed in admiration. He must be the strongest powerhouse in this plane. As for the audience, they were protected by Heaven Piercer's technique in an instant. Seeing this, Alfonso's attitude immediately shifted from shock to disdain. A fourth-tier powerhouse using a shield to protect a bunch of ants. How laughable. Opposite him, Guanha sighed with great emotion. If that Heaven Piercer were willing to join in, this battle would last no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Yang Shi, wearing the Lord Pig mask, optimistically comforted him. "Lord Wind God, try thinking about it from another angle. At least now, we can fight with all our strength and do not need to worry about anything unnecessary." Just then, Alfonso suddenly unleashed a great move blazing with light, decisively and without any warning. Sin disperse. Alfonso immediately attacked, firing streams of light toward his opponents. However, Lord Pig calmly created a void realm vortex and sucked them all inside. Next, as he drew a few more curves with his hand, he declared, "Watch carefully. This is called using your own move against you." In the blink of an eye, numerous vortexes appeared on all sides, surrounding Alfonso. When he looked up and saw that the technique he had just unleashed was rebounding toward him, he broke out in a cold sweat and cursed, "You bastard!" Seeing this, Guanha, standing beside him, curled his lips and remarked, "I didn't expect the situation to stabilize so quickly." At the same time, the Deep Blue Commander was slaughtering wildly, making the crowd scream in panic. "Help!" His eyes were blood red, and he gripped his weapon tightly as he charged forward and shouted, "Light-devouring saint, I will lend you a hand." The Deep Blue Commander shot in the air with a leap and said arrogantly, "Kill Lord Pig first, then cut down Lord Rooster." He showed a smug expression and issued a challenge. "Lord Pig, let me take a look at your thread of life." While Yang Shi was still caught off guard, a blue light suddenly appeared beside him. The Deep Blue Commander's face was filled with excitement as he shouted, "Touch!" Suddenly, he decisively swung his blade and slashed into the middle of that light, leaving Lord Pig bewildered. Below, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Guanha anxiously warned, "Careful!" Although the blade had not touched his body, unexpectedly, Yang Shi's body was cut in half at the waist. This scene instantly threw the crowd into an uproar. What? Someone nearby spoke uneasily. Are we going to witness another Zodiac member sacrifice himself? Another young man could not help wondering, but he clearly didn't hit him. Why was he cut in two? As his body free fell toward the Void Realm vortex, Lord Pig thought in confusion. What does that thread he cut represent? A few seconds later, the bottomless black hole swallowed his body completely. Having achieved the result he wanted, the Deep Blue Commander threw his head back and laughed in delight. So, the Judgment Organization has a day like this too. By contrast, this struck Guanha like a bolt from the blue, making him worry and doubt. Is he really dead? Faced with that unanswered question, the Deep Blue Commander immediately turned toward him and threw out a threat. Lord Pig's life or death is still unknown. You should be thinking about whether you can escape alive. Seeming to realize something, Alfonso hurriedly raised a question. You have comprehended the profound meaning of the thread of life? This new concept made Yang Shi, wearing the Lord Rooster mask, analyze silently. The profound meaning of the thread of life. After that guy finished that slash, a wave of law appeared at my waist. His profound meaning seems capable of determining the target's death. Thinking up to this point, his face quickly regained its confidence, and he found a solution. Then I only need to stop him from completing that slash, or make the trajectory of his cut change. At this time, the Deep Blue Commander was still flaunting his triumph as he demanded, Lord Rooster, your Judgment Organization has already lost a 4th-tier powerhouse. Hurry up and obediently hand over the Philosopher's Stone, or I will personally annihilate everyone in Judgment. After hearing this, Yang Shi still showed not the slightest fear and calmly asked him in return, Are you threatening me? Meanwhile, Heaven Piercer stood with his hands behind his back and offered advice in a gentle tone. Lord Rooster, you are no match for him. There's no need to force yourself. Use the Philosopher's Stone to help me resurrect someone, and I will help you deal with him. How about it? Since he had already found solution, Yang Shi flew forward while refusing lightly. There is no need to trouble you to act against a few small fry ability user powerhouses. Then Lord Rooster went straight toward his opponents and arrogantly threatened them in return. If the two of you beg for mercy now, there is still time. These words made Alfonso sneer mockingly. Beg for mercy? Did Lord Pig's death scare you, stupid? As for the Deep Blue Commander, he tilted his head and cracked his knuckles as he jeered. I never expected the famous Lord Rooster of Judgment to be a fool who can't recognize the situation. I now feel that killing you right away would no longer be interesting. Wanting to give him one last chance, Alfonso continued, trying to persuade him with words. Lord Rooster, it was not easy for you to cultivate to your level. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I guarantee you will not die. Faced with the words of his enemies, Yang Shi merely remained silent and stood motionless. Before long, Lord Rooster took out a pink stone coveted by countless people. Then he directly issued a challenge. The thing you want is right here. If you have the ability, then come and take it. The glossy pink Philosopher's Stone that everyone longed for was radiating a dazzling light. Tong Tian's gaze remained fixed on the treasure as he thought, this is the stone that can revive the dead. With it, Ming can come back to life. Lord Rooster observed the reactions of those around him and felt secretly satisfied. Very good. It seems everyone believes this fake stone is the real thing. Alfonso was the first to lose control of his ambition. He anxiously flew forward to seize it. Give it to me. In response, Lord Rooster swiftly deployed a technique, divine metal creation. Seeing this, Alfonso frowned in contempt and shouted, You want to stop me with a 3rd-tier skill? Don't you know that anything below the 4th tier is nothing but ants? The Deep Blue Commander opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, mocking him. That's it? You showed off for half a day, and in the end you used a 3rd-tier skill. However, in the face of that ridicule, Lord Rooster merely curled his lips and laughed smugly to himself. Then try experiencing the power that divine metal creation can unleash with 1% of the control esoteric law. The next second, he raised 2 fingers as if ready to launch his move. Suddenly, metal needles shot forward at incredible speed, carrying a terrifying force that shocked Alfonso. What? Meanwhile, the Deep Blue Commander could no longer laugh. His expression darkened. This guy, could he actually be hiding his true strength? Facing that tremendous energy, Alfonso had to use all his strength to defend himself while asking in confusion, Lord Rooster, just what kind of monster are you? Yet Lord Rooster did not answer. He only smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, the fully healed Lord Pig appeared behind him, listening to Lord Rooster's message. When Divine Dragon is revived later, you absolutely cannot be absent. Witnessing this, the Deep Blue Commander's face instantly turned pale. How is that possible? I clearly cut off his thread of life. Then Lord Rooster activated the power of the Philosopher's Stone and shouted, "Revive, Divine Dragon." Immediately, a crack appeared on its glossy surface. When Alfonso saw the stone being used, he panicked and hurriedly changed direction to stop him. No, he was unwilling to accept it, but could only shout loudly, "It is mine, my Philosopher's Stone." Then something suddenly made Alfonso freeze. It turned out that a void realm vortex had appeared on the left side of his chest, leaving him unable to move. At the same time, the Deep Blue Commander charged down from above with his weapon in hand, launching a sneak attack on Lord Rooster. But Lord Rooster did not lose the advantage. Instead, he swiftly turned and threw metal darts in retaliation. The sharp metal fragments pierced through the Deep Blue Commander's body, causing him to groan in pain. Suddenly, thick white smoke billowed out, and at its center was the figure of Divine Dragon being reborn. This made Alfonso shed bitter tears. So, in the end, I was still one step too late. Golden energy erupted from Alfonso's entire body as he spoke in fury. "Then all of you can die. You natives, be destroyed, everything before my eyes." Realizing the situation was critical, Ouyang Guanha grew anxious. He is about to self-destruct. If he is allowed to unleash it freely, only 4th-tier powerhouses on the entire defense line B05 will survive. Without delaying another moment, he rushed forward and urgently summoned Wind God Sai. In an instant, a gigantic Azure Guardian deity manifested behind Ouyang Guanha. To salvage the situation, he charged straight into the explosion without hesitation, creating two opposing currents. Ouyang Guanha's wind gods, Sai coiled around Alfonso's power to suppress it. A while later, relying on his strength, Ouyang Guanha finally overwhelmed it, causing that stream of energy to dissipate completely. Because he had exhausted too much power on this ultimate technique, blood flowed from Ouyang Guanha's mouth, but he was still satisfied. "I achieved my goal." Afterward, clutching his abdomen, he staggered toward Alfonso, who was immobilized in a corner, and said with firm resolve, "No matter what, with only this light-based trump card left, you cannot break through the barrier of the immortal severing sword." On the other side, Divine Dragon's body had fully manifested, naked in midair, and the heart in his chest had just regained its rhythm, beating rapidly once more. Then Lord Rooster threw out his familiar black outfit and said, "Revive, Divine Dragon." In an instant, the eyes behind the red mask abruptly opened wide in shock. He looked around in alarm and asked in an extremely doubtful tone, "Didn't I die? Could this be hell?" Seeing the two familiar people before him, Divine Dragon became even more confused and asked a pointless question. "Big Brother Lord Rooster and Big Brother Lord Pig are here too. Could it be that our judgment organization has been completely wiped out?" Seeing this, Lord Rooster immediately explained, "Kid, you did die, but this is the 4 Cs, not hell." Lord Pig, standing beside them, also scolded him, "Little Divine Dragon, don't act on your own again. Do you know how much trouble we caused just to revive you?" Returning to the other side, Ouyang Guanha stood before Alfonso and declared his judgment. "Surrender and be bound, light-devouring saint. You will face the judgment of the human court. We will give you treatment corresponding to everything you have done." Alfonso staggered as he looked up at the 3 members of the judgment organization and spoke in a sorrowful voice. "You really used it. You destroyed my hope." At this point, Alfonso went mad once more. Blue veins began bulging on his forehead as he roared with murderous intent. "Today, I will drag all of you down with me." Once again, he flew up and erupted with violent energy. Seeing this, Ouyang Guanha broke out in cold sweat again. Uneasy. Not good. He wants to self-destruct again. His power continued to surge while Alfonso opened his mouth and declared decisively, "No one can stop me." Tong Tian immediately summoned a gigantic sword with firm intent. "Then I will finish him off before he self-destructs." A young man cried out in fear, "When bulls fight, the flies die." Another person said irritably, "Don't push me." As soon as he finished speaking, one man was slashed across the back by the blue-haired man and was instantly annihilated on the spot. After attacking, the blue-haired man suddenly turned his head back, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. Behind him, The bull-headed man and Victoria were walking over in wary caution. Seeing this, the blue-haired man raised his brows and showed a contemptuous, mocking expression. "You useless trash." Then he glanced sideways at the horned man and sneered. "Old man, you still aren't dead?" That tone made the old man feel somewhat uncertain as he recognized him. "You are Chris." Hearing that familiar name, Victoria abruptly ran over and threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "Brother, you finally came back. I missed you so much. I'm really so tired." Chris lifted her tear-filled face and said something cruel. "Did you mistake me for someone else?" In response, Victoria shed tears while confirming with intense conviction, "Brother, I will always recognize you." But before she could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly widened and she cried out in pain. The reason was that Chris had stabbed Victoria in the abdomen, causing blood to flow. She stammered, "Why?" He cruelly leaned close to Victoria's face and hissed coldly, "Victoria, my naive little sister, remember this. The only person you can trust is yourself." As soon as Chris finished speaking, her body collapsed heavily to the ground. He had not stopped there. He also struck, driving a stab into the bull-headed man's neck. Very soon afterward, the old man also fell on the spot and finally lost all signs of life. With only a faint breath left, Victoria continued repeating through streaming tears, "Why, brother?" On the battlefield, Alfonso unleashed an ultimate technique, creating a gigantic, illusory image of himself. Filled with murderous aura, he faced Tong Tian's enormous sword head-on. Meanwhile, Lord Rooster stood at a distance, observing the battle situation and thinking to himself, "With the help of the control esoteric law, I can sense that the structure of his blood is a golden substance." The human figure was clearly reflecting Alfonso's image one-to-one because, as Lord Rooster explained to himself, "My eyes are like an electron microscope." As he examined that source of energy, Lord Rooster continued to think, "That golden substance has displayed everything it has before me." Suddenly, he raised his hand to estimate the range and said, "This is as far as it goes." Next, Lord Rooster's index finger pressed into a focal point in midair. Immediately, the energy on Alfonso's body suddenly vanished, leaving him stunned. Alfonso looked down at his own hands, clearly confused and bewildered. "I can't self-destruct." Tong Tian seemed to have seen through everything. He calmly clasped his hands behind his back and said, "The control esoteric law. Before this type of profound mystery, no energy in this world can resist it." Unable to restrain his anger, Alfonso snapped and cursed, "Lord Rooster, just what kind of monster are you?" But Lord Rooster only replied with great modesty, "You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary human." Driven to the end of the road, Alfonso showed a silent expression and spoke in a low, humbled voice. "I take back what I said earlier. If you can break free from the shackles of Azure Planet, countless planes will spread your legend." After that, he closed his eyes as his body gradually dissipated and sadly admitted, "I am inferior to you." Watching Alfonso's body falling freely, Ouyang Guanha could not help feeling regretful. A powerhouse from the Asaid plane has failed on Azure Planet just like that. Seizing the right moment, Lord Rooster swiftly used a metal flying board to catch his corpse. Then he reached out and used his ultimate technique, ability stripping, to take out a bead. Having gained this unexpected profit, Lord Rooster clenched it tightly and cheered happily. "This is a 4th-tier ability bead. I have to bring it back and study it." All of a sudden, a hand reached over from behind and grabbed his shoulder, making a request. "Your Excellency, Lord Rooster, the remains of an otherworlder have immense research value. I wonder if your organization can yield them to us." Seeing that Ouyang Guanha had spoken, Lord Rooster happily agreed. "Of course, this favor must be given to Lord Wind God. In the future, our organization will still have to rely on your Excellency Wind God in the Free Alliance Sea." Although he sounded generous on the surface, Lord Rooster was secretly sighing inwardly. "I've already stripped out the ability bead. Why would I want his body? I might as well turn it into a favor." Hearing such pleasing words, Ouyang Guanha immediately burst into hearty laughter. "Little brother Lord Rooster, no matter how you put it, we have fought shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield. I am a few years older than you. Why don't we address each other as brothers?" Faced with that enthusiastic invitation, Lord Rooster did not hesitate and readily agreed. "Since elder brother Ouyang insists, then I will be so bold. After everything had ended, a foot quietly arrived beside the unconscious Victoria. The scene shifted to the Void Realm Temple, which was Lord Rooster's residence. He was sitting in the courtyard, leisurely relaxing in a reclining chair after the exhausting battle. Suddenly, Victoria, clutching her abdomen, opened the door and walked out, calling loudly, "Lord Rooster." He remained calm and composed, tilting his head to ask, "You're awake?" Then Lord Rooster walked to her side and explained the situation. "When I found you, you had lost too much blood and fainted, so I brought you here to treat your injuries." He took out something and continued, speaking calmly. "When I operated on you, I found this inside your body. This mask represents that you are now an outer member of Judgment." Seeing the object reminded her of the person, and the memory of Chris stabbing her suddenly flooded back. Victoria softly murmured, "Brother." The next second, she fell to her knees at Lord Rooster's feet and cried out, "I personally witnessed my brother killing my grandfather. I hope Lord Rooster can capture my brother." Then, unexpectedly, Victoria tore off the dress on her body, revealing her upper body, and said, "I am willing to pay any price." She shed tears in both shame and grief as she declared, "My lord can do anything he wants to me." This provocative scene left Lord Rooster stunned. He hurriedly turned his face away and spoke in an urgent voice, "Put your clothes back on immediately. Your brother is one of the Abyssal clan, so he is already an enemy of Judgment." After regaining his composure, he added, "There are only a few people left in the Green family now, and its power has fallen to rock bottom. What you need to do now is reorganize the family, and Judgment will help you." After putting her dress back on neatly, Victoria was still blushing, but she spoke shyly. "Lord Rooster, you can turn back now. As long as Judgment can help me revive the family, I will definitely do my utmost for Judgment." In the end, the two of them shook hands. Lord Rooster replied happily, "Then here's to a pleasant cooperation, Lady Countess." At a quiet hot spring, a group of 4 beautiful girls were soaking together, enjoying a rare moment of rest. However, while the other 3 were still chatting happily, Feifei suddenly sank completely beneath the surface of the water. An indescribable sense of inferiority suddenly welled up in her heart. "Next time we bathe together, I must use my disguise ability to create a much more impressive pair and beat Sister Yorong and the others." But while she was still lost in random thoughts, the crystal on her forehead suddenly lit up. Sensing the familiar signal, Feifei immediately realized, "Brother is looking for me." A short while later, Feifei happily ran straight into Yangshi's room, her voice full of excitement. "Brother, did you need me for something?" As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward without hesitation and hugged him tightly. "How old are you already? And you're still acting like this? You have no sense of propriety." However, in the face of his gentle reprimand, Feifei immediately mischievously retorted, leaving Yangshi speechless. "I'm not big. Only Sister Yurong and the others are big." Without saying anything more, he forcefully tossed her onto the bed, then warned through gritted teeth, "Yang Feifei, it looks like brother has to teach you a lesson today." Knowing she had joked too far, she immediately changed her attitude, hurriedly raised her hands in surrender, and frantically admitted her mistake. "Don't, brother. I was wrong." Seeing that she had become obedient again, Yangshi quickly withdrew the stern expression on his face and got straight to the point. "I called you here because there is something important to discuss. I'm preparing to give you some law fragments." Hearing this, Feifei immediately sat upright, her face full of excitement. "Can I become a 4th-tier powerhouse?" Seeing her reaction, he chuckled softly, reached out to rub her head, and explained gently, "This will only make it easier for you to comprehend an esoteric law. It will make you a 4th-tier powerhouse 100%. Even after hearing that, Feifei's face still clearly showed determination, and she declared with great spirit, "I definitely can. Don't look down on me." Before long, above the sky where they were, layers of dark clouds gradually gathered, and lightning repeatedly tore across the heavens. While such strange phenomena were appearing outside, inside the room, Feifei had closed her eyes, her entire mind focused on absorbing the essence energy. After several minutes passed, she still stood motionless as before until she let out a soft breath, as if she had just completed an important process. Immediately afterward, Feifei opened her eyes and winked at Yangshi, her face clearly mischievous. Luckily, I succeeded. Hearing this, joy immediately appeared on Yangshi's face. He looked his younger sister over and asked carefully with concern, Fei Fei, what esoteric law did you comprehend? To what level? Fei Fei's voice was clearly filled with delight as she announced, I comprehended the restoration esoteric law to 2%. After learning the answer, Yangshi crossed his arms before his chest and smiled as he commented, the restoration esoteric law. It seems to be a healing type esoteric law. Very good. However, his somewhat dismissive attitude immediately made Fei Fei puff out her cheeks in dissatisfaction and shout loudly, it's not just for healing, okay? I feel that the restoration esoteric law also has great power when used in attacks. Seeing his younger sister react like this, Yangshi could only laugh. To humor Fei Fei, he nodded along. Good. Then you must work hard and practice more. Next, I also need to upgrade a side account to the 4th tier. After finishing his conversation with his younger sister, Yangshi did not delay any longer. He quickly returned to work and entered the Void Realm to begin his research. In that quiet space, he looked at the ability bead floating above his hand and made an assessment. The esoteric law comprehended this time is actually the strong particle esoteric law. However, just as he was still thinking, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly came from outside. There's a disturbance. At the same time, in a stone cave elsewhere, a blue beam of light was rushing in from the distance, then flew straight into the cave. Immediately afterward, Chris appeared, bringing with him a brutal massacre. All the mutants died one after another, and the scene quickly turned into a horrific slaughterhouse. When the commander witnessed the scene, his face instantly turned pale. Both terrified and furious, he shouted, Chris, you brat, just what are you doing? Hearing the call, Chris only slowly turned his head and glanced at the person before him, then revealed a sinister smile. Lord Commander, you finally came back. I waited so long, I was nearly bored to death. However, the moment those words fell, Chris's mouth suddenly stretched in a bizarre manner. Sharp teeth gradually emerged, bearing straight forward. Faced with this sight, the commander still tried to remain calm. Although unease had already surged in his heart, he still forced himself to threaten stubbornly. So the talent you awakened is devouring. But have you forgotten the difference between the 3rd tier and the 4th tier? Who gave you such courage? While controlling that mouth as it lunged forward, he could not hide his impatience and shouted through clenched teeth. How could I possibly forget? But, Commander, I have waited far too long for this day. Sensing danger closing in, the man finally grew afraid and begged in panic. Impossible. Why do you have an oppressive aura that can suppress my purple pearl? Don't eat me. However, before that plea could even fully leave his mouth, in the blink of an eye, the commander was swallowed whole by Chris's gigantic mouth. After eating his prey, Chris withdrew that monstrous mouth back to normal and even let out a loud burp, as if he had just finished a hearty meal. Just then, a blue stone suddenly flew out from the middle of his forehead. The unexpected sight made Chris freeze for a moment. After that, he reached out and caught the stone, then gently tossed it back and forth in his palm. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. It's become a little lighter. Looks like unless I have no other choice, I shouldn't use it. It's better not to use it at all. However, immediately afterward, Chris's eyes suddenly turned scarlet red, and a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. It seems a few more things have appeared in my mind. At this moment, in the sky, Lord Rooster was standing on a flying board, slowly moving toward the place where the disturbance had appeared. At the entrance of the cave, Ouyang Guanhe waved warmly from afar. I thought Lord Pig would come. I didn't expect it to be you, Brother Rooster. After landing on the ground, he walked closer and replied, Lord Pig has been rather busy lately. He has to help Divine Dragon recover his strength. What happened here just now? Ouyang Guanhe answered honestly with a grave expression. Actually, we only arrived one step before you, so we didn't discover many more traces either. But Tong Tian, and I suspect that someone must have broken through to the 4th tier here. Wanted to find more clues? Lord Rooster asked further. Can you confirm whether it was a human powerhouse? Ouyang Guanhe shook his head in answer, then asked in puzzlement, wasn't it someone from your judgment organization? Hearing this, Lord Rooster immediately refuted him. Our organization hasn't had anyone break through to the 3rd tier recently, let alone the 4th tier. At this moment, Tong Tian finally spoke in a doubtful tone. Who knows whether you have or not? Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Ouyang Guanhe hurriedly said, You two, why don't we go inside and take a look at the situation? At the same time, on the new free continent, in Light City, a four-person meeting was quietly taking place. The arbiter from the Mercenary Guild, with red hair and a white bandage covering his eyes, spoke to gather opinions. Then, regarding the counterattack plan of the native army, do you all have any thoughts? He continued addressing everyone. According to the situation, the counterattack of the native humans will begin soon. If we do not prepare early, our arrangements in the Free Alliance Sea will be destroyed. Seeing this, a huge purple snake with an extraordinary background, the Exotic Beast Alliance's purple crystal python, confidently expressed its view. Humans have always been suppressed and beaten by our exotic beast army. Even if they risk everything to counterattack in the Free Alliance Sea, they still won't be able to break through our defensive line. The blonde young man, whose identity was Occam Platinum of the 100 Cities Federation Council, cut in and laid out the cruel reality. Your Excellency, Purple Crystal Python, the Free Alliance Sea is no longer what it once was. A top-tier force has appeared there. Once they join the war, the number of fourth-tier humans will surpass ours. This opposing opinion made the Python argue back at once. Are you certain that this organization, called Judgment, will participate? All descending exotic beasts have been branded with the mutual destruction curse mark at the center of their brows. As it imagined the scene in its mind, it slowly explained, under the influence of this curse mark, they will attack all living creatures regardless of everything. And so, when they die, at this point, the python flicked out its long tongue and declared smugly, an exotic beast army like that is invincible. If you're truly worried about being driven out by the native humans, then you should think about how to keep the work confidential and implement the technical blockade. After listening to everyone's views, the arbiter said sternly, accidental leaks of higher civilization were an early-stage problem. Ever since the Mercenary Guild proposed the confidentiality curse mark, situations like that have decreased greatly. Finally, after thinking it over, he made a proposal. What we should worry about right now is the movements of the Judgment Organization. How about this? Each of our four sides sends one fourth-tier participant into the war. Faced with this probing question, the burly brown-haired man, General Iron Tower of the Bernadotte Empire, raised his hand to speak. Everyone, our third master, no, Lord Red Emperor, has said that as for matters in the Free Alliance Sea, we won't be taking part. This refusal made Occam question him in displeasure. What exactly does your Bernadotte Empire mean by this? The Python also growled in agreement. If your Bernadotte Empire won't participate, then should our exotic beast army simply disband? However, Iron Tower merely scratched his head and gave a foolish grin as he answered in a simple-minded manner. I don't understand that either. You people can talk to our master. I only know that in today's discussion, we are not participating. Looking at his behavior, the arbiter inwardly understood. The Red Emperor had deliberately sent Iron Tower, this unreasonable fool, here. It seemed there was no hope of dragging the Bernadotte Empire into the water today. Knowing that forcing the issue would be useless, he changed the topic. All right, stop arguing. Whether the Bernadotte Empire's people join the war or not, leave it be. I will introduce someone to you all. In the next second, Chris walked over leisurely with his hands in his trouser pockets and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chris. As soon as he saw him, Occam frowned and showed his irritation. An abyssal worm. The python also made no secret of its disgust and immediately turned to question the arbiter. Why did you bring this abyssal clan fellow here? I don't want my descendants to have their bodies possessed. Seeing that the situation was starting to grow tense, the arbiter hurriedly opened his mouth to smooth things over. Everyone, don't be angry. Since the Bernadotte Empire is unwilling to participate, this friend from the Abyssal clan can fill that vacancy. The arbiter pointed at Chris and did his utmost to persuade everyone. This friend from the Abyssal clan is very sincere. An alliance curse mark has been placed in his mind, so he will not have any thoughts of betraying us. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris immediately revealed the glowing pattern in the center of his forehead. Seeing this, Occam quickly changed his attitude and happily agreed. Good. If he is a good brother with the Alliance curse mark, then of course we welcome him into our big family. The python was no exception. Its change of attitude was faster than flipping a pancake as it began praising him. I already said that every clan has good people and bad people. In my view, this little brother Chris is an extremely good person. Meanwhile, Chris curled his lips into a sly smile and secretly mocked them. They really are stupid enough to die. As long as I want to, I can break through the restrictions of the curse mark at any time. At this moment, his face exuded sinister intent as he spoke in a meaningful tone. Then I'll play along with you people for now. Next, the arbiter also made the final decision. In that case, if no one objects, we will begin discussing the specific plan. On this side, the screen showed the corpses of Deep Blue clan members scattered all over the ground in a chaotic mess. In the meeting room, Ouyang Guanhe replayed the footage while explaining the incident. We arrived late, but from the condition of the scene, it isn't difficult to infer that the situation has changed again. Then, with a solemn and resolute expression, he put forward a proposal. This is the moment for humanity's counterattack. If we continue dragging this out, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. Hearing these words, the bearded man had a different opinion. I believe we should transfer the forces from the Red Frost Island defense line and attack the A-Series defensive line. We should proceed steadily. Meanwhile, not to be outdone, the buzzcut young man was even more aggressive and eager for battle. We should concentrate a large number of troops, use Red Frost Island as the breakthrough point, and attack the other forces of the otherworldly colonists. Because of their differing views, the bearded man loudly retorted, "We know basically nothing about the enemy, and you dare gamble with the lives of all humanity." After hearing this, the young man angrily slammed the table and stood up, arguing fiercely. If we can never find a way to understand the otherworlders, are we supposed to just sit still and wait for death? After listening to everyone's discussion, Ouyang Guanhe crossed his arms and spoke in a deep, thoughtful voice. To put it plainly, we still do not understand the otherworlders well enough. Whether the enemy will send fourth-tier forces and how many fourth-tier powerhouses they have is completely unknown. Suddenly, from a corner of the room, a figure in a black cloak spoke, breaking the deadlock. Perhaps judgment can help. Ouyang Guanhe seemed to understand his meaning, but still carefully confirmed it once more. Brother Rooster, when you say judgment, without waiting for Ouyang Guanhe to finish, Lord Rooster interrupted and revealed the plan. Judgment will send Lord Pig to infiltrate the enemy and gather intelligence. These words moved Ouyang Guanhe so much that he almost burst into tears inwardly at this crucial moment. Judgment was still the most reliable after all, so this was what it felt like to have helpers. He was finally no longer alone. Elsewhere, on Red Frost Island, Duran stood with his back to the viewer, hands casually in his trouser pockets, silently gazing into the distance as if thinking about something. A moment later, he curled his lips slightly into a satisfied smile and muttered to himself, "I, Duran, have returned." Immediately afterward, as if to affirm his own existence, Duran suddenly transformed into dragon form, shot into the sky, and let out a resonant roar. Before long, hearing the call of their kin, two other dragons, one blue and one yellow, immediately flew over to meet him. As soon as they landed, they quickly transformed into human forms. The pot-bellied, middle-aged man welcomed him happily. "We finally found you, boy. I knew the heir of our Keith family would not die so easily." The man's name was Hut, and the blonde girl beside him was Surly. Reuniting with his relatives after a long separation, Duran immediately appeared excited and quickly shared the news. "Second uncle, Surly, so is you two who came?" "Second uncle, not only am I not dead, but my strength has also broken through to the third tier." This is good news. By contrast, the girl standing beside them seemed a little jealous when she witnessed this scene, so she turned her head away. Seeing this, Duran immediately stepped forward and said a few words of encouragement, though there was a hint of smugness in his words. "Surly, I think your strength is still a little lacking. Work hard in the future." Hearing this, Surly's pride was instantly wounded, and she bristled like a hedgehog as she declared boldly, "Don't worry. The age at which I break through to the third tier will definitely be earlier than yours, Duran." Seeing the two children start competing with each other, Hut took the initiative to change the topic. "All right, Duran has suffered this time. You should return home to rest and recover. Where are Toph and the others?" Hearing this question, Duran's expression suddenly darkened and sorrow tinged his voice. "The two of them died in the chaotic battle." Hearing the bad news, Hut merely patted Duran's shoulder gently and comforted him. "The two of them are heroes of the family. Hold your head high and stand tall. You are the heir of the Keith family." A while later, when the greetings gradually came to an end, the three of them turned and left together. Hut said warmly, "Now let's go home." However, in reality, the current Duran was being possessed by Yang Shi, so inwardly he was still quietly pondering. Although the people of Asa were gradually being assimilated by the culture of Azure Planet, the war between the two planes over resources was still one where either you died or I lived. Not long after, the scene shifted to the harbor, where two men were frantically chasing after a young boy while shouting, "Don't let that bastard get away." Right behind him, the gray-haired man yelled loudly, "Take him alive." Meanwhile, the man in white walking beside him was so excited he could barely suppress his malicious intent. The boy awakened a lightning-type ability. "Looks like I'm going to make a huge profit again." At that exact moment, the one being chased, Xiao Yin, happened to run past Iran. Before long, he would once again become a prisoner of those slave traders. I have to think of a way to save him. Sure enough, soon after, the gray-haired man caught his target. He grabbed Xiao Yin by the neck, twisted his arm, and roared, "Still gonna run?" Pressed firmly to the ground. Xiao Yin could only grit his teeth and curse. Damn it. Seeing this injustice, Duran immediately transformed into dragon form right in front of the villains. That scene frightened the gray-haired man so badly that he dropped to his knees on the ground and groveled. "My lord, may I ask how this lowly one may serve you?" In the body of the gigantic red dragon, Duran roared angrily and rebuked them. "It took you this long to catch a child? You pieces of trash dared make this young master wait so long." Hearing this, the man in white was terrified and hurriedly admitted his guilt. "This lowly one deserves death. I have offended your excellency's dignity. I will immediately finish off that boy to calm your anger." However, Duran did not bother listening to another word. He immediately shouted irritably, "Get lost!" and he snapped his fingers, sending the two men flying far away. Next, after the matter had temporarily settled, he turned to look at Xiao Yin and slowly asked a meaningful question. "Boy, do you want to die beneath my claws or stay in my hands?" Before he could even put him down, he heard the girl impatiently urge him, "Duran, how much longer are you going to dawdle? Hurry up and crush him to death, then let's go home." Hearing that commanding tone, Duran immediately felt displeased, so he frowned and questioned her in return. "Are you ordering me around?" With her naturally hot temper, Surly naturally refused to back down. She immediately snapped back sharply. "So what if I am? He stinks to death. Hurry up and crush him." As soon as she finished speaking, Duran deliberately tightened his gigantic hand a little, making Xiao Yin cry out continuously in pain. However, in the very next second, Duran slowly loosened his grip, then burst into laughter as if he had thought of something interesting. "I've changed my mind. This young Master's Guard squad still lacks an errand boy. Let him do it." Hearing a decision that completely went against her wishes, Surly immediately became so angry that she shouted, "Duran, just you wait." Not long after, as soon as the group returned, Duran was immediately surrounded by a crowd of young girls, chattering excitedly. Every one of them rushed to speak. "Young Master Duran, you're finally back." The blonde girl asked cheerfully, "Young Master Duran, did you miss your family?" There was even a bold girl who squeezed in, her tone extremely confident. "The person young Master Duran missed the most must be me." However, in the face of this warm welcome, Duran completely ignored them. He simply brushed past them, pointed straight at Xiao Yin, and asked a brief question. "What is your name?" Hearing this, Xiao Yin immediately showed a guarded expression. His face was cold, and he remained silent without saying a word, as if he was still wary of the other party. Seeing that Xiao Yin still dared to stay silent, Duran's gaze suddenly became colder, and he slowly uttered a threatening sentence. "Think carefully. Don't oppose me over such a small matter. If you die, would it be worth it? You probably still have family members you need to save, don't you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yin finally did not dare continue remaining silent. He could only cautiously open his mouth and reveal his identity. "My name is Xiao Yin." In an instant, Duran's attitude changed completely. He even put on a gentle smile and stepped closer, his tone as if he were granting a favor. "Very good. If you become my subordinate, then work properly from now on. Who knows? If this young master is in a good enough mood, maybe I'll set you free." At the same time, the silver-haired butler, Humphrey, stepped up behind Duran and reported, "Young master, the clan leader is looking for you." Not long after, in the clan leader's private room, Duran was recounting in detail everything he had just experienced to Walker, Duran's father. In the end, Uncle Whitesnake died within the encirclement of fourth-tier powerhouses. As soon as he finished speaking, Duran extended his hand and offered a small snake scale, then spoke in a deeply emotional tone. I know Father was very close to Uncle Whitesnake, so I deliberately brought this back for you. Walker took the relic from his hand, looked it over, and sighed. His voice carried a hint of emotion as he recalled. I remember when your Uncle Whitesnake and I first met, we both firmly believed that we could become fourth-tier powerhouses. However, in the blink of an eye, he quickly regained his usual stern expression, then slowly instructed, Duran, the most important matter right now is still the position of City Lord of Light City. At this point, Walker patted Duran's shoulder and explained the recent situation in detail. Not long ago, a four-party conference was held in Light City. The next City Lord of Light City will become the supreme commander of the new allied army and will be qualified to know all the key arrangements. Our key family must obtain this position. After hearing this top-secret information, Yang Shi, in Duran's identity, was immediately secretly delighted. He just happened to need to gather intelligence, so he had to make use of this father who knew all the information. Just then, Walker suddenly remembered something else, so he questioned him sternly. That's right. Surly came to tell me that you deliberately brought a native slave into the family just to anger her. Hearing this question, Duran's expression immediately darkened, but he still tried hard to find words to justify himself. Father, I've been wronged. I simply took a liking to that slave's talent. It has nothing to do with Surly. However, Walker did not seem to care much. He merely turned his face away and coldly ordered, It's only a matter involving a slave. Don't let your sister be hurt. Hurry and finish off that native slave to appease Surly. Hearing those contemptuous words, anger immediately rose in Duran's heart. However, outwardly, he still tried hard to restrain himself and went along with it. Yes, he is, after all, only a native slave. Yet as he said those words, Duran's hand had clenched into a fist so tightly that it trembled. At the same time, in Surly's bedroom, she was dressed seductively and being intimate with her lover. When she heard movement coming from outside, Surly immediately flushed with embarrassment, turned around, and shouted, What are you doing? Are you here to bully me again? Right after that, Duran walked in with Humphrey and Xiao Yin, a sword in his hand and a painfully fake smile on his face. My dear little sister, how could I possibly bully you? Weren't you the one who went to complain to Father today? Hearing this, she hurriedly grabbed a white cloth and draped it over herself, then answered with a somewhat guilty conscience, I was only telling the truth. All of a sudden, Duran pointed the tip of his sword at Xiao Yin and said in an excited tone, Exactly. Father wants fourth brother to get rid of this brat to make you happy. Haven't I obediently come here? At that, Surly's expression instantly became eager, and she even urged loudly, Then hurry up and deal with him. I'll ask eldest uncle to let this matter go. Hearing that, his eyes widened, his gaze cold as ice, though outwardly he still pretended to indulge her. Of course, my precious little sister. Watch closely, faced with life and death right before him. Xiaoyan could only squeeze his eyes shut, sweat pouring down his body as fear filled his heart. It looks like I'm going to die here today. Yet in the very next instant, Surly screamed in terror, because the one who had been eliminated was not Xiao Yin, but the lover standing beside her. Afterward, he calmly wiped the syrup-like blood from the blade, his face full of killing intent as he threatened coldly. Remember this. From now on, if you lay a hand on the slave again, that means you are slapping my Duran's face, and your ending will be the same as his. Although what he had just done frightened Surly for a moment, she still stubbornly cursed. Are you crazy? Are you bullying me again? Seeing that she was still acting fearless out of ignorance, Duran stepped forward, tightly grabbed his sister's hand, and enunciated each word. Little sister, above the word lust hangs a blade. Your big brother here is someone with experience. From now on, you'd better cultivate diligently and reach the third tier as soon as possible. When Walker received the report, his eyes immediately widened in surprise, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Duran really did that? He ended Surly's servant. Standing opposite him, Humphrey lowered his head slightly and respectfully confirmed the matter, then slowly added, More accurately, it was Miss Surly's lover. Hearing that, Walker fell silent for a moment. Then, with his keen instincts, he asked seriously, Humphrey, do you feel that Duran has changed somewhat since he returned? As for the matters the clan leader instructed, although he dislikes them, he will still deal with that slave. After hearing that objective assessment, Walker not only did not get angry, but laughed heartily in satisfaction. I think so too. It seems that after experiencing a great battle, my son has finally matured. You may withdraw. Remember to find another servant for Miss Surly as compensation. With the conversation over, Humphrey nodded and obeyed before leaving. Yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duran was sprawled on his bed, staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling in deep thought. The detailed arrangements are only known to the representatives of the four major forces. They're all fourth-tier powerhouses. If I act carelessly, I will definitely alert them. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes tightly to focus his mind, trying to find a more perfect countermeasure. For now, I can only help the Keith family fight for the position of City Lord of Light City. Only by using this father of mine and becoming the commander of the Allied army can I gather the intelligence I need without anyone noticing. After calculating for a while, Duran slowly sat up, rubbing his head while complaining to himself. This damned confidentiality curse mark needs some time before it can be removed. If only I understood the method the Odyssey people use to create meditation methods. Just then, a light knock came from outside the door, accompanied by a respectful voice reporting, "Young master, dinner has been prepared." Hearing this, Duran answered, "Bring it in." As soon as the door opened, an idea seemed to suddenly come to him, so he smiled faintly, a calculating look briefly appearing on his face as he thought to himself, "This Humphrey is pretty proactive with deliveries." Not long after, Humphrey pushed the food cart into the room and bowed respectfully. "Young master, for dinner, do you need others to serve?" However, before he could finish speaking, Duran had already used the puppet control technique to control his mind, causing Humphrey to suddenly freeze in place. He only managed to stammer a few words, "Young Master Duran, you." Right after that, Yangshi began carefully reviewing each fragment of memory in his mind, aiming to search for valuable clues. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something important, and he could not help exclaiming, "Found it!" In Humphrey's memories, there really was a key point Yangshi needed. He quickly realized this is the file for the Flame Dragon meditation method, which Humphrey gifted to the Keith family. The meditation method the Keith family gave Humphrey is. Looking more closely, Yangshi discovered that the surface of the golden gem was also engraved with many complex characters. Thus, he thought to himself, it's a magic crystal engraved with a large number of alchemical arrays. They call this thing an inheritance stone. Not only that, he continued to observe the hidden contents in his mind. Inside, there was a visualization image, a circulation route, and a meditation posture. This is rather similar to the demon hunting meditation method obtained from Lee Zidian. After going through all the content, Yangshi sighed in slight disappointment. That's all. Yet right after that, the next stream of memories appeared. In it, Walker was holding out a small vial and saying, "This is the blood essence left behind by the founder of the Keith family. I will now bestow one drop upon you." As soon as he finished speaking, he dabbed a red mark on Humphrey's forehead. Seeing this scene, Yangshi immediately understood something and reached a conclusion. So this is the true key step in passing down the Odyssey people's meditation method. But this blood essence. At this point, he seriously connected all the information together, then began to analyze it carefully. According to what appeared in the memories, the ancestor of the Keith family, as a peak fourth-tier powerhouse, had only condensed 433 drops of blood essence. But just in Humphrey's memories, the members of the Keith family who died in battle were more than that number. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, Yangshi immediately hurried to speed up his search through the memories, muttering urgently, "There must still be another method that can anchor the return path of the soul inside the body." Just then, when an image of a person meditating appeared in the memories, he cried out excitedly, "Found it! Magic crystal stimulation method." During the first cultivation session, using a magic crystal to stimulate the body has a chance of achieving an effect similar to using the corresponding powerhouse's blood essence. The higher the quality of the magic crystal, the better the effect. Thinking of this, Yangshi's expression immediately filled with excitement. He even declared confidently, "If it is an alpha-grade magic crystal, then anchoring the reincarnated soul is something I can be 90% certain of." Afterward, he waved his hand and dispersed all the memories appearing before him, unable to restrain his excitement as he exclaimed, "A huge harvest! For all of Azure Planet's humanity, This is an important step toward breaking through the Odyssey people's knowledge blockade. Finally, after finding a method for a breakthrough, Yangshi curled his lips into a sly smile and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I can use the method of creating meditation methods to trade with the three major forces." The day when the Judgment Organization leads Azure Planet seems to be getting closer and closer. Yet just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly remembered something, and his mood instantly deflated. On the new free continent, it seems I can no longer get inheritance stones for free. At this moment, after his mind had been controlled, Humphrey still obediently bowed deeply and greeted him, "Master." Seeing this, Duran waved his hand and instructed, "Act exactly as you did before. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be exposed." Hearing the order, Humphrey obeyed like a controlled puppet. "As you command, young Master Duran." Since his goal had been achieved, Duran ordered, "You may go out first." Hearing this, Humphrey immediately turned and left the room, slamming the door shut exactly as instructed. But the moment the room became quiet, Duran's face suddenly grew tense, because deep down, he had realized something abnormal. There is a strange aura in Walker's study. At this time, the Keith family was attending a banquet at the Clark family. At the center of the banquet table sat the Clark family head, with Walker and Hutt on either side. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hall, Zoe Clark was staggering over to strike up a conversation with Duran while drunk. "Duran, I heard you just went through a terrifying battle." Seeing that his expression looked somewhat unpleasant, Surly immediately walked over smugly and deliberately teased, "Second brother, hurry and tell Zoe about it." Forced into a difficult position, Duran could only give a stiff smile and answer perfunctorily, "Actually, there isn't much to tell. It was just..." At the same time, at the elders' table, Walker leaned slightly toward the Clark family head and said, "It's getting late. Younger brother Hutt and I will take our leave." Hearing this, the man pointed toward the door and warmly replied, "Very well. I'll see you both out." Seizing the chance, Duran also hurriedly found an excuse to escape from Zoe, so he turned and said, "Looks like we have to leave first. Then I'll stop the story there." Seeing that he was about to go, Zoe immediately sounded regretful. "What a pity. It was just getting interesting." Just then, Surly deliberately bumped Duran hard on the shoulder and added fuel to the fire. Continue next time. Duran loves talking with you the most. After hearing this, Zoe's eyes shone brightly, and her cheeks grew even redder with shyness. "Then I'll have a chance to visit you and listen to the rest of the story." Those affectionate words made his face twist, but he still forced out a reply. "All right." When the banquet ended and the Keith family members left, 3 cars were waiting on the road ahead. Sitting in the car, Duran frowned and grabbed his sister by the collar to interrogate her. "Surly, are you itching for another beating?" Although she was in pain, she still struggled and talked back. "So what? Compared to you ending my lover, this is nothing at all." All of a sudden, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted right in front of them, smoke billowing everywhere. A group of mysterious figures covered in black cloaks flew in from nowhere, and one of them shouted, "Walker, today will be the day you die." Walker had just crawled out of the car, sparks still flashing all over him, but he still demanded through gritted teeth, "Who are you people? How dare you attack my Keith family?" In an instant, Walker transformed into a gigantic red dragon the size of a building. Knowing the situation was dangerous, Hutt urgently turned back and instructed, "Duran, take Surly and go." The next second, he also transformed into a blue dragon and flew over with imposing momentum. "Elder brother, I'll help you." Duran did not remain idle either and anxiously told his sister, "Surly, father, and second uncle are no match for them. I'm going to help. You return to the family and call for reinforcements." Her face was still dazed as she stammered in obedience. "Okay, I'll go call people. But Duran, you..." At this moment, Surly was extremely worried and could only shout her warning, "You've only just advanced to the 3rd tier. Don't you dare die. If you die, I won't be able to get revenge." She even added one more sentence. "Besides, the heir to the Keith family would become me." Though her words were unpleasant, Duran understood her feelings, so he gently rubbed her head to reassure her. "Don't worry, I won't die." Before their eyes, he also transformed into a red dragon and hurriedly charged off to help. In the sky, Duran was flying, while on the ground, a luxurious van sped away in the opposite direction. As Surly drove, tears fell from her eyes, and she silently prayed in her heart, "Father, eldest uncle, and you too, hateful Duran. None of you must let anything happen to you. On the other side, Walker was about to be ambushed from behind by a blade, and only had time to turn his head and growl. Fortunately, Duran arrived just in time and helped him block that vicious strike. He looked at Walker and said self-reproachfully, "Father, I'm late." But Walker snapped angrily, "What did you come here for?" Seeing this, Hut flew over and spoke up for him. "Big brother, now isn't the time to scold the child. If Duran hadn't acted just now, our situation would have been even worse." Since that was reasonable, Walker's voice immediately softened somewhat. "It is my fault. I didn't expect these people to be so vicious and insane that they would actually dare to act inside the city." Duran asked curiously, "Father, do you know the origins of these assassins?" Walker honestly shared his guess. "I don't know, but there's a high chance they were sent by people from the other families. The origins of these 4 third-tier powerhouses cannot be identified." Hut also did not hesitate to voice his own thoughts. "I feel that the biggest suspect is the Light City garrison. As long as the selection of a new city lord is not completed, the Light Commander, as the current city lord, will automatically become the commander of the Allied army." However, Walker felt that this opinion was not necessarily correct, so he continued reasoning, "Not necessarily. The Mofi family and the Garrett family are both possible. It is even possible that someone from the Clark family betrayed us. Otherwise, why would they appear at exactly the right moment to ambush us?" They were engrossed in conversation and completely unguarded. Only when a series of hidden weapons shot toward Duran did Walker shout, "Careful!" He immediately turned his head and spat fire, burning those sharp metal needles to ashes. This enraged Duran, and he roared furiously, "You rats! If you want to eliminate my father, then get past my Duran's fist first." Next, he let out a roar. His entire body began to glow, and his body also gradually started transforming. That scene made both Hut and Walker cry out in surprise at the same time. Duran is about to break through. As for him, he bared his teeth irritably and thought inwardly, "They're forcing this young master to break through whether I want to or not." A cloaked man decided to eliminate this future threat and immediately ordered, "This brat cannot be spared. Kill him." In the next second, they surrounded Duran from all 4 directions, attacking with all kinds of flying darts, flames, and blades. Faced with the urgent situation, Yang Shi, inside Duran's body, smiled faintly with interest. "Is it time to test the skill again? Then just wait and see." The birth of the super azure-eyed flame dragon. The weapons of the ambushers came flying in a dense wave, aimed straight at their target. Seeing the dangerous situation, Hut and Walker quickly flew over and spewed flames to provide cover. Walker urged, "Duran, go quickly. The 2 of us will cut them off for you." However, he did not listen and recklessly charged forward, flying straight toward the assassins. Walker shouted in alarm, "Son!" Hut was just as worried. Duran, unable to abandon his precious son, Walker let out a thunderous roar and charged forward without hesitation. "Duran, today father and son will fight side by side. I refuse to believe we cannot carve out a path to survival." Hut also laughed loudly and flew after them with imposing momentum. "Elder brother, Duran, second uncle, is coming too." Seeing that they were determined to fight to the death, the cloaked man who seemed to be the leader loudly commanded, "Don't split up your attacks. Deal with this Duran first." For men surrounded him tightly from 4 directions, and one of them declared fiercely, "Duran, today is the day you die." At the same time, Duran's entire body shone brilliantly, and he spoke with proud confidence. "You came at just the right time. Father, second uncle, watch closely. I, Duran, am invincible today." As soon as the words fell, Duran's body erupted, creating a dazzling ring of energy. One assassin asked in shock, "What is that?" Another man who seemed more knowledgeable answered, "The super azure-eyed flame dragon." Seeing that he would be difficult to deal with, the leader ordered his companions, "Disperse. We won't be able to kill Duran today. Fortunately, our identities haven't been exposed." Another man asked unwillingly, "We're just retreating like this? What about our credit?" The leader explained sternly, "The key family's people are arriving. It won't be easy to make another move. Forget credit. If the higher-ups don't make trouble for us, that will already be good enough. After the battle ended, Duran returned to his original form and landed on the ground. When he caught sight of Walker and Hut walking over, his heart grew uneasy. Since I used a breakthrough during the battle as an excuse, I have to keep the act going to the end. Why are the two of them coming over? Forget it. There's no time to think. Duran immediately collapsed to the ground, using the tactic he had decided on in his mind. Faint first, bluff my way through this. Hut held him in his arms, reached out to check his breathing, and concluded he's fine. It's probably because this was his first breakthrough and he didn't know how to control his strength, so he fainted temporarily. He'll be fine after resting for a while. After an unknown amount of time, when Duran opened his eyes, he vaguely saw a figure. He was lying on his own bed. Seeing Walker sitting beside him, he softly called out, "Father." Seeing Duran wake up, Walker could not hide the joy on his face and praised him. "Good son." As expected of the genius of the Keith family, that praise made him break out in a cold sweat, and he could only answer evasively. It was all thanks to that fortuitous encounter. "There is something your second uncle and I have not said yet, but now you must know." Duran replied respectfully, "Yes, father." Walker revealed the top-secret information in a low voice. On the surface, the position of City Lord of Light City is something our great families are all competing for. But the true players behind the scenes are actually the four major forces: the Mercenary Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, the Exotic Beast Alliance, and the 100 Cities Federation. Because he trusted his son completely, Walker shared even more details. In name, Light City is a colony of the 100 Cities Federation, but the other three major forces will not let the important post of commander of this new allied army slip away. In fact, even Light City's garrison forces may try to get involved. Then, no longer holding back, he revealed something shocking. "You are the only person I trust, so I want to tell you this. The force standing behind our Keith family is the Mercenary Guild." This explosive news made Duran cry out in astonishment. The Mercenary Guild? At this point, Walker's gaze turned sinister as he laid bare all his schemes. "It is only a temporary partnership. They help me take the position of City Lord of Light City, and we give them the corresponding reward. In this struggle for Light City's city lordship, I am 80% certain of victory. Once the native summoning succeeds, we will also have the capital to return to the Odyssey Plain." After learning all the secrets, Duran turned his face inward and secretly rejoiced. "With a super handsome spy like me here, the final victory will definitely belong to us humans of Azure Planet." The next second, Duran turned back and smiled obsequiously. "Father is absolutely right. Under your leadership, our Keith family is sure to win this time." Not long after, a group of people held a Keith family meeting in a sealed room. No one knew what had happened, but Hut suddenly stood up in agitation and shouted, "I object. At the very least, let me go with you. Have you forgotten the assassination attempt last time, elder brother?" However, Walker remained calm and even waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Tonight, when I visit the Platinum Steward, too many people cannot go." As soon as he finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely toward the door. Duran watched him from behind and secretly speculated. From the looks of it, the Mercenary Guild gave Walker something. Now he needs to use that thing. Judging by his state tonight, he is definitely 90% confident. 3 hours later, Duran pinched Surly's cheek hard to tease her, making her shout angrily, "What are you doing?" Duran laughed mischievously and answered as if he wanted to keep teasing her, "I'm just bored. Let me pinch you one more time." Surly jerked her head away, her face red with anger as she yelled, "Stinky Duran, I don't have time to argue with you." Meanwhile, Hut was still pacing back and forth in the meeting room, muttering anxiously, "It has been so long. Why has there been no news?" Suddenly, Duran and his sister heard a roar, signaling an emergency summons, and both looked surprised. Hut immediately shot out of the meeting room at full speed, his voice filled with unease. "This is bad." Very soon after, at the City Lord's residence on Kangwoo Avenue, everyone from the Keith family transformed into dragons and flew over one after another. On the ground lay Walker's ice-cold corpse, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes still open in death. Faced with the sight of Walker lying there, Hut was so shocked that he shouted furiously over and over, "Who was it? Who on earth was it?" At this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret and could only blame himself. If I had insisted on going with him, perhaps elder brother would not have ended up like this. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, inside Duran's body, stood behind them and silently made his deductions. Walker was a peak third-tier powerhouse. Either he was eliminated by a group of peak third-tier powerhouses, or a fourth-tier powerhouse made a move. Every neuron in his mind kept analyzing the situation. Tonight, Walker secretly went to meet the Platinum Steward. As a fourth-tier powerhouse, that Platinum Steward absolutely has the strength to murder Walker. At this moment, at the City Lord's residence, a crowd began to gather to watch what was happening, while the guards were also extremely shocked. Yang Shi observed every tiny movement they made and vaguely reached a conclusion in his mind. The garrison soldiers' expressions when they saw the corpse do not look like the expressions of murderers. Then is the one who ordered it really that lord standing up there? Looking at Occam's figure standing majestically on the city wall, Yang Shi thought to himself, if he was the one who acted, then everyone in the Keith family would already have been wiped out at the roots by him. Just then, General Crimson Wind walked over with a fierce expression and immediately denied responsibility. Hut, your elder brother's death has nothing to do with us. Those words were like oil poured onto the fire, making the anger in Hut's heart boil. You still dare to quibble? The first people to appear at the scene were you. In the face of this attitude, General Crimson Wind merely frowned and denied it firmly. I already said it. We have nothing to do with this. Seeing that, Hut immediately pointed toward the person standing on the high wall and accused him. If it was not you people who killed my elder brother, could it have been that lord instead? Feeling slandered, Occam angrily roared 2 words. How insolent! Along with his roar, a wave of sound blasted out. This move struck one of the Keith family members in Hut, making him cry out in pain. Yang Shi, in Duran's body, had to hurry forward and plead for mercy to ease the atmosphere. Because of the death of a loved one, second uncle's emotions are unstable. I asked the steward to show mercy. Seeing the other party lower himself, although Occam's expression was still displeased, his tone softened somewhat. Out of respect for Walker, I will not argue with that ignorant fool today. Also, your father's death has nothing to do with me. His words led Yang Shi's mind to another judgment. Could Walker's death be related to the item from the Mercenary Guild? What exactly could make a steward of the 100 Cities Federation take the risk of eliminating Walker? The chaotic situation left Surly extremely confused, and she could only ask her brother cautiously, Duran, what should we do? Experience AI voice technology at vb.vn. After weighing the situation carefully, Yang Shi decided to clasp his hands and bow to the person before him. General Crimson Wind, my family member offended you just now. I will take my father's body and the members of my family away. After they had flown far away, the crowd at the scene was still buzzing with discussion. What a pity. The Keith family could have risen to the heavens in a single step. Someone commented, I think Duran handled the situation very well. Another person could not help asking curiously, tell me, which force was so ruthless as to do this? That man then listed the suspects. The Mercenary Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, and the Exotic Beast Alliance are all possible. Not long after, Walker's corpse was changed into white clothes and laid neatly inside a coffin. Hut stood beside it with a gloomy face, expressing his sorrow. Elder brother now, in the end, I am the only one left. Then he turned to Duran. Duran, elder brother's death is already a fact, but our Keith family cannot be without a master for even a single day. Then Hut approached and patted Duran on the shoulder, entrusting him with an important responsibility. Next, you will inherit the position of family head. This sudden decision shocked Yang Shi inside Duran's body, so he immediately replied loudly, Second uncle, the position of family head should be inherited by you. But in his heart, he was in turmoil. Me? This is a mess. Becoming the family head? Could this be the mission of an undercover agent? However, Hut shook his head while analyzing the situation. The position of family head can belong to no one but you. Right now, not only have you matured, but you also possess the potential of the super azure-eyed flame dragon. Seeing this, Yang Shi no longer refused. He placed his hand over his heart and promised in a resounding voice, Second uncle, I swear that as long as I, Duran, live for even one more day, our Keith family will definitely grow stronger day by day. Seeing how imposing he was, Hut punched him in the chest and said with satisfaction, Very good. This is what a fine man of our Keith family should be like. Only Surly pouted unhappily as she muttered, Then from now on, don't I have to call him Big Brother Family Head? That is so embarrassing. After that, Hut turned around and strode forward, speaking back over his shoulder. Come, I will show you the way to the family ancestral hall. A while later, in the Keith family ancestral hall, Hut clasped his hands sincerely and introduced it with pride. Since our ancestor established the Keith family until now, more than 1,000 ability warriors have fought and sacrificed their lives. At this point, Hut's expression became contemplative as he revealed, but those who can enter the ancestral hall and be worshipped by later generations are only third-tier powerhouses. At the same time, an elderly man named Evan walked out carrying a lamp and greeted them. Greetings, Lord Hut, young Master Duran. While Duran was still looking closely at this unfamiliar person, Hut continued, You said earlier, which force could have been so ruthless as to act? Then he introduced the man before him. This is Butler Evan, the close attendant of the previous clan leader. He is now responsible for guarding the ancestral hall. Next, Hut turned to speak with the old man. Evan, you know the locations of the inheritance stone and the powerhouse blood essence. Now that only the two of us remain, I have brought Duran here first as a precaution. This cautious action made Evan ask seriously, Could it be that you have noticed something unusual? Hut immediately spoke his thoughts. It seems that our Keith family has been targeted by a powerful force. We can only prepare an umbrella before the rain falls. When the conversation ended, they turned to leave, and Evan looked back and suggested, Young Master Duran, in my opinion, you should know the locations of the family's inheritance stone and powerhouse blood essence. Seeing that everything was going so smoothly, Yangshi inwardly grinned from ear to ear in delight. I have come into contact with the core's secrets so quickly. This trip really was not wasted. Very soon, Evan came to a room and pushed open the two wooden doors. He pointed toward the two treasures on the central platform and introduced them solemnly. These are our Keith family's inheritance stone and powerhouse blood essence. Next, Evan carefully put on gloves and instructed him seriously. Young Master Duran, remember this. Before reaching the fourth tier, you must absolutely not touch the inheritance stone or the powerhouse blood essence. When the old man gently placed his hand beneath the stone, it immediately lit up and revealed a coiling dragon. Then Evan's voice calmly explained the secret. This is the first form of the inheritance stone, the visualization image. Have you memorized the sequence? Young Master Duran. After speaking, the old man picked up the gourd-shaped bottle and sighed with emotion. The foundation of our family is indeed still lacking. We can still be considered very weak. Some of the family's powerhouse blood essence comes from several seniors. Yangshi's heart quietly exclaimed, So this is powerhouse blood essence. After revealing all the information about the two family treasures, Evan reminded him carefully, Young Master, the succession ceremony for the position of family head will be arranged after the funeral. During this period, study the etiquette diligently. Do not make any mistakes during such an important ceremony. Duran quickly replied, Don't worry. On a night of torrential rain, Duran stood in the courtyard holding an umbrella and wondered inwardly, why do these otherworlders like holding funerals in the middle of the night? At this moment, a bespectacled young man named Dick came before Hut and offered his condolences, trying to suppress his grief. On behalf of Lord Platinum's steward Occam, I once again express our deepest apologies. Hut did not lose his composure like last time, and instead replied politely, Thank you for Lord Occam's concern. Our family is grateful to him. Among the crowd of guests were several people with mysterious movements, sneaking around in a very suspicious manner. Yang Shi, in Duran's body, stood with his arms crossed in a hidden corner, observing while commenting inwardly. It looks like the guests lying in ambush in the dark are finally making their move. 1, 2, 3, 4, the four forces. It really is lively. Are these four so familiar with the internal affairs of the Keith family? They know even more than an heir like me. Then he looked at a man in a suit wearing a hat that covered half his face and thought to himself, why does this person's figure look so familiar? After thinking for a moment, Yangshi immediately had the answer in his mind. It is General Crimson Wind. This discovery made him frown, and doubt rose in his heart. He claimed he had nothing to do with Walker's death, but I'm afraid he has also come looking for that thing. Besides, there is also a familiar aura from the Mercenary Guild. As for the last person, if he is not from the Exotic Beast Alliance, then he is from the Bernadotte Empire. While he was concentrating on his thoughts, Surly suddenly walked over and called out, startling Yangshi. Duran, what are you doing? He turned around, forced a smile, and casually made up an extremely ridiculous excuse. My stomach hurts. The answer was full of holes, so as soon as Surly heard it, she shouted, "Liar! The bathroom is clearly." But before she could finish speaking, Duran quickly covered Surly's mouth and admitted the truth. "Someone has infiltrated the family. I am secretly watching them. Do you understand the situation now?" The girl's face flushed bright red, and she blinked frantically to signal her answer. After being released, Surly panted and asked in confusion, "Duran, why don't we tell my father and mobilize everyone's strength to subdue them?" But Duran calmly stated the harsh reality. All four of them are peak third-tier powerhouses. Even if you call second uncle over, it will be useless. Then Yang Shi's expression turned serious, and his voice became urgent, as if this were a matter of life and death. "What you need to do now is tell second uncle the current situation and have him prepare in advance. Hurry." Knowing how critical the situation was, Surly rushed away, not forgetting to remind him, "Duran, you must be careful." Duran waved and said, "I know." But in his mind, he remained extremely clear-headed as he muttered to himself, "At a time like this, why are you still being so sentimental? Don't get in my way. For the organization, for the humans of Azure Planet, I am requisitioning your family's secret vault." At the same time, in front of the main hall, Evan was facing three mysterious figures in cloaks. When the two people behind were surrounded by mud from the person in front, one man raised a question. "What? Did you come here in place of your master to settle this?" "I came here simply because I have taken a liking to the Keith family's assets. But from your tone, it seems you came to destroy evidence." Dick stood in front of the other two and continued speaking at length. "The item Walker used to make a deal with Lord Occam is of great importance. To ensure his own safety, he once set up arrangements around that item. I must take that item away before the arrangements Walker left behind begin to activate. I advise you not to interfere. After all, cultivating to the peak of the third tier is not an easy thing." But despite his effort to persuade them, the cloaked man remained stubborn. "Who do you think you are? I must have that thing." Seeing the ill intentions of these strangers, Evan angrily shouted, "You three actually dare to barge into the clan grounds of our Keith family. Before our clansmen arrive, obediently withdraw." Even so, not only was the man unafraid, he even rushed forward to attack, slightly startling the old man. Evan's tightly shut eyes opened a crack, accompanied by an irritated roar. How bold! In an instant, his aged form transformed into a massive, powerful dragon. The cloaked man's hand immediately released a surge of blue lightning, and he clicked his tongue while cursing, "Ignorant fool." The scene made Dick gape in shock and cry out, "This guy can actually compress the lightning element to this degree?" In the next second, Evan's enormous dragon body was ready to clash head-on with the power in the man's hand. At this tense moment, the cloaked man was just about to shoot the lightning into Evan's huge body. Suddenly, someone appeared in time using a fire-type skill and blocked in front of him. The two streams of energy collided, causing the huge black sphere to crack and explode. From within the thick smoke, Yang Shi, in Duran's body, carried the bearing of a future family head as he rebuked the villains. "The three of you are bullying an old man like this. Do you have no shame?" Evan also transformed back into his original form and cried out in surprise. Young Master Duran. The situation before him shocked Dick, and he could not help feeling suspicious inwardly. What is going on? Even if his talent is powerful, he should not have improved to this degree in such a short time. Meanwhile, Duran wanted to step forward and take responsibility, so he turned to Evan and said, "Leave matters here to me. Go and safeguard the Keith life fusion body." The old man immediately obeyed. "Yes, young Master Duran." After that, Yang Shi stepped forward with goodwill and spoke in a gentle manner. "Everyone, although I do not know what important thing my father hid, no matter what it is not more important than the family. If you guarantee that you will not attack the members of the Keith family, I will personally open the secret vault and let you go into search." Hearing this, Dick burst into laughter and looked delighted. "Not bad, Duran. I underestimated you." Duran's expression showed calculation as he carefully assessed the situation aloud. "There is only one of that item, while there are three of you. Outside, there is also General Crimson Wind. For people are all fighting over this one thing. Just thinking about it is exciting." Dick immediately looked back at the cloaked man's reaction, and it seemed the man was thinking it over. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Yang Shi added another reassuring sentence. Do not be so tense. How about this? You can find that thing first, and afterward decide who it belongs to. Hearing such an advantageous proposal, one of them immediately agreed. Then we will do as you say. At the same time, Crimson Wind was also hiding outside and eavesdropping. Once everyone had made their decision, Duran quickly continued, "That is wonderful. Then the three of you know, the four of you, please follow me." Crimson Wind, having been called out, no longer hid and quietly walked out. A short while later, all four people were led into the secret chamber. As soon as they saw the crystal sphere, all of them rushed in. The target before them stirred their greed, and they hurriedly scrambled for it. "It is mine," another person arrogantly challenged. "Let us see who gets it first." At this moment, Duran stood to one side, silently making deductions in his mind. It seemed what they wanted to find was only a crystal orb. A crystal orb was an alchemical creation used by the Odysseans to record images and sound. What were they looking for this for? Then, one of the cloaked men obtained the orb, but after looking at it, he shouted, "No, this isn't it," while Dick frowned in silence. Another person immediately reported, "There's nothing over here either." Therefore, one of them angrily rushed over, grabbed the collar of Yang, Shi, and Duran's body, and loudly questioned him. "Damn it, did you hide it?" He put on an icy expression and spoke honestly yet forcefully. "The four of you, I opened my family's secret vault for you to search as you pleased. That can already be considered the utmost benevolence and righteousness. Yet what I receive in return is your suspicion." After hearing the other party's statement, Dick also felt he had been somewhat too agitated, so he immediately softened his tone. "I truly apologize. I was rude just now. Young Master Duran, please forgive me." One after another, the others also cupped their hands in salute. "I originally only came to try my luck. Since the Keith family does not have that thing, I shall take my leave." The remaining cloaked man also turned and left. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave as well." However, when only the two of them were left, Evan said frankly to Yang Shi, "Young Master, they definitely will not leave the clan grounds." His expression turned solemn, and his voice was firm and resolute as he replied, "Strength is reason. For the family, the most important thing right now is to survive this wave." After saying that, Yang Shi put his hand into his trouser pocket, then turned to ask the old man, "Evan, do you know where my father put that thing?" Evan immediately replied, "I do not know, but the clan leader definitely did not put it in the secret vault." After hearing the answer, he murmured softly, "Is that so?" Afterward, relying on his ability to know everything, Yang Shi sank into thought. As expected, none of these four had left the clan grounds. The person from the mercenary guild was walking out of the study, while Dick was observing from behind. In a room, the crystal orb they were searching for was lying in the hand of an iron suit of armor. The cloaked man exhaled softly while reaching out, preparing to touch it. Finally found it, but suddenly, Dick's mocking voice sounded from outside the door, startling him. The one standing behind Walker was actually you people from the mercenary guild, relying on another's power to swagger around. He curled his lips slightly and threatened, "Hey, obediently hand that thing over. Otherwise, if you anger Lord Occam, I'm afraid you won't live through tonight." However, the other man was not easy to deal with either, and he sharply retorted, "This thing is in my hands. If I use it to make a deal with Lord Occam and ask him to finish you off, do you think he will agree?" These words successfully enraged Dick. He controlled two shadow lackeys to charge forward and roared, "You won't have that chance." Meanwhile, the other party also threw off his cloak, revealing his identity as the venomous centaur, Harvey. While drawing his bow, he declared war. "Taste my poison arrow first, then we'll talk." That weapon shot forward with a whoosh, piercing straight through one of Dick's shadow subordinates. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Harvey laughed heartily in delight. But he had not been pleased for long before all four of his horse legs were tightly bound, causing the spoils to fall. He shouted in shock, "What's going on?" The crystal orb that everyone wanted to fight over rolled across the floor just like that. Suddenly, someone's hand swiftly reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be none other than Yang Shi with Duran's face. After picking up the orb, he even turned back and announced, "Sorry about this. I'll be taking this thing." Seeing that the item he had been looking for was about to be lost, Harvey charged over in panic and cursed, "You bastard." However, he ended up collapsed at Yang Shi's feet as Yang Shi clicked his tongue with interest. "Let me see what this thing you wanted to snatch really is." The orb was like a machine, projecting an image of Occam holding a dagger in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively stabbed the weapon straight into the abdomen of a blue-haired man. As soon as that man collapsed, Akam gripped the knife and walked toward a man wearing a brown suit. After being painfully killed, the man's eyes bulged wide in terror while strange noises came from his mouth. After eliminating those two men, Akam carried a sack containing his spoils over his shoulder and left. After watching it, Duran's face went blank, and he felt incomparably disappointed inside. That's it? So many forces came here just to fight over these images. At this time, General Crimson Wind and a cloaked figure were applauding and sighing in admiration with a rising tone. How interesting. So the one who killed the son and son-in-law of the chief executive of the 100 Cities Federation was actually a subordinate under his own command, Platinum Steward Akam. But after speaking to this point, that person suddenly froze and fell silent, as though he had seen something. Everyone looked up together. Dick's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Akam. It turned out that Akam was floating outside the window, and his voice was strangely calm. To everyone present here today, allow me to offer you an apology. Akam's gaze was as cold and sharp as a knife, accompanied by words filled with killing intent. I will be taking your lives. After hearing this, Dick's face became drenched in cold sweat, and he could only stammer as he begged. You're joking, right, Lord Akam? I have been so loyal to you. Seeing him trembling so pitifully, Harvey mocked. You're far too naive. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Hearing him speak, Akam leisurely folded his arms and sneered. Harvey, I almost forgot to ask. The Mercenary Guild doing this was not only for the position of City Lord of Light City, was it? These words made Harvey break into a sweat, but he pretended to be innocent and ignorant. Lord Akam, I don't understand your question. Meanwhile, Duran, standing to the side and watching the show, silently saw through everything in his mind. I understand now. The Mercenary Guild wanted to test Akam's reaction to this weakness. If they could turn him into a puppet of the Mercenary Guild, it would be an especially profitable deal. But Walker unexpectedly died, and the situation became uncontrollable. In order to prevent the weakness from being exposed, the one in power hurriedly sent Harvey to recover the crystal orb. Immediately, Akam took out a flute and blew out sound waves while passing judgment. Is that so? If this was not the Mercenary Guild's method, then die. Seeing the destructive energy slowly approaching, Harvey panicked and tried hard to persuade him. No, you can't do this. I am one of the one in power's people. When those words were heard, another person appeared and sighed softly. Immediately afterward, a circle suddenly appeared around Harvey, forming shield. It turned out the Arbiter had saved his life. He then turned to reproach Akam. Your killing intent is too heavy, Akam. Harvey was lying just now. The crystal orb indeed came from my Mercenary Guild. The one who had Walker make a deal with your people was also me. Akam cast a judgmental glance toward him and tested him with his words. Then what you mean is, faced with that unfinished question, the Arbiter went straight to the main point. Was Walker killed by you? Akam did not answer directly, instead denying it indirectly. Do you think I am that vicious? Next, Akam presented a series of arguments as a way to clear himself in secret. The one who finished off Walker must have been a fourth-tier powerhouse. And in Light City, there are only a few fourth-tier powerhouses like us. If it was not the two of us who eliminated him, then it must be one of the other three. Perhaps because he had a guilty conscience. As soon as Akam hinted at this, Chris appeared from nowhere and defended himself. Akam, are you saying you suspect me? I am currently cooperating happily with the Mercenary Guild. I have no motive to finish off Walker. His sudden presence made she inwardly worried. Why is this guy in Light City too? And when did he become a fourth-tier powerhouse? Meanwhile, the Arbiter hurriedly turned to Akam and spoke a few words in defense of this new member. Chris probably wasn't the one who dealt with Walker. Then according to what you said, the murderer must be either Purple Crystal Python or Iron Tower. Next, taking advantage of the situation, he pressed further and added conditions. If that is the case, let us discuss the crystal orb. If you want this matter not to spread outside, you must become a high-level informant planted by the Mercenary Guild within the 100 Cities Federation. What do you think? After hearing this demand, Akam frowned and flatly refused. I cannot pay such a heavy price. I can only promise to provide 10 pieces of crucial intelligence. Otherwise, everyone dies together. The Arbiter's lips curved slightly, and he gave a brief agreement. Deal. All of a sudden, a giant flaming fist struck from somewhere, forcing Akam to retreat as he shouted, "What is that?" The owner of the previous attack was Nodin, the chief executive of the 100 Cities Federation. He displayed his fury with a hand still blazing fiercely. Akam, I heard you kill my son. This unexpected appearance made Akam's face turn deathly pale and break out in sweat. He could only stammer, "Chief Executive, please listen to my explanation." Noden clenched his fist tightly, while tears of grief and pain welled in his eyes. "I will eliminate a fourth tier to be buried with my child. My son, you must be very satisfied down below, right?" In his extreme rage, Noden launched a series of flaming punches and roared, "Akam, pay with your life." Immediately, a fatal blow struck Akam squarely in the abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. Unable to withstand it, Akam fell straight to the ground, creating a shockwave that sent dust flying everywhere. When the dust thinned slightly, Akam, fearing death and clinging to life, hurriedly clutched himself and shouted for help without caring about his dignity. "Damn it, save me. If the three of you join forces, you can definitely defeat this Noden." Noden stood in midair, looked at the Arbiter, and spoke in a deep voice. "Our 100 Cities Federation is cleaning house. Does your mercenary guild want to interfere?" However, the Arbiter liked meddling and shamelessly opened his mouth to make a suggestion with a solemn face. "Can you spare Akam? You also know that for a fourth-tier powerhouse to appear is extremely difficult." After hearing those unpleasant words, Noden's brows furrowed as he threatened unhappily, "Move aside. Otherwise, I'll beat you too. In other words, today you insist on fighting me?" Meanwhile, behind Noden, blazing firepower also appeared as he declared, "Today, I must kill him." After receiving the answer, the Arbiter did not hesitate to challenge him. "Then we will have to see what you are capable of." Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, a brown-haired young man looked panicked. The buzz-cut youth beside him hurriedly urged, "Hurry and run. Otherwise, we'll be caught in the aftermath." Immediately, a water dragon rushed forward and attacked first by biting Noden's arm. Angrily, Noden swung hard, causing it to collapse, then shouted, "Is this all the mercenary guild is capable of? You don't even have the courage to fight me alone." Akam put on an aggrieved look and hurriedly shouted back, "Aren't you relying on strength to bully the weak? How long has it been since I broke through to the fourth tier?" At the same time, Yang Shi, in Duran's body, looked toward Chris and silently judged. As the only fourth tier at the scene who has not joined the battle, his every move will affect the direction of the battle. Seeing that Chris remained standing calmly without moving, Akam shouted and urged, "Why haven't you made a move yet? Didn't you say you were cooperating with the mercenary guild?" Faced with this questioning, Chris only curled his lips slightly and justified himself. "Before your Excellency Arbiter has clearly determined the situation, I cannot rashly interfere in their battle. The appearance of Noden is most beneficial to the Keith family. And from the perspective of my own interests, I need the esoteric law chain from the body of a dead fourth-tier powerhouse. The person most likely to die on this battlefield is Akam." Beneath Duran's disguise, his identity as Rooster was also impatient to take the stage with a plan in mind. "If I wait until he isn't paying attention and launch a sneak attack, the effect will definitely be very good." At the same time, in the battle, Akam used his ultimate sound wave technique to suddenly attack Noden. Noden angrily hissed 2 words, "Damn it," then threw a flaming fist at him. However, the Arbiter quickly provided support, creating a shield that enveloped Akam. Akam laughed loudly in smug satisfaction. "Is that all?" At this moment, Rooster, standing to one side, had already decided to secretly assist and add a bit more power to this punch. A powerful blow was swung out, making even Noden inwardly shocked. "That's not right. The power of this punch is a little abnormal. Could it be that I broke through during battle without even realizing it?" The Arbiter keenly sensed something unusual and hurriedly shouted a warning to Akam. "Careful, the power of the punch has changed." But it was already too late. Noden's flaming fist had struck straight into the shield protecting Akam. On the ground, white dust and smoke once again surged into the air, making the onlookers stare blankly and exclaim, "This is..." It turned out Akam was lying flat on the ground with the whites of his eyes showing, his body bruised and battered as he went to meet his ancestors. Meanwhile, Noden was still staring blankly at his own hand and thinking, "That's not right. This feeling is being controlled by some kind of esoteric law." Next, he turned and looked toward Rooster, secretly guessing, was it that person who helped me? Just what kind of law esoteric meaning was that? On the other side, after looking over Akam's still smoking corpse, the Arbiter made a decision in his heart. Having lost Akam's assistance, staying here will only make us a bigger joke. After that, he decisively shouted, "Go," and at the same time led Harvey in slipping away quietly. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Chris faintly realized something as he watched Rooster's departing back. Just now, that law fluctuation was extremely familiar. It was Rooster. If I chase after him now, perhaps I can still confirm it. After settling his grudge, Noden walked up to Yang, she beneath the guise of Duran, and asked, "You are Walker's son?" A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Then Yang she nodded and politely replied, "Yes, Lord Noden." Noden amiably placed a hand on Yang Shi's shoulder and praised him. "So young, yet already an extreme third-tier powerhouse. Your chances of breaking through to the fourth tier in the future are very high." In the next second, Noden suddenly gripped Yang Shi's hand, raised it high, and loudly announced, "From this moment on, I declare that Duran Keith is the new city lord of Light City." Not long afterward, at a meeting of the Otherworld, the Arbiters group was already waiting. Yang Shi, wearing Duran's face, strode in with composure. "You're quite something. Everyone, today there are two newcomers I will introduce to you. One is the new city lord of Light City, Duran. The other is the new platinum steward, Thunder Venerable." The person seated solemnly in the position that once belonged to Occam was Thunder Venerable. Not wanting to waste any more time, Python impatiently spoke up. "Everyone, we should get to the main issue. If we delay by one more day, another group of my descendants on the front line will die." The meeting immediately began, with the Arbiter suggesting the topic. "Then let us compare the number of people the three sides have on the battlefield." Thunder Venerable did not hesitate to bargain. "Our 100 Cities Federation has dispatched 5,000 elite ability soldiers this time. No matter what, your mercenary guild must lower the price." Python hurriedly objected. "I do not agree. The descendants of our exotic beast alliance have sacrificed enough over the past 100 years, and now they still have to carry out a raid." The debate was extremely lively, to the point that none of the three sides gave way to one another, making Yang Shi, who was watching, silently evaluate. Why is the internal division among these otherworlders so severe? At the same time, a meeting was also being held on Guan He's side. He placed documents in front of everyone and asked for their opinions. "Everyone, have you seen the intelligence sent by Judgment? The Odysseans have 4 fourth tiers and 30 third tiers. How are we supposed to fight this?" Guan Yi's attitude was anxious as he probed. "Heaven Piercer, can your Hero Association send any more reinforcements?" He wore an expression as cold as ice when he replied, "The situation over a Hero Sea is not optimistic either. We have already done our utmost to help you." After saying this, Heaven Piercer turned toward someone else. The Iron-Blooded Army should still be able to mobilize some forces. But at the mention of this, Guan He immediately waved his hand and flatly refused. "Forget it. Rather than beg him, I might as well beg the Judgment Organization." His expression darkened as he thought it over, then secretly concluded, "It seems that in the future, if the Otherworlders attack, the ones who can truly oppose them together with us and stand in the same trench facing the enemy are really only the Judgment Organization." Over here, as though guided by intuition, Yang Shi also suddenly sneezed. He raised a hand and rubbed his nose, unable to help feeling curious. Who is talking about me? Before he could finish wondering, the person kneeling in front of him had already shouted respectfully, "Lord City Lord." Having quickly adapted to his new position, Yang Shi's expression was solemn as he ordered, "Rise. I appoint you as the Commercial Affairs Officer, specifically in charge of the slave trade. You should know the reason, yes?" The pot-bellied man immediately showed a lecherous smile, as though he understood his meaning. "This subordinate naturally knows. Lord City Lord, please rest assured. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the most beautiful slave girls will definitely be delivered to your residence." After hearing this, Yang Shi's face darkened, and he was so speechless that he asked himself inwardly, just how far has this Duran's reputation as a lecher spread? Then he coldly rebuked him. "Do you think I wanted you to do those things?" Knowing he had offended him, the man fearfully kowtowed to the ground and begged non-stop, "Spare me, Lord City Lord. Spare me, Lord City Lord." Yang Shi did not bother beating around the bush anymore and directly assigned him a task. "Tell those slave traders nearby to behave themselves. No more abusing and humiliating the natives." The pot-bellied man straightened his kneeling posture and promised with a remorseful expression, "Please rest assured, my lord. I will definitely restrain those slave traders." After finishing the assignment, Duran added, "All right, you may withdraw. Also, tell the Surveillance Bureau to bring the leader of the Native Resistance Army here." Not daring to delay, he hurriedly ran off, still acknowledging the order as he left. Yes, this matter weighed on Yang Shi's mind, and he fell into deep thought. In the other world, there were also human survivors who had luckily lived on and reorganized themselves into a resistance army. The only question was whether this force was worth his support. Before long, the door to the room opened slightly, showing that someone else had arrived. Liu Yuanhua, covered in dirt from head to toe, was roughly shoved inside, accompanied by an impatient shout, "Get in there!" Facing the person who had just appeared, Yang Shi calmly took the initiative to ask her identity. "What is your name?" However, she silently turned her head away, her expression clearly filled with resentment. Seeing this, he curled his lips into a faint, cold smile and said word by word, "Even if you do not tell me, I still know. Liu Yuanhua." Meanwhile, the pot-bellied man, who was peeping and eavesdropping outside the door, thought gleefully, "This lord of ours really is a scoundrel." Judging others by himself and combining it with the information from before, he turned and instructed his subordinate, "Double the number of beautiful female slaves offered to Lord Duran. If they're not stunningly beautiful, do not choose them." The man obediently complied. Yes. Inside the room, Yang Shi, still disguised as Duran, continued trying to speak warmly with Yuanhua. "Sit down. I can see your legs have been punished. You probably can barely stand anymore, right?" She sat down in the chair, but her attitude remained prickly and guarded. "What exactly do you want?" However, he calmly pushed a cup of water toward Yuanhua and said evenly, "Drink. It is not just your name. I also know where your resistance army is stationed, how many powerhouses you have, and how much reserve material you possess." Too shocked by this information, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Impossible!" Faced with the reaction of the person before him, Yang Shi made an overall judgment in his heart. She was still far too inexperienced. He needed to continue testing this girl's loyalty to the resistance army. In order to probe Yuanhua, he continued laying bait and guiding her with his words. "There is nothing impossible. If you do not believe me, I can tell you everything in detail." After that, Yang Shi directly put on a sly expression and revealed even the most secret matters in detail. "Your Azure Radiance Resistance Army is currently hiding in Gamma Mine 59, an abandoned mine many years old located 50 miles outside Light City. The total number of people is 678. You have 1 third-tier powerhouse and 7 second-tier powerhouses. As for supplies," before she could hear the rest, Yuanhua could not bear it anymore and shouted to interrupt him, "Stop talking." Then she suddenly grabbed him by the collar, putting him in a threatening position. Without the slightest fear, Yuanhua even growled as she questioned Yang Shi, who was disguised as Duran. "Who exactly betrayed us?" Faced with the other party's intense reaction, Yang Shi, still in Duran's shell, deliberately poured fuel on the fire to provoke her. "Your deputy leader, Chun Chi, is one of our people in Light City. The failed operations of the Azure Radiance Resistance Army over the years are also partly related to him." However, after hearing this, Yuanhua immediately frowned and reacted fiercely. "Do you think I will believe the divisive words of an Obsidian?" Since he had to play the part to the end, he replied indifferently, "Believe it or not, that is up to you." Next, he used the skill mental pressure, causing her to freeze in place. Yang Shi's tall figure pressed close, and he offered a choice under heavy pressure. "Liu Yuanhua, accept this test. Submit to me or die." Waves of intense pain surged through her, but Yuanhua still gritted her teeth and endured. "No, even if I die, I will never submit to you Obsidians." As her strength gradually ran out, she squeezed her eyes shut, fell backward, and lost consciousness. Seeing this, Yang Shi, in Duran's body, quickly caught her while judging inwardly. This girl's willpower is fairly strong. It is time to train her in Xiaoyan. After thinking it through, he called Xiao Yin over to test him. "I'm going out for a while. Clean up the study." Xiao Yin immediately replied, "Yes." As soon as Yang Shi's back disappeared from sight, he warily looked all around. After rummaging through every place, Xiao Yin found a document labeled Top Secret. At that moment, Yang Shi, wearing Duran's appearance, had his arms crossed as he hid behind the wall, observing Xiao Yan's actions and thinking to himself, "He thinks he is acting very discreetly, but in truth, I deliberately left it there." As for his test, it has only just begun. Not long afterward, in the dungeon, someone walked up before an otherworldly guard. Seeing a stranger approach, the guard hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Halt! This prison is an important area. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. At this moment, Xiao Yin, disguised in Duran's manner, took out a token and said arrogantly, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. You dare block someone from the Keith family?" When the guard saw it, he immediately became afraid, and even his voice turned humble. "My lord of the Keith family, may I ask what business brings you to our East District prison?" Xiao Yin swaggered straight inside and announced aggressively, "Move aside. I have come on behalf of the family head to choose beauties. Do you dare stop me?" Hearing this, the guard did not dare neglect him and could only follow close behind. "My lord, please wait a moment. I will lead the way." When they reached the place where Yuan was being held, the guard introduced her. "My lord, although this girl has second-tier strength, as long as her magic power is sealed, she cannot do anything." Seeing the person he was looking for, Xiaoyan glanced back and ordered, "Right. The family head specifically instructed me to take the key to the magic seal as well. Go bring it here." This request made the guard unable to help feeling worried, and he warned cautiously, "Once the magic seal is opened, she will be able to fight freely." However, these words only made Xiao Yin even angrier, and he shouted, "Why do you talk so much? Would the family head be afraid of a mere second tier?" The guard did not dare hesitate any longer. As he handed over the key, he asked, "My lord is absolutely right. May I ask how Gabriel of the Keith family has been lately? He and our chief jailer are old acquaintances." Xiao Yin did not pay much attention. He was focused only on unlocking Yuanhua's restraints and answered perfunctorily, "Gabriel is busy with something. I will pass along your regards." Unexpectedly, this was a trap that allowed the guard to spot the flaw. He immediately shouted in challenge, "There is no Gabriel in the Keith family at all. That is the name of our chief jailer. Who exactly are you?" Knowing he had been exposed, Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed Yuanhua's hand and sped away. "Run!" the guard shouted with all his might. "Someone is breaking the prisoner out." As they fled, Xiaoyan quickly instructed Yuanhua, who was still following closely behind him, "Hurry and follow me. As long as we get into the secret passage, we can shake off the pursuers." Seeing the other party risk his life to save her, she asked suspiciously, "You are not from the Keith family?" Now was not the right time to get to the bottom of it, so Xiao Yin snapped impatiently, "Of course not, big sister. Stop asking. Once we escape from here, I will answer you." Suddenly, Yuanhua looked ahead and shouted with a worried expression, "Wait." Xiaoyan also quickly turned back to look. Before them stood a fat chief jailer, laughing with delight. "I have not stretched my muscles in a long time. Perfect. I will use you two natives to loosen up a little." She did not bother arguing. She launched a hidden weapon while calling out the technique name, Spiritual Rhinoceros Flying Dagger. However, when the sharp weapon struck his thick layer of fat, it shattered to pieces. The chief jailer mocked her smugly. "You overestimate yourself." Feeling that the situation had become dangerous, urged anxiously, "You go first." Although a trace of fear flashed across Xiao Yan's face, he still bravely turned back and said, "My strength is only first tier. Any random guard could stop me. In that case, you should go first. If you follow that secret passage, there is still hope of escaping." Her eyes revealed a cold sharpness, and she answered firmly, "I am sorry, but as a warrior of the resistance army, I have never had the habit of abandoning my comrades." After hearing their conversation, the chief jailer teased, "What a touching scene. I almost cannot bear to make a move. Do not worry. I will knead your flesh into the most perfect meatballs." The chief jailer charged forward with surging momentum, his voice full of killing intent. "I will crush you into meatballs." While Xiao Yin and Yuanhua were breaking out in cold sweat from fear, Pig, who was Yang Shi, had silently appeared behind them and sighed. Seeing a stranger appear out of nowhere, the chief jailer frowned in suspicion. "Who are you?" But Pig did not bother answering. He raised his hand and scolded, "You are too noisy." In an instant, a void realm vortex appeared and sucked the enemy inside, causing him to cry out. Afterward, a streak of bright red blood splashed onto Xiao Yan's face, making his jaw drop in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The danger had been resolved in the blink of an eye. Yuanhua immediately turned around and asked about the other party's identity. "Who are you?" Faced with that question, Pig only remained silent in contemplation for a long time and did not answer. She understood the situation and did not make things difficult for him anymore, turning away. If you do not want to answer, then we will take our leave first. After saying that, Yuanhua summoned her weapon while asking in confusion, "Where is the secret passage? Which spot should I break?" Xiao Yin immediately pointed at the corner of the wall and said decisively, "Over here." The flying dagger shot out, causing an explosion that sent white smoke billowing around them. But when the dust gradually dispersed, there was no passage at all, leaving Xiao Yin extremely shocked. What is going on? Behind it is a stone wall. There is no passage. Xiao Yin stared carefully at the paper in his hand and said in a panicked voice, "Impossible. I did not remember wrong. That is right. It is right here. The secret passage drawn on the Keith family's map is right here." Suddenly, Yuanhua said something that left Xiao Yin feeling as if he had gone numb. "Did you never consider that this map might be fake?" These words shocked Xiao Yin so much that he let the paper fall from his hand, his face losing all color as he muttered, "The map is fake. It was fake from the very beginning." "That is right. Everything that happened tonight was far too coincidental." Seeing him upset, she stepped closer, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Do not blame yourself too much. You're still young. Just remember this as a lesson. Do not worry. Even if I die, I will take you out of here." Witnessing this scene, Pig, who was Yang Shi, secretly formed an evaluation in his heart. I went to great lengths to set up all these situations precisely as Xiao Yan's test. There was never any secret passage. An official member of the judgment organization needs courage and acting ability. He has decent potential. He is just still too inexperienced, and his thinking is not thorough enough. In the next second, he walked closer to them and called out to the two. Before they could respond, they were abruptly sucked into a void realm vortex. Not long afterward, a round hole appeared in the sky above a magnificent city. Then it dropped Yuanhua and Xiao Yin onto the ground, causing them to fall sprawling in pain. Xiao Yin quickly raised his head to observe the surroundings and looked doubtful. "We escaped." However, she lowered her head unhappily and laughed bitterly. "Even if we escaped, so what? The Azure Radiance Resistance Army is nothing more than a toy the City Lord of Light City can discard at any time." Yuanhua slowly lifted her face, her words filled with despair. "Without an ideal, there is no meaning in living." Suddenly, Pig, who had somehow appeared behind them, spoke up and startled them. "Have you two rested enough?" At this point, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and voice her doubts. "Who exactly are you? Why did you save us?" Seeing that the time was ripe, he officially answered, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pig from the Four Seas." Xiao Yin had only just heard this much when he shouted excitedly, "You are from the Four Seas? Then does that mean we won on the front line?" Pig immediately confirmed it and revealed the good news. "That is right. We have gained some advantages on the front line. This time, I infiltrated the southern continent in order to gather new intelligence for the counterattack." They did not beat around the bush anymore and made a direct proposal. "Do you two want to unify all the resistance organizations in the occupied region?" But when Yuanhua heard this, she frowned and reacted fiercely. "Absurd. That is fundamentally impossible to achieve." Faced with her attitude, Pig still calmly affirmed with confidence, "What if I told you that, as I said, I have the ability to do it?" As if she had lost all faith, she shouted angrily in rebuttal, "Put away your delusions. If you want to use that kind of impossible ideal to deceive me, then you are far too naive." Temporarily setting Yuanhua aside, Pig, who was Yang Shi, turned to continue probing Xiao Yin. "What about you? Do you want to unify all the resistance army's forces and help your comrades escape slavery?" This was precisely his ideal, so Xiao Yin loudly agreed without the slightest hesitation. "If what you say is true, then I agree, even if the price is my life." Seeing this, Pig patted Xiao Yin on the shoulder in praise. "Very good. Do not worry. When our judgment organization handles matters, we are always very reliable." Hearing this name, Xiao Yin cried out in astonishment. "Judgment." Without lingering for long, Pig walked toward the Void Realm Vortex and set a clear time. 3 days. That is just enough time for the two of you to return to the Azure Radiance Resistance Army's base. We will meet there. At the Resistance Army base, a sturdy city wall enclosed a cluster of tents inside. At the same time, two figures wearing black cloaks stood high above and observed. The person in front introduced it. "This is the Resistance Army's base." Down in the courtyard below, two children in patch clothes were happily playing marbles together. It turned out that the ones who had come were Xiao Yin and Yuan Ah. He looked at the children and frowned in pity. Those children seem very malnourished. She smiled coldly and bitterly. Nutrition? Being able to fill their stomachs is already good enough. While the two of them were still watching the scene below, Pig, who was Yang Shi, suddenly appeared behind them and spoke. You two are very punctual. At his appearance, Xiaoyan immediately lowered his head and saluted respectfully. Greetings, Lord Pig. In contrast, Yuanhua only raised her face and looked at him directly without saying anything. Paying no mind to their different reactions, he held a vial of strengthening medicine and handed it to Xiaoyan. Drink it. After you become a third-tier powerhouse, we will take action immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyan drained it in one gulp, and the energy in his body instantly surged. After the medicinal power stabilized, Pig wanted to hear his thoughts. How is it? How does third tier feel? Xiaoyan's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed. So, this is what it feels like to be filled with energy. After saying that, he gratefully knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Pig, for granting me this opportunity. Meanwhile, when Yuanhua saw this, she could only widen her eyes in shock and could not help feeling regret in her heart. The Judgment Organization really does have this kind of medicine. If only I had known earlier. Not wasting any more time, Pig, who was Yang Shi, held out a piece of paper and began addressing the matter. The names on this list are all the traitors in the Azure Radiance Resistance Army. My suggestion is halfway through his sentence. He paused slightly and then coldly ordered, kill them all. Yuanhua took the paper from Pig's hand. As she read it, she appeared cautious. But they are all. Before she could finish, he had already seen through her and cut her off first. If not for these betrayers, would the resistance army have been reduced by half in just 10 short years? Could it be that the ordinary people who died were not your comrades? Not wanting to waste time with lengthy words, Pig threw 2 layers of disguises toward them. Put on these masks. Let us begin. Once they finished, the 3 of them quickly leaped down from the towering city wall and launched a raid inside. Yuano moved swiftly, striking decisively and taking down one traitor. As for Xiao Yin, after his strength had been increased, he did not delay either. He poured all his power into his attack. Purple lightning shot from his hand with powerful penetrating force, causing another man to collapse. On this side, Pig was not idle either. While using his ultimate technique, he shouted, break! In an instant, 3 Void Realm vortices appeared and tightly bound 3 traitors, making them scream, help! One of them struggled with all his might and shouted, someone, come quickly! After sweeping through almost every target on the list, Xiao Yin stood back to back with Yuanhua and asked, how many traitors are left? While vigilantly looking around, she answered, only 1 remains. A third-tier ability user, Chun-Chi. At the same time, a man whose body was wrapped all over in bandages stood on the roof of a tent and said arrogantly, you 3 really think there is no one in the Azure Radiance Resistance Army? Chun-Chi, deputy commander of the Resistance Army, charged over aggressively despite his body being wrapped in bandages. Pay with your life. Xiao Yin immediately released a lightning shield and confronted Chun-Chi head-on. Suddenly, Chun-Chi turned his head, sensing that something was wrong behind him. Without warning, a bald old man seized the opening, opened his mouth, and spat fire in a sneak attack. Chun-Chi was burned amid the raging flames and could only scream in agony. Why? Leader. Faced with that question, the leader's expression remained calm as he stroked his beard and answered unhurriedly. I knew several years ago that you were a traitor to the Azure Radiance organization. Unfortunately, you had built up considerable strength, so I did not dare act against you rashly. The leader leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, watched Chun-Chi's corpse burn fiercely, and continued, those 3 only dealt with your faction and did not touch anyone else. From that, it can be seen that this is a purge of traitors within the Azure Radiance Resistance Army. Then he turned toward a cloaked figure and spread his arms wide. My child, welcome home. Lu Yuanhua removed her mask, revealing 2 streaks of tears as she called out chokingly, Leader, After that, he stood before Pig and the others, cupped his hands, and expressed his gratitude. "You have helped us deal with all the traitors. We truly do not know how to thank you properly." Hearing this, Pig did not stand on ceremony and frankly proposed, "Very simple. Please, old sir, hand over the position of leader." As soon as those words were spoken, the members of the organization fiercely objected. "How could that be? The leader is highly respected. We only acknowledge him as the leader of our Azure Radiance." Meanwhile, the old man merely threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Very well, I can give the position of leader to you." However, Pig spoke up and refused. "No, not to me, but to him." That declaration made Xiao Yan's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what he had heard. Yang Shi, in his identity as Pig, turned slightly and slowly ordered, "Xiao Yan, take off your mask." Hearing this, Xiao Yan paused slightly, then slowly raised his hand and removed the mask covering his face. When everyone saw his true appearance, their eyes widened in shock, and a flurry of protests rang out. "No, I do not agree. If this is not allowed, then I will fight you to the death." The atmosphere grew tense. Right at that moment, the leader suddenly shouted sternly, "All of you, be silent. Our Azure Radiance organization truly does need a younger and more powerful leader." Then he slowly continued in a tone that allowed no refusal. "From this moment on, Xiao Yan is the leader of our Azure Radiance Resistance Army, and Lu Yuan will replace Chun Shi as the new deputy leader." As soon as he finished speaking, the earlier murmurs instantly fell silent. Only a few seconds later, the crowd made a complete turnabout and shouted in unison, "Greetings, new leader." At that moment, Yang Shi calmly spoke, "I think everyone will need some supplies now." In just an instant, crates of goods quickly emerged from the spatial gate. Under his urging voice, he said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help move them." Hearing this, everyone immediately scattered, and quite a few people exclaimed in amazement, "There is so much." On this side, Yang Shi gently patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. "These are food and water, enough for the Azure Radiance Resistance Army to use for 3 months. I hope you can make reasonable use of these supplies." Xiao Yan glanced at his superior and asked softly, "Lord Pig, what is your next plan?" Yang Shi lowered his head slightly and slowly said, "Return to the 4 seas. The preparations for the Great War have gone on long enough. It is time to begin." On Banana Island, where mountains stretched endlessly and white clouds drifted, Bu Hui held a telescope and observed the thing before him, then exclaimed in shock, "The alchemical matrices on this thing can actually fit together so perfectly." Yang Shi, standing behind him, calmly asked, "How is it? Can you deduce the alchemical technology on this thing?" Bu Hui gave a faint smile and shook his head. "Your Excellency Rooster, you think too highly of me." Then he turned around decisively, faced Yang Shi, and pointed out the difficulties before them. "Never mind how to make so many alchemical matrices work together. Just shrinking the matrices down to this size requires an extremely long road." Hearing this, Yang Shi pondered for a while before asking, "Is there any other way?" But we thought for a moment, then cleared his throat. "We can only announce news of this thing to the outside world and summon the alchemy grandmasters of the entire 4 seas to study it together. But I do not know whether your organization wishes to keep it confidential." Yang Shi spoke decisively, his tone more solemn than ever. "Our judgment organization has never been the kind of organization that is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Do as Elder Qian said. Summon all the alchemy grandmasters of the 4 seas here. No, any talented person interested in the alchemical creations made by the Asaid people may participate." After saying that, he added another proposal. "While you are at it, deduce the technology of this inheritance stone as well." Holding that item in his hand, Bu Hui's eyes flashed with light. "Wonderful. What exactly is this inheritance stone?" Regarding this topic, Yang Shi calmly explained, "It is something Pig obtained from the occupied zone of the southern continent. It can transmit the alchemical creation known as the meditation method." Hearing this, Bu Hui was so shocked that he stammered, "What? The meditation method?" Meanwhile, Yang Shi nodded slightly and continued, "The inheritance stone is also one of the alchemical achievements of the Asaid civilization. The gap between us and them can be said to lie precisely here." Bu Hui's gaze gradually became serious, and his tone sank. "We are even going to announce this?" With these two things, one could absolutely take over the four seas. Yang Shi smiled faintly, full of calculation. We will announce them, but we cannot let the other three major forces sit back and get a free meal. In a certain room, a blonde secretary had just opened the door when she reported sternly, "Report. New intelligence from the Judgment Organization has arrived, along with an invitation letter." The response was Ouyang Guanha speaking in an even tone. "The war is about to begin. What new idea does Judgment have now?" At this moment, Tong Tian, who was standing nearby, said in a low voice, "I am afraid something may have happened." Ouyang Guanha was worried, yet could not help reproaching him. "Brother Tong Tian, stop saying unlucky things. If we lose the support of the Judgment Organization, our chances of victory will drop to 30%. Reading the information on the paper, his eyes widened in shock, and he could not help sighing in admiration. Too incredible. Pig was born to be a spy. The meditation method could actually be found so easily. Ouyang Guanha gripped the letter tightly, his voice filled with excitement. "For the sake of us humans of planet Azure, the Judgment Organization has narrowed the gap of more than 100 years between us and the Aseid people." In contrast, Tong Tian merely glanced over with a meaningful look. "Do not celebrate too soon. The thing is not in your hands yet. What if Judgment is only boasting?" Seeing this, Ouyang Guanha raised the item in his hand and coldly retorted, "Brother Tong Tian, the invitation letter says that the Judgment Organization invites the Hero Association, the Commercial Alliance, and the Iron Blood Army to send representatives to discuss an agreement for sharing the meditation method." Immediately afterward, Ouyang Guanha raised his voice, his tone full of excitement and satisfaction as he emphasized, "What did I say? The Judgment Organization's vision is much broader than ours." Meanwhile, Tong Tian stood there in silence, his eyes flashing with a trace of dazed shock. "I never thought the Judgment Organization would truly be willing to share this kind of foundation." 3 days later, Tong Tian, Ouyang Guanha, and Yang Shi and his identity as Rooster gathered in the same room. Yang Shi opened the conversation in a calm voice. "The intelligence obtained from the Aseid side. Our Judgment Organization has chosen to make it public, but there is one condition." Ouyang Guanha glanced at him and replied frankly, "Why speak so distantly? Little brother Rooster, if you want something, just say it directly." Hearing this, Yang Shi lightly stroked the glass in his hand and slowly spoke. "Our request is very simple. The Judgment Organization wants to enter the Chaotic Sea." As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Ouyang Guanha hesitated slightly. At this moment, Tong Tian laughed coldly, his tone full of mockery. "The Judgment Organization's appetite is not small, is it? You have only just arrived, yet you already won an entire sea region." Seeing that the situation was beginning to grow tense, Ouyang Guanha hurriedly cut in to mediate. "Little brother Rooster, the 15 islands under the name of our commercial alliance can be handed over to Judgment within half a month." Tong Tian, Jinin, what do you two think? Zhao Jinin, seated in another chair, nodded slightly and said, "We can temporarily hand over control of the Chaotic Sea, but the Judgment Organization must be given a definite time limit to unify the entire Chaotic Sea." At this point, a thoughtful look flashed through her eyes. "Otherwise, if it ends up taking more than 10 years, that would be an extremely great loss for the humans of planet Azure." Yang Shi tapped the table a few times and calmly asked, "Then how long do you all think would be appropriate?" Tong Tian curled his lips, his voice carrying a hint of contempt. "How about 1 year? With that Lord of the Chaotic Sea there, Judgment may find it very difficult to unify the Chaotic Sea. Compared with saving humanity, that person prefers providing beauties and treasures for his own enjoyment." Then, with his mouth moving nonstop, he explained, "In his words, humans cannot defeat the people from another world, and as a fourth tier, he will not die anyway, so he might as well enjoy the pleasures of life." Jeanine folded her arms, her gaze becoming sharp and tinged with disdain. "That is right. In truth, the strength of those people is all very powerful, but under the influence of his hedonism, the Chaotic Sea region has become what it is today. However, Yang Shi remained composed. "Then we will start counting the time from now." Ouyang Guanha immediately shook his head. "Starting now is too rushed. How about beginning after the counteroffensive war ends?" Jeanine frowned slightly in thought. What if this counteroffensive war keeps dragging on? Right then, Yangshi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. 1 year is too long. Our organization only needs half a year. Tongtian's expression immediately turned cold. If we said 1 year, then it is 1 year. Let it begin after the 4th tier great battle ends. At the same time, Jeanine calmly added, it does not matter. In any case, if you want to resolve the chaos in that lord, I am afraid it will be rather difficult. Now, should we discuss the compensation? At this moment, Yangshi decisively took out an item. This is the essence blood of powerhouses that Pig obtained from the southern continent. It has the effect of promoting the initial cultivation of the meditation method. His next words successfully made all 3 people before him stand up at the same time. These 15 drops of powerhouse essence blood will be lent to you for additional study. In contrast to their reactions, Yangshi remained calm as he added, I will also hand over the secret to creating the meditation method. How about it? Is that sincere enough? In an instant, Jeanine turned slightly toward Ouyang Guanhe and brought up a practical issue. Master Ouyang, did you not previously want me to lend you a hand in the counteroffensive war? Hearing this, Ouyang Guanhe was both shocked and excited. You agree as well? She smiled faintly. Of course, but the condition is that you give me some powerhouse essence blood. As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Guanhe narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of hidden meaning. Do not be so distant, Jeanine. When the time comes, I will pay out of my own pocket and give you the newest model of alchemical cosmetics from Master Dai. Jeanine's eyes instantly became sharp, and her voice was full of mockery. Keep those things to fool those big-breasted, brainless women. I only want powerhouse essence blood. At the side, Tongtian also curled his lips and spoke up, Oh Yang, this powerhouse essence blood has to be divided anyway. How about giving Commander Zhao and me 1 drop each as the reward for lending our assistance? Ouyang Guanhe immediately became furious, slammed the table, and shouted, Tongtian, you have learned how to take advantage of troubled waters too, have you? Watching from the side, Yangshi could not help thinking, looks like they are competing for benefits. Whether it is the people from another world or the human race, no one can avoid it. As if compromising, Ouyang Guanhe frowned and said, fine, you 2 win. 1 drop each. In a grand and resplendent cloud-top heavenly palace warmed by the sunlight, Yangshi looked at the system panel that appeared and could not help scanning each line of text. After upgrading Spiritual Contract to Tier 3, it only added 1 skill called Little Sprite Summoning. It can turn the spiritual bodies living in the mental space into the form of little sprites, temporarily allowing them to appear in the real world and carry out attacks. His voice carried a trace of hesitation. This skill sounded a little useless, but immediately afterward, as though he thought of something, Yangshi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, does Vermilion Bird count as a spiritual body? I will know once I try taking her out. In the blink of an eye, Vermilion Bird appeared before him and asked softly, Did you summon me? At the same time, as the information panel appeared in Yang, she activated the little sprite summoning technique. A haze suddenly enveloped her body without warning. The scene left Yang, she briefly stunned. At this moment, when the haze dispersed, Vermilion Bird appeared in a tiny form with a pair of wings behind her. What entered Yangshi's eyes now was Vermilion Bird's petite appearance, carrying a hint of innocence. Yangshi's gaze could not help stopping on her, showing a trace of embarrassment. Although her form is small, she still has everything she should have. But this ability is still very amateur. Then she spoke in a clear, childish voice. I feel like I can transform. As soon as she finished speaking, Vermilion Bird immediately curled up as her flaming wings folded shut, covering her entire body. Light flashed, and when the haze dispersed, her figure had returned to her original form. She bowed respectfully and said, Master. Yangshi immediately turned his face away to avoid looking and waved his hand lightly in signal. This transformed state consumes quite a bit of mental power. That is enough for now. Go back first. In his heart, he could only grit his teeth and remind himself, Yangshi, this is based on your body's consciousness. You absolutely must not have any improper thoughts. Immediately afterward, his gaze gradually became calm, carrying a bit of thought and calculation. The situation of the war seems a little tense. I should go take a look. Out on the open sea, an extremely fierce battle was taking place on the surface of the water. Through a telescope, a monster was spewing out streams of violent flame, causing the sea to erupt in surging waves. Red Maple stood silently, watching the scene before him, his gaze sinking. The battle situation has remained deadlocked. The people from the Mercenary Guild are asking whether we need to continue. Duran glanced lightly at him from behind, a calculating look flashing through his pupils. This time, I am hiding behind enemy lines. My main objective is to increase the losses of the Asaid people in this battle. Thinking this, he spoke loudly. How could we disrupt the rhythm of our march for the sake of a low-tier warrior? Pass down the order. The army will maintain its original speed and advance straight ahead. Duran paused slightly, then added, however, if the Mercenary Guild wants to save their people, this city lord permits them to send an elite squad to carry out the rescue. Red Maple immediately bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Lord Duran, I will pass down the order. Watching his departing back, Duran narrowed his eyes slightly and thought coldly. Powerhouses of the Mercenary Guild, hurry to Red Neon Island and throw your lives away. Let me consume a batch of powerhouses among the Asaid colonists. Out at sea, warships followed one after another, cleaving through the waves as they advanced. Grand Time stood on the bow with an arrogant expression and said, I heard that when you natives face exotic beasts, you need 3 times the numbers just to even the advantage. The Iron Blood lineage's Red Demon, Grand Time, curled his lips. How truly weak. Standing beside him was Patrick, the ancestral lineage's ruler of Green Flame, who glanced over meaningfully. Grand Time, once we reach the battlefield, we will be able to kill to our heart's content. After saying that, he turned around and loudly called out to the people behind him. Everyone, we must hurry a little more. I can hardly wait to slaughter those natives. Everyone shouted in unison, good. Immediately afterward, Patrick narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile on his lips carrying a crafty look. And finally, when we reach Red Neon Island, I will use my beloved flames to leave a beautiful mark behind him. Looking at the formation shaking violently from the tremors, the atmosphere in the command room instantly became tense. Ouyang Guanha slammed his hand heavily onto the table and angrily shouted, Zhao Jinin, I am the supreme commander of this counteroffensive war. This is not the Iron Blood Sea. Hearing this, Jinin did not back down at all and immediately retorted, do not talk to me about that. To land on Red Neon Island, we must use human wave tactics. Ouyang Guanha took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and explained, the Freedom Army has divided its soldiers into 4 streams to encircle Red Neon Island from 4 directions. The Asaid people on the island already have no chance of escaping. As soon as the narration ended, Ouyang Guanha turned to Tontian. The Hero Association's Special Task Force will also land on the island in the form of elite squads and engage in battle. Why don't we see him objecting? Seeing his calm demeanor, Soundless immediately frowned in displeasure. Tontian, stop playing dead. Hurry to Red Neon Island and join the battle. Those rookies of yours are probably about to get wiped out. Meanwhile, he merely curled his lips slightly and said in an even voice, I agree with Wind God's thinking. Going to Red Neon Island to fight is a good opportunity for them to train. After receiving that answer, Soundless could only grit her teeth and forcibly suppress the irritation in her heart. A moment later, she turned to look at Yang Shi, her tone still carrying displeasure. Rooster, those precious treasures of your judgment organization, can you really bear to do this? Only then did Yang Shi slowly speak. I agree as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Guanha immediately burst into hearty laughter. Are you convinced now? 3-1. In that case, dispatch the elite squads to the island. While everyone was still discussing matters, Yang Shi quietly looked out the window. Outside, dusk was gradually descending. A calculating voice that belonged only to him sounded softly. I'm still a little uneasy. I'll still go into battle later. 2 hours later, on Red Neon Island, night had already covered every corner of the place. In the darkness, Yang Shi's group slowly advanced step by step. As Lu Yuan walked, he lowered his voice and said, I heard that this time, 10 elite military squads and our Hero Association squad were dispatched to land together from the west. But why don't we see anyone? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 groups of people suddenly appeared ahead, already waiting there at some unknown time. Immediately afterward, Yang Shi calmly introduced them. We are the Hard Armor C Platform Squad, from Judgment. Lu Yuan thought to himself, speak of the devil, and he appears. Opposite them, Yifan suddenly froze for a moment when he sensed that familiar aura. It was the leader. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed respectfully and answered him. though without being too obvious. Dark Knight Squad, Hero Association. On this side, Blanche swept her gaze over the people in front of her and said, I heard that the strongest person dispatched this time is a third-tier powerhouse, and even the weakest is an A-rank ability user. Standing beside her, Yurong asked softly, Captain, are we going this way? Yangshi's voice slowly rang out in the night. Although it is said that only 2 or 3 remnants are left on the island, we should still be cautious. He glanced slightly behind him, and a thought suddenly rose in his heart. They still don't know that a powerful Asaid army is coming here as reinforcements. I'm afraid a fierce battle will be unavoidable. Halfway through, he suddenly gave a cold order. Stop. After that, Yangshi calmly issued an instruction. Ahead is the Mercenary Guild. Prepare to enter combat mode. At the same time, Lu Yuan quickly transformed, his aura brimming with energy, while Blanche also tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and swiftly entered a fighting stance. Beside them, Kaiyun also silently made preparations, her vigilant gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, Yangshi waved his hand and threw out a large metal sphere. The sphere emitted a dazzling light, and then a mechanical structure slowly emerged from within. Just then, the Birdman from the Commercial Alliance's Wolf Fong Squad appeared. You people just wait outside. Leave this place to our Wolf Fong Squad. At the same time, from another direction, the arrogant voice of a blonde girl from the Iron Blood Army's Light Energy Squad rang out. Get lost, Birdman from who knows where. Be careful, or I'll roast you and eat you. Hearing that, he immediately frowned in fury and ground out each word. What did you just say? If you've got the guts, say it again. She showed no weakness at all, carrying her weapon on her shoulder as she angrily challenged him. I'm talking about you, Birdman. If you're so capable, fight me. Both sides immediately flared up in anger and nearly charged at each other, though they kept shouting first because the people around them hurriedly stopped them. I'll destroy you. Destroy you. If you got the guts, come at me. Looking at the chaotic situation outside, Tong Tian's group in the observation room could only fall silent. Ouyang Guanhe gave a soft cough, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Our warriors are very fond of joking around with each other. Seemingly not caring much, Yangshi spoke indifferently. I'm asking you, are you people going in or not? If the otherworlders come later, you'll all run for your lives. As the last word fell, the Birdman immediately accelerated and charged straight toward Vivian. Sensing the danger, she turned in panic and fled. Seeing through her intention, wings grew from his arms as he rushed forward. Want to run? In the blink of an eye, the Birdman had seized Vivian firmly. Glancing at her, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. Immediately afterward, Patrick and his companions leapt down from above. You foolish natives, hurry up and take your dirty hand off Miss Vivian. As soon as he landed, his face was filled with killing intent. If you don't let go, I, the great Lord Patrick, will burn you to ashes in the most painful way. Facing that threat, the Birdman only replied calmly, You want her? Come take her back yourself. Vivian cried out in pain. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Seeing this, Patrick's gaze immediately turned savage. Today, I will use the corpses of you natives to vent Miss Vivian's anger. The Birdman withdrew his foot, then looked coldly at Vivian, who was curled up on the ground, and gave a cold snort. At that moment, the severe pain finally caused her to faint. Immediately afterward, he charged straight at Patrick, his furious voice ringing out. Natives this, natives that. I really don't know where you otherworlders get that sense of superiority from. His claws were about to touch Patrick, but Patrick merely curled his lips in a smile. In the next instant, a certain strange beast suddenly threw a punch straight at him, leaving the Birdman no time to react. With just one punch, Grand Time sent his entire body flying straight into the corner of the wall, while Patrick merely stood by and watched quietly. Seeing this scene, Grand Time immediately laughed mockingly. I didn't even use any strength. How did you fly so far? In the command room, Ouyang Guanhe spoke anxiously. The situation on Red Neon Island has changed. The Asaid people are not easy opponents. Every third tier on the island who dies will be a tremendous loss. At this moment, Soundless lightly propped her hands on the table and frowned. I'll make a trip there then. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared. Seeing this, Yangshi could not help sighing in admiration. As expected of a fourth-tier powerhouse. With her there definitely won't be any problem. At the guild, Patrick's voice rang out arrogantly and disdainfully. You natives, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy? If this young master is in a good mood, I might leave you a way to live. Hearing those words, the Birdman immediately became furious and charged straight at him. In the blink of an eye, the attack pierced right through Patrick, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Witnessing this scene, Grandtime burst into mocking laughter. Patrick, you actually got beaten into this state by a native. You might as well smash your head into the ground and die. As if he still could not fully believe what had just happened, Patrick muttered, I never expected you to possess this level of power. You're qualified to be devoured by me. In that case, this time, I'll completely annihilate you. At that very instant, Patrick's figure suddenly vanished, startling the Birdman. Afterward, two figures immediately flew out of the guild, causing part of the place to shatter. In the blink of an eye, the two of them attacked each other fiercely in midair. Just then, Patrick suddenly grabbed him and used one hand to clamp tightly around his opponent's neck. He tightened his hand slightly, his eyes filled with contempt. You are a qualified warrior, but the gap in strength cannot be made up by willpower alone. A sinister light flashed in Patrick's eyes. Since you've lost. Then, without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide as if intending to swallow his opponent whole. Then I won't stand on ceremony. At that very moment, a sudden attack struck over, catching Patrick off guard. The blonde girl in the lead frowned and shouted, You bastard, you actually dare to eat us humans of planet Azure? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? A subordinate immediately went up to the Birdman and called out anxiously, Captain! The injured and weakened Birdman spoke with difficulty. Perhaps elemental attacks will be effective. Hearing this, she coldly interrupted. Why are you talking so much? I'll find a key myself. Focus on recovering. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a series of rapid attacks. Here I come. Grandtime took the blows head on and immediately screamed in pain. Right after that, an earth-shaking explosion rang out, and billowing smoke and dust spread everywhere. Looking at the scene, the blonde girl raised her brows slightly. Finally dead. But when the smoke gradually dispersed, an eye suddenly appeared within the haze. Grandtime's familiar hand slowly lowered, faintly visible, while everyone stared with mouths agape. What? At this moment, he spoke calmly. I almost died. I really was too careless. At the same time, the aura around Grandtime began to change and became even more savage as he declared, If that's how it is, then all of you can die. In that instant, a sudden change occurred, causing his eye to drop, and Grandtime was forced to freeze in place. A figure had appeared behind him at some point. Yifan used one hand to bring Grandtime down on the spot. The scene before him left Patrick stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Grandtime is dead. Immediately afterward, his expression darkened. I didn't expect that among you natives, not all of you are trash. Grandtime died at the hands of you natives because of his own arrogance and complacency. Everyone, if you do not learn from this, then today we will disgrace the Aseid people. The subordinate standing beside him immediately spoke with a resolute gaze. Lord Patrick, how could I dare to look down on the honor of the Aseid people? I'm only waiting for your order. As if he had been waiting for exactly that, Patrick immediately waved his hand and ordered, Very good. Now, with our absolute advantage in strength, we will annihilate all these native troops. Leave no one alive. The group shouted in unison, Yes, Lord Patrick. Opposite them, the subordinate from the Light Energy Squad also froze. There are actually 9 third-tier powerhouses here. Meanwhile, Yangshi remained calm. It's time for us to act. Lu Yuan stepped forward with an incomparably proud aura. With Judgment Organization's Koei Wood Wolf here, who dares fight me? Hearing this, Patrick raised his brows slightly, interest appearing clearly in his eyes. I thought it would be a boring massacre. With a few more third tiers added in, this is more interesting. Hearing that contemptuous tone, Lu Yuan immediately flared up and shouted, You ugly green-haired bastard, don't run your mouth too much. Watch what you say. Do you know who my godfather is? Patrick merely replied indifferently. Who is your godfather? As if he had been waiting for those words, Lu Yuan immediately laughed smugly. If I say it, I'll scare you to death. Lord Rooster of the Judgment Organization is my, Lu Yuan's, godfather. Well, so scared you pissed your pants, right? After hearing this, Patrick's gaze turned sinister. Who is Rooster? I've never heard of him. In a moment, I'll pluck off your dog head and roast it. Those contemptuous words made Lu Yuan angrily retort. My godfather, Rooster, is one of the big shots of the Judgment Organization, a powerful 4th-tier ability user user. Hearing this, Patrick's expression grew slightly more serious. So your godfather is a fourth-tier powerhouse. In that case, out of respect for that lord, I'll spare your life for now. That sentence made Lu Yuan even more furious. As if I need you to spare my life. Just you wait. If I, your grandfather, so much has grown in pain, then I'm not a man. To prove it with action, Lu Yuan very seriously showed off an important part of his body. See that? This young Master Lu's heart is already gone, but I'm still alive and well. And you want to destroy me? Know your own limits. Looking at that series of strange actions, Patrick thought doubtfully, this guy, did he fall into a well or something? Yang Shi, who was beside him, was also rendered speechless and sighed softly. Still the same familiar, idiotic move. I can't let this kid continue doing such embarrassing things. In that instant, Yang Shi shot forward, using the plum blossom bewildering footwork beneath his feet. Sensing danger, Patrick immediately shouted in panic. Not good. I didn't expect that a native beside the son of that fourth-tier powerhouse would have this level of strength. Then, just as Yang Shi's punch struck over, it was blocked by an iron hammer. The subordinate immediately stood in front of Patrick and shouted, Lord Patrick, with me here, you can rest assured and prepare your ultimate move. Behind him, Patrick immediately put away his arrogance and used the power of separation. Just then, a voice rang out. Don't let him complete his ultimate move. On this side, Yurong had also activated her ability, and it seemed this ultimate technique consumed a great deal of her strength. Patrick was slightly stunned, his mind dizzy. What is going on? Could it be that I've been hit by a mental attack? He gritted his teeth and thought of a way to escape. Damn it, this can't continue. Immediately, Patrick roared as he resolutely summoned Green Lotus Platform. At the same time, Yurong decisively charged straight toward the enemy and did not forget to shout, kill. Unfortunately, his counterattack directly burned half of Yurong's face. Fortunately, Yang Shi hurriedly rushed over to catch her and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll use my recovery profound art to heal you. Immediately afterward, the wound on Yurong's face slowly healed, and the pain also subsided. In a hidden corner, Soundless was watching everything, shock rising in her heart. A light-type profound art. The Judgment Organization actually has 3 fourth-tier powerhouses. It seems we have once again underestimated this mysterious Judgment Organization. Just then, a tremor startled everyone. Yifan stood in the middle of the battlefield, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Ancient sacred body. Yifan's entire body was constantly gathering energy, and the aura around him kept rising. Looking at the scene unfolding, Yang Shi fell briefly into thought and could not help sighing in his heart. Who could have expected that the wandering youth from back then would be able to grow to this extent? Opposite them, Patrick still maintained his familiar arrogance. What a pity. If you were not a native, perhaps I could have shown great mercy and allowed you to become my guard. That would count as a reward for your courage. Remember this. The one who destroys you is the great Lord Patrick. After hearing that long speech, Yifan frowned slightly in displeasure. You really talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sprang high into the air with an explosive aura and rushed toward Patrick's attack. Just then, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred, shaking the entire night. Witnessing everything, Patrick began to panic. How is this possible? A native like you can actually withstand it? No. In his rage, he continued launching attacks. Let me see how you fight and what choice you make. A fierce stream of flame rushed straight toward Yifan, and he immediately blocked the attack. Damn it! But other rays of energy suddenly changed direction and shot toward the people behind him. Save me! Yifan's expression changed, and he immediately rushed over, blocking them by a hair's breadth. Right after that, he lifted a huge boulder in his hands. He threw it with all his strength toward the other side. Its target was Patrick's attack, falling toward a man. Just in time, the boulder quickly broke apart Patrick's magic power. In the distance, Patrick curled his lips into a sinister smile. So strong, are you? Even borrowing props, you can block my fire. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand and released countless streaks of fire in every direction. Let me see how many people you can save. The people below cried out in panic. Run! Help! The situation quickly became chaotic. Yifan gritted his teeth in fury. Bastard! In a hidden corner, Soundless silently observed the entire battle. It seems I have no choice but to risk making a move. Meanwhile, Yangshi was still calmly watching. He thought with interest, Yifan, how will you solve this difficult problem? I'm really looking forward to your performance. Immediately afterward, Yifan suddenly rushed straight forward. Seeing this, Lu Yuan could not help cheering. Awesome. Just blow up that Lotus platform directly, and every problem will be solved. Yangshi slowly commented, I'm afraid it's not that simple. After that, Yangshi calmly explained, the area around that green Lotus platform looks as if there is nothing there, but in reality, it is covered with an extremely dense fire element. The faster the intruder moves, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Lu Yuan was startled. Then isn't what he's doing no different from self-destruction? Yangshi still stared fixedly at Yifan's figure, his voice filled with trust. I believe in his judgment. Suddenly, green flames erupted around Yifan, burning fiercely and making him pause for a moment. Seeing this, Patrick immediately curled his lips into a mocking smile. How stubborn. In the end, he was still just a native. His combat experience was pitifully lacking, simple-minded and stupid. But in the very next moment, his expression abruptly changed as he cried out, What? Yifan had unleashed a powerful azure flame aura, shattering the wall of fire blocking his path and charging straight toward him. The sight could not help but horrify Patrick. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? After that, he quickly launched a counterattack. Even if you have the upper hand right now, your fists still won't be able to touch me. Even now, Patrick was still laughing arrogantly. Native, what can you do to me? At that exact moment, his defense was broken apart. Immediately afterward, Yifan's punch came crashing straight down, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. A while later, when the smoke gradually dispersed, Patrick was lying motionless on the ground, while Yifan simply stood there in silence, looking down at him with cold eyes. At this moment, Patrick weakly opened his mouth. I admit that you are the strongest native. No, the strongest warrior I have ever met. Losing to you does not tarnish my reputation. Patrick slowly looked in that direction, guilt showing in his eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Vivian. His voice grew weak. In the end, I still failed to repay your kindness. Fate was always cruel. At the moment Yifan was forced to give the fierce order to wipe out all the Aseid people, the enemy still refused to yield, and their momentum grew stronger than ever. Fight! How could we possibly be defeated by natives? Hold on a little longer. The main army will arrive, and we will have another chance to turn the situation around. So-called good and evil, right and wrong. When judged by different standards of reference, the results were never the same. Elsewhere, Soundless was moving in a hurry. I don't believe it. Could Aseid's fourth tier really sit by and watch so many powerhouses be annihilated? Where exactly are they hiding? Right then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Found you. I didn't expect the native's fourth tier to be a girl. She immediately turned around and activated her power, looking warily at the person before her. Who are you? The blindfolded man merely sized her up calmly. A light element ability? Very interesting. Immediately afterward, he curled his lips and lightly snapped his fingers. Explode. In the next instant, a series of enormous water spouts shot straight up from the ground into the sky. The violent columns of water struck Soundless, making her let out a soft groan. The people around her were also hit and were all sent flying far away. At the same time, Blanche fell sprawling to the ground, her face filled with pain. Yangshi immediately ran over to comfort her. Blanche, are you all right? I'll heal you. She nodded softly. Thank you. After that, he turned to the teammate beside him and said, Kaiyun, I'll leave Blanche to you. I'm going to find Lu Yuan. Before long, Yangshi found Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shouted in panic. Hurry up and give young Master Lu a hand. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Why has my lower body disappeared? Meanwhile, Yangshi merely replied calmly. How am I supposed to pull you? Your hands haven't grown back yet either. Hearing that, Lu Yuan hurriedly said, All right, they'll be done right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan's entire upper half gradually grew back. At the same time, Yangshi grabbed him and pulled him away. The enemy's fourth tier ambushed Lord Zhao Soundless. We have to retreat. Otherwise, even if they randomly throw one stray attack in our direction, we'll lose our little lives. On the other side, Soundless stared coldly at the enemy, a cowardly rat who only knows how to launch sneak attacks. The blindfolded man did not seem provoked at all and merely answered calmly. I was simply striking first to seize the advantage. If our positions were reversed, I'd wager that you would have attacked far more viciously than I did. Meanwhile, she shouted coldly, State your name. When I Zhao Soundless. Make a move. I do not kill nameless people. Hearing this, he merely smirked. Are you trying to stall for time? Don't tell me you think I came alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the blindfolded man swiftly flashed past at supersonic speed, fast enough to make Soundless freeze in shock. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing behind her and lightly snapped his fingers. Immediately afterward, small spheres appeared, enclosing the Asaid group. He laughed heartily. We'll meet again. Realizing his intention, Soundless frowned and shouted, You want to leave? Right after that, the blindfolded man suddenly raised his voice and ordered, Everyone, why aren't you attacking? Hearing this, Soundless immediately whipped around behind her with a guarded gaze, while he had already turned and left. Before disappearing, he even looked back and mocked her. How are you so easy to fool? In that case, I'll temporarily hand this island over to you for 3 days. Realizing she had been toyed with, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Damn it, he tricked me again. There were no other fourth tiers at all. Right then, Guan He and the others appeared, and Heaven Reacher asked, You let him escape. Should we chase him? Guan He observed the entire scene, then replied seriously, There's no need. Be careful of an ambush. At this moment, Soundless softly relayed the message. That man said he would temporarily give Red Neon Island to us for 3 days. Does that mean he's announcing that the Asaid people will attack in 3 days? Guan He replied indifferently. It's also possible that the enemy is throwing out a smokescreen. In short, we should still be careful. Yang Shi, who was beside him, also agreed. Old Ouyang is right. Don't let the enemy's words distract us. Guan He nodded. Deal with the battlefield first. A while later, Yang Shi stood in front of Lu Yuan, looked at his miserable state, and asked, How did you end up like this? At this moment, Lu Yuan answered with some embarrassment, I was accidentally caught in a fourth tier's attack. Godfather, your son has embarrassed you. Hearing this, Yang Shi spoke with concern. Being accidentally injured by a fourth-tier powerhouse isn't anything to be ashamed of. Work hard. I know your talent. These words of encouragement made tears well up in Lu Yuan's eyes. After that, unable to hold himself back, he threw his arms around Yang Shi and sobbed. Godfather, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make great contributions for the Rooster branch of the Judgment Organization. Yang Shi then sank into thought. I can already feel the humanity in me growing less and less, replaced by divinity within my body. Is this the path a fourth-tier powerhouse must take? On the beach, Yang Shi sat alone, silently looking out at the distant sea. Right then, Yurong walked over and asked, Brother Yang Shi, you haven't slept either? After that, he turned slightly and answered calmly, I couldn't sleep, so I came out here to get some air. What about you? You couldn't sleep either? She nodded. So I came out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into you here. Suddenly remembering what had happened earlier, Yang Shi spoke gratefully. If it hadn't been for you today, that Asaid fire element ability user might have caused tremendous damage. Hearing this, Yurong lowered her head, her eyes gradually filling with tears, and her voice choked up. But in the end, I still couldn't protect the people beside me. When Blanche was affected, I should have been able to save her. Right then, Yang Shi patted her shoulder comfortingly. Blanche was affected by the aftershock of a battle between fourth-tier powerhouses. No one could have reacted in time, let alone you. Hearing this, Yurong felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly sprang to her feet as if to hide her emotions. That's true. Sorry, Captain. My clothes are a little dirty right now. Yang Shi replied, It's nothing. I'll put them in the washing machine for you later. Hearing those words, her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked, Are you still all right? Immediately afterward, Yurong quickly left. I'm very all right. Sorry, Captain. See you tomorrow. At the same time, Yang Shi faintly noticed someone approaching. When he turned around, Yang Shi was surprised to see Kaiyun, but her face was now full of gloom, and her eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. After merely glancing at Yang Shi, Kaiyun immediately turned and left, leaving him confused as he thought, Why is she crying too? Not far away, Yang Shi, in the identity of Duran, watched the scene and sighed softly. As expected, being too handsome is also a hardship. Right then, a subordinate respectfully reported, Commander-in-Chief, the fourth-tier lords invite you to the rooftop garden. He nodded slightly. I know. His gaze turned pensive as he calculated inwardly. Holding an emergency meeting like this probably has something to do with the Arbiter who just returned. On the highest command floor, for people were already sitting quietly in wait. After that, Yang Shi walked over, lowered his head, and greeted them softly. "Greetings, my four lords." The blindfolded man slowly spoke. "I made a trip to Red Neon Island, so it could be considered close contact with a native's fourth tiers." Thunder glanced over. "How was it? Was it as the intelligence provided by little brother Creed said?" Hearing this, the blindfolded man merely replied calmly, "I was rather lucky and fought directly with the light element powerhouse. As for her strength, it was average, and her combat experience was immature. As for the other three fourth tiers, I only observed them from a distance. After all, it is always better to be cautious." At this moment, Yangshi listened to the conversation through his identity as Duran and thought to himself, he clearly fled in the middle of battle, yet he's making it sound so fancy. The blindfolded man continued, "However, according to Creed's description, that pig did not appear. Beside him, Python also spoke in a tone full of disdain. Why care so much? Even if the natives' fourth-tier powerhouses have risen, it has only been for 100 years. In the field of profound meanings, they cannot surpass us." The blindfolded man answered coldly, "That is indeed true. In the battle 2 days from now, we will strike swiftly and use decapitation tactics to eliminate the natives' fourth-tier powerhouses first." After he finished speaking, Thunder's face was full of delight. "Very good. That way, we'll get plenty of prisoners." Meanwhile, Creed now smiled slyly. Elsewhere, Yangshi stood in the air, deep in thought. The perspectives of every clone are all feeding back massive amounts of information. The enemy's numbers, tactics, and distance. I have grasped them all. But the situation on planet Azure is not optimistic. In the Oseid plane, above the fourth tier, there are still high-level powerhouses. A fifth-tier heavenly position is not a true fourth tier in the proper sense. There is too much common knowledge I don't understand. They merely happen to comprehend laws by luck. Right then, Heaven Reacher's voice suddenly rang out. "You don't seem tense at all." Without waiting for Yangshi to answer, he continued, "This is not a simple matter. Even though I have experienced many battles, before a battle begins, I still feel tense and restless." After a while, Yangshi slowly spoke. "Maybe it's because none of the battles you experienced had me in them." Immediately afterward, Guan He, who was beside him, said, "Little brother Rooster, this time we have the Judgment Organization to thank." Yangshi merely answered calmly, "It's nothing. Fighting for humanity is only our duty." Then Guan suddenly patted his shoulder affectionately and said with a smile, "If everyone could understand things the way little brother Rooster does, who knows how much more chance of victory we would have." Being patted so intimately by him, Yangshi's expression changed slightly, and he thought inwardly, "Brother Ouyang really is like a young boy. Why does he always have to get so touchy-feely?" On the sea, a warship was cutting through the waves, racing across the deep blue water. The blue-haired man raised his binoculars to observe, then muttered gloomily, "I don't know when those damn Oseid people will come. Patrolling nervously like this every day isn't a solution." Meanwhile, the brown-haired man laughed happily. "Want to grab a drink after the patrol ends?" The blonde man immediately agreed. "The usual place. This time, don't fight me over paying." While the two of them were talking, a tentacle slowly rose from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it quickly wrapped tightly around one of them, making him cry out in shock, "What is this?" At this moment, he became terrified and screamed, "Save me, Captain!" The blue-haired man immediately rushed out, but as soon as he saw the scene before him, his expression changed. In front of him were 3 enormous monsters and a figure standing there proudly, watching. The green-haired man spoke disdainfully. "Natives really are natives. They can't even see such an obvious trap. A first-tier ability user? Forget it. A mosquito may be small, but it's still meat." A cruel look flashed through his eyes, and he ordered coldly, "Eliminate him." Immediately afterward, the monster leapt out of the sea, its enormous mouth opening wide and making the blue-haired man freeze in place. In the blink of an eye, the monster swallowed him whole, shocking the subordinates below. Seeing this scene, the green-haired man merely spoke indifferently. "Cowardly natives have absolutely no ability to resist, so just wait to be eaten." Right then, for powerful streams of energy shot up from beneath the water. As soon as Guan He appeared, he immediately ordered, "Soldiers, heed my command. Wipe them out." Everyone below was stunned, their mouths hanging open as they cried out in astonishment. "It's the fourth tier big shots. The war has begun." All the fourth-tier lords are here, so what do we have to be afraid of? We've been waiting for this day for ages. Hit them. In the air at this moment, 8 majestic fourth-tier lords had appeared. Everyone, if you join the embrace of our mercenary guild, your future will certainly be better than staying here to guard a primitive race that is about to decline. Thunder, who was beside him, added, "Our 100 Cities Federation is also interested in cooperating with you all. We can all get rich together." Hearing those words, Soundless raised her brows with disdain. How ridiculous! Do you think we're the same as beasts, abandoning our own race to become dogs for the enemy? At the same time, Guan He also slowly spoke. "I did not expect you to be such naive fools. We have already fought to this point, yet you still want to talk things out with us. I won't waste words with you anymore. Today, right here, either you die or we live." As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder, who stood opposite him, frowned and interrupted. "Wait, either we die or they live. Brother Arbiter, is there such a saying among the natives? No matter how I think about it, it sounds like we lose either way." Hearing these words, the masked man slowly came to a conclusion. This fellow deliberately used it wrong. He is mocking us. And so, immediately afterward, he unleashed his ultimate move and launched an attack. Damn native! Wani did not delay and immediately met him in battle. Chaotic electric field. You'll see the seal in my palm, won't you? Soundless also instantly unleashed her magical power. You there. Back then, you used tricks to escape from my hands. Today, this lady will see just how good your skills are. On the other side, Heaven Reacher also joined the battle and chose to attack Python. Meanwhile, not far away, Creed slowly spoke. "Rooster, long time no see." "Yang," she answered calmly. "Are you ready to be defeated by our judgment organization again?" A meaningful look flashed through Creed's eyes. "Rooster, turn around and look. An old friend has come." Those words made Yang Shi freeze for a moment. Behind Yang Shi, Chen Yuke appeared. Seeing him, Yang Shi could not help but cry out in surprise. "Chen Yuke, weren't you infected by the abyssal mother plant and turned into a vegetable?" Suspicion arose in Yang Shi's heart. Dada's father seems to be controlled by something. Let me use my mental power to probe and see. Immediately afterward, Yang Shi's gaze gradually focused as he looked deep into the other party's pupils. In the next instant, he entered another space. Yang Shi froze, then quickly realized something was wrong. Is this his mental world? No, where exactly is this? Now, before him was an enormous monster. It glanced at him indifferently, then spoke coldly. An interesting one. Yang Shi immediately realized something, and a bad feeling rose in his mind. I absolutely cannot fall into that. Damn it. Why did I go looking for death by using mental power to probe this useless thing? Immediately afterward, his entire body was tightly wrapped by that thing, and it softly spoke. Strength, power, talent, everything. As long as you want it, the deep blue consciousness can grant it to you. At the same moment that something happened to Yang Shi, his other clones, from Duran to Pig, all trembled at once. Seeing his abnormal behavior, Hood anxiously asked, Duran, what's wrong?" Immediately afterward, he turned sharply and shouted at the people behind him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and keep working. The commander-in-chief has fallen ill because he has been exhausting himself continuously. He needs a little rest." Hood calculated inwardly. No matter what, there can be no mistakes in the battle commanded by the Keith family. A while later, he turned to Shirley and instructed her, "Shirley, take your brother back to his room to rest." The girl nodded. "Yes." Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, as soon as he glanced over, he discovered that Yang Shi had suddenly frozen in place. Seeing this, Lu Yuan frowned and muttered, "Bai Wu, what's wrong with this guy? Why did he go silent?" At that very moment, the enemy had already rushed over quickly to attack Yang Shi. Seeing the situation become critical, Lu Yuan immediately shouted, "Blanche, get over here." Yang Shi was sneak attacked by a mental type ability user. Hearing that, she immediately activated her ability and spoke angrily. "Damn it, form up. Protect the captain first, then we'll talk." Beside her, Fei anxiously shook Yang Shi's arm in his pig avatar. "Second brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Back at the source of the incident, Chris suddenly let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. That idiot Rooster was actually stupid enough to use his own mental power to probe the deep blue consciousness. Now he's been devoured by the backlash of the deep blue consciousness. Hearing this, Soundless was instantly enraged. UK, did you secretly scheme against Rooster? Meanwhile, he merely stood there with an indifferent expression, completely unmoved. At this moment, Chris swiftly charged forward, deciding to attack Yangshi. Who would have thought that the illustrious Rooster would end his glorious life in such a miserable way? But at that very instant, an unexpected attack struck out and blocked Chris's move. Seeing Yi Fan, his tone was full of mockery. A mere peak third-tier brat dares to interfere in a fourth-tier battle? Do you not know how the word death is written? Even if I have to wager my life, I will never let you take advantage of the chaos to harm Lord Rooster. The people behind him also shouted, "Save Rooster. Only then will judgment have a chance to win. Charge for humanity." Chris coldly unleashed a move and said, "So there are this many people who don't care about their lives." Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly rushed forward and roared furiously, "You bastard! You dare try to attack my godfather without asking whether I agree?" In an instant, Chris swung a blow that severed Lu Yuan's arm, making him grimace in pain. Facing Lu Yuan's astonishment, Chris said coldly, "You pieces of trash actually forced Chris into this state." Then, dazzling light burst out around him as he declared arrogantly, "I am a mighty fourth-tier powerhouse." Under that terrifying pressure, even Lu Yuan and Yi Fan stiffened. At this moment, Chris walked up to Yang Shi and said in an icy voice, "It's time for this farce to end." But at that very instant, a hand suddenly gripped the blade tightly. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth and spoke hoarsely, "If you want to target my godfather, then destroy me first." Chris responded with indifference, his gaze ice cold. "Do not test my patience. You will die a very miserable death." At the same time, a thought rose in Yangshi's mind. If I'm seized by the deep blue consciousness, I'll become someone unable to control my emotions, just like Qian Uk. He murmured softly. So, after that, his voice suddenly became resolute. "I absolutely cannot submit." A thought surged in Yangshi's heart. The existence of the deep blue mother plant is far too high level. Only by using an existence more powerful and mysterious than it can I help myself escape. Across countless planes, what could be of a higher level than the profundity of laws? At this moment, outside, Chris looked at the scene before him and said indifferently, "Why wager your lives on something that is destined to fail?" Ignoring what he said, Yi Fan slowly replied, "Whether Lord Rooster can break free is Lord Rooster's affair. What I can do is protect him until I die." Beside him, Lu Yuan also shouted in a fierce voice, "That's right. If you want to touch my godfather, step over my corpse first." Those words enraged Chris, and he immediately charged forward. "Very well, then I'll grant your wish." Just then, he suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. Afterward, his attack immediately changed direction. Chris's cold voice rang out, "I won't take the life of someone who can resurrect. I'll erase someone who can't resurrect instead." Lu Yuan immediately used his leg to block Chris's attack, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Don't you dare look down on young Master Lu, you bastard." After that, he stood in front of Yi Fan and panted heavily. "Damn it, I'm getting so sleepy. The speed of regeneration has its limits after all. I've used up quite a lot of energy. I'll leave the rest to you." Hearing this, Yi Fan's face flashed with helplessness as his appearance returned to its original form. "I'm probably about to." Looking at the two people before him, Chris laughed arrogantly. "Your ancient sacred body can't hold on much longer either. In the end, this farce is finally about to end." At the same time, despite having lost his strength, Yi Fan still stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Yuan, causing Chris to pause. Seeing this action, Chris immediately stepped forward to attack. "You're something of a man after all." But at that very instant, his expression suddenly changed and shock flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Shi, in his identity as Rooster, had awakened, and he launched a powerful kick straight into Chris. After that, he slowly said to Yi Fan, "Sorry, I'm late." Yi Fan's eyes lit up. "Leader." The scene before him made Chris roar in horror. "How is this possible? You bastard! How could you escape the infection of the deep blue consciousness?" Yang Shi answered in an extremely calm voice, "Now that you mention it, I really should thank you for showing mercy. If you hadn't held back, I probably would have died." As soon as he finished speaking, he touched Yi Fan's shoulder and gently reassured him, "Focus on recovering. I, Rooster, owe you a favor." Just then, the masked man suddenly shouted, "Chris, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy him. Haven't you played enough? At present, Chris's expression was gloomy as he replied, I didn't hold back. His mental power, then he shrugged helplessly. Lord Arbiter, I'm afraid I'm no match for Rooster. Our cooperation ends here. The masked man's expression changed, and he cried out in a sharp voice, what? After that, Chris turned toward Yang Shi and slowly said, Rooster, if I withdraw from the battle now, that should be a good thing for you humans. I assume you won't refuse. Hearing those words, the masked man growled angrily. I never expected you to show your foxtail now. I thought a deep blue insect like you would be able to pretend to stand on our side for a little longer. Just then, Soundless flew over and said coldly, Damn Asaid scum. You dare get distracted while fighting me? Do you take me for useless? At this moment, she concentrated and activated her power. Light is both wave and particle. Today, you will receive the baptism of light. Immediately afterward, Soundless launched a decisive strike. Particle wave, double annihilation. A massive stream of energy shot straight at her opponent, while he merely defended calmly. A collision erupted, sending smoke billowing everywhere until the entire sky turned white. When the smoke dispersed, the masked man's lower half had vanished. Looking at this scene, a meaningful gleam flashed in Soundless' eyes, and she curled her lips slightly. The vitality of you Asaid people really is as stubborn as a leech. He still responded with a calm demeanor. A native is still only a native. You can't even see through this. Immediately afterward, the masked man's voice sounded from behind her. No matter how powerful a move is, it has to hit its target first. At this moment, Soundless was slightly stunned as the familiar voice rang out behind her, while his body gradually dissolved. What? She turned her head in panic and spoke in shock. How is that possible? I used my mental power to probe many times. I clearly attacked the real body. The masked man slowly spoke. Then you think the one speaking to you now is real or fake? Water can refract light. Her brows furrowed tightly, and energy gathered in Soundless' hand. I don't believe in your heretical tricks. On the other side, Yang Shi, behind Rooster's mask, said calmly, Chris, we could be considered acquaintances. You were so enthusiastic toward me just now. If I don't respond in kind, wouldn't that make me seem impolite? Immediately afterward, he fired a sharp beam of energy straight at the enemy. This move once heavily injured your leader. Now, let me see how much your strength has improved. At the same time, Chris quickly took out a shield to block the attack. Unexpectedly, that attack pierced through it and continued through Chris's body, shocking him. And no longer bothering to look at him, Yangshi turned toward the man in the identity of Dada's father. Chin Yuke, I'll give you one last chance. If you surrender, I'll spare your life. What answered him was Chin Yuk's indifferent voice as he summoned a liquid resembling the deep blue consciousness. Do it. At that very instant, Soundless exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Guani's expression also changed. My body suddenly can't move. Immediately afterward, something crawled into both of their mouths. Seeing this horrifying scene, the masked man burst into a laugh full of smugness. You didn't expect this, did you? The one from the Deep Blue clan who truly cooperated with us was someone else. After that, the masked man's hypocritical tone continued to ring out. All right, then I shall be merciful and send you on your way. Don't worry, my exquisite profundity will destroy you extremely quickly. You definitely won't feel any pain. A soldier cleared his throat in great satisfaction. This is Lord Arbiter's killing move, Hell Vortex. I heard that anyone trapped inside, it will be crushed into a pile of meat paste. It's extremely painful. Another person continued, Lord Arbiter really is ruthless. He's actually using such a cruel method on a beauty. The person beside him added, Don't you know Lord Arbiter enjoys torturing and destroying beautiful women? I heard that in that regard, his lordship is not quite all right either. At this moment, Soundless subordinates immediately charged forward, with a girl with her hair in a bun shouting, For Commander Zhao, we'll fight them to the death. The person beside her responded, Destroy them. Fight them to the death. Seeing this, Soundless immediately became anxious and quickly shouted, Go back. Don't come here. Don't sacrifice yourselves for nothing. Seeing that scene, the masked man gave a faint, cold laugh. I really envy you, having such loyal subordinates. In that case, before I destroy you, I'll kill these appetizers first. Hearing those words, Soundless shouted furiously, "You shameless bastard! If you have the guts, come at me." But he had already fired streams of energy toward the girl with her hair in a bun, his tone contemptuous. "Die, you foolish ants." Witnessing this, the girl froze in shock. So, this is the power of the fourth tier? I can't dodge it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a void vortex appeared in front of her and absorbed everything. The people below immediately cried out in astonishment when they recognized its owner as Lord Pig of the Judgment Organization. And just then, Yangshi's voice slowly rang out. "Using such vicious methods against the weak, aren't you going a little too far, brother wrapped in white cloth?" The masked man stared at him. "You are Judgment's other fourth-tier powerhouse, Pig?" Immediately afterward, Yangshi replied coolly, "If there's no one else here named Pig, then I suppose you mean me." Just then, the black hole from earlier suddenly fired the masked man's attack back at him. He hurriedly shot away to dodge. "Damn it, you bastard. You're using my own move to humiliate me? Don't even think about it." Immediately, he used energy to counter that attack. Then the masked man laughed arrogantly, completely unaware of a hand reaching toward him from behind. "Have you seen the power of Hell Vortex?" Before he could finish speaking, Yangshi grabbed him tightly with one hand, lifted him up, and mocked him. "I thought you'd be impressive. This is a little underwhelming." After that, the masked man's voice slowly rang out. "So this is your method of attack. It really is somewhat difficult to guard against." Yangshi silently looked up at him. "Another fake clone. You really are despicable." At this moment, the masked man lightly ordered UK. "All right, Chin UK. Harvest them." Chin UK said indifferently, "They aren't fully ripe yet, but they can be harvested early." Immediately afterward, the things that had crawled into Guan He and Soundless mouths snapped off, causing both of their expressions to change. Then they quickly rushed toward UK, and he could not help muttering, "Power, new power." Just then, Thunderclap suddenly charged over to attack Guan He. "Though it is a pity I cannot defeat you openly and honorably. This is war. Farewell, pride of the natives." Guan He lowered his head slightly and murmured, "I truly never expected that I would have such a disgraceful moment. Ever since I rose to power, this is the first time I have tasted the feeling of being powerless." Immediately afterward, the aura around him erupted violently, and he roared, "No matter who you are, since you chose to do this, prepare yourself to endure my wrath." Immediately afterward, his attack struck Thunderclap head-on, shocking Thunderclap inwardly. How is he stronger than before he was sealed? In 1 second, he can actually throw more than 100 punches. At this moment, Guan He widened his eyes and said, "Damn the big picture. Today, I'm going to fight to my heart's content, even if the price is my decline." Thunderclap gritted his teeth and hurriedly fled. "I have no time to argue with someone who is about to die." In an instant, Guan He turned and shouted, "Rooster, Pig, the three of us will join forces and strike together. Kill Chin UK first." Seeing this abnormality, Yangshi thought inwardly, "This Ouyang is burning his origin in exchange for a short-term burst of energy." Guan He urged anxiously, "Hurry, I'm almost out of time." Just then, Yangshi's voice slowly rang out. "Wait, don't panic. I might be able to think of a way." Hearing this, Guan He's expression changed slightly. "Well, Brother Rooster, this treasure of yours seems very precious. But recently, because of this island defense battle, my family fortune has been completely emptied. How about you?" Yangshi coldly cut him off. "We'll talk about payment later. Try and see whether this life energy can fill the hole left by your lost origin." Immediately afterward, Guan He instantly entered a meditative state and focused on absorbing the power. Looking at this scene, a heavy thought flashed through Yangshi's mind. Ouyang Guan He's situation isn't very good. It seems that once the origin is burned, life force can only prolong his life. He slowly said, "Brother Ouyang, wait for me to think of a way." On Heaven Reacher's side, he used a sword formation to surround the giant serpent. After that, he gave a decisive and cold order. "Destroy it." Immediately, the sword stabbed straight into its body, making it scream miserably. Watching the giant serpent fall, Yangshi sighed inwardly. Heaven Reacher really does have some skill. He actually destroyed one of the enemy's main forces just like that. I'll have to send a clone over later to strip it apart. A moment later, Heaven Reacher's calm voice rang out behind him. "Venerable Thunderclap is likely the real body, but that arbiter seems not to be real, does he?" Yang Shi replied. There's no seams about it. He definitely isn't the real person. A dangerous gleam flashed in Heaven Reacher's eyes. If that's the case, then let's erase that traitor first. At this moment, UK spoke softly. I am currently your only helper. Are you really going to stand by and watch me be killed? Thunderclap also agreed. What he says does make some sense. The masked man said, but I keep feeling like something has been overlooked. In an instant, Qian Yuk's expression became gloomy. Compared to being beaten to death, why don't the two of you become offerings to me instead? Looking at the monster crawling into his mouth, Thunderclap was shocked. How is this possible? When did you poison us? Even the masked man's true body, which had originally been hiding not far away, was attacked. Witnessing this scene, Guani frowned. I never expected it to be this guy who found the Arbiter's true body. Yang, she said faintly. Based on my deduction, the Arbiter's true body shouldn't have been in that direction. Could I have been wrong? Meanwhile, on a huge rock, the masked man was struggling violently, trying to break free from the thing crawling into his mouth. Seeing this, Yang, she thought inwardly, the more I look, the more fake this guy's acting seems. On this side, UK slowly spoke. Arrogant, foolish Asaid people. You wanted to plot and compete with our Deep Blue clan? You're not qualified. Immediately afterward, he was surrounded by Soundless, Heaven Reacher, Yang Shi, and Guan He. Guan He said in a low voice, make your move, everyone. At the center of the encirclement, UK silently activated his power. Foolish natives. In an instant, Yang Shi, in his identity as Rooster, cut the tail in his sights in half. Not to be outdone, Guani used his ability to slice clean through the one on his side. Beside them, Heaven Reacher decisively used his sword to cut off the remaining part. Soundless also used her energy to sever that tentacle-like tail in two. A moment later, Heaven Reacher glanced at Yang Shi and said, you've also consumed quite a lot, Rooster. Let Pig act and eliminate the two remaining ones whose movements are restricted. Once Qian UK dies in battle, those two Asaid people may escape. Yang Sabalas no dead. Alright, but just then, the masked man suddenly attacked Thunderclap, surprising Yang Shi. At this moment, Thunderclap roared angrily. What exactly are you doing? Do you think that if you sacrifice me, those deep blue worms will spare you? Meanwhile, that energy flew toward UK and was condensed by him. The masked man merely smiled. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. You don't need to concern yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. Immediately afterward, he turned toward the sea and shouted, why haven't you two made your move yet? No sooner had he spoken than Iron Tower shot straight up from below. Fake Arbiter, how dare you make me hold my breath underwater for so long? The one beside him was none other than Chris. Seeing this, Soundless could not help being stunned. How was that possible? Hadn't Chris been killed by Rooster? After being grumbled at by Iron Tower, Chris complained as well, you really are slow. He raised an eyebrow. Brother Iron Tower, you've misunderstood Lord Arbiter. He did this only to better complete Lord Feynman's mission. Only then did Thunderclap understand everything. So the Arbiter of a mercenary guild had already surrendered to the Bernard Empire. The masked man replied calmly, the 100 Cities Federation has stretched its hand too far over the years. Once Lord Feynman breaks through, that fellow Nodin won't be able to strut around for much longer. Those words left him so shocked that he stammered. What? Feynman is about to break through. Seeing his reaction, the masked man slowly explained. Once the sole essence of the 4th tier here is sacrificed to Lord Feynman, he will certainly be able to step into the 5th tier heavenly position realm. Iron Tower's eyes turned excited. To be able to help Lord Feynman break through to the next tier is our honor. Seeing this, Soundless frowned and asked, the situation has changed too quickly. Just who is this Feynman they're talking about? Yang, she slowly explained, deep in the southern continent, there's a force called the Bernard Empire. Their leader is Feynman. At this moment, Guan He's sudden question drew Yang Shi's attention. Does this world really have an ability that absorbs other people's energy to increase one's own strength? Is that why they've set their sights on us? Yang Shi thought to himself, if we're talking about absorbing other people's energy for one's own use, then I'm the one most qualified to speak. After receiving the answer, Guan He said in a deep voice, if that is the case, everyone, prepare yourselves. Even if we have to self-destruct, we cannot let our energy be be offered to someone else. In an instant, Soundless revealed her form, a pair of brilliant blue wings unfurling as she prepared for battle. Chin Yuke frowned in displeasure at her reckless action. Why are you burning your origin too? You know very well what the consequences will be. Yet she showed no fear and boldly declared war. Stop nagging. If Ouyang won, he can burn his origin. Why can't I? Enough. Let's fight. Left with no other choice, he issued a warning. If the three of you keep forcing me, then I'll join hands with the natives of Planet Azure. Your plan may very well fail. But Chris did not care at all. Sorry, but with General Iron Tower here, you're nothing more than fish on a chopping block. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward madly with his short sword. As long as I devour you, I'll be qualified to control my own fate. With Iron Tower helping from the side, Chin Yuk's expression changed at once, and he hurriedly tried to reconcile with his own kind. Humans, I can cooperate with you. But it was already too late. Iron Tower's brutal punch, carrying spiritual power, smashed straight into one side of his face. Dream on. We'll deal with you first, then it'll be their turn. Chris curled his lips disdainfully, his eyes filled with triumph. I really didn't expect it to turn into us teaming up to attack you. Looks like what you've done has earned even more grudges than I have. Unexpectedly, Soundless behind him was silently gathering aura in her hand. What did you say? Taking advantage of his complacency, she fired a radiant beam of power straight at him. Die, you disgusting traitor. Suddenly, Iron Tower braced himself and summoned a black tower wreathed in gloomy, spiritual power, blotting out the entire space. Faced with that strange mechanism, Heaven Reacher could not help wondering, what the hell is this? Why did it suck Chris and Chin Yuke inside? Rooster cautiously offered a guess. I think its function is to keep us outside. His attention focused on the Arbiter. Not everyone was sucked in. Isn't there still one guy left over there? At this moment, the Arbiter's heart was also in utter panic. Damn it, so many fourth tiers. How am I supposed to hold them off alone? Before long, a punch slammed into Chin Yuk's chest, making him cough violently. After landing that vicious blow, Chris directly seized his throat. Uncle Chin, thank you for working so hard to gather so much energy for me. I'll definitely digest it properly. Sweat poured down Chin Yuk's face. Only now did he realize the cruel truth. You comprehended the profundity of devouring. No wonder. But after you eat me, aren't you afraid of being infected by the deep blue consciousness? Faced with this warning, Chris showed not the slightest fear. I have my own methods. You don't need to worry about that. He even carefully reminded the person behind him, Brother Iron Tower, what comes next will be a little disgusting. It's better if you look away. Iron Tower turned his back and pouted as he muttered, putting on airs. If it weren't for Lord Red Emperor, see if I wouldn't grind you into pulp. Back to the main matter, Chris was gradually absorbing the spiritual power from Chin Yuk's body, but a deep blue crystal suddenly shot over, forcing him to pause for an instant. It flew right between them, just as Chris retreated to dodge. Damn it. Seeing that Chin Yuke was about to fly out, he shouted for support. Iron Tower, hurry and help. He's escaping. After narrowly escaping death, Chin Yuke let out a breath of relief. I never thought misfortune would turn into a blessing. Although most of my strength was taken, I've escaped the erosion of the deep blue will. But Heaven Reacher on the opposite side fired a sharp stream of spiritual power toward him. Feitua, D. He moved so quickly that Rooster only had time to shout, wait. Uncle Chin seems to have recovered his own consciousness. Hearing this, Soundless shouted an order. You say that again. UK has recovered his consciousness? Heaven Reacher, stop. Even so, Heaven Reacher refused to let him go. Even if he has recovered his consciousness, the sins he committed cannot be forgiven. I must give the many human warriors an explanation. Facing the sharp blade, Chin UK sincerely swore to them. Everyone, this is wartime. I hope to atone for my crimes through merit. If I am lucky enough to survive afterward, I will accept punishment according to the laws of the four seas. With just that promise, Heaven Reacher believed him and withdrew his sword. Let's see what you have left after abandoning everything that belongs to humanity. Chin Yuk's eyes and face sank with guilt. Very well. I will devote everything I have to atone for my sins. This time, Heaven Reacher controlled his sword formation to surround a different target. Chris, today you will pay the price for betraying humanity. But Chris still filled his hand with aura and charged forward boldly to meet him. Then taste my fist. Close range attacks. Let's see how you block with your sword. Chris's triumphant expression instantly changed, and his whole body stiffened for a moment. It turned out that his left chest had been easily punched through by Heaven Reacher. Inexperienced brat. Who told you that I, Heaven Reacher, only know how to use a sword? The enemies I've destroyed with my fist alone would be enough to form an army. Chris's eyes froze, and blood began to spill from the corner of his mouth as something came hurtling toward him with a piercing rush of wind. Heaven Reacher threw a second punch and coldly passed judgment. His body was sent flying downward. Seeing his companion defeated, Iron Tower, surrounded by black aura, suddenly furrowed his brow. As expected, the Abyssal Clan can't be relied on. If I want to complete Lord Red Emperor's mission, I'll have to depend on myself. Before long, his burly body had shrunk. Do you feel surprised? This is this general's true form. Iron Tower immediately threw a punch into the air, yet only a halo flashed around him as he continued, speaking arrogantly. Just now was my defensive state. In terms of offensive power, it's not even worth mentioning compared with my current self. Guan He, who was nearby, heard this and looked disdainful. Have you gone senile? Why are you suddenly showing me how you punch the air? No sooner had he finished speaking than his clothes suddenly tore apart, and the mark of the fist he had looked down on appeared clearly on his chest. How is that possible? Iron Tower's face revealed a sinister look as he displayed his extraordinary power. This is only a small application of the profundity of heavy earth. What's laughable is that your bodies haven't even noticed you're inside my heavy earth force field. If I casually swing a punch, I can strike your bodies. After demonstrating once, he contemptuously glanced in another direction. Next, let me see what's so impressive about the body of this fierce native woman. Soundless, sweating on this side, shouted a warning. General Iron Tower, are you not even going to maintain the dignity of fourth-tier powerhouse? Unfortunately, Iron Tower paid no attention to that and directly swung his fist into the air. What do I need dignity for? As long as it feels good. I heard that the skin of you light-type ability users is very nice. This general has never seen a fourth-tier light type before. Guani's face also turned deathly pale, and he hurriedly turned to urge her, "Damn it, Soundless, hurry and fly away." But she only stood there, lowering her head with stubborn resolve. Big brother Ouyang, although I am a woman, I am first and foremost a warrior. I represent the Iron Blood Army. Streams of brilliant aura shot out in all directions as Soundless declared boldly, "When our Iron Blood Army faces the enemy, we will never choose to flee. We've suffered for more than 10 years. We need a glorious and resounding victory." Even with danger right before her eyes, she refused to give up. I, Zhao Soundless, will not retreat even half a step, even if I have to self-destruct. Humanity will win. Suddenly, an enormous beam of light bombarded the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The destructive force spread outward, making Heaven Reacher raise his hand to shield himself. Why is the light blue? Guan He, beside Rooster, froze briefly in place. I saw that brat Qian Yuke fly out. This time, our side must have lost 2 fourth-tier powerhouses. However, Rooster firmly asserted the opposite. No, why do I feel that Zhao Soundless isn't dead? When the light dispersed and the scene returned to normal, they learned the truth. We don't need to guess anymore. The one who self-destructed was Qian Yuke. While maintaining a protective barrier around Soundless, Qian Yuke softly gave his final instructions. "Soundless, live well. Being able to know you was the happiest thing in my entire life." Hot tears poured from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he revealed a sorrowful smile. "I'm sorry. Back then, I couldn't hold on with you until the end." Now, his body gradually blurred amid the snow-white clouds. I have to go one step ahead again. Seeing all this, Soundless could only cry out bitterly, "No." She reached out in panic and called after him, "No, don't go." But Soundless' hand touched only empty air, for he had completely vanished. Her figure hung helplessly in the vast sky after that brief parting. "Idiot, don't apologize to me. I need you to stay by my side." Iron Tower's delighted laugh rang out at the worst possible moment. That only made the hatred in Soundless erupt. Okay, wait for me. After I deal with him, I'll come find you immediately. Seeing the critical situation, Guanhe hurriedly flew upward while leaving Yang Shi with a few words. We can't go on like this. I have to help her. Rooster, if I die in battle, help me take care of Xian'er. But Rooster immediately refused. I can't guarantee that. Your son is yours to take care of. And he calmly stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Besides, Ouyang Xian'er doesn't look like someone who needs taking care of. These words left Guanhe slightly surprised. His aura suddenly changed, filled with intense conviction. That's true. How could the son of Ouyang, Guanhe, need someone else to look after him? He will definitely protect humanity. On the other side, Iron Tower arrogantly introduced the new toy in his hand. This is the alchemical creation, the Berserk Key, bestowed upon me by Lord Red Emperor. Using it to deal with geniuses like you isn't too much of a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed it into pieces with his fingers. Then he opened his mouth wide and absorbed all of them into his body. This action enraged the Arbiter because of its unimaginable consequences. General Iron Tower, you idiot. What exactly are you doing? Anyone who uses the Berserk Key will no longer distinguish friend from foe. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, beneath the rooster mask, silently sighed in frustration. Why is my luck always so bad? I keep running into people who take drugs to grow stronger. After his power was upgraded, Iron Tower's eyes suddenly glowed a dangerous crimson. Iron Tower's whole body tensed as murderous aura surrounded him. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing him charge over like a madman, Rooster quickly created a divine metal shield in front of him, but it shattered easily under one punch from Iron Tower, leaving Rooster greatly surprised. Rooster decisively stepped onto a small fragment, then kicked the sharp stone shard toward his opponent with force. However, Iron Tower, in his rage, feared nothing and directly countered. Kill, kill, kill. In the end, Rooster was punched in the chest by his opponent. This power, seeing Rooster sent flying through the sky, the spectators below could not help erupting into commotion. Big Shot Rooster was clearly stronger than General Iron Tower just now. So how did he get defeated in only 3 moves? After falling into the water, Rooster could not help marveling inwardly at that terrifying strength. Damn it, this profound force is truly terrifying. What's even more frightening is that it integrates offense and defense. Just then, Rabbit appeared, wrapped in a radiant glow, drawing Rooster's attention. His eyes fixed on her as if he could hardly believe it. Fei, is that you? She was worried about Rooster's alarming condition. Second brother, are you all right? Don't scare me. There's such a huge wound on your abdomen. However, as Rabbit healed him, he gently reassured her. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Even if you hadn't come down here, I would have had a way to save myself. Of course, it's even better that you came. Returning to the battle, Iron Tower was preparing to pounce toward the Arbiter. Kill, kill, kill. Unable to just stand there and die, the Arbiter hurriedly created a protective layer while loudly ordering, "Stop, we're on the same side." Unfortunately, Iron Tower's punch tore through the fragile barrier and landed squarely on the Arbiter's face. His face was knocked sideways by that painful blow, and his body instantly vanished into nothingness. Guanhe was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. That guy wasn't even the real body? I'm truly amazed by how shameless he is. At some point, Pig's clone had appeared beside him and was silently assessing the situation. Although I don't know the Arbiter's cloning method, there should be a certain connection between the clone and the real body. At the same moment this clone was destroyed, I seem to be able to sense the location of the Arbiter's true body. It's underwater. As for Rooster, after learning the Arbiter's secret, he suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere else. The pitch-black water ahead made him vigilant. No wonder I felt like I was being watched just now. I thought it was some creature from the deep sea, but it turns out to be the Arbiter's true body. Rooster immediately turned to say goodbye to his younger sister. Fei, I'm fine now. Go back. I'm going to meet an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, Chris was quite surprised that Heaven Reacher suddenly launched an attack in another direction. A sharp streak of aura flashed past at high speed, but Iron Tower lowered his head in time to dodge. The sneak attack successfully drew his attention and provoked his fury. Seeing this, Chris panicked and prepared to abandon everything and run. Hey, why did you go provoke him for no reason? Don't you know how terrifying General Iron Tower is right now? You provoked him, so deal with him yourself. But before he could run, his face suddenly stiffened and his black pupils abruptly contracted. It turned out that Chris had just taken a punch from Iron Tower. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, Wat. At this moment, Heaven Reacher stood to one side and curled his lips mockingly. This beast relies on scent to find enemies. Did you think that after my sword slashed you so many times, there wouldn't be much of your scent left? It was only a 50-50 chance. After hearing this, Chris struggled to turn his head. Although he was furious, he could only curse helplessly. Heaven Reacher, you lunatic. In the end, he still met the same fate, his entire upper half vanishing into the air like the Arbiter's clone. At this moment, the Arbiter's true body was seated in meditation deep beneath the sea, yet he was still aware of the battle situation. The situation on the battlefield has changed again. That useless Chris and that stupid Iron Tower can't even deal with these natives. Without me, what would they do? His words suddenly stopped as he sensed sharp stone shards hurtling toward him. He immediately leaped up to avoid the danger. Who is it? Damn it, when was I exposed? Rooster had already appeared above him with his arms crossed, standing proudly. You head-hiding turtle, you're pretty good at hiding. Unfortunately, today I'm going to smash your shell open. But Lord Arbiter immediately created a water dragon. You must be a metal element powerhouse, right? My profundity of exquisite spirit is the greatest bane of brutes like you. With that thought, he grew even more smug and shouted, Underwater is my home ground. Nativa D. Facing the frenzied Lord Arbiter, Rooster raised a finger glowing with brilliant golden light. With this move, I should be able to crack open that turtle shell of yours. Meanwhile, Lord Arbiter decided to wave his hand and command the water dragon to charge forward at high speed. A native is still just a native. You know nothing of the gap in strength. You forced me into this. The power of this move is even stronger than the metal flying phoenix from before. At the same time, Rooster pointed his index finger straight in that direction in response. Rooster's invisible power completely destroyed the water dragon. That left Lord Arbiter utterly terrified. You damn native, what kind of monster are you? What kind of sinister technique is this? In the blink of an eye, Rooster was right in front of him and pointed straight at his forehead. Say that again. No, toward the humans of planet Azure. We are the friendliest of the 4 great forces of the new Fry continent. We very rarely abuse slaves. But Rooster used that to question him in return. Very rarely? Then that means it has happened before. At that moment, Lord Arbiter's attitude changed completely. He sincerely clasped his hands before his chest and promised, Lord Rooster, one does not strike a man who comes in peace. From now on, I will definitely have them correct their ways. Hearing this, Rooster gave a cold laugh before stating his condition. If you want me to spare your life, that's fine. I think your marks are pretty good. Hurry up and tell me how to cast them. But Lord Arbiter immediately refused with a frantic shake of his head. No, the method of marks is a secret of the Asaid people that is never passed on. If I teach it to you, I'll be gossiped about behind my back when I return to the new Fry continent. Since the other party had no intention of sharing, Rooster did not press him further. If that makes things hard for you, I, Rooster, don't like forcing others. Instead, he directly threw several sudden punches into Lord Arbiter's body. Then forget it. Lord Arbiter never expected things to move so quickly. So even after being sent flying far away, he was still extremely indignant. Rooster, couldn't you have asked me one more time? In contrast, Rooster tilted his head with an innocent look. Huh, that was allowed? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you get so worked up? How did you even live long enough to reach the 4th tier? Judgment has a light element healing powerhouse with a decent figure named Rabbit. Call her over to treat me. If my mood improves, maybe I'll teach you the method of marks. The condition he proposed made Rooster find it laughable. Rooster quickly flew in front of him. You still want Rabbit to heal you? If it's that troublesome, I'd rather take it myself. Lord Arbiter was no less stubborn. We're both 4th-tier powerhouses. Do you still think you can forcibly seize something from my mind? The moment Rooster delivered a chilling sentence that startled him was the moment he used his stripping ability. But I can turn you into an ordinary person. Lord Arbiter's protective layer was quickly broken, making him cry out in horror. Aren't you a metal element ability user? How can you possess an ability that eliminates other people's powers? How can a native possess an ability like this? How could you barbaric Aseid people ever imagine it? Since you're already an ordinary person, I can't be bothered to waste words on you. From what Rooster learned, the shape of a mark resembled a jellyfish. It condensed mental power and hid as it patrolled within an ability user's spiritual body. Each jellyfish carried its own unique traits, such as a slave master mark, a secrecy mark, an alliance mark, and various other marks, each with different methods of use. After obtaining what he wanted, Rooster directly threw Lord Arbiter far away. I've already understood the method of marks. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't know how to refine marks either. You no longer have any value. His body no longer had the slightest strength, so he sank straight into the deep sea. Rooster's eyes followed him, and a thought stirred in his heart. However, his identity is still a little more useful than Duran's. And so, Rooster immediately created a new identity using Lord Arbiter's body. Then, it's time for the performance to begin. A moment later, Lord Arbiter shot out of the water and began an Oscar-worthy performance. Rooster, I never expected you to discover the location of my true body. This old man underestimated you. Behind him, Rooster was giving chase. I discovered your crafty scheme long ago. Otherwise, did you think I went so long without acting just to watch the excitement? Today is the day you die. Only then did the nearby spectators come to a realization. So Lord Rooster was looking for Lord Arbiter's true body all along. The person beside him eagerly chimed in. That's right. I almost misunderstood Lord Rooster. Looking at it now, if he hadn't discovered the flaw, then this counteroffensive of ours really would have failed at the last moment. A streak of aura struck Lord Arbiter's hand, causing him to immediately beg for surrender. Rooster, you're impressive. Today, this old man admits defeat. His acting was brilliant, and Rooster anxiously offered a suggestion. General Iron Tower, things have reached this point. Only if you and I join hands can we reverse the situation. Lead the Aseid people in one final attack. Why haven't you woken up yet? The people below also pleaded earnestly. Lord Iron Tower, hurry and come to your senses. Even so, Iron Tower had still lost his reason and only roared a few curt words. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, Lord Arbiter stayed fully committed to his assigned role, weeping as he made a tragic declaration. Very well, people of Aseid. The overall situation of this battle is clear. Retreat. I alone will bear all the mistakes. Seeing this, the residents were moved, and tears welled in their eyes as well. Retreat, retreat. Watching the ships leave, Heaven Reacher was extremely satisfied. They're really retreating just like that? In that case, there's only one enemy left on the battlefield. Rooster, at his side, began to reveal the plan. I've roughly understood the principle behind General Iron Tower's attacks, and I've also thought of a way to resolve it. His voice paused for a moment before he asked for help. But I'll need Pig and your assistance. I'll be the main attacker. How about it? Hearing this, Heaven Reacher cleared his throat in displeasure. But after that, he still agreed to cooperate. Fine, I'll assist with defense. I'll leave the attack to you. Filled with dense killing intent, Iron Tower charged forward madly. Kill, kill, kill. His target was Pig, who was standing there calmly, making Guan He unable to help wondering when he saw it. The atmosphere of battle is boiling over. Why is Pig standing there motionless? Soundless suddenly had an ominous premonition. With the flexibility of the profundity of the Void Realm, it wouldn't be difficult for Pig to dodge. Unless, at that moment, Pig raised his hand to create a vortex and absorbed Iron Tower inside. This move only made Soundless feel somewhat doubtful. So this is what Pig means? But with that man's destructive power, the Void Realm fundamentally can't trap him. The Void Realm vortex appeared again before Heaven Reacher and Rooster. The instant Iron Tower charged out, he had to face the sword formation Heaven Reacher had already set up. The combined force of 3 treasured swords blocked his astonishing punch. Heaven Reacher grimaced as he endured it, giving Rooster time to circulate aura into his finger with all his might, while Guan He's expression looked extremely complicated. I've never seen it before either. Judging only by the concentration of the element, its power doesn't seem that great. On this side, Iron Tower madly unleashed a barrage of punches in an attempt to break the formation. Kill, kill, kill. Taking advantage of the moment when he was not paying attention, Rooster suddenly shouted, "Now!" Hearing this, Heaven Reacher immediately dodged to the side, causing Iron Tower to lose his balance and pitched forward. Rooster's finger also moved in that direction, accompanied by cold judgment. When it touched his opponent's forehead, golden light burst out in all directions, and Iron Tower's face also went rigid. A few seconds later, his heavy body fell straight into the sea. The spectators on the ship's deck who witnessed it immediately cheered with great momentum. Victory! Victory! We won! We finally dealt with him. Heaven Reacher himself also breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely praised him. You're very impressive, Rooster. But Rooster was in no mood to be happy. Why do I suddenly feel a little dizzy? It actually hasn't been very long since the day I stood helplessly watching my younger sister in the hospital. Even his gaze looked distant, as if he were recalling something difficult to speak of. His emotions were interrupted when Guan-He cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. Brother Rooster, this time, it's fortunate that we had your judgment organization. Otherwise, this old brother of yours really would have become a sinner of humanity. Rooster showed humility, but then he suddenly became alarmed. Brother Ouyang, don't. It was thanks to your planning that the two of you, the aura on your bodies. Before he could finish, Soundless' expression remained calm as she shared the truth. That's right. The two of us no longer possess fourth-tier strength. If I want to comprehend the profundity of wave particle again, that is also a matter full of hope. As for Guan-He, he smiled until his eyes narrowed, as if this matter was nothing to worry about. It's only the loss of our comprehension of a loss. As fourth-tier powerhouses, with just the strength our bodies have retained, we are still above the peak of the third tier. He sheepishly leaned closer and whispered, Brother Rooster, this time, it's fortunate that we had your judgment organization. Otherwise, this old brother of yours really would have become a sinner of humanity. Rooster understood Guan-He's intention as soon as he heard this, so he hurriedly interrupted, Brother Ouyang, don't rush to find someone to take over. I think the Chamber of Commerce Alliance will soon welcome a new leader. Guan-He looked extremely shocked. Who? Rooster quickly gave a firm answer. Your son, Ouyang Xian. At this moment, he was focused on cultivating atop a rocky cliff, ignoring the lightning tearing through the sky above his head. Ouyang Xian stood up, using his sword to absorb the lightning while declaring loudly, Let's see the profundity of the army I comprehended. I'm already fourth tier. Before long, blazing sunlight shone down, highlighting the drifting cruise ship. On the deck, Guan-He, Soundless, and Rooster appeared amid thunderous cheers. Long live humanity! And they did not keep everyone waiting for long. Guan-He solemnly spoke, Dear compatriots, I am Ouyang Guan-He, Commander-in-Chief of the Freedom Alliance region. In this counteroffensive, our army displayed a valiant spirit and did not fear sacrifice. Words of praise appeared non-stop on the large screen, while Guan-He's expression turned solemn. Big Boss Rooster is too amazing. Commander Zhao and Commander Ouyang are truly moving. They endured such great suffering for humanity. I also want to go onto the battlefield and wipe out the ferocious beasts. Soundless' mood also sank with sadness. It's time to announce that news. Guan-He replied calmly, That's right. Our mission has been completed. The hand holding the paper dropped loosely to Guan-He's side. In the end, he calmly and honestly announced their unfortunate condition. Everyone, next, I will announce a piece of news. Commander Zhao and I suffered severe damage to our origins in the battle, and we have fallen from the fourth tier to the third tier. Sure enough, Guan-He's announcement caused an uproar. Everyone turned to whisper among themselves. How could this be? Both guardian gods have dropped in rank. I can't accept fourth-tier powerhouses dropping in rank. While they were panicking, Rooster once again confirmed it with certainty. That's right. In this war, our human race has lost 2 guardian gods. Wouldn't saying this shatter the celebratory mood and morale of the human race watching the live stream? Back at the scene, Rooster frankly evaluated the strength of both sides. Our human race's ability civilization has developed for 100 years, but our enemies have an even longer history and a more mature ability system. Whether in alchemy technology or ability inheritance, we cannot contend with the Aseid people. However, he also had a reason to overcome that disadvantage. But why do we still have confidence that we can defeat them? The powerful words that followed made the people look at one another in silence. Aside from our conviction to protect our homeland, it is even more because all of you are standing behind us. The human race is a race filled with miracles. Seeing that no one responded, Rooster continued his speech with great momentum. Although we have lost fourth-tier powerhouses, a few days ago, Commander Ouyang's eldest son, Ouyang Xian, also broke through to the fourth tier. The fourth-tier powerhouses of our human race are springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Finally, he delivered a profound conclusion. And this is also the reason I believe the human race can defeat the Aseid colonizers. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 strange beams of light appeared above the people's heads. The new generation fourth tiers, Pig, Ouyang Xian, and Fei Fei, appeared amid thunderous cheers. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Even Rooster flew over to join in the people's heroic atmosphere. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Then he slowly descended to join the fourth-tier formation. Comments appeared lively on the screen. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Before long, in the void realm space, Yangshi stood with his arms crossed and sighed at the chaotic scene inside. He frowned while lifting a hand to his chin to examine it. The dark energy accumulated now is as vast as the sea. The corpses of these exotic beasts can't even be decomposed in time. More importantly, my level of comprehension of the profundities. Then he decisively turned his head to ask his younger sister for help. Fei Fei, protect your big brother for a while. Hearing this, she boldly guessed, Big brother, are you going to upgrade a new shell again? Yangshi helplessly shrugged as he explained, there's no helping it. It's all because your acting skills are too bad. You can only play rabbit. Your big brother is too tired and has to work even harder. Instead of comforting him, Fei Fei smiled until her eyes curved. The capable are always busy. Isn't this because my acting is worse than yours, big brother? And so, Yangshi directly pinched her cheek. You annoying little girl. At this moment, she could only cry out with a wronged expression. Stop pinching. Stop pinching. My face is about to turn into a plate. Hurry and start, big brother. Before long, a fourth-tier phenomenon like thunder and lightning bombarded the gloomy sky. Yangshi, in the identity of monkey, stood proudly in place. Power profundity comprehension level, 2%. I never expected that the ability would be molten gold divine demon armor of the soul tool system, and that it would actually be the same power profundity as the top human powerhouse, explosive. In his heart, he was currently focused on analyzing the situation. The laws and profundities are like the principles between heaven and earth. An ability is like a book. Ability users of the same type can comprehend different profundities, while abilities of different types can sometimes point toward the same kind of profundity. His eyes closed tightly, and his mouth muttered brokenly, power is a kind of force. After he suddenly came to an understanding, Monkey's pupils reflected the scene of the open sea. In a certain deserted sea region, the surface of the water surged with rapid waves. To begin the advancement process, Monkey forcefully punched the air. Immediately, even across a distance, a violent whirlpool appeared. Following that came an earth-shaking explosion from beneath the sea. Witnessing the result he had just achieved, Monkey excitedly chose a fitting name. What should I call this move to make it sound good? It's like the force of the sky collapsing. Then I'll call it Heaven's Collapse. Behind him, Fei Fei cheered him on with all her might. Congratulations, big brother. You must be invincible now. But Monkey was still not satisfied. It's still not enough. On the southern continent, there's a powerhouse who has advanced his own profundity to 99%. His name is Bone Emperor Feynman. Right now, there's still 5 units of law fragments extracted from General Iron Tower's profundity chain. They definitely aren't enough to push the profundity I control to 99%. Before asking her question, Fei Fei even dared to comment. Bone Emperor? The name sounds so ugly. Big brother. Then how do we collect even more law fragments? Even so, Monkey only calmly explained the truth. Right now, there are no large-scale battles. It's very difficult to collect large numbers of profundity chains like on the counter-offensive battlefield. In the end, Monkey's eyes turned cold as he revealed his next move. The current plan is to go madly stir up trouble on the southern continent. Before long, in a luxurious room of the Bernard Empire, a meeting between 3 new figures was filled with tension. The purple-haired man was Red Emperor Longkin, who did not hesitate to start complaining. Big brother, I never expected that General Ironclad would use your Berserk Corpse. Yet he still couldn't complete the mission. Based on the current situation, Blue Emperor Zayli made a bold suggestion. Big brother, why don't we just refine the souls of those useless fools from the 100 Cities Federation, like I said? In any case, this place is far from the Emperor's reach. Asaid law can't control us. But Bone Emperor Feynman flatly rejected this opinion. Those people can only be killed. Their souls cannot be taken away and refined. The Mercenary Guild is still watching. If any mistake occurs, even if I break through to the 5th tier, I still won't receive the family's recognition. Suddenly, Longkin revealed a sinister smile. Big brother, I have a way to make those saintly meddlers unable to do anything to us. He leaned closer and laid out an extremely simple plan. We only need to continue dealing with those residents. Somewhere else, a spear carrying thunder and rage stabbed fiercely into the ground. Black Tortoise had been beaten until he lay sprawled on the ground, yet he still stubbornly asked, "Who are you?" Waking Insect's branch still held a thorn whip in his hand. Hearing the other party's tone, he sneered in contempt. "You do not even know who I am, yet you still dare cause trouble in the chaotic sea? Do you truly not know how the word death is written?" A dangerous glint flashed in his narrow, long green eyes. "I'm currently a subordinate of the Chaotic Sea Lord and also the Spring Envoy, Waking Insect's branch. Now I want to crush you into fertilizer." Through the screen, Vermilion Bird reported the entire incident to Yang Shi. This was Black Tortoise's memory before he was eliminated. That was not all. She also provided information about several serious matters. The Spring Envoy was one of the Chaotic Sea Lord's people, and he had just attacked 3 members of the Judgment Organization: Black Tortoise, Wang Painting, and Xiao. Vermilion Bird's tone suddenly grew heavy. The spirit bodies of the 3 victims are currently waiting outside the hall. On one hand, they're waiting to be revived. On the other, they hope the organization can uphold justice for them. After hearing the whole story, Yang Shi finally made a decision. Originally, he had planned to wait a little longer before rectifying the Chaotic Sea. Now it seemed that it had to be done immediately. He at once began asking about the enemy's strength. "What abilities does that Spring Envoy have?" Vermilion Bird quickly replied, "Peak 3rd tier." Yang Shi's face revealed an unmistakably triumphant look. "Then there is a suitable candidate." Late at night, Waking Insect's branch stood in midair and cursed. Damn it, today really was unlucky. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he thought of the consequences that would soon follow. "I actually wiped out 3 people from the Judgment Organization. Who knows whether Lord Chaotic Sea can hold out when Rooster and the others come looking for trouble." Waking Insect's branch mercilessly threw away the mask in his hand. "Forget it. Taking the heads of 3 Judgment Organization members today can count as my final battle." Before he could even flee, his expression instantly changed because of a cutting curse that came from somewhere nearby. "Hey, you neither man nor woman freak. Damn it, you commit a crime and then want to run?" Fury erupted, and Waking Insect's branch turned his head to retort. "Damn your mother. Who are you calling neither man nor woman? Are you tired of living?" Monkey did not bother arguing. He simply delivered his judgment. "Sorry, but the script our organization wrote for you is that you die on this island." Hearing this, Waking Insect's branch immediately panicked inside. This Judgment Organization was terrifying. He had only just dealt with a few earthly fiend and heavenly dipper positions, and a zodiac position had already come to take revenge. Were they not going to give him even a chance to breathe? Yeah, on the surface, he still acted tough. "Your Judgment Organization really is imposing. Do you not know that I am the Spring Envoy, a subordinate of the Chaotic Sea Lord?" In an instant, Monkey closed in right in front of him, startling him badly. "I know." Because of that, Waking Insect's branch became even more flustered and desperately issued a warning. "Lord Chaotic Sea's strength is considered powerful even among 4th-tier experts. Are you not afraid that after taking my life, you will provoke a Violet-tier powerhouse?" Unexpectedly, Monkey merely stood there indifferently, picking his ear. Not afraid. Having reached this point, Waking Insect's branch switched to pleading earnestly. "Please, Your Excellency Monkey, you and I have no grudge or enmity. Can you not spare me a way out?" But this did not move Monkey to compassion either. "I cannot." So Waking Insect's branch tried to look fierce, even though sweat was already pouring down his face. "Monkey, I have already said everything I can, but you are still clinging on like a leech. Do you think I am afraid of you?" These words made Monkey feel rather amused. "So you are not afraid of me? Then I will beat you until you are." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning carrying rage descended from the sky, empowering Waking Insect's branch and transforming him into a giant beast. Let me broaden your horizons with the might of my beast form. Then he raised his sharp claws toward Monkey, but he was pushed back by a strange aura spreading around them. That enormous foot was easily grabbed by Monkey, who scoffed disdainfully, "Is that all?" Monkey did not stop there. Following the momentum, he swung the other party around several times with extreme ease. Then he abruptly let go, throwing Waking Insect's branch straight into the stone wall below. Amid the thick dust and smoke, Waking Insect's branch struggled to rise with his ruined human body and clearly understood that this monkey was definitely a fourth-tier powerhouse. If the fight continued, he would die. Who told you that our Judgment organization would start a great war with the chaotic Sea Lord? Waking Insect's branch's eyes lit up with illusory hope. That is right. The might of the Asaid people is right before our eyes. We human ability users should unite as one and resist the foreign enemy together. How can we continue internal strife? But what he received in return was Monkey's icy gaze as he enunciated each word. What I mean is that Judgment and the chaotic Sea Lord have a blood feud. It will not affect an entire great war in the chaotic sea at all. There will only be a one-sided massacre. At the same time, on an island somewhere in the chaotic sea, a blue beam of light suddenly struck a blond man standing on a ship's deck. His body fell into the sea with a splash, unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes wide and shouted excitedly, Chris, have returned." Chris's cockroach-like vitality once again came into play. He slowly walked toward the shore. After crossing such a great distance through space, it was so hard to find a suitable body. I hope I can use this one a little longer. Damn rooster, damn Judgment. Suddenly, up ahead, Shuela came running over in a panic while holding a thick coat, not noticing anything unusual at all. "Little brother, hurry and run with your sister. The winter envoy under the chaotic Sea Lord has arrived." Hearing the name of an acquaintance, Chris could not help wondering, the winter envoy? What is that fellow doing on a small, desolate island like this? She still had no idea what had happened and casually complained a few words. "Little brother, what is wrong with you? You are usually quite quick-witted. Why are you so dazed and foolish today?" Then she calmly took his hand and left. "Dad told us to go to the valley to take shelter. Once this winter envoy arrives, the whole island will be hit by a violent snowstorm." Amid the howling wind swirling around them, calculation appeared clearly in Chris's eyes. With the killing intent blanketing this blizzard, he feared that aside from himself, no one else would survive. After the two had walked for a while, they met acquaintances. As soon as Shuela saw them, she reproached the other party. "Akuin, why did you not put more clothes on your little sister?" The person named Akuin did not answer a word out of guilt. Only Abu spoke up to explain for him. "Sister Shuela, do not blame my brother. My brother is wearing even less than I am." The wind and snow grew stronger and stronger, so Shuela did not pursue the matter further. "Let us go to the valley to take shelter first. Everyone has already been called over. I do not know what happened either." A large crowd was gathered at another location. Among them, two men were standing and speaking to each other. "Everyone from your village is here, right?" "All the young men in the village are here." Unexpectedly, Winter suddenly slapped the village chief hard across the face. "You dare lie to me? The person I want to find is not here at all." Hearing this, the village chief repeated the requirement. "You only told me he was a tall, strong male. You did not say he definitely had to be an adult." The village chief himself felt this was unreasonable. "Lord Envoy, none of the children in our village are tall and strong. Could you have found the wrong place?" Winter lost patience and froze him on the spot. "Idiot." That excessive action left the villagers both terrified and furious. "Lord Village Chief, damn it, you demon, why did you attack him?" A spirit beast was immediately summoned by Winter to deal with the rest. "Take their lives." Seeing the terrifying beast charge at them, some people collapsed to the ground while others fled in panic. "Help!" The scene that followed was nothing but snow-covered ground stained bright red with blood. Chris looked pensively up at the sky, indignation rising in his heart as well. He does not even spare ordinary people. This winter envoy truly is cruel. The children were unaware of what had happened, so Abu innocently suggested, "Sister Shuela, let us go play on the swing." She forced a smile. "Abu, I'm not in the mood right now." Just then, Winter appeared, riding on the back of his summoned beast. "Found you, brat." Akuin shouted in confusion. "What?" In the next second, he was tightly bound by ropes. Even though he struggled with all his might, he could not break free. Winter's face revealed a sinister expression, an ability user of the physical growth system. Hey, as long as you are loyal to me, I can spare your life. What do you say? But Akuen cared only about something else. What did you do to Uncle and the others? Winter reached out and touched his spirit beast's head, his face showing not the slightest hint of pity. You are asking about that? I do not know who your uncle is, but he's probably dead, because on this island, aside from you people, there is no one left alive. These words made Akuen so furious that he questioned him aloud. You let this monster eat them, just because I saw you using the earth core stone milk. Yet Winter, sitting on the beast's back, merely spoke mockingly. Please, I'm only a refugee. If you had not discovered me, I would never have shown myself. Now, as long as I eat all of you, no one will discover this secret anymore. Hearing this, Chris also felt contempt in his heart. So you're also a dog hiding from a storm. Then what are you putting on airs for? Do you think you have a solid fourth-tier backer behind you? Therefore, he declared boldly, hey, only one person here can live today. Winter had only answered halfway when he suddenly fell silent. Of course, the one speaking. His face suddenly stiffened, and his pupils contracted, appearing lifeless. The image of Chris, holding a sharp weapon, was reflected in his eyes. Ignorant fool. The only one who can live from beginning to end is me. After smoothly resolving everything, Chris lightly landed back in his original position. In his hand was the item he had just taken from Winter. This Earthcore Stone Milk can allow a third-tier powerhouse to break through to the fourth tier. But one bottle is not enough. I wonder if the Chaotic Sea Lord has any more. At that moment, Shuela stared blankly at Chris and spoke hesitantly. Little brother. Having reached this point, Chris no longer hid the truth. You can probably guess that I am not your little brother. With your brother's strength, he could not possibly have done something like this. Abba was not afraid. Instead, she shyly clung to Chris's hand. My lord, can we be loyal to you? A great person like you must always need subordinates by your side, right? His gaze fixed on her, and he felt that this proposal made some sense. Perhaps he should indeed have a few subordinates, whether to take care of his daily life or to prepare for that matter. Thus, Chris used his ability to lift all three of them into the air. Then follow me. Shuela immediately asked, my lord, where are we going now? The group shot off into the distance as he announced their next destination in a firm tone. Of course, to the Chaotic Sea, the place known as the most prosperous of all. Meanwhile, Monkey had won with overwhelming dominance and was stepping on Waking Insect's branch as he challenged. Chaotic Sea Lord, hurry up and get out here. At last, the Chaotic Sea Lord appeared. You are quite bold, daring to speak so rudely to me. The moment Monkey met the enemy, he immediately questioned him about his crimes. You should know why I have come here. The man knew perfectly well, but his tone was extremely indifferent. The Spring Envoy took the lives of 3 of your people, but he has also died at your hands. This matter ends here, does it not? He had to pay with his life. As the leader, you failed to discipline your people strictly. You may escape death, but you cannot escape punishment. How about this? Slap yourself 18 times in front of me, and I will let you off. What do you think? The Chaotic Sea Lord's entire body immediately erupted with terrifying spiritual power because of his anger. Brat, you dare humiliate me? But Monkey was not afraid. Instead, he retorted forcefully, Brat, wait until I defeat you, then call me your old man. This tough attitude suddenly made the Lord, who stood high above others, feel a little intimidated. Could this brat have already grown so strong that he had not met an opponent in a very long time? Impossible. Had this brat not still failed to break through to the 4th tier? Seeing Monkey charge at him with a fist, the Chaotic Sea Lord cried out in surprise. This kind of profundity. However, he still managed to leap up and avoid the attack, only to mistake him for someone else. Damn it, so it is you, Blast. He even turned and criticized Monkey at length in frustration. Did you not agree with me that you would not come and cause me trouble for 100 years? I never expected that the dignified chief president of the Hero Association would turn out to be a petty, faithless man. Hearing this, Monkey glanced toward the Chaotic Sea Lord and enunciated each word. Look carefully. I'm not Blast. I am Monkey of the Judgment Organization. When you die and go to hell, do not get it wrong. The man's expression turned deathly pale, but he still stubbornly warned. The law of profundity you have comprehended is no ordinary thing. Today, I will give you one more chance. As long as you leave this place, I will treat it as though nothing happened. Before he could even finish speaking, he received a painful punch right in the face. The chaotic Sea Lord held his face and cursed, "Damn it, you brat. You dare launch a sneak attack on me." Monkey sneered with contempt. "Against a weak chicken like you, do I even need a sneak attack?" To avenge this humiliation, the Lord madly unleashed his spiritual power. You were given a way to live, yet you refused it and insisted on charging into hell. What do you think I relied on to become the strongest powerhouse of the chaotic sea? It is the power of suppression. Its momentum shook Monkey's entire arm, and surprise briefly appeared in his eyes. "The profundity you comprehended is actually," the chaotic Sea Lord smugly boasted. "The profundity of vibration I comprehended is absolutely the strongest profundity in the four seas. If my level of comprehension had not been inferior to Blast's, how could I have been trapped in the chaotic sea, living in a daze like some petty mountain king?" With surging power surrounding his body, he lifted his chin challengingly. Bursting out 1,080 intense vibrations in an instant is not something even Blast can easily endure. I do not believe a brat like you, playing tricks and pretending to be mysterious, can withstand it. On one hand, Monkey secretly activated the move hidden behind his back. On the other, he calmly responded, "I did not expect your strength to be fairly decent." The other party had not noticed anything yet and was still feeling pleased with himself. Regretting it now? I gave you 2 chances earlier. Monkey's icy eyes stared fixedly at the chaotic Sea Lord. "Idiot. The stronger the profundity you have comprehended, the more inspired I am to take your life." In the next second, Monkey calmly raised his already healed hand to mock him. "Hey, I was waiting to heal. What were you waiting for?" Having missed the golden opportunity to attack, the Lord could only curse inwardly. "Damn it, the people of the Judgment Organization have too many tricks. I must end this quickly." The two vanished at the same time in a flash with the speed of light. In the vast sky, they fought openly in close combat, and the offensive force unleashed after a single collision was incredibly powerful. From afar, the Summer Envoy watched closely. "What should we do? Do we need to go up and help?" The Autumn Envoy immediately rejected the idea. "If the two of us go up there, we will only be delivering our lives to Monkey. We should just obediently stay here and watch the show." Suddenly, the Summer Envoy became interested in gossip and changed the topic. "Oh, right. Do you know why the Winter Envoy ran away?" But Autumn only looked bored. "I do not know, and I'm not interested in knowing." Even so, Summer still excitedly recounted, "I know why he ran away. Moreover, I also know why our Lord was so angry." Hearing this, Autumn showed a slight reaction of interest. Not long afterward, a voice carrying shock echoed throughout the space. "The Earth Core Stone Milk really exists." Summer confirmed this information once more. "Not only does it exist, I also know where the Earth Core Stone Milk is hidden. Let us see whether you have the courage, old brother. Come with me and you will know." Before them now was a stone door that Summer had pointed out. "Old brother, it is here. As long as we break this stone gate, we will obtain what is inside." While using his hand to sense the inside, Autumn discovered something unusual. There really are some energy fluctuations on this that are like the chaotic Sea Lord's. Can the strength of just the two of us break this stone gate? Several small spheres quickly gathered in Summer's hand. "Old brother, how will we know if we do not try?" Thus, the two used all their strength, preparing to break through the massive door. No matter how much force they exerted, the barrier before them did not budge in the slightest, leaving Autumn disappointed. Why is there no reaction from this door at all? Suddenly, without the slightest warning, an invisible force spread out and pushed the two of them back. Fortunately, Chris appeared in time and caught them from behind. "Are you two all right?" After regaining his composure, Autumn immediately cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving us. May I ask who you are?" A sinister smile appeared on Chris's face. "I have only disappeared for a while, and you no longer recognize me? All right, I changed bodies again, so it is only natural that you do not recognize me." While Summer Envoy gaped in astonishment, Autumn Envoy hurriedly spoke up. "So is Lord Chris. Please forgive my offense." At that moment, energy began to gather in Chris's hand. He gripped the sharp aura blade firmly, then decisively slashed at the solid wall that Summer Envoy and Autumn Envoy together had been unable to do anything to. A scene piled high with gold coins appeared before their eyes. and above it floated 3 drops of earth-core stone milk. With an expressionless face, he coldly beckoned. The 3 items immediately flew toward Chris without the slightest obstruction. Good stuff. However, he did not take them for himself. Instead, he tactfully turned and asked, "These must be the treasures you two need, correct?" Hearing this, Summer Envoy quickly waved his hand and refused. "Lord Chris, I did indeed want this earth-core stone milk, but if you're interested in it, then of course I should keep it for your use." However, Chris wanted to use it in exchange for conditions. "This earth-core stone milk is useless to me, but for third-tier people like you two, it will be greatly beneficial, so long as you are loyal to me." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Lord's body had just been knocked backward. Seeing that his opponent was still standing firm, Yang Shi, in the guise of Monkey, offered a bit of praise. "You're not bad. I originally thought that a man like you, who craves pleasure so much, would be very weak. I did not expect your true strength to be even greater than wind god Ouyang Guanha at his peak." After hearing this, irritation surged from the man's body and burst out through his vocal cords word by word. "Do not compare me to that fool, Ouyang Guanha. I have killed plenty of exotic beasts for the human race. So what is wrong with me playing around with a few women and enjoying a little luxury?" He looked at the man before him with indifferent eyes, ready to mock the chaotic Sea Lord's indulgent way of life. "Your belief in the strong bullying the weak, and in only the strong having the right to live, is of the same kind as those people from the other world. We humans of the Azure planet are absolutely not like that." After that, he firmly affirmed the role of his comrades. "If we did not have fools like Ouyang Guanha constantly sacrificing themselves for a mission that was almost impossible to resist, we would never have been able to create the situation we have today." A sneer sounded. Even now, the man stubbornly mocked him. If it were not for the fact that his son was capable and broke through to the 4th tier at the critical moment, I am afraid this Free Seas Alliance would have stopped believing in Ouyang long ago, right? But Monkey was extremely steadfast in his lofty ideals. "The philosophy we uphold has always been to drive out the otherworld colonizers from beginning to end, and the full strength of the 4 seas will also unite as one." The chaotic Sea Lord's eyes closed tightly after he reached a conclusion. "So even if that fool Spring Envoy had not done something bad, your Judgment Organization would eventually have come to make trouble for me anyway. After I use this move, I will need at least 10 years to slowly recuperate. But if it is to deal with you, then I think it is worth it." Facing that power, Yang Shi, beneath the monkey mask, was extremely cautious. "If I am careless, I am afraid I will die under this move. Right now, I am not using a clone either. If I die, I will directly consume one chance at rebirth." The chaotic Sea Lord's furious aura was about to descend straight toward him along with his declaration. But in the next second, Monkey widened his eyes, because he did not sense anything happening. Before him now was a night sky with not a single person in sight. All he could do was feel bitter at being tricked. Damn it, that baiting move was actually for the sake of escaping. That bastard. The chaotic Sea Lord sped through the air at dizzying speed, hurrying to retrieve his secret weapon. Damn it, I absolutely cannot die here. I still have a very long life waiting for me to enjoy. I have to hurry and get the Earthcore stone milk. If I had known this would happen, I would have carried it with me. In front of the empty cave, Summer Envoy and Autumn Envoy simply stood there, staring blankly at it. Before he had even landed, the chaotic Sea Lord loudly questioned them. "What are you two doing here?" When they heard him, they both jumped in fright. Summer Envoy's face darkened, and he did not know how to explain. "Master, please calm your anger. The 2 of us." Meanwhile, the chaotic Sea Lord had already flown into a rage and began scolding them mercilessly out of disappointment. "I never expected that aside from that ungrateful Winter Envoy, there would also be 2 traitorous ingrates like you. At a time like this, you're still thinking about these things." The 2 of them immediately knelt down to admit their fault. "Master, spare us." But the man was in a hurry to deal with something more important. "Enough. We will discuss your matter later. Hand over the items and hurry up to protect me while I cultivate." Sweat poured down Autumn Envoy's face like rain, and he stammered as he explained, "Master, the items are not with us. This only made the Chaotic Sea Lord even more furious, and he interrogated them relentlessly. What? You still dare to make excuses? The stone gate was opened by you two pieces of trash, and you're telling me the Earth Core stone milk is not in your hands? Then whose hands is it in? Your damned lovers. Faced with these accusations, he insisted firmly, yet still did not dare state the truth clearly. Master, we really did not take it. It was. Just then, a resounding voice rang out and drew the Chaotic Sea Lord's attention. I took it. Although he was suddenly attacked by Chris, the Chaotic Sea Lord still managed to dodge to the side in time. Who is it? Chris also quickly retreated with his sharp sword. Fast reaction. A gleam flashed the moment the man discovered the unexpected truth. You are Chris. With pent-up hatred, Chris resentfully reproached him. If not for your judgment organization repeatedly destroying my body, I would not have had to change bodies so many times. Without warning, the Chaotic Sea Lord turned to plead sincerely with him. Monkey, my skills are inferior to yours. I am convinced by my defeat. Can you, for the sake of my status as a fourth-tier human, spare my life? In future wars, I can also contribute my share of strength. But in truth, the man already had another sinister plan in his heart. The people of Judgment are exactly like that fool Ouyang Guanha. Their heads full of grand plans to help the human race. As long as I can escape today's calamity, I will go to the Free Seas Alliance and wipe out the Qian family to vent my anger. At the same time, Monkey of Judgment, who deeply understood righteousness, was thinking further ahead. If I eliminate the Chaotic Sea Lord, the profundity chain he leaves behind might reveal how to create a new fourth-tier avatar. Or directly giving it to trusted aides like Yi Fan and Lu Yuan to use would also be a decent choice. Why must we slaughter each other? But he was immediately interrupted. Sorry, but if I let you live, then I would truly be letting down all the wrong souls who have died at your hands over the years. Though the Chaotic Sea Lord had humbled himself and said everything he could, he still failed to obtain a favorable result. He turned to threats. If you insist on making me die today, are you not afraid that I will self-destruct and make this entire Lord's island be buried with me? What he received in response was a burst of contempt from Chris, who was standing nearby. This is the funniest thing I have heard today. A mighty fourth-tier human powerhouse is actually using the lives of more than 10 million humans to threaten a powerhouse of the same race, just for the sake of his own survival. So this is the human race of the Azure Planet. Meanwhile, Yang Shi himself, beneath the monkey mask, found the Chaotic Sea Lord's intention rather hard to handle. Are you serious? Who would have thought that the man had more recklessness than brains and only cared about himself? I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Once I am dead, why would I care about the raging waves that come after? Unfortunately, he was no ordinary person, so he calmly let the other party have his wish. Then, self-destruct. In any case, you would be the one killing them. It has nothing to do with me. The man did not actually dare do it, so he bluntly tried to throw the blame onto Monkey in a stammering tone. You monkey, you actually have no sense of justice or sympathy at all. Are you not afraid that if this matter spreads, the Judgment Organization will be branded cold-blooded and heartless? What he received in return was an extremely reasonable yet calm statement from Monkey. If you have already self-destructed, then who would be able to spread it? Unable to argue, the man decided to toss a recording orb into the sky. Fine, fine, fine. Do not regret this. In a certain live stream room, a young woman was showing off her figure to attract viewers. Welcome to my live stream room. If the likes reach 100,000, there will be special benefits. After the screen flickered, it changed to the scene of the confrontation between the Chaotic Sea Lord and Monkey. The viewers' noisy comments kept appearing. What is going on? Where's my pink bikini? Streamer, stop messing around. I already took off my pants. Let me keep watching. +1 to the comment above. I just opened new box of tissues too. Is the streamer playing a video? No, wait. The person in the live stream is the Black Robe Man. That seems to be the Chaotic Sea Lord. This is shocking. Is the Chaotic Sea Lord personally appearing in a live stream? Brothers, hurry up and call everyone in to watch. Lord Chaotic Sea Lord still is not dead. Could he still be fighting? Who is that young man? Judging from his bearing, he does not look weak. Could he be reinforcements called over by Lord Chaotic Sea Lord? What a strange angle. It feels as if I'm standing right beside those big shots. The man's actions left Monkey puzzled. What are you trying to do? The Chaotic Sea Lord pointed at the recording orb and shouted fiercely, as if trying to morally kidnap him. Monkey, now, before the 10 billion citizens of the four seas, I will ask you one last time. Between letting me go and having all the lives on this Lord's island be buried with me, what will you and your judgment organization choose? Did you not just say that no one would know about what happened today? This Lord will live stream it directly for all the people of the four seas to see. His face went blank for a moment in the face of this shameless method. A person can actually be shameless enough to use the power of the internet to save his own dog life. The price is his character and dignity. His skin is thicker than concrete. Even Autumn Envoy and Summer Envoy simultaneously stepped far away to draw a clear line between themselves and the Chaotic Sea Lord, while the man still proudly declared, "Surviving is what matters most. As for the process, I do not care." However, this method was effective. Streamer number 1 deliberately emphasized Monkey's choice. The Chaotic Sea Lord's livestream has already reached 20 million viewers. There is no doubt that under the Chaotic Sea Lord's maneuver, the Judgment Organization is now sitting on pins and needles. If he does not spare the Chaotic Sea Lord, then that means he does not value the lives of the tens of millions of people on Lord's Island. Streamer number 2 also added fuel to the fire. This will definitely be a huge blow to the image that the Judgment Organization, which Rooster painstakingly built up, has established. The Judgment Organization absolutely cannot escape the stigma of being cold-blooded and heartless. Only streamer number 3 soberly recognized the key point. I finally understand the situation. This shameless bastard is using the lives of the entire island as hostages to force Lord Monkey of the Judgment Organization to spare his life. As for the livestream viewers, they expressed their disappointment through comments that filled the screen. No matter what, he is the one who built Lord's Island, yet he can actually do something worse than a beast. Lord Monkey should not act on impulse. After all, this concerns the lives of tens of millions of people. Did this guy bury thousands of tons of bombs on Lord's Island? How can he use this whole island to threaten the Judgment Organization? Let me tell you, once he self-destructs, blowing up all of Lord's Island would not be difficult at all. Damn it, it feels like he is about to get his way. This is so disgusting. It really makes people uncomfortable. At the same time, crowds of residents were rushing toward the Chaotic Sea Harbor after the sudden incident. Do not push. Do you have a ticket? A young man seized the opportunity to make a profit, selling tickets for $40,000. Anyone buying? Someone immediately raised a hand. I want to buy one. Returning to the main scene, the Chaotic Sea Lord laughed loudly and heartily because he had found his enemy's weak point. Make your decision, Monkey. Standing before you is not me, but all the people of the four seas. Monkey's gaze suddenly sank, filled with thought and caution. He had to admit that although the Chaotic Sea Lord's action was somewhat shameless, it was indeed effective. He even thought of the far-reaching consequences they would have to bear in the future. If he chose today to let all the people of Lord's Island be buried together with the Chaotic Sea Lord, then the debt owed to those dead souls would certainly be placed upon Judgment's head. Things became even more dramatic when the Chaotic Sea Lord decided to consult the people's opinions. Everyone, I have opened a vote in the livestream room. Start voting. The bar chart appeared, showing that the option to spare him had an overwhelming lead. Because of this, the man became even more smug as he continued pressing Yangshi before him. Monkey, the viewers have made their choice. It is your turn. Unexpectedly, he spoke out sonorously, as if his fiery golden eyes had seen straight through the other party's heart. I bet you do not dare self-destruct. These words made the Chaotic Sea Lord so dissatisfied that he roared. You bastard! Do you truly not care about the Judgment Organization's reputation at all? Now, it was the man's turn to be pushed into a corner by Monkey. To be honest, from the very beginning, I had no intention of self-destructing. This was merely a method to threaten you. But now, you insist on forcing me. The livestream screen was once again flooded with reproachful comments. Monkey, Judgment Organization, can you not give us a way to live? Are you going to implicate the lives of tens of millions of people on Lord's Island just to kill a cornered Chaotic Sea Lord? I used to be a fan of the Judgment Organization, but now I hereby declare that I am an anti-fan of the Judgment Organization. Monkey is too reckless. The Chaotic Sea Lord's life can be taken at any time, but these tens of millions of lives, how long would it take to get them back? With things having reached this point, the chaotic Sea Lord questioned him in utter shock. Damn it, why? Why are you unwilling to spare me? But he only received Monkey's cold answer. You are the one unwilling to spare yourself. Brilliant golden streams of light suddenly radiated from the chaotic Sea Lord's body the moment he roared out each word. Did you not bet that I would not dare self-destruct? Then I will self-destruct for you all to see. All of you will be buried with me. Just then, a pitch-black hand suddenly grabbed his head, causing the self-destruction process to stop. The chaotic Sea Lord could not hide the disappointment and confusion in his words. I'm still alive. No wonder Monkey dared to be so reckless. So it turns out that before you people, I cannot even self-destruct. Judgment Organization, you really are impressive. The one who had intervened in this matter was none other than Rooster. If we were not 100% certain, do you think that with our Judgment Organization's way of doing things, we truly would have disregarded the safety of more than 10 million citizens? The comment section once again shifted in his favor. Who was it just now who said they were an anti-fan of the Judgment Organization? Step out and let me take a look. There is a saying, you can eat carelessly, but you must think carefully before speaking. At the peak, false worship opens up. In hardship, genuine admiration remains. The Judgment Organization is always right. The viewers on Judgment's side also had the chance to hold their heads high. Putting everything else aside, are those guys who said just now that if the Judgment Organization saved Lord's Island, they would kneel down and eat crap still here? Send me the live stream room number for eating crap. I will go over and send gifts to every one of you. I promise I will not be stingy. Count me in too. Ignoring the heated developments in the live stream, Rooster's voice was cold as he pronounced judgment. Then, now it is time to send you on your way. Just as he was about to act, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. Our pact with the three great forces regarding the chaotic sea shall also begin from now. A mysterious black figure slowly emerged, carrying a mocking laugh. The choice between a fourth-tier being and ordinary people truly is rather interesting. Rooster immediately questioned his identity. Who are you? In his heart, he sensed the opponent's formidable strength. There is an intense energy reaction from this person. Even the Iron Tower General from the counter-offensive battle cannot compare. But the stranger did not give his name and instead acted mysterious. Me? You will have time to slowly search for the answer. At that moment, a stream of black energy suddenly wrapped around the chaotic Sea Lord, leaving Rooster no time to react. What? Before long, the stranger had seized the body. This fellow is also rather interesting. You took the life of one of my subordinates, so I will take him away. That should not be too excessive, right? But Rooster would not let it go and rushed forward swiftly. You bastard. However, it was already too late. They had vanished into the spatial rift, leaving only regret within him. He ran fast. Even so, Rooster had gained something. Although he defeated the chaotic Sea Lord today, I did not expect a mysterious person to save him. I also cannot obtain the Profundity Chain. But at last, we can officially take over Lord's Island. Behind a Rooster mask's lenses, Yangshi's eyes glanced toward the recording orb. What had happened earlier had caused far too much trouble. Now it was time to have Fei Fei help win back the people's hearts. As soon as Rabbit appeared, she used her eloquence to persuade the viewers. Saving everyone's lives is the purpose of us in Judgment. Judgment will do everything in its power to rescue everyone. Beneath the perfectly round full moon, she activated Light Feather, creating dazzling beams of light that fell down. The screen was once again flooded with curious comments from the citizens of the chaotic sea. So, this is Judgment Organization's foundation. Why do all the zodiac positions of Judgment Organization have to wear masks? I don't care about the others, but not being able to see Goddess Rabbit's beauty is such a pity. Who knows? Under Rabbit's mask, she might be a buck-toothed girl. Shut up. What kind of monster crawled out from where? Believe it or not, I'll curse you through the internet and then deal with you. Exactly. Rabbit must be a great beauty. A cold atmosphere enveloped the chaotic Sea Lord's palace. Seeing Monkey and Rabbit suddenly appear, the palace maid in green widened her eyes in panic. Then she and the other maids knelt down, crying and begging, "My lord, spare us! My lord, spare us!" Monkey coldly ordered the crowd to disperse. "Get up, leave one person in charge here. Everyone else, go and rest." The representative was a beautiful woman in red. She was so timid that she stammered as she spoke. "My lord, is there anything you need to instruct us?" Rabbit walked up to her and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. What is your name?" But the other party still lowered her head. "This servant's name is Red Lawn." Her cautious manner left Monkey somewhat puzzled. "Do you all normally speak like this?" Only then did Red Lawn explain the bizarre rules here. This was the order of the Master. No, of the Chaotic Sea Lord. This month's theme is the Great Tang. Everyone on the island, from top to bottom, must change into distinctive costumes, and the tone of our speech must also follow the theme. Only then did he learn of the Lord's strange hobby. That bastard Chaotic Sea Lord really knew how to amuse himself, actually forcing everyone on the entire island to cosplay with him. His gaze hardened as he promised to end this chaos. "After our judgment organization takes over Lord's Island, rules like this will no longer exist. Go inform the other girls. Report all the grievances you have suffered over the past few years. Our judgment organization will conduct trials and compensation." Hot tears of gratitude welled from her beautiful eyes. "Yes, my lord." After she left, Rabbit finally dared to ask in confusion, "Big brother, aren't you tempted? These girls really are very beautiful." But Monkey only felt pity for them. "They are all pitiful girls. What kind of person do you think I am?" Temporarily stopping her teasing, she began worrying about how to handle the remnants. Aside from these pitiful girls, there are still many former subordinates of the Chaotic Sea Lord on the island. "Big brother, what do you plan to do?" Killing intent suddenly erupted in Monkey's eyes. "Once their crimes have been fully gathered, I will carry out a purge. Those who are guilty must be eliminated." Before long, many ability users were summoned to the training ground, and the atmosphere looked extremely tense. A brown-haired man was covered in sweat from fear. "Judgment won't do anything to us, right?" Meanwhile, the blue-haired man beside him was extremely smug. No matter how powerful Judgment Organization is, they still need strong people, don't they? Third-tier powerhouses are very popular throughout the 4 seas. "Relax." Looking down from above, Monkey was carefully explaining the hierarchy of this place. Fei, the power under the Chaotic Sea Lord, is called the Lord's Army by the outside world, but internally, it is divided by halls. The spring, summer, autumn, and winter envoys each control one hall. Beneath each hall are divisions, and each hall has 6 divisions. He did not forget to warn her about the hidden strength of the army below. There are 24 divisions of powerhouses on the island in total. Altogether, there are nearly 5,000 ability users. The strength of these ability users is not ordinary. Although they cannot compare with the 3 great forces, they are definitely enough to control Lord's Island. Just then, a warm greeting rang out from the crowd. "Greetings, new master." Not letting the matter drag on, Monkey quickly gave an order. "Since everyone is here, Lord Vermilion Bird, please mark those who are guilty." One blazing red mark after another appeared on the foreheads of the people below, including the brown-haired and blue-haired men. Why are they being marked? As soon as they arrived, almost everyone has this thing on their face. It is the Vermilion Bird mark, but I just don't know what it means. The blue-haired man shouted in indignation, demanding an explanation. "Your Excellency, Monkey, what is the meaning of this? What crime have I committed?" Without waiting for Monkey to respond, Rabbit answered in a harsh voice, "You know very well what your sins are." But he still stubbornly tried to prove his innocence. "Your Excellency, do not slander me with baseless accusations. Although I am a defeated general, I will not allow anyone to falsely accuse me. Ever since I became the Hall Master of the Spring Hall, I have been prudent and devoted and have never done anything cruel." The moment he finished speaking, Yangshi's sturdy body beneath Monkey's battle armor had already closed in on the blue-haired man. His face began to drip with sweat, as if he had a guilty conscience. Your Excellency." Before the crowd, Monkey spoke at length with dignity. "Do you think that just because you possess 3rd-tier bodies and S-class strength, I will treat you specially? Do you think I will be like other forces and forgive the sins you committed in the past in order to recruit you, in order to gain your cheap loyalty? Do you think that because 3rd-tier powerhouses are rare, our judgment organization, having just arrived to rule Lord's Island, cannot possibly avoid relying on your help?" His icy gaze drilled into the person before him. "So, you are betting that I do not dare to act against you?" Monkey waved his hand and issued the final judgment. "In consideration of the fact that you are part of the human race, I will let you die comfortably. Pig, trouble yourself to make these guilty people disappear into the void realm forever. Immediately, Pig appeared with a vortex behind him. It violently sucked all the guilty people inside, accompanied by terrified screams that echoed throughout the space. An ability user who witnessed it with his own eyes was still utterly shocked. Where were they sucked into? All the people who disappeared just now are dead. Meanwhile, Monkey silently calculated the numbers. 5,000 ability users, and only 500 were innocent. To the remaining people, he merely guaranteed coldly, "Stop looking. No one can return alive from the Void Realm vortex." The crowd before him responded enthusiastically to this method. Good riddance. I've long been unable to stand those bastards. The girls on the island are all so pitiful, yet they still dare to lay hands on them and bully them to death. All right, let us discuss what comes next. Judgment will assign you under the 4 symbols halls. Each hall will establish 2 divisions. The 4 halls, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, will respectively establish 8 divisions. Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Cosmos, Universe, Vast, and Primordial. The group immediately accepted the order. Yes, we will obey the new master's arrangements. Next, he pushed open the door to the central room with great caution. But the sight of a young woman collapsed in a pool of blood left even Monkey stunned. How did this happen? Not only that young woman, but corpses lay scattered all across the hall, leaving Rabbit unable to hide her bewilderment. Aren't these the girls we saved? Why did they all commit suicide? After flying into the air, she immediately used her power. Wake up! 2 girls were resurrected, their faces blank as they had no idea what had happened. We aren't dead yet. Is this hell? Only then did Rabbit explain the truth. I use my healing ability to treat you. You won't feel any more pain. The girl in green suddenly burst into tears of despair. No more pain? How is that possible? As long as we are alive, we will be tormented. And so, before anyone could react, she decisively threw herself down from the high floor. The extreme action left Rabbit completely unable to understand. Brother, what are they doing? Why are they destroying themselves? Hearing this, Monkey could only call for the person involved. Go find Red Luan and ask her. The next moment, Red Luan also collapsed to her knees and begged, "My lord, please, the 2 of you must save them. Their spirits have already broken." These words left Rabbit silent for a moment. Just what did they go through? The crime hidden behind it was gradually revealed from Red Luan's mouth. The Lord's tastes were extremely perverted and cruel. These girls suffered every kind of humiliation and torment. The sight of those girls lowering themselves to serve that Lord was still clearly etched in Red Luan's memory. They were tortured for too long, so their minds are no longer stable. She painfully spoke the unbearable truth. That is why, even if they were saved, they no longer have the courage to keep living. After understanding the situation, Rabbit also did not know how to solve it. It seems that even if we save them, they will still seek death. What should we do? In the end, Monkey proposed the most feasible solution. Then, as long as we make them forget their painful memories, they should be able to continue living. Shock was revealed in the words that came from Red Luan's mouth. Forget? My lord, can you truly make them forget everything? His gaze turned toward Vermilion Bird in the distance. I will have Lord Vermilion Bird cleanse their memories. The rest will be left to you. In an instant, after receiving Yang Shi's order, brilliant streams of light shot out from her body. You will forget the past and gain a new life. The 2 girls who had been resurrected completely forgot everything that had happened. Where is this? Why am I dressed like this? Seeing this, Red One hurriedly ran over to ask about them. Do you really not remember anything anymore? The fierce woman with twin ponytails replied. Who are you? Hurry and explain it to us clearly. Why are we here? Hearing this, Red Luan smiled gently and gave them a reason to cover up the cruel truth. You accidentally entered a forbidden area while exploring and suffered a backlash, so you lost part of your memories. Now hurry home. While moving through the sky, Monkey suddenly asked a strange question. Fei, what do you think is the meaning behind the existence of abilities? Rabbit was somewhat surprised and repeated, the meaning? But afterward, she still answered firmly, abilities are, of course, used for fighting. Without the help of abilities, we would have become slaves of the Oseds long ago. As for himself, he drew a nobler conclusion. For Big Brother, the meaning behind the existence of abilities is that they give us a chance to make up for regrets. The image of Fei wearing an oxygen mask appeared painfully in the mind of Yang Shi, who was disguised as Monkey. As long as he thought of the change in her, he would never regret stepping into the world of abilities. He would never regret every choice he had made to reach this day. Rabbit did not understand his abrupt words from earlier and could only remain silent. At the same time, the chaotic Sea Lord was kneeling on the ground to express his sincerity to his benefactor. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Consider it that I owe you a favor. If you need anything from me in the future, just say the word." As the darkness gradually faded, Long Kim's face appeared clearly before his eyes. "My name is Long Kim. I come from the Benedats family of Asaid. I am currently one of the founders of the Benedats Empire on the New Fry continent. They respectfully call me the Red Emperor." He immediately brought up the debt of gratitude. "Chaotic Sea Lord, I saved you. You must pay me some compensation for this. I do not think that is excessive, do you?" The Chaotic Sea Lord's expression was somewhat awkward and troubled. "The foundation I built with my own hands has probably been taken by Judgment Organization by now, so you understand." Seeing this, Long Kim stated the item he was interested in. "I heard you had Earth Core stone milk." At the mention of it, the Lord's expression immediately darkened. So it was because of the Earth Core stone milk. Unfortunately, it is no longer there. Drops of red liquid continued to fall as Long Kim began to confide in him. "I think you have never heard of the source of the Earth Core stone milk, the Earth Core spiritual spring, have you? That is a true supreme treasure." Long Kim popularized some useful information. Cultivating within the Earth Core spiritual spring can allow the level of one's law profundity to be perfected and raised. In other words, with the help of the Earth Core spiritual spring, one can certainly become a heavenly seed. The fact that you were able to become a heavenly seed proves that you and the Earth Core spiritual spring are connected in some dimension. Our Benedats family has a secret art. As long as you learn it, you can strengthen the connection between you and the Earth Core spiritual spring. After that, we will be able to discover it. However, Long Kim also mentioned the existing drawback. But the connection between you and the Earth Core spiritual spring is not strong, so we need to be near it before we can better distinguish its direction and depth. According to my last intelligence, the Earth Core spiritual spring's location is in this sea region. This will save us a great deal of time. The corner of the Chaotic Sea Lord's mouth lifted slightly in arrogance. "Your Excellency Red Emperor, before we cooperate, I have one request." Hearing this, Long Kim replied calmly, "Speak." At this moment, the Lord's perverted tastes erupted again. "Why don't we go take a stroll around your Benedats Empire first? How about it? It would be best to have a few pretty girls beside me. Only then can I learn that secret art faster." As the two of them shot into the gray sky, just like that, Long Kim easily agreed. "Fine, let's go." After reaching a certain area, they landed on the ground at the same time, creating a dry thud. The Lord's face clearly showed anticipation. "Red Emperor, are we waiting for the girls here? What is this?" I'll say, hearing this, Long Kim glanced at him with an indifferent gaze. "Brother Chaos, do not be so impatient. Since I came here, I naturally have my reasons." Yangshi's Arbiter clone unexpectedly appeared. "Red Emperor, the 100 Cities Federation is at war with the Benedats Empire. By appearing openly like this, you're putting me over the fire." Long Kim focused only on the main issue. "In any case, the fact that you and I are cooperating was already exposed in that war. What is the point of trying to cover it up? What is the current attitude of that old man in your mercenary guild?" He lowered his head, looking utterly disappointed. "The guildmaster's attitude remains difficult to predict. Perhaps your plan will have great difficulty achieving its intended goal." Long Kim's brows furrowed slightly in irritation. "That old man truly does not know fear. Once my elder brother reaches the 5th tier, we will make him taste suffering." At this moment, the Arbiter pretended not to know the Chaotic Sea Lord. This friend seems rather unfamiliar. "Red Emperor, are you not going to introduce him?" But in truth, he was enduring it every second in his heart. He truly wanted to take the Chaotic Sea Lord's life immediately. Long Kim's expression was somewhat forced as he decided to introduce him. "He is an indigenous 4th-tier human, the Chaotic Sea Lord. Red Emperor, you suddenly brought an indigenous 4th tier to the City of Light. Aren't you afraid of causing chaos? To be serious, if this man harbors malicious intentions, we basically cannot stop him from destroying the City of Light." After hearing this, the Chaotic Sea Lord immediately jumped up and cursed. "Are you blind? Who are you calling indigenous?" Long Kim also stepped forward to defend him. "He is very important to me. I still need to cooperate with him. Also, do not call him indigenous. Perhaps he can integrate into Aseid society. Having received such open support, the chaotic Sea Lord became even more demanding. Red Emperor, for the first step in integrating into Aseid society, shouldn't you hurry and arrange something for me? The chaotic Sea Lord's perverted expression left Yang, she inwardly so fed up that he had nothing to say. This fellow was still very fixated on certain things. Yang, she decisively turned around, yet he still fulfilled the Lord's wish. All right, follow me. At the City Lord's mansion in the City of Light, a private banquet was held in an extremely luxurious space. With a beauty already in his arms, the chaotic Sea Lord looked even more delighted. Red Emperor, I did not expect the women of Aseid to truly have their own unique charm. Long Kim kept judging inwardly. A low-grade essence-sucking demon like this, I normally would not even bother touching one. He truly is a vulgar and mediocre fellow. Among the indigenous people, he is probably an oddity. Even so, on the surface, Long Kim still appeared calm. As long as you like them, his pleasure still unsatisfied. The chaotic Sea Lord wanted even more. Red Emperor, those women below, can I also enjoy them as I please? Long Kim himself had no opinion about the girls dancing in the hall. As long as you are happy, after you finish relaxing, focus on handling proper business. Having obtained his approval, the chaotic Sea Lord arrogantly began. Then I must choose carefully. On the other hand, the Arbiter was secretly assessing the situation. Is this fellow deliberately testing the Red Emperor's limits? But for the Red Emperor to tolerate him like this, it can be seen that whatever they are plotting is very important. At one banquet table, Carol, the legitimate daughter of the purple-haired Gala family, sat alone in boredom with her striking appearance. While she had been sitting there peacefully, the chaotic Sea Lord brazenly touched her from behind. I noticed you earlier. Your thighs are truly top grade. A powerful slap landed squarely on his face, followed by a sharp curse. Get your filthy hand off me, you dirty native. The other men at the table also exploded in outrage. We are representatives of the Aseid families. We are all nobles. It is already bad enough that we have to share a table with a native, but we absolutely cannot tolerate him harassing a legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family. You damn native, do you know where this is? Carol, aggrieved, cried for help. My two lords, hurry and stop this rude fourth-tier native. Another man immediately closed in on the chaotic Sea Lord. Kneel and apologize at once. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place today. But he merely looked up with a shameless expression. Red Emperor, what should we do? Though his face had darkened with fury, Long Kim still gritted his teeth and endured it for the sake of his future interests. The atmosphere was so tense that Yang Shi, disguised as the Arbiter clone, found it unbearable to watch. This chaotic Sea Lord really could not behave himself. It had only been a short while, yet he had already put the Red Emperor in a difficult position. An amused smirk briefly appeared on his face. The honor of a legitimate daughter of an entire family. No, the loyalty of the signs of these aristocratic families, and the secret on the chaotic Sea Lord. Which one will you choose in the end, Red Emperor? A fair hand slammed a cup of water heavily onto the table, followed by a disgusted rebuke. How dare you? Carol glared at the chaotic Sea Lord smugly as his collar was being gripped tightly. Did you hear that? Hurry up and kneel to apologize to me, you stupid native. In the air, a red object suddenly shot over from nowhere at lightning speed, then pierced through the left side of the chest of the man, arguing with the chaotic Sea Lord without the slightest hesitation. This cruel act shocked Carol so much that she collapsed to the ground. Lord Red Emperor, the other two members of the aristocratic families, could hardly believe what was happening. Lord Red Emperor, are you truly going to allow a filthy native to defile the noble dignity of a legitimate daughter of the Aseid Gala family? In response, Long Kim merely questioned them calmly. Do you still intend to teach me how to act? The killing intent he released made the man who had spoken immediately break out in a nervous sweat. I would not dare. Meanwhile, the chaotic Sea Lord took the chance to become even more arrogant than before. Did you hear that? A bunch of cowards who have never been on a battlefield. His beastly nature did not lessen as he continued moving closer to Carol. Little girl, I am the most honored guest of your Lord Red Emperor, making a distinguished guest from afar happy and satisfied. Should that not be your honor? Then the chaotic Sea Lord brazenly carried her away. She could only scream in despair. No, save me, save me. The other men could only stand there and watch with pale faces, frozen in fear. 3 days later, as bright sunlight covered the spacious residence inside the courtyard, Carol lay on a stretcher, her life or death uncertain, while the chaotic Sea Lord still had more than enough energy to receive a familiar guest. Red Emperor, you came so early. Seeing him sitting half-naked and sprawled lazily on the bed, Long Kim threw a book hard onto the floor. Now that you have vented enough, hurry up and cultivate this secret technique. Holding it in his hand, the chaotic Sea Lord shamelessly demanded more conditions. I will finish learning this secret technique within 5 days. But during this time, every day, I want an Aseid woman at the same level as this purple-haired gala woman. You can satisfy this small request of mine, right? Long Kim's brows furrowed, his eyes clearly showing anger as his limits were challenged again. Within 5 days. I hope you will not deceive me. Otherwise, I will go mad. In response, the man merely yawned and stretched calmly. Don't worry, Red Emperor. From the rooftop, Yang Shi, disguised as the Arbiter clone, had observed everything. Although she was an Aseid woman guilty of monstrous crimes, such an ending was truly rather miserable. The whole process had been recorded by a magic crystal, making it perfect material for building a story. As long as he waited a few more days and recorded a few more videos, based on the chaotic Sea Lord's personality, he definitely would not be satisfied with things as they were now. Yang Shi's true body could not hide a pleased smile because of his upcoming plan. The Benedot's Empire and the 100 Cities Federation had never been directly opposed to each other. If he could also drag the Mercenary Guild into this, it would truly be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In the study of the patriarch of the purple-haired Gala family, Press stood silently before a strange crystal. I never expected that our Gala family would also receive one. Who exactly placed it here? What contents are inside? In the end, Press activated it, causing a screen of light to appear before him. After learning the truth, he became so furious that he threw the magic crystal to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Red Emperor, oh Red Emperor. Our purple-haired Gala clan provided so much intelligence and so many resources to the Benedot's empire, yet this is what we received in return. I will definitely use concrete action to wash away the humiliation of my family. Very soon, Press and the others in his clan went to find Yang Shi, who was wearing Duran's face. Lord City Master, the matter has already grown this serious. To speak of it is shameful. We truly have no face to come and meet you. But in order to wash away our family's humiliation, we had no choice but to come here shamelessly. His fury at being bypassed immediately erupted. I'm the City Master of the City of Light, yet I did not even know that the Red Emperor had appeared in my City of Light. Press lowered himself and soothed him. Lord City Master, please calm your anger. This was all because the people of the Benedot's empire forced us to do it. With a shifty look, the blue-haired man echoed in agreement. That's right, Lord City Master. The old man in the hat beside him also emphasized, we were all forced into helplessness. After his anger subsided, Duran glanced sideways at them with a cold gaze. Fine then, how do you hope I will help? All 3 knelt on the floor at the same time, and the blue-haired man gave a miserable account. Lord City Master, you must uphold justice for us. My poor young daughter, Press could not hide his extreme hatred. That ruthless Red Emperor allowed a lowly 4th-tier native to humiliate our daughters. Even if I died, I still would not be able to swallow this anger. Yang Shi's expression suddenly became hard to read, but he still gave them his assurance. Everyone, rest assured, I will certainly convey your opinions to the upper leadership of the 100 Cities Federation. In a valley outside the city, a rushing waterfall was pouring down with a roar. But in the form of a spirit beast, Yang Shi easily flew through the waterfall without the slightest effort. After transforming back to normal, he knelt on one knee and saluted Storm Venerable. Greetings, Storm Venerable. The old man glanced at him with an unfriendly look. What intelligence is so important that the dignified City Master of the City of Light would personally deliver it here? Duran quickly provided the information. My lord, this matter concerns the Red Emperor. That name immediately caught Storm Venerable's attention. It concerns that Red Emperor? Then I am rather interested in hearing it. He quickly added, it concerns the request of the purple-haired Gala clan. Not long after listening to him recount the entire incident, veins bulged on the old man's forehead from rage. This Red Emperor truly does not understand the bigger picture. He actually dared to casually bring in a fourth-tier native. Since that is the case, I will personally step forward and demand justice for these families. Duran smiled smugly after receiving Storm Venerable's praise. This matter has seriously threatened the survival of the City of Light. You've done very well. I will certainly report your contribution to the higher-ups. Meanwhile, although the chaotic Sea Lord was enjoying himself with the beauty in his arms, he felt somewhat bored. The women sent over these past 2 days all gave him the feeling that they had been professionally trained, which was rather bland. The legitimate daughters of noble families were the truly interesting ones. Following Long Kim into the room, Yang Shi, disguised as the Arbiter clone, could not suppress his feeling of filthiness and ordered, "Men, come clean this place up. It is indescribably dirty." Looking down from above, Long Kim's expression was extremely grave as he faced the Chaotic Sea Lord. "Chaotic Sea, the 5 days you mentioned are up. I wonder, have you finished learning the secret art?" In response, the man's gaze became cunning and sinister. "You could barely say that I have not failed your trust. But if you want me to tell you the location of this Earth Core spiritual spring, have you prepared yourself to pay an extremely steep price?" Faced with this excessive demand, Long Kim frowned deeply and questioned him loudly. "An extremely steep price? What do you want?" The Chaotic Sea Lord did not change his attitude, and instead spoke mysteriously while looking Long Kim in the eye. "Why don't?" At that crucial moment, a stern voice rang out from outside, startling all 3 of them. "Red Emperor, you should sincerely apologize to the families of these dead girls." From afar, Storm Venerable led people over to demand accountability. "As a dignified member of the Benedot's family, you actually allowed a native to defile the purity of the female members of these families. It truly astonishes me. So, it is a defeated subordinate. What, did the ancient dragon last time not stab you badly enough? Or have you still not had enough of the baptism of undead power?" The indignation in Press's heart erupted as he sought justice. "Lord Red Emperor, the legitimate daughters of our families so easily died at the hands of a disgusting native. Please explain why you allowed him to be so insolent." Even the old man in the hat anxiously condemned the Chaotic Sea Lord. "That's right. This man has already treated this place as his own territory. Lord Red Emperor, we are not targeting you, but this man. We hope you will uphold justice for us." Storm Venerable's gaze was firm and solemn. "Red Emperor, you have provoked public anger. This time, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson." A blue aura immediately erupted around Long Kim. "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this?" Even so, the old man was not afraid at all, and instead mocked him. "What? The dignified Red Emperor of the Benedot's Empire is flying into a rage out of shame. They are nothing more than 3 stray dogs exiled by their families to the natives as punishment." In his heart, Storm Venerable was secretly hoping the other party would lose control. "As long as you make the first move, this action will be considered justified. Hurry, and attack." The cold killing intent around Long Kim was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. After a moment of silence, the Chaotic Sea Lord decided to step forward and handle it. "Red Emperor, are you just going to let this old fool curse at you as he pleases? If it is inconvenient for you to act, then let me teach him a lesson for you. Consider repaying the favor of your hospitality these past few days." On the other side, Storm Venerable hovered in midair and spoke with contempt. "You are nothing more than a piece of trash who took your own people hostage to beg the enemy to spare your dog life. Yet you dare bark wildly before me." Having his past humiliation brought up again, the man immediately flew into a rage. "You actually dare call me a dog? Then I will be merciful and beat you into a dead dog, hang you on the walls of the City of Light, and leave you under the sun for 7 times 7, 49 days, so you can become an immortal on the spot." Storm Venerable tossed out a small white figurine before him. "The techniques of you natives are far too crude. Now I will show you the difference between Asaid civilization and your native civilization." With the heat-steamed demon puppet technique, the figurine instantly transformed into a giant, startling the Chaotic Sea Lord. Even so, the Chaotic Sea Lord still charged forward with his fist ready, without the slightest hesitation. Excellent. But when they fought hand to hand, his attack did not harm the puppet at all. It even revealed a strange smile, as though it were plotting something. Seeing the odd movement of the puppet's mouth, the chaotic Sea Lord finally realized the scheme hidden behind it in alarm. Not good, don't you? Without any warning, its body suddenly underwent a mutation, with rays of light shooting out from everywhere. Before long, the puppet exploded with an earth-shaking blast. After the smoke dispersed, the chaotic Sea Lord was kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching his chest because his power had been damaged. Storm Venerable walked up to him, mocking him and even advising him in a low voice. A native is still a native. If you obediently tell me why the Red Emperor would offend these families and still protect you, I will spare your life. How about it? Seeing that the information was about to be exposed, Long Kim immediately turned to the person who had been standing beside him and proposed, "Arbiter Clone, the two of us should act and separate them. You do not want to see the City of Light destroyed in the battle between these two, do you?" Hearing this, Yang Shi joked, "If you let them keep destroying things, you will have to pay for the repair costs this time. At a time like this, you still want to help the Red Emperor deal with me? Do you not believe that our 100 Cities Federation will come and trouble the Mercenary Guild?" Long Kim suddenly turned his face away to avoid meeting the gaze of Yang Shi, who was disguised as the Arbiter Clone. That irresponsible attitude made him curse inwardly. "Fortunately, I'm not the real Arbiter Clone. Otherwise, this Red Emperor would anger me to death. I have already sided with you. Yet when I run into trouble, a good elder brother like you refuses to step forward and say even a word for me. Since you are so dishonorable, do not blame me." Thus, he turned around to act as a mediator. "Storm Venerable, do not be so angry. We are all acquaintances. If there is anything to discuss, we can sit down and talk slowly." But Long Kim lost patience and ordered loudly, "Why are you chattering so much? Hurry up and attack." A sly smile appeared on Yang Shi's face. "Since the Red Emperor insists so strongly, then I can only apologize to you, Storm Venerable." Immediately, spheres of various sizes appeared in space through the exquisite air finger technique, startling Storm Venerable. Even Long Kim broke out in a cold sweat and questioned him, "What do you mean by this?" The corners of Yang Shi's mouth continued to rise with calculation. "Did you not tell me to attack, Red Emperor?" A decisive snap of his fingers rang out in the midst of the tense situation, and a massive explosion instantly shook the entire space, making the whole place seem as if it were about to tremble apart. Not long afterward, empty ground appeared after the area had been raised flat. Storm Venerable's face was extremely alarmed by what was happening. "Arbiter Clone, what do you mean by this? Even if you want to help the Red Emperor deal with me, there is no need to go that far." On this side, Long Kim also joined in reproaching him when he saw Yang Shi capture the chaotic Sea Lord. "Arbiter Clone, do you know what you're doing?" Holding the criminal tightly with one hand, Yang Shi, wearing the skin of the Arbiter Clone, replied indifferently, "Lord Red Emperor, if I said that I was careless and struck too heavily just now, would you believe me?" Long Kim narrowed his eyes and decided not to pursue the matter of what had just happened. "I can treat the previous matter as if nothing happened." Hand over the chaotic Sea Lord. A hearty laugh burst from Yang Shi's mouth. "Red Emperor, oh Red Emperor, are you truly stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? I deliberately captured the chaotic Sea Lord into my hands. Think about why I would do that." Artificial narration from VB.VN. There must be some secret. Why not take advantage of the fact that all three of our forces are here and obediently confess? To pressure the other party, he even forcefully squeezed the chaotic Sea Lord's throat shut. "Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my hand will not slip and take the life of your man." Long Kim's face instantly filled with panic. "You dare!" Meanwhile, the chaotic Sea Lord struggled to speak and asked what was going on. "What is this situation?" Yang Shi, disguised as the Arbiter Clone, turned to interrogate him. "Hey, think carefully. What deal did you make with the Red Emperor?" A friendly reminder. The Red Emperor has already confessed everything. Now I'm just checking whether there are any discrepancies. The chaotic Sea Lord's face turned deathly pale under his threat. "Do not lie. If what you say differs from him, then what awaits you will be the cruelest punishment." With his innate fear of death, the chaotic Sea Lord accepted the demand but still asked for more. "Fine, I will tell you, but you must heal the wounds on my body." Yang Shi therefore increased the force in his hand even more. "Trying to make conditions with me? I'm afraid you no longer want to live. I will give you 5 seconds. If you refuse to speak, I will send you to meet the King of Hell of your Azure planet human race." Sweat poured down the man's face like rain as he suffocated. No need for 5 seconds. The reason the Red Emperor and I cooperated was because of the legendary Earthgore spiritual spring. After the secret was exposed, Long Kim's fury surged to the heavens, creating a torrent of spiritual power that altered the entire space. You dare, all of you die. Suddenly, from the dry ground, a series of ghastly hands emerged all at once. In addition, a gigantic skeleton known as the Scarlet Emperor, a 4th-tier undead-type creature, also joined the battle. The staff in its hand stabbed hard into the ground, producing a dry, hollow sound. Long Kim's face hardened with an icy gaze. I told you, do not make me angry. While dodging the sneak attack, Storm Venerable tried to mediate. Red Emperor, do not randomly slaughter people to silence them. Only a few of us know the secret of this thing. The situation has not yet reached the point where it cannot be controlled. The old man reached his hand toward him with a conciliatory attitude. Stop, let's make a deal. How about it? The expression on Long Kim's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Tell me, what kind of deal? The condition Storm Venerable proposed was extremely reasonable. The two of us will keep our mouths shut. In exchange, you must spare the subordinates of the City of Light. How about it? Long Kim's brows furrowed, and the corner of his mouth rose in mockery. Those are just empty words. Tell me, how am I supposed to believe you? If you expect me to just stand by and watch, I would rather let everyone in the City of Light die. Unable to contain his anger, the old man turned and shouted at him, "You bastard, making trouble again at the most critical moment." As for Red Emperor, he spoke up loudly in defense of the fake arbiter's words. There is some credibility to that. I also do not believe the two of you would give up the chance to fight me for the Earthgore spiritual spring just for the small fry in this city. Only then did Storm reveal his true intention. Red Emperor, how about this? After we find the Earthgore spiritual spring, you soak in it first. Once you obtain the qualifications of a celestial seed, the two of us will continue dividing it. What do you think? After hearing this, he decisively flew down to a spot right in front of the old man and readily agreed to the deal. Fine, but I suggest that before we find the Earthgore spiritual spring, we temporarily avoid splitting up lest we cause more trouble. In Red Emperor's heart, however, he had other plans. Unfortunately, I never intended to share the Earthgore spiritual spring with anyone else, but I can pretend to agree with the two of them and stabilize the situation first. Preventing the news from leaking is the true priority. However, Yang Shi had already taken a step ahead. He had to use another clone to pass intelligence up to the higher-ups of the Mercenary Guild and the 100 Cities Federation. One part would be sent through his identity as the Arbiter, while the other would go through the City Master of the City of Light and be delivered directly to Norton. Just thinking about the outcome made him reveal a crafty smile. This time, things are definitely going to get lively. At that very moment, the Lord trembled slightly when Red Emperor ordered him, "Chaotic Sea Lord, hurry up and activate the secret technique." Thus, he reluctantly pressed his palms together to activate it, and an orange aura began to spread around him. That spiritual power gathered and formed an arrow above his head. This strange move made Storm unable to help feeling curious. What is this thing used for? Red Emperor patiently explained. This arrow will point directly toward the location of the Earthgore spiritual spring. As long as we follow it, we will be able to find the Earthgore spiritual spring. The arrow pointed forward. He controlled the Chaotic Sea Lord's body with one hand while ordering, "Follow me." As they moved, the Arbiter turned and asked in confusion after sensing that something was off, "Red Emperor, is this secret technique of yours fake? 2 days ago, it was still working fine, always pointing in one direction. Why is it suddenly changing back and forth now?" But according to the information Red Emperor had gathered, this situation was normal. According to the recorded documents, the Earthgore spiritual spring in some planes will indeed continuously shift its position to prevent others from discovering it. In the end, he calmly reassured them in an even tone, "Do not be anxious. It will merely take a little more effort." In Seabone City, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire place. A line of dispirited men walked under the supervision of 2 burly guards. The young soldier did not hesitate to mock them. If we use the native's proverb to describe this sort of thing, it would be that it harms heaven's harmony. The person beside him immediately reminded him after hearing this, "Stop talking." Judging from what he observed, Storm found it somewhat unexpected. The direction this arrow was pointing in Red Emperor himself was also extremely shocked. The Earth Core's spiritual spring is actually inside the Benedot's empire. A sense of shame rose in his heart as the group headed towards Seabone City. If my two elder brothers catch me in the act, I will be utterly embarrassed. In order to break through, I even set up that plan. Now that there's a better substitute, I am choosing to hide it instead. Taking in the entire scene below, Storm felt that something was strange. Seabone City? Red Emperor. If I remember correctly, wasn't Seabone City a small city centered around the silk trade? Why did so many slaves suddenly appear here? Faced with the old man's question, Red Emperor could only remain silent, while Yang Shi, under the guise of the Arbiter, felt uneasy. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Thus, Yang Shi decisively voiced his suspicion. What kind of plague broke out in Seabone City? Why do so many corpses need to be burned? Hearing the doubts from both him and Storm, Red Emperor skillfully avoided the issue. This is a secret of our Benedot's empire. Forgive me, but I cannot reveal it. After that, he quickly changed the subject and ordered the Chaotic Sea Lord, hurry up and begin activating the secret technique. Once half of your magic power is consumed, I will come and assist you. Then he assigned tasks to the remaining people. The two of you will assist after me. How about it? But Yang Shi, under the guise of the Arbiter, was busy thinking. By now, the people from the Mercenary Guild and the 100 Cities Federation should already be in position, right? If they have not arrived, the liveliness of this play will be greatly reduced. His gaze fixed on the gloomy scene below as he secretly planned. After the matter of the Earth Core's spiritual spring is over, I must sneak into Seabone City to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, in the luxurious imperial capital of the Benedot's empire, filled with towering buildings, Raleigh could not hide his impatience. Third brother has been out for so long, without any news at all. I wonder what he is doing. Famine revealed information from a secret report. I just received intelligence saying that third brother appeared in the City of Light. He really is too fond of playing around. At such an important time, he still refuses to come back. Suspicion began to arise in him. I really do not know what that brat is doing. We are following his plan and carrying it out step by step. He was the one who came up with this plan, yet he is not here. It truly makes one worry. But Raleigh trusted him completely. Big brother, do not worry. Although I do not agree with third brother's plan, since it has already been implemented, we can only complete it. Otherwise, everything we did before will have been wasted. Unable to wait any longer, Famine decisively pointed and ordered, set off for Seabone City. It is almost time for the harvest. Outside came thunderous shouts from the crowd. Yes, yes. Back in Seabone City, the Chaotic Sea Lord was exerting all his strength to form a sphere of spiritual power. Seeing Yang Shi nearby, standing motionless, Red Emperor urged him loudly, Arbiter, hurry up and come over. But he skillfully found a reason to justify himself. You two, do not be anxious. I'm also thinking about our safety. Someone has to guard the surroundings, right? If all of us are exhausted later, would that not allow others to reap the benefits? However, Red Emperor did not care. He only issued a fierce ultimatum. Stop pretending in front of me. Act together with us. Or do not even dream of getting your share. That forceful attitude made Yang Shi, wearing the face of the fake Arbiter, hesitate inwardly. He had originally wanted to drag things out and consume Red Emperor and Storm Venerable's magic power. Suddenly, the figure of the guild president appeared along with his instruction. Go up and lend a hand. I am behind you. You do not need to fear anyone coming to take advantage. He immediately turned his head to look and secretly recognized the familiar person, Lord Guild President. At this moment, the sphere still had not undergone any breakthrough change despite continuously absorbing the strength of the other three. Red Emperor could not help continuing to rebuke him. What are you dawdling for? Yang Shi could only obediently join in. Coming. In the gray sky, dense black clouds were gathering toward a single point. A dazzling pillar of light descended straight onto the city. Red Emperor himself was extremely surprised by its appearance. Damn it, none of the records said that a pillar of light would appear when the Earth Core's spiritual spring emerged. His expression stiffened with fear. This time, my two elder brothers will definitely catch me. Meanwhile, Storm vaguely recognized what the glowing object before him was. This is a branch of the World Tree. When the pillar of light dissipated, it revealed the object they had been searching for all this time. Red Emperor's eyes locked firmly onto it, and he was so excited that his voice rose. The Earth Gore's spiritual spring. After searching back and forth for so long, I have finally found you. Everyone, in that case, according to our previous agreement, this Earth Gore spiritual spring will be kept by me first. After I finish using it, I will hand the remainder over to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of energy shot over from nowhere and struck him, preventing him from carrying out his intention. The first person to go back on his word was none other than Storm. Red Emperor, what you are doing is utterly unreasonable. Taking 30% is already enough to improve your physique. Of the remaining 70%, the fake arbiter and I will each take 30%, and our native friend will take 10%. Only that can be called fair. Hearing this, Red Emperor found it grating to the ear. You still dare to chatter at me? Do you believe I can make you die here? Taking advantage of the tense situation, Yang Shi, wearing the guise of the fake arbiter, added fuel to the fire. A treasure naturally belongs to the virtuous. In terms of contribution, your entire Aseid civilization cannot compare to our mercenary guild. Without the logistical support of our mercenary guild, how could the Aseid plane have achieved its current glory? Therefore, handing it over to our mercenary guild to arrange is the only way to better bring out its effect. As long as our Benedat's empire is strong enough, that is enough. Next, the old guild president of the mercenary guild had just shown himself when he mocked the other side. What you said is truly complete nonsense. Who gave you the confidence to have the face to say such a thing? The man's finger leisurely stirred the plate, holding the Earth Gore spiritual spring. Then the guild president raised the finger that had been soaked in the spiritual spring to his mouth and tasted it with an extremely satisfied expression. This is the flavor. The taste of the Earth Gore's spiritual spring truly is a special delicacy. Afterward, the old man turned to provoke Red Emperor. You wonder what the fake arbiter is relying on to demand the entire Earth Gore spiritual spring? He is relying on the fact that this old man is here. How about it? Hearing this, Red Emperor angrily glanced toward the culprit and roared in accusation. Arbiter, you are a treacherous, faithless villain. You clearly said you would not spread the news, yet you called this old man here. But the guild president did not care at all about Red Emperor's mood. He directly held the entire bowl of spiritual spring in his arms and declared, "Then this treasure belongs to this old man." At that moment, a voice rang out and interrupted his intention. Wait! When he saw who had arrived, the guild president cried out in shock. Norton, why are you here too? Norton stood in midair, looking down at the old man with his arms crossed while revealing a provocative smile. If you intend to take it all for yourself, then we will have to see whether you have that ability. Seeing yet another person appear, Red Emperor's fury erupted once more. But this time he shouted at Storm. Storm Venerable, so you are also such a cowardly person, but you are even more impressive than the fake arbiter. You actually invited your love rival, Norton, here. Seeing himself wrongfully accused, the old man angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I died, I would never tell Norton about this matter. Do not falsely accuse me." But the more Red Emperor listened, the angrier he became. In the end, he even pointed directly at the two people in front of him and cursed, "You two idiots. If you had not ruined things, this Earth Gore's spiritual spring would have belonged to me." Ignoring the words Red Emperor was spewing nearby, Norton continued to provoke the guild president directly. "Make your move. Let me witness your strength." The guild president's expression instantly darkened. Before making a move, the old man still lowered his head and cupped his hands in a show of courtesy. "Since this is your request, I will reluctantly fulfill it. I have not fought in many years. It truly is time to stretch my limbs." As soon as he finished speaking, the guild president unexpectedly disappeared right in front of Norton. Before Norton could even react, the old man suddenly appeared behind him. Then he suddenly threw a punch straight at the back of Norton's neck. That blow directly sent Norton flying far away, but the guild president gave his opponent no chance to regain his senses and instantly flashed to his side. Then the old man immediately drove his knee upward, causing Norton to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Quick as lightning, the guild president continued by grabbing Norton's leg. In the next second, the old man threw him down to the ground like a weight. Norton finally managed to react and hurriedly turned his head to look toward his opponent. Before he could make a second movement, the guild president raised his foot and stomped directly onto his opponent's face, ending the fight in an overwhelming manner. regarding this victory, the old man only looked down coldly at Norton from above and said, "Young people only have the advantage of youth. It seems the gap between us in the past was not too large, but it did indeed exist. Blindly using brute force to fight me means you fundamentally cannot win." After saying this, the guild president sneered and directly turned his head, ignoring Norton as he flew straight toward the Earthgore's spiritual spring. But then another person suddenly appeared, brazenly blocking the old man's path. "Old man, you even dare to touch our belongings. Perhaps I will listen to your advice, but in the Azure Planet plane, someone who can make me suffer a loss does not exist for the time being." Hearing this, the guild president was not shaken at all. Instead, he warned him, "Little brat, are all three Benedot's brothers always this rude? If you meet someone with a bad temper, I am afraid you will suffer." At this point, he suddenly turned and asked Red Emperor, "Red Emperor, is this the reason you have been missing without a trace all this time?" Being suddenly called out made Red Emperor feel somewhat guilty. He hurriedly avoided the other man's gaze. "What does that have to do with you?" But the man did not care much about the answer. He calmly flew over, placed his hand on the crystal containing the Earthgore's spiritual spring, and assessed it. But the result is good. Since this Earthgore's spiritual spring appeared in the territory of the Benedot's empire, it belongs to us. He even glanced at everyone present with a warning meaning in his eyes. "Everyone, we three brothers will be taking this. If you do not want to die here, then leave quickly." "Old man, I did not expect the other two Benedot's brothers to come here as well. Let me see how you will obtain the Earthgore's spiritual spring this time." Without even thinking, the guild president hurriedly turned and proposed to Norton, "Stinking brat, do you want to join forces? We will split it 9-1. I take 9, you take 1. Hearing this distribution, Norton immediately shouted angrily, "Old man, you are too stingy. 8-2. I take 8, you take 2. But then their bargaining was interrupted by a voice carrying a hint of mockery. Hey, are you two not curious why my eldest brother still has not appeared after so long?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light suddenly descended into the space. Yangshi's eyes behind the disguise looked heavily toward Bone Tower City with suspicion. What exactly happened inside Bone Tower City? On this side, the guild president cunningly turned and asked, "Blue Emperor, are you not going to explain a little about what happened inside?" Everything had completely deviated from the plan, causing him to gradually grow impatient. Therefore, he only answered perfunctorily to get it over with. "This matter concerns the secrets of the Benedot's empire. Forgive me, but I cannot reveal it." The cold sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed his tense mood at this moment. "This is completely different from the plan. I already said earlier that we should come here and settle the matter of the Earthgore's spiritual spring first, but he insisted on harvesting the results first." However, the guild president easily saw through his panic. Thus, the old man tilted his head and revealed a provocative smile. "If you do not dare say it, then let this old man help you." This frightened him into a fury. After reinforcing his body with a ring of emerald green energy, he immediately charged toward the guild president. "Old man, people who talk too much do not end well." At this moment, Norton suddenly intervened. He exerted force and pushed him to the side. "Old man, hurry up and continue. I will block this fellow for you." At the critical moment, Red Emperor suddenly erupted with his strength. He pointed at them and loudly ordered, "No, shut your mouth." Immediately afterward, a gigantic white bone arm suddenly rose from the ground. It charged forward powerfully, intending to knock the guild president away, but the old man reacted in time by flying high into the air to dodge. Yet the guild president did not stop because of this. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the old man loudly revealed a shocking secret. I will say it anyway. In order to break through to the 5th tier, Bone Emperor chose to sacrifice 10 million human lives and carry out life alchemy. Once he completes the final step, he will become a powerful celestial rank being. As soon as this news was revealed, Yangshi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Kill 10 million people. His hands clenched tightly into fists, trembling non-stop with anger. In the end, because he could not restrain his fury, Yangshi forgot to keep up his disguise. He loudly cursed, "Damn it, you piece of trash. That is 10 million people." Seeing him suddenly become so agitated, the guild president coldly glanced over to this side and said, "Calm down a little, fake arbiter. Although the number is very large, there are only some human slaves." Even Red Emperor, not far away, made the contempt in his voice perfectly clear. Even this fourth-tier native lord of the chaotic sea is not as agitated as you. Hearing this, Yang Shi, who was disguised as the Arbiter clone, quickly steadied his emotions and began recalculating the current situation. Among the Asaid powerhouses present, the strongest were the Mercenary Guild President and the Bone Emperor. Both of them had comprehended 9% of their own law's profound meanings. Based on what he had observed, he swiftly made an objective assessment. Norton was at 8%, Storm Venerable was at 6%, and the remaining one, the Red Emperor, was at 7%. At this point, Yang Shi began weighing the gains and losses. Control profound meaning, 6%. Strengthening profound meaning, 2%. Void Realm profound meaning, 2%. Power profound meaning, 2%. Combined, his comprehension level was 7%. If he wanted to guarantee his revenge, he had to become stronger. At that moment, Yang Shi's gaze slowly came to rest on three people. Among the three, the Chaotic Sea Lord, the Red Emperor, and Storm Venerable were all choices with the highest chance of success. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the Chaotic Sea Lord suddenly let out a cold laugh. In the next second, he unexpectedly struck the Red Emperor's back with a palm containing the profound meaning of shock. "You bastard, you dragged me along the whole way." Then he directly unleashed a move that shot straight toward the Earthcore spiritual spring. Seeing this, everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Someone cried out in panic, "How dare you?" Yang Shi froze, almost unable to believe his eyes. The guild president could not help but roar, "What are you doing?" And then, the triangular barrier shattered just like that, and the Earthcore spiritual spring inside splashed everywhere. The Chaotic Sea Lord had been waiting for this. Laughing wildly, he hurriedly flew toward the Earthcore spiritual spring. "If I can't have it, none of you should even dream of having it either." Excited, he reached out to catch a portion of the spiritual spring pouring toward him. "I'll take 2 portions of this Earthcore spiritual spring first, you foolish otherworlders." In that instant, the corner of Yang Shi's mouth lifted slightly, because he knew the time had come. An opportunity. He quickly opened the void realm space and secretly swallowed down a large amount of Earthcore spiritual spring. While the Chaotic Sea Lord was still smugly enjoying the Earthcore spiritual spring he had seized, Yang Shi had already flashed behind him. He slowly reached out and grabbed the Chaotic Sea Lord's head. Then Yang Shi circulated a stream of energy and pulled a segment of genetic code from inside his head. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Yang Shi, in the identity of the Arbiter clone, used his acting skills to make it seem as if he had also been sucked into the space. Seeing this, the guild president's face suddenly turned deathly pale. He shouted in panic, "Careful!" But just as the guild president wanted to rush over, the space gradually vanished. Even if he wanted to attack, it was already too late. The scene shifted to the void realm space. In the next second, Yang Shi was unexpectedly thrown out by the spatial pit. Seeing him return in such a miserable state, Fei Fei walked over anxiously and asked after him, "Brother, your aura is chaotic." Regarding this, he could only explain that he had fought someone in the outside world. He had not expected that old man's power to be able to penetrate into this place. In the next second, Yang Shi happily took out the Earthcore spiritual spring he had just seized. "But fortunately, I managed to snatch this Earthcore stone milk." Then he quickly sat down and entered a meditative state. This time, there were more than 18 units of law fragments. If he used them to break through a few lower-level profound meanings, he feared he could bring them all to the 5th tier. When his mind entered his sea of consciousness, Yang Shi began to calculate. But the control profound meaning was simply too heaven-defying. Even with so many law fragments, the process of controlling the profound meaning was still extremely difficult. A moment later, Yang Shi suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured the connected key words: decomposition, control, energy, space-time. Because of this, he gradually sank deep into sensing the essence of all things around him. My existence is even smaller than dust. The trajectories derived from the law's profound meanings are like a neural network, terrifying beyond measure. In the end, Yang Shi focused all his mind on absorbing the energy. Control profound meaning. 9%. Sensing the change in her brother, Fei Fei asked with some concern, "Brother, your bearing has changed so much." But instead of answering, Yangshi put on his mask and transformed into Rooster. As he walked toward the spatial pit, he waved goodbye to her. "Fei, your brother is leaving first. I still have another fierce battle to fight." Hearing this, Fei became extremely flustered and hurriedly called out, "Brother, aren't you going to rest a little longer?" Stepping out of the spatial pit in the identity of Rooster, he slowly swept his gaze over the situation. It seemed that in just a short half-hour, the battle for the Earthgore's spiritual spring had already come to an end. Victory and defeat were clear. The guild president had now obtained 3 portions of the Earthgore's spiritual spring, while Norton could only grit his teeth in anger, because he himself had only kept 1 portion. As for the Red Emperor and Storm Venerable, they had fared the worst. Each of them had obtained only half a portion. After a brief moment of surprise, the guild president immediately used his commanding tone. "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the Earthgore's spiritual spring you obtain. I can still consider allowing the Judgment Organization to become a branch force of the Mercenary Guild on planet Azure. How about it?" Faced with the resentment of the people below, Yangshi merely replied indifferently, "That thing that looks like bath milk? I already gave it to my younger sister to soak in for her beauty treatment. If you need it, I can go ask her for some bathwater for you. How about that?" After hearing this, the guild president was so furious his blood boiled. In the end, he cursed insolent. "You native are extremely rude." Then she did not bother paying attention to that and declared boldly, "Old man, I did not come here today to fight you. I want to kill the 3 Benedot's brothers first." Hearing this, the Red Emperor burst into loud laughter. "You want to kill the 3 of US brothers? How ridiculous." He even calmly spread his arms and mocked. "Using a proverb of you natives, I suppose this is called not knowing the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Do you know how much of the law my eldest brother has comprehended? 9%. He is only 1 step away from the 5th tier of the celestial rank. You stupid human." Regarding this, Yangshi only replied indifferently, 9%? As it happens, so am I." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly charged forward and swung a slash that severed his opponent's head. Even as the Red Emperor was about to descend to the underworld, his face still carried a hint of shock. Witnessing this scene, Storm Venerable was so stunned that his mouth fell open. Even the other 2 people could not have imagined that such an outcome would occur. Holding the Red Emperor's head in his hand, she openly declared, "This is the first death." The scene shifted to a place where the ground was covered in white bones, inside an area protected by a barrier. At this moment, in the training room, Raleigh was standing before Famine and asking anxiously, "Eldest brother, how much longer do you need before you can recover?" The old man from a mercenary guild is outside. "I'm afraid third brother won't be able to hold on much longer." Regarding this, Famine merely replied coldly, "Give me a little more time. The energy obtained from this life alchemy is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, I am using it to heal my injuries, so I cannot break through to the 5th tier." The more Raleigh listened to Famine, the more speechless his expression became. "However, although I have not broken through to the 5th tier, my strength will be a little greater than before after this. So there is no need to pay attention to the old man from the Mercenary Guild. After I go out, I can deal with him." The corner of Raleigh's lips unconsciously curled slightly, and his voice carried a hint of pleading. "Eldest brother, this time third brother hid the matter of the Earthgore's spiritual spring from us. Let's just pretend we don't know. That boy has always had an inferiority complex. It isn't strange for him to do something like this." Regarding this, Famine did not care too much. He even immediately agreed without hesitation. "That's right, that boy is too childish. If he wants the Earthcore spiritual spring, would the 2 of us really fight him over it?" But in the next second, his voice suddenly sank, and his face carried a hint of mockery. "But perhaps this time, he will have to be disappointed. Having lost the energy of life alchemy, I must obtain the Earthcore spiritual spring in order to have another chance to break through to the 5th tier." Hearing this, Raleigh could only smile bitterly in embarrassment and quickly explain, "In the end, we can still find a treasure on the same level as the Earthgore's spiritual spring." In the next second, he hurriedly changed the subject. "How about I go over there and check on the Earthgore's spiritual spring first? With only third brother there, I'm afraid he won't be able to control the situation." Famine allowed it easily without even thinking. "Go." As soon as he received permission, Raleigh immediately strode out of the barrier. But he had only taken a few steps when a subordinate hurriedly knelt down and blocked his path to report, Lord Blue Emperor, Lord Red Emperor, he is dead. Hearing this, Raleigh could hardly believe his ears. He hurriedly grabbed the subordinate by the collar and roared, "What did you say? Say it again." Although that subordinate was terrified, he could only stammer and point in one direction, saying, "Lord Red Emperor's body is over there." Looking in that direction, one could immediately see a headless corpse lying on the cold ground. Recognizing the familiar clothing, Raleigh hurriedly rushed to the corpse and cried out miserably, "No, third brother." His rage continued to build, causing him to directly erupt with his own power. "You dared to kill a member of our Benedict's family. I will definitely make you." As Raleigh shouted, he suddenly stood up and declared, "Pay a heavy price." A while later, Yangshi suddenly sensed a powerful surge of strength, even from quite a distance away. When he saw that it was Raleigh rushing over, he calmly spat out one sentence, "You're this eager to come throw your life away?" Meanwhile, Raleigh had already been swallowed by fury and had lost his reason. He could only increase his speed and fly over. Just as Raleigh was about to close in, Yangshi calmly used the metal divine path and effortlessly neutralized all of his attacks. Witnessing this, Raleigh continuously unleashed moves while roaring angrily. "Do you think this is enough to defend yourself?" Then an even greater surge of energy suddenly enveloped Yangshi's entire body. However, Yangshi merely reminded him coldly, "Don't you know? Being swallowed inside the enemy means it becomes easier to attack your vital points." After saying this, Yangshi began to use the spirit transformation art, creating a surge of energy in his hand while thinking, "I just collected the Red Emperor's power earlier. I wonder if there's anything in common between the powers of these two brothers." The moment Raleigh saw the red light power break through the binding chains, he almost could not believe his eyes. It shocked him so much that he almost did not dare trust what he was seeing. Could this guy be a rare dual-element ability user? Impossible. My senses must definitely be wrong. But Yangshi did not bother giving Raleigh any more time to react. He commented loudly, "So this is the inherited ability of your Benedict's family? It really does have some skill." Hearing these words, Raleigh began to panic. His voice even carried a trace of fear. How is this possible? This elemental undead power. Who exactly are you?" Yangshi's answer to Raleigh was gentle, yet carried the scent of death. "I'm the one who will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly released a strange surge of power straight at Raleigh. "Break from me." Raleigh forcefully took the blow, causing him to painfully furrow his brows, but his mouth still did not stop cursing. "You bastard." Just as he still had not had time to react, Yangshi abruptly closed in and kicked Raleigh's head away. But the moment Yangshi launched his attack, Raleigh suddenly vanished into space. At last, he knew fear and hurriedly turned around, flying toward the inner city. As soon as Yangshi reacted, he quickly sped up and chased after him. "Don't even think about running." Witnessing this, the guild president cried out in alarm. Just where did this monster crawl out from? Allowing a powerhouse of this level to grow is truly a nightmare. Upon hearing this, Norton laughed, thinking at last you old men have figured it out. While the high-level strategy of the Benedict's empire is in danger, we should plunder a little more benefit. But this thought was coldly refuted by the guild president. What I mean is, help the three Benedict's brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, the guild president immediately chased in the direction of Yangshi and Raleigh, leaving Norton behind to ask in confusion, "Is there some mistake? I was hoping this native would wipe out the three Benedict's brothers, and now you're telling me to help them?" A while later, Yangshi lightly landed in the inner city. As he slowly swept his gaze around, he tried hard to suppress the rage boiling inside him. No one could stay sane after seeing traces left behind from the slaughter of their own people. I have to force myself to stay calm. Compared to the human compatriots on this southern continent, the carefree residents in the inland continent who have lived in peace for 100 years are truly like people living in heaven while these people live in hell. Standing before a door radiating a dazzling golden light, Yangshi finally could not hold back and roared, "Then all of you can go to hell too. Eldest brother, third brother really is dead. He died at the hands of that native powerhouse rooster. Even with all my strength, I was not his opponent." Even now, Raleigh still had not recovered from what had just happened. The key is that he is a rare, fourth-tier, dual-element ability user, even rarer than a celestial seed. The more Raleigh spoke, the more panicked he became. But at this moment, he could only hurriedly urge, "Eldest brother, if your strength is already enough to fight the enemies in this battle, then please show yourself as soon as possible." Faced with his younger brother's urgency, Famine appeared extremely calm. "What is there to fear? Once I emerge at full strength, that native human will be nothing more than a fly before me." The moment he finished speaking, both brothers felt a violent tremor. In the next second, Yangshi used a punch to blast the roof off their building. "Break for me." Seeing the person who had appeared, Famine furrowed his brows tightly and asked, "You are the one who killed my third brother?" Yangshi did not flinch in the slightest. He even bluntly questioned him in return. "And you are the one who killed tens of millions of my compatriots?" But instead of answering this question, Famine merely spoke coldly in warning. "If you commit suicide now, I can still let you die with your corpse intact. If you wait until I come out of seclusion, I will definitely grind you into dust." That threat seemed to anger Yangshi. In an instant, he unexpectedly appeared right behind Raleigh. "But before that, I will take the Blue Emperor's life first." The instant Yangshi attacked, Raleigh once again vanished into the void. But Yangshi seemed to have anticipated this. He suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. Then Yangshi unexpectedly raised his hand and struck Raleigh in the chest with a palm the moment he reappeared. The sudden attack left Raleigh extremely shocked, and he hurriedly asked, "You can predict it?" Instead of answering, Yangshi slowly clenched his fist and challenged him. "You can try. Let's see how many more punches you can endure." Perhaps knowing that it would be difficult for him to escape, Raleigh could only slowly turn his head toward Famine and leave a message. "Eldest brother, I hope I can hold out until you finish healing." After saying this, he was once again fed a punch to the chest by Yangshi and could only cry out in pain, "Eldest brother." Hearing the call, Famine silently furrowed his brows tightly. But Yangshi showed no mercy when he struck. He attacked repeatedly, beating Raleigh until his teeth broke. "Eldest brother." Every time Yangshi felt he was being noisy, he punched him again. "Eldest brother." In the end, Famine could no longer endure it. He roared angrily, "You win. What conditions do you want before you are willing to spare my younger brother?" At this moment, Yangshi slowly turned to look at Famine and declared coldly, "What do you think could possibly compensate for the debt of tens of millions of my compatriots dying miserably? Use your younger brother's life to repay it." After saying that, he suddenly manifested a weapon and prepared to stab it into Raleigh's neck. Witnessing this, Famine screamed in terror, "No!" Just then, the guild president suddenly appeared and used his ability to create an earth element barrier. In the next second, a massive earthen wall suddenly rose from nothingness and blocked directly in front of Raleigh, saving him from death. The barrier had now been shattered. Seeing that his plan had been ruined, Yangshi turned coldly and questioned the guild president. "By making a move, are you trying to interfere in the grudge between me and the three Benedot's brothers?" When questioned, the guild president stood in front of Raleigh to protect him while calmly commenting, "I truly did not expect that in such a short time, a powerhouse like you would appear among the natives." Instead of choosing to confront him, the guild president unexpectedly extended an invitation. "Why don't you join my mercenary guild? What do you think?" But Yangshi replied in an extremely contemptuous tone, "You Ase people are always this arrogant. Survival is fine. Destruction is fine too. But before that, what we humans of planet Azure value most is the dignity of our entire race. Humans will never be slaves." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. In the next second, a green vortex formed from God-made metal appeared right above Yangshi's head. The scene shifted to a ruined wasteland, where the surviving human slaves were looking up at the strange phenomenon that had just appeared in the sky. Our compatriots on the other continent have not abandoned us. We are the true masters of this plane. We also have top-tier powerhouses. From high above, a crowd could be seen cheering together for a future they all yearned for. Perhaps, in the near future, the slave shackles that have bound our human race for nearly 100 years will be completely shattered. I will never be a slave. Witnessing this scene, Norton suddenly felt somewhat bewildered. When did these slaves become like this? Storm, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Exactly. In my impression, they were no different from a bunch of fools. Elsewhere, Famine was speaking to the guild president with difficulty. "Old man, as long as you hold this fellow back for a few more minutes, I'll be able to recover completely." Meanwhile, Yangshi, standing to the side, was silently calculating. "It's time to carry out another plan. I can sense that the Bone Emperor's aura is constantly growing stronger. Add in the mercenary guild president joining forces with him, and I'm afraid there's a very real chance I'll lose. When he briefly glanced at his compatriots celebrating in the distance, his resolve grew even firmer. This time is different from before. I have to preserve as much strength as possible to take these compatriots away. Raising his head again to look at Norton and Storm floating high above, Yangshi immediately made his decision. Among these fourth-tier powerhouses, he is the easiest one to defeat. Killing him and replenishing my law fragments won't be a loss. Just then, Famine suddenly spoke, interrupting Yangshi's thoughts. I admit that your talent is indeed quite good, but I must teach you one principle. Before you have the strength to completely overwhelm others, you must not act too arrogantly. But in the very next second, Yangshi abruptly vanished right before him, leaving only one sentence echoing through space. The people I hate most are those who preach principles. Then Yangshi suddenly appeared right behind Storm. The moment the old man turned his head to look back, Yangshi pressed a finger to the center of Storm's forehead and pulled out a strand of green energy. In the blink of an eye, Yangshi had cleanly erased the man known as Storm. After obtaining the spoils he needed, Yangshi retreated toward the spatial gate and coldly said farewell. Well then, everyone, the next time we meet will probably be the final decisive battle. I hope you don't die before then. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw out one last provocation. Otherwise, I'll find it very boring. After witnessing that entire strange sequence of actions, Famine could only mock him. That fellow talks big even when he's running away. Only the guild president remained wary and began speculating. He suddenly killed Storm Venerable. I'm afraid he has some other scheme. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to warn them. No, I can sense his energy fluctuations. He's not far from here. In the sky above the city, 5 or 6 Void Realm vortexes suddenly opened in midair. Yangshi slowly stepped out from one of them. As soon as he appeared, he quickly spoke to reassure everyone. I'm a 4th-tier human. Don't be afraid. I'll take everyone away. Hearing that he had come to save them, the crowd once again erupted in extreme excitement. We're saved. We're saved. A while later, they formed several orderly lines and prepared to return home. Just as they were entering the vortexes one after another, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking at the scene below, Famine could no longer hide his astonishment. After consuming such a huge amount of magic power, what exactly is he doing this for? Could he also want to make use of these native slaves and seize the opportunity to carry out a round of life alchemy on himself? But in the very next second, he began refuting his own idea. Impossible. How could the natives have an item capable of performing life alchemy? Even on our side, the only alchemy instrument has already been consumed. If we want to carry out life alchemy again, the family would have to send over a new instrument. However, the guild president himself believed otherwise. I'm afraid he consumed so much energy simply to save them. Text-to-speech conversion by VB.VN. In the Void Realm Temple, Yangshi was now standing silently before a cocoon of light. Suddenly, the cocoon began to tremble violently, and streams of pure power started leaking out. Immediately afterward, the cocoon shattered, revealing Fei sitting curled up inside. Then she slowly opened her eyes, gradually sensing everything around her. Seeing his younger sister as if she had been completely reborn, she could not help sighing inwardly. So this is the power of the Earth Gore spiritual spring? It looks pretty good. No wonder the Red Emperor wanted to obtain the Earth Gore spiritual spring no matter what. Thinking of this, he silently calculated again. 6 portions of the Earth Gore spiritual spring. My sister probably consumed 1 portion, leaving 5 portions. Seeing that Yangshi had returned, Fei immediately ran over and asked, "Brother, is your matter over?" Regarding this question, he could only say, "It can be considered half over for now, but a new trial of the same kind is waiting for us." In addition, Yangshi did not forget to ask his sister's opinion. "I need more helpers, so I plan to share some of the precious Earth Gore spiritual spring." Hearing this, Fei agreed at once without the slightest hesitation. "I understand. Brother, although this Earth Gore spiritual spring is a good thing, it isn't more precious than companions." After resolving this series of matters, Yangshi once again sank into thought. The final battle against the Void Realm vortexes is approaching. Aside from companions, the hearts of the people are also very important. The scene shifted to the middle of a bustling modern city, where void realm vortexes slowly opened. Those who had once borne the name of slaves were now slowly walking out from within. Realizing that they had completely escaped the place that had once imprisoned them, they burst into tears. Is this the four seas? We've finally escaped that fallen hellhole. Heaven has eyes. It finally allowed me, while I'm still alive, to return to a place ruled by the human race. That sorrowful scene quickly drew the attention of the people nearby, and they began talking among themselves. Are these the compatriots from the fallen region? They look so pitiful. Exactly. Look at the clothes those children are wearing. They only cover the private parts. Saying they're barely clothed isn't even enough to describe it. Many of them even directly took out their phones to take pictures, while not forgetting to gossip. How did they escape? The entrance of that vortex looks like the ability of Lord Pig from Judgment. Just then, Yang Shi, in his identity as Rooster, suddenly appeared and spoke to the crowd. Everyone, I think the two of us probably don't need to introduce ourselves, right? As for the fallen region, fortunately, we were finally able to bring the surviving compatriots back. Next, Rooster shouted angrily, rallying everyone. I sincerely ask everyone here to welcome these compatriots who have returned from the fallen region with all your hearts. Give them the same love and respect. Although the two continents have been separated for nearly 100 years, in the end, we are still one family. Finally, after that impassioned speech, Pig began to recount what their compatriots had experienced. Regarding what these compatriots went through, I want to tell everyone about Bone Tower City. His account stirred a wave of rage among the crowd, and everyone shouted in unison, "Humans will never be slaves." This made the man watching the scene sigh as well. Those strange men are truly cruel. They've lost all humanity. In the room, Heaven Piercer and Forbidden Sound silently listened to Guanha speak loudly. Seeing everyone so filled with righteous indignation, I also feel heartache for them. Regarding this matter, she only asked coldly, "What I'm more concerned about is this. He asked the three of us to come here today. What exactly is it for?" Just then, Rooster unexpectedly stepped out of a void realm vortex and came over to greet them. "Three of you, long time no see. Have you all been well?" As soon as Guanha saw who had arrived, he rushed over without hesitation and hugged him tightly. "Brother Rooster, we two brothers haven't seen each other since the counterattack battle in the Free Sea region. Have we? I truly missed you." Although young, she did not show much reaction on the surface. He was already roasting him inwardly. The smell of perfume on this guy is way too strong. After he stopped serving as the commander-in-chief of the Free Alliance Sea region, it was said that his current job was going to the beach to apply sunscreen for people. But no matter how he thought about it, the only image that appeared in Yangshi's mind was Guanha doing some improper job. The man before him was still moved by himself, but in the next second, Yangshi forcibly pushed him away. There's no helping it. There are too many missions in the organization. I also want to live as freely as you do, brother, but unfortunately, the situation doesn't allow it. At the mention of this issue, Guanha immediately frowned and retorted, "How could I possibly compare with you? You even killed one of the Asaid people's own. Hurry up and tell me what happened in the fallen region of the southern continent." Hearing this, Yangshi felt somewhat speechless. This older brother really hadn't changed at all. His words sounded nice, but his purpose was still very clear. In the end, Yangshi recounted everything that had happened. This matter has to start from the time of the chaotic Sea Lord. Only after long, while did Yangshi get to the part where after that, we discovered the location of the Earthcore spiritual spring. Hearing this, Guanha suddenly blushed and coughed dryly. "Brother Rooster, back when your judgment organization had just been founded, I also contributed quite a bit. Now, shouldn't you give this older brother? Well, you understand, don't you?" After Forbidden Sound and Heaven Piercer heard these words, they both had the same thought without prior agreement. How shameless. How could he even say something like that? Unexpectedly, Yangshi readily acknowledged it and even declared confidently, "That's right. We have always remembered Brother Ouyang's past kindness in our hearts. The Earthcore spiritual spring we obtained from the Asaid people just so happens to still have more than 2 portions left. Why don't we give you 1 portion?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson lump of Earthcore spiritual spring slowly appeared in his palm. In the next second, all 3 people in the room simultaneously fixed their attention on it, unable to hide the longing in their eyes and expressions. Guana finally could not hold back and asked, "Brother Rooster, do you really want to give it to me?" Seeing the wariness in his eyes clearly, Yangshi answered without hesitation, "Of course. You can take it now." Hearing this, Guanha pretended to be embarrassed and waved his hand in refusal. "This is a little troublesome. Maybe forget it. The reward judgment gave me was already more than enough." But Yangshi cut him off decisively. "You must accept this. Don't be afraid that you can't repay it. The Earthgore's spiritual spring is enough to restore you to your peak state." Since the other party had already put it that way, Guanha could no longer conveniently refuse. He hurriedly placed a hand on his chest and declared loudly, "Since Brother Rooster insists so firmly, then this older brother will accept it." Witnessing this scene, Forbidden Sound could not help speaking up to probe him. "Your Excellency Rooster, may I ask how you plan to handle the remaining portion?" Although she knew very well what she wanted, he still deliberately asked, "Do you want it?" Unlike Guanha, Forbidden Sound did not conceal her desire at all and answered frankly, "I want it." Hearing this, she shrugged as if it were only natural. "If you want it, then I'll give it to you." Hearing she hand the item over to her, so easily left Forbidden Sound somewhat at a loss. "Huh, that easily?" After that, she calmly ignored the remaining person in the room and discussed countermeasures for the coming battle with them. "Everyone, we have roughly exchanged information about the enemy. I hope you can all be ready to respond. This final battle is probably not far away." She frankly shared his next plan. "Next, I will probably have to go and explore the world behind the white cavity. I hope everything goes smoothly." Hearing this, both Guanha and Forbidden Sound nodded in agreement. Halfway through the meeting, Heaven Piercer directly let out a cold snort, then turned around and left. Seeing she look after the departing figure in confusion, Guanha forced a smile and explained he probably didn't get anything, so he's feeling a little jealous. Don't hold it against him. When it comes to the great affairs of humanity, he should cooperate. At this point, Guanha frowned slightly and reminded him, "However, Brother Rooster, although your strength is powerful, you must be more careful." The scene shifted to Deer Harbor City, at the place where exotic beast corpses were processed. Looking at the high-rise building before him, she could not help sighing inwardly. Back then, Qiando Duo and I clung to the underside of a vehicle together, and now she has gradually gained control of a vast business empire. Time really does pass quickly. Just then, a rough voice sounded from somewhere. "Who's there?" Recognizing an acquaintance, Shi turned around and greeted him. "Duan Shuelu, long time no see." His appearance made Shuelu freeze for a moment. "So it's you, Rooster the Judgment Organization, a dignified fourth-tier powerhouse appearing on the mainland. What are you trying to do?" Regarding this question, Shi could only answer, "I came here because I accepted a mission from the organization. I want to explore the world behind the white cavity." Hearing this, Shuelu almost could not believe his ears and hurriedly asked again, "You want to go to the Ase Plain?" Before she could answer, Shuelu coldly warned him, "That place is extremely dangerous. Even if you're a fourth-tier powerhouse, I'm afraid you may go and never return. I advise you to give up." Although she knew that he meant well, his decision did not waver at all. "I have a reason I must go. An extremely important reason. The survival of humanity may depend on what I gain from this trip." Seeing that his words had no chance of moving him, Shuelu drew his treasured saber without hesitation and shouted, "If that's the case, then I must fulfill my duty and stop you from entering the association's restricted area." But Shi still refused to back down. He even released a trace of killing intent that carried a clear warning. "If you keep blocking my way, then you'll have to die." Not only was Shuelu unafraid, he declared boldly, "First, I am the guardian of the white cavity point. Second, I do not want a human powerhouse to die in vain. If my death can change your mind, I think it would be worth it." Clearly, Shi understood all too well that the powerhouses of the older generation had extremely deep feelings for the entire human race. Otherwise, humanity would never have been able to persist through the first wave of the exotic beast invasion, and there would not have been people willing to form a suicide squad to head into an unknown otherworld. Just then, Rowan appeared from somewhere and directly used his body to stand between the two of them. "Stop! I have received a special order. The higher-ups have approved Lord Rooster's operation this time." Rowan, Seeing that he could now pass through, Yangshi was very satisfied. Very good. When he walked past Shuelu, he lightly bumped into him and whispered, "I used a fruit to treat you. The old wound that has been tormenting you will be completely healed. Consider this your reward." The gate leading to the white cavity slowly opened, releasing dazzling light as if waiting to welcome the one who would step inside. Looking at what lay within, Yangshi murmured to himself, the world behind the white cavity. As he stepped in, he enunciated each word. "I have arrived." Looking at the departing figures back, Shuelu still could not help asking uneasily, "Tell me, can this fourth-tier powerhouse of the Judgment Organization survive and return?" Regarding this question, Rowan could only answer vaguely, "I don't know. Even if he doesn't return, we will still remember him in our hearts." The white cavity closed, leaving only two men standing upright, raising their hands in salute to the person they had just met. After falling out of the spatial vortex, Yangshi quickly landed in a quiet forest. No matter how peaceful the scenery here looked, he could still easily sense the dense, ancient magic power in the air. So this is the world of Asaid. The magic power here feels somewhat aged. As expected, the magical civilization of this plane has a long history. When Yangshi began doing a few basic stretches, he also discovered something else. Aside from the strange smell, the gravity here is also much stronger than on planet Azure. It would be best to cultivate for a while and adapt. As soon as he grew accustomed to the new environment, Yangshi directly transformed, switching into his divine dragon disguise. It would be easier to act this way. Just then, he unexpectedly heard sounds coming from afar. Not far away was the sight of Naifu fleeing in panic. "Help!" Chasing after her were three men, running while shouting tempting words. "Miss Naifu, obediently come back with us. Only through a marriage alliance can we rely on their family." The two lackeys behind him hurriedly chimed in as well. "We heard that young master is rather handsome, and his strength is very great too. What exactly are you dissatisfied with?" "That's right, Miss Naifu. In the end, you have to get married anyway. Marrying anyone is the same." But contrary to that, after Naifu heard them, she grew even angrier and shouted back, "You bunch of idiots. Do you even know what love is? I haven't even met that man once, and you already want to force me to marry him." The captain raised his voice again to remind her, "A political marriage is something that must be done, Miss Naifu. If you had broken through to the third-tier limit, perhaps the family would not have chosen to trade you away." Just then, she accidentally tripped over a rock. In the end, because she lost her balance, Naifu fell forward just like that. In that instant, she thought in despair, "Oh no, I'm going to be caught and taken back this time." Right at that moment, Naifu suddenly saw Yang. She's strolling leisurely toward her, while not forgetting to criticize them. "You people, enough already. Chasing after a girl like this is hardly gentlemanly." Seeing someone suddenly meddle in their business, the captain's face darkened as he warned, "Brat, do you know who we are, yet you still dare to step forward? We are members of the Ronin family. I advise you to get lost at once." But Yangshi did not falter in the slightest. Instead, he even provoked them. "If you want to take this girl away, then step over my corpse first." In that instant, Naifu's maiden heart suddenly began to flutter. So handsome, too handsome. She was even willing to drop all her defenses and run over to hide behind him. "Handsome big brother, save me." Seeing this scene, the captain finally could not hold back and roared, "You overconfident fool. I'm afraid you don't know how the word death is written, do you?" Yangshi leisurely activated Siyu's power while calmly launching a verbal attack. "Then let me see exactly how you people plan to kill me." Without waiting for the three of them to react, countless powerful streams of energy shot out in succession, striking directly at their bodies. After seeing clearly the gap in strength between the two sides, the leader hurriedly begged loudly, "Your Excellency, we were blind, but Miss Naifu must return to the family. This matter concerns the survival of our family. We hope you can understand our difficulties." Hearing this, Yangshi knelt on one knee in front of the man, indicating that he wanted to know more. "What difficulties do you have? You may speak." This lord is not an unreasonable person. With no other choice, the captain had to begin recounting a story from a very long time ago. This matter must be told from 30 years ago. Miss Naifu's aunt once fell in love with a servant of lowly birth. Afterward, when the girl's family learned of it, they were furious. The old clan leader did not agree, so he beat the pair of lovebirds and forcibly separated them. And then that very decision led to the young girl's tragedy. After being forcibly separated, her aunt spent every day immersed in pain. In the end, she chose to end her own life to cut off that relationship. Still not hearing what he wanted to know, She finally lost patience and interrupted. "You've gone around in circles for half a day. In the end, what danger is there that requires a girl to step forward for a marriage alliance?" Seeing this, the man hurriedly explained, "The danger this time is precisely because of that young man who was driven away. He has become a fourth-tier powerhouse and is about to return here." Just that one sentence was enough for him to guess the current situation of these people. Could it be the Iranid family doesn't have a single warrior strong enough? Seeing this, the captain immediately admitted, "That's right. If we cannot find a fourth-tier powerhouse of equal strength, I'm afraid this island will become history." At this point, the man slowly lowered his eyes and concluded, "At present, only a marriage alliance between families can help us survive this danger." After hearing the whole truth, Naifu only uttered a few words. "So that's how it is." Hearing this, the captain raised his head again and begged her, "So, miss, you can understand the situation the family is facing now, correct? Please go back." But instead of agreeing, Naifu turned to Yang Shi for help. "Your Excellency, can you help our Ronid family get through this crisis? I believe in your strength." Since someone had asked him, Yang Shi could not very well refuse. He only smiled faintly and said, "Meeting is fate. Take me back to the Ronid family to have a look." Receiving this news, the captain cheered excitedly. "That's wonderful. As long as your Excellency is willing to help, we absolutely will not let your efforts be in vain." After that, Yang Shi did not pay much attention to the matter, only looking gently at the girl. "In that case, Miss Naifu, we must establish an employment relationship as well." Who knew which of Yang Shi's words made Naifu blush? All that was certain was that her maiden heart trembled once again at this moment. Seeing that Naifu was still standing there in a daze, Yang Shi waved his hand slightly and called out, "Miss Naifu, come back to your senses." Perhaps it was because she was too embarrassed and shy, but Yang Shi did not care too much about this issue and calmly asked, "Do you have a coin on you?" Hearing this, Naifu hurriedly took out a silver coin and said, "I don't have a copper coin. I only have a silver coin. Do you think this will do?" The smallest currency she has on her is a silver coin. As far as I know, in Asaid, only fairly well-off families can keep silver coins. Then, while reaching out to take the silver coin, he confirmed, "Then this silver coin will be the mission payment you give me." This left Naifu extremely surprised. "Just one silver coin? Are you joking?" Yang Shi's next sentence directly caused her recently calm state to become restless again. "I, Divine Dragon, never joke with women." Seeing this, the captain reminded her in a low voice, "Miss, since this lord has decided to help us resolve the family's danger, then we cannot delay. Let's hurry back." Only at this point did Naifu comfortably lead the group back home. "All right, everyone, follow me. Let's get out of the forest first. I can sense that Uncle Tuoz is waiting for us there." A while later, as soon as they left the edge of the forest, Naifu threw herself into the arms of a middle-aged man, Uncle Tuoz. Tuoz gently stroked her head while indulging in wishful thinking. "It's wonderful that you're willing to leave this forest and return with us. That young man has noble blood. The child born from you two will definitely become a powerhouse." But as soon as he finished speaking, Naifu immediately struggled and shouted, "I don't want any marriage alliance. Whoever likes it can go themselves." In the next second, she suddenly shifted her attention toward Yang Shi and enthusiastically introduced him to Taz. "This is an expert I met on the road. With his help, we will definitely be able to get through this crisis." At this moment, the captain hurriedly stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. "If we truly had not run out of options, we would not have told Miss about the danger. As for this young man, his strength is indeed very great." Tuoz merely turned slightly and ordered, "Then bring him back first. Perhaps he will be useful." What a pity. A young third-tier powerhouse like this can also be considered a genius, but he is still far inferior to Naifu's fiancée. Next, Tuoz replaced Naifu's role as navigator and became the one leading them. "In that case, please come back with us to Red Dragon City." After saying that, he suddenly took out an exquisitely carved stone bird. In the next second, it suddenly shot up into the air, while its body gradually enlarged in midair amid the cheers of the people around them. Lord Tuoz's alchemical flying device is truly useful. It can even change size according to the number of people. But Tuoz only replied modestly, "This concrete bird of mine is merely average. The clan leaders is what should be called good. Let's return to the city. As soon as she stepped onto it, a portion of the bird's body directly transformed, forming a chair. Regarding this, he could not help feeling a little impressed inwardly. It can even automatically create seats according to different people. That's quite user-friendly. The alchemy technology of the Asaid people is indeed rather impressive. At this moment, she suddenly turned to Tuoz and asked, "Uncle Tuoz, which family is Naifu supposed to marry into?" Without even thinking, Tuoz calmly replied, "The Balak family. Their special ability is the inherited Green Heart sword diagram system. Their clan leader, Stybek, is a fourth-tier powerhouse." Seeing him ask about this matter, Naifu was also somewhat puzzled. "Why are you asking about that?" She answered with complete calm. "Curiosity." In the very next second, she declared loudly, "In any case, I will never marry him." Tuoz seemed to have long since grown used to Naifu's attitude, so he continued introducing things absent-mindedly. "The marriage partner for Miss Naifu is the heir of that family, Brewer, a third-tier limit powerhouse. He can also be considered an outstanding figure among the younger generation." The stone bird spread its wings, carrying Tuoz's voice away in the wind. "It will probably take half a day to fly to Red Dragon City. If you're tired, you can rest for a while." A long while later, at Red Dragon City, after setting foot in this place, she carefully observed while inwardly commenting, "The architecture of Red Dragon City is extremely unique. It seems to have a long history." Just then, a vendor holding a gigantic fish ran over to hawk his goods. "Honored guest, would you like to buy some fish?" The incident was so unexpected that she froze for a moment. Seeing this, Naifu laughed and explained, "The fish in Red Dragon City are just a little bigger than the fish elsewhere." Looking at the abnormally huge fish constantly wriggling in the fishmonger's arms, she inwardly sighed again. This size really does resemble genetic mutation. They went deeper into the city, toward the place where their family resided. Tuoz solemnly cupped his hands and reported to the person waiting at the entrance, "Lord Clan Leader, fortunately, we have brought Miss back safe and sound." The clan leader of the Ronid family, Bloomfield, smiled with satisfaction when he saw them return. "You have done very well. Go rest for a while." Then his gaze suddenly stopped on Shi, who was standing behind Taz. "And this is..." Without waiting for Shi to speak, Naifu hurriedly rushed over and cut in. "Father, this is the powerful divine dragon expert I met outside. With him here, this trouble facing our family is basically nothing at all." Hearing his daughter say this, Ronid also greeted him pleasantly. "So you're a little brother divine dragon. Welcome to Red Dragon City. Tuoz, you will be responsible for receiving him over the next few days. Do not be discourteous." Seeing Ronid assign Tuoz to receive Shi, Naifu immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression. "Big Brother Divine Dragon is my friend. Why does Father want Uncle Tuoz to receive him?" Facing her protest, Ronid did not bother to explain and shifted his gaze to the servants waiting for orders. "Hurry and take Miss back. Comb her hair and dress her up properly. Just look at this face. It's so dirty. Does she look anything like a young lady of the Ronid family?" Two maidservants quickly led Naifu away. She did not forget to turn back and give Shi a playful wink. Later, witnessing this bold interaction, he could only stand rooted to the spot with an awkward smile. Just then, Tuoz warmly walked over, familiarly slung an arm around his shoulders, and began an enthusiastic conversation. "Little brother divine dragon, if this is your first time visiting our Red Dragon City, then this old brother will have to take you around for a stroll." He also noticed the fatigue in the young man's eyes, so he continued, "But today you've been sitting on the concrete wyvern for more than half a day, so you must be tired. When you're feeling better tomorrow, I'll gladly take you to the best striptease tavern in the city." After this warm round of socializing ended, Shi was led to the room prepared especially for him to rest in. The room was not large, but it was still rather exquisite. Walking toward the wooden shelf in the corner of the room, he selected a few ancient books and began studying them attentively. History of the Selly continent. History was one of the best ways to better understand a place. At a mysterious coordinate belonging to the planet Azure Plane, Chris was deep in thought in his new form, making calculations. During this period, I seem to have devoured all of the deep blue race in the planet Azure Plane and also cultivated a few trusted subordinates. Now, with the magic power nurtured from the purple strain, these trusted subordinates have very quickly grown to third-tier strength. At that moment, 3 figures appeared one after another. They all lowered their heads and bowed respectfully before their master. Lord Chris, we have returned. He still kept his back turned toward his subordinates and only asked coldly, "Has the intelligence been confirmed?" Akun presented it clearly. It has been confirmed. Rooster and Pig fought a great battle against the Oseid powerhouses in the fallen region of the southern continent. In this battle, the 3 fourth-tier powerhouses, the Red Emperor, the Storm Venerable, and the Arbitrator, lost their lives. On the Judgment Organization's side, there were no casualties at all. They even rescued tens of thousands of humans and obtained a treasure called the Earthgore Spiritual Spring. Hearing this, rage erupted, making Chris's entire body tremble violently in disbelief. How was that possible? The Red Emperor was so strong, and his level of comprehension of the profound meaning of laws was around 6 or 7%. Rooster, you damned bastard, what kind of monster are you? He began to doubt the path he had chosen. In his heart, he roared in questioning. If the Judgment Organization can truly withstand multiple waves of attacks from the Oseid people, then what meaning do the things I've done still have? As if sensing the heavy feelings in his master's heart, Abu spoke to comfort him. Lord Chris, the things you are doing are leaving another path of retreat for the human race. If the Judgment Organization cannot resist the 3 great forces, the soul of humanity will continue to sprout and take root across countless planes. We can't keep waiting anymore. Quickly urge the tree to grow. Then, the moment it ripens, while its consciousness has not yet awakened, seize the chance to devour this great existence. Chris's tone was incomparably firm, carrying an extreme determination. That's right, my plan is the most certain one. Elsewhere, the allure of the ancient words in the book had completely drawn in Yangshi's mind. The area of the Selly continent is actually equal to 30 planet Azure planes combined. Moreover, the Selly continent is only a medium-sized continent among the 7 planes of Oseid. After several hours of diligent study, he gently closed the book, not to mention the area of the seas, which is even vaster. Compared to this Oseid plane, the planet Azure plane truly is only a tiny corner. In his mind, he began linking and summarizing the historical information he had just absorbed. I'm afraid that, to the Oseid people, for a plane with a relatively low level of magic power like planet Azure, sending a few 4th-tier powerhouses is already more than enough. While he was absorbed in distant calculations, a slender figure suddenly appeared outside the balcony. Naifu, wearing somewhat revealing clothing, had only just stepped inside when she immediately revealed a bright smile. Big Brother Divine Dragon, good evening. Young Jobless's face instantly darkened. He truly felt speechless in the face of the other party's strange personality. Good evening, Miss Naifu. She showed no politeness at all as she walked closer and plopped down on his cushion as naturally as if she were in her own room. My father was really rude. For a powerhouse of your level, he should have arranged a better room. And there isn't even a maidservant to attend to you. That's far too much. Faced with the young girl's complaints, Yang, she was completely unmoved. If there were a maidservant here, wouldn't it be even harder for you to see me? Hearing this, Naifu suddenly came to a realization. She nodded repeatedly, feeling that this explanation was extremely reasonable. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? He took the initiative to go straight to the main point. Miss Naifu, if the reason you came to find me is because the enemy will arrive in 15 days, then please rest assured. Since I signed a contract with you, I will not go back on my word. Under his direct gaze, Naifu awkwardly avoided his eyes, then hesitantly spoke with an embarrassed expression. I'm really sorry, Big Brother Divine Dragon. I brought you back home because I truly wanted your help. But Father actually doesn't believe me and is still stubbornly trying to obtain the Balak family's help through a marriage alliance. Yang-shi carefully observed her expression. The way this young lady looks really reminds me of Fei Fei. He bent down until his eyes were level with hers. Do you hate marriage alliances that much? The question seemed to touch the feelings she had long suppressed. Naifu immediately regained a serious expression. I want to be like my aunt and have a love that is carved into the bones and engraved in the heart. She affirmed it in a determined tone. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't regret it at all. Witnessing the other party's resolute attitude, Yang-shi also did not want to extinguish that dream. Then I wish you success. If there is anything you need my help with, just say so. But inwardly, he secretly wondered. In her eyes, does love have to cost one's life before it counts as romantic? Unexpectedly, Naifu leaned forward and planted a kiss on Yangshi's cheek. The sudden action caught him completely off guard. Naifu's face was already as red as a ripe tomato. She looked straight into his eyes and said shyly, "Big brother divine dragon, you're the one who said it. When the time comes, wait for my notice." After saying this, she nimbly turned around, leaped skillfully from the balcony down to the ground, and vanished into the night. Yangshi raised his hand and gently touched the spot where he had just been kissed, sighing in admiration at Naifu's boldness. Sure enough, Ase girls are very open. This girl must have misunderstood something. Just now, I was only making polite conversation. Day 14, one day before the enemy's arrival. In the vast courtyard in front of the villa, two groups of people stood facing one another. "Stieback, we haven't seen each other for 20 years since we parted in Daisy City." The burly man stepped forward and clapped him hard on the shoulder with hearty enthusiasm. "That's right. I haven't been able to share a drink with an old fellow like you." Immediately afterward, Stieback leaned aside and introduced the young man standing beside him, pride written clearly on his face. "This is my son, Brewer. His talent is far greater than mine." Yet in stark contrast to his father's open-hearted manner, Brewer wore an extremely ugly expression. Seeing his unfriendly attitude and contemptuous gaze, a flame of anger surged up in Naifu's heart. Divine Dragon stood at a distance, quietly observing the two newly arrived guests. A fourth-tier powerhouse with about 5% comprehension. Not bad. As for his son, he's only third tier. Only then did Stieback begin to turn his attention to Naifu and exchange a few polite greetings. "This must be my niece Naifu, yes? As expected, you are breathtakingly beautiful. I believe the offspring you and Brewer produce will certainly become powerhouses far stronger than I am." Without showing anyone the slightest courtesy, she immediately refuted him mercilessly. "I will never marry this sissy." Brewer was stunned at first, but then his face twisted into an expression of extreme fury. "I haven't even looked down on a country bumpkin like you yet, and you dare look down on me?" He pressed his face close to Naifu's, a smile on his lips carrying traces of arrogance and vulgarity. "A family like yours, without even a single fourth-tier powerhouse, should obediently become vassals. Don't even dream of a marriage alliance. You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Stubborn by nature, she hardened her expression and shot back sharply. "We don't need your fake help. Big Brother Divine Dragon already agreed to help my family get through this crisis." Brewer looked Divine Dragon up and down with a disdainful gaze, then let out a biting sneer. "This guy's the real sissy, isn't he?" Being insulted by someone else caused a simmering anger to rise in Divine Dragon's heart. "This is the first time anyone has ever said that about me. Is this Brewer tired of living?" Naifu still had no intention of stopping the argument. She was determined to win no matter what. A super powerhouse like Big Brother Divine Dragon is fundamentally not someone you can make wild guesses about. With a body drained dry by lust like yours, I'm afraid you couldn't even withstand one move from him. After hearing this, Brewer burst into arrogant, provocative laughter. With the strength of his pretty-faced boy, I'm afraid he'd still only be third tier even if he trained himself to death. He turned to look at his father with resentment. "Father, I already said I don't need a woman like this. You were clearly the one who wanted a marriage alliance. Yet now she's even keeping a pretty-faced boy around." Stieback ignored his son's complaints and questioned Ronid in a tone filled with pressure. "Brother Ronid, what is the meaning of this?" To ease the tense atmosphere and try to salvage the deep friendship between the two families, Ronid hurriedly reassured him. "This Divine Dragon is Tuaz's friend. Naifu is only doing this to anger Brewer a little. Please don't take it seriously." Before the conversation could reach any conclusion, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed over, tearing apart the stillness. A gigantic, blazing entity abruptly appeared, its enormous wings blotting out the sunlight. "Foolish Ronid family, if all those who are helping you have arrived, then come and fight." Faced with that blatant provocation, Ronid showed no sign of shrinking back. "Oddington, don't you dare be arrogant. Since you did not cherish the kindness I once showed you, I can only set everything right and make sure you come here and never return." He did not bother paying attention to the old man's words and acted directly. "Set everything right? With this rabble of yours?" Stieback surged forward with ferocious momentum, a great sword in his hand emitting a chilling, killing aura. Let me, your brother, help you get through this tribulation. He poured his strength into a fatal slash aimed straight at Audington's blazing claw. Someone whose will is not firm would basically be unable to display even half of their true strength after being hit by this move. As for some piece of trash who relies on his looks to scam food and drink, he's probably so frightened he's rooted to the spot, right? Divine Dragon completely ignored those lowly taunts, calmly watching every shift in the battle. It is indeed a decent profundity. Aside from its support effect, its killing power is also quite solid. Just then, Audington continued roaring, "The illusory flame profundity I have comprehended is no ordinary flame. Those whose will is not firm will only be surrounded by illusions." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his claw and attacked Stieback again. Fight! Because Naifu's spirit was already exhausted, she was immediately affected by the illusion technique. Her pale lips cried out for help in broken gasps. Help me." Not only did Brewer not step in to protect her, he even folded his arms and watched with contempt. What a weak will, to fall into an illusion so easily. At that dangerous moment, Divine Dragon was the only one who came to her rescue. With one hand, he gripped her wrist tightly. With the other, he gently but decisively tapped a finger right between Naifu's brows to help her regain her clarity. Just a few seconds after Divine Dragon's light touch, the gloomy darkness in Naifu's mind instantly dispersed. Big Brother Divine Dragon. She threw her arms around him as though afraid that if she let go, that terrifying nightmare would come rushing back. "Thank goodness you were here. Just now, I was pulled into an illusion. It scared me to death." This overly passionate outburst left Divine Dragon in a state between laughter and tears. "You should calm down." Seeing this intimate scene, Brewer felt the hot blood in his body boil violently. Damn adulterous pair. Once father takes care of the enemy, I'll definitely cut off this pretty-faced boy's head myself. High in the sky, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Suddenly, Stieback's figure froze in midair. Audington was astonished and wondered inwardly at his opponent's strange reaction. Is there some problem with his magic supply? Or is he tricking me? Why isn't this guy moving at all? Noticing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he decided to deliver the finishing blow. So this is the strength of you noble-born people? To me, it amounts to nothing more than this. Illusory flame lunar eclipse. Turn into ashes. At that critical moment, Stieback suddenly opened his eyes wide. Your heart has revealed an opening. He poured all his power into the greatsword and unleashed a slash straight at Audington's vital weak point. Green heart. The image of the mighty fire dragon scattered into countless tiny sparks, accompanied by a resentful curse. They speak of it. Yet before Stieback could feel pleased with himself, that familiar voice calmly rang out right beside his ear. Is that what you wanted to hear me say? Audington, in human form, was standing with extraordinary elegance on the sharp tip of the sword. Unfortunately, things did not go as you wished. Stieback gave a faint cold snort, his state of mind still completely unshaken. I take back what I said earlier. You truly are a difficult opponent. Unfortunately, in this Aussade plane, in the end, only noble families like ours can have the last laugh. The sword in his hand carried the force of 10,000 soldiers as it slashed horizontally through Audington's body, splitting him in two. Seeing that scene, Brewer once again displayed his arrogant nature and declared smugly, "How could you country bumpkins possibly imagine the power of our green heart sword diagram?" He was about to turn and add a few mocking words aimed at Divine Dragon. Boy, where was he? At some unknown moment, Divine Dragon was already standing proudly at the center of the battlefield, both hands leisurely tucked into his trouser pockets. You two have been fighting for so long. You must be tired, right? Faced with his ghost-like movements, Stieback could not help being surprised. Aren't you afraid of being accidentally injured by me when you appear here? Divine Dragon curled his lips into a confident smile and answered calmly in an arrogant tone, I really am afraid of being accidentally injured by you. That's why I can only make the first move. Before Stieback could understand what was happening, Divine Dragon had gently tapped a finger between his brows. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Stieback's body suddenly dissolved into nothingness like faint smoke. Brewer went mad with rage, then swung his sword and charged forward, intending to take revenge. Damn pretty-faced boy, you actually dared ambush my father. Godi, Divine Dragon only needed to calmly raise a single finger to completely stop the sword's tip. Sensing the unique magic power fluctuating on Brewer's sword, he raised his brows slightly and commented, "The alchemy array on this sword is indeed not bad." Only then did Brewer awaken from his fury. His lips trembled, and he stammered incoherently, "You're not third tier. You're fourth tier. You're truly sinister." Divine Dragon kicked Brewer powerfully in the abdomen. The terrifying force sent his body flying, crashing into a distant stone wall and sending dust billowing everywhere. Before Brewer could recover from that heaven-shaking impact, he saw his own sword flying toward him. The razor-sharp blade stabbed into his head with absolute precision, officially helping him log out of this world. Witnessing such a brutal and swift attack, Oddington could not help shuddering. "Just who are you?" Divine Dragon smiled mysteriously and answered in a voice so cold it pierced to the bone. "Who am I? Merely the person who will kill you." His hands began forming seals, and his mouth murmured ancient words. The clear sky was suddenly covered by pitch-black clouds. A gigantic human face condensed from the dark clouds appeared. Purple rain. Sharp needles carrying dense killing intent pierced through Oddington's body. He could only roar in despair. "No, you can't kill me. I am Lord Meredith's subordinate. You can't kill me." That unfamiliar name made Divine Dragon pause for an instant, curiosity rising in his heart. Who is Meredith? At the same time, inside a magnificent palace lavishly plated with gold, the atmosphere was bustling and extravagant. On the highest step of the hall, Seraphim Meredith reclined lazily on a golden throne, swinging a glass of crimson wine in his hand. Meredith angrily crushed the precious wine glass, letting the dark red liquid flow down between his fingers. "Oddington is dead? Didn't he say he was going home to visit relatives? How'd he die?" He sprang up from the throne, his fiery eyes sweeping over his subordinates before he ordered his two most trusted confidants. "Who dares kill a subordinate of mine, Meredith? Sabrina, you and Kamen go investigate this matter thoroughly." The female dragon, Sabrina, twisted her seductive body as she approached. "Lord Meredith, if we find a target, can Rena eat him?" Long accustomed to her brutal nature, Meredith granted her full authority to decide the unfortunate person's fate. "The situation this time is special. I will allow you to decide on your own." In a Ronid family's territory, Divine Dragon landed on the ground with a composed bearing. "Patriarch, how much do you know about Meredith?" Ronid looked at the young man before him with a complicated gaze, both fearful and worried. "Lord Divine Dragon, you must not have arrived in the Myong territory very long ago, correct?" Divine Dragon had no intention of hiding it and calmly admitted, "Previously, I was always traveling on the continent. This is indeed my first time coming to the Myong territory." Hearing this answer, Ronid let out a heavy sigh and began explaining how terrifying the enemy was. "No wonder. Meredith Gabriel is currently the most famous heavenly seed in the Myong territory, the first genius of the Seraphim family in thousands of years." Divine Dragon sketched out that person's influence in his mind. "So that's how it is. This Meredith is the heavenly seed of the Seraphim family?" Seeing that Divine Dragon still remained calm, Ronid became even more troubled. Not daring to look straight at him, he said, "I wonder what your excellency plans to do next? After all, Lord Divine Dragon, you eliminated Oddington, who was plotting to attack our Ronid family. Speaking of the cause of this matter, it is also connected to our family. If you need anything, then..." Divine Dragon only needed one glance to see through this old fox's thoughts. "This acting skill is terrible. Isn't he just afraid I'll implicate him?" he declared decisively. "Forget it. I don't want to stay here and drag you into this. As for this Meredith, leave him to me to deal with myself." After saying that, he turned toward Naifu and waved goodbye. "Miss Naifu, since the mission is complete, our employer-employee relationship ends here." Divine Dragon shot into the sky and quickly vanished into the clouds, despite her efforts to shout his name. "Big Brother Divine Dragon." He swept swiftly over the tall rooftops of the city. According to what Ron had said, if Meredith wants to come looking for trouble with him, he will definitely come here. After searching for a while, he chose a hidden position with a broad view and began his ambush. "I'll stay here and wait for the rabbit to run into the stump." 7 days later, the long stretch of time passed quietly in terrifying silence. As the sun rose, Divine Dragon suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing that the person he had been waiting for had finally appeared. "They're here." The clear blue sky was instantly disturbed by the arrival of two figures from beyond. As soon as she touched the ground, Sabrina shed her glittering dragon scales and returned to the form of a young woman. Are you people from the Ronit family? She blinked, putting on an innocent expression like a child ignorant of the ways of the world as she spoke. Then let me ask you, where's the person who killed Oddington? Radiant Trant Kamen narrowed his eyes and looked toward the person standing at the head of the estate. Your Excellency is the patriarch, yes? Under the crushing pressure exuded by the two uninvited guests, Ronid trembled inwardly, but still forced himself to maintain etiquette. That is correct. This must be Your Excellency Kamen, the Radiant Trant. I have long heard your great name. Seeing someone recognize her companion, Sabrina appeared interested. What about me? Do you know who I am? Ronid kept a strained smile on his face and hurriedly spoke words of praise to please the other party. How could I not know the name of the Dragon Fairy? Miss Sabrina, yours is truly a great and resounding name. Although his mouth uttered honeyed flattery, Ronid was screaming with jealousy deep down. How did this thing advance to 4th tier? This is truly unfair. Realizing that the conversation was sinking into meaningless formalities, Kamen did not want to waste even another second. No need for polite words. We already know Auden died in Red Dragon City. Where is the person who killed him? Tell that person to come out and leave with us. Seeing his aggressive attitude, Ronid was so frightened that his face turned bloodless. Your Excellency Kamen, the person who killed Oddington is a 4th-tier powerhouse named Divine Dragon. He left Red Dragon City several days ago. We truly do not know where he is. Kamen's gaze instantly turned ice-cold as he assumed Ronid was deliberately shielding the other party. Although I admire the integrity of your Ronid family, unwilling to betray your benefactor, everyone has their own master. I can only apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, his right arm suddenly deformed, turning into rough, sinewy tree roots that stabbed deep into the ground. From those cracks, countless sharp branches rose up and tightly bound the bodies of the clansmen present. Patriarch, save us! Ignoring their desperate screams, Kamen threatened coldly. Before long, these clansmen of yours will have all their blood sucked dry and die. If you don't want to lose them, then think carefully. Where exactly is Divine Dragon, the one who killed Oddington? Ronid pleaded while weeping bitterly. Your Excellency Kamen, Divine Dragon truly is not in Red Dragon City. Fury overwhelmed fear. Tuaz charged toward Kamen, intending to risk his life to rescue his own flesh and blood. Release my son. I'll fight you to the death. Kamen only needed to move his finger slightly, and a sharp branch silently pierced through Taz's back from behind, shocking everyone. Seeing that painful scene, Naifu cried out in heartbreak amid the thick smell of deathly energy. Unchletos. At that critical moment, Divine Dragon, who had originally planned to wait for a better opportunity, could only let out a sigh. With the senses of a 4th-tier powerhouse, Kamen immediately sensed the powerful aura that had just appeared. Who is it? Sneaking around. Why don't you come out at once? In complete contrast to her companion's sharpness, Sabrina was extremely slow in sensing the danger around them. Kamen, there's no one at all. Why are you so scared? Kamen kept himself alert right behind Sabrina, protecting her from a surprise attack that could occur at any time. No, something is wrong. Did you not hear Sai just now? At the same time, Divine Dragon had successfully rescued the hostages. Although Tuaz was enduring physical pain, at this moment, his son's safety mattered far more to him. Brother Divine Dragon, I beg you, please hurry and save my son. I beg you. Divine Dragon made a firm promise in a calm tone. Don't panic. I'll save your son right now. A ray of energy shot from his fingertip toward the remaining hostages, freeing Naifu and Tuaz's son. Seeing Divine Dragon's actions, Naifu's heart instantly burst with ultimate happiness. Big Brother Divine Dragon, I knew you definitely wouldn't abandon me. Seeing the radiance in her eyes, he curled his lips slightly into a mischievous smile. This counts as a new commission, then? You'll have to pay extra. Naifu was overjoyed because she understood that this meant the connection between the two of them was not yet over. All right, add however much you want. After arranging everything properly, Yangshi leisurely walked up to Kamen and Sabrina and greeted them calmly. I heard you were looking for me. Now that I've appeared, I wonder if you're satisfied. But your boss Meredith hasn't come. What a pity. Hearing those provocative words, Kamen let out a cold snort. Don't get arrogant too soon. To deal with you, there's no need for our boss to act personally. family. One colleague and I are more than enough to finish you off. Seeing that he was so stubborn and still refused to recognize the cruel reality before him, Yangshi could only sigh in exasperation. You really are far too confident. I advise you not to make a move for now. Otherwise, later on, you won't even have the chance to attack. Yangshi began circulating his power. The object resting in his palm suddenly expanded. Only at this moment did Kamen truly realize in shock just how terrifyingly powerful the man before him was. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Sabrina transformed back into her giant dragon form and beat her wings, soaring into the sky. Yangshi silently watched the two enemies' figures grow distant and offered his assessment. Not too stupid. Unfortunately, don't think about that for now. Can you go a little faster? I feel a bit uneasy. Yet before the words had even finished, Yangshi had already appeared abruptly, blocking their escape route at some unknown time. Why are the two of you so slow? I've been waiting here for a while already. Stunned by this ghostly appearance and this impossible situation, Kamen stammered incoherently. How is this possible? Sabrina is a wind element powerhouse. Her flying speed is second only to Lord Meredith's. Sabrina had no desire to listen any further. Using all her strength, she turned and shot off in the opposite direction. Faster, faster, a little faster. However, Yangshi had already caught up at an unhurried pace, maintaining a parallel flying position right beside the panicked Sabrina. Witnessing this bizarre scene she had never seen in her life, overwhelming fear instantly seized her mind. Kamen, help me check. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I can see that guy right beside me, as if he isn't moving at all. Realizing that the situation was hanging by a thread, Kamen made his final decision with absolute resolve. Sabrina, you go first. Report the situation here to Lord Meredith. Hearing that order, Sabrina became extremely anxious and worried, stammering out a fearful objection. Didn't you just say you would help me explain things to Lord Meredith? I really can't handle this alone. Kamen took a deep breath, clearly understanding that he would certainly lose his life in the coming battle of life and death. As long as there is even one chance, I don't want to give up the opportunity to see Lord Meredith one last time. Kamen's entire body began undergoing abnormal changes. His flesh rapidly transformed into rough wooden fibers. Lord Divine Dragon, every single radiant sun bomb is enough to destroy an entire red dragon city. With this move, I humbly ask for your guidance. Yangshi waved his hand, condensing the water vapor in the air into a transparent water blade. Using this blade to cut you down should count as showing you enough respect. Two violently opposing sources of energy collided, creating an earth-shaking explosion. On the other side, Sabrina flapped her wings and fled while constantly muttering an oath under her breath. Kamen, I will avenge you. But before she could fly far, Yangshi's ghostly figure once again appeared towering before her, blocking her path. Hey, why have you been flying for so long, yet ended up flying back? Sabrina was so stunned that she froze in midair, her eyes wide with doubt. Did I really fly in the wrong direction? Immediately afterward, to vent her extreme terror, Sabrina suddenly burst into sobs like a bullied child. I've let down Kamen's sacrifice. Seeing this scene that was both pitiful and absurd, Yangshi also felt surprised. You're crying over just this? Are you kidding me? No matter what, you're still a fourth-tier powerhouse. Hey, I haven't even done anything yet. What are you crying for? Taking advantage of the slight opening in her opponent's guard, Sabrina suddenly launched a vicious sneak attack. Chance! Her razor-sharp claws tore through the wind as they came rushing over. She attacked in a furious barrage with a resentful expression, cursing non-stop. Who allowed you to bully me? Who allowed you to scare me? Who allowed you to kill Kamen? Taste the might of Lord Meredith. But to Yangshi, those attacks were no different from scratching an itch. With one hand, he easily locked her claws in place. So it turns out you really can't trust beautiful women. Even a beautiful female dragon like this can't be trusted. At this moment, Sabrina's heart was filled with fear. She screamed inwardly, just what kind of monster is this guy? After letting her struggle hopelessly for a while, Yangshi finally spoke coldly. You had enough fun hitting me just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Without waiting for her to react, he swung a powerful punch right into the center of Sabrina's forehead. The terrifying force from the punch traveled down her spine, numbing her entire body from head to tail. It had been a long time since he had felt such a satisfying impact. As expected, tough skin and thick flesh. The battle ended. Sabrina was bound tightly on the ground, left only to struggle desperately in search of a way to escape. Across from her, Yangshi quickly entered a meditative state. I should digest the gains I received from the Treant Kamen first. In any case, I still have plenty of law fragments right now. I'll upgrade my controllability to the 4th tier. When he opened his eyes, a fresh and mysterious aura surrounded him. He had officially comprehended the ultimate skill, the bewitching heart profundity. It seems rather powerful. He leisurely walked over toward the imprisoned Sabrina. In this female dragon's current state, the conditions were just right to activate the bewitching heart profundity. Hearing footsteps approaching, Sabrina hurriedly squeezed her eyes shut and pretended to faint. Yangshi knew full well that she was playing tricks, so he threatened her. I discovered long ago that you're awake. If you don't want to die, open your eyes right now. This threat immediately produced a miraculous effect. Sabrina opened her eyes at once. Yangshi crossed his arms over his chest and added another forceful sentence. Keep pretending, and I'll hit you again. Fallen into a disadvantaged position, Sabrina felt so wrong that tears began streaming down again, and she questioned him resentfully. What exactly do you want? If you want me to serve you, just say it directly. There's no need to torment me like this. Hearing this wildly mistaken assumption, Yangshi immediately corrected her with a serious expression. Do I look that shallow? Please, can we be a little civilized? I have no interest in savage women like you. Got it. Being labeled this way, Sabrina felt her self-esteem suffer a deep blow. I'm not savage. I'm adorable. Lord Meredith said so too. Not giving her a chance to voice any more objections, Yangshi decisively reached out and lifted her delicate chin. Bewitching heart, look straight into my eyes. Now, start contacting Meredith. We're going to go teach him a lesson. An invisible wave of energy poured into Sabrina's mind, turning the resistance in her eyes into a blank stare. Yes, master. Just a few seconds later, a faint blue glow appeared, forming Meredith's 3-dimensional spatial projection. What is it, Sabrina? Have you completed the mission? At this moment, Yangshi had already used a transformation technique, taking on an appearance and demeanor exactly like Kamen's. Lord Meredith, fortunately, we successfully killed the target. We will return now and report the mission details to you. Meredith nodded in satisfaction, then calmly announced his next schedule. Good. I am currently on my way to attend the Wood Sun Territory Genius Selection Tournament. You should hurry over as well. The tournament venue happens to be near the Sesson family. As soon as he finished speaking, his projection dissolved into nothingness. When the hypnosis technique's effect had just ended, Sabrina saw Kamen's face and immediately lunged to attack. But Yangshi quickly stopped her and reminded her coldly, Sabrina, have you forgotten that I'm not the real Kamen? Her anger instantly deflated. Sabrina silently endured as Yangshi jumped up and sat on her head. All right, let's set off now. Yellow Wind City. The atmosphere was extremely lively because of a large-scale auction event meant for the nobility. Amid the noisy crowd, Mathida led Meredith deep into the exhibition area, filled with rare treasures. Bring the item here for Lord Meredith. He stopped before an enormous iron cage covered by a mysterious layer of pitch-black velvet. The cloth was pulled down, revealing the pale blue skin of a pair of merfolk who were trembling and tightly holding each other in fear. Mathida began introducing them proudly. These are native slaves we bought from the Raging Waves Plain. Unlike those bloodline-type ability users, their legs were naturally born as fishtails. Meredith glanced over them with a bored expression and offered an indifferent comment. They're merely merfolk. There's nothing rare about them. Seeing that his honored guest did not seem very interested, Mathida hurriedly added in a dramatic tone, My lord, don't be too quick to conclude. The twins I'm giving you are native princesses. It is said that after reaching adulthood, they will be able to reach the peak of 3rd-tier strength. Most importantly, they also possess a special energy. To prove it, Mathida did not hesitate to take out a sharp object and stab it hard into one mermaid girl's slender arm. The sudden pain caused the poor girl to burst into tears. The clear teardrops had barely fallen from the corners of her eyes before they immediately condensed. They turned into pearls that that were dazzling and extraordinarily radiant. Mathida quickly caught them all, then respectfully presented them before Meredith, speaking rapidly. "My lord, the tears of merfolk turn into pearls. Within 15 minutes, they will not harden. If dipped in their fresh blood and eaten, they are truly an incomparable delicacy." On the luxurious banquet table, a jade bowl filled with glittering pearls was placed beside a dish of fresh blood, still giving off warmth. Meredith leisurely tasted the freshly harvested jade tears and praised them without end. "They are indeed delicious." Just as the entertainment was reaching its peak, Sabrina and Kamen happened to enter the hall. "You two came at the perfect time. Since you're here, come join the feast." Seeing his two trusted subordinates, Meredith spoke in a cordial tone that carried an invisible pressure. "Try it. Mermaid pearl tears dipped in their fresh blood, the finest delicacy in the world." Faced with this invitation, Kamen merely observed silently and showed absolutely no intention of picking up his chopsticks. The atmosphere suddenly sank when Meredith unexpectedly turned around and asked unhurriedly, "Kamen, the place you went to was called Red Dragon City, wasn't it?" Yang Shi, still in disguise, maintained his calm and answered in an unwavering tone, "That is correct, my lord." The moment his answer ended, Meredith's demeanor immediately changed, shifting from laziness to scrutiny. "Speaking of that place, I have another thought." He gently rubbed the strangely colored stones on the bracelet around his wrist, where one spot was missing. "I suspect Divine Dragon is very likely a powerhouse from another plane." The subordinates seated at the neighboring banquet tables could not help being shocked. They began discussing noisily. "A powerhouse from another world? How could those native powerhouses compare with us Osaids?" Meredith raised the arm wearing the bracelet, letting the lamplight shine on the sparkling stones. "You are wrong. Around 100 years ago, when I was not yet a heavenly seed, I lived in the forest beside a city called Red Dragon City and encountered a powerhouse from another plane. This wound is the proof of battle he left behind, but he was also severely injured by me and fled." The long scar on Meredith's hand was proof of that life and death battle from back then. His name was Explosive, and he came from Planet Azure, the plane bid on by the Bernard family. After hearing this story, what thoughts do you have? "Kamen, no, perhaps I should call you Divine Dragon." The moment that name was spoken, Yang Shi's heart tightened slightly in shock. He truly had not expected that his originally flawless disguise ability would be seen through. When did this Meredith discover it? "This is the first time my disguise skill has been exposed." Knowing that this act had reached its end, Yang Shi decided to lay his cards on the table and withdraw his ability, as expected of a heavenly seed. "Still, this is also the first time I've been discovered by someone." Meredith calmly lifted the string of life beads. "The bracelet on my hand is called the Life Bead Bracelet. It is connected to several of my trusted subordinates. When one dies, one pearl shatters." He turned to look at Sabrina with a face full of fury. "Sabrina, I'm actually very curious. What method did this guy use to make you betray me?" Under the effect of the hypnosis technique, Sabrina hurriedly hid behind Yang Shi. Yang Shi did not miss the chance to mock him. "Meredith, it seems Sabrina prefers staying with me." Rage erupted. Meredith ground his teeth loudly. "Good, very good." Without another word, he launched a palm strike filled with surging force toward the two of them. Yang Shi reacted extremely quickly, gently pushing Sabrina aside and shouting, "Stay away." Seeing that Yang Shi still had the mental capacity to care for his former subordinate, Meredith sighed in a mocking tone. "You truly surprise me. You even have a bit of sentimentality. Unfortunately, this price must be paid with your life." Yang Shi did not waver at all. He gathered energy into his palm and directly faced the opponent's attack. "You're looking down on me far too much. To deal with this move of yours, one hand is enough." Two enormous sources of energy collided head-on. The terrifying pressure blasted a hole through the top of the palace. Amid the thick dust and rubble, Meredith spoke in an authoritative voice, demanding, "Tell me your origins. You should not die nameless." Yang Shi leisurely took out his mask, the symbol of his supreme authority and status. "It should be I who lets you know whose hands you are about to die in. I am Divine Dragon, one of the 12 zodiacs of the Judgment Organization from the plane of Planet Azure." He compressed all of his mighty aura into his palm, condensing it into a giant sphere of water. "Today is the day I kill the heavenly seed of you Osaids." Meredith immediately erupted in fury. From behind him, 6 pure white wings suddenly spread wide. A native powerhouse from a lowly plane. Now I will show you just how great the difference between two civilizations is, and make you fall into utter despair. Like an out-of-control steel drill, he shot forward at terrifying speed straight toward Yangshi. As long as I shatter this water element core cloud, then that heavenly seed projection you are condensing will fail to descend. Damn it, you bastard. You can actually summon the projection of the supreme heavenly rank Rain Master. Hearing his opponent's muttering, Yangshi suddenly understood everything. So, the phantom of the Rain Master summoned by the profundity I happen to comprehend is also called a heavenly rank projection. I have to summon it before Meredith destroys the condensing water element cloud. The cloud in the sky grew larger and larger, blotting out a vast stretch of space. Meredith shouted in panic, his voice mixed with both anger and extreme shock. A supreme heavenly rank. A native can actually summon the projection of a supreme heavenly rank. This is the first time I've ever seen it. When the energy had accumulated to its peak, Yangshi's lips moved, releasing a single word. D. In an instant, a massive surge of energy shot out like the wrath of the ocean, heading straight for his opponent. But Meredith was no ordinary man either. He maintained a cool head and a terrifying combat instinct. If that is the case, your strength lies in summoning a supreme projection. Then, as an elemental powerhouse, you must be lacking in close combat, right? In the blink of an eye, Meredith had closed in on Yangshi. His rough hands grabbed Yangshi tightly by the collar. Today, I must chop you into 100 pieces. Facing this imminent threat, Yangshi's expression remained cold as he asked mockingly, "Who said I can't fight in close combat?" Without giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath, Yangshi unleashed a heavy punch straight into Meredith's chest. The terrifying force caused Meredith's chest to cave in, and he spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood on the spot. You actually comprehended two kinds of profundities. Moreover, the fluctuations of this profundity feel exactly like explosives. Meredith was completely stunned by this cruel reality. Just what kind of freak are you? Not bothering to waste any more words on a defeated man, Yangshi followed up with a thunderous punch to Meredith's face. After you die, I'll be sure to tell you. Meredith no longer had the bearing of an angel at all. He could only drag his ruined body along, trying to find a way to escape. Run, run, run! He swung his blade decisively, piercing through from behind and ending the man's life cleanly and swiftly. After Meredith officially breathed his last, Yangshi began stripping away and absorbing the other party's energy. So this is the destruction profundity you comprehended? It seems to be nothing much. Is a heavenly seed really this weak? An ivory white jewel gradually condensed in his palm. The surrounding crowd all fell into a state of shock, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Could it be that this time, the heavenly seeds of our Ouyang territory are all equally unable to withstand a single blow? Has something gone wrong with the overlord-level family system for selecting heavenly seeds? Perhaps the problem is not with the heavenly seed, but that divine dragon is simply too monstrous. Amid that chaotic atmosphere, the two pitiful mermaid princesses looked at each other hopefully. Cece, perhaps this Lord Divine Dragon really can take us away from here. Can we really return to the vast sea and swim freely as before? Just then, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared in the void, emitting a heavy pressure. How dare you? You actually dared to kill the Qilin of our Seraphim family. I will take your life. Sensing that something had gone wrong and feeling danger closing in, Yangshi did not hesitate in the slightest. He quickly opened a vortex to the void realm and directly sucked both mermaid girls inside to protect them. 5th tier, heavenly rank, Bebum angrily cursed in a bitter voice. This is the seed that our Seraphim family exchanged countless lives of previous generations for on the battlefield of the origin continent, and now it has fallen into the hands of a native. What a humiliation. He furiously pointed toward the sky, berating a strange entity. Ingerson, you saw everything, so why did you not stop him? 5th tier heavenly rank Ingerson, whose body seemed to be formed from drifting layers of cloud, suddenly appeared. I'm not a nanny for your Seraphim family. I have no obligation to act. If you want to blame someone, blame that brat from your Seraphim family for being useless. Those sharp words of mockery were like oil poured onto a fire, causing the rage in Bebum's heart to erupt violently. Are you tired of living? He curled his lips into a provocative smile. every word striking straight at the other party's sore spot. What? Is one dead, heavenly seed from your seraphim family today still not enough? Do you want another genuine fifth-tier, heavenly rank to die as well? If not for you watching him die, without saving him, Meredith would not have died. The mysterious aura from her instantly made the surrounding atmosphere sink. Panis sternly reprimanded them. And your seraphim family as well. You allowed a plain powerhouse to obtain a heavenly seed belonging to our Aseid plane. Think carefully about how you will deal with the trouble that follows. Before the woman's might, Bebum could only snort coldly to hide his resentment. I know, our seraphim family will spare no cost to retrieve the seed. In a completely separate space, Yangshi listened attentively as the man inadvertently revealed important information. Fortunately, even a most talented genius cannot digest the seed within 100 years. We have enough time to find and capture him. Hearing this, Yangshi pondered quietly, his brows furrowing in thought. It takes that long to digest this thing? Looks like I need to think of a way. He used spatial power to teleport himself, Sabrina, and the two mermaid princesses back to Red Dragon City, into Naifu's courtyard. The two mermaid girls hugged each other tightly, trembling all over. Seeing their pitiful state, Yangshi sighed softly. Are you two all right? Hey, open your eyes and see where you are now. Lanner dazedly observed the unfamiliar surroundings, then looked up at Yang, she with eyes full of gratitude. Lord Divine Dragon, just now, it was you who saved us. He did not answer the question directly, only reminded them gently. All right, your highnesses, you two should settle down and rest early. Are you used to living on land? She explained with some difficulty. Lord Divine Dragon, we mere folk can come ashore, but the Asaids placed a cursed seal on us. If we transform into legs, we will die immediately. For someone with spiritual power as extraordinary as Yangshi's, this problem was actually nothing more than a trivial matter. That is easy. He focused his energy and erased the traces of that evil cursed seal from their souls. The cursed seal inside you too has been lifted by me. If you are willing, you can now transform into human bodies. Lanner was overjoyed when she heard this. Truly? She was just about to immediately cast the transformation spell when her younger sister hurriedly grabbed her hand and warned her. Lanner, are you crazy? If the cursed seal in your spiritual body is still there, the only outcome is death. But after everything she had experienced, Lanner placed complete trust in Yangshi. I believe, Lord Divine Dragon, if he had not acted, the two of us would already be lying on the Asaid's dinner plates. A gentle light radiated from Lanner's body, and her fishtail covered in shimmering blue scales gradually split apart. Before everyone's eyes, it transformed into a pair of slender, fair, flawless young woman's legs. Lanner could not hide her excitement. She smiled brightly from ear to ear and proudly showed off. Hey, look, I told you Lord Divine Dragon was not someone who boasted empty words. The space instantly fell into an awkward silence. Her younger sister hurriedly reminded her careless elder sister. Lanner, did you forget that you're not wearing pants? Her face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she frantically covered herself with her hands. It is over, it is over. This princess has been seen completely. To salvage the perilous atmosphere, she turned his face away and forced an awkward smile. I did not see anything. When the door opened slightly and Yangshi's figure entered Naifu's sight, she called out, Big Brother Divine Dragon. Unable to restrain her emotions, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, sniffling as she complained. You finally came back. I was so worried about you. Before she could even say a word to comfort her, a bone-chilling cold aura suddenly made him shiver. Standing between the two women, he could only sigh helplessly. Why is there so much killing intent? Women really are troublesome. Night descended over the Ronid family's territory. As everyone was preparing to fall asleep, Sabrina smiled awkwardly. Sorry, the fighting was too intense, so it ended a little quickly. Voice AI from VB to VN. In the end, after filtering through the options, only 2 potential names remain. I do not have any good feelings toward the Bernadotte family either, so only the Alfonso family and the Leaf family are left. When the first rays of the new day began to brighten the horizon, Yangshi had made his final decision. In that case, let us go to the Alfonso family and take a look. A voice still tinged with sleepiness asked softly, Big Brother Divine Dragon, where are you going? Lanner was also awakened, her half-open, drowsy eyes turning toward him as well, causing Yangshi to pause. This is a long story. He decided to explain the entire story clearly to the group, including the dangers lurking ahead. After he finished, he looked seriously into each person's eyes and asked, "Think it over. Will you leave with me or stay here?" Without needing even a second to think, all 4 girls answered in unison with an extremely firm attitude. "We will go with you." Cathedral City. The entire group had all put on pitch-black cloaks that covered them from head to toe. Someone suddenly reached out and tugged at the hem of Yangshi's clothing, making him stop. He turned to look at her and asked in a low voice, "Sabrina, what is it?" She pointed with a delicate finger toward a stall, giving off the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. "Master, can I eat that?" Looking at her gluttonous expression, he smiled indulgently, nodded in agreement, and did not forget to remind her, "Go eat. Buy more. I'm sure they want some too." Her wish fulfilled, she jumped up and cheered. "Thank you, master." Sabrina happily trotted straight to the food stall, her eyes never leaving the golden roasted chickens. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bald head approached and warmly struck up a conversation. "Beautiful little sister, if you like the roasted chicken from the shop, I can order all kinds of dishes for you every day. The only condition is that we must become friends." Although her personality was sometimes a little naive, she was still sensitive enough to see through the man's filthy intentions. "A peak third-tier fellow actually has the nerve to flirt with me." To shake off the troublesome man, Sabrina took the initiative to step forward and tightly hug Yangshi's arm. "I am sorry, but I already have a husband." Rejected outright in front of everyone, the priest clicked his tongue resentfully, then turned and left in frustration. However, Yangshi felt that something was wrong. No, that man's eyes were not quite right. "I need to pay closer attention." When night fell, Yangshi lay on the bed, but his mind could not sink into sleep at all. The sharp senses of a powerhouse told him that the man was lurking somewhere nearby. "The priest I met this morning has indeed appeared nearby." But how did he find Sabrina's location? This time, to act more flexibly and discreetly, he cast a transformation technique and changed into his rooster form. Observing all things in the darkness from high above, he finally discovered the figure of that bald priest. Found him. But then an unexpected variable occurred. The little girl walking behind the priest suddenly looked straight toward the place where he was hiding. Who was there? The little girl's eyes were completely empty, soulless, and without even the slightest glimmer of life. Faced with the other party's frightening silence, Yangshi spoke up to ask the identities of these 2 strangers. "Who are you?" The child paid no attention. The energy sphere in her hand blazed with dazzling light and emitted terrifying pressure. "Anyone who dares stop me from finding Mother must die." Yangshi was shocked when he sensed the dense light element above. There was actually even more of it than when the radiant eclipse saints self-destructed. The sphere shot toward him, forcing Yangshi to swiftly dodge to the side and avoid the dangerous attack. "You're using a big move without saying a word. Little brat, I'm not someone who goes easy on children." In an instant, he performed a ghostly flash and appeared behind the little girl. Mystic Extreme Rock Finger. However, the moment his finger touched the other party's body, the little girl vanished into the void like a wisp of smoke. Immediately, another version of the little girl circled behind Yangshi and repeated that haunting sentence. "Anyone who dares stop me from finding Mother must die." Suddenly struck heavily in the middle of his back, Yangshi groaned softly in pain. Intense doubt rose in his heart, and he wondered inwardly, this little girl is not human. Or is this some kind of rare, special ability? While he was still struggling to figure out how to deal with her, the little girl split into 2 again. Multiple bodies surrounded Yangshi with their lifeless gazes. I did not expect that she could not be killed and could even split apart. Just as the situation became chaotic, a low voice full of teasing suddenly sounded from afar. "So this is where you ran off to, Holy Spirit doll." With an unhurried movement, the man walked closer and lightly tapped the little girl's forehead with his finger. "Fortunately, you did not cause any major trouble. Otherwise, you would have given me a terrible headache." In an instant, all the bodies vanished, and the little girl shrank down into an inanimate doll. Following that action, the priest also regained his awareness. Witnessing the presence of this eminent figure, the man trembled and dropped to his knees, respectfully paying his respects. "Greetings, Lord Daybang." Robin waved his hand, signaling for the priest to stop disturbing them. "Step back." Yangshi stared at this man, his mind somewhat chaotic and confused. This man is Master Daybang? It seems his appearance is somewhat different from what was recorded in Planet Azure's alchemy literature. Just as Robin was about to ask a question, "Listen," Yangshi quickly took a large barrel of beer out from his storage space and threw it hard onto the ground. This sudden action made Robin's eyes open wide in astonishment when he saw the label on the wooden barrel. This is Tsingtao beer. He was so emotional that tears nearly flowed. "I never expected that in this life I would still be able to drink Tsingtao beer. Are you a guest from the planet Azure Plane?" Yangshi had already laid out a table of delicious side dishes together with foaming glasses of beer. "Please enjoy, Lord Daybang. Later, I will cook grilled meat for you. When the time comes, eating grilled meat while drinking beer, that is what true delicacy is." Without the slightest hesitation, Robin sat down at the table to satisfy his long-suppressed craving. Am I dreaming? After taking a large gulp of beer, he finally realized that his attitude had gotten somewhat out of control. "Your hospitality is so thoughtful. Is there something you want to ask me to do?" Robin's direct question made Yangshi smile, because he knew he had made the right move. "Is only some doubts about cultivation. Let's eat while we talk." Understanding his intention, Robin took another small sip of beer and suggested, "In that case, before that, should you not take off your mask?" "Divine Dragon." Yangshi raised his hand and removed the mask, revealing his true face, no longer wanting to beat around the bush. "Master Daybang, I will put it simply. I hope Master can teach me how to refine this seed." Robin picked up a tasty bite with his chopsticks, placed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed slowly, then began his explanation. "First, I will tell you what a heavenly rank is. If you obtain a heavenly rank, even the lowest bronze heavenly rank of the same level will cause your strength to undergo an earth-shattering transformation." As he spoke, he picked up another piece of meat. "Moreover, the lifespan of a fifth-tier powerhouse will also reach an immeasurable number. So far, there has been no record of the end of a fifth-tier powerhouse's lifespan." While chewing, he leisurely continued to impart secret knowledge. Heavenly ranks are divided into 4 types: bronze heavenly rank, silver heavenly rank, golden heavenly rank, and the most mysterious supreme heavenly rank. As far as we currently know, there are 3 ways to break through from 4th tier to 5th tier. During this time, Robin did not forget to tear off another glossy chicken drumstick. One side of his cheek bulged with food, but strangely his words were still clear. The first method is life alchemy, which is extremely inhumane. The second is refining a plane's supreme treasure, things like the Philosopher's Stone and the Earthgore's spiritual spring. The third way to advance into a heavenly rank is the heavenly seed, which can give someone the potential to become a golden heavenly rank. Then just how strong is this golden heavenly rank? Robin drained a large gulp of beer to clear his throat. "I myself have never seen a golden heavenly rank. Invincible is the title used for them." He placed the glass cup heavily on the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. "All right, it is time to tell you how to refine the heavenly seed. You must have been waiting impatiently, right?" Robin's gaze became serious as he instructed him. "You only need to circulate your magic power along the route I show you. In no more than 5 days, this heavenly seed will merge into your body. Inside a tightly sealed room in the fallen zone of the southern continent, where light seemed to be swallowed by the thick darkness, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the place as Femin began to speak, delving into the strategy of dividing up the colonial spoils. "The battlefield of planet Azure has dragged on for far too long. It is time to end it. Let us divide the opponents among ourselves. Leave the difficult chaotic sea region to our Bernadotte Empire." His proposal was immediately interrupted by a cold snort from the conference hall. Who does not know that although judgment is hard to deal with, they truly have many good things? Faced with the dispute that was beginning to arise, Panis, who had been silently resting her chin on her hand, cut in and broke the tension. "All right, why not use Planet Azure's method and draw lots to decide?" For lots carrying the fate of an entire planet were thoroughly shuffled and placed neatly on the table. After all 4 leaders each selected one, Panis curled her lips in satisfaction and announced, "Is this not resolved now? The Mercenary Guild will be responsible for attacking the Chaotic Sea region. The Bernadotte Empire will be responsible for the Hero Sea region. The Exotic Beast Alliance will be responsible for the Iron Blood Sea region. The 100 Cities Federation will be responsible for the Free Alliance Sea region." The guild president nodded in agreement, revealing a sinister smile full of delight at the new plan. "Everyone, then leave the Chaotic Sea Sea region to this old man. Femin did not object anymore and chose to compromise. Since that is the case, I wish you all victory in battle. When he turned and left, no one saw the slight curve at the corner of his mouth, which concealed a dark scheme. Early the next morning, at the harbor of Lord's Island, Cayenne stood on the deck of a huge alchemy ship, the sea breeze blowing her hair into the air. It seems it has been a very long time since I last came back here. Deep in those eyes was a faint trace of melancholy, and her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Unfortunately, he probably still has not returned. While she was absorbed in her drifting thoughts, Cayenne suddenly heard an excited call from behind. "Sister, you're back." Yurong ran over quickly and unexpectedly hugged her tightly and affectionately. Cayenne smiled helplessly as she looked at her, unable to hide her surprise. "You little girl, what have you been eating? Your chest has gotten so much bigger." After that brief moment of reunion, Yurong's face suddenly turned solemn. "The intelligence says a great battle is about to break out. Sister, have you received any news from Captain Netmoon?" The question struck the still bleeding wound in Sayun's heart, and her expression instantly became melancholy. Not even a short message. Are we two sisters really that unattractive? The captain must be busy with official matters. Just then, the island's broadcast system suddenly roared with waves of alarm sirens and urgent information. "All units, attention! A swarm of exotic beasts has invaded. A swarm of exotic beasts has invaded." Looking toward the horizon, a dense mass of monsters charged forward in fury, heralding a battle with little hope and much danger. Seeing the gloomy, peril-filled scene ahead, someone asked uneasily, "Mr. President, can the three of us alone really seize the chaotic sea region? That is the lair of the Judgment Organization. I'm afraid they're powerhouses." A proud, confident smile appeared on the president's lips. He leisurely quoted a piece of philosophy he admired. "The natives have a very good saying, 'If you don't enter the bear's den, how can you catch the cub?' Precisely because the Judgment Organization is powerful, this chaotic sea region is the most valuable place of all." Seeing that worry was still etched clearly on Vice President Richard's face, the old man patted him hard on the shoulder to reassure him. "You need not be so tense. Although the Judgment Organization is strong, it is not impossible to deal with." The old man already held victory firmly in his grasp, so he was not worried at all. Those two fellows, Norton and the Ancient Emperor, will never let such a fat piece of meat slip by. They will quickly seize the regions they are responsible for, and then they will certainly come here to provide reinforcements. I'm afraid only those allied exotic beasts are stupid. Immediately afterward, the president waved his hand and gave the order to mobilize all forces. Have the army move out. One day from now, I want to see the Judgment Organization's headquarters, Lord's Island. Meanwhile, at the defensive line, Lu Yuan, who bore the heavy responsibility of blocking the exotic beast tide, let out a curse. "Damn it." He turned around and looked into the eyes of the soldiers clutching their weapons tightly. "Brothers, I know it would be a lie to say we're not afraid, because I'm afraid too." Lu Yuan loudly encouraged them with all his sincerity and fervor. "But I cannot retreat. We're the first defensive line of the chaotic sea region, and also the most important one. Think of the compatriots Lord Rooster brought back. Think of what kind of days they lived through in the fallen zone of the southern continent. If none of you want your descendants to become slaves like livestock, then follow me and take them down." The soldiers' morale blazed up, and they surged forward in a counterattack with iron conviction. "Kill all the colonizers." The two forces clashed head-on without the slightest hesitation on the blood-soaked battlefield. Elsewhere, in the Bernadotte family's territory, Behemoth was trudging forward. The heavenly rank, the scarlet demon Salisbury, sat upon a throne formed from pale white bones, with human skulls scattered all along the path. In that terrifyingly silent space, Salisbury spoke in a hoarse voice full of mockery. "Behemoth, instead of searching the whole world for that otherworldly powerhouse called Divine Dragon, why have you come to my place?" He stated his intention frankly. "I need to make a trip to the native world your family bought." Hearing that request, the old man curled his lip into a mocking sneer. "You know, this is a place our Bernadotte family spent a great deal of money to purchase. Yet you think you can come just because you say so?" Faced with the other party's firm attitude, Behemoth calmly proposed terms for an exchange. "Our Gabriel family naturally will not freeload. We will certainly pay a price that satisfies you." This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Salisbury's eyes instantly flashed with greed. The old man revealed a sinister, calculating smile. If you put it that way, then we have room to negotiate. Yangshi silently advanced deep into the holy land of Cathedral City. He transformed himself, concealing his true appearance beneath the priestly robes of a humble pastor. His sharp eyes continuously examined every corner around him. Ever since I stepped into this cathedral city, I've felt that something was off. I thought that abnormality was because of Daebang's technique. She reached out and touched the tiny particles drifting and bobbing in the thick air. Now it seems it was precisely this abnormality that caused a problem with Daebang's puppet. But what exactly is this kind of energy? All of a sudden, a dazzling pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the dense fog. White-robed priests from all directions flew madly toward it like moths rushing into a flame. At the center of that radiant brilliance, an exquisitely carved crown of pure gold was floating. Good heavens, it is actually a plain supreme treasure, the Holy Spirit crown. Not missing the opportunity, Yangshi immediately used his divine ability to tear through space and approach the treasure. It's mine now. Just as his hand was only a touch away from the crown, a low voice suddenly rang out behind him. You had better think carefully. If you take this thing away, you may die. Startled, he turned his head and discovered that the one who had warned him was Robin. It seemed the man still had not recognized him. However, instead of showing fear, Yangshi curled his lips and replied in a firm tone. Sorry, but I need this very much. What a headache. Since you want to fight me so badly, I can only satisfy your request. He suddenly felt a scorching heat burning his skin, as if it wanted to purify him down to the depths of his soul. A burning sensation. Am I being purified? Is this Daebang's strength? In this critical moment, the only way to counterattack was to activate his ultimate skill. At this point, only by unleashing the Rainmaster Profundity can I resolve this. But that will expose the power of the Divine Dragon disguise and may attract an attack from a 5th-tier heavenly rank. Pushing all his worries aside, Yangshi decided to take a gamble. Rainmaster Profundity. Whatever. I'll snatch it and run. It's not as if this is the first time I've done something like this. The illusory image of the mighty Rain Master once again appeared amid the clouds, majestic and sacred. The moment Robin saw this familiar technique, he froze and muttered with a complicated expression. So it was you. She waved his hand, slashing a blade of fierce water toward him to carve out a path of escape. At the instant the two forces were about to collide, Robin suddenly lowered his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. Take that item and run quickly. An old man is chasing over here. Yangshi was stunned by his meaningful reminder. He gave a slight nod to express his gratitude, while at the same time controlling the current to strike off course so it would not injure the other party. Many thanks. Then he reached out with all his strength and grabbed the crown. Just by getting close to this Holy Spirit crown, the matter from the heavenly seed inside my body is trembling as if it is boiling. Yangshi's fingers touched the smooth surface of the crown. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury thundered through the entire space. Divine Dragon, I never expected that after killing the heavenly seed of the Gabriel family, you would still dare appear in the territory of the Alfonso family. In the air thick with killing intent, a spatial rift abruptly twisted open and widened, revealing the figure of the bronze heavenly rank, the ascetic. Should I praise your courage? Or should I call you ignorant and foolish? When that noble figure appeared, the priests below immediately prostrated themselves, all kneeling flat on the ground in unison. Lord Ascetic, faced with the overbearing reprimand, Robin could only remain silent and admit his fault. The elder's teachings are absolutely correct. I still have many areas in which I must improve. Opposite them, the moment Yangshi's hand touched the crown, it immediately melted and merged into his bloodstream. Seeing him standing rooted in place, the crowd below began to chatter. No way. Did meeting the ascetic scare him so much that he doesn't dare move? Who knows? Perhaps it is because their attributes counter each other. I'm afraid the methods this divine dragon uses to escape cannot be used in front of Lord Ascetic. Reality was the complete opposite. Only Yangshi himself understood the storm of energy raging furiously inside him. It is merging into my body. Those hidden substances are like they have been fed fuel, burning wildly. If one word had to be used to describe what he felt now, he was extremely excited. In other words, it felt amazing. The ascetic had no idea that the supreme treasure was being absorbed right before his eyes, and he made an offer as though bestowing grace. Looking across countless planes, your talent can be considered top tier. If you obediently give up your seed and allow me to place a slave brand on you, I can be magnanimous and spare your life. How about it? At that exact moment, the fusion process was also completed. A golden radiance shot out from between Yang Shi's brows, powerfully piercing through the clouds and illuminating a vast stretch of sky. The old man stammered in utter shock, his aged face twisting with horror. You actually broke through to bronze heavenly rank and became a fifth-tier powerhouse. How is this possible? The instant the absorption of the treasure reached perfection, Yang Shi withdrew his disguise ability. Waterblade. Without waiting for the other party to react, he waved his hand and controlled a sharp great blade to slash straight at the ascetic. The old man raised his withered hand and directly blocked the fluid blade, shattering the technique into countless tiny droplets of water. However, when the mist of water dispersed, the ascetic could not help freezing as he looked down at his palm. What? Yang Shi had no desire to continue fighting. He used his spatial ability and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. At the harbor of Deerport City, a group of people in neat black suits, exuding a professional air, had split up to patrol every alley and corner. Tell me, how much longer until our Lord arrives? The person walking beside him gave a slight shrug, his eyes still constantly observing the surroundings as he replied, "Who knows? I heard Lord Urbo and the others rushed here from the Free Alliance region. It's normal if they were delayed for a while on the way." A man in the group suddenly sighed softly, his voice carrying a trace of regret mixed with complaint. Our Lord is a fourth-tier expert. For him to follow us at this time is a very great loss to the human race. Another person glared at the speaker and reminded him in a low growl. We are new humans now. If the human race discovers us, we will be hunted down as traitors. Why are you worrying about so much? That threat made the atmosphere even heavier. Another member still could not cast aside the prickling of his conscience. Are we considered to be fleeing before battle by doing this? After an awkward silence, he finally tried to find a reason to reassure both himself and his companions. Do you know how powerful the Asaids are? We are merely the kindling, protecting human civilization. The whistle of a ship cut through their conversation, and a massive cargo vessel loaded with goods slowly docked. Seeing their leader's figure, the people in black suits immediately halted all activities and lowered their heads in unison to salute. Greetings, my lord. Crid swept his cold gaze across his subordinates. Urbo organized the formation. Proceed to the White Cavity Point. Deerport City, exotic beast corpse processing site. The heavy door gradually closed under Duan Shuelio's hand. Suddenly, a ghostly black shadow shot out from a dark corner in ambush. Crid pressed a cold blade against the other party's throat and threatened in a low voice. Mr. Duan Shuelu, a wise man, submits to circumstances. If you obediently step aside, I will not harm your life. Standing on the line between life and death, Duan Shuelu did not waver at all, instead looking at him with contempt. So you're a group of traitors to the human race. To drag out your miserable lives, you converted into the Deep Blue race? I thought you stink bugs had long since been wiped out by the Judgment Organization. I never expected there would still be so many hiding in the shadows. Hearing those insults, Crid not only did not become angry, but instead displayed a strangely shameless face. Mr. Duan Shuelu, why must you be like this? We merely want to borrow a path. He gave a cold snort and immediately saw through the dark scheme behind those words. Borrow a path? You want to pass through the White Cavity to reach the Asaid Plain. Crid continued acting, using beautiful words to justify his actions. I think you have misunderstood. We are going to the Asaid Plain out of consideration for the survival of the entire human race. No matter how many honeyed words Crid used, Duan Shuelu still maintained an unshakable will of steel. Sorry, I already betrayed my principles once for Rooster of the Judgment Organization. This time, if you want to pass through the White Cavity to reach the Asaid Plain, then step over my corpse. That familiar name made Crid freeze for an instant. Rooster also went to the Asaid Plain, as expected of my lifelong enemy. I never expected the Judgment Organization to have already begun laying arrangements in the Asaid Plain as well. He did not waste any more time and struck Duan Shuelu, knocking him unconscious. Rooster, you have no idea how difficult it is to survive there. Only by converting into the deep blue race can our human civilization quietly take root. After analyzing all the sources clearly, he coldly ordered his trusted subordinate, "Do not harm his life." Akong respectfully shouted in reply, "Understood, Lord Krid." Krid used his magical power to forcibly open the mysterious white cavity gate. "All right, hurry inside." When dazzling light shone from the spatial gate, he shouted encouragement. "Everyone, the kindling of human civilization depends on you." Akuen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to him. "Lord Krid, please go first. I will follow behind you." However, Krid abruptly turned to look at him. "Urbo, I entrust the position of leader of the new humans to you." Akuen was horrified when he heard this and hurriedly objected with absolute loyalty. "No, this is your position. Only someone as far-sighted as you can lead us to continue surviving in the Asaid Plain." Lord Krid. Before Abu could finish speaking, Krid resolutely pushed him deep into the white cavity gate that was gradually closing. "Urbo, I entrust my ideals to you." When everything had been settled, Krid wearily stretched for a long time, as if casting off the burden he had carried for so long. "I was prepared long ago to die on the battlefield of planet Azure." Facing the stillness of the space, he curled his lips into a sly smile. "I want to see what kind of expressions those old fossils who call themselves righteous will have after being saved by a traitor like me." In the Void Temple, Yangshi was immersed in a state of peak energy concentration. He tirelessly studied and separated the fundamental structures of various rare substances. The matter decomposed from the heavenly seed has already been completely absorbed, but more than half of the plane's supreme treasure, the Holy Spirit crown, still remains. Yangshi reassured himself that he had to maintain a calm state of mind and should not let trivial details distract him. No need to fuss over minor matters anymore. As long as I can return to the planet Azure Plane, this colonial war that has lasted hundreds of years can end. Just then, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful spatial fluctuation transmitting over. It is the spatial wave of the black cavity being opened. It seems that someone from the planet Azure Plane has arrived. Before the chaotic vortex of the spatial gate, Akuen signaled for the group to stop and remain safe. "You all wait here." He himself set out to scout the situation. However, the moment he had just stepped beyond the boundary of space, Akuen's heart suddenly tightened. He realized he had fallen into an inescapable net already laid by a powerful army. "Stannis, what is going on? Why is there a large force of heavy troops waiting outside the black cavity? Could they have been waiting here all along?" In his heart, Akuen told himself in shock, "Lord Krid, our plan had a problem from the very beginning." Standing among the ranks of soldiers, Stan crossed his arms over his chest and threw Akuen a contemptuous look. "I thought I would get to wait for a beautiful native, but who knew it would be a deep blue stink bug? What a buzzkill. Still, at least you're a fourth tier. In the end, you can help me stretch my muscles." A terrifying pressure erupted from behind him, and 6 angelic wings suddenly spread out in dazzling splendor. "Then come play with me." In an instant, he shot forward and drove a knee into Akuen's abdomen, making him collapse in pain. Not giving his opponent any chance to resist, Stan reached out roughly, strangled Akuen by the neck, and lifted him into the air. "So you're a deep blue stink bug disguised in a native skin. I want to see just how much punishment this body of yours can take." As soon as he finished speaking, Stan swung a heavy fist straight into Akuen's face, leaving him dazed and sending him crashing down. After only 2 moves, he was already lying on the ground, barely alive in a pool of blood. Yet Stan still had no intention of letting him go. "You fellow, have you not even comprehended a 4th-tier technique? Tell me, what profundity have you comprehended?" His dim eyes only looked toward the gate that was gradually closing. Deep within his soul, Akuen silently swore a vicious oath to himself. "I cannot die. I still have to protect everyone." Following the victim's protective gaze, Stan seemed to see through the hidden secret. "So there was not only one deep blue bug like you. Behind the black cavity, there are more of your companions, aren't there? Hey, deep blue bugs behind the black cavity, I advise you to come out obediently. Otherwise, once the magic power maintaining the spatial passage dissipates, you will be lost in the void forever until you die." seeing that there was still complete silence inside. Stan's last bit of patience finally ran out. If your companions refuse to come out, Stan will still channel his energy into this final attack, aiming straight at Akuin's vital point to finish him off. Then you can die. Akuin shut his eyes tightly, his heart filled with overwhelming regret. Lord Crid, I am truly sorry. I never expected that the moment I arrived on the Asaid plane, I would lose even my body. But please rest assured, I will definitely guide the new humans to take root. At that critical moment, a small, brilliant red figure suddenly rushed out from the black cavity. Stan's attention was also drawn by this sudden change. What entered Akuin's eyes was the blazing red figure of Abu, recklessly blocking the fatal blow. Abu was stunned as he watched his younger sister get struck down and could only let out a heart-rending cry. Little sister, her body dissolved into the void, leaving only a faint soul hovering like a lamp in the wind. Stan had never known compassion. He decided to eradicate the roots completely to eliminate any future trouble. Your soul can disappear as well. Powerless and despairing, Akuin could only roar in extreme pain, begging him to stop. No, don't. Just as the scythe of death was about to cut off the girl's fragile thread of life, the entire space suddenly froze. Amid the terrifyingly silent atmosphere, a deep and powerful voice rang out from the void. You are humans. Yangshi slowly descended to the ground, carefully observed Akuin's figure, and then murmured in surprise. So you are the Deep Blue race. I thought you had vanished without a trace on planet Azure. I never expected there would still be survivors. He pointed toward the black cavity gate that was beginning to tremble and loudly warned, you'd better tell your companions to come out too. If they stay in the black cavity any longer, they really will become lost in the endless void. The people trembling inside the black cavity seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw in raging waters. It's Lord Divine Dragon of the Judgment Organization. Heavens. So it was the Judgment Organization that saved us. Lord Divine Dragon is mighty. After stabilizing the situation, she coldly introduced himself. I am Divine Dragon. I would like to know what relationship you have with Crid. Seeing Akuin stand there silently, unable to utter a word, she began to lose patience. Tell me quickly, what is the purpose of your Deep Blue race coming to the Asaid plane? The cold, clear water blade in his hand pressed close to the top of Akuin's head, emitting a chilling, killing intent. Speak or die. Choose for yourself. Seeing this scene, Abu's soul could not help panicking as she hurriedly pleaded, Lord Divine Dragon, I can tell you everything. Please don't hurt my brother. She withdrew his weapon, glanced indifferently at the girl, and urged in a low voice, then speak. Do not delay. Not daring to waste time, she recounted Crid's entire far-reaching plan, hoping to gain his sympathy. Lord Divine Dragon, that is how it is. Lord Crid only wanted to leave a path of retreat for the human race. Please be magnanimous and let us go. After hearing this, she gave a cold snort. Countless monstrous crimes Crid had committed across the four seas surfaced in his mind. Crid created so much slaughter in the four seas. Does he want to wash himself clean now? How could it be that easy? Faced with his firmness, the members of the Deep Blue race all dropped to their knees on the ground and wept miserably. What should we do? Are we going to die? Lord Divine Dragon, spare us. We still don't want to die. Though Yangshi's face remained hard as iron, in his heart he no longer intended to wipe them out. He turned his back and waved his hand decisively. Go. I will pretend I never saw you. They have been waiting for precisely this. With Akuin leading them, the Deep Blue people hurriedly supported one another and left in immense relief. Go. Standing silently in the deserted harbor, she raised his face to look at the distant sky, his heart full of complicated thoughts. Crid and Chris, what kind of people are you in the end? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. I knew you would definitely be here. She turned back and saw Robin strolling over. You sensed the fluctuations of the black cavity and hurried here, right? He nodded in confirmation and sighed regretfully. That's right. The moment spatial fluctuations appeared, I rushed over, but unfortunately, it seems I came too late. She had some doubts, so he asked directly, you didn't come looking for me just to reminisce, did you? Robin did not want to beat around the bush either and went straight to the main point. Since you said that, I won't hide it from you. I want to know how you digested the heavenly seed in such a short time. Jobless silently calculated. as expected, but extracting profundities involved his own secrets, and he could not tell Lord Daebang, even though this man had helped him greatly. Faced with this difficult request to reveal his secret, he tactfully suggested that Robin change it to another condition. Forgive me, I cannot say. Perhaps you can change it to another request. Consider it as me owing you 2 favors. Robin did not show any displeasure. On the contrary, he laughed heartily. Fine. Being able to receive 2 favors from a 5th-tier powerhouse like you is not a losing deal. Robin nodded smugly. Of course, I am someone who once secretly slipped off to planet Azure. If you trust me, then I'll take you there. In any case, I have nothing to do with the Gabriel family. At a secret coordinate, a colossal exotic beast shaped like a caterpillar was using a chisel to bore through space. Standing nearby, Salisbury was leisurely chatting with Behemoth in a mocking tone. I heard that the planar supreme treasure, the Holy Spirit Crown, appeared over at Cathedral City. If your family sends people to seize it, no matter what happens, it should be able to make up for some of your losses, right? Behemoth snorted coldly, his face clearly gloomy and dissatisfied as he answered. People have already been sent, but this matter has little to do with me. The one who went there is not from my faction. Salisbury paid no attention to the other party's resentful attitude and continued discussing his sinister battle plans. Behemoth, what am I supposed to say about you? Although your family has already sent people there, you yourself can send people as well. Instead of betting that native powerhouse will return to his own plane, you might as well go and fight for it too. Hearing this, Behemoth could no longer remain calm and angrily interrupted him. Salisbury, you don't need to say any more. I am looking for that native powerhouse, not merely because of the heavenly seed, but also to avenge Meredith. Just as their argument reached its peak, the exotic beast that had been opening space all this time suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. You two, the passage is almost woven, but this passage can only contain 3 heavenly rank individuals passing through. If there are more, this white cavity point will be ruined. Without the slightest hesitation, Salisbury and Behemoth immediately strode into the vortex of light of the white cavity gate. 3, is it? That's enough. In a dense grove not far away, Yang Shi and Robin silently observed everything. Robin whispered, urging him on, go. Let's enjoy this dedicated heavenly rank passage that someone spent a fortune reinforcing. On the Hero Sea battlefield, the atmosphere was becoming suffocating because of the direct confrontation between the human race and the exotic beast army. Standing on a high rocky outcrop and observing the entire battle, Femin and Rely were each deep in their own thoughts. If not for the internal war, we would have completely finished the colonization process decades ago. Big brother, what's the point of talking about that now? We should find an excuse to attack toward the chaotic sea region. That's where the real profits are. Suddenly, from a human side, a beam of light with terrifying power unexpectedly swept away a large mass of exotic beasts. Femin looked toward the direction from which the light had erupted and murmured in surprise. A 4th-tier human? The appearance of a savior reignited the flame of hope in the soldiers' hearts. Cheers rang out thunderously. As expected of Lord Explosion, a single punch caused such terrifying damage. It's Lord Explosion. Our 4th-tier powerhouse has appeared. Above the battlefield, 3 authoritative figures suddenly appeared amid the rolling clouds. Standing in the vast sky, Explosion tilted his head and instructed the junior, Yi Fan, be a little more careful when we fight later. Don't risk your life like an idiot. Yi Fan obeyed seriously. Yes, Lord Explosion. The others also made their preparations to face danger. Listening to the senior's instruction, Yi Fan pressed his lips together slightly. A sense of guilt suddenly rose in his heart. I'm sorry, leader. You gave me the strength, yet I cannot repay you. As if seeing through the thoughts tormenting his mind, Explosion spoke to reassure him with reliable confidence. Don't worry, kid. You are the future of the human race. Before the 2 of us die, we absolutely will not let you lose your life. Strengthened by those heartfelt words, Yi Fan's spirit suddenly blazed back to life. Lord Explosion, please rest assured, I will not disappoint everyone. Femin began to lose his former patience. He equipped himself with a ghastly suit of stark white bone armor. Leave that annoying fellow to me. The rest is up to you. He stopped in midair, curled his lips into a provocative smile, and asked, I heard you're the strongest powerhouse of the human race. I wonder, compared to that rooster fellow, which of you is stronger and which is weaker? Facing the enemy's blatant provocation, Explosion remained calm, like an unruffled lake. We have never fought. I don't know. The two auras collided head-on, creating a violent earthquake that shook heaven and earth. Amid the exploding remnants of energy, Explosion resisted while coldly answering Femin. However, I suspect you don't need to know that, because both of us are stronger than you. Seizing the opportunity while the other party was distracted, he suddenly circled behind him and attacked his blind spot. However, Femin was no ordinary opponent. He had long been on guard against this move. A skull embedded in his back suddenly shone with an eerie emerald light. Goodbye. Then it fired a destructive beam straight at Explosion as he charged over. Femin laughed triumphantly, certain that this sudden counterattack would make his opponent pay a heavy price. What a pity. His strength is decent, but he's a little too stupid. However, when the smoke and dust dispersed, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Explosion still standing there proudly. Sorry about that. My head is a bit hard. Seizing the moment of his opponent's shock, Explosion threw a punch straight at Femin's abdomen. Then now it's my turn. The terrifying power from the fist severely damaged the sturdy bone armor, causing cracks to appear again. Explosion was also secretly surprised to see that this man's armor was so durable that it had not completely shattered. It actually didn't punch through. On the Free Alliance battlefield, taking advantage of a rare moment of calm between waves of fighting, the two leaders discussed the overall situation in low voices. I never expected the strength of the human race to improve so quickly. If you were given a little more time, who knows how far you might develop. Hearing the other party's wary evaluation, Parnas also sighed in dissatisfaction. I think the Federation people are too useless. I heard that other forces on the lower-tier battlefields are sweeping through unhindered. Only we have fallen into a stalemate. Faced with his companion's complaint, Norton did not reply. Instead, he suddenly stomped down, borrowed force, and shot into the sky. Once I deal with that father and son, this sea region will be conquered by my 100 Cities Federation. Guani narrowed his eyes at him and spoke with sharp mockery in response to the opponent's arrogance. You should think about whether you can leave this planet as your plan alive. The human race will one day drive all you colonists out of our home. On this point, I have absolute faith. Guani's words were like a needle stabbing directly into Norton's vital point, making him feel a trace of unease. If every human has such conviction, damn it, why did I have to encounter such a troublesome local plane? To dispel the fear sprouting within him, he madly charged forward and launched a barrage of attacks at Guanhe. Under the suffocating pressure, Guanhe had no time to defend and was struck by several vicious moves, causing his chest to tremble. Seeing his father in danger, Yang Xian roared furiously. Father! He disregarded the danger and rushed over to help, the sword in his hand slicing through the wind as it slashed straight at Norton. Damn it! Norton blocked the blade with his bare hand, his face twisting with rage at being made to bleed by a junior. With overwhelming strength, Norton suddenly flashed forward, his rough hand grabbing Yang Xian's sword-wielding arm. Kid, you actually wounded me. He easily crushed the sword blade into fragments. If you have the ability, try cutting me with your sword again. Yang Xian was filled with hatred, but he lacked the ability to resist. His curses stuck in his throat. Another hand suddenly blocked in front of his chest, accompanied by a voice full of superiority. Kid, you are still too inexperienced. You should stand aside. Chris's eyes revealed clear interest, as if he had just found a new toy. I'll play with you. It just so happens I need to warm up a little. Yang Xian was shocked by his appearance. Chris? To warm up, Chris casually threw a sharp blade toward Norton. This forced Norton to hurriedly dodge aside. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent had dropped his guard, Chris shot forward and drove the blade hard into Norton's shoulder. Seeing Norton grit his teeth and endure it, Chris did not miss the chance to deliver a bitter taunt. You're a man, but if it hurts, just cry out. Although he was badly wounded, Norton still forced himself to appear fine. He pushed his opponent away with all his strength. Sorry, I don't feel a thing. At the same time, he urgently urged his companion, Parnas, hurry and heal me. She snapped irritably. What are you rushing me for? Haven't I already healed you? A few seconds later, Norton's expression changed drastically. A strange feeling enveloped him, but the pain hasn't disappeared. In my subconscious, I can still feel the sensation of my arm being cut open. Discovering the abnormal sign, Parnas cried out in alarm as a warning. This is bad. This is a spiritual attack. The two of us are no match for him. Do not look him in the eye. Facing the two who had fallen into panic, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on Chris's lips. Realizing that he was completely disadvantaged before Chris's eerie mental attack, Norton endured the pain and clutched his wound. Let's go. We have to go to the chaotic sea region. That is the place worth risking our lives for. Parnas looked down at the army that was gradually collapsing, her voice trembling with reluctance. What about those soldiers? Once we leave, defeat is certain. Norton did not even look back, clearly distinguishing what mattered more. Don't bother with those low-tier soldiers. As long as we are still alive, we can gather an army at any time. As the enemy retreated in disorder, Chris silently observed and turned to Guan-He, commenting in a deep voice. It seems that to the Asaid people, the Judgment Organization is the truly famous one. You people are too poor. Guan-He also analyzed the consequences of this matter. In that case, the Judgment Organization is in danger. With the hot-bloodedness of youth, Yang Xian immediately suggested setting out to reinforce them. Father, you recover from your injuries first. I will go to the chaotic sea region and take a look. However, Chris stopped him with brutally direct honesty. With your strength, going there would be suicide. Let me go. I don't want to miss such a good show. In another corner of the battlefield, Victoria stood frozen behind the excited crowd that was shouting, "Charge! Kill all the remaining Asaid people! Charge! Kill all the remaining Asaid people! The human race will triumph." She looked emotionally at her older brother's back. It's my second brother. I knew it. I knew it all along. He hasn't changed at all. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere at the Alliance, on the Hero Sea battlefield, Explosion was full of fighting spirit after the fiery clash. Come on, let's fight. By contrast, Femin was tasting helplessness for the first time. You bastard. Annoying. You are so damn annoying. Realizing that he could not subdue Explosion, he chose to abandon the fight and flee, not forgetting to leave behind a challenge. I have proper business to handle today. I will fight you another day. Heaven Piercer came up beside Explosion, his eyes following the streak of light as Femin sped away. He is heading toward the chaotic sea region. If nothing unexpected happens, his target is definitely the Judgment Organization. He quickly instructed Yi Fan to deal with the remaining matters. Kid, stay here and clean up the aftermath. Heaven Piercer and I will go see what exactly is going on. At the Iron Blood Sea region battlefield, Victoria was caught in a pincer attack, facing two ferocious exotic beasts alone, the sea-suppressing double-pupiled gorilla and the heaven-swallowing eagle. I hear powerhouses of the light element taste delicious. I'll have to try some. Hearing its companion's suggestion, the giant eagle flapped its wings excitedly as well. Then we'll have to be a little gentle. If we accidentally smash her into paste, she won't taste good anymore. Seeing the monsters discuss her, as if she were a commodity, Victoria's fury blazed up. Enough nonsense. However, her attack was easily blocked by the heaven-swallowing eagle's wings, which were as hard as steel. The Iron Blood Sea region has nothing worthwhile, yet we still get to enjoy a fine meal. The gorilla swung the giant wooden club in its hand down in a fatal blow, intending to crush its prey instantly. Little girl, I advise you to stop struggling. If you ruin our dining pleasure, it will only make more people die on this battlefield. At the boundary between life and death, the origin master of the Iron Blood Army, Tai Yu Zong, suddenly appeared and raised his hand to block the monster's deadly weapon, leaving Victoria stunned. Origin Master. He circulated his profound inner power, pouring all his strength into the hands holding back the blow. Up, bracing himself, he hurled the strike away, sending it straight toward the heaven-swallowing eagle hovering nearby. The gorilla's initial arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a deathly pale expression. How is this possible? The heaven-swallowing eagle hurriedly urged its companion to flee for their lives. Run to the chaotic sea region, not giving the vile beasts any chance to escape. Yuzong signaled Victoria to chase after them. Go, hurry, and pursue them. At the chaotic sea region battlefield, Fei Fei observed the entire battle from high above. Her eyes kept gazing toward the horizon, waiting for Yang Shi to appear. Big brother, hurry back. I really can't hold on much longer. So much time has passed, yet you still haven't fought the Judgment Organization. The old man remained calm, as if he were harboring some deeper scheme. I have my own plans. But where are the troops of your 100 Cities Federation? Norton answered irritably. Of course, they're already on their way. At that moment, Femin and the two exotic beasts also landed on the ground. He coldly reminded his allies. That local fellow is somewhat difficult to deal with. Don't let your guard down. Seeing the strangers appear, Fei Fei frowned and asked, "Brother Ouyang, why are you together with Chris?" Guani merely replied in a brief tone to reassure her, "Temporary ally. He just helped us too." He calmly searched the surroundings. "Where are the other Zodiac members? Why are you the only one here?" Having just regrouped with them, Victoria immediately looked around and asked anxiously, "Where's Rooster? Is he not here?" Under the pressure from her companions, Fei Fei had no choice but to take a deep breath and reveal the secret she had kept for so long. "Everyone, the truth is, Rooster and the others aren't in seclusion. They went to the Asaid Plain to seek an opportunity to break through." Bewilderment was plain on Victoria's face. "What do you mean? They aren't here at all?" Fei Fei then explained in greater detail and encouraged everyone. "Divine Dragon has already become a 5th-tier powerhouse. As long as you hold on until they return, we'll be able to completely resolve this anti-colonial war." Explosion no longer hesitated and began assigning tasks. "In that case, Chris, I'll leave that old man to you. How about it?" Chris indifferently waved his hand, leaving the decision entirely to them. "I don't care either way. Arrange it among yourselves." Hearing this, Yuzong surged forward with the bearing of a vanguard and declared loudly, "If we are to fight, why should the people of Asaid make the first move? This is the territory of us humans." However, his powerful punch was easily blocked by the president. Not only that, the old man also activated the law of waves, striking directly into his opponent's body. "The power from just now, I will return it all to you." The energy inside Yu Zong began to evaporate violently. "On this Asaid man's fist, there are law fluctuations equivalent to my iron blood profundity. How is that possible?" Witnessing this scene, Explosion's expression grew grave. Iron blood is no match for him. Chris was not very surprised, having seen through it from the beginning. That old man is only playing with him. Yosong's life force was draining away second by second, foretelling an unavoidable death. How? How can this be? My energy is flowing away. If this continues, I'll die before long. The president, who had been smug, suddenly changed expression. His eyes bulged with disbelief. "Impossible. I clearly destroyed your vitality." Amid ragged breaths thick with the smell of blood, Yuzong forced out each word with iron will. "My iron blood profundity allows me to fight until the final moment, until only my last drop of blood remains. You must all die." He poured all his remaining inner power into one punch, catching the president off guard and sending him flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, from afar, a brilliant surge of energy erupted across the battlefield, becoming the signal to open fire. "Fight!" The roars of soldiers on both sides echoed through the sky as they charged at one another like moths to a flame. Fei Fei still could not stop longing for him. "Big brother, the final decisive battle has arrived. Where are you?" In the boundless white cavity space, Yang Shi and Robin were hastening forward with all their speed. "We have to hurry. If we return too late, who knows what will happen?" Behind him, Robin still maintained the necessary calm of an experienced veteran. "Relax. We're going to be a little late either way. As long as your friends are lucky enough, the death rate won't be too high." Before he could finish speaking, a violent quake suddenly struck, startling Yang Shi. "What's going on?" Robin's body lost its gravity, floating in the dark, inescapable space. This is the void. To be lost in the void was no different from being sentenced to death, and Yang Shi grew even more anxious as time dragged on. "Does your Alfonso family have any record of shortcuts through the void?" Robin shook his head and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. "A shortcut through the void? That is something only a silver heavenly rank or a bronze heavenly rank of the spatial system could accomplish. I'm afraid we can only wait here to die." Refusing to accept such a meaningless end, Yang Shi tightly shut his eyes and tried to search for a faint glimmer of hope. "A spatial type bronze heavenly rank? Then let me try." Back on the bloody battlefield, Heaven Piercer was secretly discussing a bold plan with Explosion. "It's almost time. Keep waiting, and the other 4th-tier powerhouses will also begin suffer casualties. If this continues, we might as well use our trump card early." Explosion still had a trace of hesitation about the decision, but Heaven Piercer urged decisively with heroic momentum. "There are no buts. From the very beginning, I never pin my hopes on the Judgment Organization coming to save humanity. The ones who will defeat Asaid will definitely be the two of us. Faced with such determination, Explosion could only nod in agreement. Fine. Then let everyone see the trump card of our hero association, the fourth sword. Heaven Piercer immediately cast a forbidden art, using his own life and soul as the sacrifice. Come forth, immortal slaying formation diagram. This was a cruel exchange that even Explosion could hardly bear. As long as I absorb the immortal slaying formation diagram, I can step into the 5th tier heavenly rank. But the price is Heaven Piercer's life. With a roar, Explosion charged straight into the center of the formation diagram. I won't let your sacrifice go to waste. Witnessing this shocking scene, Parnas finally began to worry. Damn it, a native can actually become a 5th tier powerhouse? Why would something with such a low probability happen to us? Seeing the overall situation turning against them, Norton immediately ordered his subordinates, quickly retreat to the white cavity. That is our final hope. After fully absorbing the essence from Heaven Piercer, Explosion felt boundless power surging through his veins. With a single move, he swept Norton and Parnas from the world, giving them no chance to resist. His eyes, blazing with hatred, turned toward Femin. Second one. Although Femin tried to use all his strength to escape, the speed of a 5th tier heavenly rank was beyond dispute. No, I won't accept this. At the critical moment, a bony hand reached out from the spatial rift behind him. Fortunately, I made in time. An earth-shaking explosion erupted in midair. Explosion sensed the fluctuating energy and made a guess. A 5th tier powerhouse from Asaid has descended. Salisbury looked at him with disdain and made an arrogant offer. 5th tier native, the two of us can give you a chance now. Hand over Divine Dragon, and we will spare your life. How about it? In response to that threat, Explosion charged straight at his opponent without the slightest fear. I don't know where Divine Dragon is. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Daebang easily neutralized Explosion's attack. Dark energy surrounded his body, forming a layer of armor. He sneered and used a skill. Your strength is indeed not bad, but before my destruction profundity, you are still far too lacking. The dark energy transformed into countless tentacles that slipped past Explosion. They slaughtered countless human soldiers below, causing blood to flow like a river. Looking at Explosion, who had collapsed from his severe injuries, Daebang mocked him triumphantly. Just now, I should have vaporized at least 1/10 of your native population, right? Although Explosion stubbornly kept his mouth shut, Daebang was in no hurry. Still not talking? Let me see how many attacks you can withstand. Explosion's entire body trembled with rage. You, in that hopeless situation, Fei could no longer hold back her bitter tears. Big brother, perhaps I won't have another chance to wait for you. Suddenly, a warm and familiar hand gently rested on her head, startling her. Standing before Fei was the brother she had been waiting for all this time. She looked at his younger sister with tender eyes. I'm sorry. I'm late. The moment he saw the target appear, Daebang immediately unleashed a destructive attack toward Yangshi. So what if you're here? However, Yangshi merely waved his hand lightly, and a void realm vortex appeared, completely devouring that enormous energy. At the same time, Chris suddenly rushed out, the blade in his hand slicing apart the black entities surrounding Yangshi. After dealing with the things in his way, he looked confidently toward Yangshi with a hint of showing off. It wouldn't have mattered if you were a little later. Thanks to those 5th tier Asaid people, I seem to have successfully digested my own power as well. Salisbury began to feel uneasy. How was this possible? 3 bronze heavenly ranks have appeared on planet Azure. Could some other force be secretly interfering? His expression immediately changed, and he softened his voice with false sincerity. In that case, I will represent the Bernadotte family and gift this plane to you. Let's end today's matter here, shall we? She laughed, his voice full of ridicule at the enemy's hypocrisy. Planet Azure has always belonged to us humans. Since when was it the turn of you Asaid people to gift it to us? His pride wounded, Salisbury roared threateningly. Don't forget, Planet Azure is your homeland. Once we truly begin fighting, it will not be difficult for the two of us to exterminate the remaining humans. Before the threat had even finished, a dazzling beam of light suddenly flashed past, cutting through the bodies of both Salisbury and Daebang. Yang Shi, Chris, an explosion, all widened their eyes in shock at this unexpected turn of events. What? Less than a second after the astonishment passed, Explosion was the first to react. Seize the chance now. He rushed forward and directly crushed Salisbury's head with his fist, while Chris swung his blade repeatedly, chopping Daebang's upper body into many pieces. Yang Shi took the opportunity to use his stripping ability and absorb the power of the two of them. No one expected Robin to suddenly grab Fei Fei by the throat and lift her into the air. He smiled wickedly. Yang Shi, your sister's memories really were true. You truly possess the ability to strip away other people's abilities. As her oxygen gradually ran out, Fei Fei no longer had the strength to struggle. She could only weakly call for help. Big brother, Yang Shi's usual composure vanished completely. Damon, what do you want? Victoria stood frozen, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. He actually has the strength to threaten her. Guani seemed still unable to digest everything he had just heard and stammered in extreme disbelief. Divine Dragon seems to know him and called him Damon. Just now, he also called Divine Dragon Yang Shi. But isn't Yang Shi the Net Moon Crow of the Judgment Organization? You bunch of fools. The one wearing the Divine Dragon mask is Yang Shi. Rooster is him, Pig is him, Net Moon Crow is also him. All the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization are nothing more than a performance put on by the Yang siblings. Ignoring those shocking revelations, Yang Shi coldly warned him with overwhelming might. Damon, I'll give you one last chance. Release my sister at once. Otherwise, even if you were once the one who taught humanity alchemy, I will show you no mercy. Robin responded to the threat with wild, nearly insane laughter. Never mind that I have your sister as a hostage in my hand. Even if we fought fairly, you wouldn't be worthy of carrying my shoes. Or did you really think that relying on the strength of the three of you, you could kill those two pieces of trash? Hearing this, Explosion suddenly came to a realization. That mysterious power, just now, was your doing. Robin admitted it directly. Who else could it have been? Aside from me, who could do such a thing? Yang Shi continued questioning him to buy time. But weren't you only a peak 4th-tier heavenly rank? How could you interfere with 2 5th-tier bronze heavenly ranks? At that moment, Robin's body began to undergo strange changes. His hair grew longer and turned platinum. Ignorant fool. Who told you I was only peak 4th tier? His entire bearing changed completely, and he announced his true identity in a ringing voice. The one standing before you now is the great 5th-tier, silver, heavenly rank powerhouse, Robin Alfonso. After that terrifying transformation, he began to expose the sinister scheme he had been harboring for so long. Refining the plane's supreme treasure and advancing to the silver heavenly rank was already my limit. When I exhausted all my potential and could no longer make any progress, I split my soul into 2 parts. I placed one part of my soul into a later generation of the Alfonso family. Unfortunately, Damon's identity was that of a useless waste with no talent for magic. The shocking information Robin had revealed struck Yang Shi's mind like a heavy blow. Robin paid no attention to the collapse of everyone else's composure and continued his monologue, proudly laying bare his ambitions. Do you know why I taught alchemy to you foolish natives? It was merely to accumulate enough plain fortune to lure out the Philosopher's Stone. It is called the Philosopher's Stone because it likes to approach philosophers. What could create more philosophers than teaching alchemy to an entire race? I wanted to use that identity and the method of a heavenly seed to advance to the 5th tier. Only then could I attempt to break through to the legendary gold heavenly rank. Listening to every cold word from the man who had once been his companion, Yang Shi finally understood. So everything was part of your calculations. I was naive enough to think we were really friends. Robin still had not obtained the thing he truly craved, so he continued to tempt Yang Shi with cunning words. Yang Shi, of course we can become friends. You only need to hand over your stripping ability and your control profundity to me. To make his offer more persuasive, Robin even put on a sincere expression and promised, by then, your human race will no longer need to huddle in this cramped little planet Azure. The gates of the Asaid plane will open to welcome you. Chris feared that Yang Shi would be shaken by those honeyed words and immediately warned him, don't let him deceive you. Once you hand your trump card to the enemy, we will fall completely into a passive position. Big brother, don't forget the ideals and mission of our judgment organization. We must kick the Asaid people completely out of planet Azure. Seeing the strange light burning in his sister's eyes, Yangshi seemed to sense that something terrible was about to happen. Fei, tears rolled down her cheeks, carrying all the regrets of an unfinished life. I love you, big brother, and dad and mom too. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling radiance enveloped Fei and Robin. She could only helplessly scream her name in despair. Fei, don't. Watching Fei turn herself into an energy bomb, Yangshi's mind completely collapsed. My sister is dead? My beloved sister self-destructed? In stark contrast to Yangshi's heart-wrenching pain, Robin walked out from the smoke and dust completely unharmed. I truly didn't expect your sister to have such courage. But doing that still wasn't enough to injure me. Hearing those insulting words, the hatred in Yangshi's heart erupted, and he completely lost his usual calm. I will kill you. Robin merely curled his lips into a faint, contemptuous smile. Calmly, he raised a single finger and activated his ultimate skill, the light-speed boundary realm. In an instant too fast for the naked eye to follow, an invisible force blasted Yang-Shi far away. Despite the flesh-rending pain tormenting his body, he stubbornly charged into the life-or-death battle once more. But Explosion rushed over in time and held him back, his wary gaze fixed on their opponent. Wait, his domain is connected to light speed, the speed of light. He can easily surpass the speed of light. If we can't even see him clearly, how are we supposed to fight? Explosion turned and looked straight into his eyes to confirm something important. Yang-Shi, tell me. He said you absorb other people's power to increase your own strength. Is that true? Yang-Shi's voice had become hoarse and lifeless, but he still nodded in admission. That's right. The stripping ability and the control profundity can absorb others' power and make me stronger. Hearing that definite answer, a glimmer of hope lit up in Explosion's eyes, and he praised him without hesitation. Well done. With a younger generation like you among humanity, I can truly rest easy. Their conversation was suddenly cut off by Robin's arrogant voice. Are you finished talking? That's right. Within the lightspeed boundary realm, I can even influence time. We could take our time playing with each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he elegantly snapped his fingers. Instantly, a strange wave of time enveloped Yang-Shi, Explosion, and Chris, forcing all three of them back. Explosion gritted his teeth and endured it, realizing that the situation was extremely bad. This isn't good. I can't see how he's attacking at all. Power, no matter what form it takes, cannot surpass time. The heavenly chasm between me and you is not something three spies like you can cross. Faced with those disdainful words, Explosion snorted coldly with heroic spirit and answered loudly, Robin, you underestimate us too much. Time truly is impossible to resist. But there is one thing that cannot be worn away by time. That is our determination to restore peace to the plane of planet Azure. Explosion began circulating all his inner power, causing the energy within his body to erupt more violently than ever before. He turned to Yang-Shi, his eyes filled with trust and entrustment. Absorb my power. I feel that you aren't far from advancing to the silver heavenly rank. The future of humanity, I'll have to entrust it to you. Yang-Shi froze for several seconds before Explosion's noble decision to sacrifice himself, then reached out to receive that energy. Explosion. Robin immediately sensed the potential threat and intended to crush this dangerous sprout at once. This isn't good. Yet at the thin line between life and death, a figure suddenly intervened, startling him. What? Robin retreated in shock, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his mouth stammering soundlessly. How is this possible? How can you see me on the other side of time? You bastard. To stop me for a moment, you willingly let yourself be infected by the deep blue consciousness. At this moment, Chris was no longer himself. His consciousness had been completely swallowed by that dark energy. This act of sacrifice enraged Robin more than ever. He roared madly, Fool! Do you think doing this can change anything? If he wants to break through to the silver heavenly rank, he'll need at least another 1,000 years. Before he could finish speaking, Yangxi's body suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance that covered the battlefield. Robin was struck by one shock after another. His initially arrogant tone gradually disappeared, replaced by caution. I truly didn't expect this. It seems your stripping ability is indeed anything but ordinary. Yangxi's eyes turned golden, releasing energy so overwhelming that it completely suppressed Robin's aura. Are you ready? Although Robin knew he was at a disadvantage, he still forced himself to remain calm, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile. You fool. I'm afraid you don't even know how to use your own silver domain, do you? By altering the speed of light, I control time. There is no power that can surpass time. Hearing this, Yangshi shook his head slightly and calmly refuted him in a firm voice. No, you're wrong. In this world, there's one thing that will not vanish even after 1,000 years. A drop of cold sweat slid down Robin's chin. What is it? Yangshi's resolute voice echoed across the sky as precious memories flashed through his mind. It is affection. It is love. It is the bonds between people. It is the determination born from unity. It is the faith that we native humans strive toward. Yangshi borrowed energy from the will and faith of the entire human race, and that energy gathered into a sphere of light like a small sun. Witnessing this scene, Robin seemed to awaken slightly and realize the truth. So this is the power that surpasses time. After gathering enough necessary energy into the sphere, Yangshi decided to self-destruct together with his enemy. In that fateful instant, dazzling light erupted and completely swallowed the surrounding space. In the moment he vanished, his face looked utterly peaceful, a faint smile lingering on his lips. The soldiers below looked up at the devastated sky, their hearts filled with uncertainty and confusion. Did we win? But the price they had paid was far too great. The grief and losses were immeasurable. Yes, they had won, but they had also lost. However, a new glimmer of hope had been kindled, rebirth. The world once again welcomed dawn and peace. So had all the ability heroes who protected humanity died? A silent young man passed through the crowd, half his face hidden in shadow. No, that familiar and mysterious figure was still watching over them and would never truly leave. In a certain sense, he continued to protect humanity's peace. That's the end, everyone. If you want to keep following this story, hit the subscribe button right away. And while you're at it, give the like button a gentle tap. Thank you all for watching until the end. Bye-bye, my loves.